transported into the enchanting world of Pokémon. Our protagonist, Ash, acquires a daily sign-in system that elevates him to the pinnacle of success right from his debut. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, he encounters Pikachu, still a Piku, 4 years earlier than fate intended, forging a bond akin to family. With the assistance of a system, Ash embarks on his journey with unparalleled prowess. Have you ever witnessed a Venusaur that can manifest in the realm of trees? Have you ever seen a Gengar wielding the exclusive move, Dark Hole? Have you encountered a Gyarados capable of executing the signature move, Origin Pulse? As Ash's cherished companion, Pikachu has witnessed such marvels and has become a part of this extraordinary world, adopting a unique persona reminiscent of Sasuke's Sharingan. Form, ***, Chapter 1. Becoming Ash ****. Palatown.I in the warm and inviting home of Ash and his mother, Hanako. Ash, have you risen yet? A gentle voice floated up from downstairs, belonging to Hanako. Oh, I'm aware. I'm currently tidying up my things and will be down shortly. Ash casually responded, hastily rising to arrange his bedding. Are you not continuing your training today? Hanako inquired further. Indeed, I shall take a break today, since it is the day of the summer camp. I'll consider these few days of vacation and forego training, Ash replied after hearing his mother's question. Once he finished explaining, he had already arranged his bedclothes. Ash gazed at the neatly folded quilt on his bed, resembling a block of tofu, and nodded in satisfaction. I see. Hurry down for breakfast. The assembly time for the summer camp is approaching, Hanako said, accepting her son's decision without further objection. It was indeed time for Ash to take a break. After all, since the age of 3, he had been diligently training his body, rarely pausing except on significant occasions. Today marked the day Professor Oak was to host the summer camp, and a brief hiatus was certainly justifiable. Initially, Hanako had advised Ash against such strenuous training. However, he had managed to convince her, leading her to refrain from further interference while frequently urging him to exercise moderation. Given that Ash could enjoy a well-deserved rest during these days, she had no objections and refrained from insisting that he continue training. After all, Ash was her pride and joy, her only beloved son. If she didn't take care of him, who would? All right, I understand. I'll be down shortly, Ash said before descending from his bed, collecting the items he had prepared earlier and strolling down the stairs at a leisurely pace. I'm down. Breakfast is on the table. Go eat, Hanako called out, busy with household chores. Understood. Ash nodded and hurried to the table to enjoy his meal. Having swiftly finished his breakfast, Ash intended to rise and take his bowl to the sink when, seemingly anticipating his actions, Hanako appeared behind him and snatched the bowl from his hands. That you've finally managed to take a few days off? Let me handle these chores. You should hurry to Professor Oak's assembly. Don't be late. We wouldn't want him to scold you, Hanako said kindly. Ash paused, slightly taken aback by his mother's unexpected appearance and her seizing of his bowl. Mom, you really don't have to do that. I'm just washing a bowl. It's not strenuous, and besides, after all my training, I can handle it. Ash chuckled at his mother's insistence. How is it not a big deal? Hanako said, placing her hands on her hips, her expression resembling a puffed-up pufferfish as she reprimanded him. 3 years ago, I tried to stop you from training, but you wouldn't listen. At such a young age, what if you developed some chronic issue from overexertion? You've never acted like a child. Do you know how much this makes me feel like a failure as your mother? After hearing his mother's words, Ash couldn't help but find her adorable yet exasperating. Ultimately, yielding to his mother's persistence, he resigned himself to letting her wash the dishes. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of irritation towards his absent father, who had left his devoted wife to toil alone for 6 long years without a single visit. How infuriating! 6 years of silence, leaving his mother to bear the burden of work alone. Damn you, old man. You'd better pray that I catch you during my travels. Otherwise, I swear I'll make you regret it. Ash thought angrily. Realizing the time was slipping away, he glanced at the clock. Indeed, it was time to head to Professor Oak's. Otherwise, he would be late. Mom, I'm off to Professor Oak's, Ash called out. Don't you need me to accompany you? No, it's fine. Just stay at home. There's no need for you to come along. Without waiting for Hanako's response, Ash dashed out, disappearing in an instant. That child, Hanako murmured as she stepped outside, noticing Ash's absence. With a shrug, she returned indoors, unconcerned for her son. After all, Ash had never given her cause for worry, and his strength and speed reassured her. He had once told her that if he encountered any trouble, he would flee at the first opportunity, leaving her with no reason to fret. On the path to Professor Oak's research facility, Ash activated the system interface. Host Ash, Abilities: Elite Aura Power, Intermediate Tokiwa Power, Psychic Power, Super Newcomer Awakening pending. Skills: Photographic Memory, Intermediate Energy Block Crafting, Culinary Expertise, Aura Sphere, Aura Shield. Items: Rare Candy X20, Master Ball X1, Double Experience Card, 6 months, stackable. Pokeball X250, Healing Items X404 all restorative. Chance to learn Thunderbolt once. Chance to learn Rasengan once. Chance to learn Dark Hole once. Asterisk asterisk. Poke Coins: 1, 314, 520. Pokemon: None. Ash is not a denizen of this world. He hails from an alternate realm known as Blue Star, having transcended dimensions to become the protagonist of an anime titled Pokémon. When Ash crossed over into this world, Hanako was merely 3 months into her pregnancy, and he lingered in her womb for an additional 7 months before his arrival. Thereafter, Ash experienced a typical infancy, much like any other child. From that moment forth, Ash exhibited extraordinary talents that set him apart from his peers. By the age of less than 1 year, he had already mastered the art of speech, enabling him to engage in coherent conversations, and he learned to walk with remarkable agility. At the age of 3, he commenced a rigorous training regimen that he continues to this day. Moreover, on the day of his birth, Ash was bestowed with a unique system known as the sign-in system, which comprises daily check-ins and special check-ins. As the name suggests, the daily check-in pertains to the completion of a sign-in each day. In contrast, special check-ins require participation at designated unique locations, with each site offering only a singular opportunity for such a sign-in. Thereafter, the location ceases to provide special check-in chances, akin to the check-in features one might encounter in his previous life. The power of Aura awakened within him on November 11th of his second year, commencing an extraordinary level of potency. Ash is aware that this is the Aura power from the anime, and it is indeed fitting for a protagonist to awaken such formidable strength right from the outset, achieving maximum capacity instantly. One cannot help but ponder how the Ash of the anime failed to harness this power. It seems a pity. Through years of diligent training, Ash has honed his skills, culminating in the development of 2 distinct abilities, an offensively charged Aura Sphere and a defensive Aura Shield. These abilities, one for offense and one for defense, are perfectly balanced. The power of the Eternal Forest was acquired during a special check-in, while conducting research with the professor in the Eternal Forest. Psychic abilities manifested simultaneously as he awakened his Aura power, possibly due to his soul's strength barely meeting the threshold necessary for awakening, thus coinciding with the emergence of his Aura. Additional rewards have been accrued through his regular sign-ins, with certain accolades obtained from special check-ins at various locations visited during research excursions. With the professor, he has essentially traversed numerous sites endowed with special check-in opportunities, successfully completing sign-ins at each. The super rookie status was something he possessed from birth, though he remains uncertain about the means of its awakening. Chapter 2. The Irate Shigeru. It is the height of summer, a delightful season for summer camps. In Masera Town, parents from near and far, enamored by Professor Oak, entrust him with the noble task of providing their children with enriching travel experiences. Every year during this time, many parents solicit Professor Oak to organize a summer camp. Understanding the goodwill behind this endeavor, the professor graciously accepts the responsibility and generously offers his services free of charge. Originally, the concept of a summer camp did not exist until a certain year when the residents of Masera Town implored Professor Oak to hold one. Since then, he has been the one to orchestrate the summer camps in the town. Somehow, word of this venture spread beyond the local community, and as summer camp season approached, countless parents brought their children to Masera Town, requesting Professor Oak's assistance in enrolling them. The professor, ever eager to oblige, found that the number of children attending increased each year, leading to the establishment of a fixed quota that required advance reservations. After all, with so many children in the world and only a handful of staff at the research institute, it became evident that they could not accommodate everyone. Thus, the limitation on enrollment was born. Naturally, since the summer camp was initiated at the behest of Masera Town, the local children were exempt from this restriction. Oh, how could I forget? I have yet to complete my daily check-in. As he walked, a sudden realization struck him. He had not yet finished his system check-in. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in. Reward, skill postpartum care for the Great Milk Jar. Ding. Would you like to learn this skill? No, thank you, Ash replied, his expression unchanging as he declined the system's offer. He had encountered such peculiar rewards before. Previously, he had received the absurd skill Workaholic 996, which, as the name suggests, compelled an individual to work tirelessly without respite or holidays, a favorite among employers. Thus, Ash had long since grown accustomed to the eccentricities of the system and, upon hearing of this new skill, promptly relegated it to the depths of the system's storage. Such a dismal skill was better suited for someone else than for himself. However, one could never be certain. Perhaps these bizarre skills might prove useful someday. As Ash arrived at the entrance of Professor Oak's research institute, he spotted a familiar and arrogant hedgehog-haired figure standing there, exuding an air of pride as he leaned against the wall, his demeanor reminiscent of an imperious aide. "Well, if it isn't Ash, why are you so late? Everyone else is already here, and you're the only one missing," Shigeru remarked, straightening up from his relaxed position upon noticing Ash's approach. "It's just now the appointed time, isn't it? How could everyone have arrived already? You certainly have a knack for boasting, Shigeru. Be careful, or I might just inform the professor and have you on the receiving end of your beloved top scholar whip," Ash retorted, refusing to be outdone. "Humph. Resorting to threats of the top scholar whip because you can't counter my words? You truly are something else, Ash," Shigeru scoffed. Indeed. "You are the best, Shigeru," Ash replied dismissively. "Is the best the only phrase you know?" Shigeru snapped, clearly vexed by Ash's nonchalant response. This time, Ash chose not to engage further, ignoring Shigeru's provocation and leisurely making his way toward their destination. Despite being aware that Shigeru had once vehemently criticized the likes of Go in the anime, Ash felt little regard for the current version of Shigeru, who had yet to experience any significant setbacks. "Hey, did you even hear what I just said?" Shigeru exclaimed, now visibly agitated as he hurried in front of Ash. "My dear young master, your grandfather still needs my assistance, so can't you refrain from causing more trouble?" Ash replied with an air of resignation. "Don't speak to me in that tone. You make it sound as though you're older than I am, which is infuriating," Shigeru retorted angrily. All right, I promise. Dear young master Shigeru, is that satisfactory?" Ash spoke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Far from calming Shigeru, this only served to further incite his ire, causing his face to flush crimson with indignation. "I will not allow you to speak to me that way," Shigeru declared, and with that, he lunged forward like a ravenous tiger. Ash, having anticipated this, skillfully used his slightly greater height from years of training to place a hand firmly on Shigeru's forehead, thwarting his aggressive advance. Shigeru, thoroughly incensed by Ash's action, momentarily forgot that he could attack from other angles and could only thrust forward in vain, his hands futilely pushing against Ash's steadfast palm, which remained unyielding as a mountain. The fruits of his training over the years were evident on this day. During the tussle, Ash stifled a yawn, still somewhat groggy. After what felt like an eternity, Shigeru appeared to tire, his face flushed and eyes brimming with unshed tears, as if he were on the verge of crying. "Damn it, Ash!" Shigeru shouted in frustration, and unable to contain his feelings of grievance, he burst into tears, creating quite the scene. Ash, witnessing this spectacle, could only express helplessness. He felt as though he had done nothing to warrant such trouble. All right, don't cry. I'll give you some candy if you stop," Ash said, seemingly accustomed to soothing Shigeru. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a magical candy from the system's space, presenting it to Shigeru. At the mention of candy, Shigeru immediately ceased his sobbing, snatching the treat from Ash's hand before scampering away, completely forgetting the grievances he had just expressed. As Ash watched Shigeru's retreating figure, he couldn't help but suspect that the boy had come solely to con him out of magical candy, only to return periodically to cry for it, flipping back to indifference once he received it. Ever since that one incident when he had comforted Shigeru with candy, the boy seemed to have developed an addiction, returning to him every so often for more. Of course, Shigeru had made many requests for candy in the past, but none had been quite as blatant. Sighing, Ash lamented the burden of this unexpected trouble. Chapter 3, The Summer Camp. Ash pondered for a moment before leisurely stepping into the research institute, where he found Professor Oak inquiring about Shigeru's flushed countenance. "Shigeru, why is your face so red?" Professor Oak asked, crouching down with a look of affectionate concern. "And no, it's nothing. It's just a bit hot outside, that's all," Shigeru stammered in response. "Is that so?" Professor Oak regarded Shigeru with skepticism, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. "Of course, Grandpa, you wouldn't know how hot it is outside if you didn't go out today," Shigeru asserted confidently. "But it's only morning. It shouldn't be that hot yet." Dr. Oak pondered thoughtfully. "I was just waiting for Ash downstairs. I ran up the stairs, which is why I appear this way. Is that so?" Dr. Oak gently confirmed. "Yes, indeed." Shigeru nodded vigorously, fearful that the doctor might perceive any hint of truth. "Well, now I understand. Dr. Oak said, choosing not to pursue the matter further. What about Ash? Has he arrived? Doctor, I'm here. Ash called out from the doorway. Oh, Ash, you finally made it. Dr. Oak exclaimed upon hearing the voice and turning to look. Good morning, Shigeru. Ash greeted politely. Good morning, Dr. Oak responded with a smile. Good morning, Shigeru replied reluctantly. By the way, Doctor, have you finished organizing the materials from last night? Ash inquired. I'm sorry. I almost forgot about that until you mentioned it. Dr. Oak said, scratching his head sheepishly. I knew it, Ash remarked, exasperated. Age takes its toll on memory, Doctor. Oak admitted with an embarrassed expression. I'll go ahead and organize it, Doctor. You should prepare for the summer camp activities, Ash suggested. Then I shall trouble you, Ash, Doctor. Oak expressed his gratitude. After Ash finished speaking, he headed to the place where he had stayed the previous night to tidy up the materials. Shigeru, why don't you assist Ash? Dr. Oak turned to him. I'd rather not. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving, Shigeru huffed, displaying a proud demeanor. All right, if you have things to do, then go on. Dr. Oak replied with a mix of exasperated affection. I'm off then, Grandpa, Shigeru said, relieved to avoid helping Ash, and quickly exited the research lab, as if he truly had urgent matters to attend to. Doctor. Oak watched his grandson depart with a smile and a shake of his head before turning back to his own tasks. However, Shigeru did not actually have pressing matters to attend to. Once he reached a secluded spot, he pulled out the wondrous candy he had cunningly obtained from Ash. Unwrapping the candy, he gazed at the glossy orb and popped it into his mouth. Unlike ordinary sweets, the exquisite flavor burst forth like fireworks, flooding his taste buds with delight, and he felt as if everything he had done previously was worth it. Shigeru had previously asked his grandfather to find such candy, but after a while of searching, he had not encountered anything like it in the market. Naturally, he did not believe this outcome and suspected his grandfather was deceiving him. Thus, he had his grandfather collect various candies from different regions in hopes of discovering something similar. During that time, Shigeru had sampled candies from every region, yet none resembled the one Ash possessed. He was acutely aware of Ash's weakness. If news of him being upset reached his grandfather, Ash would likely suffer too. This understanding led him to create a habit of causing minor disturbances in front of Ash to coax him into handing over his candy. Over time, this became a routine. Shigeru had contemplated asking his grandfather to intervene, but the thought of his grandfather refusing left him disheartened. Furthermore, if he were to resort to such measures, it might provoke Ash's displeasure, and subsequently, Ash would not offer him any candy, making that approach seem unwise. Thus, he refrained from pursuing it. In matters concerning candy, Shigeru was confident in his discernment. Meanwhile, Ash, diligently organizing the chaotic research room, was fully engrossed in his task. Time passed swiftly, and just as Ash completed his tidying, Dr. Oak entered the room. Ash, have you finished organizing? Dr. Oak inquired. Yes, all done, Ash replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The heat of July combined with half an hour of activity in the stuffy lab was bound to induce perspiration. Thank you, Ash. We can now head to the summer camp. The activities are about to commence. Come with me, Dr. Oak announced. All right, Doctor, Ash nodded and followed Dr. Oak to the gathering place for the summer camp. As they stepped outside, Ash spotted numerous children waiting below. Shigeru leaned against the wall, and upon seeing Dr. Oak and Ash emerge, he followed suit. Ash merely cast a fleeting glance at Shigeru before redirecting his attention to the group of children, searching for familiar faces. To his recollection, Go had also come to this summer camp, and he intended to extend a warm welcome. After observing the children for a while, Ash did not see Go but instead recognized another familiar figure. It was Serena, the heroine from the Kalos anime. Though she wore a straw hat that obscured her face, Ash recalled the pink ribbon that adorned her hat in the anime, allowing him to identify her. Of course, Ash only glanced at Serena before shifting his focus back to the other children in search of Go. Oh no, dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. It would be unfair to refer to him as a dog. I shall call him Go, which reflects his humanity, he thought. After some time searching, he indeed found Go. Go appeared just as he did in the original series, clad in a gray sweatshirt, with a darker complexion and the signature hairstyle from the original, resembling a miniature version of a dog. Oh no, Go. At that moment, Go was eagerly watching Dr. Oak, his face alight with excitement. Beside Go stood a girl, whom Ash recognized immediately as Koharu, Dr. Sakuraji's daughter and Go's childhood friend. Just as Ash spotted Go, Dr. Oak began to speak. Chapter 4, The Bad Luck Card. Children, stop for a moment and listen to me. We are now going to head to the back mountain for this summer camp. Dr. Oak clapped his hands to capture the attention of the excited children below. All right, Doctor. Oh yay, let us go. The children thrilled at the prospect of heading to the back, erupted into cheers, some even shouting with exuberance. Dr. Oak smiled at the joy of the children, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Under the organized management of other researchers, they all proceeded to the back mountain. The perimeter of the back mountain served as the campsite for this summer camp organized by Dr. Oak. He led the children to the designated area, where they began to set up tents and establish their summer camp base. Once the necessary tasks were completed, Dr. Oak again clapped his hands to draw the children's attention, explaining some rules and then engaging them in discussions about Pokémon, allowing them time to ask questions to deepen their understanding of the creatures. All right, children, that concludes today's question time. After they had completed their tasks, Professor Oak finally concluded the question and answer session, clapping his hands and smiling as he bid farewell to the children. Today marks a rare occasion for you all to interact with Pokémon in the wild before you officially embark on your journey as trainers. Cherish this opportunity, for we are now about to commence the time for free activities. Do remember the rules I shared earlier. Above all, do not wander too far from the campsite, for it could lead to unforeseen dangers, and do not venture deep into the forest behind the mountain, as it harbors many risks. Do you understand? We understand, Professor. The children chorused in unison, their voices ringing out. Ah, such obedient children. Professor Oak nodded in satisfaction. Now let us officially begin our time for free activities. As soon as the professor's words fell, excitement surged among the children, though a few exceptions lingered, including Green and Ash. Green, the proud young master, fancied himself above playing with such childish company. In truth, he found himself lacking companions, so he approached Professor Oak, feigning illness to request a respite. Upon learning of his grandson's predicament, Professor Oak readily acquiesced, allowing him to rest in the prearranged campsite tent. As for Ash, he observed his friends, Casey and May. If Ash recalled correctly, those two had wandered into the depths of the forest and encountered the legendary Mew due to their disobedience. Ash was deeply intrigued by Mew, and upon learning that Casey might encounter it, he kept a close watch on her, eagerly awaiting the moment he could stealthily follow. In a sudden epiphany, Ash remembered a useful item in his system that had long been collecting dust, perfectly suited for Casey's situation. He retrieved a misfortune card from his system space. A card that, as its name implies, could bring misfortune to its target, with an effect lasting only a day. Over the years, he had only drawn this single card, highlighting its rarity. However, with 6 more years to come, he believed he would encounter such treasures again. Having long felt aimless with this card, he decided it was time to seize the opportunity. A faint smile crept across Ash's face as he covertly activated the misfortune card in the system space, locking onto his target. Ding! Does the host wish to apply the misfortune card to the designated target? Target, Casey. As soon as Ash spoke, a shadowy aura inexplicably emerged from his own shadow, swiftly darting toward Casey's shadow. Target locked, effect activated. In an instant, a Pidgey flew overhead, and as it departed, it bestowed upon Casey a rather special gift that landed squarely on her face, a rather unsightly mixture of black and white. Casey felt an unexpected warmth on her face and instinctively reached up to touch it, only to find her already dark complexion becoming even darker. Oh, you wretched Pidgey. Why must you drop your mess on my handsome face? You foul bird, come down and face me. I shall have my vengeance. Casey fumed, jumping up and down, glaring at the retreating Pidgey. The Pidgey, seemingly hearing Casey's challenge, swiftly swooped back, pecking at her face incessantly. Casey shrieked, shielding her face with her hands, eliciting laughter from all the children present, including May. Truly, a product of the system is bound to be exceptional. The effect was immediate. Ash found himself wishing for 1,000,000 more cards. No, he would gladly trade Casey's future luck for 10 more misfortune cards in the coming days. Witnessing the card's effectiveness, Ash felt it was a tool of sweet revenge, and thus, he made his wish. Meanwhile, the Pidgey, having realized it could no longer peck at Casey's face, sought other targets, ultimately zeroing in on the back of her head. Just as it was about to strike, a researcher rushed over and released a Pokémon, successfully thwarting the Pidgey's attack and rescuing Casey. Upon seeing Casey saved, Ash felt a twinge of disappointment but shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity. Had the Pidgey succeeded, Casey might have faced dire consequences, or worse, ended up a fool. With the misfortune card proving so effective, Ash turned his attention away from Casey and instead glanced at May, feeling a twinge of regret that such a lovely girl might fall prey to someone like Casey. He had no romantic interest in May. It was merely a sentiment of loss. Reflecting on his past life, where he had no childhood friend, he found it irksome that an obnoxious character like Casey had such a charming companion. Anger welled within him. He felt compelled to intervene and separate the two. Chapter 5. A Stroke of Bad Luck. Today, Casey faced an extraordinary streak of misfortune. Even walking seemed to invite the presence of some unknown creature's excrement. And a sip of water nearly lodged itself between her teeth, almost choking her. Yet, nothing could dampen her adventurous spirit. Seizing a chance to escape the campsite, Casey stealthily pulled May along, declaring her intention to lead her on an adventure. May felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, Professor Oak had warned of the dangers lurking in the depths of the forest. However, as Casey's friend, she was swept along against her better judgment. Casey, maybe we should reconsider. Your luck today seems rather unfortunate. May attempted to persuade her friend, recalling firsthand the string of calamities that had befallen Casey. Her instincts warned her that following Casey could lead to trouble. May, do you not trust me? I thought you were my friend. Casey's expression darkened at May's hesitation. No, I do trust you. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. May quickly backtracked, eager to reassure Casey. Then you should believe in me even more and not question me. Casey's demeanor shifted back to confidence as she earnestly addressed her. May opened her mouth, intending to voice further concerns, but ultimately fell silent, resigned to trust Casey's judgment. All right, she acquiesced. Casey's agreement sparked a radiant smile on Casey's face. Excellent. Now that you've acknowledged me as your only true friend, let us set forth together. Casey exclaimed enthusiastically, and in that moment, she seized May's hand and propelled them both forward. Koharu's instinctive reaction was to resist, yet the fear of hurting Xiaoho's feelings compelled her to allow him to lead her forward by the hand. However, after just a couple of steps, an unexpected banana peel appeared beneath Xiaoho's feet. The sudden emergence of the peel caught him completely off guard, leaving him no time to react as he accidentally stepped on it. In an instant, there was a loud thud, and Xiaoho fell face-first to the ground, landing in a rather undignified manner. Koharu, who had been holding his hand, should have toppled over alongside him. Fortunately, Xiaoho's abrupt fall caused him to release her grip in his moment of panic, saving her from the same fate. Suddenly, after Xiaoho's fall, a voice nearby erupted with laughter, seemingly mocking him. Who threw that banana peel? How utterly uncouth. Xiaoho grumbled as he rose from the ground, but mid-sentence, he paused. The reason was clear. The culprit behind the banana peel was none other than a mischievous creature, a monkey-like sprite, known as a mankey. Upon hearing Xiaoho's words, the mankey's eyes glowed with a dangerous red, fixating on him as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Mankey, I sincerely apologize for stepping on your banana peel. It was entirely my fault. Realizing the mankey was approaching, Xiaoho, sensing imminent danger, cast aside his pride and began to plead desperately. The mankey, perceiving Xiaoho's genuine remorse, delivered a swift kick to him before snorting disdainfully and departing. Just as Xiaoho regained his footing, Koharu noticed a dark muddy footprint emblazoned across his face. That wretched mankey. If I had a sprite of my own, I'd surely seek revenge. Xiaoho grumbled, clutching the spot where he had been kicked, his anger clouding his judgment. Meanwhile, the departing mankey had excellent hearing and could still catch Xiaoho's complaints from a distance of several meters. Unable to tolerate being insulted, the irritable mankey turned back. This time, no amount of pleading from Xiaoho would dissuade the creature from exacting further punishment. The mankey first left Xiaoho bruised and battered, then, in a final act of humiliation, urinated on him before sauntering away, indifferent to the psychological turmoil he had inflicted. Watching this unfold, Koharu found it difficult to suppress her laughter, fearing it would hurt Xiaoho's pride. Are you all right, Xiaoho? She inquired with concern. Do I look like I'm all right? He snapped in anger, frustrated that Koharu had not intervened during his encounter with the mankey. At just 6 years old, after venting his emotions to Koharu, Xiaoho burst into tears. Koharu, bewildered by his outburst, could not help but weep as well. Thus, the two children cried heartily in the forest, their sobs echoing through the trees. How noisy, observed Ash, who was concealed behind a nearby tree, irritatedly cupping his ears. He had been trailing the pair, hoping for a chance encounter with Mew. As for his decision to assist Xiaoho, the reasoning was simple and required no elaboration. Perhaps due to the depth of the forest they had ventured into, their cries did not reach the campsite, allowing them to weep for a while before finally ceasing their tears. At this stage, Xiaoho had yet to experience the abandonment of friends, so his character had not grown excessively extreme. He merely felt a stronger inclination to explore the forest. For reasons unknown, he sensed an alluring presence deeper within the woods. Although he had not faced the pain of betrayal, his pride remained intact, preventing him from uttering an apology. Koharu, unwilling to lose Xiaoho as a friend and finding herself unable to navigate the forest alone, quietly offered her apology. Xiaoho accepted her apology without hesitation, displaying no discomfort as if it were a matter of course. Witnessing this, Koharu felt a subtle barrier form between them, and although Xiaohou remained oblivious to her feelings, even if he were aware, he likely would not care. Thus, the two continued deeper into the forest, their bond no longer as close as when they first entered. Chapter 6. Mew at the summer camp. A girl from Kalos was unable to integrate with the surrounding children. Her nervousness prompting her to lower her hat in an attempt to avoid attracting attention. She sought refuge in the shade of a tree, observing the joyful interactions of others, which made her yearn for home amidst her first separation. However, as she contemplated her homesickness, a butterfly suddenly fluttered down from a distance, landing on the tree above her. Captivated by its beauty, she fixated her gaze on the enchanting creature. The butterfly lingered briefly on the branch before a gust of wind swept through, prompting it to dance gracefully away. Serena, who had always aspired to be a performer, found herself entranced by the butterfly's elegant form. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she stealthily slipped away from the camp, following the direction in which the butterfly had vanished. Abandoning all thoughts of Professor Oak's earlier teachings, her mind was solely occupied with the vision of the butterfly. Meanwhile, as Xiaohou and Koharu ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered a series of unfortunate events. Bird droppings falling from the sky and stepping into the excrement of unknown creatures were merely par for the course. Naturally, these mishaps predominantly befell Xiaohou, rarely affecting Koharu. Throughout their journey, Xiaohou's incessant complaints never ceased, and it was precisely this behavior that attracted the ire of various sprites. Unaware that his grumbling had provoked such reactions, he was fortunate that these sprites did not threaten their lives, allowing them to remain relatively unscathed. What on earth is happening today? Why am I encountering such misfortune? Xiaohou exclaimed in frustration, stamping his foot in anger. What infuriated him most was that he alone bore the brunt of the misadventures, while Koharu, who walked beside him, had only been minimally affected. How could it be that he was the sole victim, while she stood by, stifling laughter? It was indeed a trial for Koharu, forced to suppress her amusement each time a sprite attacked Xiaohou. In truth, she had considered helping him, but he consistently refused her assistance, insisting on maintaining his bravado. After enduring repeated assaults from the sprites, Xiaochun came to the realization that these ethereal beings did not harbor any intent to inflict mortal harm. Rather, they merely sought to teach Xiaohou a lesson before departing. This led her to seriously suspect that the sprites were perhaps all tamed by Professor Okido, who had warned them beforehand not to harm anyone. Perhaps the professor had anticipated such an occurrence and had taken the time to speak with these sprites. However, what troubled Xiaochun was the question of why these sprites chose to strike at Xiaohou specifically. Just moments ago, upon hearing certain words, she seemed to finally grasp the reason behind their aggression. Xiaohou had been incessantly hurling insults, and the sprites mistakenly believed they were the targets of his vitriol, prompting them to retaliate. This cursed luck was indeed formidable. The true instigator lurking behind them, Xiaoji, could not help but express his astonishment at Xiaohao's predicament. Xiaohao, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from cursing, Xiaochun kindly advised. Shut your mouth. My affairs are none of your concern, Xiaohao roared in response, completely dismissing Xiaochun's counsel. Upon hearing Xiaohao's outburst directed at her, Xiaochun, who had always been cherished and protected by her parents, found herself overwhelmed by tears. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Xiaohao suddenly felt as though he had made a grievous mistake. His misfortune had indeed been overwhelming, which had affected his mood, leading to feelings of guilt. Thus, he began to sincerely apologize. Xiaochun, I'm truly sorry. I let my unfortunate luck cloud my judgment and lost my temper. I sincerely apologize. Recognizing his error, Xiaohao immediately bowed in contrition. As Xiaoji observed the unfolding scene, he felt a sense of enlightenment. Despite not having to intervene, Xiaohao had managed to resolve the issue himself. Truly commendable, Xiaohao, Xiaoji thought, unable to suppress his admiration. I understand that today has been particularly unfortunate for you, and I forgive you, Xiaochun said, wiping away her tears. However, despite her words of forgiveness, the tears continued to flow unbidden. Realizing that Xiaochun had not genuinely forgiven him but was merely expressing it verbally, Xiaohao continued to bow in apology until she finally insisted he stop. Can we return now? Xiaochun inquired. Xiaohao hesitated upon hearing her question. Just as he was about to agree, a sudden sound of battle erupted in the distance. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaohao's eyes lit up with excitement, and he disregarded everything else, immediately rushing towards the source of the noise. Xiaochun opened her mouth to say something, but, seeing Xiaohao already sprinting far ahead, she fell silent and reluctantly followed him. Just a few moments earlier, in the distance, Mew Mew, a pink sprite, resembling a small pink cat with a long tail and olive-shaped tip and triangular eyes, hovered in front of a small Nidoran. Nidoran was about to take a bite of a berry when he noticed the sprite staring intently at it. Looking into the sprite's eager eyes, Nidoran hesitated, torn between the desire to share and the instinct to keep the berry for himself. However, the pink sprite did not afford him the luxury of contemplation and swiftly reached out to snatch it away. Mew, hand it over. Nidoran was momentarily stunned by the sprite's audacity, his gaze fixed in disbelief as he processed what had just happened, too shocked to react. The little creature never anticipated that anyone would dare to steal from him, let alone a sprite that had likely lived for countless years. Mew, the sprite, now clutching the berry, soared into the sky, gleefully calling out, "Ugh!" At this point, Nidoran finally registered the situation and burst into tears. Chapter 7. Xiaohao's Moment of Misfortune. Inside a cave, Nidoqueen and Nidoking were engaged in a spirited tussle when they suddenly heard their child's cries from outside. Confused, they initially thought another sprite was bullying their offspring. However, considering their status as rulers of the forest, they wondered who would dare to torment their child. Upon hearing her child's wails, Nidoqueen felt a surge of emotion and wanted to investigate. Nidoking patted his chest, signaling for her to let him go and insisted she remain in the cave to rest. Nidoqueen, trusting her mate, waved him off, urging him to return swiftly. With that, Nidoking, fueled by righteous indignation, strode out of the cave. As he emerged, he spotted his child sprawled on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Scanning the surroundings for the culprit who dared to harm his progeny, he ultimately fixed his gaze upon the sprite in the sky, clutching the berry. Nidoran, seeing his father, dashed over, hugging Nidoking's leg while pointing at the sprite above, as if reporting, "Father, look, that sprite is bullying me." Having just managed to obtain the berry from a tree, he hadn't even had the chance to savor it before it was snatched away by another sprite. How can I endure this? Is this tolerable? Seeing his precious child in distress, ignited Nidoking's fury. Though he often let his spirited offspring roam free, he could not allow anyone to bully his own. Not even an ancestral spirit would be permitted to do so. In this forest, Nidoking's authority reigned supreme. Mew, the sprite, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to frolic in the air, even performing flips, seemingly enjoying itself immensely. Nidoking felt his authority had been challenged and was filled with rage. To bully my son is one thing, but to provoke me is another. Very well. I shall grant you a taste of my wrath. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful attack. Mew. Surprisingly, instead of being frightened, the sprite found the attack amusing. As the destructive energy hurtled toward it, the sprite deftly dodged. Realizing that the confrontation had lost its appeal, the sprite decided to retreat. Enveloped in a sudden blue light as it made its escape, Nidoking, enraged that the sprite had not only reduced his son to tears, but also taunted him, let out a furious roar and gave chase. You dare provoke the ruler of the forest, and think you can flee without consequence? Did you seek my grandfather's permission for that? Thus, a lively chase ensued through the forest, with the sprite and Nidoking engaged in a game of pursuit. Such a scenario has not unfolded for the first time within the depths of this forest. However, the fairies residing here have long since grown desensitized to such occurrences. Aside from a fleeting stir of excitement, no further events transpired. In any forest, the specter of racial conflict perpetually plays out. For instance, the ongoing strife between the Pidgey and the Spearow has become a familiar narrative to all the fairies. Thus, the current happenings in the forest may merely be an everyday affair, one to which everyone has become accustomed. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the direction in which the dreamlike entity departed was towards the vicinity of Xiaohao. Unaware of the impending peril, Xiaohao continued to advance toward the source of the commotion. An iduo. Upon arriving at a clearing, Xiaohao suddenly heard this voice. He turned with a puzzled expression, only to behold a diminutive pink fairy soaring through the air, pursued by a massive purple creature trailing behind. The earlier cry had emanated from the Niduo King behind it. Goodness, it's the Niduo King. Xiaohao exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the formidable presence of the Niduo King. What kind of fairy is that? I've never seen one before. Could it be a new species? His curiosity was piqued by the flying pink fairy, as he had never encountered such a creature in his textbooks. Mew. The fairy turned back, regarding the now exhausted and panting Niduo King with a playful demeanor, executing a somersault mid-air. Witnessing this, the already irate Niduo King felt further provoked, and in an instant of rage, unleashed a devastating beam of destruction from his open maw. This time, the fairy did not evade but chose to confront the assault head-on, manifesting a shimmering blue aura around her form to counter the destructive beam. The two beams clashed in a spectacular display of power, sending shockwaves that ravaged the surrounding flora. spiraling the scene into chaos. Xiaohao, unfortunately, found himself caught in the brunt of the powerful shockwave, propelled away from the fray. In this instance, his fate should have mirrored that of the original narrative, untouched and unharmed. However, the malevolent presence of a misfortune card triggered a butterfly effect, sending him flying. Coincidentally, at the very moment Xiaohao was launched into the air, he collided with a Beedrill seeking to vacate the area. Ouch, that hurt, he groaned, rubbing his back in discomfort. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when a buzzing sound filled his ears. Instantly, memories of danger surged through his mind, sending chills racing down his spine, as if a terrifying presence loomed just behind him. With a numbing sense of dread, Xiaohao turned to see a Beedrill ascending from the ground, brandishing its dual stingers. Its gaze fixed upon him with predatory intent. The ominous gleam of the stingers suggested that a single sting could leave him incapacitated for months. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Xiaohao wasted no time and bolted upright, fleeing with remarkable agility, akin to a whirring motor. The Beedrill, incensed that its unacknowledged encounter had been met with flight, took pursuit, reminiscent of a childhood memory when a nurse with a syringe chased him during vaccinations. So, the beautiful nurse Beedrill. You run, I chase. I chase, you run, and ultimately, you cannot escape. Chapter 8, The Fated Pikachu. Shortly after Xiaohao's departure, the battle between the Ni-Duo King and the fairy reached its conclusion, with the Ni-Duo King emerging as the defeated. His stamina had already been waning during the pursuit of the fairy, and given that her abilities surpassed his own, defeat was inevitable. Mew. Upon witnessing the outcome, the fairy boldly approached to ascertain whether the Ni-Duo King had truly succumbed to slumber. Having confirmed this, she found the situation lacking in excitement and was about to depart when she sensed a familiar and comforting energy drawing her from a distance. Although this energy was neither strong nor weak, it possessed a moderate intensity. Upon recognizing the presence of a friend, her curiosity reignited, prompting her to abandon the fallen Ni-Duo King and soar toward another direction. Meanwhile, Xiaohao was still evading the relentless pursuit of the Beedrill. In a panic, he suddenly spotted Xiaochun approaching him. Just as he intended to warn her to flee, memories of past grievances resurfaced. He had borne the brunt of injuries while she merely spectated. His dissatisfaction bubbled to the surface, and the prospect of watching her plight brought him unexpected joy, leading him to withhold the information about the Beedrill chasing him. Why are you running so fast? Xiaochun inquired, expressing her bewilderment at Xiaohao's frantic pace. I'm just warming up, he replied nonchalantly. Warming up? Then why are you running so quickly? Xiaochun questioned, perplexed by his response. No time to explain, I must go. Xiaohao glanced back, witnessing the Beedrill closing in, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Xiaochun, still puzzled, suddenly heard the ominous buzzing behind her. Turning in the direction of Xiaohao's glance, she gasped, oh no, it's a Beedrill. Fear and anxiety surged through her as she froze, forgetting her instinct to flee. As the creature drew nearer, realization struck. If she did not run now, she would soon find herself in dire straits. Being merely a young girl, Xiaochun had never encountered such a scenario. As she lifted her foot to turn and flee, she unwittingly stumbled over a stone, resulting in a fall that brought her crashing to the ground with a thud, making intimate contact with Mother Earth. Attempting to rise and continue her flight, she twisted her ankle, rendering her immobile. Crouched on the ground, tears welled in Xiaochun's eyes as she watched Xiaohao retreating further away. In that moment, she yearned for him to turn back and rescue her, for she was his only true friend. Despite the years devoid of camaraderie, surely some bond lingered in their hearts. Yet, to her dismay, the very outcome she fervently hoped for, Xiaohao returning to save her, remained an unfulfilled dream. As Kosun gazed at the approaching Beedrill, tears as large as beans streamed down her cheeks. Resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes, preparing to embrace the impending darkness. At this moment, do you think that Ash is about to engage in a cliched heroic rescue? It turns out that this is not the case. The Beedrill didn't even spare her a glance and continued on its way, as if in this moment of its existence, it could see only Xiaohao, regarding everyone else as mere bystanders. Kosun watched as the Beedrill passed her by, her tears flowing uncontrollably in that instant. Perhaps fearing that her sobs might summon the Beedrill back, she stifled her cries. At that moment, she no longer wished to see Xiaohao. He was utterly despicable. How foolish she had been to consider him a friend, only for him to abandon her without a word when trouble arose. It was truly ungrateful. Were it not for the fact that the Beedrill's target was never her, she would have been doomed. All this was Xiaohao's fault. She had explicitly warned him not to venture out today, yet he disregarded her caution. Now that trouble had struck, he had essentially betrayed her. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. Anger aside, as Ko-sun surveyed her surroundings, an overwhelming sense of fear gripped her. She realized she had not memorized her way back, or else she would not have been forced to linger in Xiaoho's company for so long. Meanwhile, our protagonist Ash, while searching for Xiaoho in pursuit of Mew, fortuitously encountered a small yellow rodent being attacked by an Arbok. Upon seeing the Piku, Ash felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As if he had encountered it long ago, it was a most peculiar sensation. Convinced that this Piku might be his future Pikachu that had yet to evolve, Ash could hardly contain his indignation at witnessing his future companion being bullied. He promptly launched a surprise attack on the Arbok, delivering a wave of aura energy, complemented by his aura shield for defense, alongside the Piku's assault. As the Arbok struck, Ash activated his aura shield, shattering the serpent's venomous fangs. Thus, through their collaborative efforts of offense and defense, they vanquished their foe. The Arbok, though pained by the loss of its fangs, recognized its inability to defeat them. Not long prior, an elderly man with white hair had brought a Dragonite into the forest to warn all Pokémon against lethal attacks on humans. Consequently, upon seeing a human protecting the Piku, the Arbok decided to retreat. Moreover, sensing the extraordinary capabilities of the human before it, the Arbok resigned itself to flight. The Piku, upon realizing it had been saved by a human, emitted a sound of gratitude. Ash, possessing the power of the Tokiwa, easily understood the Piku's words. No need for formality. He replied with a cheerful smile, extending his hand. I'm Ash. Given our seamless cooperation just now, would you be interested in becoming my family, my partner? Together, we could strive to become Pokémon masters. The Piku looked at Ash with a puzzled expression, unsure of what a Pokémon master entailed. Ash, taken aback that the Piku was unfamiliar with the concept, quickly recalled that this Piku was still in its infancy, and thus comprehended its ignorance. Recognizing the need for clarity, he earnestly explained the meanings of family, partnership, and the aspirations of becoming a Pokémon master. As the Piku absorbed Ash's words, its eyes began to shimmer with a newfound desire. Since the day of its birth, it had felt an emptiness within, and Ash's explanation illuminated the significance of the groups of Pokémon it had observed. It longed for the affection and connection that came with family. Gazing into Ash's sincere and untainted eyes, coupled with his inherent warmth, the Piku felt an irresistible pull towards him. After a moment of deep contemplation, the Piku extended its tiny hand to clasp Ash's, sealing their bond. Ash, witnessing this gesture, smiled in contentment and said, "Then, let us embark on this journey together, Piku." Thus, a unique bond was forged between the boy and the Piku. Chapter 9 Mew and Meals. Having gained Piku's acceptance, Ash recalled the necessity of checking Piku's information panel. Curiosity piqued about the illustrious Piku from the original story. He eagerly anticipated the details of its panel. Pokémon, Piku, gender, male, level 3, ability, talent, held item, none, moves, tail whip, thunder shock, thunder. Oh ho, how intriguing. No wonder it is the Piku of legend. Even the system cannot decipher it, Ash mused, stroking his chin. However, while he was lost in contemplation, a small cat-like creature suddenly appeared in the distance. Huh, what is that? Due to possessing 3 distinct abilities, one of which was extraordinary, Ash's sensory perception was exceptionally heightened. He could sense any entity within a kilometer approaching him with ease. This time, however, the presence he sensed was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling in him a deep sense of caution. As the information about the creature's form reached him, Ash recognized the long tail and petite body and realized it was none other than Mew. Relieved, he thought there was nothing to fear. Piku. The Piku, puzzled by Ash's expression, looked at him as if asking what Mew was. Mew is a playful and carefree mythical creature, a being of mischief, if you will, Ash explained seriously. The Piku nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, though whether it truly understood remained uncertain, given its recent birth. Mew, the creature arrived just after Ash and Piku had spoken of it. Upon hearing the sound, they both looked up to see Mew, who, upon spotting them, approached Ash excitedly, circling around him several times. After confirming that he had not mistaken him for someone else, Mew began to inquire, "How did I come to possess these 2 powers?" Ash, meeting Mew's gaze with earnestness, replied, "I'm afraid I cannot say. The Tokiwa power was bestowed upon me at birth, while my aura ability awakened several years later." Mew, curious, pondered, "Have you ever encountered a Pokémon that resembles me?" After receiving an answer, Mew hurriedly began to inquire further. Upon hearing this, Ash shook his head and truthfully replied that he did not know. Mew fell silent upon hearing his response, as it sensed the aura of the child before it emanated from a certain place, which prompted its question. Now that the answer was negative, it was left perplexed. What's wrong? Ash asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Mew did not respond, but instead grew increasingly curious, circling around Ash as if it had discovered a new world. Feeling the kindness radiating from Ash's aura, it joyfully nuzzled against his face. Perhaps it was due to the combined presence of two friends' powers within one individual that led Mew to develop an affection for Ash, fostering an immense sense of trust in him. Ash, feeling Mew's affectionate advances, found himself rather enjoying the little creature's nuzzling and made no attempt to resist. Meanwhile, Pikachu, observing this, puffed up adorably, its cheeks inflated with indignation. As the newly appointed companion, Pikachu had yet to receive such attention from Ash, and seeing its affection being overshadowed left it quite displeased. Pikachu. It attempted to voice its objections to Mew's behavior. Yet Mew appeared oblivious, continuing to nuzzle Ash's face. Although Mew seemed not to hear, Ash certainly did, as Pikachu's protest was quite audible. Upon recognizing Pikachu's jealousy, Ash chuckled, understanding that this was his first Pokémon, and it must have felt slighted to have its moment stolen after such a brief time together. Mew. All right, could you pause for a moment? Ash smiled, then gently interrupted Mew's affectionate antics. Mew, realizing Ash had requested a halt, reluctantly ceased its nuzzling. Today is my first day meeting Pikachu. How about we save this for another time? Ash continued, unable to resist Mew's adorable expression, yet knowing he had to prioritize Pikachu. After comforting Mew, he crouched down to observe Pikachu's current state, unable to suppress a grin at its adorable pout. Pikachu, Mew may not realize today is our first day together, so I trust you understand. Ash reassured, making a gesture as if to retrieve something from his pocket. As his hand emerged, it revealed several medium energy cubes, specifically designed for electric types and crafted by his own hands. Here, give these a try. They're my homemade energy cubes. Though I'm unsure if they will suit your taste, Ash said with a warm smile, his inherent charm radiating as he spoke. Upon hearing that these cubes were made by Ash himself, Pikachu cast a skeptical glance his way, its expression suggesting a hint of distrust. Hey Pikachu, what's with that look? If you want to eat them, I'll just let you have them. After all, this is my first time offering my energy cubes to another Pokémon, Ash declared, holding up the cubes proudly. Indeed, these energy cubes were Ash's inaugural creation, crafted after he acquired the skill from the system. Initially, he had used Pikachu as inspiration, yet his laziness had prevented him from offering them to other Pokémon. Confident in the quality of the cubes produced by the system, he had never doubted their efficacy. After successfully creating them, he had not attempted another batch, choosing instead to store them in the system's space until today. To clarify, the system's storage feature prevented any degradation, and time within it did not flow, meaning that the items were preserved as they were at the moment of their placement. Thus, Ash's words were not misleading. As Ash spoke, he genuinely intended to share with Mew, causing Pikachu to panic, hastily snatching the energy cube and popping it into its mouth, fearful that Ash would change his mind. The moment Pikachu consumed the electric energy cube, its expression lit up with delight. Pikachu, it exclaimed, visibly thrilled. See, isn't it delicious? Ash said confidently, beaming at Pikachu's reaction. Mew, observing Pikachu's joy, expressed curiosity and eagerly requested an energy cube from Ash. Me, Mew, the legendary Pokémon, understand? Do you want one too? Ash asked, uncertain whether to oblige, as he only had electric energy cubes and was unsure if Mew would find them palatable. Mew nodded vigorously in affirmation. I must warn you, these are solely electric energy cubes, and they may not align with your preferences, Ash cautioned, but ultimately, he could not resist the eager anticipation radiating from Mew as he retrieved a cube from his pocket and offered it to the legendary Pokémon. Upon seeing the energy cube, Mew could barely contain its excitement, snatching it from Ash and stuffing it into its mouth without hesitation, disregarding its own tastes in a display of possessiveness. Ash watched Mew's reaction with a bittersweet smile. I warned you that it might not suit your palate, yet you would not listen, he chuckled, shaking his head in mild amusement. Mew, upon hearing Ash's remarks, appeared momentarily dejected, its adorably crestfallen demeanor tugging at Ash's heartstrings. Don't worry. If you come to visit me often, I can craft energy cubes tailored to your taste in the future, Ash assured with enthusiasm, secretly wishing to pet Mew's head at that moment. Fortunately, he restrained himself, knowing that such an impulse could lead to unforeseen consequences. This did not signify a relinquishing of his desire. On the contrary, he intended to build a strong rapport with Mew before indulging that whim. After all, he was unaware of how the last individual who had succumbed to the temptation of petting Mew had fared and what their grave might resemble. Mew was indeed quite adorable. Even Ash, who had little interaction with felines in his previous life, found Mew irresistibly charming. Yet upon hearing Ash's words, Mew bowed its head, appearing somewhat disheartened. Fear not. As long as you seek me out, I will surely prepare delectable energy cubes for you, Ash proclaimed with conviction. Suddenly, Mew's eyes sparkled with inspiration. As if it had conceived a brilliant idea, and it darted off into the forest without a word. What is up with Mew? Why did it leave so suddenly? Ash wondered aloud, perplexed by Mew's abrupt departure. Ash gazed at the suddenly departing Mew, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Yet, he merely assumed that Mew had some pressing matter at home or had recalled something of significant importance. After a fleeting thought, he dismissed it and was about to call Pikachu to accompany him home when, unexpectedly, Mew returned along the same path, hovering before Ash with a playful smile and outstretched hand. You just left? And it turns out you intended to fulfill the requirements for our next meeting by requesting an energy cube from me. Truly, you leave me without options. This is all I have. Ash discerned the mirth in Mew's eyes, realizing that Mew was simply in a playful mood. Thus, he feigned a troubled expression in solidarity with Mew, retrieving an electric-type energy cube to present to him once more. Upon recognizing it as the same energy cube he had just consumed, Mew's expression transformed into one of dismay, displaying a countenance of mock despair, evidently taken aback by Ash's unexpected retaliation. All right. Once my summer camp concludes in a couple of days, I shall prepare some for you. And then you can come to my home. I promise to have it ready, Ash said to Mew with a hint of resignation. Mew, acknowledging Ash's words, could only acquiesce with a sigh. Then, in 3 days, let us not miss our appointment. Do not forget. After Ash conveyed this to Mew, he glanced skyward, realizing it was likely time for lunch. With the day advancing, he bid farewell to Mew, personally watching as it departed. Pikachu, we must return now. Ash crouched down, extending a hand to beckon Pikachu onto his shoulder. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu understood the implication and promptly scampered up Ash's arm to perch upon his shoulder. Ash looked at Pikachu and couldn't resist patting its little head, suddenly recalling that he had yet to capture Pikachu in a Pokeball. Pikachu, would you be willing to enter my Pokeball and become my very first Pokemon? Ash crouched, his gaze earnest as he asked. Pikachu tilted its head in confusion, unsure of the meaning behind his words, as it believed it had already become his Pokemon. Observing Pikachu's puzzled expression, Ash found it amusing and began to explain the situation as they walked. After listening, Pikachu nodded, appearing to comprehend. Seeing Pikachu's understanding, Ash reiterated his request for it to enter the Pokeball. So, will you enter my Pokeball? Ash asked with a serious expression. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Pikachu's consent, Ash theatrically produced a luxury ball from his pocket. This is a luxury ball I prepared for you. It may not be particularly valuable within the realm of Pokeballs, but I hope you won't mind. Pikachu, upon hearing Ash's words, quickly shook its head, indicating that it would not be displeased. That is good to hear. No sooner had Ash spoken than Pikachu gently nudged the luxury ball with its head, transforming into a radiant beam of light as it entered the ball. The luxury ball shook twice before a resounding thud echoed, followed by a brilliant flash, signifying the successful capture. Ash held the Pokeball aloft, exclaiming with exuberance, fulfilling a childhood dream he had long cherished. I have successfully captured Pikachu. After his proclamation, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment, having realized a long-held aspiration. Now, Pikachu, I look forward to our journey together, Ash said to the luxury ball, which seemed to resonate with Pikachu's agreement, as a gentle movement was felt within. Seeing Pikachu's approval brought a smile to Ash's face. Recognizing that Pikachu preferred not to be confined within the Pokeball, he released it. The first thing Pikachu did upon emerging was to hop onto Ash's shoulder, and the pair walked toward the camp, sharing laughter in a heartwarming scene. However, midway through their path, Ash suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing he had forgotten something. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Serena is still trapped in the forest. Ash's excitement over capturing Pikachu had nearly caused him to overlook Serena's predicament. With this realization, he urgently activated his sensory abilities, scanning the forest for any sign of Serena. Chapter 11. The first encounter with Serena. Is anyone there? Serena looked around anxiously, feeling a pervasive sense of danger, as if any moment she dared to step forward, a fearsome Pokemon would leap from the underbrush to devour her. While chasing a Butterfree earlier, she had unknowingly ventured deep into the woods. During a misstep on a slope, she lost her footing and fell, resulting in a twisted ankle that rendered her immobile. Helplessly, she cried out for assistance, yearning for someone to come to her aid. This is why I didn't want to come to summer camp. Not only have I failed to make friends, but I've also found myself in this predicament. Had I known better, I wouldn't have chased that Butterfree, thus avoiding this unfortunate situation. As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears began to flow freely down her cheeks. painting a picture of utter vulnerability. Do you need help? A boy's voice suddenly reached Serena's ears, prompting her to lift her gaze. Standing before her was a slightly taller boy clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt, with a Pikachu perched on his shoulder. It was none other than Ash, who, through relentless searching, had finally located Serena. Serena replied weakly upon recognizing Ash. You're injured, aren't you? Ash inquired, stepping closer to Serena and observing her swollen ankle. Yes. Serena shyly nodded in affirmation. Would you mind if I examined it? Ash intended to assist, but felt it prudent to seek her permission first. Okay. Serena nodded in response. All right, let me take a look. After receiving her consent, Ash gently touched her slightly swollen ankle with his fingertip. Ouch! Serena gasped sharply. Does it hurt? Yes. The situation seems quite serious. Fortunately, I brought some ointment. Ash said as he theatrically retrieved a pack of ointment from his pocket. Pikachu, observing Ash's antics, fell into a contemplative silence. Really? That is wonderful, thank you. Serena exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. No need to mention it. Ash replied as he applied the ointment. That feels good. Upon applying the ointment, Serena felt its coolness soothe her pain, prompting a soft exclamation of relief. Hello, I'm Ash, a participant in this summer camp, and this is my Pokémon, named Pikachu. Although Ash heard Serena's call, he chose not to show it. Rather, he pretended as though he had not heard anything at all. After all, a young girl is often mindful of her image. To alleviate her embarrassment, he initiated a self-introduction, effectively interrupting what she had intended to say. Hello, I'm Serena, and I'm here for the summer camp as well. Thank you. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have known what to do today, Serena expressed gratefully, her face lighting up with joy. Haha, you flatter me. Even if I hadn't appeared, Professor and the others would have found you later, Ash chuckled in response. I see you're injured and unable to walk. Let me carry you. Without waiting for Serena's response, Ash crouched down. He was not as capable as the original Ash, who would have encouraged a little girl with a powerful shout to stand on her own. No, he was not the original protagonist, and he was relishing this intimate moment with his future partner. Ash's directness made Serena blush profusely, her entire face turning a delightful shade of crimson as she hesitated to climb onto his back. Come on. After Ash urged her, with her face still flushed, Serena stood on one foot and then leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. As Ash sensed the delicate fragrance of the girl and the warm steam of her body, he realized that she was undoubtedly shy. At that moment, a slightly mischievous grin crept onto Ash's face, as he was reminded of a saying from his past life about a pig carrying his wife. When Pikachu saw Serena take its spot, it swiftly jumped onto her shoulder. Hi there, Pikachu greeted, waving its tiny arms at Serena. After Pikachu's friendly gesture, Serena's initial embarrassment seemed to dissipate somewhat. Ash, having trained consistently over the past 3 years and possessing considerable strength, easily stood up and began walking toward the campsite. Is this your Pokémon? Serena shyly inquired as she nestled against Ash's back. Well, sort of. Is there a problem? Ash pondered his abilities. Capturing a newly hatched Pikachu should not pose a challenge. No, I was just curious. Even though we're the same age, you already have your own Pokémon. Which intrigues me, Serena softly explained. Haha, really? Actually, I just met Pikachu today. We teamed up to defeat Ekans. Ash recounted the tale of his encounter with Pikachu. Ash, you're amazing. You even dared to confront such a fierce Pokémon as Ekans to help Pikachu. Serena exclaimed, her big, adorable eyes filled with admiration after hearing Ash's story. She seemed astonished that amidst what had been a rather unfortunate day, she had encountered someone so remarkable. Feeling as though luck and misfortune coexisted. Despite the setbacks, she felt fortunate. Seizing the opportunity to converse with Serena, Ash discussed numerous topics about Pokémon, which altered the way Serena looked at him, her gaze deepening with intrigue. In that moment, a seed was planted in Serena's heart, waiting for a future day to take root and flourish. They chatted for what felt like an eternity, gradually making their way out of the forest and back to the summer camp. However, just as they returned to the campsite, Professor Oak approached them. Ash, what is going on? You went out and came back with a girlfriend. You're quite the charmer. Professor Oak teased as he reached Ash. Upon hearing the professor's jest, Serena's face turned a vibrant shade of red, and she buried her face in Ash's back, looking utterly bashful and undeniably adorable. Professor, please don't tease me. Ash felt the warmth of Serena's face against him and helplessly explained, I found her injured while wandering in the forest. You need to help her. Injured, you say? That is quite troublesome. Professor Oak's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing of Serena's injury. You should hurry and take the young lady for treatment. Okay. Ash nodded, prepared to leave when the professor suddenly called him back. Wait a moment, Ash. Professor Oak's demeanor turned grave. What is it, Professor? Ash asked, puzzled, thinking the professor had more to say. Did you see a boy and a girl around your age in the forest? The boy has darker skin, and the girl has pink hair, Professor Oak inquired with a serious tone. No, is something wrong? Ash feigned ignorance, although he had a suspicion of what was happening. Not a big deal, just two kids slipped into the forest without permission. That's why I'm asking if you've seen them. Now, you should hurry and take the girl for treatment. I'll handle the rest, Professor Oak reassured him, urging them to go. All right, I understand. I'll see you later. Professor, Ash replied, then turned to leave with Serena on his back. Professor Oak watched Ash and Serena's retreating figures, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he gazed towards the back mountains. I hope nothing goes awry. Wait, didn't I notice an extra Pokémon on Ash just now? Professor Oak recalled having seen it earlier, but had been too preoccupied to inquire. By the time he registered it, Ash had already walked far away. Never mind, I'll just ask him next time, Professor Oak murmured to himself, a worried expression crossing his face as he looked back towards the forest. Even with his previous warnings about the forest, he couldn't guarantee that all Pokémon would heed his words. After all, some children could be quite mischievous if they angered the Pokémon within or those from outside. It could spell trouble. Of course, there had been incidents in the past, but now it was nearing mealtime. The loud sounds of battle earlier had heightened Professor Oak's vigilance, prompting him to bring back the kids who had sneaked out. Most had returned, leaving only 2 children unaccounted for. As long as those last 2 remained safe, this summer camp could be deemed a success. Meanwhile, Ash carried Serena to the medical staff and handed her over for care. Thank you, Ash, Serena said. Her cheeks flushed as she expressed her gratitude. What is this? No need to be so polite. Ash waved his hand dismissively. Serena replied, lowering her head. Her cheeks still tinged with pink as she stole a glance at Ash. However, Ash quickly caught her fleeting gaze. Hey, this girl is quite amusing. Upon witnessing the situation between the two of them, the single nurse suddenly felt as though she had already feasted for the day, despite not having eaten. The reason eluded her. The nurse assisted Selena in administering her medication and subsequently tended to her bandaging. After completing her tasks, she exited the medical room, leaving it to Ash and Selena, thus allowing the 2 solitary souls to share the space. As she departed, the nurse even flashed Ash a gesture of encouragement, her expression seeming to convey, I have presented you with an opportunity, do seize it well. After observing the nurse's supportive gesture, Ash couldn't suppress a smirk, feeling a hint of exasperation. Sister, I am but 6 years old. Your encouragement is rather excessive. Hey, what brings you here, Green? The nurse, upon leaving the medical room, noticed Green standing at the entrance with an expression of confusion, arms crossed. I'm feeling a bit unwell. My grandfather asked me to come for a checkup. Green initially appeared flustered when discovered, but quickly regained his composure. Is that so? Then do come in. I shall take a look at you. The nurse, upon hearing Green mention his ailment, abandoned her previous plan. What a rascal. Ash chuckled softly as he overheard their exchange. Isn't that the grandson of Professor Oak? Selena interjected after catching Ash's murmured comment. Yes, indeed, Ash nodded, then inquired why. Do you know him? Not personally, Selena replied, shaking her head, but seemingly anxious to clarify. She added, I just heard others talking about him. I see. Ash acknowledged with a nod of understanding, just as their conversation drew to a close. The nurse escorted Green into the room for an examination, soon concluding that he was merely experiencing mild discomfort, specifically a slight headache, and advised him to drink a diluted solution of 3-9. Listening to the nurse's words, Ash couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware that Green's condition was fabricated, merely a pretext to cover his act of following him. Indeed, from the moment he had been conversing with Professor Oak, Ash's keen senses had detected Green's shadowing presence. If his assumptions were correct, Green's persistent following was likely due to his connection with Selena. Yet, this remained purely speculative. Is that Ash? Green exclaimed, his astonishment evident after taking his medicine, as if he had only just noticed Ash's presence. Yes, young Master Green, what a coincidence. Ash replied with a cheerful smile. Green felt an inexplicable sensation, as though Ash had been aware of his presence from the very beginning, yet chose not to expose him. Chapter 13, The Unfortunate Child. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Green, unable to maintain eye contact with Ash, glanced toward Selena and inquired about his purpose for being there. Who is the girl beside you? Upon hearing this, Ash mused internally. As expected, it relates to Selena. Although he was uncertain why Green was inquiring about her, he nonetheless provided the information. This is Selena, whom I encountered while wandering in the forest. Though Ash did not grasp Green's intentions behind his questions, he spoke truthfully. Hello there, Selena. Green greeted warmly. Greetings. Grandson of Professor Oak, Selena responded, her words slipping out with an odd spontaneity. Green. Both Ash and the nurse struggled to stifle their laughter at Selena's unexpected salutation. What do you mean, grandson of Professor Oak? I have a name too. Green initially wanted to react angrily, but upon recalling that she was a girl, he stifled his irritation. I am Green, a friend of Ash's, young master. He had intended to say friend, but seeing Ash's amused expression, he felt a surge of frustration and opted for young master instead. Huh, what does that mean? Selena looked at Ash with a puzzled expression, seeking clarification. Well, in a certain sense, Green could indeed be considered my young master, Ash explained somewhat awkwardly, scratching his nose. As I am one of Professor Oak's researchers, receiving a salary from him, it stands to reason that, in a way, he holds that title over me. Wow, Ash, are you really that impressive? A researcher under Professor Oak. Selena's eyes sparkled with admiration after hearing Ash's explanation. Meanwhile, Green felt a twinge of regret at why he had to showcase his status in front of others. Being a researcher for the professor was quite a stroke of luck. There's no need for such astonishment, Ash waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, his becoming a researcher had been serendipitous. He had believed that with the signing system, he could effortlessly obtain resources daily and thus saw no necessity for the researcher role. However, his remarkably strong aura drew the professor's attention, leading him to propose the position. At that time, Ash was in need of a legitimate reason to utilize the funds provided by the signing system. And so he unwittingly accepted the offer, becoming one of the professor's researchers. Eventually, he published several papers that established him as a well-known figure in the research community. And he was likely to become a professor himself before long. Don't think being under my grandfather's wing is something to be proud of. I am your young master now, Green declared with a haughty snort. Indeed, my young master Green, unparalleled in the world, Ash replied with a feigned air of reverence. Ah, you insufferable Ash, I will defeat you. Green fumed, ready to confront Ash. Suddenly, urgent footsteps and voices calling out from outside interrupted their banter. Thud. Ash, curious about the commotion, was about to step outside when he suddenly heard a crash accompanied by a scream. Ah, who on earth is so inconsiderate as to leave a banana peel at the entrance of the medical room? A man's voice echoed outside, filled with irritation. Upon hearing this, Green's face flushed with embarrassment. Stop complaining and come help, the nurse exclaimed, eager to assess the situation. Just then, two men rushed in, carrying a stretcher upon which lay another person. Quickly, come help this child, the two disheveled men urged the nearby nurse. Okay. Upon hearing the commotion, the nurse, flustered, hastily retrieved the medication and proceeded to attend to the injured individual. Although both adults were somewhat disheveled, the figure lying on the stretcher was in an even more deplorable state. Ah, that hurts like hell. A sudden, anguished cry erupted from the stretcher. Oh, my apologies. I grabbed the wrong medicine. The nurse, upon hearing the wretched scream from Xiaoha, realized her error. How peculiar. The adults beside her exchanged glances, simultaneously uttering a phrase. Initially, they believed the prior incidents were solely their concern, but witnessing the nurse's blunder led them to suspect that the issue might not rest with them, but rather with the unfortunate soul on the stretcher. After her initial mistake, the nurse carefully selected the correct medication and, this time, with assurance, began to apply it to Xiaoha. Yet, as she prepared to treat his wounds, she was overcome by a wave of nausea. The sight of the grotesque, oozing lump on his face was simply too repulsive, compounded by the foul stench emanating from his filthy attire, mouth, and face, all marred by various unknown substances. Such a sight was enough to turn the nurse's stomach. Ultimately, she opted for a cotton swab to administer the treatment. Meanwhile, the instigator of this calamity, Xiaoji, upon witnessing Xiaoha's condition, couldn't help but marvel at the unfortunate turn of events. Truly remarkable. Who would have imagined that in such a brief absence, Xiaoha's plight could become so dire? Lost in this thought, Xiaoji cast a sideways glance at Xiaomao, scrutinizing him closely before shaking his head. Xiaomao, catching the strange look from Xiaoji, shivered as if under the gaze of some dreadful specter. This unsettling feeling, however, was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it had come. Like the departing footsteps of a passerby, the two adults exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that this was no longer their affair, and bid farewell to the nurse. Eager to leave, they felt that remaining near Xiaoha would likely lead to their own unfortunate fate, thus they had no choice but to depart. However, their plans were thwarted as the nurse could no longer endure the stench emanating from Xiaoha. Suddenly, upon hearing their voices, she brightened and delegated the task to them. Stepping outside for a breath of fresh air, Xiaoji and Xiao Mao shared a mutual discomfort with the foul odor, and Xiaoji decided to carry Selena outside to escape the stench. Leaving the two men alone inside, gazing at one another with tearful, exasperated expressions as they braced themselves to apply the ointment to Xiaoha. As for the process, occasional cries of pain were to be expected, after all. Chapter 14. Forgetting friends in the face of beauty. Once outside the infirmary, Xiaoji and the others inhaled deeply the fresh air. Ever since Xiaoha had entered, the place had become unbearably foul, hardly fit for human habitation. What a relief. Selena sighed, unconsciously voicing her thoughts. Indeed, Xiao Mao rarely nodded in agreement, clearly in accord. Suddenly, a stomach growled. Are you hungry? Xiaoji turned to Selena, concern etched on his face. Due to Selena's position on his back and Xiaoji's keen hearing, he could distinctly sense the girl's movements. Selena's cheeks flushed at Xiaoji's inquiry, shyly nodding in response. Seeing her adorable expression, Xiaoji couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I understand. I'll carry you to the professor. He should have food prepared. Xiaoji said with a light-hearted tone. Selena, feeling bashful, nodded again and rested her head against Xiaoji's back, exuding a charming demeanor. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao, observing the closeness between Xiaoji and Selena, felt an inexplicable surge of anger bubbling within him, a strong desire to forcibly separate them. So this was the wrath of the single. Xiao Mao, irked, averted his gaze, as if to say, if you don't dote on me, I won't acknowledge you. Xiao Mao, would you like to join us for a meal? Xiaoji suddenly inquired, glancing at Xiao Mao. No thanks, I've already eaten. You two go ahead. Xiao Mao huffed, refusing to even look at Xiaoji. All right, understood. Farewell then. Xiaoji, having received Xiao Mao's response, promptly carried Selena away, leaving a sullen Xiao Mao behind. Forget friends in the face of beauty, Xiao Mao muttered, watching Xiaoji's retreating figure with a pout. What happened over there? Selena pointed ahead, inquiring. What? Xiaoji followed her gesture with his gaze. A couple appeared to be engaged in a heated discussion with Professor Okido. Upon seeing this, Xiaoji quickly deduced that the couple must be Xiaoha's parents, as their features bore a resemblance to his. They were likely inquiring about Xiaoha's injuries. Considering that this summer camp was organized by Professor Okido, any incident would naturally lead them to seek him out. Xiaoji sighed, regretting his earlier impatience, which had inadvertently caused trouble for the professor. Never mind, before anything else, let's first listen to what they are discussing. Selena, shall we wait a bit before eating? I want to hear what they are saying, is that all right? Xiaoji asked Selena, who was still on his back. Since you say so, I certainly agree. And since the professor hasn't settled the matter yet, I doubt we'll be eating anytime soon, so let's go and listen in. With Selena's consent, Xiaoji approached the couple. As he drew closer, he gradually deciphered the conversation. Professor, I sincerely apologize for the trouble our son has caused you, and we are deeply sorry. Xiaoha's parents bowed in apology. I must admit, part of this falls on me for not keeping a closer watch on him, which led to his unfortunate predicament. Professor Okido replied, feeling a sense of guilt and quickly gesturing for them to rise, indicating that they need not bow in such a manner. It is our failure in parenting. We are truly sorry, Xiaoha's parents added as they stood. Since this incident occurred under my watch, I shall cover his medical expenses. I will apply to the League for assistance with his treatment. Professor Okido concluded, and after exchanging gratitude, the couple refrained from further pressing the professor and instead inquired about their son Xiaoha's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Professor Okido provided them with the specific location and explained why the other children had yet to dine. After they bid farewell, Xiaoha's parents headed toward their son, while Professor Okido turned his attention to the children who had yet to begin their meal. Professor, what just happened? Xiaoji suddenly interjected, feigning ignorance. Oh, it was nothing of great consequence, merely a surprising incident in which a mischievous child unwittingly provoked a bee drill in the forest and subsequently endured its sting. Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively, wearing a nonchalant expression as he remarked, Are children today so audacious? To dare to disturb a bee drill. With a hint of reflective nostalgia, he murmured to himself. Such bravery! Ash exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe that, within just an hour of his departure, Koharu had found herself in such a predicament. Of course, he understood that Koharu would never have instigated the encounter intentionally. It was likely the result of sheer misfortune. One could not help but acknowledge the remarkable efficacy of that misfortune card. Ash found himself wishing to bestow one upon Shigeru as well. Thank you so much, Shiranui. Shigeru expressed gratefully. All right, let's put an end to this discussion. You two must not have had your meals yet, so come along with me. Suddenly recalling that the pair had yet to dine, Professor Oak led them to the dining area. Upon seeing Ash carry Serena on his back, The other children turned their gazes in unison, causing Serena to blush and bury her face against Ash's back. As an adult in spirit, Ash experienced no emotional turmoil under the scrutiny of the children. Rather, he felt a generous gratitude toward all the little ones present. Without their presence, how could Serena possibly have felt shy? After all, opportunities to witness her bashfulness would be scarce in the years to come, so he relished the moment. Who wouldn't he want to gaze upon such an adorable girl? Chapter 15. The conclusion of the summer camp after the two finished their lunch. During an event hosted by Professor Oak, Serena twisted her ankle and was unable to participate, relegating her to the sidelines as she observed the other children. Perhaps unwilling to join the playful crowd or motivated by the sight of Serena sitting alone, Ash exercised his privilege with Professor Oak to request permission to accompany Serena. Recognizing her solitude and the fact that she could only sit there watching others play due to her injury, Professor Oak readily agreed. However, when Ash approached, Professor Oak couldn't help but smile knowingly, as if he had discerned something significant. For the next 2 days, Ash remained by Serena's side, caring for her, leading to a gradual deepening of their bond and intimacy. The seed that Serena had planted in her heart began to sprout at this juncture. Regrettably, while these days were exquisite, they passed all too swiftly. Before long, the end of the summer camp arrived, and the time for their separation loomed. On the eve of their departure, aware that the children's camp was drawing to a close, Professor Oak organized a bonfire party to ensure that everyone could joyfully conclude the day. However, the thought of parting from Ash left Serena feeling dejected, lost in thought. Why do you look so glum at a time like this? If something's bothering you, do share, perhaps it will lighten your mood. Ash approached her, his expression teasingly playful. You're such a nuisance, Serena retorted, her earlier sadness dissipating as she lightly swatted at Ash in response to his teasing. His words eased the previously heavy atmosphere, making it less somber than before. All right, I won't jest any longer. I understand why you're upset. It's because we have to part ways, isn't it? But honestly, it's not such a grave matter. Separation merely paves the way for a better reunion. Ash reassured her, attempting to dispel her worries. Humph. It's easy for you to say. Do you have any idea how far Kalos is from Kanto? Once we part, we may never see each other again, Serena lamented, her sadness resurfacing. Let us do this. Professor has film and a camera. I'll ask him to take our pictures tomorrow. You can keep them. And if you ever miss me, just look at our photos. If that's not sufficient, we can always stay in touch. If I miss you, I'll call. And you can do the same, Ash suggested thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Really? Can we do that? Serena's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing Ash's words. Of course. Ash smiled warmly. But that still means we can't be together. Serena's voice trembled with emotion as she spoke. So that's what you're worried about. Don't fret. Once I turn 10 and become a Pokémon trainer, I'll travel the world. And Kalos will be on my itinerary. We'll meet again, Ash assured her. You better remember. Serena said softly, her voice laced with trust. Absolutely, Ash replied, reaching out to affectionately ruffle her hair. I believe in you. Serena blushed once more, completely captured by Ash's playful demeanor. As Ash gazed at Serena's flushed face, he found her irresistibly adorable, akin to a tempting little apple, evoking an urge to take a bite and savor its sweetness. Fortunately, he was aware of the legal repercussions of such thoughts and refrained from acting upon them, for he was a law-abiding citizen. Meanwhile, Shigeru, who had been silently observing, felt a mixture of disdain and envy, realizing he was no longer hungry and could forego dinner that night. Remarkably, he thought, if one could simply think of someone once a day, it would be as if they never needed to eat again. After chatting with Serena, Ash sought out Professor Oak to discuss the photo opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Professor Oak agreed, understanding the significance of Ash's request. This demonstrated the weight Ash held in the professor's esteem. Once he secured the professor's consent, Ash returned to Serena's side, resuming their light-hearted banter. Time flew by, and before long, another evening had slipped away. In the morning, Professor Oak and his assistants rose early, prepared breakfast, and called everyone to the table. After the meal, they began packing, and under Professor Oak's guidance, they followed Ash's suggestion to take group photos, which would be provided free of charge to each child. The children were elated, with the notable exception of Koharu's absence. Of course, Ash had his own ulterior motives. He requested the photographer to capture a special moment with Serena, as well as a picture with Professor Oak, who seemed eager to document what might serve as a witness to a future union. Meanwhile, Shigeru was pleasantly surprised to find himself engaged in a lively conversation with Koharu, appearing quite familiar with one another. Most crucially, this moment was discovered by his grandfather, Professor Oak, who insistently urged them both to pose for a photograph together. Although Shota was initially reluctant, Koharu was more than willing, and thus, the two found themselves in front of the camera. Despite Shota's unwillingness, he was forcibly pulled over by his grandfather for the photo, ultimately capturing a scene where the girl's beaming smile contrasted sharply with Professor Oak's jovial demeanor, while Shota displayed a sulky pout, embodying a sense of reluctance. It appeared as though Koharu was the granddaughter of Professor Oak, while Shota seemed merely like an unwilling bystander dragged into the frame. And so, the tale of the summer camp came to a close. This summer camp was nearly a resounding success, save for the absence of a certain dark-faced individual, making the experience all the more fulfilling. Chapter 16. Oh my, it's Grandpa Chi. Time flows like water, and if one is not vigilant, it slips away irretrievably. 4 years have elapsed since the conclusion of that summer camp, and Satoshi has now reached the age of 10, the age at which he is destined to embark on his journey. In Masera Town, the morning dawns bright and clear. The alarm clock rings incessantly, shattering the peaceful slumber of Satoshi and his yellow rodent companion. Both rise simultaneously, yawning in unison and rubbing their eyes before finally focusing on their surroundings. Their movements are perfectly synchronized, a testament to their familiarity. Once fully awake, they exchange greetings with one another. Good morning, Pikachu. Pika. Indeed, Pikachu has successfully evolved into its current form over the span of these 4 years, mastering the elusive technique of Thunderbolt, a skill that has remained potent despite its inception many years prior. Fortunately, the technique has not expired, allowing Pikachu to harness its power without any ill effects. Pikachu's South evolution took place 2 years ago on a tranquil night, transforming into a nocturnal version of itself. After exchanging greetings, they began tidying their bedding until it resembled a neatly stacked block of tofu, then finally vacated the bed, knowing that their next return may be months away. Pikachu leapt down, donning its unique attire, the Sasuke kimono. I am aware that this special appearance is typically reserved for female Pikachu, but this is a creation of the system, so please refrain from criticism. The Sasuke kimono was an item that Satoshi had obtained long ago, stored within the system's space, and could only be used post-evolution. At the time of acquisition, the system had already detailed its functionalities, indicating that only Pikachu could wear it, and it even bestowed upon it a unique ability, the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Yes, you read that correctly, the Sharingan from the Naruto universe. Furthermore, this Sharingan retains the full array of abilities typical of its kind. Given that the items produced by the system are inherently reliable, one need only understand their functions. Most importantly, this item requires no washing, as it possesses a self-cleaning feature and is indestructible, even against legendary Pokémon. This was the information provided to him when the system first granted it. After donning the Sasuke ensemble, Pikachu transformed into Sasuke Pikachu, adorned in a purple kimono, with the original Uchiha emblem replaced by a standard-colored Pokeball, and a small dagger hung from the purple sash tied around its waist, while its tail elegantly protruded, rendering Pikachu's appearance undeniably cool. Male onlookers couldn't help but exclaim about its handsomeness, while females gasped in astonishment, embodying the essence of a youthful Sasuke. Pikachu, you are becoming increasingly handsome, Satoshi remarked, unable to contain his admiration upon seeing Pikachu's new look. Pika. Pikachu waved a paw dismissively, as if to say it was merely a trivial matter. A few compliments, and you're already floating on air. If I were to praise you even more, would you explode? Satoshi chuckled, playfully stroking Pikachu's chin. Pikachu intended to retort, but Satoshi's years of practice in this affectionate gesture had rendered him adept. Coupled with Satoshi's growth as a skilled Pokémon breeder, his understanding of Pokémon deepened, allowing his chin strokes to become increasingly proficient. As a result, Pikachu was left speechless, overwhelmed by the sensation, and could only fix Satoshi with its round, copper-like eyes, leaving Satoshi feeling somewhat bashful under that gaze. All right, calm down, no need for anger, Satoshi laughed, pulling 3 high-grade energy cubes from his pocket as if performing a magic trick and offering them to Pikachu. Upon seeing the energy cubes, Pikachu eagerly devoured a few, gradually placating its mood. Seizing the opportunity while Pikachu was occupied with its snack, Satoshi utilized the system's functionality to check Pikachu's information. Pokémon, Pikachu, gender, male, level, 49 ability, talent, held item, none, moves, tail whip, thunder shock, thunder, thunderbolt, nuzzle, trick, sweet kiss, thunder wave, shadow clone, volt tackle, feint, quick attack, agility, special attire effect, 3-Tomo Sharingan. Stuck at the threshold of the Elite Four, unable to progress further? It seems that breaking through to the elite level is indeed a formidable challenge. Satoshi pondered as he examined Pikachu's panel, stroking his chin, ultimately letting out a sigh. Host, Satoshi, abilities, elite aura power, intermediate evergreen power, intermediate psychic power, super newcomer. Skills, photographic memory, elite energy cube creation, culinary skills, aura sphere, aura shield. Items, rare candy X55, Master Ball X1, triple experience card, stacked, for 3 years, Pokeballs X901, healing potions X523, all recovery types, learning opportunity for Rasengan, once. Learning opportunity for Dark Hole, once. Pokemon coins, 512, 306. Pokemon, Pikachu. It seems the title of Super Newcomer only disappeared yesterday, suggesting that it might have awakened overnight, likely linked to his vitality. Satoshi sensed that certain aspects of his body felt different, although he could not pinpoint exactly what had changed. After reviewing his panel and noting the abundance of Pokeballs and healing potions, he considered parting with some items he deemed unnecessary after his travels. Well, it's time to freshen up, Satoshi remarked, glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late. Let us go, Pikachu, he called out, leading Pikachu to the bathroom to commence their morning routine. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Satoshi gazed at his reflection in the mirror, noticing that the stubble on his face detracted from his appearance and decided it was time to shave. He retrieved a razor and carefully removed the layer of stubble. Taking a moment to tidy his tousled hair, he evaluated his reflection and was momentarily stunned. Wow, it's like I'm looking at the original protagonist, Chi, from my previous life, Satoshi exclaimed, realizing he bore a striking resemblance to the character. Wait, it seems I'm still missing something. Satoshi contemplated his reflection and quickly recalled what it was he needed to complete the look. He swiftly dashed into the bedroom, and when he emerged once more, a red and white cap adorned his head. However, it was not the cap from any anime. It was a pristine white one, devoid of any logos. After donning the hat, Ash gazed into the mirror, and it was not merely a resemblance. He appeared as if he had stepped out of the pages of a manga, an authentic embodiment of red. Satisfied with his reflection, Ash nodded approvingly. Everything was ready. He merely needed to finish breakfast before embarking on his journey. Chapter 17. The journey is about to begin. Ash, come down for breakfast. Just as Ash was lost in admiration of his reflection, he was jolted back to reality by Hanako's call from downstairs. All right, I'll be down shortly, Ash replied, snapping out of his reverie and hurriedly descending the stairs. Good morning, Mom. Ash greeted his mother cheerfully upon seeing her. Pikachu. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, energetically greeted Hanako in return. Good morning, Pikachu. Ash. Hanako smiled warmly upon Ash's arrival. Why did you wake up so late today? She inquired, her tone lighthearted. Ash typically rose at 5 in the morning, so his later wake-up time raised her curiosity. It's nothing really. I was just so excited about starting my journey that I stayed up late last night, Ash admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Pikachu nodded in agreement. I see. Well, hurry up and eat breakfast, or all the Pokémon will be taken. And it'll just be you and Pikachu on your journey. Hanako chuckled. It's fine. Pikachu and I are meant to travel together, whether or not we have the starter Pokémon, right, Pikachu? Ash said, glancing at Pikachu. Pikachu responded, patting its chest proudly. All right, since you've said that. I won't insist any further. Hanako waved her hand, conceding with a smile. With that, Ash exchanged a knowing glance with Pikachu, both sharing a smile before diving into their breakfast with zest. I'm full. After finishing, Ash made his way to the kitchen sink to wash the dishes. Just as he exited the kitchen, Pikachu finished its meal as well. Let us go, Pikachu, Ash called, donning his blue jacket and slinging the prepared backpack over his shoulder. Without hesitation, Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder. Mom, I'm off on my journey, Ash announced before departing. Okay, I understand. Be careful on the road, Hanako nodded. Then turned to Pikachu, saying, Pikachu, I entrust Ash to your care. Pikachu thumped its chest, assuring Hanako. I'll be the one taking care of him, Ash quipped, half amused. Then I'm off, Ash declared as he stepped outside. Take care, Hanako called after him as he departed. I know, Ash responded over his shoulder, gradually disappearing from her sight until he was out of view, at which point she returned indoors. I wonder if the League has approved my request for that Pokémon. Ash mused aloud as he strolled along the path. If they do, Pikachu, we'll have a new companion. Pikachu chimed in, sharing Ash's anticipation. Upon leaving his home, Ash's destination was Professor Oak's laboratory. Upon arriving, he spotted a familiar silhouette waiting for him at the entrance. How could he be so certain that this person was waiting for him? It was none other than his longtime rival, Gary. Based on Ash's understanding of Gary, his presence at the door could only mean one of two things. Either he had come to mock Ash or to challenge him to a Pokémon battle, as he wouldn't simply be loitering about. As expected, when Ash arrived, Gary's first words were a taunt. Ash, have you been possessed by a lazy spirit? You're so late that all the other Pokémon have already been claimed. I'm fine with just Pikachu, so you needn't worry yourself over it, Gary. Ash replied nonchalantly. Humph, let us hope that's true, Gary retorted, crossing his arms and falling silent. Since you've already picked your Pokémon, why are you still hanging around? What is the point? Ash inquired. Why should I tell you? Gary shot back defiantly. Oh, Ash, no longer willing to indulge Gary, continued toward Professor Oak's lab. Seeing Ash's determination, Gary grew anxious. I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you have something to say? Hurry up. I'm in a rush, Ash replied coolly. The Pokémon you applied for has been approved. Oh, I see. It really was approved. It seems we're about to gain another companion, Ash said, looking at Pikachu. Pikachu echoed, delighted at the prospect of finally being an older brother after 4 long years. Hey, I haven't finished yet, Gary exclaimed, hands on his hips, somewhat irritated. So what do you want? Ash asked again. Of course, I want to have a Pokémon battle, but it must be with your new Pokémon. You cannot use Pikachu. Gary quickly cautioned, fearing Ash would use Pikachu. Oh, what are you afraid of? Ash teased, recalling the Pokémon he had chosen with a light chuckle. Your Pikachu has been with you for so long. It's no longer a novice Pokémon. That is not fair in a battle. Gary's voice faltered slightly. Is that really the case? Are you sure it's not because you chose Squirtle? A slight smile graced Ash's face. Of course not. Wait. How did you know I chose Squirtle? You didn't even go inside to pick a Pokémon. Gary stammered, momentarily taken aback. Of course. If it weren't Squirtle, why would you be so resistant to Pikachu? Ash replied with a light laugh. Just say whether you'll accept or not. Gary, realizing he had been outsmarted, dropped the pretense and asked directly. Huh, you little rascal, you must have found out from your grandfather about the Pokémon I applied for from the league. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident to challenge me, Gary said, feeling embarrassed that Ash had guessed his thoughts accurately. As he cleared his throat to regain composure, a luxurious car suddenly pulled up, filled with several young women, who began calling out, Gary, you're amazing. Gary, you're the best. Cough, cough. I can't chat anymore. My girlfriends have come to pick me up. We'll discuss the battle next time. With that, Gary quickly made his escape. Unbeknownst to him, Ash had taken the opportunity to pull out his phone and secretly record the moment, crafting a video just as Gary departed with his entourage of admirers. After completing the video, Ash opened a chat application on his phone, QV, and located a girl with pink hair as her avatar. He promptly sent the video to her. You're in for a rough time. Ash chuckled to himself as he watched the direction where Gary had departed, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Having accomplished this, Ash decided not to dwell on Gary's impending fate and made his way toward the professor's laboratory. Chapter 18, The Journey Begins. As Ash arrived at Professor Oak's lab, he noticed the faint light still flickering within the room. Professor Oak must have pulled an all-nighter conducting research. Ash expertly opened the door, revealing the professor waiting for him. Good morning, Professor. Ash greeted as he approached with Pikachu by his side. Oh, it's you, Ash. What brings you here so late today? Professor Oak responded, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I got a bit too excited last night and lost track of time. Ash sheepishly scratched the back of his head in explanation. I see. Young ones ought to learn moderation, Professor Oak replied, casting a knowing glance at him. Ash thought, what does moderation have to do with being overly excited and staying up late? He quickly shifted the topic. Professor, has my Pokémon from the league arrived yet? His head ached at the thought, so he opted to get straight to the point. I was just about to mention that. How did you know? Professor Oak looked at him in surprise. Gary told me. On my way here, I thought the league wouldn't approve, but it seems they did after all. Ash chuckled lightly. Gary. No wonder. I didn't expect him to wait for you for so long. Professor Oak laughed softly, adding, Ash, don't underestimate your current status. You are a prodigy who became a professor at the tender age of 8. Applying for a Pokémon from the league is naturally a straightforward affair. Thank you, Professor, Ash replied with a sheepish grin, feeling a bit bashful. You cheeky boy. Professor Oak shook his head with amusement as he approached the control panel. Pressing a button, a hidden Pokeball rose slowly from amongst 3 others. Well, this is the Pokémon you requested, he said, gesturing toward the Pokeball. Thank you, Professor. Ash didn't rush to take it, but first expressed his gratitude. After all these years, you don't need to be so polite. Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively. Then I won't hold back, Ash said, finally moving to retrieve the Pokeball. As soon as his fingers touched the Pokeball, he eagerly released the Pokémon contained within. A beam of white light appeared, revealing a small, deep orange dog before them. Ash immediately activated the system's scanning function upon seeing the Pokémon. Pokémon, Houndour, gender, Male. Level 5, normal. Ability, Intimidate. Intimidates opponents upon entering battle, lowering their attack. Potential, near champion. Held item, charcoal. Moves, Morning Sun, Fire Fong, Leer, Ember, Howl. To his astonishment, it was a near champion level Houndour. The league was indeed generous. After perusing the systems panel, he couldn't help but marvel at the league's lavishness. Houndour, it's a pleasure to meet you. I shall be your family from now on, and I look forward to our journey together, Ash exclaimed, crouching down to present a prepared energy cube to Houndour. Pikachu, too, enthusiastically jumped down from Ash's shoulder to greet Houndour. Woof. Houndour obediently sat on the ground, wagging its tail excitedly at Ash and Pikachu, letting out a bark as a form of greeting. Soon, it was drawn to the high-grade fire-type energy cube in Ash's hand. In the league, it usually consumed medium-grade energy cubes, occasionally indulging in a high-grade one. Seeing the high-grade energy cube again filled it with excitement, and it devoured it eagerly. Woof. After enjoying the rare delicacy, Houndour barked joyfully and leaped into Ash's arms. The exuberance was palpable as it eagerly licked Ash's face. Ash, covered in drool, chuckled. This must be what they mean by a true licking dog. Pikachu observed the scene with amusement. Houndour had initially feared that its meals might diminish with a new owner. But upon tasting the energy cube, it realized that things were indeed looking up. It continued to lick Ash's face, its excitement unabated. All right, Houndour, that's enough. It tickles. Ash protested, feeling overwhelmed by the affectionate assault. He swiftly halted Houndour's antics. Obediently, Houndour ceased its actions and plopped down on the ground, gazing at Ash with an endearing expression. So, Ash, do you like it? Professor Oak inquired, approaching with a smile. Absolutely. Ash nodded affirmatively. That's wonderful to hear. Professor Oak responded, pleased to see Ash's enthusiasm. He then glanced at Pikachu, lost in thought. He recalled a time in his youth when he encountered a Pikachu much like this one, but the details had faded over the years. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Professor Oak roused himself from his reverie and retrieved 5 Pokeballs and a red Pokédex from his pocket, handing them to Ash. These are Pokeballs and the Pokédex. As my assistant, I trust one needn't elaborate further. Ash accepted the Pokeballs and the Pokédex, nodding in acknowledgement. From today onward, you are officially a Pokémon trainer. Go forth with your Pokémon and carve out your own destiny. Thank you, Professor. After expressing his gratitude, Ash placed the Pokeballs and the Pokédex into his pocket. Well, I shall take my leave, Professor. With everything in hand, Ash felt it was time to set off. Safe travels. Professor Oak offered his parting blessing. Goodbye, Professor, Ash exclaimed, and after the final farewell, he promptly recalled Houndour into its Pokeball. Farewell. After completing their final goodbyes, Ash, without hesitation, set off on his journey with Pikachu. Fortunately, Hanako did not summon an entourage of friends and relatives as in the original story. Instead, she remained at home. Thus, unlike the original tale, there was no one to see him off, sparing him the embarrassment. After all, Ash was not the same Ash from the original narrative, devoid of his social anxieties. Chapter 19, Bewitching Mist. With Pikachu having bypassed the initial encounters from the original story, this journey proceeded smoothly without the typical complications. On the contrary, during this journey, Ash encountered numerous fairies. Due to the low levels of these creatures, he opted not to utilize Pikachu, but instead relied on his Houndour for battle. From the very first skirmish, Ash activated a double experience card for the entire day. As the name suggests, this card allowed him to earn double the experience during battles. After a series of victories, Houndour swiftly ascended from level 5 to level 12. Being well aware of the events from the original story, Ash refrained from engaging with Pokémon like Spearow, which are known for their tendency to flock together. Otherwise, Houndour would have leveled up even faster. Houndour unleashed a flame wheel. However, just as Ash was about to defeat a Caterpie, the force of Houndour's attack sent the Caterpie flying into a patch of grass. As Ash prepared to search for the Caterpie to administer healing, he was startled by a thud, suggesting that the Caterpie had collided with something. Ah, what was that? Upon hearing the call, Ash sensed that he might have stumbled upon something troublesome. Sure enough, as he leaned in for a closer look, he discovered a Spearow, sporting a bump on its head, had been inadvertently struck by the Caterpie sent flying by Houndour. Realizing that he had unwittingly become embroiled in a case of false accusation, Ash contemplated fleeing, but was interrupted by the raucous cry of the Spearow behind him. Understanding that it would summon its fellow Pokémon, Ash wasted no time in recalling Houndour and commencing his escape. Following the Spearow's call, several more Spearows erupted from a nearby tree, accompanied by 2 formidable Fearows. Hearing the cacophony of voices, Ash couldn't help but glance back. Goodness, the situation had escalated. Originally, there were no Fieros in the story, yet now two appeared, prompting Ash to curse as he ran. He had initially hoped to leverage Pikachu's level, which rivaled that of a quasi-champion, to confront the foes, only to discover that they boasted two powerful Fieros. While Ash might have stood a chance against a mere Spearow, his system scan revealed that one of the Fieros was at level 40, nearly matching Pikachu's strength, while the other held an impressive level of 35. Coupled with the other Spearows, and considering Pikachu was merely at a semi-champion level, Ash realized he stood no chance against such odds. In the midst of his retreat, Ash hastily produced a rare candy and fed it to Pikachu. Instantly, Pikachu's level surged to that of a quasi-champion, exuding a formidable aura that commanded respect. To fortify his confidence further, Ash offered Pikachu 5 additional rare candies, elevating it by 5 levels, allowing him to finally feel prepared to confront the adversaries. Pikachu, Thunderbolt! Ash exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Pikachu leaped down, standing firm on the ground as its Sharingan activated. The crimson pupils glimmered with intensity, the 3 black tomos spinning within. Pikachu's 2 red electric sacs began to charge, unleashing a torrent of yellow lightning aimed directly at the level 35 Fiero with remarkable speed. The Fiero, upon spotting the approaching Thunderbolt, regarded it with a flicker of disdain, easily evading the attack. At such a distance, there's no way it could hit me. Yet, to its astonishment, the Thunderbolt executed an unexpected maneuver, curving back and striking the Fiero squarely. What should have been an easy dodge turned into a bewildering counterattack that left the Fiero utterly perplexed. Observing the Fiero's predicament, Ash couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of pride. This was the result of Pikachu's relentless training with the Sharingan. The purpose of activating the Sharingan was to expertly utilize its dynamic vision, enabling precise control over the unleashed lightning. After all, did anyone truly believe Pikachu would activate the Sharingan so freely without reason? The level 35 Fiero, after enduring Pikachu's full-force strike, was left scorched and emitting a delectable aroma of charred flesh. This tantalizing scent ensnared the attention of the nearby Spearows, who gazed longingly at the incapacitated Fiero, drool pooling in their beaks. As the other Fiero turned to check on its mate, it was incensed to find its companions staring at her with such unbridled hunger. Furious, the Fiero let out a piercing cry, rallying its companion's spirits. Ash, having keenly observed this turn of events, suddenly conceived a rather devious plan. The charred Fiero, finally regaining its senses, recalled the respect it usually commanded from its peers. Feeling infuriated by the audacity of the surrounding Spearows, enraged, it charged forward, determined to exact revenge on the human who had dared to strike its mate. The second Fiero, witnessing its partner's fury, was equally incensed and hastened to join the fray, eager to avenge its beloved. As Ash noticed the 2 Fieros leading their flock in a rapid pursuit, he seized an opportunity. Now, use confusion powder, he shouted, tossing a packet of powder at the perfect moment. This was a rare item he had obtained long ago, stored away in his system, waiting for the right moment to be employed. Upon encountering the powder, the 2 Fieros instinctively launched an attack. The female Fiero used her beak to disperse the powder, causing it to fill the air. Both Fieros inhaled the powder simultaneously. The ensuing events were not suitable for young audiences, and Ash planned to deal with the 2 Fieros last. Taking advantage of their disarray, Ash initiated an assault on the remaining Spearos, releasing Houndour to join the attack. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Houndour Ember. Together, Pikachu and Houndour coordinated their efforts, swiftly dispatching the majority of the Spearos, with only a few remaining in the sky. Just then, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a light rain began to fall. In this moment, Ash realized he possessed the means to eliminate all the remaining Pokémon in one fell swoop. Pikachu, Thunder! Ash bellowed, commanding Pikachu to unleash its ultimate move. Without hesitation, Pikachu complied, and a deafening roar of thunder erupted as a brilliant golden bolt descended from the heavens, striking the remaining Spearos with devastating force. With a single strike, all the fiery Spearos fell to the ground, leaving no survivors, while in Ash's mind echoed the system's notification of his Houndour leveling up. In that instant, Houndour ascended from level 12 to level 14 at an astonishing pace, akin to the thrill of a video game. Naturally, Ash was elated by Houndour's upgrade, and then he turned his gaze to the 2 Spearos still entangled in battle nearby, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Houndour, use Bite, he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than Houndour charged in, interrupting their fray. However, the elder bird was already exhausted from the lingering effects of the confusion powder, rendering it unable to resist, and both fell to the ground, becoming Houndour's experience fodder. Having triumphed over his adversaries and leveled up 4 times in succession, Ash found himself astonished at Houndour's newfound level of 18. Goodness, he exclaimed, gaining 13 levels in a single day is an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, he pondered the peculiarities of the situation, noting that the current scenario diverged significantly from the original narrative. In the anime, Spearows had never existed in this context. Now, with two unexpectedly appearing, he couldn't help but suspect that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could such a drastic change occur, doubling the danger he faced? Most critically, these Spearows possessed the strength characteristic of gym-level Pokémon, making it hard to fathom that this was not the result of external manipulation. Of course, the original story did not discount the possibility that these two Spearows had simply wandered away. After contemplating this, Ash glanced up at the overcast sky, with light droplets of rain falling, and promptly decided to seek shelter from the rain. Without hesitation, he scooped up Pikachu and set off at a brisk pace in search of a dry refuge. Chapter 20. First encounter with Misty after a brief shower. A gust of wind suddenly swept in from afar. An array of sunlight pierced through the layers of dark clouds, illuminating Ash and Pikachu. In that moment, they appeared as the first glimmers of light in the darkness, imbuing them with a sense of sanctity. Phew, the rain has stopped. Ash exhaled, watching the clouds disperse. However, it wasn't long before a vibrant rainbow emerged before him, arching across the azure sky. Pikachu, look, a rainbow! Ash exclaimed, eager to share the sight with his companion. Naturally, he wouldn't forget to release his other Pokémon from its Pokeball to admire such a beautiful spectacle. After letting Houndour out, he quickly took out his phone to capture the moment. Just as Ash finished recording videos and snapping photos, a magnificent bird resembling a Spearow glided across the horizon. Its vibrant plumage radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, and with a single call, the clouds above dissipated rapidly, allowing more light to flood in. Ash, along with Pikachu and Houndour, stood below, recording the scene with his phone. It seemed as if the legendary Ho-Oh had noticed the young trainer, as a brilliantly colored feather floated down from the sky, eventually landing before Ash. Unable to resist, Ash reached out and caught the feather that had descended from Ho-Oh. Observing the feather in his hand, he immediately accessed the system's features to learn more about it. Rainbow Feather, a feather imbued with the power of Ho-Oh. If worn by a Fire-type Pokémon, it provides a slight chance to learn Sacred Fire and qualifies them to become a Rainbow Warrior. Ash was astounded by the information provided by the system, realizing that the Rainbow Feather possessed such remarkable abilities. It was well known that Sacred Fire was an exclusive move of Nei and Ho-Oh, and the reason other Pokémon were unable to learn it was due to the absence of the Rainbow Feather. Upon realizing this feather could enable his recently acquired Houndour to learn this move, Ash's excitement surged. He swiftly retrieved a thin cord from his backpack to secure the Rainbow Feather and carefully adorned Houndour with it. Having completed this task, Ash returned Houndour to its Pokeball and continued on his journey toward Pewter City, engaging in battles along the way to make the most of the double experience card he had for the day. During a break by the lakeshore, Ash gazed at the tranquil waters, pondering whether he should capture a water-type Pokémon. Although his current roster differed from the original narrative, they shared a common vulnerability to rock-type Pokémon, which led him to consider the acquisition of a water-type to bolster his team. While Pikachu's strength would easily allow him to defeat the Pokémon of the Pewter Gym, Ash felt it would be more prudent to train another Pokémon for the challenge. After careful deliberation, he resolved to capture a water-type Pokémon as a key member of his team, ensuring a more stable approach to the gym battle and allowing him to train effectively before the upcoming Indigo Plateau Conference. Once he had made up his mind, Ash unhesitatingly retrieved an exceptional fishing rod from his system space, one that surpassed even advanced rods. This was an item he had obtained years ago and had never put to use, now repurposed for his quest to catch a strong water-type Pokémon. However, he suddenly realized, wait, I don't have any bait. Ash's heart sank at the thought of having the rod, but lacking the essential bait. Am I supposed to wait for a willing fish to bite? Over the years, he had acquired an array of peculiar items, yet the commonplace fishing bait had eluded him, leaving him somewhat frustrated. As he pondered this dilemma, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could use the energy cubes he had been crafting. He quickly took some water-type energy cubes from his pocket, crushed a few, and mixed them with water to create a makeshift bait. This method had been inspired by fishing enthusiasts he had watched in his previous life, although he had never tried it before, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy with such extraordinary creatures as Pokémon. You're using Pokémon food energy cubes as bait? Who taught you that? Misleading the youth. Suddenly, a female voice piped up from the side. Ash turned to see a short-haired girl with orange hair sitting on a bicycle, looking at the tools he had been using to crush the energy cubes with a critical expression. Ash stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. However, before he could respond, she continued, "If I find out who taught you this, I swear I'll give them a piece of my mind for not protecting the environment and leading others astray." Xiaoxia puffed her cheeks in annoyance, resembling someone with a deep-seated grudge against the individual in question. May I ask why using energy cubes to fish has become a means of environmental destruction? Aren't they food for Pokémon? Ash glanced at Xiaoxia, his gaze somewhat evasive, and timidly inquired. "I don't know, but if the experts say so, it must be true," Xiaoxia replied, a thoughtful expression on her face. Ash, upon hearing her words, felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. What does it mean that what experts say is always right? Don't they ever entertain doubts? Is the danger truly that significant? As a novice angler, I merely attempted what I saw a blogger do online, not realizing the risks involved. I sincerely apologize. I will pack up and leave immediately. Upon noticing her playful demeanor, with her vibrant orange attire and short hair, Ash recognized her and sensed she was likely joking, so he decided to play along. "Haha, I was just teasing you. I hope you don't mind." Xiaoxia laughed cheerfully, offering a sincere apology. "Oh, so that means fishing this way isn't harmful?" Ash asked. "Yes, indeed. It's perfectly fine. I just found it intriguing to see you using energy cubes to catch Pokémon and thought you might be a novice, so I came over to have some fun. I apologize for any misunderstanding." Xiaoxia clasped her hands together and tossed a bait to Ash with genuine intent to make amends. "Ah, I see. Then it's all good." Ash accepted the bait with a smile. "By the way, I'm Xiaoxia. What brings you to fish?" After introducing herself, she posed another question. "I'm Ash, from Pallet Town. The reason I'm fishing here is that my next destination is the Rock-type gym in Pewter City, so I wanted to catch a Water-type Pokémon." "Oh, I see. You're going to challenge the Pewter Gym?" Xiaoxia nodded, seemingly understanding. "Yes," Ash confirmed with a nod. Chapter 21, Lucky Card. As the two engaged in conversation, Ash's fishing rod began to tremble. Already a bite? With a slight tug, he reeled it in. To his surprise, a Magikarp surfaced. Curious, he accessed the system to check its details. Pokémon, Magikarp. Gender, female. Level, 15. Ability, Swift Swim, increases speed in rainy weather. Quality, ordinary. Held item, none. Moves, Splash. Tail Whip, Sonic Boom, Water Pulse, Tackle. A Magikarp. Xiaoxia exclaimed in amazement. What a pity, it's not the Pokémon I was hoping for. After reviewing the information, Ash felt disappointed and released the Magikarp back into the water. Not bad. You caught a fish so quickly using energy cubes for bait. That's way better than my first experience. Xiaoxia remarked with a smile. Haha, really? Ash replied, feeling a bit shy as he scratched the back of his head. Initially, Ash's actions seemed to pique Xiaoxia's interest, prompting her to linger by his side, wondering if he could reel in another catch just as swiftly. After all, watching a novice fish was quite entertaining, though she secretly hoped he wouldn't catch anything better than her own fishing skills, which she was well aware of. Meanwhile, Ash pondered that if he continued to catch only Magikarp and other similar Pokémon, it would waste valuable time for his training. Eventually, after much contemplation, he recalled a particular item he had acquired long ago, the Lucky Card, a card that promised a day of fortune, though its effects lasted only for that brief period. With that thought in mind, Ash promptly activated it in the system. In that very moment, his fishing rod trembled again. Another bite? So soon? Xiaoxia mused. Ash couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the Lucky Card, as he reeled in another catch almost immediately. Magikarp, Magikarp. Ash sighed internally upon seeing yet another Magikarp. Come on, at least give me a different Pokémon. With that thought, he released the Magikarp once more and cast his line again, this time seemingly under the influence of the Lucky Card. After another successful catch, he discovered it was not a Magikarp, but the result was still underwhelming. A Phoeba, really? He exclaimed. Could it be that the fish I caught before were fake? Is using energy cubes as bait truly the right approach? Xiaoxia began to question her own fishing methods upon witnessing Ash's rapid success. Pokémon, Phoeba. Gender, female. Level, 6. Ability, Swift Swim. Quality, outstanding. Held item, none. Moves, Splash. A Phoeba, if only its quality were higher, it would be worth raising, Ash lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. He possessed a skill card from an unknown world, which sounded formidable, but while Phoeba might not learn it, Milotic certainly could. After releasing the Phoeba, Ash patiently continued fishing, hoping to catch a Pokémon of decent quality worth training. Naturally, a shiny Pokémon would be even better, as shiny variants generally boasted superior qualities compared to their regular forms. After fishing for quite some time, every cast resulted in a catch, leaving Xiaoxia utterly astounded, her expression resembling that of someone bewildered. With Ash catching fish one after another, it was no surprise that she felt overwhelmed. However, Ash, despite his continuous catches, had yet to reel in a Pokémon that truly satisfied him, causing his mood to shift toward frustration. The best Pokémon he had caught thus far was merely a gym-level Magikarp, which, even if captured, would be ineffective in battles at a rock-type gym and lacked significant training potential, leading him to forego capturing it. Could this lucky card be some inferior product from the system? After all this time, there's been no sign of any real effect. As he reflected on the Pokémon he had caught that day, Ash's expression darkened. What luck! After all this time fishing, the best quality he had encountered was merely a gym-level Pokémon. The lucky card's effectiveness was nowhere to be seen. Ash gazed at the last water-type energy cube in the box and sighed deeply. From the outset, Xiaoxia had genuinely believed Ash to be a novice. However, after witnessing his rapid catches, she gradually realized that he had likely been teasing her the whole time. How ironic it is that she had previously consoled him, only to find herself the fool in the end. The mere thought of it caused Xiaoxia to cast a resentful gaze toward Xiaoji. At that moment, however, Xiaoji was entirely absorbed in his fishing endeavor, oblivious to the melancholic expression in Xiaoxia's eyes. Come on, my last hope, Xiaoji proclaimed dramatically as he secured the final water-type energy cube onto his hook. How cliché, Xiaoxia remarked. Chapter 22, The Shiny Kingler. As soon as the fishing rod, adorned with the energy cube, touched the surface of the water, it wasn't long before a fish was caught. This time, however, the fish seemed to possess considerable strength, pulling the line and creating splashes of water. Even the incredibly strong Xiaoji felt the strain. This one is a big catch, he thought, struggling to pull the rod and prevent being dragged into the water. Beside him, Xiaoxia was astonished to see a massive shadow emerge from the depths. Casting a surprised look at Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, you're incredibly strong," she murmured, captivated by the enormous creature, which was at least the size of a young boy. If she were in his place, she might have already been dragged below, becoming mere fish fodder. Xiaoji, too, felt the immense power of the creature beneath the surface. But fortunately, his strength surpassed it, preventing him from being pulled under. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt into the water, he declared, gritting his teeth as he made this decision. Pikachu. With a flash of red from its electric pouch, Pikachu released a bolt of electricity directly at the creature lurking below. Are you not afraid of being electrocuted? Xiaoxia asked in surprise upon hearing Xiaoji's command. Not at all, my fishing rod is made of fiberglass, which is non-conductive, Xiaoji explained with a smile. Oh, is that so? Xiaoxia replied, slightly taken aback, before nodding in understanding. As expected, the current emitted by Pikachu traveled through the line to the rod without shocking Xiaoji. However, the aquatic beings were not so fortunate. The kinglers and goldfish found themselves victims of an unexpected disaster, slowly surfacing with their eyes rolled back. The last to surface was a magnificent, shimmering kingler, its body glistening with golden hues, appearing lifeless as it clutched the fishing line in its mouth. Wow! Such a large kingler, and it's shiny, Xiaoxia exclaimed, utterly astonished by Xiaoji's catch. Haha, it's a piece of cake, Xiaoji responded gleefully, immediately accessing the system to check the creature's details. Pokémon, kingler, shiny, gender, female, level, ability, intimidate, increases speed when attacked or intimidated by dark, ghost, or bug-type moves. Potential, semi-elite, held item, none, moves, splash, tackle. Upon reviewing Kingler's information, Xiaoji's eyes sparkled with excitement. This hidden ability Kingler, upon evolving into Gyarados, would transform into a confident powerhouse, gaining an attack boost with each defeated foe, an impressive trait indeed. Moreover, this Kingler was not only twice the size of a typical Kingler, but also a shiny variant, making its rarity undeniable. The time to capture it was now or never. With this thought in mind, Xiaoji retrieved a friend ball and tossed it towards the Kingler, intent on capturing it. Normally, Kinglers tend to become quite aggressive upon evolving into Gyarados, so Xiaoji opted for the friend ball to ensure a smoother transition. This way, even if Kingler's temperament turned volatile post-evolution, the enhanced bond from the friend ball, coupled with the affinity from the ability, would mitigate any potential issues. Once inside the friend ball, the Kingler only shook twice before a resounding thud signaled its capture. I've caught the shiny Kingler, Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly as he approached the friend ball. You're incredibly lucky to have caught a shiny Kingler, Xiaoxia remarked, casting a look of envy towards him. After all, shiny Pokémon are rarer than their already uncommon counterparts, and even a single Kingler is a rare find, not something one stumbles upon easily. Just a stroke of luck, Xiaoji chuckled. Even so, are you sure you want to use Kingler in the upcoming battle at the Nibi Gym? Xiaoxia suddenly recalled Xiaoji's original intent, gently reminding him that Kingler was not particularly suited for combat. No worries, This Kingler is just a step away from evolving, so there's nothing to fret about. Xiaoji reassured her. Well, since you're so confident, I won't say more. I wish you all the best. Xiaoxia replied, feeling reassured by Xiaoji's certainty. Thank you. Xiaoji nodded appreciatively. By the way, are you heading to the Pokemon Center in Shurjin City? It's getting dark. Should we go together? Xiaoxia, feeling positively towards this new acquaintance, kindly extended the invitation while pointing at her bicycle. Is that really okay? I wouldn't want to impose. Xiaoji responded shyly upon hearing her suggestion. If I, a girl, can ride with no hesitation, what do you have to be shy about? Just say yes. I'm offering you a ride because it's getting dark, Xiaoxia replied, slightly annoyed. Hee, then I'll gladly accept. Xiaoji glanced at the sky, realizing it was indeed late, and agreed to accompany her. After they made their decision, Xiaoxia graciously dismounted her bike, allowing Xiaoji to take the seat. Once Xiaoji finished organizing his gear and approached Xiaoxia, he couldn't help but wonder if she merely wanted him as a laborer for the journey to Shurjin City. However, that thought quickly faded. As Xiaoji mounted the bike, Xiaoxia took her place behind him. The legendary cyclist of Kinema, Xiaoji, has arrived. Hold on tight, Xiaoxia, or you might fall, he said with a serious demeanor. What is Kinema? Xiaoxia asked, puzzled. Oh, it's a famous place, Xiaoji replied after a moment's thought. Listening to you is quite enlightening, Xiaoxia remarked. Oh dear, don't dwell on the details. Just hold on tight. I'm about to start. Xiaoji warned her once more. Phew, here we go. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia initially scoffed, but as the bicycle took off with a motorcycle-like sensation, coupled with the steep incline, she was compelled to hug Xiaoji tightly around the waist. Xiaoji, I understand your prowess now. Pedal slower. I'm scared, she exclaimed, trembling as she clung to his back. However, in a state of exhilaration, Ash selectively chose not to hear, maintaining his previous pace. Misty, unable to contain herself, let out a startled cry, too intimidated to take action. Meanwhile, Pikachu sat comfortably in the bicycle basket, reveling in the thrill of speed, occasionally letting out a joyful Pika Pika, clearly relishing the experience. Only Misty seemed to be suffering, frequently shouting her discontent. Thus, the group set off towards Pewter City. Chapter 23, Arrival at Pewter City. Late at night, Ash continued pedaling fervently on his bicycle, finally reaching their destination, Pewter City. As it was quite late, they did not encounter Miss Junsha, as depicted in the original story. Upon entering Pewter City, Ash gradually decreased his speed, pedaling normally towards the Pokemon Center. Misty, who had been clinging tightly to Ash, was oblivious to the fact that they had already arrived at their destination. She held on for dear life, fearful of being thrown off. Ash, unaware of Misty's state, continued pedaling towards the Pokemon Center. After a while, Ash finally reached the Pokemon Center and came to a halt. Misty, it's time to get off. Let go, he exclaimed. Immediately, Misty, filled with indignation, shook Ash's body vigorously, attempting to make him experience the discomfort she had just endured. Did you not hear me when I told you to slow down? Do you treat my words as mere whispers? Her refined demeanor had swiftly dissipated. After some time, Misty's anger finally subsided, though Ash was not faring any better. His eyes had turned into swirling orbs, as if he were about to be captured in a pokeball. Misty, please stop shaking. I'm feeling dizzy, Ash pleaded, clutching his spinning head. And you know what dizziness is? Did you ever consider my feelings while driving? Misty retorted, irate. I sincerely apologize. It was quite windy, so not hearing you is rather understandable, Ash replied, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Forget it. I won't hold it against you this time, Misty eventually conceded, choosing to let Ash off the hook. After securing her bicycle, she entered the Pokemon Center. Having endured several nights outdoors, she was eager to take a refreshing shower and enjoy a good night's sleep. Naturally, Ash had other plans for Misty, so he could not afford to be overly lenient. Finally feeling better, Ash exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking off his dizziness. Upon seeing Misty enter the Pokemon Center, he followed her inside, intending to check in with familiar faces at the phone booth. Thank you, Nurse Joy, Ash said as he approached her, entrusting her with all his Pokemon, including Pikachu. Understood, Nurse Joy nodded in acknowledgement, then called for Chansey, handing over the Pokeballs for her to manage. Please wait a moment. It will be finished shortly. If you have other matters to attend to, you may complete them first or wait for my notification to return, Nurse Joy smiled. All right, understood, Ash replied, nodding before heading to the phone booth area. He casually picked up a phone and dialed his home number. Not long after, Hanako quickly answered. Hello. This is Ash's mother. May I ask who is calling? Hanako, while applying a facial mask, hummed a tune, her mood seemingly quite cheerful. Mom, it's me, Ash, he called out, trying to draw her attention from the mask that had captivated her. Ash, Hanako exclaimed. hastily removing the mask from her face and leaning closer to the video phone. Where are you right now? I've arrived at Pewter City, at the Pokemon Center. Ash replied truthfully. Oh, my son is truly remarkable. You will surely surpass your father and grandfather as a Pokemon trainer. Hanako asserted confidently. Haha, I think so too. Ash nodded in agreement. Although he was unsure of where his father and grandfather were in the world, both lost in their own journeys. With his grandfather and father serving as precedents, Ash silently vowed that no matter what, he would bring that girl home and ensure a peaceful life in Pallet Town. Never leaving her side. Make sure to brush your teeth morning and night, eat well, and don't make me worry, okay? Hanako said earnestly through the video. I understand. I will take good care of myself, Ash assured her with a nod. Hey, where's Pikachu? Hanako scrutinized Ash's shoulder. Noticing the absence of the yellow rodent that had always perched there. Pikachu is currently at Nurse Joy's for recovery. He will be back shortly, Ash explained. Ah, I see. Hanako nodded in understanding. Mom, I have to hang up now. I need to report to Professor Oak as well. I won't keep you any longer. Ash concluded. All right. Go ahead. Hanako responded, wrapping up their conversation. Good night. Good night. After receiving her consent, Ash hung up and dialed Professor Oak. However, as he was dialing, the main computer at the Pokemon Center rang. Curiously, Ash turned to see Nurse Joy still occupied, seemingly unable to answer the call. Nurse Joy, you have a phone call. Ash called out. Ah, okay. Nurse Joy nodded, acknowledging Ash's reminder before answering the phone. Moshi Moshi. A screen rose from the wall, revealing Professor Oak, who had his back to the camera, a large beaker on the table, boiling noodles. Hello, Professor. May I ask why you called the Pokemon Center? Nurse Joy inquired, puzzled, as such a prominent figure had no previous connection with her. It's Nurse Joy. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. I primarily intended to reach a trainer who just arrived at your center. His name is Ash. Could you please assist in calling for him? I would greatly appreciate it. You flatter me. Nurse Joy smiled, ready to announce Ash's arrival over the intercom, but he had already appeared. Nurse Joy, the person the professor is looking for is me. Ash explained with a smile. Oh, it's you. Then I will leave it to you. I have to get back to work, Nurse Joy said before turning to leave. Ash nodded and focused on the video screen displaying Professor Oak. Professor. Chapter 24. Almost couldn't hold it together. Professor, are you indulging in junk food again? And if you keep boiling noodles in that beaker, it will never wash clean. The last time it was taken out, it emanated a distinct aroma of instant noodles. How could such a fine research tool be repurposed for cooking noodles? Ash placed his hand on his forehead, offering a considerate reminder. Ramen. Professor Oak, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, before swiftly turning around. Oh no, the camera and my noodles are about to be ruined. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Professor Oak redirected the lens toward himself, pretending as though nothing had transpired. I just received a message from your mother, stating that you have arrived in Pewter City. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Professor Oak attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Professor, I just got off the phone, Ash weakly retorted, feeling a surge of anxiety within. Well, actually, the Pokédex is equipped with GPS tracking. I happened to notice your Pokédex location had just arrived in Pewter City, so I called to check on you. Professor Oak explained, feeling an inexplicable dread at the piercing gaze Ash directed at him, prompting him to be quite forthcoming. Professor Oak seriously suspected that if he did not clarify, Ash would not let him off easy upon his return, compelling him to lay his cards on the table. So that's how it is. Ash exhaled in relief upon hearing the professor's explanation, simultaneously suppressing the urge to bestow a misfortune card upon him. Wait a minute. The Pokédex has GPS tracking. Why didn't you mention something so crucial? After a brief moment, Ash finally grasped the situation. That was simply an oversight. Professor Oak replied. The GPS tracking is primarily mandated by the League regulations. Should the Pokédex be lost, it cannot be replaced. However, Ash, you need not worry. Today was merely an experiment. If there is a next time, it will likely be when you misplace it. Fearing Ash might misinterpret the situation entirely, Professor Oak took the initiative to clarify. Is that truly the case? Ash found himself believing the professor's rationale. After all, Professor Oak's integrity was well established, making him worthy of trust. Indeed, Professor Oak nodded. After a moment of silence, Ash concluded that merely documenting his journey was not an issue. It was certainly preferable to the notion that he and the professor had something more significant going on. All right then, Ash conceded helplessly. By the way, how many Pokemon have you captured so far? Professor Oak inquired suddenly. If we exclude the Houndour, I've only caught one Pokemon, a rare shiny Gyarados. And it's considerably larger than the average Gyarados, Ash detailed, knowing full well that if the professor discovered he had captured only one Pokemon, he would undoubtedly be subjected to ridicule, Thus, he provided a thorough account. Initially, upon hearing that his most cherished assistant had captured merely one Pokémon, Professor Oak felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but his spirits lifted upon learning it was a shiny specimen and larger than usual, prompting him to stifle any potential jibes. Really? No wonder I chose you. Capturing a shiny Pokémon on the very first day of your journey. Professor Oak praised, giving a thumbs up. Heh, you're too kind. If you have the chance, remember to send it back for my research. Only after seeing Ash's delight did Professor Oak reveal his true intention. All right, I understand. Ash waved his hand dismissively, then pulled out his phone, opened the video he recorded today, and exclaimed, Professor, I encountered Ho-Oh today, and I even captured photos and video. My goodness, that is a legendary Pokémon that has never been sighted before, and you managed to record a video of Ho-Oh? You must send me those photos immediately. Professor Oak exclaimed, his noodles forgotten in the face of such monumental news. Professor, your noodles are about to ruin. Ash pointed out, reminding him gently. Oh no, my noodles. Professor Oak turned to confirm Ash's words, and indeed, his noodles had become a mushy mess. At that moment, the video call abruptly ended with a click, plunging the screen into darkness, severing their connection. In this day and age, one can't even cook instant noodles without ruining them. What a tragedy, Ash remarked, shaking his head in bemusement. Just as he was lamenting, Nurse Joy's voice called out. Mr. Ash, your Pokémon have been fully restored. Oh, that was quick, such efficiency. Ash responded, as Pikachu wriggled free from Nurse Joy's grasp, leaping into Ash's embrace. Did you enjoy your time with Nurse Joy, Pikachu? Ash asked, cradling Pikachu and smiling. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash approached her, accepting the Pokeball from her hands and expressing his gratitude. You're too kind, it's my duty. Nurse Joy replied politely. Regardless, I must thank you. Otherwise, Pikachu and the others wouldn't have recovered so swiftly. Ash reiterated his thanks upon receiving the Pokeball. Nurse Joy merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. After a long day, I haven't had dinner yet. I shall take my leave, Nurse Joy. Remembering he had yet to eat, Ash waved goodbye and headed toward the vending machine. Perusing the selection, he casually grabbed 3 loaves of bread and a bottle of Moo Moo milk, along with 2 regular bottles of milk. After purchasing these items, he set off to find Misty. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, have something to tide you over. Ash approached Misty, offering her one of the bottles of milk and a loaf of bread. Thank you, Misty replied softly, accepting the food. No need for thanks. Ash chuckled lightly before devouring his own bread and milk. However, before he could finish, the Pokémon Center's alarm suddenly blared. Warning, a Pokémon thief gang has invaded Pewter City. Please remain vigilant. Pikachu, prepare for action. Ash instructed his companion. Pikachu tilted its head, somewhat confused by Ash's words. Suddenly, the ceiling's glass shattered, and 2 Pokeballs fell from above. The Weezing and Ekans burst forth. Chapter 25. A missed opportunity of 500,000. Weezing. The rotund Weezing wasted no time unleashing a cloud of smoke. Who goes there? Ash inquired with a smirk. Playing along. Since you have so sincerely asked, we shall benevolently inform you. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world. We are the charming and delightful villains. Jesse. James. That's right. Meow. Ash replied nonchalantly. Is that all you have to say? That's all. Meowth looked at Ash with a puzzled expression. Since you've finished, it's now my turn, Ash said with a light chuckle. You little kid. Do you think you have lines too? James questioned, bewildered. Of course not. I'm just here to send you on your way, Ash clarified, shaking his head. You've got quite the attitude for a little brat. Jessie huffed, hands on her hips. No need for words. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Humph, little brat. Do you think you can resist us with just an electric mouse? Jessie scoffed at Ash. In essence, our ambition is to capture esteemed and rare Pokémon, not the ubiquitous electric mouse that pervades the streets. Kojiro nodded in agreement. Pikachu, with its electric sacs brimming with energy, a surge of yellow lightning crackled down. Gas Bomb, Mud Bomb, Arbok, Poison Sting. The Weezing unleashed a torrent of black sludge aimed directly at Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Simultaneously, Arbok fired a Poison Sting, both attacks converging upon Pikachu's Volt Tackle. The 3 energies collided with a tremendous explosion, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Ash calmly commanded, unperturbed by Team Rocket's 2-on-1 onslaught. As Arbok drew near, it was met with a constricting embrace. Weezing, pursue with malicious intent. The duo responded swiftly, issuing counterorders. Initially, they felt secure in their advantage, but upon witnessing Pikachu's lightning-fast speed, they were swiftly enlightened. By the time they realized it, Their Pokémon had been dispatched one by Pikachu's quick attack. Both Arbok and Weezing sent flying, with nary a chance to retaliate. Nanny? How can the electric mouse be so swift? Kojiro exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. There are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers, Ash proclaimed with a confident stance, embodying a rather polarizing adage. Curse brat, don't get too cocky. Meowth, it's your turn. Musashi gritted her teeth, gesturing towards Meowth. Ugh, you are all utterly useless. Defeated by a mere electric mouse. Ultimately, it falls to me. Meowth, appearing exasperated, stepped forward with a resigned demeanor. Come on, let me show you my prowess. I can't be bothered to waste more breath on you. Take care. Ash shrugged, finally declaring, Pikachu, use Electro Ball. Pikachu confidently nodded, a sphere of electricity forming at its tail before being launched forth. Meowth, eyeing the incoming Electro Ball, nervously swallowed, ultimately steeling itself to intercept the attack with its claws. Mew Mew. Upon contact, Meowth was instantly electrified, its fur singed and charred. The Electro Ball erupted, sending Meowth hurtling aside. Meowth. Both Kojiro and Musashi cried out in unison. Fear not, you'll be the first to depart, Ash reassured them. Pikachu, finish them off with thunder. As the words left his mouth, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire Pokémon Center. With a resounding crash, Kojiro and Musashi were blasted away, their expressions a mix of disbelief. What an awful sensation. The two lamented as they soared into the distance. Meanwhile, Meowth, witnessing this, gazed at Ash with terror, as if facing a notorious villain. Completely oblivious to its own villainy. This electric mouse is absurdly powerful. Meowth mused. After dispatching Team Rocket, Ash noticed that their Pokémon still remained. Upon spotting Meowth, a thought struck him. There was a provision in the league that rewarding trainers with 250,000 Poke Dollars for capturing members of Team Rocket to deliver to Nurse Joy. Goodness, I've just squandered $500,000. He lamented inwardly. Had he only considered utilizing the opportunity, he wouldn't have missed out on such a fortune. Yet, he reassured himself that such chances were not singular, or else he would have truly lost that 500,000. With a final glance at Meowth, Ash's lips curled into a slight smile. Feeling the weight of Ash's gaze, Meowth shivered, sensing a foreboding presence, unsure if it was merely a figment of its imagination. What are you plotting, Meowth? It questioned, trembling as it huddled with Arbok and Weezing in a corner. You three are a collective. Should you return like this, it may not bode well for you. Ash teased with a mischievous grin. What do you want from us? Meowth, bewildered, struggled to discern friend from foe. Pikachu, thunder. Send them off together. Ash tenderly instructed. Pika Pika. Pikachu complied obediently, unleashing another thunder. Meowth, Arbok, and Weezing clung to one another, trembling as they became shooting stars, ultimately vanishing from sight. A family should be united. Ash observed the trio transformed into meteors, nodding in satisfaction. Take care. Our next encounter will likely be at Nurse Joy's. He waved farewell to the departed Meowth, leaving without a trace. Chapter 26, The Force of World Correction. Ash, Pikachu, are you alright? Misty approached with concern. We're fine. Thank you for your concern, Misty. Ash replied with a shake of his head. Thank you, Ash the trainer. Had you not intervened against Team Rocket, the damages to the Pokémon Center would have been substantial. Nurse Joy expressed her gratitude with a bow. Haha. It's merely what trainers ought to do. You're too kind, Nurse Joy, Ash said bashfully, scratching the back of his head. After all, in the original narrative, the protagonist had nearly reduced the Pokémon Center to ruins. This time, they had only shattered a few ceiling tiles. Or else Nurse Joy would hardly have been so at ease in her expressions of gratitude. Ash, your Pikachu is incredible, Misty exclaimed after Nurse Joy departed. Naturally, my Pikachu has been with me for 4 years. Its strength speaks for itself, doesn't it, Pikachu? Ash explained while affectionately ruffling Pikachu's fur. The gesture elicited a delighted cry from Pikachu, nearly overwhelming it. You and Pikachu share a wonderful bond, Misty observed, a hint of envy in her voice. Well, it's getting late. I must continue my journey tomorrow, so I want to keep you. Ash glanced at the clock in the Pokémon Center, realizing the late hour, and offered a gentle reminder to Misty. Good night. Ash bid farewell, leaving with a charming silhouette and a wave. Okay, good night, Misty replied. But by the time she reacted, Ash had already departed. The following morning, Ash rose at his usual hour of 5 o'clock, heading to the training grounds for his morning exercises, accompanied by both Growlithe and Pikachu. Meanwhile, Magikarp was engaged in a series of speed drills in the lake, aiming to enhance its velocity and evasion abilities. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Magikarp had only been captured the day prior, and the other Pokémon had yet to become acquainted with one another. Therefore, Ash took it upon himself to facilitate an introduction between his Pikachu and the newly acquired Magikarp. In his eagerness to expedite the evolution of the Magikarp, Ash also offered it a rare candy, which elevated its level by 1. However, such an enhancement through external means like the rare candy was inherently superficial, necessitating a period for the Pokémon to acclimatize to the sudden influx of power within. This was precisely why Ash refrained from administering 2 candies at once to hasten its evolution. After a rigorous training session alongside his Pokémon, Ash diligently oversaw their progress. Only after witnessing their successful completion of all exercises did he begin to recall them into their Pokeballs. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash prepared to feed them. At that moment, Misty, who had just awakened, joined him for breakfast. Following their meal, they each prepared to embark on their separate journeys. However, just as Ash was readying himself to depart, a startled cry from Misty broke the tranquility. "Ah, where has my bicycle gone?" Misty exclaimed, glancing at the spot where she had left her bicycle only to find it missing. Ash, intrigued by her distress, approached her. "What is the matter with your bicycle?" he inquired, having only caught a vague mention of the word bicycle due to the distance. "My bicycle is gone. It seems someone has stolen it," Misty lamented, her expression one of utter disappointment. Ash furrowed his brow in response. "What a coincidence. Don't worry, I have a Houndour with me. I can have it help you search for it," he offered, attempting to comfort her. However, Misty's expression did not brighten. Rather, a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. "I already called Miss Juniper, and she's coming to resolve the issue. I doubt my bicycle will be found anytime soon," she explained hurriedly. "Is that so? Then I suppose I need to assist," Ash mused thoughtfully. "Yes, indeed. The absence of my bicycle complicates my travel plans," Misty replied, her face etched with concern. "Perhaps you should wait for Miss Juniper's update before setting off," Ash suggested. "Absolutely not. That would waste an inordinate amount of my time," Misty retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Very well, then I shall help you search for it now," Ash declared, releasing Houndour without further ado. "Hey," Misty exclaimed, intending to intervene. But it was too late, as Houndour was already out. "Houndour, my friend's bicycle was stolen last night. Please assist her in locating it," Ash instructed. Without a moment's hesitation, Houndour approached Misty to catch her scent, and, being a Pokémon from the League, it quickly took action, darting off in a specific direction. Ash followed suit without hesitation. Misty, resigned to the unfolding events, trailed behind them, seemingly abandoning her resistance. Guided by Houndour, they eventually halted at a narrow alley near the Pokémon Center. "Bark! Bark!" Houndour called out into the alley. Ash joined Houndour, peering into the darkened passageway. After glancing at Houndour, he retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight to illuminate the area. To his astonishment, he spotted a wrecked bicycle discarded in the alley. "What in the world happened here?" Ash exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. At that moment, Misty approached, her earlier anxiety replaced by outrage upon seeing the state of her bicycle. "That's my bicycle. I can't believe it's in this condition," she cried, unable to contain her frustration. "Judging by its state, it seems your bicycle is beyond repair," Ash remarked, observing its twisted and mangled form. "It appears that Pokémon like Machoke may have caused this damage," Ash speculated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Stop talking. How did my bicycle end up like this?" Misty lamented, her heart heavy at the sight of her once prized possession now rendered useless. "What will you do now that your bicycle is in such disrepair?" Ash queried. "What else can I do? Better to turn it into scrap and salvage some money from it," Misty replied, the words escaping her lips in a moment of frustration. "Do you need assistance with that?" Ash asked, his heart softening at the sight of her despondence. "If you could, I would greatly appreciate it," Misty responded without hesitation. Ash's lips twitched in a slight grimace, yet he acquiesced, helping carry the bicycle to the scrap yard where it was exchanged for a small sum. With no share for himself. "Now that your bicycle is gone, what will you do?" Ash inquired once more. "Can I travel with you? I aspire to become a water-type Pokémon trainer, and I wish to explore. Is that all right?" Misty summoned her courage to ask. Ash, taken aback, thought to himself, is this the world's way of correcting itself? No escaping it. Although he felt inclined to decline, he remembered how Misty had previously aided him with her bicycle, making it difficult to refuse. Moreover, without Misty, could it truly be called an adventure? With that in mind, Ash finally agreed, "Of course. Welcome aboard." Thus, the two set off together on their journey. Chapter 27, The Reckless Bug Catcher. Having departed from the Pokémon Center in Pewter City, Ash and Misty journeyed towards Pewter City. As they traversed the Viridian Forest, Misty frequently encountered bug-type Pokémon such as Caterpie and Metapod, causing her, who harbored a deep-seated fear of insects, to shriek in terror without pause. It was no wonder that the original anime protagonist, Ash, found her cries grating. Even the current Ash began to feel a tinge of irritation. After all, Misty's voice was quite loud, bordering on shrill, and it was enough to give Ash a headache. Fortunately, Ash chose not to argue with her over this matter. After all, it was quite normal for girls to fear insects. However, Misty leaning against him made for an uncomfortable experience, as her elbow jutted into him unceremoniously. "Ah, a bug," Misty shrieked once more. "What now? Is it a caterpie or a metapod this time?" Ash asked, his patience wearing thin. "It's a metapod." Misty pointed shakily at a metapod not far ahead. "Oh, for heaven's sake. I can't take this anymore," Ash exclaimed, exasperated. Though the metapod was a good 100 meters away, he couldn't fathom her level of fear. Why the need for such a commotion? Ash could not help but silently scoff, unable to ignore the sheer power of that voice. It felt as though his ears might succumb to deafness. "I see it. I see it. I shall resolve this immediately." Upon uttering these words, Ash summoned his Houndour and instinctively accessed the system to check the opponent's credentials. As he perused the basic information of the caterpie, his eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, a golden legend. Pokémon, caterpie, gender, male, level 3. Ability, shed skin, protected by the shed skin, it is unaffected by additional effects of moves. Potential, champion, held item, none, moves, poison sting. String shot, bug bite. A caterpie with champion level potential, an exceedingly rare species. It must be captured, no one shall impede this endeavor. He recalled that within his system space lay a sniper ability enhancement card, which could be employed once the caterpie evolved into a Beedrill. The synergy of bug-type instincts and the sniper dual ability combination promised exhilarating attack bonuses. Furthermore, training a Beedrill was quite straightforward. One merely needed to cultivate its speed and attack to nurture a formidable physical attacker. Who wouldn't desire that? Serendipitously, he possessed a Mega Stone for Beedrill in his possession, making the prospect even more enticing. "It's settled then. Go, Houndour," Ash proclaimed as he hurled the Pokeball. Upon Houndour's emergence, it fixated its gaze on the caterpie with an intense, almost vengeful glare. As the descendant of a ferocious Beedrill, the caterpie could not withstand such provocation and defiantly returned the stare, exuding a spirit of defiance. "Houndour, greet it with Flame Wheel," Ash commanded without hesitation. Following the instruction, Houndour curled into a wheel-like shape, engulfed in orange flames, and charged towards Caterpie. Yet, the Caterpie, displaying remarkable bravery, did not flinch at Houndour's advance. Instead, it retaliated by spewing out white silk in an attempt to hinder the Flame Wheel's assault. However, this effort proved futile, merely managing to delay Houndour for a second before being engulfed by the flames. Within that fleeting moment, Caterpie could not gain any advantage and was swiftly defeated by Houndour. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash produced a Pokeball and tossed it, effortlessly capturing the Caterpie within. After a mere 2 shakes, the Pokeball thudded with the sound of successful capture. "I have caught a Caterpie." Just as Ash picked up the Pokeball, he noticed something amiss in a nearby thicket. Someone was concealed within. Upon glimpsing the individual hidden in the grass, Ash's memory surged back to the anime's narrative. The thought of releasing his champion-level Caterpie, coupled with the smug expression of that person, ignited a surge of agitation within him. Although the original storyline no longer bore much relevance to him, his desire to confront this individual remained unabated. After all, who would tolerate such arrogance? Allowing another's Pokémon to escape while adopting an air of superiority? Clearly, this was someone who had evaded the harsh realities of life. Thus, Ash resolved to impart a lesson. "It's decided," he affirmed with a nod, then swiftly vanished from sight, startling Misty behind him. "What the? Are you performing a disappearing act?" In an instant, Ash reappeared behind the samurai youth, placing a hand firmly on his head, forcing his face down into the ground with great pressure. "What are you doing lurking here with a prohibited weapon? Are you attempting to rob someone?" Ash inquired with righteous indignation. "I am not a robber." "Ouch, ouch." The samurai youth's face was pressed into the earth, a rather uncomfortable experience, especially as Ash's grip tightened. The ground was undoubtedly sandy, and with Ash's forceful rubbing, it became painfully abrasive against his skin. "If you're not a robber, then why are you bearing such a dangerous weapon in this place? If you're not a robber, what else could you be?" Ash interrogated with fierce intensity. "I am merely a Pokémon trainer, waiting here for trainers from Pallet Town to complete their challenges." The samurai youth, feeling the pressure of Ash's grip intensifying, hurriedly explained. "Oh, is that so?" Ash replied, observing that the lesson he intended for the youth had nearly reached its conclusion. He eased his grip, ultimately deciding to release him. After all, the explanation sufficed, and his anger had been alleviated. Once freed, The samurai youth stood up, visibly displeased, casting a furious glare at Ash as if he bore a deep-seated grudge. Naturally, the youth harbored resentment. After all, he had been unjustly treated, and anyone would feel discomfort in such a situation. Fueled by indignation, the samurai youth drew his sword, seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. You dare to draw your blade and attempt a sneak attack? You truly are a robber. Ash's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of menace. Chapter 28, Revelations of Capability. The samurai youth opened his mouth, intending to retort, but Ash would not grant him the opportunity to speak. With swift precision, he evaded and pinned the youth back to the ground. It seems sending you to Miss Juniper would be the most prudent course of action, Ash muttered to himself. Wait, please don't send me to Miss Juniper. I understand my mistake. The samurai youth panicked at the mention of Miss Juniper, pleading for mercy. Oh, why is that? Is it due to your possession of a prohibited weapon? Or perhaps your own conduct is questionable? Ash inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the youth. Upon hearing the youth's words, Ash recalled a regulation within the league. Carrying dangerous restricted weapons could lead to penalties. Given the youth's panicked demeanor, it suggested he had indeed violated this rule. Judging by his frantic reaction, Ash suspected that something far more sinister lurked beneath the surface. Thus, he decided to take the initiative and personally interrogate the youth. The samurai's expression shifted to one of alarm, indicating there was indeed something troubling concealed within his past. After all, why else would he react so fearfully upon hearing he might be sent to Miss Juniper? Forget it. I'll send you to Miss Juniper for her to investigate with her psychic Pokémon. After all, you have already committed an offense, so it seems reasonable. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Ash suddenly remembered his own psychic abilities, particularly the skill of hypnosis, which would allow him to extract the truth from the youth. Upon contemplating the matter, Ash could not hesitate any longer and swiftly put his plan into action. His eyes gleamed with a cerulean light, and before long, the warrior youth began to exhibit signs of mental stupor at a visibly alarming rate. Now speak. What transgression have you committed that has instilled such fear of Miss Junsha in you? Ash inquired, wielding his psychic abilities to probe the young warrior's mind. I was involved in the trafficking of Pokémon and the illicit sale of controlled weapons, and I fear imprisonment, which is why Miss Junsha terrifies me, the young warrior replied. His demeanor vacant. Goodness, you appear rather honest at first glance, yet you have committed 2 serious offenses. It is no wonder you are so frightened of Miss Junsha. Ash mused, understanding at last the source of the youth's trepidation. The gravity of these 2 crimes combined could easily result in a prison sentence of over 2 years. With no upper limit to the term, the League has consistently opposed the illegal trafficking of wild Pokémon, and the duration of incarceration increases proportionately with the number of Pokémon involved, potentially exceeding 10 years if the circumstances are severe. It is little wonder that the individual before him is so fearful. As for the trafficking of controlled weapons, while it is somewhat less severe, it could still add 3 years to his sentence if the situation is grave. Thus, if both offenses are considered severe, the cumulative sentence could amount to at least 13 years in prison. No wonder the warrior youth was so frightened. Ash initially surmised that the young man was in a rather serious predicament. Of course, Ash had no intention of intervening further. He intended to hand the matter over to Miss Junsha, as he was not a professional in such matters. Professional issues should be left to professionals. At that moment, Misty, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached. Ash, what was that about? She inquired. Yes, it is precisely as you imagined. Ash nodded in affirmation. Initially, he had wished to keep his abilities concealed. However, after considerable reflection, he concluded that since he would be traveling with Misty for an extended period, the revelation of his psychic powers was likely to surface eventually. Whether revealed now or later made little difference, and having read the original story, Ash believed himself to have a fair understanding of Misty's character. Hence, he resolved to confess the existence of his powers to her sooner rather than later. Indeed, I am a psychic. That was a form of teleportation, one of my abilities, Ash elucidated. Wow, Ash, you are truly a psychic, Misty exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. After all, individuals with such abilities are quite rare among humans, and the mere opportunity to witness and interact with one left her utterly amazed. I never thought I would encounter a psychic. It is simply incredible, she marveled. That may be a bit of an exaggeration, Ash chuckled lightly, retrieving a length of rope from his backpack to bind the warrior youth, preparing to escort him to Miss Junsha. Was that blue light in your eyes a manifestation of your psychic abilities? Misty began to chatter incessantly, bombarding Ash with questions upon learning the truth. Fortunately, Ash's spirits remained high, and he patiently answered her inquiries without a hint of annoyance, clearly aware of the ramifications of revealing his powers. Meanwhile, The bound warrior youth was compelled by Ash's psychic influence to lead them toward the city of Nibi. Had an ordinary person attempted to wield psychic abilities in such a manner, they would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet Ash was no ordinary individual. He possessed 3 distinct abilities and could successfully convert his remaining powers into psychic energy whenever one was nearly depleted. Thus, under the guidance of the bewildered warrior youth, Ash and Misty finally arrived at the city of Nibi in less than 2 days. Chapter 29, An Unfathomable Malice. Guided by the warrior youth, Ash and Misty effortlessly reached their destination, the city of Nibi. Nevertheless, Ash, having expended considerable mental energy controlling the young warrior's psyche along the journey, finally relaxed upon sighting the city. However, this very relaxation led to a sudden weakness in his legs, nearly causing him to collapse. Thankfully, Misty had been vigilant and quickly caught him, resulting in Ash tumbling into her embrace. How uncomfortable, Ash thought as he fell into Misty's arms, but soon thereafter, he lost consciousness completely. Time passed unmeasured, and when Ash next regained consciousness, he found himself reclined on a hospital bed, the air saturated with the scent of antiseptic. Ouch, that hurts, Ash groaned, clutching his head in discomfort. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that he was among several hospital beds, occupying one of them. To his surprise, he noticed someone sleeping beside him, their presence unmistakably that of Misty, who appeared to be slumbering soundly. It was evident that she had remained by his side since the previous night, never leaving, as evidenced by her current position. Observing Misty's peaceful slumber, Ash felt reluctant to disturb her. He quietly descended from the bed, akin to a thief in the night, and immediately sought out his travel backpack. After retrieving it, Ash donned a red jacket from within. With his attire complete, Ash contemplated leaving the hospital room to find something to eat. However, a glance at Misty, who was still fast asleep, made him hesitate. Remembering her vigil over him throughout the night, he felt it would be impolite to depart without acknowledging her presence. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reached into his backpack and draped a blue jacket over her shoulders. With this act of kindness complete, Ash ventured out to procure some food. Upon his return, he bore 2 loaves of bread, a packet of ketchup, and 3 servings of milk. First, he approached Pikachu, who was nestled comfortably in a purple outfit, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then gently called out, "Pikachu, it's time to eat." Ash produced a high-grade electric energy cube from his system space, dabbing it with a bit of ketchup and presenting it before Pikachu's nose. Despite hearing Ash's call, Pikachu remained unresponsive, likely due to the soft tone of Ash's voice. However, once Ash placed the ketchup-laden energy cube in front of him, Pikachu caught a whiff of the delectable aroma. Pikachu groggily opened his bleary eyes and, upon realizing that the enticing object before him was indeed his beloved ketchup-covered energy cube, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Pika!" he exclaimed, now fully aware that his master Ash had awakened, and expressed his surprise. "Shoo, Pikachu, be quiet. Misty is sleeping. We don't want to wake her," Ash cautioned, noticing that Pikachu's voice had risen a bit too loud. However, his counsel came rather too late, for Xiaoxia had already awakened. Pikachu, what's wrong? Are you hungry?" she inquired while rubbing her eyes, mistakenly believing it was Pikachu's hunger that had roused her. It was only when she lifted her head that she realized it was Ash who had come to consciousness. "Oh, Ash, you're finally awake," Xiaoxia exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise upon seeing him. "Pika Pika." Pikachu, noticing that Xiaoxia was also awake, boldly called out in response. "You all seem to be acting as if I've been unconscious for quite a while," Ash remarked, his expression one of mild confusion as he observed Xiaoxia and Pikachu. "You've been unconscious for 2 whole days and nights. If it weren't for Nurse Joy merely attributing it to extreme fatigue, I would have thought something serious had happened to you. Thankfully, you're all right now," Xiaoxia said, patting her chest in a gesture of relief. 2 days and nights? Have I truly squandered so much time?" Ash furrowed his brows upon hearing Xiaoxia's words. Having lost 2 days that could have been devoted to strengthening himself was indeed disheartening. With the Indigo Conference merely 6 months away, the thought of having wasted even a moment was painfully vexing for Ash. "By the way, what about that warrior? Did you hand him over to Miss Junsha?" Ash suddenly recalled the warrior boy they had captured and could not help but ask. "I did," Xiaoxia nodded in affirmation. "Did you collect the bounty for reporting him?" Ash inquired further. "Huh, what bounty?" Xiaoxia was taken aback by Ash's question, clearly caught off guard by this gap in her knowledge. "You must be aware that the League offers bounties to encourage citizens to report criminals, right? If you successfully report one, you could earn a whopping 250,000 poke dollars. What did you think I went through the trouble of bringing him to the police station for?" Ash looked at Xiaoxia in disbelief. It was one thing for others to be unaware, but as a member of a gym trainer, it was astonishing that she didn't know. I didn't know? Xiao admitted, lowering her head, somewhat sheepish under Ash's scrutiny. Observing her demeanor, Ash realized that Xiao had indeed neglected to collect the bounty, and he couldn't help but sigh. If you didn't get it, then so be it. If you're unaware, then it's not worth fretting over, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Adopting a resigned expression. Although it was somewhat regrettable that she missed out on the bounty, the looming presence of Team Rocket began to sour his mood anew. If Team Rocket were to become aware of Ash's thoughts at that moment, they would likely be cursing him out. Even if they were oblivious now, it would merely be a matter of time before they ended up in trouble. Meanwhile, the trio of Team Rocket, situated at a distance, suddenly felt an inexplicable malignancy enveloping them. Musashi, Nyarth, do you feel that? Kojiru was the first to voice his concern. I do feel it. Musashi nodded in agreement. I feel it too, Nyarth chimed in, equally disturbed. What an unpleasant sensation. They all echoed in unison. Chapter 30. The evolution of Magikarp due to the necessity of escorting the warrior boy to Miss Junsha. Ash had not captured any Pokémon nor engaged in a single battle along the way. Consequently, apart from his Caterpie, which had evolved into a Metapod by consuming energy cubes, all of Ash's other Pokémon remained at their previous levels, lacking any notable progress. When he used the special candies, Ash felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling how many candies Shigeru had devoured in their youth, which brought him some distress. The thought of such a miraculous item that could elevate Pokémon's levels being consumed in such a manner was understandably disheartening. While he lamented this, Ash was more curious about whether Shigeru had actually evolved into a humanoid deity after consuming so many candies. Should that be the case, Ash would have to consider capturing him with a Pokeball, given that he had consumed so many of his precious candies. It would be rather unreasonable if he didn't become his Pokemon. As Ash pondered this casually, Shigeru, far away, suddenly shivered, sensing an ominous premonition. I wonder what that guy is doing now. Does he possess even a fraction of my prowess? Shigeru murmured as he gazed toward the direction of Viridian City. Oh well, as my lifelong rival, he should be formidable enough by now. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Yet, since the day I embarked on this journey, I have been plagued by an ominous feeling. It seems to worsen by the day. Is it merely my imagination? Shigeru reflected on the unsettling feelings he'd experienced since the start of his travels. What should have been a joyous day, filled with excitement for his journey, was overshadowed by an ever-present sense of foreboding. Shigeru, what are you thinking? Share your thoughts with us. It might brighten our spirits. Yes. Shigeru chuckled. Oh, it's nothing significant, just musing over trivial matters. Let us set aside those thoughts. For now, let us enjoy the journey. With that, he embraced the two lovely companions beside him and burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Ash was having breakfast with Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, please wait for me at the Pokémon Center. I need to make a quick trip to the riverbank, but I'll return shortly, Ash stated after finishing his meal. Oh, all right. Hurry back, Xiaoxia replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. After leaving her with those words, Ash began to jog. Upon reaching the bustling street, he found himself at a loss, unsure of which way to go. He randomly stopped a passerby to inquire about the nearest lake, river, or stream, and upon receiving directions, he tipped the person generously and hurried off. After some searching, he ventured a little outside the city and discovered a secluded stream with scant human presence. Ash, ever vigilant, used his instincts to assess the surroundings, and once he confirmed that it was safe, he released his Magikarp. Magikarp, this is the kind of candy you had last time. Consume it, and you shall evolve. I will also provide you with something along the way to enhance your potential. This is crucial. So you must endure until the end of your evolution, understand? Ash spoke earnestly to Magikarp. Magikarp, with its vacant, blank stare, appeared utterly clueless as to whether it comprehended him. Fortunately, Ash possessed psychic abilities that allowed him to understand the Pokémon's thoughts through telepathy. After receiving Magikarp's silent acknowledgement, Ash felt assured enough to feed it the special candy. As the Kingler consumed the wondrous candy, a dazzling light of evolution suddenly enveloped her, so brilliant that even in the daylight, it nearly blinded Ash's titanium alloy eyes. Fortunately, within the chaotic confines of Ash's all-purpose system backpack lay a pair of sunglasses, which he adeptly retrieved and donned. After this, Ash extracted another item from the system space, a small indigo pearl, reminiscent of the glass marbles he played with in his childhood. This tiny indigo pearl, a remnant from the awakening of Kyogre a million years ago, contained 1% of Kyogre's power. After undergoing system modification, it could be consumed by water-type Pokémon, significantly enhancing their innate qualities, with a slight chance of inheriting the power stored within Kyogre, thereby learning Kyogre's exclusive move, Origin Pulse. Ash had acquired this pearl during his childhood while accompanying Professor Oak to Celadon City for a research project, earning it through a special sign-in. Remarkably, Ash possessed 10 such divine resources within his system space. Come, Kingler, consume this pearl, and you shall complete your evolution. Ash placed the indigo treasure into Kingler's mouth. Upon ingesting the pearl, Kingler, who had been suppressing the light of evolution, finally relinquished her restraint. The dazzling light of evolution enveloping her began to radiate as her form slowly expanded, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive height of 8 meters. Ordinarily, one would expect the light of evolution to dissipate once the transformation was complete. However, instead of fading, the white light surrounding Kingler began to transform into a mesmerizing blue hue, a most peculiar phenomenon. It was evident that the indigo pearl was indeed exerting its influence. Chapter 31, Dragon's Roar. Encased in the azure glow, Kingler suddenly let out a thunderous roar. As time progressed, the blue light gradually receded, revealing her magnificent, red-hued form. Upon completing her evolution, the newly transformed Gyarados unleashed another deafening roar, reverberating through the air. Ash, gazing at the imposing Gyarados before him, felt an unprecedented sense of security and found her strikingly majestic. Seeing the successful transformation, Ash promptly opened the system panel to examine the evolved details. Pokémon, Gyarados, Shiny. Gender, female. Level, 30. Ability, Overconfidence. Defeating an opponent boosts confidence and increases attack. Potential, Semi-Divine. Held item, None. Moves, Bounce, Tackle, Bite, Scary Face, Twister, Thrash, Hydro Pump. Ice Fong, Water Pulse, Dragon Tail, Origin Pulse. Wow, truly, the Indigo Pearl from Kyogre is extraordinary, elevating her by 10 levels and enhancing her potential by 3 tiers. Plus, she has learned Kyogre's exclusive move, Origin Pulse. The system is absolutely remarkable. Kyogre is incredible. After reviewing the system panel, Ash erupted in excitement, his composure fracturing under the weight of his elation. However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling that there was another skill stored in the system space. One that was perfectly suited for Gyarados, Dragon's Roar. This formidable move could conjure water spouts in any environment, even on land. The reason it was not named Water Spout, but rather Dragon's Roar, was due to the requirement of summoning at least 3 water spouts, with the number of spouts increasing alongside the Pokémon's strength. Without hesitation, Ash located the skill in the system space and applied it to Gyarados. Unable to contain herself, Gyarados instinctively unleashed the skill. Suddenly, 3 water spouts erupted from the nearby stream, whipping up a tempest that wreaked havoc in all directions, drawing in any nearby objects with astounding destructive power. As the water spouts surged toward Ash, a powerful suction threatened to engulf him. Pikachu, alarmed by the unfolding chaos, Pikachu began charging electricity on Ash's shoulder, preparing for a thunderous attack. Ash, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, quickly regained his wits. Just as he contemplated using teleport to escape, the dragon's roar abruptly dissipated. This left both Pikachu and Ash bewildered. What just happened? I thought Gyarados was about to unleash chaos upon us, and I was ready to teleport. Ash exclaimed. Pikachu added, I had my thunder ready, but now this? Gyarados, noticing Ash's perplexed expression, revealed a teasing demeanor, clearly indicating her mischief. However, she quickly masked her expression, adopting a concerned look as she inquired if Ash and Pikachu were unharmed. This behavior left Ash and Pikachu rather displeased. It was uncommon for a Pokémon to toy with its trainer right after evolving, unless it was that Charizard. The disgruntled duo exchanged glances, communicating silently. Ash thought, she's being mischievous. Perhaps you should teach her a lesson with thunder. Otherwise, it might undermine your status as the superior Pokémon. Pikachu nodded in agreement. I concur wholeheartedly. Understanding each other's sentiments, Pikachu found justification within himself and feigned an inability to control his powerful move. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking Gyarados. The electric current interacting with the water amplified the damage, causing Gyarados to cry out in anguish. Once she regained her composure, Pikachu sheepishly approached Gyarados, apologizing profusely for the unexpected shock. Ash could not help but commend Pikachu's acting skills, which were truly impressive. He had not intended to discipline Gyarados in such a manner. After all, he had utilized friendship balls and frequently employed the move friendship to foster goodwill. It was disheartening to witness such behavior post-evolution, yet Ash had anticipated such occurrences. As Professor Oak's esteemed assistant, he was well-versed in the documentation regarding Gyarados, aware that every Gyarados carried a propensity for aggression encoded within their genes upon completion of evolution. Thus, he had long anticipated the occurrence of such a situation. Upon reflection, it seemed rather unreasonable to expect a foundation of a year's worth of emotional connection after merely a few days of companionship. Ash resolved to persist in his attempts to communicate with Gyarados, believing that the harmonious energy of the power of eternity would surely enable Gyarados to open its heart to him. After all, there was a precedent. Gyarados had initially intended to display its wrath, but upon sensing the formidable presence of Pikachu and the potency of the recent attack, it faltered, adopting a submissive demeanor. Casting a cautious glance at Pikachu, it was unavoidable. The disparity in their levels was simply too great, with a full 25 levels separating them, compounded by the type advantages, leaving it no choice but to relent. Pikachu, I am your elder brother. This is my elder brother, and my elder brother is your elder brother. From now on, you must heed the words of your elder brother. Did you hear that? After imparting this lesson to Gyarados, Pikachu leapt back onto Ash's shoulder, patting Ash's shoulder in front of Gyarados as it spoke. Gyarados, upon hearing this, weakly nodded, adopting the posture of a subservient spouse. A stark contrast to its earlier mocking demeanor, its former pride utterly diminished. Big brother, I have dealt with her for you. As a psychic with the ability to understand Pokémon speech, Ash easily comprehended their words. He glanced at the timid Gyarados, then at the already skewed portrayal of Pikachu that diverged from the original narrative, and fell into contemplation, pondering, has this Pikachu been led astray by me? No. This cannot be my fault. It must be Pikachu's issue. Yes, indeed, it is Pikachu's problem. Ash stroked his chin, fervently denying any responsibility. Chapter 32. The Power of Martial Arts Trainer. Your Pokémon have been restored. Please take them. Nurse Joy presented all of the Pokeballs to Ash. Thank you very much. Nurse Joy, Ash replied as he accepted them, expressing his gratitude. You are too kind. This is merely my duty, Nurse Joy smiled. Ash nodded, taking his Pokeballs, and turned to see Misty waiting not far away. Ash. Upon spotting Ash with the Pokeballs, Misty waved her hand and called out. I'm coming, Ash replied, strolling towards her at a leisurely pace. Once they reunited, the two set off towards the Pewter City Gym, eager to challenge it. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The Pewter Gym. The gym was adorned with a rocky facade, unmistakably indicating its type. However, upon their arrival, they noticed a man standing at the entrance. Uncle Wunong, what brings you here? Misty inquired upon seeing the man. Wunong? Is this really Wunong? I had fainted, and now I'm somehow associated with him. Next, will Brock be joining me on my journey? Ash thought, incredulous upon hearing the man's name, though he did not dwell on it. It's you two. Wunong turned to face Ash and Misty. Do we know each other? Ash asked, somewhat puzzled. I almost forgot to mention. It was Uncle Wunong who carried you to the hospital. Otherwise, how could I, as a girl, manage to carry a boy? Misty explained, blushing as she scratched her head in embarrassment. I see. Ash responded, then turned to Wunong. Thank you for your assistance. I am very grateful. He bowed slightly to express his appreciation. No need for such formality, Wunong replied flatly, then produced a card reader from his pocket and presented it to Ash. The service fee is 1,000 Poke Dollars. Would you prefer cash or card? Both Ash and Misty were momentarily taken aback by Wunong's words. Ahem, when I carried you. My business suffered that day, and it took some effort, which is why I am charging, Wunong explained, seemingly concerned that they might misunderstand. After hearing this, Ash, who was not short on funds, wasted no time and promptly retrieved a card from his backpack to pay him. Misty had intended to dissuade Ash, but his decisiveness left her no opportunity to react. All right, it's done, Ash said. Wunong was momentarily stunned by Ash's resolve. He glanced at his card reader, a sudden thought surfacing in his mind. Was he about to be shortchanged? Thank you, Wunong acknowledged after receiving the payment. Are you here to challenge the Pewter Gym? Yes. Ash nodded. Then you must give it your all. The gym leader here is a remarkably powerful trainer, Wunong remarked, casting a meaningful glance towards the gym behind him. Is that so? I feel rather sympathetic for this gym leader. I heard that their father went missing while pursuing the dream of becoming a Pokémon master, leaving them to care for 10 younger siblings alone. It is indeed tragic how a single parent can shatter a family, Ash expressed with a sorrowful look. Upon hearing Ash's words, Wunong fell into a profound silence. Each of Ash's statements struck him like daggers, igniting a deep sense of guilt within him. Is the Pewter Gym leader truly that unfortunate? Misty said sympathetically, glancing at the gym. Indeed, to have such a father, it is quite pitiful, Wunong replied, his demeanor despondent. However, I believe the gym leader must still hope for their father's return. Regardless of what their father did, they would likely choose forgiveness. For they would not wish for their younger siblings to grow up without a father at such a tender age, Ash remarked. casting a meaningful look at the pewter gym before directing a significant gaze at Wu Nong. Ash's words were not mere conjecture. After all, Brock in the original story did not harbor hatred for his father upon their reunion, making Ash's sentiment far from trivial. Noticing Ash's gaze, Wu Nong was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though this seemingly young boy understood his identity. Contemplating this notion left Wu Nong feeling incredulous, but upon further reflection, he realized he had no recollection of ever meeting such a person. Moreover, the boy appeared to be merely in his teens. How could he possibly have known him back then? Thus, he quickly dismissed the thought. Regardless, I must sincerely thank you once more for your earlier assistance, Mr. Wu Nong. I am now going to challenge the gym. Until next time, Ash expressed his gratitude again and proceeded towards the pewter gym. Goodbye, Uncle Wu Nong. Until we meet again. As Xiaoxia closely followed Xiaoji into the Nibi gym, only Wu Ning remained behind, lost in profound contemplation. Upon pushing open the grand door of the gym, Xiaoji was greeted by an all-encompassing darkness. To illuminate the surroundings, he summoned his Houndour, which exhaled small flames to provide light. It's so dark. Why is this gym shrouded in such gloom? Xiaoxia couldn't help but express her discontent as she surveyed the pitch-black interior. Perhaps it's because the gym leader has to support his numerous younger siblings. To save on expenses, he likely refrains from turning on the lights. I suspect he'll only illuminate the place once we step inside, Xiaoji offered with a nonchalant explanation. Wow, Xiaoji, you are truly perceptive, Xiaoxia remarked, her understanding of Brock's situation aligning with Xiaoji's words. It's nothing extraordinary, it's merely human nature. The more one experiences and contemplates, the more one understands. Xiaoji replied with a smile, acknowledging her comment. After their brief conversation, they took a few steps and soon reached the center of the gym. Chapter 33, The Challenge of Nibi Gym. Should one choose the gentle and kind Miss Joy or the spirited and graceful Miss Junsha? Both seem equally difficult to choose. Perhaps I should opt for both? No, that would make me appear quite unprincipled. I can't do that. Sitting upon a large rock, Brock contemplated deeply, torn by indecision. With an extraordinary sense of hearing, Xiaoji, even from 100 meters away, caught the murmurings of Brock's inner turmoil. I never imagined you, Brock, would be so conflicted. Where has that single-minded Brock I once knew gone? Xiaoji thought to himself, mentally giving Brock a thumbs up after overhearing his musings. Upon noticing the commotion outside, Brock quickly composed himself and adopted a serious demeanor. As they ventured deeper into the gym, a light unexpectedly flickered on amidst the darkness. There sat Brock on the rock, his expression grave as he scrutinized Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. Who goes there? He inquired abruptly. I am Chong, the super rookie from Masera Town, known as Xiaoji, Xiaoji declared, instantly stepping into character. Pika, perched on Xiaoji's shoulder, Pikachu, adorned in a purple kimono that fluttered in the non-existent breeze, crossed its arms and called out a few times, exuding an undeniable coolness, truly embodying the essence of a protagonist. Oh, that is a Pikachu style I've never seen before. It looks quite impressive. Brock quickly noticed Pikachu's stylish appearance. Pikachu, well, you have a keen eye? I appreciate you. Pikachu responded with pride upon hearing Brock's compliment. Xiaoji, understanding Pikachu's words, could only roll his eyes, thinking, you little rascal. You've gotten a bit too cocky. Meanwhile, Xiaoji's conviction regarding Pikachu's current mindset grew stronger. Goodness, this Pikachu has undoubtedly been led astray. It's all that Shigeru's fault for corrupting my Pikachu. I must teach him a lesson the next time we meet. In the distance, Shigeru, embraced by his two girlfriends, sneezed suddenly. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Back to Xiaoji. Is the lady beside you here to challenge me as well? Brock intended to refer to her as Miss, but upon observing her figure, he abruptly changed his wording, showing no interest. Not at all. I'm here to watch him challenge you, not to participate myself. Xiaoxia shook her head. I see. Brock nodded, seemingly enlightened, then turned to Xiaoji. The rules of the match are 2-on-2. A party loses if all its Pokémon are unable to battle. Is that acceptable? No objections, Xiaoji replied with a nod. Then let the match commence. After confirming the rules, Brock snapped his fingers, and the arena's lights illuminated instantly. My first Pokémon is this one Geodude. He threw a Pokeball into the arena, and a gray, round Geodude appeared. Upon seeing Brock's Pokémon, Xiaoji grinned widely. It settled then. He produced his Gyarados' Pokeball and tossed it into the arena. With a resounding roar, a massive, shiny red Gyarados emerged, its entrance commanding respect. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a Gyarados, let alone a shiny one. You've got some impressive luck. Brock remarked enviously at the sight of the shiny Gyarados. It was merely a stroke of luck, Xiaoji chuckled, modestly scratching his head. But not everyone can boast such fortune as yours. Brock merely smiled, refraining from further banter as he launched his attack. Geodude, use Sandstorm. Gyarados, unleash Whirlpool. Geodude initiated a Sandstorm, unleashing a flurry of sand across the field, while Gyarados, with a powerful torrent, trapped Geodude within the swirling waters. Excellent. Geodude dig. Brock, seizing the opportunity, seemed to plan for a prolonged battle using the Sandstorm. Gyarados, use Water Pulse into his hole. Xiaoji countered without hesitation. Oh no, Geodude, get out. Brock suddenly shouted. Geodude began digging frantically into the ground, vanishing from sight. Gyarados, with its elongated body, merely bent and leaped into the hole Geodude had just excavated, directing a Water Pulse attack downwards. In no time, Geodude was propelled out of the hole by the force of the Water Pulse, appearing quite flustered, though Geodude emerged. The position of Gyarados allowed it to quickly exploit Geodude's vulnerability, landing a punch to its abdomen. Roar! The Gyarados cried out in pain from the hit. Well done, Geodude. Brock praised his Pokémon enthusiastically. Just then, Xiaoji suddenly commanded Gyarados, surf. Gyarados' momentum surged, and it lunged towards Geodude with incredible speed, catching it utterly off guard. I was careless. I didn't react in time, Brock lamented, covering his forehead. Geodude, retaliate with Stomp. Yet, Geodude remained motionless. Could it be? Did it trigger the 20% flinch chance? Brock quickly realized the situation as he watched Geodude fail to move. This was a special effect of Surf, which had a 20% chance to inflict a negative status, rendering the Pokémon unable to act for a turn. However, that was not the worst of his troubles. Gyarados, Ice Fang. Xiaoji commanded decisively, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. As Gyarados attacked, Geodude was caught in the Whirlpool's aftermath. Gyarados executed Ice Fang with perfect timing, landing a critical blow that triggered 6 times the damage and inflicted freezing, causing Geodude to faint on the spot. Xiao Gang gazed silently at the now incapacitated and frozen Geodude, a tumult of thoughts swirling within him, particularly one question that lingered, unvoiced. As he regained his composure, he withdrew Geodude into its Pokeball and cast a meaningful glance at Ash. This is absurd. Chapter 34, The First Badge. Upon vanquishing Geodude, Gyarados suddenly let out a thunderous roar, a clear manifestation of overconfidence. It seems you came prepared, remarked Xiao Gang, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the roaring Gyarados. As a Pokémon breeder, he was quite aware of the circumstances surrounding Gyarados' recent display. If I am not mistaken, your Gyarados possesses the hidden ability Intimidate, doesn't he it? Indeed, the gym leader of Pewter City has a keen eye, Ash responded with a mere smile. This is troublesome. Xiao Gang mused to himself as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After all, regardless of the situation, water types had a quadruple advantage over all his Pokémon. And now with the boost from Intimidate, the challenge had escalated significantly. For a fleeting moment, he entertained thoughts of surrender. But the realization of his role as a gym leader rekindled his resolve. Alright then, my final trump card, Onix. He hurled forth his last Pokémon, revealing a colossal Onix, composed of massive gray boulders, which landed with a resounding thud, a testament to its terrifying weight. The two titans, both standing 8 meters tall, glared at each other, each unwilling to back down. Gyarados, use Water Gun. Ash seized the initiative. Onix, dodge and counterattack. Xiao Gang reacted promptly, demonstrating his seriousness. Gyarados unleashed a torrent of water, its target fixed on Onix. Anticipating the assault, Onix began to twist its massive body around the surrounding rock pillars, utilizing them as shields against Gyarados' attack. While Onix successfully evaded the water gun, Ash adjusted his cap, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. What is this move? Does Gyarados even know it? Xiao Gang was momentarily taken aback, his confusion evident. As a Pokémon breeder, he had never encountered this move, and his first instinct was to question its validity. However, his unease quickly dissipated as Gyarados executed the move. With a resounding roar, the crimson-bodied Gyarados raised its head and unleashed a fierce cry towards the ceiling, summoning 3 water spouts that wreaked havoc upon the surroundings. The pillars that Onix had relied upon as shields were obliterated, leaving the arena devoid of any cover. Xiao Gang, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain his excitement. Wow, I can apply for repair costs from the league again. Time to treat my younger siblings. Yet, his exhilaration was short-lived, as he quickly remembered that his Pokémon was still engaged in battle. Nanny, as the realization struck him, he saw Onix being battered by the 3 water spouts, his earlier enthusiasm plummeting to despair. The winds generated by the whirlpools howled fiercely, and having experienced this before, Ash instinctively pressed down on his hat to prevent it from being blown away. Before long, Onix succumbed to Gyarados' overwhelming attack, defeated in a single blow. The quadruple damage struck true, and the move's effectiveness was unparalleled, culminating almost instantaneously. Watching his incapacitated Onix, Xiaogang let out a heartfelt sigh as he retrieved it into its pokeball. "You fought valiantly, Onix," he murmured, gazing at the ball in his hand. Ash, observing Gyarados reveling in its victory, chuckled with a hint of exasperation. "Roar, I want a feast," Gyarados exclaimed, casting a glare at Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. "All right, I get it," Ash replied, promptly recalling Gyarados into its pokeball. Pikachu, feeling slighted by Gyarados' rudeness, shrugged in resignation, embodying the elder brother's weariness over the antics of a younger sibling. "Pikachu, what are you doing?" Ash chuckled at Pikachu's antics, unable to suppress his amusement. Pikachu shook its head, expressing sadness over the younger sibling's lack of understanding. All right. Thank you for being a good big brother. I'll treat you to some ketchup later," Ash said, stroking Pikachu's chin. "Pika." At the mention of ketchup, Pikachu's demeanor brightened instantly. "You share a wonderful bond with your Pokémon. You are indeed a remarkable trainer," Xiaogang remarked as he approached from a distance, having observed the exchange. "Of course. I've been with Pikachu for 4 years now. Our bond is strong, right, Pikachu?" Pika. Pikachu, perhaps buoyed by the prospect of ketchup, proudly thumped its chest in agreement. "For years is quite a long time. No wonder your bond is so strong. What about your Gyarados?" Xiaogang inquired with newfound curiosity. I caught her only recently." Ash, aware of Xiaogang's intentions, fabricated a small lie. "Is that so? May I inquire about the move your Gyarados used just now?" Xiaogang pressed further. "Honestly, I don't know either. I only discovered she knew that move when I caught her." Ash continued to feign ignorance. After all, he was wary of revealing the existence of the system, fearing that if the League discovered it, he might find himself subjected to experimentation by Professor Oak and others, which would be far from ideal. "I see," Xiaogang acknowledged, sensing Ash's subtle hint to cease questioning, disappointment creeping into his demeanor. "This badge, a symbol of your victory over me and a token from the pewter gym, now rightfully belongs to you," Xiaogang said, extending a badge resembling a stone to Ash. "Thank you." Ash accepted it with gratitude. "You're welcome. You earned it," Xiaogang replied, shaking his head in modesty. It was undeniable that this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable trainer, one who could defeat his ace, Onix, in merely 2 rounds, a feat he had never before witnessed. Even with a type advantage, he had never faced a trainer as formidable as Ash. Chapter 35, A Father's Love. "Xiaogang, do you still wish to become a breeder?" Suddenly, a figure entered through the door, calling out to Xiaogang. Ash, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Has Wu Ning figured it out so quickly? "Father!" Xiaogang exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief as he recognized the figure at the door. "Xiaogang," Wu Ning said, lowering his head in shame, his voice filled with remorse. "I'm sorry for all the hardships you've endured over the years." "No, I'm perfectly fine, Dad, as long as you are back." Tears streamed down Xiaojiang's face as he beheld his father once more. The father and son were reunited, exchanging a profound silence, with only a heartfelt embrace to alleviate the longing that had accumulated over the years. After a moment, they released each other. "Thank you for your inspiration, my son. Without it, I might never have returned." Wu Ning turned to Xiaoji, expressing his sincere gratitude. "It's nothing, Uncle Wu Ning. You're being too polite. I merely mentioned it in passing." "Never expecting you to be the father of Xiaojiang," Xiaoji replied, shaking his head. "Regardless, I must still thank you." Wu Ning spoke earnestly. "Uncle Wu Ning, you truly don't need to thank me. I believe that even without my input, you would eventually find your way back to Xiaojiang," Xiaoji said, gazing into Wu Ning's sincere and fervent eyes, feeling a bit shy as he scratched the back of his head. "Young man, may I ask a favor of you?" Wu Ning suddenly inquired. What is it?" "I would be more than happy to assist you, Uncle Wu Ning," Xiaoji replied, quickly realizing that Wu Ning was in need of a caretaker. "Xiaojiang, I regret the years that my absence has hindered your pursuit of dreams. As your father, I feel deeply remorseful. Now that I have returned, I wish to ensure that your younger siblings are well cared for, so you can venture boldly into the world," Wu Ning said, patting Xiaojiang's shoulder, his heart filled with guilt. "Dad," Xiaojiang said, his emotions surging, tears flowing uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. "Wu Ning," he said, the two locking eyes. Xiaoji, unsure of what to do, pulled out some sunflower seeds and shared a few with Pikachu. Thus, the boy and his Pokémon observed the touching embrace between the father and son, munching on seeds and appearing quite content. After their heartfelt reunion, Wu Ning turned to Xiaoji, who had somehow acquired sunflower seeds. He looked slightly puzzled. Where did those seeds come from? Seeing that the embrace had concluded, Xiaoji quickly stowed the seeds away in his pocket. Xiaoji, I entrust Xiaojing's care to you. Wuning stated solemnly. Absolutely, I will. Xiaoji assured earnestly, though inwardly he thought, who is really taking care of whom? It's a free opportunity. So why not take advantage of it? Then I leave it in your capable hands. Wuning nodded. Dad, wait. I still have something to say. Xiaojing suddenly called out to Wuning, who was preparing to leave for his travels. Huh, what is it? Wuning turned, somewhat puzzled, expecting a grievance. He lowered his head and said, feel free to express any complaints about your useless father. It may ease our hearts. That is not it. Actually, it's this. Xiaojing pulled out a small notebook and handed it to Wuning. Jiro likes red miso, Saburo prefers white miso, and my little sister enjoys a mix. Also, Goru likes red bean soup, and Mimi loves corn chowder. As Wuning listened, the information overwhelmed him, and he scrambled to write it down. As Xiaojing continued to rattle off more details, Wuning, feeling lost, interjected, Xiaojing, hold on a moment. Please write all this down at home and bring me a copy later. I can't possibly remember all of it right now. All right, fine. Xiaojing conceded, realizing that there was quite a bit to remember. He initially hoped to avoid the task, but it seemed he had no choice but to do it himself. With a resigned sigh, he accepted the notebook, preparing to jot down everything at home. Xiaoji, I truly don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, my father might not have returned for who knows how long. To show my gratitude, would you like to come to my house for dinner tonight? Xiaojing extended an invitation to Xiaoji. Sure, I would love to. Xiaoji readily accepted. Hey, where's Misty? Xiaoji suddenly realized that she was missing, feeling a bit puzzled. So you finally remember me. Misty stood above them, her arms crossed, clearly annoyed at being overlooked. Haha. We were so engrossed in our conversation that I almost forgot about you. My sincerest apologies. Xiaoji scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Since you're being sincere, I suppose I can forgive you this time. Misty smirked, her demeanor softening. Haha. Thank you, Misty. I truly appreciate your generosity. Xiaoji said playfully. You do have some taste, Misty replied with a hint of pride. By the way, Xiaojing, do you mind if we set an extra place at the table? Xiaoji asked before directly inviting Misty. Of course, that would be wonderful. Xiaojing enthusiastically agreed. Misty, would you like to join us for dinner at Xiaojing's house? Xiaoji then turned to her, awaiting her response. Why would I want to go with you? Misty blushed, flustered by the suggestion. Are you going or not? Of course I'm going with you guys. What do you mean by going with you? Misty retorted angrily. Xiaoji paused, suddenly realizing the awkwardness of his phrasing. After acknowledging his mistake, he smiled sheepishly. All right, I understand now. Chapter 36. The more free it is, the more precious it becomes. The next morning, Xiaoji rose early as usual to commence his daily training, exercising his Pokémon while also completing his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. Reward, 5 rare candies. Another set of rare candies? Today, I suppose I can accept that, Xiaoji mused, stroking his chin. All right, everyone, today's training concludes here. We shall continue our efforts tomorrow, Xiaoji announced to his Pokémon, who were diligently sweating it out under his guidance. He then recalled them one by one, preparing to return home for breakfast. However, upon his arrival at Xiaojing's house, he encountered Miss Junsha conversing with Misty. Thank you immensely for helping us capture the long-elusive culprit. You have spared us a great deal of trouble. Here is a reward of 250,000 from the police. Please accept it, Miss Junsha said, handing a card to Misty. This actually, Miss Junsha, it wasn't me who caught him. It was my partner. Misty quickly declined, even though the amount was tempting. She was acutely aware that it was not her doing, hence her polite refusal. Oh, is that so? Miss Junsha furrowed her elegantly shaped brows and inquired. If that is the case, might I request that you summon your companion? I sincerely apologize, Miss Junsha. My partner has been out training since early morning and has yet to return. I will ensure that the money is conveyed to him shortly, Xiaoxia replied with a nod. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Miss Junsha responded, harboring no suspicions regarding the potential misappropriation of the funds. After all, if her interlocutor were indeed the type to embezzle, she would not have mentioned that the credit for the recent accomplishment belonged to another, but would have claimed it for herself outright. Having concluded her business, Miss Junsha turned and departed in the police vehicle. Xiaoxia, meanwhile, glanced at the card in her hand, remaining silent. 250,000 poke dollars was no trifling sum. It would tempt anyone, including Xiaoxia herself. However, she remained rational, having no intention of keeping the money for herself, and proceeded into the house with the card in hand. Not far away, Ash observed this scene quietly, displaying no urgency to claim the money. For him, money had become a superfluous commodity, not solely due to the funds within the system, but for other reasons as well. Initially, he had only wished to take revenge on his adversary, yet unexpectedly, he had ended up imprisoning them and earning a little extra in the process. This feeling was rather delightful. As Ash turned away, his intent was merely to purchase something for Xiaoxia. During his dinner at Brock's home the previous evening, he had realized the challenges faced by his friend, who was barely of age in his previous life while having to support numerous mouths. It seemed that only Brock could manage such a feat. So Ash resolved to buy some additional provisions for Brock's siblings to ensure they received proper nutrition. After all, Brock would serve as his free caretaker for a considerable time. He could not be neglected. With this thought in mind, Ash returned to Brock's house carrying a multitude of items. Ash, what is this? Why have you bought so much? Brock questioned, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded the items in Ash's hands. Oh, it's nothing. I simply met your siblings for the first time yesterday when I visited, and I felt a bit guilty not bringing a gift. So I bought a few things for them, Ash nonchalantly replied as he set the items down. I feel so embarrassed, Brock admitted, his demeanor shifting to one of bashfulness upon hearing Ash's words. It's nothing. It's just a small custom from my side, and the items aren't expensive, Ash reassured him. The gifts were indeed modestly priced, affordable for the average person, and Ash had prepared them to preempt any objections from Brock. He added, if you refuse to accept, it would show a lack of respect for my customs, and I might become quite upset. Upon hearing this, Brock, a grown man, felt his eyes moisten, nearly brought to tears. His emotional response stemmed not merely from the gifts, but from the realization that none of his relatives, whom he had known for years, had ever offered him assistance. They regarded his family as a burden and shied away from any association with him. This had made his 10th year especially challenging. This experience imparted a valuable lesson to Brock. The more freely given something is, the more precious it becomes. The fact that someone he had only known for a single day would present him with gifts was profoundly moving, causing his fondness for Ash to soar. Thank you, Ash. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude, Brock exclaimed, visibly moved. There is no need for that. It's merely food. And it's not of great value. If it truly matters to you, then you can prepare our meals during our travels. Ash finally revealed his ulterior motive. All right. No problem. Brock agreed without hesitation. Chapter 37, A Mix-Up. After breakfast, the three of them discussed their departure plans. Once settled, Brock stood up to gather his belongings, preparing for his first journey. In the now empty room, only Ash and Xiaoxia remained. Ash, this is the 250,000 poke dollars that Miss Junsha just delivered. Please take care of it, Xiaoxia said, producing the bank card from Miss Junsha and handing it to Ash. Okay. Thank you, Xiaoxia. Ash accepted the card casually, expressing his gratitude. You're welcome, Xiaoxia gently nodded. Thus, the atmosphere between them grew chilly once more, both uncertain of what to discuss, and they fell into a comfortable silence. Xiaoxia found herself bored sitting there, while Ash alternated between glancing at his phone and affectionately stroking Pikachu's chin, relishing the moment. As Ash perused the chat history adorned with a pink avatar, a smile broke across his face upon receiving a reply. By the way, Ash, what prompts your travels? Xiaoxia, feeling the awkwardness linger, decided to initiate a conversation. Why am I traveling? Naturally, it's to become a Pokémon master, to meet various individuals and Pokémon, and forge friendships and familial bonds, Ash replied earnestly, putting away his phone at Xiaoxia's inquiry. Xiaoxia was fine until she heard the latter part of his response, at which point her complexion flushed crimson, her heart raced, and steam seemed to rise from her head as if from an anime. Clearly, she had misunderstood the implication. Hey, Xiaoxia, what's wrong? Why is your face suddenly so red? Are you feeling unwell? Ash, embodying the obliviousness of a typical male protagonist, reached out to touch her forehead, discovering it warm and mistakenly suspecting a fever. Did he mean family in the sense of girlfriend? Xiaoxia thought, her embarrassment intensifying. Ash, realizing her temperature was indeed elevated, quickly rose to fetch a towel and basin, only to be halted by Xiaoxia's grip. Is it too early for that? She stammered, her cheeks aflame. What? Ash replied, utterly bewildered, sensing that Xiaoxia had misconstrued something, though he was unsure of what it was. Upon seeing Ash's confused expression, Xiaoxia found herself momentarily at a loss, finally processing the implication of Ash's earlier words. He had referred to family in the context of Pokémon. Feeling an unprecedented wave of embarrassment wash over her, Xiaoxia blushed furiously, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Ash, in turn, was left perplexed, staring at Xiaoxia, entirely unaware of the situation's nature. I mean, if I really did have a fever, would it be too much trouble for you to take care of me? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xiaoxia eventually concocted a flimsy excuse. What are you saying? We're partners. It's only right for me to take care of you, Ash laughed. I'm not sick. I just suddenly. Well, you know, Xiaoxia mumbled. Her head bowed in shyness, unable to meet Ash's gaze. Ash was taken aback, realizing what she was alluding to only after some thought. Do you need anything for that? Should I go get it for you? Upon realizing the situation, Ash cautiously inquired, is there anything else? No, that's all. I ran out last time and forgot to restock. Could you possibly help me buy a pack? Misty quietly murmured. Hearing this, Ash felt as though he might shatter. The thought of a man purchasing such an item was utterly mortifying. Wouldn't he be perceived as a pervert? To calm herself, Misty resorted to this rather unconventional ploy. Fine. I'll go buy it, Ash reluctantly conceded, now understanding why Misty's face was so flushed. After uttering this, he turned away with a heavy heart. Intent on making a swift trip, for matters of this nature concerning girls could not be postponed. Once Ash had departed, Misty finally exhaled, relieved. For the earlier blunder had almost branded her as a typical girl. How embarrassing. Even the usually carefree Misty found herself at a loss in this moment, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Fortunately, Ash had managed to muddle through it. On his part, Ash was determined to conclude this errand swiftly. He arrived at the store where he had previously purchased items, located the necessary product, and rushed to the checkout counter. The cashier was a woman, and he was grateful that the store was devoid of other customers. Otherwise, a man carrying a pack of sanitary pads would likely be viewed as a deviant. Approaching the female cashier, Ash handed her the sanitary pads. Upon seeing them, she lifted her gaze to scrutinize him. Is this for your girlfriend? She teased. Unable to suppress her amusement, for a man buying such items could either be a pervert or merely a tool for his girlfriend's whims. Or perhaps even a victim of an unusual request. Though she hadn't intended to pry, the innocence reflected on Ash's youthful face prompted her to ask. No, it's for a female friend of mine. Ash had already prepared his explanation before deciding to make the purchase. Such a young lad with a girlfriend? Early romance, I see. The cashier chuckled, covering her mouth in a playful manner. I already told you, it's for a female friend, not a girlfriend. Do you understand? Ash replied, exasperated. I understand perfectly, dear, the cashier responded with a light laugh. Can we hurry this up? I have someone waiting, Ash added with a hint of impatience. All right. Just a moment, she said, promptly processing his transaction. After Ash walked away, she felt relieved enough to retrieve her phone, which she had nearly used to call the police. Phew, I almost thought I was involved in a kidnapping case. That scared me, she exclaimed, patting her chest. Chapter 38. The one and only here. The item you requested. Ash hurriedly returned to Brock's home, presenting the sanitary pads to Misty. Just as she was about to slip away to the restroom, Brock emerged, having finished packing his belongings. Hey, Misty, where are you off to? Brock inquired, puzzled. I'm just going to the restroom, Misty replied, concealing the item behind her back. Oh, I see. The restroom is over there. Brock indicated a direction. Thanks, Misty said, making a quick exit. By the way, what was up with Misty's face? It was so red. Is she all right? Brock asked Ash, glancing sideways. She's fine. She just had a bit of a stomachache, Ash replied, feeling awkward about revealing such a personal matter, so he fabricated a casual excuse. An upset stomach, huh? That wouldn't be good. Was it something she ate today? Brock pondered thoughtfully, reflecting on the day's meals. After some contemplation, he concluded that it probably wasn't the food itself, but rather that it didn't agree with her. After all, he had been meticulous in his cooking process, so issues were unlikely. Let us just wait for her to come out, Ash suggested before returning to his Pokémon. Pikachu. However, today, Pikachu seemed to be avoiding Ash, rejecting his attempts to play. With no other option, Ash pulled out the Pokeball containing his Houndoom, deciding it was the perfect substitute. Meanwhile, Pikachu, relieved from Ash's persistent attention, sprawled comfortably on the floor to rest. Misty soon emerged from the restroom, and the group was finally ready to embark on their journey. But first, they needed to gather some supplies. Once they had replenished their essentials, the trio set off. After departing from Pewter City, Ash and his companions traveled for 2 days, quickly reaching the vicinity of Mount Moon. During this time, Ash's Pokémon had undergone significant changes. Notably, his Metapod had evolved into a Beedrill, now equipped with the ability to stack characteristics, gaining the Sniper ability, which made it a formidable dual-ability Pokémon. Over the past 2 days, Ash had engaged in numerous battles with Beedrill, and they had wreaked havoc throughout the forest. Beedrill had reached level 18. With the following stats: Pokémon, Beedrill, gender, male, level 18, abilities, Swarm, increases bug-type move power when HP is low, Sniper, potential, champion, held item, none, moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite, Fury Attack, Harden, Hone Claws. Houndoom had also progressed, leveling up from 19 to 23. prompting Ash to consider acquiring a Firestone for its evolution. In reality, Firestones come in varying qualities, categorized as low, medium, high, and top tier. Coincidentally, Ash had not managed to obtain a top-tier Firestone through his years of sign-ins, so he was reluctant to use any of the evolution stones from his system inventory. If he were to use one, it would have to be the best available, as higher quality stones significantly enhance Houndoom's evolution, with a chance to improve its potential as well. Although Ash possessed items that could directly enhance Pokemon's potential, they would not benefit Houndoom's current champion-level status. Thus, he resolved to save them for a day when he encountered a Pokemon with inferior potential. As for Gyarados, there had been no notable changes. It had fought only a few battles and had not leveled up at all. Pikachu, on the other hand, had reached elite status, and Ash felt as if Pikachu had entered some peculiar mode, though he could not quite decipher which one. Currently, all of Ash's Pokemon were at least level 18, nearing the threshold of reaching level 20. However, as Ash traversed a thicket, a Pidgey suddenly appeared. Pidgey. Upon its entrance, the Pidgey screeched loudly before launching a fierce attack. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Ash's reflexes were remarkably swift, and he immediately launched a counterattack. Pikachu nimbly leaped from Ash's side, its two red electric pouches crackling with energy, unleashing a formidable Thunderbolt. The Pidgey was caught off guard, unable to match Pikachu's speed, and was struck in a single blow. The unfortunate Pidgey, engulfed in singed feathers and emanating a tantalizing aroma, succumbed to defeat after a pitiful cry. Unfazed, Ash focused on examining Pidgey's information panel. Species, Pidgey, gender, male, level, 20, ability, tangled feet, increases evasion when confused. Potential, gem, held item, none, moves, air slash, roost, brave bird, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack. After perusing the details, Ash was left with only two words echoing in his mind. Holy cow? A Pidgey possessing Brave Bird shattered the conventional narrative of the anime. What did this signify? It meant that the Pidgey before him was a singular specimen in the world, a rarity beyond compare. Had it not been for the presence of others, he might have let out a triumphant shout. The rarity of a Pidgey with such an ability was indeed extraordinary, and he resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. Once this chance was gone, it could very well be lost forever. Although its potential was somewhat lacking, Ash had a divine artifact capable of directly enhancing a Pokemon's potential, alleviating his concerns. One cannot question his high standards when his roster consisted primarily of Elite Four, Champion, and Legendary Pokemon. Such experiences naturally elevate one's expectations. However, Ash was not one to dismiss a Pokemon simply because of its lower potential. After all, he possessed the means to transform its capabilities, and thus he remained open-minded. He retrieved a luxury ball and tossed it, capturing Pidgey within. Chapter 39. The Foolish Scholar with Glasses. The luxury ball shook a few times before finally settling. I've caught Pidgey, Ash exclaimed, elated as he held the Pokeball aloft. Congratulations, Ash. Misty approached him with warm congratulations. Ash, release Pidgey. I'll help heal it, Brock said kindly, coming to Ash's side. Thank you, Brock. I appreciate it, Ash replied, releasing Pidgey into Brock's care for treatment. No problem, Brock replied, kneeling down to tend to Pidgey's injuries. Just as Brock finished treating Pidgey and stood up, they suddenly heard a man's voice crying out from a distance. Help! Upon hearing the distress call, Ash quickly recalled Pidgey and rushed toward the source of the sound. When they arrived, they found a man in a white scholar's coat crouched on the ground, clutching his head, exposing his shivering backside. Behind the bespectacled scholar was a swarm of Zubat relentlessly attacking him, and one Zubat suddenly charged with ferocity. The scholar's eyes widened in horror as he fell to the ground, his face contorted in pain. Seeing this scene unfold, Ash couldn't help but utter his catchphrase. How thrilling! Brock also remarked, unable to contain himself. You two, stop gawking and go save him, Misty shouted, urging them into action. Oh, Pikachu, it's urgent. Use Thunderbolt to rescue that man, Ash commanded, nodding resolutely. Pikachu, responding with enthusiasm, stepped forward. The two red pouches on Pikachu's cheeks sparkled with energy as a powerful surge of electricity erupted, enveloping the Zubat and annihilating the entire swarm in an instant. With a series of thuds, several Zubat plummeted to the ground, while those unscathed fled back into the nearby cave. Though the scholar was safely rescued, he found himself in no better condition, sprawled on the ground and questioning his existence. Pikachu looked apologetically at the scholar, lowering its head and scratching the back of its neck, visibly remorseful. As Zubat lay incapacitated, Ash and Brock simultaneously stepped over the scholar to examine the fallen Zubat, searching for one with commendable potential. Ash, you defeated these Zubat first. Please, go ahead, Brock suggested after surveying the downed Zubat. Alright, let me take a look. Ash activated the system to assess the potential of the Zubat, discovering that they all had disappointingly low qualifications. The highest potential among them barely reached gym level and lacked any distinctive traits, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, he understood that encountering a unique Pidgey like the one he had just captured was indeed a rare stroke of luck. I've checked. None of these are what I'm looking for. You choose, Ash said, shaking his head and dismissing the idea of selecting a Zubat. Okay, then, Brock nodded, determinedly beginning his search for a Zubat with better potential. Ash silently observed Brock's efforts, refraining from directly advising him on which Zubat possessed the best potential. This was a necessary part of Brock's journey to becoming an exceptional breeder, and intervening would only hinder his growth. Should Brock inadvertently choose a Zubat with lower potential, Ash could always offer guidance afterward. Brock did not disappoint Ash. After a brief search, he successfully identified a Zubat with the best potential. Misty, watching the two from a distance, sighed but refrained from criticizing their choices. Instead, she approached the fallen scholar, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" I'm fine," the scholar replied, releasing a puff of black smoke as he spoke. Misty felt exasperated by the scholar's bravado. "You look anything but fine. Are you really okay?" Ash approached, instinctively asking the same question. "Oh, I'm just so touched. It's like a second chance at life," the scholar exclaimed dramatically, suddenly flipping over and clinging to Ash's leg in gratitude. "Hey, I'm asking if you're all right. Why are you hugging my leg?" Ash exclaimed, his usually tidy pants now sullied by the scholar's antics, erupting into a flurry of colorful expletives. Any lingering guilt Ash had felt was instantly erased. Misty cautiously stepped back, wary of approaching the fervent scholar again. "Can you not behave like this? If you don't let go, I'll have Pikachu zap you again. Do you believe me?" Ash threatened, utterly at a loss for how to handle the overly affectionate scholar. "I apologize, I got a bit carried away." Upon hearing Ash's subsequent remarks, the bespectacled scholar promptly rose from the ground, dusting off the remnants of ash from his attire, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for illustrating the warm camaraderie that I envisioned between humans and Pokémon." Ash, somewhat bewildered by the scholar's words, found himself at a loss for their meaning. However, after a moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the essence of what was being conveyed. Despite the absence of a Pokeball, the bond between him and Pikachu allows for a shared choice to engage in battle together, thereby suggesting that mutual understanding between humans and Pokémon is indeed attainable. Adjusting his glasses, the scholar spoke earnestly. After hearing this, Ash couldn't help but think that the scholar seemed rather misguided. "While my bond with Pikachu is indeed profound, it has spent time within my Pokeball. It simply prefers not to reside in it," Ash explained with a look of disbelief. "That statement cannot be entirely accurate. Even in the absence of Pokeballs, humans can still forge friendships with Pokémon," the scholar retorted. "Do you comprehend the implications of your words? Have you studied human history? Are you even human?" Ash angrily queried in rapid succession, before further chastising. Any individual with a modicum of historical knowledge understands the grim reality of human existence prior to the invention of Pokeballs, where countless lives were lost annually. Yet here you stand, wielding the wisdom and achievements of our ancestors to assert that we do not require Pokeballs. Have you lost touch with your humanity? While the scholar's assertions held a kernel of truth, it must be acknowledged that the foundation of emotional bonds between humans and Pokémon is inherently linked to the existence of Pokeballs. These devices not only contain Pokémon's powers, but also facilitate their gradual domestication and the strengthening of relationships, ultimately rendering them akin to family. Not everyone possesses the ability to establish such connections with Pokémon without the aid of Pokeballs, let alone command their obedience. Without these devices, it is likely that the ranks of exceptional trainers would be significantly diminished. The audacity of the scholar to undermine centuries of human research and dedication was infuriating to Ash. While the notion of coexisting peacefully with Pokémon is undoubtedly commendable, the scholar's perspective is overly idealistic, failing to take into account the harsh realities of life. Thus, the arguments he presented seemed utterly unfounded. If you are a researcher, you ought to recognize the extensive time and effort our predecessors invested in developing Pokeballs, which have led to our current advancements, rather than standing here, decrying their achievements as erroneous. However, the scholar stuttered, rendered speechless by Ash's impassioned rebuttal. The aspiration for peaceful coexistence with Pokémon is indeed noble, yet it is utterly misguided to dismiss the wisdom of our forebears and to proclaim their insights as flawed. Without their sacrifices, you would not have the privilege to voice such opinions. The history of the Pokémon world is fraught with tragedy. Prior to the advent of Pokeballs, countless humans perished yearly, and chaos reigned supreme. Pokémon would frequently invade human settlements, wreaking havoc without any means of resistance, resulting in numerous casualties. Thus, as Ash recalled such historical circumstances, his emotions became increasingly agitated. In his view, forgetting history equates to betrayal and invites the repetition of past mistakes. This lesson was one he had learned in his previous life. If you are dissatisfied with the current state of the league, endeavor to improve it. If you believe the league is lacking, take on a role that allows you to effect change. If you perceive the populace as lacking in civility, then begin by embodying high standards yourself. If you consider humanity to be ignorant, start by transforming those around you, rather than merely casting scorn and engaging in futile endeavors. In this world, where humans and Pokémon coexist, if you shine brightly, the people shall not dwell in darkness. The existence of Pokeballs will not be a malevolent force. Strive to change the world within the bounds of your capabilities, rather than plunging it further into darkness. You are not even a researcher. How could you possibly comprehend my perspective? How can you validate your claims? The scholar, seemingly humiliated by Ash's words, began to grow agitated. Although I am not a researcher, I am a doctor, Ash replied, maintaining a stoic expression. Upon hearing this, the scholar's sense of shame diminished significantly, but upon the following revelation, his emotions surged once more. What nonsense are you spouting? You appear to be no older than 12. How could you possibly be a doctor? Do you truly believe that such a title is easily attained? The scholar exclaimed passionately. Are you familiar with the prodigious Dr. Oak, who became a doctor at the age of 8? Ash replied casually. The name Dr. Oak was Ash's homage to the esteemed professor, signifying both his own identity and his gratitude for the guidance he received from Professor Oak. Of course I know. He was the first individual to achieve such a feat at the age of 8 just 2 years ago. How could I not be aware? The scholar faltered momentarily. Pray tell, how old are you? He inquired cautiously. I am 10 years old, Ash answered flatly. Do you possess any proof? The scholar retorted defiantly. Indeed I do. Ash replied nonchalantly, retrieving his doctoral certificate from his pocket and presenting it to the scholar. It truly is you, Dr. Ash. The scholar, upon reviewing the evidence, was taken aback, and as realization washed over him, he fell to his knees, tears brimming in his eyes, grasping Ash's hands. I am deeply sorry for my lack of discernment. Please forgive me, Dr. Ash. Ugh, please do not grasp my hands. It is utterly revolting. Ash replied with visible disdain, withdrawing his hand. The scholar's attempt to wipe his tears and mucus on Ash's hand was utterly unacceptable. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Ash commanded, prompting Pikachu to unleash a bolt of lightning upon the scholar, whose anguished cries echoed in the air. I warned you not to disturb me, yet you persisted, Ash lamented, casting a disdainful glance at the scholar's snot-covered hand before retrieving a water bottle from his backpack to wash away the unpleasantness. After cleansing himself, Ash observed the scholar, who had risen, now wearing a respectful demeanor as he continued to apologize. Forget it. I do not wish to dwell on this matter. Ash waved his hand dismissively. Ash, are you truly a doctor? Misty inquired, her curiosity piqued. Even Brock, standing nearby, awaited Ash's response with eager anticipation. I have been assisting a doctor since I was 5 years old, and during that time, I authored 2 papers on evolution, Ash stated casually. To have published 2 papers at the age of 5 is truly astonishing. Misty exclaimed in disbelief. Ash, you are truly a prodigious young talent. It is nothing short of astounding that at the mere age of 5 you became Professor Oak's assistant. To think you even published 2 papers at that age is simply remarkable. Brock, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. That seems a bit exaggerated, Ash chuckled. Not at all. At 5 years old, I scarcely knew what I was doing, yet Professor Elm had already authored 2 papers. Such feats are the hallmark of genius. It is by no means an exaggeration to label him as such. A bespectacled scholar interjected. By the way, Ash, what is your area of research? Misty inquired. It pertains to the forms of Pokémon evolution, including studies on the beautiful evolution of EV into its fairy form, as well as how Slowpoke evolves into Slowking, Ash replied. Ah, so the enchanting evolution of EV was published by you, Misty exclaimed, her excitement evident as she recalled images of the fairy EV, clearly having followed the intricacies of its evolution. Indeed, Ash nodded in affirmation. However, let's not digress. We must not lose sight of our objective. Feeling it prudent to conclude the discussion, he deftly redirected their focus. The group, recognizing Ash's cue, ceased their inquiries. Speaking of which, what led to your attack by the Zubat? Brock turned his gaze towards the scholar. Just look at this cave. Doesn't it appear excessively bright? The scholar furrowed his brow, seemingly struck by a thought. It is unclear who has altered this place, but the local Pokémon have recently faced ecological imbalance as a result. The group followed the scholar deeper into the cave. After a while, they encountered two Pokémon, a Paras with mushrooms sprouting from its back and a Sandshrew lying on the ground. Are you suggesting that the Zubat attacked you due to the destruction of the surrounding ecosystem? Brock quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Precisely. The scholar confirmed with a nod. But why has this area been altered in such a way? Misty asked, her curiosity piqued. Because of the Moon Stone, MT. Moon is rich in these stones, making it a target for various criminal organizations, Ash explained. Indeed. Ever since the research report detailing how the Moonstone can amplify certain Pokémon's powers was released, more and more people have flocked here to mine them, which has indirectly led to the deterioration of MT Moon's ecosystem. The scholars sighed at this revelation. As they ventured further, they suddenly spotted a pink Pokémon bouncing joyfully with a large Moonstone in its arms. Look, it's Clefairy, Misty exclaimed, her desire to capture one palpable. If that's what you want, then go ahead and catch one, Brock encouraged. You're right. Prompted by Brock's words, Misty boldly stepped forward, readying her Pokeball for battle. However, Ash swiftly intervened, halting her actions. Misty, hold on, don't capture it just yet. Why not? Misty asked, perplexed. Wouldn't you like to accompany me to observe Clefairy's habitat? If you do, I can assist you in selecting a Clefairy with superior qualities, Ash elucidated. Really? Is that true? Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Ash's proposal. Absolutely. Ash affirmed with a nod. The scholar, initially wishing to prevent Misty from capturing Clefairy, felt a sense of relief when Ash intervened, believing that Ash's actions validated his own thoughts. Yet, upon hearing Ash's subsequent words, he wished to object again but hesitated, recalling the formidable power of Pikachu's Thunderbolt and Ash's reputation. As Ash glanced back at the scholar, who remained passive, he chose not to pursue any punitive actions against him. Ash bore no grudge for the scholar having dirted his trousers or for the scholar's use of his hand to wipe his nose. He simply sought a suitable opportunity to impart some lessons. When Clefairy reached a corner and suddenly cried out, Cieli, Misty, sensing something amiss with the Clefairy she wished to capture, dashed forward, her long legs carrying her swiftly. Misty, the others, alerted by the commotion, hurried after her. Upon arriving, they found Misty shielding Clefairy from a Meowth. Oh my, a walking jackpot. How could I pass this up? Ash's eyes gleamed at the sight of Team Rocket. To protect the world from devastation, to unite all peoples within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. Ugh, what is that look you're giving me? It's utterly revolting. Team Rocket's trio felt profoundly uncomfortable under Ash's gaze, as if they were being scrutinized by something unsavory. This time, Ash remained remarkably composed, refraining from attacking directly, fearing he might send them flying once more. Enough chatter. Let us get this fight underway. I can hardly wait. Ash urged, releasing Beedrill. Not Beedrill again. Team Rocket recalled their previous encounter with Ash, where they had been sent crashing into a Beedrill nest, sending shivers down their spines. However, this action also ignited Team Rocket's anger, a desire for vengeance for both past and present grievances. Gritting their teeth, they each summoned their Pokémon. Go Arbok. Go Weezing. Meowth joined the fray as well. Weezing, use Sludge Bomb. Arbok, Poison Sting. Beedrill skillfully evaded their attacks, swiftly utilizing String Shot. Weezing launched its Sludge Bomb, while Arbok darted towards Beedrill with remarkable speed, aiming to ensnare it, and Meowth slashed at Misty. Beedrill's agility was honed through days of training with a 10-pound weight, allowing it to deftly dodge the Sludge Bomb. And seizing the opportunity, it unleashed a String Shot, ensnaring Arbok in a web-like cocoon. With a powerful thrust, Beedrill propelled itself towards Weezing, striking it directly with impressive accuracy. The entangled Arbok collided with Weezing, which continued spewing sludge. Then came a thunderous boom as Team Rocket was blasted off once again, leaving behind their signature exclamation. What an irritating sensation. Is this really happening? Ash gazed at the departing Team Rocket, utterly incredulous. At this moment, Meowth found itself subdued by both Brock and Misty. If only your teammates were still around, it would have been better. Alas, you were left unable to exchange for anything. Ash sighed as he gazed at the Meowth before him, lamenting the situation. What are you going to do? Meowth uttered in fear, recalling the last time it had experienced Ash's electric therapy. Ash's eyes radiated a dangerous crimson light as he violently seized Meowth and hurled it towards the recently blasted hole. Take care, I won't see you off, exclaimed Meowth, as it transformed into a shooting star, heading towards poetry and distant horizons. Witnessing the departure of 50,000, Ash felt a pang of sorrow. It was a rare chance to encounter this group, now fleeting like a wisp of smoke. Brock and Misty, who had just witnessed the scene, were taken aback. Particularly, the bespectacled scholar, having witnessed Ash's prowess, felt a wave of relief wash over him. How fortunate he was not to have interfered with Ash. Otherwise, it could have been him soaring away just now, and whether he would have survived was questionable. Ash, you possess incredible strength, Brock exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, perhaps it's due to my childhood training, which endowed me with greater strength than my peers. Ash chuckled, scratching the back of his head in explanation. Do you have abs? Misty suddenly blurted out. This remark left everyone present momentarily stunned, as all eyes converged upon Misty. What a brazen statement. The moment Misty uttered those words, she regretted it, her cheeks flushing crimson as the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. I've trained for quite a while. I certainly have abs, Ash replied with a smile. But speaking of which, where did Pikachu go? Ash scanned the surroundings, realizing Pikachu was missing, and promptly shifted the topic to alleviate the awkwardness. Oh right, where did Pikachu go? Misty also noticed Pikachu's absence. How strange, it was just here, Brock added, equally perplexed. He distinctly remembered Pikachu being right beside him. How could it vanish in such a short span? As Misty and Brock continued to ponder, the bespectacled scholar's gaze flickered nervously, as if harboring a guilty secret. Ash noticed the scholar's shifty eyes and deduced that he was the one responsible. To his surprise, the scholar remained undeterred. A truly obstinate individual. Although Pikachu was missing, thankfully, the duration of its absence was brief. Ash activated his sensing ability, searching for Pikachu's presence. After a brief moment of concentration, Ash discerned the direction in which Pikachu had departed. I know where to go. Follow me, Ash declared, not waiting for the others to fully process his words before taking off. Except for the bespectacled scholar, Brock and Misty resolutely chose to follow. The scholar, watching Ash and the others head off, ground his teeth in frustration. Despite having released Pikachu in advance, how could they still find the correct path? No, he absolutely could not allow them to discover Pikachu's base. Otherwise, the delicate ecosystem would be disrupted. Yes, he must thwart their actions. Before long, Ash and his companions caught up with the recently departed Pikachu. Following Pikachu, they traversed rivers and mountains until dusk, arriving at a cave entrance. Upon entering, they saw Pikachu placing the moonstone it had carried into a larger moonstone. As Pikachu positioned the moonstone under the moonlight's embrace, the large moonstone resonated with the others, emitting a myriad of twinkling lights in a mesmerizing display. Meanwhile, the other Pikachus joyfully began to perform an enchanting moon dance. Ash retrieved his phone from his pocket, switching to high-definition mode to record a video. Initially, he waved, seemingly greeting those who would watch the video. Due to Team Rocket being dispatched by Ash, they didn't appear to disrupt the moment, allowing Ash to record in peace. Hey, Ash, why are you recording a video? Misty inquired, noticing Ash's actions as she approached. It's for a friend of mine, Ash explained with a smile. Who are you recording it for? With that joyful expression. It couldn't possibly be your childhood sweetheart, Misty teased, jokingly. Well, I suppose she could be considered my childhood sweetheart. We played together when we were younger, Ash mused, stroking his chin. Ah, is she truly your childhood sweetheart? Misty exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Simultaneously, a tinge of disappointment crept into her heart. After days of companionship, she sensed that this handsome boy before her was quite exceptional. Generally, girls harbor an inexplicable fondness for outstanding boys. Moreover, without Brock accompanying them, Ash's culinary skills further enhanced his appeal. Not only was he handsome, but he was also remarkably talented, a researcher since childhood, now a doctor, an excellent cook, and of good character. Most importantly, he had abs, which was an additional significant point in his favor. It was as if Ash embodied all the admirable qualities of a young man. His exceptional nature was simply irresistible. Upon learning that Ash had a childhood sweetheart, Misty's heart sank, realizing someone else had already captured his affections. Otherwise, why would his eyes shine with such light when speaking of her? I suppose so. Ash nodded in acknowledgement. Although Serena hadn't often played with him during childhood, they had maintained contact, frequently chatting via video calls and discussing everyday matters, which was quite pleasant. Suddenly, Ash recalled that he hadn't contacted Serena in nearly 2 weeks. She wouldn't hold it against me, would she? Ah, I see. That sounds lovely, Misty nodded, a hint of disappointment lingering in her tone. Upon hearing Ash's confirmation, Misty began to conceal her own feelings for him. However, she forgot that the eyes are the windows to the soul, capable of revealing unspoken truths. As someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, Ash easily discerned the flicker of disappointment in Misty's gaze, yet he chose not to comfort her, uncertain of what to say. After all, he had never navigated such situations before, and he anticipated that Misty would develop feelings for him so quickly. It was utterly unexpected. Since embarking on their journey together, Ash had never actively pursued her affection. In fact, during their conversations, it was usually Misty who initiated the dialogue, leading Ash to never consider that she might develop feelings for him so soon. In his previous life, Ash had experienced a crush on a girl, but he had been a timid coward, never confessing his feelings even after graduating. Thus, he had let that opportunity slip away. It was from that moment onward that he relinquished any thoughts of pursuing a romantic relationship with girls from his past life. Having never been with the girl he longed to marry, he found himself devoid of encounters with anyone resembling her, leading to a profound disinterest in other girls. It was not until he watched an anime that he laid eyes on a girl, reminiscent of Carlos, who not only reflected his own image but also possessed a courage he had never known. This sparked an unexpected affection within him for the girl. How absurd it was that a mere 10-year-old girl could achieve what he had failed to do. He found himself outdone by a child. That night, the wind howled fiercely, yet there was an uncanny stillness, as if nothing significant had transpired. Concurrently, both individuals forgot their intended pursuits, one neglecting to capture a Clefairy, and the other forgetting to choose a premium quality moonstone. Thus, the evening birthed two sorrowful souls. Meanwhile, a bespectacled scholar observed Ash with unwavering scrutiny. Should Ash dare to capture a Clefairy, he would undoubtedly intervene without hesitation. For the sake of the Clefairy's ecological environment, he resolved to confront Ash, though he was acutely aware that victory was not guaranteed. Chapter 43, The Silver and Golden Crown. After spending several days in the forest, Ash experienced a significant enhancement in his Pokémon strength while continuously utilizing double experience cards. Their levels ascended considerably. Aside from Pikachu, they had surpassed the threshold of novice trainers. Gyarados had leveled up by 5, now at level 35, while Houndoom reached level 32, Beedrill and Pidgeotto both stood at level 30, resulting in an entire team exceeding level 30. This outcome was due to Ash's deliberate efforts. As for Pikachu, it remained stagnant in growth, having encountered no elite-level Pokémon or formidable adversaries in the forest, which indirectly resulted in its lack of progress. Additionally, Pidgeotto had been bestowed with a special item, the Silver Crown, designed to enhance Pokémon attributes without any side effects. This enhancement conferred a qualification akin to that of a near champion, offering substantial increases without any prerequisites, truly a boon for Pokémon. Above the Silver Crown was the Golden Crown, which could elevate a Pokémon's attributes to champion level. Both served the same purpose, differing only in the caliber of enhancement. These two artifacts were scarce even in Ash's possession, with only 4 Silver Crowns, one of which had been applied to Pidgeotto, and a solitary Golden Crown remaining with him. Shortly after exiting the forest, they arrived at a fork in the road leading to the city of Cerulean. Brock scrutinized the signpost before him, exclaiming in surprise at the graffiti adorning it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a line of small text at the bottom, reading, "Shinobu was here. Ash, you big fool. I await you ahead." "Ash, this refers to you. Is this someone you know?" Brock inquired, turning to Ash. "Yes, indeed it is someone I know, but there is no need to concern ourselves with him. We shall proceed on our path," Ash replied nonchalantly with a nod. "Aren't you angry? He has the audacity to say such things," Brock remarked, intrigued by Ash's calm demeanor. "He's the grandson of Professor Oak, so he is practically my superior. I wouldn't dare to confront him," Ash chuckled. "Wow, is his background really that impressive?" Brock expressed astonishment upon learning of Shinobu's lineage. "Nevertheless, I must commend your patience, Ash. With such taunts directed at you, you remain unfazed." Brock continued, admiringly. "Well, it's not solely due to my good temperament. I believe he will have his comeuppance when he reaches Leaf Green City. So there is little reason for me to be upset," Ash explained with a smile. "Why must it be Leaf Green City?" Brock questioned, perplexed. "Every villain has their nemesis. Enough of this chatter, let us hasten to Cerulean City." Ash responded with a mysterious smile, resuming his journey. Brock and Misty exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher the underlying meaning. However, when Misty heard Ash mention Cerulean City, her expression shifted dramatically, her previous curiosity vanishing. "Could we possibly avoid going to Cerulean City?" Misty asked, somewhat awkwardly. "Absolutely not. The gym badge from Cerulean City is imperative for me. There is no question of skipping it." Ash resolutely declined her request. "Must we truly go?" Misty seemed reluctant to concede. "Yes, it is essential," Ash affirmed with a firm nod. "Very well, I understand." Misty gazed into Ash's determined eyes, realizing she could not sway his resolve. With that thought, she abandoned her efforts to persuade him further and acquiesced. Once the group reached a consensus, they continued on their way to Cerulean City. Ash noticed Misty's lingering hesitation, understanding that she still harbored reservations about returning to face her 3 sisters. However, he chose not to intervene. Some matters must be confronted independently to foster personal growth. By midday, the trio entered Cerulean City with a sense of purpose. Their first order of business was to arrange accommodations for the night at the Pokémon Center. After addressing this matter, they dispersed. Brock went to replenish their travel supplies, while Misty quietly slipped away without stating her destination. As for Ash, he recalled that the water ballet at the Cerulean Gym had yet to conclude, so he opted not to rush over just yet. Instead, he approached a telephone booth within the Pokémon Center, preparing to call his mother Hanako and Professor Oak to assure them of his safety. After conversing with his mother about his recent adventures, and, most importantly, his well-being, Ash then called the old professor and succinctly detailed his recent Pokémon captures and experiences. After concluding his conversation with Professor Oak, the most significant call remained to contact Serena. As Ash dialed her number, far away on the continent of Kalos, in a cozy little house, Serena was helping her mother wash vegetables in preparation for dinner. Just then, her mother entered from outside, and at that precise moment, the telephone rang. Serena's mother, somewhat absent-mindedly, approached the phone and answered it, and soon the screen displayed Ash's image. "Good afternoon, Annie," Ash greeted cheerfully. As Ash beheld the visage of Serena's mother on the screen, he experienced a fleeting moment of surprise. Yet he quickly adorned his face with a warm smile to greet her. It was evident that Ash had encountered such situations more than once, for he was able to converse with Serena's mother so easily. "Ah, is that not our beloved Ash, the Pokémon doctor, whom Serena speaks of daily? What a rare occasion to receive a call from you today," Serena's mother teased. "Madam, you jest," Ash replied, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. In the kitchen, Serena, who was washing vegetables, was taken aback upon hearing Ash's name and voice. She hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, rushing to stand behind her mother. "Ash, it's really you," Serena exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the sight of Ash on the call, especially after not having spoken for 2 weeks since his farewell before embarking on his journey. "Lena, you've arrived. I shall leave you young ones to your conversation. Farewell." Ash. Serena's mother waved goodbye and prepared to depart. "Goodbye, madam." Ash responded quickly, eager to show his courtesy, for after all, this was his future mother-in-law, and he could not afford to offend her, lest he find himself lamenting his prospects of marriage. "Oh, by the way, Mom, the vegetables are still unwashed," Serena suddenly reminded her. "How disheartening. With Ash around, I seem to have been forgotten by my own daughter." Serena's mother feigned a sorrowful expression, wiping away imaginary tears. "Mom, hurry along," Serena urged. "It's not even official yet. Why are you so quick to defend him?" Serena's mother muttered as she pouted. But Serena seemed not to hear, her gaze fixed on Ash on the screen. Seeing this, Serena's mother shook her head in resignation and retreated to the kitchen, leaving the young couple to continue their conversation. "Ash, it's been 2 weeks, and you've become even more charming," Ash playfully remarked, lightening the mood of their long-awaited reunion. "You're quite the charmer." Serena, still basking in her excitement, felt her cheeks flush at Ash's playful banter. Lowering her head shyly, "Have you been enjoying your travels?" Serena quickly shifted the topic, perhaps overwhelmed by Ash's teasing. "Of course. In fact, I encountered a legendary Pokémon this month. I captured a video of Ho-Oh, one of the legendary beasts of Kanto, and I even recorded the moon dance of the Clefairy on MT Moon. I made sure to film it for you." Ash joyfully recounted his recent adventures, though omitting any misfortunes, preferring to share only good news. "Just keeping you updated. Good news only." As Ash continued to relay his experiences over the video call, Serena listened intently, as if he were reciting the most enchanting love poem, utterly captivated. "I'll send you the video via QV, but unfortunately, I didn't have time to ask the Clefairy for a moonstone to send as a gift before they scurried away." Ash's expression turned momentarily somber. "Don't fret about gifts. There will be plenty of opportunities to give them. As long as you return safely, that is the greatest gift for me," Serena reassured, feeling a pang of sympathy for Ash's remorse. "Haha, is that truly so? Even without a gift, I'll make it up to you next time. But I must say, I didn't realize you were so adept at offering comfort." Ash teased, his spirits lifted by Serena's words. "What do you mean by that? Do I appear to be someone who cannot offer comfort?" Serena's cheeks puffed in indignation, resembling an adorable pufferfish, her expression utterly charming. "Serena, you are truly delightful," Ash remarked, his tone suddenly serious. "Really?" Serena's face flushed with a bright hue upon hearing his compliment. "Absolutely. No matter what you do, you appear incredibly lovely in my eyes." Ash beamed, a smile gracing his face. At Ash's words, Serena felt akin to a kettle boiling over, steam rising from her being. "Is he confessing to me?" The thought sent waves of shyness washing over her. However, upon sneaking a glance at Ash and finding him grinning, she realized he was merely teasing her, seeking to provoke an amusing reaction. Ash, you're so mischievous, playing tricks on me. Serena huffed, feigning annoyance. How have I tricked you? Ash continued to smile playfully at her. Serena dared not voice her true feelings. Unsure if the one she secretly admired was truly confessing to her, a notion so improbable it seemed ludicrous. Ash, you're insufferable. I don't wish to speak with you anymore. Serena exclaimed, her frustration evident. All right. I acknowledge my misstep. I won't do it again, Ash hastily admitted, sensing her genuine annoyance and pleading for forgiveness. Well, considering your sincere apology, I shall forgive you, but do not let it happen again. Serena relented, noticing Ash's remorseful expression and glancing at Nurse Joy behind him, realizing he was at the Pokémon Center. She decided to grant him grace and generously chose to forgive him. Speaking of which, you Haven T told me where you are. Serena suddenly recalled that Ash had yet to mention his current location. Oh, I've just arrived in Cerulean City and am preparing to challenge the gym. Ash replied. In that case, I shall hang up first. I must assist my mother with dinner, Serena decided, feeling a swell of emotion at the thought of Ash calling her so soon after arriving. All right then, I haven't eaten yet either. So let us end our chat here. I'll call you next time. Ash nodded in agreement. They both concurred to end the call, yet each remained gazing at the other, assuming the other would hang up first. Thus, they fell into an awkward silence, neither willing to sever the connection. Shall we count to 3 together and hang up simultaneously? Ash suggested unexpectedly. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Serena agreed enthusiastically. All right, I'll begin counting. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, both parties hung up. After the call ended, Ash stood there, grinning foolishly, causing those around him to distance themselves from his exuberance. What a thoughtful Serena. Ash had just caught a glimpse of Serena's gaze, and with a little thought, he understood why she chose to forgive him so swiftly. It was likely because she saw him at the Pokémon Center, surrounded by a considerable crowd, prompting her to extend her forgiveness. This realization made Ash feel that Serena was indeed very considerate. However, despite her thoughtful gesture of sparing Ash's dignity, it could not withstand the consequences of his own self-sabotage, which drew the attention of those around him, causing them to distance themselves. Chapter 45, The Dewford Gym. After finishing his lunch at the Pokémon Center, Ash set off towards the Dewford Gym. The water ballet performance should have concluded by now, Ash mumbled to himself as he walked along the road. Soon enough. After a short while, he arrived at the bustling heart of Dewford City. Upon reaching the gym, Ash was struck by its resemblance to an aquarium, adorned with a sign featuring a small sea lion, bearing little resemblance to a Pokémon gym. Perhaps it was the sweltering midday heat that rendered the usually vibrant streets almost deserted. Observing the scene, he surmised that the absence of any men on the street was likely due to the ongoing water ballet performance by the Dewford sisters. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that the streets would be so empty. Indeed, Ash had arrived too early. Shaking his head in resignation at this thought, he stepped inside. As expected, upon entering, he found a dimly lit central area with a swimming pool, confirming his assumption as he witnessed the performance of the Dewford sisters. However, before he could fully enjoy the spectacle, it came to an abrupt end. Following the conclusion of the show, an announcement echoed, guiding the audience to exit in an orderly manner. Eager to speak with the Dewford sisters, Ash hurried down to intercept them. Yet, before he could utter a word, one of the sisters had already addressed him. Hey there, handsome. What brings you to us? You aren't here for the same reasons as those shady uncles, are you? The eldest sister, Rose, inquired first. Ash, taken aback, wondered how they could deduce that he was there for an autograph based solely on his travel attire. Wasn't that a bit narcissistic? Although the 3 sisters were indeed lovely, they were not the kind of beauty that would leave him utterly spellbound, especially since his heart was already taken. What does that mean? Rose furrowed her perfectly shaped brows in confusion at his response. Never mind that. I'm here to challenge the Dewford Gym, Ash declared, opting to be straightforward about his intentions. Hey, don't be in such a rush. If you're this eager, be careful. You might find it hard to get a girlfriend in the future. The second sister teased, chuckling behind her hand. You needn't worry. It's definitely not you two. Ash retorted without hesitation, leaving the Dewford sisters momentarily speechless. After hearing Ash's words, the sisters were almost ready to retort, but fortunately, their good-natured disposition kept them from lashing out. Less chatter. I'm pressed for time. Let us get this gym battle started, Ash urged impatiently, already pulling out a pokeball, brimming with anticipation. All right, it's clear that this guy really has no interest in us, the sisters concluded. We apologize. Our Pokémon were previously defeated by 3 trainers from Pallet Town, and they haven't recovered yet. We only have a single Magikarp left, and it can't battle, the eldest sister. Sakura explained with a look of resignation. But don't worry, we've unanimously decided to simply give you the badge, she added, calling forth a small sea lion from the pool, which held a water droplet-shaped badge in its mouth, presenting it to Ash. Ash hesitated for a moment before deciding to accept the badge. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from the audience as Misty appeared, calling out to Sakura to stop her from handing over the badge. Sakura, don't just give him the badge, Misty exclaimed, asserting that she would take on the battle on their behalf. Hey Misty, didn't you say you were leaving to become a master of water-type Pokémon? What happened to that? Why are you back so soon? Sakura asked, astonished to see her. That's exactly why I didn't want to return. Misty pouted, frustration evident on her face. Are you sure it's not because our beauty is too overwhelming, causing you to feel pressured and return home? The second sister quipped, eyeing her sister with mock seriousness. That's not it, Misty protested, stamping her foot in indignation. In any case, for the sake of our gym's reputation, we absolutely cannot give the badge to Ash for free. Does the Dewford gym even have a reputation left? Since when? Everyone seems to think it's the worst gym in Kanto. Is there an even worse gym than Dewford that I'm unaware of? Ash pondered, mulling over this thought for a considerable time, unable to recall any gym in Kanto that was worse than Dewford. These reflections remained unspoken, otherwise Misty would likely have taken issue with him. Well, I'm indifferent about it, Ash shrugged nonchalantly. All right then, the rules will be a 2-on-2 battle. Is that acceptable, Ash? Misty confirmed, nodding before taking her position in the arena and sending out Stereo. Sounds good, Ash replied, releasing his own Pokémon, Beedrill. I will serve as the referee. If both sides have no objections, we will commence the battle now, Sakura eagerly declared, stepping up to officiate. After confirming that there were no objections from either side, she officially announced the beginning of the match. Chapter 46, the 500,000 finally arrives. Beedrill, focus your energy, Ash called, swiftly entering battle mode, straightening his cap in preparation. Stereo, use Confuse Ray to disrupt him, Misty commanded without delay. Beedrill took a deep breath, its eyes sharp and alert, poised for attack, clearly in a state of concentration. Stereo stood on its floating platform, its central red gem emitting a strange beam of light aimed directly at Beedrill. With Beedrill already in a focused state and its inherent speed, evading the Confuse Ray was a trivial task. With a simple flap of its wings, Beedrill effortlessly dodged the incoming attack. Did Misty truly believe that all those days of intense weight training under Ash's guidance were in vain? Have you ever witnessed the sun at 5 o'clock in the morning while enduring a burden of 30 kilograms during training? I have. Beedrill lamented the trials he had faced in recent days, dragged out by his master for various training sessions long before dawn. One day, I shall vanquish that man. As this thought coursed through Beedrill's mind, it seemed as though he had been imbued with the power of vengeance, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. Below, Starmie shivered, sensing the lethal aura emanating from above. Surely, dear brother, we are merely engaged in a friendly battle. What have I done to provoke such fury? Upon sensing Beedrill's overwhelming hostility, Starmie mistakenly believed that Beedrill sought to eliminate him. Ignoring his master's commands, he leapt into the water, attempting to evade his opponent's onslaught. Starmie, what are you doing? Get back up here, Misty exclaimed, bewildered by Starmie's sudden plunge. Beedrill, use Pin Missile into the water. Ash would not squander such an opportunity. Beedrill's twin stingers crossed into a shape resembling a cross, launching an assault into the depths. In an instant, the swimming pool erupted in a cacophony of splashes, drenching everything in sight. Starmie, concealed beneath the surface, realized there was no escaping the confrontation and boldly emerged to counterattack. Positioned on the floating board, the central ruby emitted star-shaped beams aimed at Beedrill. Beedrill's reflexes were commendable, evading each attack with remarkable speed. However, just as the two Pokémon were embroiled in their fierce battle, an odd machine suddenly emerged, shattering the aquarium wall and siphoning both the pool's water and the Pokémon within. What on earth is this? Ash exclaimed, irritated that his exhilarating battle was so rudely interrupted. While I appreciate that your combined worth exceeds 500,000, that hardly justifies your audacity. Good heavens, what is this contraption? Sakura lamented, distressed by the destruction of the wall, thinking to herself, all my efforts wasted. The three sisters had never encountered such a situation before, and with their Pokémon still recovering, they huddled together, trembling in fear as they watched the colossal robot wreak havoc. Since you have inquired earnestly, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect. Just as Team Rocket continued their excited monologue, Ash, growing impatient, interjected, all right, I don't care what you intend to do, but but I insist you accompany me to meet Miss Junsha, Ash said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Hey, you little brat, don't push your luck. Interrupting our speech is one thing, but dragging us to Miss Junsha? Who do you think you are? Jessie retorted, visibly displeased. Listen here, our target isn't you or Pikachu, so step aside. James grumbled impatiently. Exactly, Meow. Meowth chimed in agreement. After letting you escape twice, do you really think I'll let you off the hook this time? Ash replied calmly. I can no longer stand this. This little brat is insufferably arrogant, Jessie thought, recalling their previous encounters, her anger boiling. This time, we are here to capture the water-type Pokémon from the Cerulean Gym. This little brat is too formidable. We should retreat while we still can, James advised, reflecting on past experiences. Humph. Undermining our own prestige while boosting someone else's? What has made you so cowardly, James? Jessie shot him a disapproving glance. I'm not joking. This kid truly is a force to be reckoned with. We should leave while we can. James urged again. You can leave if you want, but I won't. You're just a coward. Jessie scoffed, rejecting his suggestion. Exactly, Meow. Meowth echoed in agreement. Very well, since you insist on this course of action, I have nothing more to say. James recognized that further persuasion would be futile. Thus he steeled himself for action. Grasping the massive engine, he pressed the switch and continued to drain the water. What do we do now? Misty asked anxiously as she watched the pool's water being relentlessly siphoned away, rushing to Ash's side. Leave the rest to me, Ash declared with conviction, then turned to Beedrill. Commanding, Beedrill, charge forward and use String Shot to ensnare them. And remember, do not launch them away, Ash cautioned, fearing a repeat of previous mishaps. Beedrill nodded and swiftly dashed forward, efficiently subduing Team Rocket, ultimately presenting 3 spheres woven entirely of silk before the onlookers. Hey kid, let us go. We want to battle again, Team Rocket cried out, signaling Ash to release them. Well done. If you have any desires or requests, feel free to express them, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you, Ash remarked, ignoring Team Rocket's protests and instead praising Beedrill. Beedrill conveyed to Ash that he wished to reserve his chances for the future before returning to his Pokeball. Thank you, Ash, Misty expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. It's the least I could do, Ash replied with a smile. Soon after, Misty personally presented Ash with a badge, and upon receiving it, Ash led Team Rocket to Miss Junsha, exchanging them for a reward. Coincidentally, one of the officers recognized Ash as Professor Oak's esteemed assistant, thus bypassing the need for verification and directly crediting Ash with the 50,000 reward. As for Team Rocket, Ash was unsure how Miss Junsha would handle them, but he was certain they would face no repercussions. After all, his current status as a former champion of the league made it easy to ensure their safety. Moreover, James' identity was equally noteworthy, so all in all, Team Rocket was secure. Thus, Ash decided not to concern himself with the matter further. His priority now was to revel in the 50,000 reward. Chapter 47, Ash's Beedrill. After reuniting with Misty and Brock, Ash and Misty replenished their supplies before departing from Cerulean City, embarking once more on their journey. Their travels unfolded as usual, uneventful yet occasionally interrupted by the appearance of formidable Pokémon, providing Ash's team with ample experience. One morning, during training with his Pokémon, Ash attached 40 kilograms of weight to Beedrill's wings, compelling him to endure low-altitude flight. Not again, more weight added. Beedrill fumed internally, the pent-up frustration from previous days intensifying within him. Having only recently acclimated to 30 kilograms, he was now burdened with an additional 10. This is intolerable. Buzzing with determination, Beedrill asserted, Master, I will seize this opportunity to prove my worth. The Beedrill cast aside the burdens on its wings with a swift motion, then approached Ash, proclaiming, Oh, are we to use this so soon? We are currently within the forest, and whether I can achieve it remains uncertain. However, you may still converse with me, and I shall see if I can fulfill your request. Ash stroked his chin and slowly replied, Buzz, buzz, buzz. I wish to duel you, the Beedrill declared fiercely towards Ash. You wish to duel me? Or do you mean to challenge Pikachu and the others? Ash, unsure, pointed at Pikachu and the others who were engaged in training. Buzz, I want to duel you. Beedrill clearly directed its stingers towards Ash. Upon hearing Beedrill's challenge, Pikachu immediately rolled up its sleeves, brimming with anticipation, ready for a fight. Woof! The loyal Houndour rushed to Ash's side, baring its teeth at Beedrill as a protective gesture. The Gyarados, observing the scene, reluctantly approached Ash, while the Pidgeotto, equally protective, fixed a piercing gaze upon Beedrill after arriving in front of Ash. Buzz, buzz. What are you all doing? I am merely making a request to the master. The choice lies with him. He is not anxious. So why are you? Beedrill expressed its displeasure at the other Pokémon. Your demeanor suggests discontent with my arrangements. After calming the other Pokémon, Ash felt no fear nor rejection towards Beedrill's words. Rather, a hint of excitement laced his voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I have only just acclimated to a weight of 30 pounds, and now you add another 10. Who can endure this? Beedrill grumbled about the burdens it had borne since its evolution. Indeed, this is my fault, Ash admitted graciously with a nod. However, I am merely nurturing your innate talents, and you did consent to this. I previously informed you that this path would be arduous, and you agreed to it. Which is why I proceeded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I did agree, but this training has left me quite displeased. I am aware of the different abilities within you, and your strength is formidable. If I win, I shall take charge of my own training. If I lose, I will cease my objections and allow you to dictate my training without complaint. So let us duel, Beedrill exclaimed, brandishing its stingers. Very well, I accept your challenge. Ash adjusted his cap, a subtle smile gracing his lips from beneath its shadow. Upon hearing Ash's words, the other Pokémon, save for Pikachu, were thrown into disarray, gazing at Ash in disbelief and wishing to counsel him to reconsider. Do not worry about me, just observe, Ash reassured the other Pokémon with a smile, soothing their anxious hearts. Pikachu, perched upon a nearby rock, produced some popcorn and sunflower seeds from seemingly nowhere, beckoning the other Pokémon to join in the feast. The others looked on in confusion at the sudden appearance of snacks around Pikachu, momentarily perplexed. Pika, relax, relax, there will be no trouble. Just enjoy the show. Pikachu waved its hand, signaling them to remain calm. Initially hesitant, the other Pokémon gradually approached Pikachu upon witnessing that the most seasoned companion, Pikachu, was unperturbed. Meanwhile, Ash and Beedrill locked eyes. However, Ash could hardly maintain his composure as he noticed Pikachu enjoying the spectacle, munching away. He mentally scolded himself for allowing Pikachu the space to indulge, now to the detriment of their duel. Buzz, weren't you always teaching me not to be distracted during battles? Have you forgotten? Beedrill darted forward, launching its stingers directly at Ash. Boom. A barrier materialized, intercepting Beedrill's assault. The reason for such teachings was to instill in you the importance of humility. One must always remember that there are greater forces beyond oneself. This was the ultimate lesson I aimed to impart, Ash explained, raising his hand as a wave of energy coalesced into a pulse bomb in his palm. As the pulse bomb was released, the barrier dissipated instantly. Although Beedrill possessed remarkable reflexes, it was now bereft of guidance, relying solely on instinct in battle. Fortunately, the training it had undergone in recent days bore fruit, as it instinctively crossed its stingers to block the incoming attack. Yet, Ash's strike was swift. His punch connected with Beedrill's stingers. Boom. Beedrill's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a tree, only to continue its trajectory, shattering through several more trees before finally collapsing to the ground. The sheer force of that punch was evident from the aftermath. Finished, Ash conjured another pulse bomb, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. When Beedrill finally regained its bearings, it found a blue pulse bomb hovering ominously at its forehead. So, my master possesses such formidable strength. Aside from the popcorn-eating Pikachu, the other Pokémon were left agape at the display. Some began to question whether they were truly needed in battle alongside their master. After the encounter between Ash and Beedrill, all the Pokémon ceased underestimating their master's prowess, not daring to voice a single complaint. Having learned a valuable lesson, Beedrill no longer confronted Ash, tempering its previously volatile nature. Days passed, and countless trainers fell before Ash on his journey, including a certain Xiaoming, who suffered a streak of 99 consecutive defeats without passing his high school entrance exams. Through these battles, Ash's Gyarados reached level 41, while the other Pokémon hovered around level 33. This rapid advancement was largely due to Ash's consistent use of Gyarados in combat, but now that it had entered gym-level status, the rate of leveling had markedly slowed. Previously, it required only 5 to 10 battles against similarly leveled Pokémon to gain a level. Now, one needed to defeat 10 to 15. Ash understood that as one progressed further, the challenge of leveling up would become increasingly formidable. Otherwise, Pikachu would not have experienced such slow growth over 4 years. Thankfully, with the departure of Shigeru, who had a penchant for deceiving him with rare candies, Ash had accumulated a significant stash of approximately 125 rare candies over the past few days. As the journey continued, the importance of these candies, which could directly elevate a Pokémon's level, became ever more apparent. As Ash pondered the extraordinary candies, he decided it would be more advantageous to wait until his Pokémon reached the ranks of the Elite Four or Champion before utilizing the candies to elevate their levels. This approach would yield greater efficacy than using them at lower levels. This reasoning also elucidated why Ash had refrained from feeding Pikachu any of the special candies throughout the years. Now that Pikachu had ascended to the elite level, the benefits of battling were diminished, prompting Ash to finally employ the candies to enhance Pikachu's level. Naturally, Ash did not intend to let Pikachu consume a multitude of candies all at once. Elevating levels is akin to dining. It must be done bite by bite, lest one risk choking from excess. Regardless, the direct enhancement afforded by these candies requires time for adaptation before further consumption. Following Pikachu's last battle, where it had consumed 5 candies in one go, Ash had patiently awaited Pikachu's complete acclimatization before allowing it to indulge in the candies once more. Now, Pikachu had indeed adjusted, and it was time to commence the consumption of the candies. Pikachu had progressed from level 55 to 56, and after a subsequent period of adaptation to its new level, it could continue to utilize the candies for further elevation. However, battling could not be neglected. It was essential to seek Pokémon of comparable strength to expedite the adaptation process. One day, Ash and his companions ventured into a forest, where they discovered an eerie mist enveloping the surroundings, imparting a sense of foreboding that left them feeling quite unsettled. Ash, Brock, do you sense how sinister it feels here? It's as if there are ghosts lurking, Misty exclaimed, casting anxious glances around. Now that you mention it, I too feel a peculiar chill in the air, Brock remarked, squinting thoughtfully as he stroked his chin. Isn't it true? Misty nodded in agreement upon hearing Brock's words. Oh, come now, Misty. It's still daytime. Even if ghosts existed, they're likely fast asleep and have no time to frighten anyone. Ash chuckled lightly. That does make sense, Misty conceded, finding Ash's reasoning quite sound. You know, it's said that those who fear ghosts are often the ones with guilty consciences. Have you done something you ought to be ashamed of? Ash teased with a mischievous grin. He was well aware of the situation but sought to playfully frighten her. I've done nothing wrong. I merely noticed the increasing density of the mist, which is why I reacted that way. Don't say such things, Ash, Misty retorted, pouting dismissively. All right, I understand, Ash replied, nodding as if to soothe the child. Misty felt a flicker of irritation at being treated like a child, rolling up her non-existent sleeves and preparing to retaliate, only to suddenly notice a bright flame flickering through the mist, accompanied by several shadowy figures. In the depths of the forest, coupled with the unusual weather and the desolation of the wilderness, the emergence of these figures was indeed alarming. Is that a ghost? Misty shrieked, instinctively retreating behind Brock, trembling with fear. Misty, when you watch those ghost stories, how many ghosts gather together, especially carrying lanterns? Ash said, knowing the truth of the situation. Instantly, he dashed away, leaving no opportunity for Misty to retaliate. As she prepared to strike, she observed Ash striding toward the mysterious figures, her discontent evident in her pout. Upon approaching, Ash discovered 5 vibrantly dressed students surrounding another student who was running on a treadmill. What's that? Is it a Zubat? The student on the treadmill inquired. Not all Pokémon shrouded in mist are Zubats, a green-haired student interjected, pointing out the mistake. Could it be a Pidgey? The student on the treadmill pondered before responding. Correct. But alas, there is no reward, the green-haired student replied, shaking his head in mock disappointment. However, you should also specify its type and signature move, he continued, pressing for more information. Its type is the tiny bird Pokémon. Its move is Whirlwind. It learns Sand Attack at level 5. And it can acquire Quick Attack at level 12, he answered. These are all basic facts. At what level does Pidgey evolve, and what is its evolved name? The red-haired student seemed determined not to let the treadmill student off the hook. The student on the treadmill hesitated, clearly stumped by the question, and remained silent. Come on. At what level does Pidgey evolve, and what is its evolved form called? The red-haired student persisted, growing impatient. All right, hurry up with the answer, or you'll have to run faster. A green-haired student chimed in, reaching for the button to increase the treadmill's speed. Ultimately, the treadmill accelerated beyond the student's capacity, leading to a tumble. Ding ding ding. Special class. The special course in the mist has concluded. Tomorrow's special class will be a snowy session. The green-haired student, after hearing the announcement, haughtily remarked to the treadmill student, I hope you can answer tomorrow's question. Is this so-called Pokémon research school even still operational? It's quite a miracle, Ash interjected, shaking his head as he approached. Having spent a few days at this school with Professor Oak during his childhood, he knew the curriculum revolved around basic Pokémon information. Aside from the uniquely themed weather lessons, the rest consisted of dry facts, serving little purpose beyond a rudimentary understanding of Pokémon traits. Within this school, novices merely engaged in trivial exchanges akin to children at play, without any real advancement. Well, not that there's no progress, It certainly cultivates the vanity of those privileged students, Ash mused, reflecting on the decline of the Indigo League's standards over the years, which he believed was closely tied to the influence of these affluent youths, reducing it to what was colloquially termed the baby cup. The colorful group of students had not wandered far when they turned to face Ash upon hearing his words. Who do you think you are? Daring to mock our Pokemon school? You clearly lack discernment, the red-haired student retorted first. I may not be qualified, but the decline in the quality of the Indigo League over the years speaks for itself, Ash replied, arms crossed, not holding back his rebuttal. What makes you think it's solely our Pokemon school's fault? Surely the traveling trainers share some blame too. The green-haired student shot back, clearly incensed. Oh, it's evident from your refusal to even challenge the gym leaders, Ash retorted with a cold smirk. You're quite audacious, aren't you? The red-haired student exclaimed, clearly infuriated. Not convinced. Come over and have a match with me, Xiaoji remarked disdainfully. Well said, Xiaoji. I wholeheartedly support you. As the world's most beautiful girl, Xiaoxia, I shall be your unwavering support, cheering you on from behind. Xiaoxia suddenly appeared behind Xiaoji, vocally expressing her encouragement. You all have arrived. Xiaoji glanced back at Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia, speaking up. Seeing you not come out, I thought you were captured by a ghost. So I insisted on coming to check on you, Xiao Gang said with a foolish grin, unaware that Xiaoxia was casting a deathly glare in his direction. Oh, so that is how it is. Thank you for your concern, Xiaoxia, Xiaoji replied gratefully upon hearing her worry. Humph, I merely came to see if you were all right, Xiaoxia retorted, her cheeks flushed yet prideful. Observing her demeanor, Xiaoji couldn't help but chuckle before redirecting his attention to the 5 students. What is the matter? Are you scared? Xiaoji continued to inquire. Humph, the traveling faction is indeed barbaric, always resorting to battles to resolve matters, the red-haired boy scoffed. If, according to your logic, battling makes one a barbarian, then why have you 5 chosen to become trainers? Is it merely to embrace barbarism? I fail to comprehend your sense of superiority, Xiaoji remarked, casting a patronizing gaze upon the 5. You. The 5 were momentarily rendered speechless by Xiaoji's words. Caught off guard. Speaking out equated to an indirect admission of that label. Remaining silent merely confirmed it, regardless of the circumstance. Well, this round has cost you dearly. Losing 1,000 while gaining nothing, only to have the advantage taken by the opponent. What do you mean? Are you simple-minded? Xiaoji seized the opportunity, pressing further as none of them could muster a retort. Xiao Chun, let us meet in class, the 5 declared before hastily departing. Xiaoji, I never realized you were so adept at retorting. Xiaoxiao approached, playfully teasing him. Hee, I possess even more remarkable skills, but those are secrets you must not know. Xiaoji replied with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang's normally dark complexion flushed a rare shade of red, evidently understanding the implications of Xiaoji's words. Meanwhile, the innocent Xiaoxiao was left bewildered, unable to grasp the essence of what Xiaoji had said. Xiao Gang, do you know what that means? She finally turned to him for assistance. I don't know. The honest Xiao Gang shook his head, telling a kind-hearted lie. It's all right. You're still young. Not knowing is perfectly normal. It's best not to ask further. Talking too much can lead to misunderstandings, Xiaoji advised. Since you want to tell me, I'll let it go, Xiaoxia conceded, noticing their reluctance to divulge information. Once she ceased her inquiries, they redirected their attention to Xiao Chun. Hello, I'm Xiaoji. Are you all right? He asked her symbolically. Yes, I'm fine, Xiao Chun replied, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Hello, I'm Xiao Chun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, I'm Xiaoxia. Hello, I'm Xiao Gang. They introduced themselves in turn. You know about those issues, don't you? Xiaoji recalled the previous events and asked. Yes, what they did was dubbed the Whip of Love by our school. Thanks to them, I learned that Pidgey evolves into Pidgeotto, and its final evolution, Pidgeot, can learn high-damage moves such as Hurricane and Air Slash. Xiao Chun's response was swift and confident, a stark contrast to her earlier hesitance. I see, Xiaoji nodded. Thank you for standing up for me earlier, but for your safety, I suggest you leave this place quickly. Otherwise, once they summon their leader, you won't be able to leave. Xiao Chun kindly warned Xiaoji and his companions. Rest assured, they wouldn't dare touch me, so you need not worry. Xiaoji smiled at Xiao Chun, assuring her there was no cause for concern. If you wish to seek trouble, then there's nothing I can do. Xiao Chun shrugged indifferently. Humph, you needn't concern yourself with that. Given the educational standards of this school, what kind of strong trainers can they produce? Xiaoji remarked flatly, taking a jab at the institution. Xiao Chun was about to retort to emphasize the strength of the Pokemon Research School when she asserted that she already held 2 league badges and boasted about her prowess. Xiaoji, hearing this, was merciless in his mockery, completely disregarding Xiao Chun's embarrassment. If you were a trainer with 3 league badges, you could easily challenge our junior's leader, Shurdai. The person they went to call just now is Miss Shurdai, an outstanding trainer at our school, currently possessing 3 league badges. With your strength, you would surely defeat her. After speaking, Xiao Chun produced a photograph from her pocket, gazing at the girl in the picture with a love-struck expression. Xiao Ji merely glanced at it and thought, indeed, she is quite beautiful, graceful, and poised. Yet, she pales in comparison to Serena. By your logic, the so-called whip of love from that earlier group was merely sanctioned by her. Do you not harbor any resentment towards her? Xiaoxia interjected, questioning Xiao Chun. It doesn't matter. Even if she bullies me, I willingly accept it, as long as she is cute and beautiful. Xiao Chun replied earnestly, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Ji had internally classified her as the legendary simp. Indeed, across any realm, those with good looks tend to have their values skewed accordingly. Xiao Ji mused to himself. Xiaoxia, left speechless by Xiao Chun's behavior, realized further discussion would be futile. Thus, she decided to distance herself from this individual named Xiao Chun to prevent his actions from influencing her. After Xiao Chun made this statement, witnessing Xiao Ji's continued disdainful demeanor, she sought to demonstrate the potential of their school by bringing them to the Pokémon Simulation Battle Room. While it was called a Pokémon Simulation Battle, it was akin to the arcade games from his past life, merely a turn-based game like Pokémon. I often use the Pokémon from the Hualan Gym for my warm-up exercises. Xiao Chun explained as she demonstrated the machine's function, defeating a gem starfish with a Pokémon flower from the game. Xiaoxia, observing Xiao Chun's unrestrained display, was infuriated and erupted. I can't stand it any longer. I am a member of the Hualan Gym. Do you think you can defeat me? She confronted Xiao Chun with an imposing presence. Ah, the city of Hualan. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Chun's face as she continued, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Isn't Hualan's gym merely a water-type gym? I have triumphed against it countless times in simulated battles. Truly, how arrogant. Just wait, don't let my sister Kia defeat you. Otherwise, you shall owe her an apology. Do you dare? Knowing the outcome, Ash stepped forward, revealing the faint outline of his 8-pack abs through his clothing, and addressed Xiao Chun. Huh, how could I possibly be defeated by her? Xiao Chun, still immersed in her mockery, failed to notice Ash's impressive physique. Just say it. Are you even a man? Do you dare to wager? Ash retorted with a sardonic smile. Fine, I wager that I will win. Xiao Chun, provoked by his words, responded with a confidence that belied her lack of experience. Very well, I shall tentatively accept that you are indeed a man. Should you lose and fail to apologize, I can arrange for you to experience Pikachu's electric therapy services for free, ensuring you leave here today on a stretcher. Pikachu, witnessing Ash's bold declaration, could only pat its chest in resignation, complicit in the mischief. You needn't worry about that. I am destined to win, Xiao Chun confidently affirmed. Nearby, Xiaoxia felt an inexplicable surge of emotion as she watched Ash stand up for her, her earlier anger dissipating considerably. Thus, the two approached the nearby arena and released their Pokémon. Xiao Chun summoned a Budew, while Xiaoxia called forth a Starmie. In a location devoid of water, a water-type Pokémon could scarcely hope to emerge victorious. Xiao Chun, eyeing Starmie, declared with unwavering confidence. However, the moment she attempted to issue a command after releasing Budew, she was swiftly defeated by Xiaoxia. Merely enduring a single attack from Starmie rendered her Pokémon entirely incapacitated. How is this possible? Xiao Chun stared in disbelief at the scene before her. It was as if the battle had concluded before it had even begun. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought the skills you learned were formidable, yet this is all you've got? No wonder the Quartz League conference was such a chaotic affair. Ash mercilessly mocked. Xiao Chun's face flushed crimson with indignation upon hearing this. All right, since you have lost, it's time to apologize to Xiaoxia, Ash declared, sensing the moment was ripe for Xiao Chun to express contrition. I'm sorry, it was my mistake to mock the gym trainers. Xiao Chun, true to her word, looked apologetically at Xiaoxia and offered her an apology. Humph, it's good that you understand. Just remember to think before you speak next time. Xiaoxia, recognizing Xiao Chun's sincere demeanor, graciously chose to forgive her. Speaking of which, how did the situation evolve into a battle between Xiaoxia and Xiao Chun? Brock inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Xiaoxia is actually a member of the Hualan Gym. However, her 3 older sisters currently oversee the gym while she travels to gain practical experience, preparing to inherit the gym in the future. Upon hearing Brock's question, Ash recalled that he had previously neglected to inform him that Xiaoxia was a gym leader. So Xiaoxia is a gym heir just like me. No wonder she was so furious earlier. If I were in her shoes, I would have been unable to tolerate such remarks about my gym. Brock, having grasped the situation, applauded Xiaoxia's earlier actions. There is a saying, those who are pitiful must possess their own faults, and those who are detestable must harbor their own tragedies. Ash suddenly mused. Indeed, Brock, considering Xiaochun's previous behavior in conjunction with the current circumstances, found himself in agreement with Ash's sentiment. Chapter 51. You are still a century too early. Come forth. What are you lingering there for? Ash called towards the entrance. Upon hearing his words, the other three looked around, realizing there was no one else present, and collectively gazed at Ash in confusion. Just as they turned to look at him, 6 figures emerged from the doorway not far away, 5 men and 1 woman. The 5 men were the ones who had just slipped away, while the woman was the very individual Xiaochun had mentioned in her photograph. The esteemed Yuoto Masaki from the Pokémon Research School. It has been quite a while, Ash. The speaker was their leader, Yuoto Masaki. Indeed, it has been a long time. However, have you brought only 5 people to welcome me to your school? Ash replied with a smile. How could we dare to do so? You are the renowned doctor. Ishizan, a rarity indeed. Yuoto Masaki chuckled amiably. So beautiful, she is even more stunning in person than in the photographs. Brock's eyes sparkled as he laid eyes on Yuoto Masaki, his gaze instantly transforming into heart shapes. Just as he was about to approach her with a bold confession, Xiaoxia intervened, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Otherwise, Brock would have likely rushed forward, ready to declare his affections in a rather unrefined manner. Xiaoxia played an essential role here, managing the logistics and preventing any hormonal outbursts. To capture the attention of Miss Masaki is truly an honor. It has been 2 years since we last met. Shall we engage in a Pokemon battle? Of course. This time, I shall definitely defeat you. Yuoto Masaki replied with an elegant smile, agreeing to the challenge. And so, they sought out a suitable location for their battle, arriving beside an indoor swimming pool. I will repay you for the defeat 2 years ago, Yuoto Masaki declared with her head held high and a sense of pride. Your demeanor remains unchanged from 2 years ago. Ash shook his head and chuckled. Humph, enough chatter. This time, I will not lose. Yuoto Masaki confidently declared to Ash. All right, Pikachu, it's your turn to emerge victorious once again. Ash adjusted his hat and summoned Pikachu to the battlefield. Pika Pika. Pikachu stepped forward without hesitation upon hearing Ash's command. Again with Pikachu? Yuoto Masaki recalled the events of 2 years prior upon seeing Pikachu, her expression darkening with determination. This time, I shall not be defeated. I have made my choice, Galarian Darmanitan. It has evolved. This is becoming interesting. It appears my own changes have elicited corresponding effects in this world. Ash narrowed his eyes, contemplating the differences between the original anime plot and the events of their journey thus far. I will not lose again. Yuoto Masaki silently encouraged herself. Galarian Darmanitan. Use your Ice Fang. Pikachu, dodge with quick attack and counter with Iron Tail. Galarian Darmanitan hurled its head, resembling a boomerang, towards Pikachu. Pikachu calmly assessed the approaching projectile, its yellow form flashing as it effortlessly evaded the attack. It then transformed into a streak of yellow light, swiftly colliding with Galarian Darmanitan before leaping into the air. At that moment, the boomerang returned, and Pikachu utilized it as a springboard to leap closer to Galarian Darmanitan, its tail transforming into a metallic blade as it came crashing down. Pikachu executed this sequence of movements with seamless fluidity, a testament to the countless hours of training that had brought it to this level. Galarian Darmanitan. Yuoto Masaki cried out in anguish upon witnessing her Pokémon being struck down yet again. In a moment of rejuvenation, Shodai summoned the revitalizing roar, and Galarian Moltres regained its vitality. Ahem, I digress. With a furious roar, Galarian Moltres rose from the ground and charged towards Pikachu. Pikachu, use Shadow Clone. At that instant, Pikachu conjured several copies of itself, confounding the already enraged Galarian Moltres. In its frenzied state, Galarian Moltres could not discern which of the clones was the real one, and as it collided with the illusions, it struck at each one it encountered. Seizing this golden opportunity, Ash commanded, Now, Pikachu, use Grass Knot. No sooner had he spoken than a vine ensnared Galarian Moltres' feet, rendering it immobile. Perfect. Now, deliver the final blow, Iron Tail. At Ash's command, Pikachu's Iron Tail struck true against Galarian Moltres, bringing the battle to a decisive conclusion. Galarian Moltres, Shodai, gazing sorrowfully at the fallen creature, gently returned it to its Pokeball. Though there had been a slight improvement, it was still far from sufficient. Ash looked at Shodai and recalled Pikachu. Well, we lost. The young girl, Uten Shodai, knelt on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Ash. A pang of sympathy struck Ash as he turned away. unable to bear the sight. Though you possess the potential to be a great trainer, remaining in this unproductive school will squander your talents. Rather than linger here, you would be better off embarking on a journey. With that parting thought, Ash walked away, accompanied by Misty and Brock, while the colorful entourage dared not intervene. After all, they had already witnessed the defeat of their champion, and they felt unworthy to obstruct Ash's path. Meanwhile, Uten Shodai found herself ensnared in the memory of Ash's earlier words. To defeat me, you still have 100 years to go. This statement had lingered in her heart for a long time. Can I travel with you? Suddenly, Uten Shodai uttered these words, just as Ash was about to distance himself. He paused momentarily. Your grandfather would never agree to that, he replied, without looking back as he left the school. Upon hearing that an enchanting beauty wished to accompany them, Brock's excitement soared. However, his enthusiasm waned immediately after Ash's refusal, and he hurried after his friend. Ash, why didn't you accept her invitation? Brock inquired, perplexed. You're overthinking it. Even if she agreed, her grandfather and family would never permit it. Ash retorted. Why wouldn't they? Brock pondered, struggling to comprehend. Do you seriously think a noble lady would abandon her studies to travel with us? Her family would surely prefer she focus on managing her estate. If we allowed her to join us, we might invite a host of troubles, not to mention delay her inheritance. It's better to avoid additional complications. Ash explained with a hint of exasperation. That makes sense. Brock conceded, reluctantly accepting Ash's reasoning. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret at the thought of missing out on the company of such a captivating young lady. By the way, Ash, why did you suggest she travel instead of joining us? Isn't that contradictory? I suggested she travel, but only if her family approves. A lady of her stature would undoubtedly have a formidable bodyguard accompanying her. If she were to travel with us, we would need to divert our attention to ensure her safety. Do you really want a noblewoman to complicate our journey? Ash clarified, rubbing his forehead in frustration. But wouldn't that mean we have an additional bodyguard? Brock countered. Wouldn't that make our travels easier? And what, pray tell, would be the purpose of our journey then? Ash shot back. Upon hearing this, Brock seemed to finally grasp the point Ash was making, though he still felt a hint of reluctance. Truly, Ash, your foresight is remarkable, Misty praised, nodding appreciatively. Seeing her approval, Ash could only shake his head in resignation. The reality was that with a Pokémon of Pikachu's caliber by his side, he had no need for a bodyguard. His reluctance to include Shodai stemmed from a simple desire to avoid complications. Chapter 52, The Decisive Poison Strike. After departing from the Pokémon Academy, Ash and his companions continued toward the direction of Leaf Green City. That morning, Ash had risen early to complete his system's daily check-in, and today's reward was notably unique. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. Reward, Decisive Poison Strike. Decisive Poison Strike. This technique condenses the user's toxins into their sharp appendages for a rapid strike. Any Pokémon hit has a 90 chance of being poisoned and suffers a 10 reduction in physical resistance. After use, the user cannot employ skills for a cooldown period. Interesting. Ash mused, noting that this skill seemed tailor-made for Beedrill, which currently lacked a signature move. After reviewing the skill's description, he nodded in satisfaction and applied it to Beedrill in the system space. Once he had utilized the skill card, Ash released Beedrill to test its effects. During training, he preferred to go shirtless, as he disliked the sensation of sweat clinging to his skin. To spare Misty any embarrassment, he typically chose to train in secluded areas. Unbeknownst to him, however, a pair of hungry eyes were fixated on his toned abdomen from a distance, drooling at the sight. Ash usually refrained from activating his sensory abilities during training, thus he remained oblivious to the onlooker. Beedrill used Decisive Poison Strike. Upon hearing the command, Beedrill paused momentarily to recall the newly learned technique. After a brief moment, the silvery sheen on its stingers shifted to an ominous black. Beedrill thrust its stingers forward like the barrel of a gun, piercing through the heart of a nearby tree, which began to rot at an alarming pace. This damage feels promising. It has sufficient lethality to serve as a signature move, Ash remarked, nodding in approval. Having witnessed the potency of Decisive Poison Strike, Ash decided to forego other training for Beedrill, focusing solely on perfecting this technique before moving on to additional training. Thus, under Ash's guidance, the training session for all Pokémon concluded. Upon returning to the camp, they were just in time to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Brock. After finishing their meal, the group resumed their journey. During midday, Ash and his companions found themselves confronted by a lush expanse of grass, which rendered them momentarily speechless. The height of the grass appeared abnormal, suggesting that this place had not been traversed by anyone. Otherwise, how could the grass have grown so tall? Ash turned to Misty and Brock beside him, voicing his thoughts. Indeed, It does not seem like a location that has been visited before, Brock remarked, stroking his chin in contemplation. Yet, our route is precisely aligned with the official Pokémon League map. How do we end up here? Is there a possibility that we took a wrong turn? Misty suddenly interjected. It is unlikely that we've deviated from our path. It may simply be that there are numerous grass-type Pokémon in this area, or perhaps a Pokémon has intentionally accelerated the growth of the grass, leading to its extraordinary height. Ash pondered, reflecting on the original storyline and the circumstances surrounding a particular Pokémon. That is indeed a possibility, Brock nodded in agreement. But who could have done this intentionally? Misty queried, reverting back to the initial point. While Ash was aware of the reasons behind the peculiar situation, he refrained from divulging this knowledge to Brock and Misty. Never mind that. Time is of the essence. We must press on, Ash urged. Agreed, Brock and Misty echoed in unison. Thus, they ventured into the unusual thicket of grass. Fortunately, the patch was not extensive, and they soon emerged into a clearing. This grass is quite sharp, Misty exclaimed, noticing a cut on her arm from brushing against the blades. I have a band-aid here. You can use it to staunch the bleeding, Brock offered, tossing her a band-aid after observing her minor injury. Upon hearing this, Misty cast a sideways glance at Ash, who was surveying the surroundings, and reluctantly accepted the band-aid. However, just as her displeasure began to surface, she spotted an adorable Oddish. Wow, an Oddish! She exclaimed excitedly. Misty dashed toward the Oddish, readying her Pokeball to engage it in battle. Suddenly, a green turtle carrying a bulbous garlic-like head barreled forth, colliding with her Pokeball and sending it tumbling away. Wow, a far-fetched. The creature sighed in relief upon seeing the ball dislodged. Starter Pokemon, Bulbasaur. Brock gasped at the sight of the Bulbasaur, marveling at the rarity of encountering a starter Pokemon in the wild. In that moment, he entertained the thought of capturing it. But the notion felt peculiar considering he was the rock-type gym leader, so he dismissed it. Hey, little fellow, don't get too excited. I'm not a bad person. Oh wait, I misspoke. I'm not a harmful person, Ash said, channeling his inner energy to communicate with Bulbasaur while attempting to stabilize its agitated demeanor. Upon seeing Ash, Bulbasaur felt an inexplicable sense of comfort emanating from him. This affinity for nature led Bulbasaur to trust Ash's words. Previously, Ash had declared himself a bad person, so Bulbasaur naturally perceived him as such. Realizing this, Bulbasaur bared its teeth at Ash, emitting a low growl. Ahem, I understand you might have misunderstood, but let us calm down. I was merely being flippant and misspoke. Ash coughed, hastily explaining himself to Bulbasaur. Once again, Bulbasaur sensed the natural warmth radiating from Ash and gazed into his kind eyes. Gradually, its tension subsided, as it chose to trust someone favored by the power of nature. Perhaps Ash's earlier comments were indeed a careless slip of the tongue. Chapter 53. An invitation to collaborate Bulbasaur nodded in agreement, then turned to beckon Ash and his companions to follow. Seeing this, Ash glanced at Misty and Brock, who both nodded in concurrence, and together they trailed behind Bulbasaur. The group followed Bulbasaur to a secluded village, a veritable paradise. In this quaint hamlet, they encountered a plethora of weak Pokémon, Oddish, Caterpie, and Sandshrew, none of whom had evolved, and all possessed low potential and strength. The villagers, comprised solely of these Pokémon, observed Ash and his companions with wary gazes, some even harboring expressions of animosity. Not a single Pokémon seemed welcoming to their presence. While Ash understood the underlying reasons, Brock and Misty also sensed the oddity in the Pokémon's stares, finding it perplexing. After all, it was their first time in this place. Why were the Pokémon regarding them with such suspicion? In this humble village, there stood only one wooden cabin inhabited by humans. As Ash and his friends approached the door, it swung open, revealing a girl with long blue hair clad in red overalls. Upon seeing Ash and his companions, the girl's expression shifted to one of caution. Who are you, and why are you here? She inquired, eyeing them warily, as if fearing they were there to capture Pokémon. We arrived here with this Bulbasaur. We mean no harm, Ash interjected, stepping forward to clarify. Bulbasaur brought you here? The girl asked, her eyebrows knitting together in disbelief. To verify. She turned her gaze to Bulbasaur. Upon seeing the nod from Bulbasaur, she finally relaxed. Given her familiarity with Bulbasaur, she trusted that it would not associate with dangerous individuals. Since that's the case, I must apologize for my rudeness, she said, acknowledging her misjudgment. Not at all, we understand. It's only natural to be cautious when strangers appear in such a secluded place, Ash replied with a warm smile, indicating that there were no hard feelings. Thank you for your understanding, the girl said, bowing slightly in gratitude. By the way, my name is Cress, and I am the caretaker of this healing sanctuary. Cress, may I inquire if there is an issue with the Pokémon here? They have been regarding us with strange expressions since we arrived, Misty asked, stepping forward. Indeed, these Pokémon are those who have been injured in battles or abandoned by their trainers, brought here for healing, Cress said, casting a sorrowful glance at the forlorn Pokémon surrounding them. Does this mean that Xiaotsue can be considered a nurse? Xiaoxier inquired. Not at all. Please do not misunderstand. I am not qualified for that role yet. Xiaotsue hastily waved her hand, eager to clarify. All I possess are some folk remedies passed down through generations. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji fell into contemplative silence. He then opened his backpack and retrieved a dozen or so healing potions, extending them toward Xiaotsue. In that case, allow me to gift you these healing potions as a token of my goodwill towards those Pokémon. Without regard for Xiaotsue's feelings, Xiaoji handed her the entire collection. Oh, what is this? Xiaotsue exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden influx of potions. Isn't this a bit excessive? She said, glancing at the pile in her arms with embarrassment. Xiaoji, observing the system interface displaying over 1,000 healing potions, remained silent for a moment. It's perfectly fine. I have plenty of these. I could never exhaust them all. He replied with a chuckle. You actually worry that I might run out? If you knew that I accumulate dozens each time I check in, you wouldn't be concerned about me running out or make such remarks. He continued, once we reach Golden City, I will hand these over to Xiaomei for management. Just as Xiaoji was about to speak again, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. In order to prevent the destruction of the world, to safeguard world peace. That is our mission, Meow. You all emerged so quickly? Xiaoji exclaimed upon spotting Team Rocket. You insufferable brat. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you sending us to Miss Junsha, we wouldn't have had our salaries docked. Musashi's fury surged as she laid eyes on Xiaoji, especially after mentioning the salary deduction, her desire to confront him intensifying. How much is your monthly salary? Xiaoji suddenly inquired. Why should we tell you how much we earn in a month? Musashi retorted angrily. Exactly, Meow. We definitely earn far more than typical jobs, Nyarth chimed in agreement. Combined, the three of us make over 10,000 a month. Kojiru responded with a serious expression, stroking his chin. Kojiru, what are you doing? Why would you disclose our salaries to this detestable brat? Musashi and Nyarth angrily grasped Kojiru by the collar, roaring in protest. Your salaries are remarkably low. Even factory workers earn significantly more than you, Xiaoji commented disdainfully. What of it if our pay is low? At least we have job freedom, Musashi retorted defiantly. Exactly, Meow. At least we have our freedom, Nyarth said, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Wah, it's all your fault, you brat. If you hadn't sent us to Junsha, we wouldn't have had 3 months' wages docked. At this, Nyarth broke down in tears. Those who are detestable must have their reasons. And those who are pitiful must also have their grudges, Brock mused. Team Rocket is so unfortunate. Their salary is worse than factory workers. And now they've had 3 months' pay docked. It's truly pitiful, Xiaoxia lamented, her eyes reddening. Right? We are so miserable. You could show some compassion and hand over your Pikachu to us. Nyarth suddenly shifted from sorrow to a nefarious demeanor. Xiaoji, bemused by Nyarth's abrupt transformation, thought, their sadness has nothing to do with my Pikachu. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? I can help you multiply your salary several times over. Xiaoji offered with a grin, enticing the trio of Team Rocket. What collaboration? Upon hearing the prospect of a salary increase, the members of Team Rocket's eyes sparkled with curiosity about the method. Here's the deal. If a member of Team Rocket is captured by Miss Junsha, they receive 250,000 Poke Dollars. So, the two of you together could net 500,000 at once. And I would give you 350,000, keeping the remaining 150,000 as a service fee. How does that sound? Quite a bargain. I assent it. After hearing Xiaoji's proposition, Team Rocket initially erupted in anger, but soon realized the merit in his words. After all, 350,000 was a far greater sum compared to their meager monthly salary of 1,000 after 3 months' deductions. Thus, they fell into deep contemplation, deliberating amongst themselves, ultimately deciding against it. The reason was simple, their loyalty to their leader, and more importantly, they could not bear to see Xiaoji living better than they were. After all, he had been the one sending them to their doom, and they could not accept that he was faring better than them. We refuse, Team Rocket's trio declared in unison. Hearing this, Xiaoji sighed. He had intended to persuade Team Rocket to mend their ways, but he had underestimated the allure of their leader. Since you refuse, I shall have to take matters into my own hands and send you in. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Faced with Team Rocket's refusal, Xiaoji had no choice but to act. The trio of Team Rocket, seeing Xiaoji's sudden decision to attack, immediately retaliated, unleashing their Pokémon. As they did so, they also began to capture nearby Pokémon. Humph, brat. We intend to capture every Pokémon here. Everyone, retreat into the building. Xiao Zue shouted, sensing the situation had escalated, urging everyone to flee to escape the immense mechanical suction. Xiaoji, let us go. Brock and Xiaoxia attempted to leave, but upon seeing Xiaoji's resolute stance, they urged him to follow. I'll stay, you should go. It would be difficult for me to exhibit my abilities with you all outside, Xiaoji declared firmly, standing his ground, his coat billowing in the wind. As his hat threatened to fly away, he pressed it down with his hand, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Xiaoxia, gazing at Xiaoji's calm demeanor amidst the chaos, found herself momentarily entranced, unsure of what to do. Just take care of yourself, she finally managed to say before turning to accompany Brock into the building. Once Xiaoxia and Brock were inside, Xiaoji began to take action. By the way, where did that brat go? Team Rocket noticed Xiaoxi had transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind their machinery. At that moment, a walking grass stumbled, getting caught in midair, just as Team Rocket's machine attempted to ensnare it. Seat. The nearby Bulbasaur gasped in horror as it saw its companion in peril. Subsequently, 2 green vines emerged from its back, darting towards the walking grass and ensnaring it. Wow, it's Bulbasaur from the starter trio. If this were dedicated to Boss Banmu, it would undoubtedly earn us a bonus. The moment Kojiro caught sight of the Bulbasaur, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately revved up the machinery, eager to absorb the creature. However, at that precise moment, a figure had stealthily approached from behind, elegantly incapacitating the 3 of them one by one. Phew, finally managed to deal with these 3 fools. Ash sighed in relief as he gazed at the unconscious trio. He searched for the mechanical button and halted its operation. All right, it's over now. Ash clapped his hands together. Upon feeling the absence of the intense suction, Bulbasaur also breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming Bulbasaur was unharmed, Ash wasted no time. He retrieved a rope and bound Team Rocket together. I wonder if we'll still receive a reward this time. Given the last time we got one, Ash pondered, resting his chin and thought about whether these 3 still held any value. Oh well, never mind that. I'll just take them to Miss Junsha. Shaking his head, Ash decisively abandoned his musings. Bulbasaur, are you alright? Ash called out as he leaped down to check on the creature. After seeing Bulbasaur shake its head, Ash understood the situation. At that moment, Pikachu, having grown bored, had knocked out Team Rocket's Pokémon and returned to Ash's side, leaping onto his shoulder. Pika, brother, it's all sorted out. Pikachu saluted Ash, reporting the situation. Alright, everyone can come out now. It's safe. Ash chuckled at Pikachu's demeanor, shaking his head in amusement before allowing the others to emerge. The 3 of them, along with their Pokémon, cautiously stepped out of the wooden cabin. Once they noticed the surroundings had returned to tranquility, their previously anxious hearts finally settled. Ash, are you okay? Misty exclaimed as she rushed over, her concern evident upon seeing Ash unscathed. Ash, momentarily taken aback by Misty's worried expression, shook his head to indicate he was fine. Everything's all right now. We've averted this crisis, Cries explained to the other Pokémon. Hearing the administrator's words, the other Pokémon felt a wave of relief wash over them. Carefully stepping out from the cabin, suddenly, Cries noticed Bulbasaur gazing intently at Ash, and an idea struck her. Ash, would you be willing to take Bulbasaur with you on your journey? Cries inquired, observing Ash. That child hasn't liked anyone since being abandoned by its trainer. Except for me. It seems to have taken a liking to you. I think you should give it a try. Ash, upon hearing Cries' suggestion, paused for a moment. He hadn't intended to capture Bulbasaur, yet somehow, even while avoiding the events of the original story, he found an opportunity for Bulbasaur to accompany him. I must admit, the world's ability to correct itself is impressive. The reason Ash hesitated to capture Bulbasaur was simple. He knew it would resist evolution in the future, thus not reaching its full potential. Pokémon evolution can indeed enhance their growth potential, a fact supported by scientific research. However, Ash had observed Bulbasaur's qualifications, which were merely at the gym leader level, falling short of the target he desired to capture. Coupled with Bulbasaur's reluctance to evolve, Ash was disinclined to pursue capturing it. Rather than that, he preferred to let Bulbasaur remain in this management area instead of facing hardships alongside him. After all, he could easily teach it powerful moves through the system space, turning Bulbasaur into a formidable and unique Pokémon. Knowing full well that a better future awaited, who would willingly choose to settle for less? Yet, since someone had broached the subject, and considering he had a desire to capture a Bulbasaur, he made a resolution to attempt to change Bulbasaur's reluctance towards evolution. Should it still refuse in the future, upon concluding his journey in Kanto, Ash would inquire about Bulbasaur's wishes, whether it would prefer to stay by his side or return to continue living here. In any case, regardless of Bulbasaur's choice. Having resolved to capture it, he would commit wholeheartedly to nurturing it. This is the mindset that Ash, the future Pokemon master, should embody. Bulbasaur, would you like to come with me? Ash knelt before Bulbasaur and asked. Bulba. Hearing Ash's proposal, Bulbasaur neither rejected nor accepted but instead challenged Ash to a battle. All right then, Pikachu, you're up. Without hesitation, Ash chose Pikachu to face Bulbasaur, eager to experience the thrill of an easy victory. True to form, after sending out Pikachu, Ash swiftly resolved the battle with a single move, successfully capturing Bulbasaur. I've successfully captured Bulbasaur. Chapter 55, Charmander. After successfully capturing Bulbasaur, Ash and his companions delivered Team Rocket to a certain unnamed city's Officer Jenny and continued their journey towards Leaf Town. Since the bounty on Team Rocket had already been claimed once, they were not rewarded this time, ultimately having to leave Team Rocket with the elegant Officer Jenny. Although it was unfortunate to miss out on a reward, Ash felt a sense of fulfillment from performing a good deed, lifting his spirits. Days swiftly passed, and Ash's Pokemon prowess had significantly increased, with many levels gained. One day, while traversing mountains and descending slopes, Ash and his companions stumbled upon a small orange dinosaur perched on a rock, its tail ablaze with flickering flames. Wow, incredible! We encounter one of the starter Pokemon just while walking, Brock exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the Charmander. Yow! Roar! Upon hearing Brock's words, Charmander responded with a fierce roar, displaying its intimidating demeanor. Oh, it's just a Charmander. Misty sighed in relief after observing the fierce countenance of the creature. Ash, however, remained silent, his gaze locked on Charmander. He understood full well that this Charmander was destined to become one of his greatest assets in the future. The reason for Ash's confidence stemmed from a recent glance at the system panel, revealing the formidable potential of Charmander. The panel displayed the following details. Pokemon, Charmander, gender, male, level 7, ability, Blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when HP is low. Potential, godlike, held item, none, moves, scratch. Growl, Ember, Brick Break, Dragon Claw, astounding. After reviewing Charmander's panel, Ash inhaled sharply, taken aback by its extraordinary qualifications. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed a Pokemon of divine caliber, and to have it right before him was enough to ignite his excitement. Divine aptitude signified that this Pokemon possessed the potential to ascend to godlike status, according to the system's classification within the realm of divine beings. The 10th level is further divided into 4 tiers. Levels 90 to 93 represent the 3rd tier, levels 94 to 96 the 2nd tier, and levels 97 to 99 the 1st tier. As for level 100, it is likely that only the alpaca has achieved such greatness. The precise levels of other divine beasts remain unknown until one encounters them and consults the system. It is evident that the potential of this little Charmeleon is utterly formidable. It is no wonder it is a descendant of the illustrious Dragonite, whose qualifications are indeed remarkable. If memory serves, Charmeleon in the anime was forced to evolve prematurely, resulting in a significant decline in its potential, which ultimately confined its strength to the championship level. What is so terrifying? Misty, who was nearby, seemed to have overheard Ash's musings and inquired. Well, you honestly need not concern yourself with that, Ash replied, stroking his chin. Why? She asked. Because it's inconsequential. And thus, you need not be curious. Oh, all right, Misty conceded, sensing that Ash was unwilling to elaborate further. Returning to the matter at hand, Misty furrowed her brow, observing. This Charmeleon appears utterly devoid of vitality. Noting its emaciated state, Brock, the breeder, suggested, I recommend we hasten to capture it and bring it to Nurse Joy for treatment. No need for capture. Clearly, this Charmeleon seems to have an owner. Ash shook his head, asserting his belief. How do you know that, Ash? Brock turned to him, astonished. Despite its apparent weakness, it shows no inclination to flee, and upon seeing us, it neither displays fear nor attempts to escape. This speaks volumes. As I believe you both are aware, Ash remarked, his expression impassive, yet a fire blazed within his eyes. This was one of his designated primary partners, and while he had previously anticipated finding it in a pitiful state, witnessing it firsthand only intensified his frustration. Brock and Misty, upon hearing Ash's clear implication, understood the situation of Charmeleon. Regardless, I feel we should not abandon this Charmeleon. We ought to take it for treatment. It is genuinely heart-wrenching to see it in such a weakened state. Misty insisted upon learning of its inability to be captured. We cannot take it. Did you not see how it resisted when we approached? Ash reiterated. What are we to do? That child is so weak. If we delay treatment, it may truly perish. Misty exclaimed, growing anxious and stamping her foot. I believe it has only recently been abandoned by its trainer, which is why it exhibits such behavior. We merely need to have Pikachu offer it some food to restore its strength, and it will likely feel better, Ash suggested, retrieving a cherished Sherry Berry from his bag, a favorite among Charmeleons. Pikachu, I'm counting on you, Ash instructed. Pikachu nodded affirmatively, then approached Charmeleon, presenting the Sherry Berry to it. Afterward, Pikachu scampered back, offering Ash a salute. Brother, mission accomplished flawlessly. Ash chuckled at Pikachu's antics. After 4 years of companionship, he had resigned himself to the fact that this little electric mouse had indeed been led astray by him. Though he accepted this reality internally, he could not help but mutter that it was still Gary's fault. Old habits die hard, and he found it difficult to change. Temporarily choosing to overlook Pikachu's misdirection, Ash redirected his gaze to the Charmeleon, which was now consuming the Sherry Berry. At that moment, Charmeleon glanced over. Witnessing the camaraderie between Ash and Pikachu, and a flicker of envy crossed its eyes. Well, since it has already found a trainer, we should take our leave, Brock stated with a hint of resignation. There's no urgency in leaving just yet, Ash interjected, halting Brock. He then approached Charmeleon slowly, step by step, under the influence of his innate power. Eventually, he arrived at the rock's edge, locking eyes with Charmeleon. Under the influence of his aura, Charmeleon sensed the kindness radiating from this human, and Ash observed as its wariness gradually transformed into sorrow. He then retrieved a bottle of berry juice from his bag and placed it beside Charmeleon. Having completed this act, Ash departed the scene alongside Brock and Misty. Charmeleon gazed at the human who had just offered it berry juice, exchanging glances, and recalled the words of its trainer upon their departure. A tear escaping the corner of its eye. Perhaps it understood all too well what it was experiencing at that moment. Yet it clung to the hope of one day reuniting with its trainer. Chapter 56, The Little Squanderer. After leaving Charmeleon behind, Ash and his friends found a Pokémon Center along the mountain path. Upon entering the center, a strong wind howled outside, and dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. The sky appeared dim and oppressive, with distant rumbles of thunder creating an unsettling atmosphere. As Ash and his companions heard the thunder, they turned their gazes toward the window. Is it about to rain? Misty murmured, observing the heavy clouds outside. It's clearly going to rain. With thunder like that, it seems it will be quite a downpour. Brock squinted at the weather. What about that Charmeleon? Misty asked, her concern evident. I don't know. There's nothing outside to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Brock replied, shaking his head. Ash, who had been listening to their conversation, fell silent for a moment. After pondering, he stood and walked toward Nurse Joy. Excuse me, trainer. How may I assist you? Nurse Joy inquired upon noticing Ash's approach. Nurse Joy, do you have any umbrellas? Ash asked. Certainly. Would you like to borrow one? Nurse Joy inquired kindly. Yes, if possible. Ash nodded. Of course. Nurse Joy promptly retrieved an umbrella and handed it to Ash. Thank you. Ash expressed his gratitude as he accepted the umbrella. You're welcome. Nurse Joy replied with a warm smile. Brock, Misty, I'm heading back to Charmeleon's location. You two stay here. I'll be quick, Ash instructed as he approached them. Let us go, Pikachu. After calling upon Pikachu, Ash did not wait for Brock and Misty to agree. He dashed out with Pikachu in tow. Alas, Ash, just as Brock and Misty were about to speak, Ash had already vanished from sight, his speed truly remarkable. The two of them gazed at the torrential downpour outside, momentarily at a loss for what to do. They also intended to fetch an umbrella from Nurse Joy, but regrettably, the only umbrella Ash had taken was the sole one available. Thus, they found themselves in a quandary. The more mature Brock decided to venture alone towards Ash, leaving Misty at the Pokémon Center. In this manner, Brock pursued Ash, leaving Misty behind. Hey, where did that boy go? She pondered. I forgot to mention, although we lack an umbrella, we do have raincoats. How could he run off so swiftly? Nurse Joy exclaimed, holding a raincoat, her expression a mixture of annoyance and concern. Upon hearing this, Misty's eyes lit up. She swiftly seized the raincoat and dashed after Ash. Thus, one traversed with the swiftness of teleportation, while the other braved the rain, clad in a raincoat, both making their way to the location of Charmeleon. Meanwhile, Ash arrived at Charmeleon's location in a flash. Coincidentally, at that moment, a flock of Spearows, who had been eyeing Charmeleon from above, launched an assault. Witnessing this, Ash immediately teleported in front of the weakened Charmeleon, shielding him from the oncoming attack. Pikachu Thunderbolt. The frail Charmeleon, stirred by the commotion, slowly opened his eyes to see the human who had provided him juice earlier cradling him in his arms. The uniquely attired Pikachu leaped down from Ash's shoulder, and with a brilliant flash of electricity from its red cheeks, it struck down the flying Spearows. Charmeleon, are you alright? Ash inquired, concern etched on his face as he gazed at the ailing creature, whose tail flame was nearly extinguished. Don't worry, I'll take you to get treated. I'll make sure to teach that little punk a lesson, he reassured, opening the umbrella, lifting Charmeleon into his embrace, and beckoning Pikachu to perch on his shoulder. Just as he was about to teleport away, he noticed Brock approaching from a distance. Brock, what are you doing here? Ash asked, puzzled. Isn't it because of you? You dashed off without a word. How could I not worry? Brock panted, breathless. Haha, I'm really sorry. Ash replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Hey, is that Misty? Ash glanced behind Brock, spotting a figure clad in a raincoat sprinting towards them. Brock, hearing Ash's remark, turned to look as well. Goodness, judging by that silhouette. It truly is Misty. Misty, why did you come too? Ash remarked, his expression serious. Indeed. I distinctly told you to stay at the Pokémon Center. Where did you get that raincoat? Brock questioned, his curiosity piqued upon noticing her attire. You ran away too quickly. Nurse Joy was going to give you a raincoat, but you left before she could reach you. Misty chuckled, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter at Brock, who was now drenched. Upon hearing Misty's words, Brock stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief, as he glanced at Ash and Misty, both of whom appeared entirely dry. Well, it seems I am the only one who ended up injured. Misty couldn't help but laugh at Brock's disheveled appearance. Trained to maintain composure, she rarely laughed unless truly compelled. Even Ash, unable to suppress a chuckle, found the scene utterly amusing. Yet, he quickly stifled his laughter, realizing the urgency of the situation. Right, we can't linger here. We must leave quickly. Charmeleon is in dire need. Ash exclaimed, recognizing the gravity of the moment. And he began to sprint toward the Pokémon Center with Charmeleon in his arms. His urgency jolted both Misty and Brock into action, and they too raced toward the Pokémon Center. As they approached, a group of individuals was just about to enter. Yo, isn't that your Charmeleon? One of them pointed at the Charmeleon cradled in Ash's arms. Humph, it's just a Pokémon that can't even defeat a tadpole. What use is it? Even if someone picks it up, what of it? Dio scoffed arrogantly, disdain evident in his voice. Truly, Dio is something else. His insights are unparalleled. One of his lackeys flattered enthusiastically. Ha, you idiot. Ash retorted upon hearing Dio's disdainful remarks about Charmeleon, a smirk forming on his lips. What did you say? How dare you insult our boss? You're asking for trouble. One of Dio's lackeys shouted, infuriated by Ash's mockery. You are the true fool. Unaware that water extinguishes fire, a fundamental principle. Blaming the Pokémon for your ignorance only reveals your own inadequacies. Ash stated flatly. This provoked the rest of the group, and some even lunged at Ash, attempting to grab his collar. Ash effortlessly subdued the aggressor, merely raising his hand to seize the one who dared to strike. A sharp crack echoed as the opponent's bone cracked under Ash's grip. Ah! The captive cried out in agony, wailing like a wounded animal, tears streaming down his face. Dio, come save me, he cried, his voice hoarse and desperate. Having had his fun, Ash released the individual, his gaze cold and unyielding. Why resort to violence when we can converse civilly? His tone was devoid of emotion, chilling in its indifference. Charmeleon, hearing Ash's familiar voice, struggled to open his eyes, yearning to see if help had arrived. Yet, Dio's next words doused Charmeleon's fervent spirit like cold water, leaving him disheartened. You little brat. I'll just toss that worthless Charmeleon to you. It's utterly useless. Dio, shaken by Ash's earlier demeanor, found his legs trembling, his body quaking as he attempted to walk. However, Ash had no intention of letting him off the hook. With a swift step, he vanished from sight, reappearing and delivering a kick that sent Dio sprawling to the ground. I suggest you keep your mouth clean. Ash's icy tone added a biting chill to the already frigid air, causing Dio to shudder uncontrollably. Brother, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me for my transgressions. Dio pleaded desperately. The companions who had initially accompanied Dio soon realized that the other party had no intention of targeting them, and they hurriedly sought refuge in the Pokémon Center, as if it were their sole lifeline at that moment. Just moments ago, their friend had merely been gently seized. Yet the noise it generated was deafening, audible from afar. This clearly indicated the extraordinary nature of their adversary, accentuated by that piercing gaze which conveyed a sense of formidable complexity. Ash's eyes were not merely honed through practice, but had been forged in the depths of the forest in Pallet Town, through countless life and death battles, step by arduous step. His esteemed title of a human-shaped Pokémon was not a mere embellishment. Are you skilled in combat? Ash exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Dio's face, the sound echoing resoundingly. Not at all. Dio trembled, overwhelmed by fear, his entire body quaking at the sight of Ash. What use is your combat prowess? In this world, It is connections and influence that matter. What faction do you belong to? Brother, I was mistaken truly. I should never have abandoned Charmeleon. I was unaware he was under your protection. I am deeply sorry. Dio, quaking beneath Ash's foot, expressed his terror with each word. Oh, so you are but a coward, Ash remarked, delivering another slap to his face. Since you have sincerely apologized, I shall spare you this time. Noticing that Dio had suffered sufficiently, Ash decided to show mercy. He then turned and approached the individual he had previously injured, crouching down to use his healing power to restore the person's injuries. At that moment, Dio seized the opportunity, hastily extracting a Pokeball from his pocket to unleash his Pokémon. Arbok used Poison Fang on him. An Arbok emerged and lunged fiercely towards Ash. Ah, you are quite restless, Ash remarked, rising from the ground, his eyes ignited with a dangerous crimson glow. The Arbok, poised to attack, suddenly sensed a menacing aura directed specifically at him. His instincts warned him of the imminent danger. He realized he was no match for Ash. If a system notification had sounded at that moment, it would have proclaimed, "Ding! The host has activated the dangerous red glare," commonly known as a special effect that suppresses the opponent. The once fierce Arbok now began to retreat, ultimately abandoning Dio altogether, having been recently acquired from another trainer. It held no emotional attachment to Dio, and thus would not exert itself for a master devoid of any bond. Moreover, the overwhelming aura emanating from Ash was terrifying. Had it not been for his lack of experience with legendary Pokémon, he might have presumed he was facing one. Realizing there was a chance to escape, the Arbok fled, leaving Dio to face the consequences of his actions. Dio, with a grimace, watched the departing Arbok, and as he glimpsed Ash drawing nearer, he apprehensively surmised that his day would not end well. After a while, Dio lay on the ground, battered and bruised, in a state that seemed worse than death. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Ash observed his handiwork, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had relentlessly pummeled Dio into a state of disarray, only to subsequently employ his healing power to mend his injuries, only to initiate another round of torment. This cycle had drained Ash of considerable energy, despite his fatigue. He felt a sense of satisfaction. After administering one final treatment to Dio, he rose and ventured into the Pokémon Center, intending to take a shower and retire for the night. As for Charmeleon, he had already entrusted it to Brock and Misty for treatment. This day not only uplifted Ash's spirits, but also proved to be quite fulfilling. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Tree Realm. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Ash promptly took a shower, dried his hair, and then climbed into bed for a restful sleep. The night passed without incident. Time swiftly flowed, and before long, morning dawned quietly. Ash's biological clock was as reliable as an alarm, awakening him promptly at 5 o'clock. As he prepared to leave for his usual morning workout, he noticed a small orange figure emerging from a corner, heading toward the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Upon spotting this figure, Ash quickly concealed himself and utilized his sensing abilities to silently follow Charmeleon. After a brief pursuit, Charmeleon arrived at the very spot where Ash had brutally confronted Dio the previous night. Charmeleon gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, remnants of the rain that had yet to fully dry, observing them in silence for a while. At that moment, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, stepped forward. "You need not shed tears for that scoundrel. He is unworthy of your loyalty." Ash possessed the ability to sense Pokémon emotions, and even with Charmeleon facing away, he could perceive its turmoil. Upon hearing Ash's voice, Charmeleon turned, its eyes glistening with tears, appearing quite pitiable and evoking sympathy. Woo-woo, Charmeleon glanced back at Ash, then returned its gaze to the bloodstains, lost in thought. "I understand you may blame me for revealing such harsh truths, but had I not intervened, you might have perished in last night's storm. I can see your potential, it is merely overlooked by him. Your talents should not be squandered by someone like him." Ash stepped forward, elucidating his thoughts. "So come with me. I shall guide you to the pinnacle you deserve. That is where you truly belong." Extending his hand, Ash offered an invitation to Charmeleon. Upon hearing Ash's heartfelt words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Charmeleon's sapphire blue eyes, and it extended its small hand to meet Ash's. Unbeknownst to Charmeleon, it was Ash's compassion and gesture that would ultimately lead it from the brink of death to the heights of glory in the days to come. Seeing Charmeleon's acceptance, Ash promptly retrieved a friend ball from his system, presenting it before Charmeleon. With a gentle touch from Charmeleon, a beam of red light enveloped it, drawing it into the friend ball. "I have successfully captured Charmeleon. I look forward to our journey together," Ash whispered, gazing at the friend ball in his hand. Inside the friend ball, Charmeleon stirred upon hearing Ash's words. However, after uttering those words, the Pokeball vanished with a soft whoosh from Ash's grasp. "Oh, now I have 6 Pokémon. I truly hope that application is approved soon. It would make it easier for me to carry 7 Pokémon, Ash mused, recalling the request he had submitted to the League some time ago. It is indeed regrettable that the League has yet to grant their approval. Never mind. Let us set aside such concerns and focus on the matter of training. Ash shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and turned his attention to Pokémon training. After finishing breakfast at midday, Ash and his companions officially set forth towards Leaf City. However, just as they were about to depart, a familiar voice echoed through the air. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, Jesse, James. Indeed, it was the notorious trio of Team Rocket who had once again unveiled their new contraption before Ash and his friends. Team Rocket, why are you here again? Are you not tired of this? Misty exclaimed in frustration upon seeing them. Exactly. When will this end? Brock could not help but join in the lament. Meanwhile, Ash, realizing that they no longer had any reward to offer, had already resigned himself to the idea of abandoning the pursuit of capturing them for monetary gain. Thus, he retrieved the Pokeball containing Bulbasaur. Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Gender, male. Level, 15. Abilities, Chlorophyll, speed increases in sunny weather. Thick Fat, reduces damage from fire and ice type moves by half due to thick fat protection. Potential, Gym. Held item, none. Moves, Sunny Day, Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Growth. Leech Seed, Leaf Blade, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Toxic, Substitute, Protect, Forest S Blessing. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. This time, due to the absence of a reward, Ash had communicated telepathically with Bulbasaur, instructing him not to hold back. Bulbasaur, with a mighty cry, numerous leaves emerged from its back and surged towards Team Rocket. Arbok, Poison Sting, Weezing, Sludge Bomb. Having faced Ash a few times before, Team Rocket had adapted to his unconventional tactics and had already released their Pokémon to preemptively counter such scenarios. The Sludge Bomb from Weezing collided with Bulbasaur's Leaf Blade, resulting in a cancellation of the attacks and a subsequent explosion. Arbok, utilizing its nimble speed, swiftly approached Bulbasaur and launched a Poison Sting. Bulbasaur, caught off guard, was struck in the leg, which turned a deep shade of purple, clearly indicating that it had triggered the 30% chance of poisoning. Bulbasaur, hold on, Ash commanded, seeing his Pokémon afflicted by poison. Bulbasaur, Forest S Blessing. Bulbasaur, as it shouted with all its might, a vibrant green luminescence radiated from the seeds on its back. Arbok and Weezing, sensing an opportunity after Bulbasaur was poisoned, prepared to press their advantage. However, they were suddenly met with a resounding tremor beneath their feet, as if some colossal entity were about to emerge from the earth. Arbok, feeling the vibrations, wore a perplexed expression, entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Even Weezing, soaring above, sensed that something was amiss. Just as they were taken aback, a towering tree burst forth from the ground, unceremoniously sending Team Rocket hurtling away. Ultimately, the trio transformed into 3 shooting stars, vanishing from sight, leaving behind their iconic line. What an annoying feeling. Goodbye, and take care. Ash waved his hand in farewell as they disappeared into the distance. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Evolution. Brock and Misty, witnessing the move executed by Bulbasaur, were utterly astonished and were about to inquire about the situation when they observed that, after defeating Team Rocket and their Pokémon, Bulbasaur was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling light of evolution. Upon witnessing this scene, Ash, though he had an inkling of what was transpiring, secretly hoped that Bulbasaur would choose to evolve on its own without his prompting. That would indeed be the most favorable outcome for him. However, to Ash's surprise, Bulbasaur did not decline the light of evolution but instead embraced it, successfully evolving into Ivysaur. Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, Ash rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After all, Bulbasaur had consistently resisted evolution in the original story, and now, having obtained Bulbasaur, it had chosen to evolve autonomously. How could this not astonish Ash? As he pondered this, Ash began to contemplate what might have gone awry. Yet, before he could fully process his thoughts, he noticed that Ivysaur, upon completing its evolution, collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. As a devoted Pokémon trainer, Ash swiftly cast aside his earlier musings and rushed to Ivysaur's side to assess its condition. Utilizing a level of expertise that rivaled Nurse Joy's, Ash examined Ivysaur and discovered that it had exhausted its energy by using a move that was beyond its current capabilities just prior to evolving, leading to its fatigue. Fortunately, apart from this exhaustion, Ivysaur appeared to be in good health. Unfortunately, with Ivysaur's evolution marred by complications, the group had no choice but to return to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Ash understood that under no circumstances should Ivysaur attempt to use that particular move again unless absolutely necessary, as there was no guarantee of safety. He resolved to wait until Ivysaur evolved into Venusaur before allowing it to use that move again, at which point Ivysaur would likely be better equipped to handle it, and its energy reserves would be ample. Pokémon, Ivysaur. Gender, male. Level, 17. Abilities, Chlorophyll, Thick Fat. Potential, Elite. Held item, none. Moves, Sunny Day, Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Growth. Leech Seed, Leaf Blade, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Toxic, Substitute, Protect, Forest S Blessing. As Ash examined Ivysaur's moves, he noted that its potential had not significantly changed, merely ascending to a higher tier, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Had he known that Bulbasaur would choose to evolve, he would have retrieved something from his system to feed Bulbasaur, maximizing the benefits of its evolution. Unfortunately, Ash had missed this opportunity. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, knowing that another chance awaited Ivysaur to complete its evolution successfully. After reflecting on these matters, Ash began to ponder why Bulbasaur had opted to evolve. With his remarkable memory, Ash began to mentally replay each episode of the storyline, and after a lengthy contemplation, he began to grasp the underlying reasons behind this unexpected choice. It is highly probable that the significant alteration in Charmeleon's demeanor following its successful evolution from Charmander bears a profound connection to Bulbasaur's persistent reluctance to evolve. After all, in the anime, the episode wherein Bulbasaur nearly evolves occurs right after Charmeleon's transformation. At that juncture, Charmeleon's metamorphosis was witnessed by two other Pokémon, who presumed that Bulbasaur would undergo a similar change upon evolution, thus contributing to its hesitance. Moreover, one cannot dismiss the influence of Pikachu during the incident in Leaf Town. Pikachu itself was on the verge of evolving, which likely had some impact on Bulbasaur's decision-making. Hence, could it be that the reasons behind Squirtle and Bulbasaur's aversion to evolution are intertwined with these factors? After contemplating for a considerable time, Ash felt increasingly close to the truth, realizing that this explanation seemed more plausible. Otherwise, he would struggle to comprehend their reluctance to evolve. Perhaps, it could simply be that both Pokémon wish to remain as they are. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Ash reluctantly accepted this notion, although he wasn't entirely convinced. It was a theory that possessed a semblance of logic, making it somewhat acceptable. Was that move Bulbasaur just used growth? Brock inquired curiously. No, Ash replied, shaking his head. Then, could you elaborate? Brock pressed, intrigued. Certainly. Ash nodded, then explained, that was my own creation, a technique derived from growth, which I've been researching with a professor. Could it be that the move your Gyarados used at the pewter gym was also one of your own inventions? Brock exclaimed in astonishment. There was no denying it. This revelation was truly astonishing. Although Ash's words might have seemed hard to believe, the evidence lay before Brock's eyes, whether he chose to accept it or not. After all, who else in the current league has utilized a move identical to Ash's? Since Ash's Pokémon was the only one capable of executing this technique, it was uniquely his invention within the league. Furthermore, in Brock's mind, Ash was a brilliant prodigy, naturally leading him to trust Ash's claims. You're incredible, Ash, Misty praised. Haha, really? It's nothing extraordinary, just a matter of luck and coincidence, Ash replied, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched the back of his head in response to Misty's compliment. You've accomplished something remarkable. There's no need for such modesty, Ash, Brock interjected, sensing a hint of boastfulness in Ash's words, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate it. All right, enough of that. Let's take a moment to rest. Once Bulbasaur finishes healing, we can set off for Leaf Town, Ash suggested, taking the initiative to propose a break. Brock and Misty nodded, subsequently finding a spot to rest while awaiting Bulbasaur's recovery. Chapter 60, Resolute Squirtle. Ash and his companions found themselves lost in an unfamiliar forest. Having wandered there for nearly a week, during their time in this labyrinthine wood, they utilized the opportunity to engage in battles, thereby enhancing their skills. Over the course of the week, Ash's Pokémon levels saw significant advancements. Arcanine reached level 40, Gyarados attained level 42, Beedrill climbed to level 38, Pidgeotto hit level 35, and Bulbasaur was at level 28. As for Pikachu, with an average rate of consuming a rare candy every 3 days, it had now reached level 58. Poised to achieve champion status within 4 days, potentially becoming Ash's first Pokémon to attain such a rank. Given Ash's current Pokémon levels, the ordinary creatures inhabiting the forest could no longer suffice for his training needs. He would need to venture into more perilous woodlands to encounter Pokémon of a comparable level to maintain his rapid progression. However, as Ash ventured further, he suddenly sensed a large pit ahead, causing him to pause momentarily. Upon approaching, his perception revealed the concealed pit, where he spotted 5 blue turtles in close proximity. At that moment, a particular plot point sprang to mind. After successfully capturing Charmander, Ash's next goal was to catch the next starter Pokémon, Squirtle. This led Ash to ponder whether Bulbasaur's potential evolution was merely coincidental. If Squirtle were to evolve, would that not imply that the transformation of Charmander into Charmeleon had instigated a radical change in personality, as depicted in the original narrative? With this thought solidifying in his mind, Ash became increasingly determined to capture that Squirtle. His resolve intensified when he suddenly noticed that one of the Squirtlets possessed the aura of a wave guide. Incredible! I never anticipated discovering a Squirtle endowed with wave guidance here. Brock, I must confess, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I am actually a psychic. When you witness my abilities, please do not be alarmed, Ash stated earnestly, halting in his tracks. Brock, utterly bewildered by Ash's revelation, could scarcely process the information before Ash vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. What the where did Ash go? Brock exclaimed in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. As memories of Ash's words flooded back, Brock finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Turning to Misty, he sought confirmation with his gaze, silently questioning the truth of Ash's claim. Misty, observing Brock's demeanor, sighed and nodded, affirming Ash's extraordinary assertion. I had no idea Ash trusted me so implicitly as to reveal his identity as a psychic. I must protect this secret, Brock murmured to himself, now composed after receiving clarity from Misty. Meanwhile, the vanished Ash had arrived behind the 5 Squirtlets. Hey there, Ash greeted, patting one of the Squirtlets on the back, startling the group. Squirtle, the Squirtlets, already in a state of confusion at the disappearance of one of their own, were further alarmed by Ash's sudden appearance and entered a defensive stance. Squirtle, Squirtle. One stepped forward to confront Ash, questioning him. Me? Clearly, I am human, Ash replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the Squirtle before him. Indeed, it is none other than the illustrious leader Squirtle from the original anime. And to my astonishment, he possesses the power of aura within him. His innate talent is commendable, and his potential is on par with that of champions. Squirtle, but why did you suddenly appear behind us like a ghost? The leader Squirtle continued to interrogate. What do you think? Ash replied with a significant glance directed at the leader Squirtle and added, Isn't that pit in front of us you're doing? Squirtle? Squirtle, what pit? We know nothing. The Squirtle appeared somewhat uneasy as it glanced back at the other 4 Squirtlets. Pikachu, my esteemed leader is inquiring. Was it you who dug that pit? Pikachu stepped forward, a scowl on his face, electricity crackling from the 2 red pouches on his cheeks, exuding an intimidating aura akin to that of a gang member. The near-champion aura of Pikachu, coupled with his fierce expression, caused all the Squirtlets to cower in fear. Damn that little green. It's all his fault that my Pikachu has become like this. I hope he gets into a few scuffles over in Leaf Town. It would be best if he encounters a couple of girlfriends who can give him a good beating. Ash, witnessing Pikachu's demeanor, couldn't help but curse Green internally, even casting a silent hex upon him. The 5 Squirtlets, intimidated by Pikachu's formidable presence, nearly retreated into their shells, trembling in fright. Squirtle, Squirtle, we are the Squirtle Squad. Indeed, that pit was dug by us, and we sincerely apologize. The leader Squirtle's tone, though seemingly contrite, was punctuated by a posture that remained defiantly upright, betraying no sign of remorse. All right, Pikachu, he has already acknowledged his mistake. There's no need to pursue it further, Ash remarked, a bemused smile forming as he observed the Squirtle's demeanor, gently pulling Pikachu back. Suddenly, the distant sound of sirens pierced the air. Squirtle, the police are coming. Let us make a run for it. Upon hearing the police sirens, the leader Squirtle immediately turned and led the other 4 Squirtlets to flee. Ash, watching their frantic escape, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Are you all right? At that moment, Miss Junsha rode up on her motorcycle, addressing Misty and Brock. We're fine, Miss Junsha, Misty replied, shaking her head. Oh, you know me? Miss Junsha expressed her surprise. Almost all the police in the regions know you, Miss Junsha. Who wouldn't? Ash thought to himself as he emerged from the bushes, overhearing her words and silently scoffing. That's because we encountered your relatives throughout our journey. Misty shyly scratched her head as she spoke. Ah, I see. Then you must have met quite a few of my sisters. Indeed. Misty nodded. Then it's settled. You all should accompany me to the police station to give a statement. It's conveniently not far from town. Thus, Ash and his companions made their way to Miss Junsha's police station to provide their accounts. After concluding the statements, Miss Junsha informed Ash and his friends that the Squirtlets, known as the Squirtle Squad, were a group formed by abandoned Squirtlets. They frequently lingered around, causing mischief whenever the opportunity arose. If only they had met a good trainer back then, perhaps things would have turned out differently, Miss Junsha sighed. That is truly unfortunate. I will capture one of them to lighten your burden, Miss Junsha, Ash assured her. Really? That would be wonderful. I look forward to your training of the Squirtle. Miss Junsha suddenly exclaimed. So, you are aware of my identity, Miss Junsha. Ash responded, somewhat amused. Who wouldn't he know? After all, you became a doctor at the tender age of 8. You are quite renowned, Miss Junsha replied with a smile. I assure you, I won't disappoint. Ash concluded with a promise as he departed with Brock and Misty. Meanwhile, hidden in the nearby bushes, Team Rocket lay in wait, with Jessie peering through binoculars at the trio. Finally, Weevee found those little brats. Jessie gritted her teeth as she observed them from afar. Meow? All I want right now is something to eat. Though Meowth had thoughts of sending the trio to jail, his stomach's rumbling was too demanding to ignore. I want to eat too, especially Omurus. James grinned foolishly. As Team Rocket's leader, Jessie felt a mixture of frustration and disappointment seeing her companions so lackluster. With 2 resounding slaps, she struck James and Meowth across the face. You 2 useless fools. What did you say last time? Have you both forgotten? Jessie scolded them angrily. But you see, food is essential for strength. Without sustenance, how can we capture those little brats and Pikachu? James replied, patting his stomach with an innocent look. Exactly, Meow. Meowth chimed in agreement. Jessie, despite knowing she was in the wrong, was not one to easily admit fault as the leader. Don't forget, we are Team Rocket. We must seize that brat-ass Pikachu and deliver it to the boss. She bellowed at them. Yet, just as she finished speaking, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. All right, fine, I want to eat too, Jessie conceded, realizing the situation had reached a breaking point. Then let us go grab something to eat together. James and Meowth exclaimed in unison. I wish we could, but last time we were captured by that brat. And the boss docked 3 months' worth of our wages. Our funds have dwindled significantly, Jessie lamented as she produced a few crumpled bills and loose change from her pocket. Her expression one of resignation. James and Meowth exchanged glances, understanding that they were indeed facing a financial crisis. It seems we have no choice. We'll have to take on some odd jobs today to earn a living, they finally concluded with a sigh. The trio of Team Rocket swiftly agreed to seek out some work. However, unbeknownst to them, they had already caught the attention of 5 gang-like Squirtless. It was likely that they never imagined that, as members of Team Rocket, they would find themselves being targeted. In a swift motion, Team Rocket turned to find themselves surrounded by 5 Squirtless wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of menace. Squirtle, Squirtle. The leader Squirtle, with a serious demeanor, gestured for them to approach. What did he say? James curiously asked Meowth. He said we should hand over our food. Meow, Meowth translated candidly. We can barely take care of ourselves. How can we spare any food for them? James replied, utterly perplexed. Oh, so they are trying to intimidate us, are they? Musashi remarked, her expression one of utter disdain towards their threats, even chuckling lightly, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Jenny, the leader of the Jenny Turtle, too, felt a flicker of contempt towards Musashi's dismissiveness and continued. What is he prattling on about now? Kojiro inquired with curiosity. He said we should stop our nonsense and hand over the food, Meowth elucidated. But we don't have any. The Rocket team's current plight was far more miserable than depicted in the original narrative. In the original tale, the trio could at least afford a boxed meal. Yet now they were confronted by a transformed Ash, living in conditions even more dire than before. Damn it, we truly have nothing, but we cannot admit that. Musashi, incensed by Kojiro's impotent remark, struck him on the head with a resounding thud. Ouch, Kojiro cried out pathetically. Next time, think twice before you speak. Musashi declared haughtily, lifting her chin defiantly. Upon hearing both of them claim they had nothing, the expression on Jenny Turtle's face turned to one of disdain as he continued to provoke them. Jenny, my goodness. To see humans reduced to such depths is truly pitiful. Meowth continued translating. What did that blue-shelled turtle just say? Say it again if you dare, it infuriates me. Musashi could no longer contain herself upon hearing Jenny Turtle's words, rolling up her sleeves, ready to strike. Musashi, don't be angry. What he said is, in fact, true. Kojiro quickly intervened to restrain her. Whose side are you on? Musashi glared at Kojiro, her anger palpable. And you, Meowth, why did you translate that? An irate Musashi suddenly turned to Meowth, shouting. He mentioned humans, not Pokémon. What does it concern me? Meowth replied nonchalantly. Jenny, what is he saying now? He says we need to work hard in the future, earn promotions and raises, and lastly, he adds, good luck, you 3 useless beings. Meowth explained, his tone casual until the final statement ignited fury among the trio. That blue-shelled turtle is pushing his luck. Musashi fumed. Following this, the three of them, seething with anger, advanced towards Ginny Turtle, intent on administering a thorough beating. However, just as they took a step forward, they suddenly fell into a trap. Ginny. The leader of the Ginny Turtle clapped his hands and waved to the other Ginny Turtles, signaling them to prepare to regroup. The four Ginny Turtles thoroughly searched the rocket trio, but found nothing of value, only accumulating all their meager collection of poke dollars. Ginny. The leader of the Ginny Turtle looked at the paltry sum presented by his subordinates, his expression one of utter disdain. It was not that he was unaware of the utility of poke dollars, but rather that they found the amount far too insignificant. Upon realizing how little the rocket trio possessed, they understood that they had misjudged their target. Ultimately, as the leader departed with the coins, he shot the three of them a scornful glance. Chapter 62. The aura will reveal the answer. After replenishing their basic supplies in the city, Ash and his companions prepared to leave. However, shortly after exiting the city, Ash stumbled upon a significant pit. Upon this discovery, Ash couldn't help but smile, realizing that this pit was far deeper than the previous one. I didn't expect these little rascals to hold a grudge. Ash chuckled to himself, devising a plan. As he approached the pit, the five Ginny Turtles displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Although they were uncertain how Ash had discerned the previous pit, their excitement about him falling into this one was palpable. After all, they had tracked Ash in the city while he procured a considerable amount of supplies. If they could capture Ash and his friends, they could enjoy a month's worth of leisure without the need to engage in mischief. A day without business means a month of ease, quite a deal. Yet, in their eager gaze, they failed to notice the mischievous smile that crept across Ash's face. By the way, Brock, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Ash suddenly turned to Brock, inquiring amidst the Ginny Turtles' expectant stares. What shall we have for dinner? Brock paused, contemplating the evening meal with a furrowed brow. Ash, it's not even dinner time yet. Why are you thinking about that? Misty interjected with a hint of sarcasm. It's all good. Eating is a natural human inclination. I, too, am pondering what to have for dinner, Brock waved dismissively, appearing unconcerned. How about curry rice? Misty suggested, despite her earlier teasing, her body betraying her true desire for the meal. That is a good idea, but I shall not accept it. Ash initially agreed before proposing an alternative. Ash, Misty exclaimed, dissatisfied with his response. Haha, I was just joking. Ash quickly waved his hands, realizing he had upset her. The gang of Ginny Turtles, witnessing Ash's continual chatter, talking a bit, taking a step, then turning back to chat again, was on the verge of panic. Damn it, stop talking and just move. Fortunately, just as the Ginny Turtles were about to lose their patience, Ash finally fell into the pit, much to their delight. The sight evoked such excitement among the Ginny Turtles that they nearly leapt out to cheer. However, as two more individuals had yet to fall, they exhibited remarkable patience, opting instead to prepare to sneak away and push them in when they least expected it. Just as they were about to make their move, a familiar voice suddenly emerged behind them. Hi, how are you? Long time no see. Ash appeared behind the Ginny Turtles, greeting them politely with a courteous expression. Ginny, a ghost. The Ginny Turtles were nearly startled out of their shells by Ash's sudden appearance. Ha! Ash couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the five Ginny Turtles nearly frightened to death. So, are you five trailing behind us with the intention of becoming my Pokémon? Ash teased. Ginny, impossible. The leader of the Ginny Turtle replied with disdain, joined by the others. Yet among them, one traitorous turtle took a different stance. Ginny, is that allowed? The Ginny Turtle timidly inquired. Ash was momentarily taken aback by this, but soon broke into a smile and replied, of course. However, I must confess that my aptitude is rather lacking. At this point, Squirtle, wearing a sorrowful expression, spoke up. It's all right, I don't pay heed to such matters. If you wish to accompany me, then by all means. Ash crouched down and comforted him with his powers of empathy. Just as Squirtle was about to retort with a playful, I was just kidding, he suddenly froze, staring at Ash with disbelief, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth. He found himself hesitant to refuse, yet felt compelled to do so, as his companions were watching closely nearby. The other Squirtless stood by, equally astonished, gazing at Ash. Indeed, it was Ash's empathetic powers that were at play. All the Squirtless looked at him with eager eyes, seemingly anticipating a response from him. Only the leader of the Squirtless snapped back to reality mid-conversation. Wait a moment. We came here to rob him. How did this turn into a recruitment session for Squirtless? Squirtle, everyone wake up. This guy is offering us a CPU. Upon realizing the absurdity of the situation, the leader Squirtle was the first to step forward, attempting to rouse the others who seemed entranced by the allure of Ash's offer. Squirtle, you need not harbor such animosity towards me. I genuinely wish to recruit you. If you doubt my intentions, utilize your aura powers to sense mine. The aura will reveal the truth, Ash stated earnestly to the Squirtle. After listening to Ash's words, the leader Squirtle hesitated briefly before closing his eyes, calming his mind to begin sensing Ash's aura. As he delved into Ash's internal fluctuations through his aura powers, he discovered that this human possessed 3 distinct energies within him, with the aura power being the most formidable, radiating an abundance of goodwill towards him. This revelation gradually led the leader Squirtle to choose to trust Ash's words, diminishing his resistance. Squirtle, I shall tentatively place my trust in you, but if you wish to recruit me, there must be conditions. The leader Squirtle crossed his arms defiantly. I agree, Ash responded without hesitation, not even contemplating what conditions might be set forth. This left the Squirtle momentarily dumbfounded. Wow, you trust me this much? The leader Squirtle felt moved by Ash's unwavering faith. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to articulate his conditions. And so, the leader Squirtle presented a few modest requests. The first being, if recruited, all 5 of them must be taken together, for where there are good brothers, there shall I be. The second was a promise never to abandon any one of them. The third, all provisions and accommodations to be covered. These were the leader Squirtle's stipulations. Upon hearing their leader's demands, the other Squirtlets were filled with excitement and gratitude. All right, I accept, Ash declared, retrieving 5 luxury Pokeballs from his system space. He placed each ball before the respective Squirtle, encouraging them to enter, while also explaining the forthcoming situation. Thus, Ash successfully captured all 5 Squirtlets, resolving a significant dilemma for Miss Junsha, earning himself considerable merit. Just as the leader Squirtle was about to enter the Pokeball, he suddenly produced some Poke Dollars and offered them to Ash. Huh, where did you get this? Ash inquired, puzzled by the money being presented to him. After the leader Squirtle explained, Ash learned that it was money belonging to Team Rocket, and upon hearing about their circumstances, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't anticipated that his actions would leave the trio in such a predicament. He felt a twinge of guilt, remembering that they had once brought him much joy. Chapter 63, Professor Jinhui. As Ash and his companions traversed the forest, their faces were etched with weariness. Brock, where exactly are we now? Misty asked, her expression revealing her discomfort. I have no idea, Brock admitted, having succumbed to the ordeal of getting lost over the past few days, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. Oh, I feel like I'm going insane. It's been a week, and we're still trapped in this wretched forest. Misty finally exploded, unable to suppress her frustration after wandering for so long. This isn't our first time getting lost. There's no need to panic. Ash chuckled as he observed Brock and Misty's dismay. Pikachu sighed softly on Ash's shoulder, clearly sharing in the discontent of their predicament. After another half-hour of aimless wandering, Ash found himself bemused. It's quite peculiar. I possess an exceptional memory, yet here I am, lost in this forest. As he reflected on their fruitless journey, Ash couldn't help but mentally scoff. Could it be that by becoming Ash, I've inherited his notorious sense of direction? He pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This notion strangely resonated with him, though not entirely convincingly. How long will this continue? Misty lamented once more. Hey, is that the sea over there? Brock suddenly noted a glimmering reflection in the distance. The sea? Is it truly the sea? Upon hearing of the potential shoreline, Misty felt invigorated, her fatigue forgotten as she dashed toward it. Hey, Misty, wait for us, Brock called out, unable to contain his urgency. However, Misty was too enthralled by the prospect of the sea to hear him. Ash shook his head in resignation and followed at a leisurely pace. Upon exiting the forest, they soon spotted a lighthouse in the distance. Ash, do you see that lighthouse over there? Brock pointed out excitedly. Indeed, it is a lighthouse, Ash confirmed with a nod. If there's a lighthouse, it indicates that someone resides nearby. If someone lives there, we can seek shelter, Brock exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of no longer having to endure the elements. Hooray, finally, a chance for a hot shower, Misty exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Speaking of which, don't you girls just love to shower? Brock suddenly asked Misty. Huh, why do you ask? Misty was momentarily taken aback by his question. I once knew a girl I often chatted with online, but every time I visited her, she would abruptly announce her need to shower in the midst of our conversation. That's why I'm curious if girls are particularly fond of bathing, Brock explained, his demeanor earnest and innocent. Misty was left speechless, unsure how to respond. Speaking truthfully might hurt Brock's feelings, while fabricating a response could also lead to his displeasure. It seemed a no-win situation. I suppose it's about right. I do enjoy showering. Xiaoxia ultimately could only provide such a vague answer, attempting to muddle through the situation. Is that so? Then do you all enjoy sleeping as well? Xiaojing suddenly inquired again. What do you mean by enjoying it? As soon as Xiaoxia finished her words, She regretted her inquiry when Xiaojing spoke up once more. When we chat every day, she either takes a shower at night, sleeps during the afternoon, or is still groggy in the morning. That's why I asked if you also enjoy doing the same, Xiaojing replied earnestly. Well, Xiaojing, isn't it possible that the girl simply doesn't tea like you at all? At this point, Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself and decided to lay her cards on the table. Ah, is that how it is? Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, Xiaojing initially lowered his head in sorrow, but he quickly perked up again. But it's all right. If she doesn't tea like me, that is fine. The next one will be better. Xiaojing feigned strength for a moment, but after speaking, his expression reverted to one of sadness, nearly leading him to curse in circles on the spot. Observing Xiaojing's despondent demeanor, Xiaoxia felt a twinge of guilt, albeit not too much. She firmly believed that Xiaojing could overcome this setback with the resolve of the rock-type gym. Yes, exactly. That's the spirit. Nearby, Ash watched Xiaojing's sorrowful state and couldn't help but acknowledge, you truly are something, Xiaojing. At last, he understood why Xiaojing had been pursuing so many people. It seems Xiaoxia played a role in this affair. To flatter one is akin to a loyal dog. To flatter 100 is to become a wolf. And to flatter thousands is to ascend as the Wolf King. 300 years, Juzatang, cures kidney deficiency without sugar. If you choose jelly, choose Zizalong. Grandparents will be thrilled. Treating me to my favorite big slap meal. Shaking his head, Ash dispelled the distractions from his mind and returned to the matter at hand. All right, let us not linger any longer. Let us hurry and find a place to stay. The sky is nearly dark, and if others go out on patrol, we'll find ourselves with nowhere to lament. Once Xiaojing regained his composure, Ash urged. After the trio agreed, they headed towards the lighthouse. Although it appeared close from a distance, by the time they arrived at the lighthouse door, night had completely fallen. At last, we've arrived, Xiaoxia exclaimed. This doesn't look like an ordinary lighthouse, Xiaojing remarked, gazing at the murals carved into the door. Let us greet them first, Xiaoxia suggested. Ash, without uttering a word, approached the doorbell with familiarity and pressed it. A chime resonated, followed by a man's voice from within. Moshi Moshi, Ash called out. Who is it? The voice echoed from a speaker by the side door. Dr. Jinghui, it's me, Ash. Ash greeted with a smile. Wow, it's Ash. Doctor. Jinghui exclaimed upon recognizing him, his voice brimming with excitement, as if he had encountered a great treasure. Yes, it's me, Ash replied, a mix of laughter and incredulity. Come in, come in. Dr. Jinghui urged like an anxious child who hadn't eaten. Dr. Jinghui, I've brought friends along. May they join us? Ash inquired. Of course. But I have a small request, Dr. Jinghui replied. It's nothing too outrageous. I just need you to prepare that sweet and sour pork from last time. He hastily clarified, seemingly worried Ash might misunderstand. That is certainly doable, since it's a rare visit to you. I'd be happy to fulfill that request. Ash replied with a chuckle. Thank you, Ash. Ever since I tasted your sweet and sour pork, I've been unable to forget it, Dr. Jinghui said, his excitement palpable upon hearing Ash's agreement. Haha, really? It's an honor that you enjoy it. Ash responded with a smile. Come on in. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door creaked open. Upon entering the dimly lit room, the lights flickered on, revealing a scyther perched on a platform. Dr. Jinghui, you still like to lead by example, Ash remarked with a grin. Hey, let us not dwell on that. Quickly help me press this button. I'm stuck again. Dr. Jinghui chuckled awkwardly, urging Ash. All right, I got it, Ash replied, leisurely making his way behind the scyther to press the button. After Ash pressed it, a white light emanated from the fossil, and it opened in the middle. Greetings, everyone. I am Pokémon researcher, Dr. Jinghui. Emerging from the scyther plush, he greeted them. Hello, Dr. Jinghui. Hello to you all, Dr. Jinghui replied before turning to Ash, grasping his shoulder with enthusiasm. I entrust tonight's dinner to you. I understand, Dr. Jinghui. No need to be so excited, Ash said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. How can I not be excited? I haven't tasted your cooking in a year. I have longed for your dishes every night. Ever since I had your cooking, I've searched all over Kanto for that flavor. And even my favorite seafood instant noodles are becoming hard to swallow. Do you have any idea how I've managed this year? Dr. Jinghui lamented, tears streaming down his face, looking as pitiful as one could. You've been eating instant noodles every day for a year. How could that not be tiresome? Ash replied incredulously. I know. I could share my culinary skills with you, and you could make it yourself. Ash nodded at Dr. Jinghui. Ahem. Let us set that aside and discuss Pokémon evolution instead, Dr. Jinghui coughed. Ash chuckled. If I could cook, would I still be eating instant noodles here? Let us just focus on cooking for now. He outright rejected the notion. So you can cook, Ash? Xiaojing looked at Ash in disbelief. After all, he had never seen Ash cook while they were preparing meals together. I can manage a little. I'm not particularly skilled, Ash replied, feeling a bit shy at Xiaojing's inquiry. Is that so? Then perhaps we could discuss and exchange ideas to improve our culinary skills in the future, Xiaojing suggested to Ash. Of course. Although Ash initially hesitated to agree, he felt it would be unfair to continue hiding his abilities from Xiaojing, so he relented. Having been to the kitchen before, Ash knew its location, so there was no need for Dr. Jingwei to guide him. Thus, Ash took Xiaojing into the kitchen, and together they prepared a sumptuous and delicious dinner, which was soon laid out on the table. Finally, I can enjoy Ash's cooking again, Xiaoxia exclaimed excitedly. Haha, indeed. If you like it, feel free to eat as much as you want. Ash smiled. I never expected your culinary skills to be this impressive, far surpassing mine. After savoring the delightful dishes prepared by Ash, Brock could not help but shower him with compliments. Oh, come now, Brock, your culinary skills are hardly inferior to mine, Ash humbly replied, initiating a playful exchange of flattery. All right, enough of that. Let us eat and then retire for the night, Ash quickly interjected, urging everyone to partake in the meal. The others, seeing his enthusiasm, had no objections and began to use their chopsticks. Once they were well fed and content, the group sat back in their chairs, basking in the afterglow of a hearty meal. Subsequently, Ash and Professor Oak delved into a discussion on academic matters, which serendipitously led to the topic of the gigantic Dragonite. This piqued the interest of Brock and Misty, prompting them to engage in a conversation about the professor's research objectives. Upon realizing their curiosity, Professor Oak joined them in the discussion. Meanwhile, Ash busied himself with tidying up the leftovers, packing them into 3 disposable containers. Afterward, he grabbed the containers and stepped away from the table, exiting the lighthouse. Arriving at the edge of the cliff, Ash gazed into the abyss as if addressing the air itself. All right, you 3, come on up. I know you're down there. Come and have a bite, he called out. However, upon seeing no response, he stood there for a moment longer. Sighing, he placed the containers at the cliff's edge and announced, I'll leave the food here for you. I'm heading off now. With that, he departed. After a considerable time, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the cliffside. They stared at the 3 containers on the ground, momentarily engulfed in silence, before they eagerly seized the disposable boxes and began to devour the food with great haste. What delicious fare! At the entrance of the lighthouse, Ash leaned against the wall, silently observing the trio as they voraciously consumed the meal, shaking his head in mild exasperation. He finally stepped back inside. Ash, where did you just go? Misty inquired as she noticed his return. Oh, nothing much. I just went to the restroom, Ash explained. I see. Misty nodded, satisfied with his explanation, and rejoined the conversation with Professor Oak. Chapter 65. The Evolution of Pidgeotto in the Dead of Night. Ash and his companions stood together atop the lighthouse. Professor, do you know the true identity of the Pokémon we are waiting for? Misty asked curiously. I do not know, but I suspect that the Pokémon I am waiting for may very well be the largest in this world. No one has ever seen its true form. It is likely wandering the globe in search of companions, Professor Oak elaborated, gazing into the fog over the sea. Does that Pokémon not have any family or kin? Misty questioned, puzzled. It is precisely because it lacks them that it wanders, Professor Oak replied with a smile. One day, I shall hear a voice from across the sea, he proclaimed, producing the remote control for the lighthouse's intercom and pressing a button. A sound reminiscent of Dragonite's mournful cry emanated from the speakers. I wish to see you. I long to meet you. This is the sensation I have heard, prompting me to create this sound to send across the waters, he continued. Your arrival is perfectly timed. On this foggy night, I believe that Pokémon will surely come to meet me. With great anticipation, Ash and his friends, alongside Professor Oak, stared into the mist over the sea, quietly awaiting the arrival of the enigmatic Pokémon. Suddenly, a voice echoed from below the cliff. What an annoying feeling. The others, aside from Ash, were taken aback upon hearing Team Rocket's voice. What was that sound just now? Professor Oak asked, scratching his head in confusion. I think I just heard Team Rocket. Misty turned to Ash. I heard it too. Brock nodded in agreement. Just then, a Pidgeotto, accompanied by a Houndour, soared up from below and landed beside Ash. Hey, Ash, how did your Pidgeotto evolve into Pidgeot? Misty exclaimed before Ash could respond. Brock, equally intrigued, looked at Ash. For just yesterday he had fed it as a mere Pidgeotto, and now, in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into Pidgeot. Perhaps it evolved after defeating Team Rocket, Ash speculated, seemingly anticipating further inquiries from his friends. Earlier, I sensed Team Rocket lurking here, so I instructed Pidgeotto and Houndour to ambush them, and to my surprise, it evolved. Before Brock could respond, a commotion in the distance captured everyone's attention. Roar! Not long after the sound resonated, a gigantic shadow began to slowly emerge before the lighthouse. At last it has arrived. Professor Oak exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the figure approach. Roar. The same dragon-like roar echoed back, harmonizing with the broadcast. Before long, the massive shadow drew near the lighthouse. Professor, have you considered how this long, lonely Pokémon might feel upon arriving at the lighthouse, only to find that its response is not from its kind? Ash suddenly posed a question. Professor Oak paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it traveled such a distance only to encounter a ruse from the broadcast. Have we inadvertently provoked it? What chance do we have of surviving? Upon hearing Ash's remarks, Professor Oak furrowed his brow, troubled. Once it arrives, I shall send Pidgeot to speak with it, Ash suggested. Having achieved his aim, are you certain you can handle it? You are still quite young. If it were to swat you away, it would be a significant loss for the League. Perhaps I should take over, as it was my folly, Professor Oak countered, concerned. No need, I can manage, Ash insisted. Shaking his head. I am confident in approaching it because I know it is a Dragonite, and you are aware of their generally gentle temperament. Moreover, I possess psychic abilities and can communicate with Pokémon, so I am well suited for this. Professor Oak, contemplating Ash's reasoning, found some merit in his words, though he remained apprehensive. Rest assured, Professor, Ash declared, and without turning back, he leaped onto Pidgeot's back and soared towards Dragonite. Wait. Ash's audacity left Professor Oak momentarily stunned, prompting him to urgently ask the others if they had any flying-type Pokémon. Both Misty and Brock shook their heads, indicating they did not. Professor Oak's expression grew increasingly grim, realizing that if anything were to happen to Ash, the League would undoubtedly hold him accountable. After all, Ash has undeniably shattered records within the realm of research, becoming the first prodigious youth to attain a doctorate at the tender age of 8. The League holds him in high esteem and is naturally reluctant to let any misfortune befall this genius. The second group of individuals concerned is likely the researchers themselves, followed by Professor Oak and societal opinions, among others. For Professor Kenji, it is imperative that Ash encounters no mishap should anything happen to him. It would irrevocably tarnish his professional career. Therefore, all he can do now is fervently hope that the temperament of that colossal Dragonite is gentle, ensuring Ash's safety. Alternatively, he can only trust in Ash's capabilities to succeed. This is the sole recourse available to him at present. The group awaited Ash's return at the lighthouse, and as time passed without his appearance, they might have succumbed to panic had it not been for the periodic echoes of that mysterious Pokémon resonating through the fog, which somewhat alleviated their anxiety. Fortunately, after a considerable while, Ash returned unscathed, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. So Ash, did you catch a glimpse of that wondrous Pokémon? Was it truly a Dragonite? Professor Kenji inquired, his relief morphing into excitement as he grasped Ash's shoulders. Perhaps it would be best if you witnessed it yourself, Ash replied with a mysterious smile, subsequently instructing his Pidgeot to disperse the fog with a gust of wind. The twilight hour rendered the surroundings still quite dim, even with the fog lifted. Professor Kenji, might you illuminate the area? Ash suggested cheerfully. Wouldn't that provoke the ire of that Pokémon? Professor Kenji, having reflected on prior events, cautiously posed the question before proceeding. Not at all, Professor. I have assured him he would not be displeased. Ash chuckled, encouraging Professor Kenji to boldly switch on the lights. Once assured by Ash, Professor Kenji's eyes sparkled with determination as he promptly activated the lighthouse's illumination. With a click, the light beamed across the sea, revealing the true form of the enigmatic Pokémon. It had a rotund belly, 2 small wings on its back, and a plump appearance. This was indeed the quasi-deity Dragonite of Kanto. Remarkably, it truly is a Dragonite. Professor Kenji exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, he soon added, but this Dragonite is rather enormous, isn't it? Upon realizing its purpose was fulfilled, the gigantic Dragonite swiftly departed. Goodness! There's a thief and a broadcasting scammer. We must flee at once, lest we find ourselves unable to return. Chapter 67. Privilege acquired. While Ash and his companions were en route to Leaf Green City, they encountered a couple embracing affectionately as they approached. Hello there. We seem to have lost our way in the forest. Could you possibly direct us to Leaf Green City? The young man inquired of Ash and his friends. Coincidentally, we are also heading to Leaf Green City. Would you care to join us? Ash proposed, having discerned their shared destination. What a stroke of luck. Since we are all bound for Leaf Green City, let us travel together. The young man glanced at his girlfriend, and upon confirming her approval, he introduced himself. I'm Li Shi, from Rainbow City, and I am en route to challenge the gym. This is my girlfriend, Zhu Xinyu. Greetings. Zhu Xinyu nodded at the two in acknowledgement. Hello, I'm Ash, and these are my companions, Brock and Misty. Our goal aligns with yours, to challenge the gym in Leaf Green City. Ash introduced himself and his friends. Pleasure to meet you, Brock and Misty chimed in unison, offering their greetings. By the way, Li Shi, how on earth did you find yourself lost here? I distinctly recall that Rainbow City is situated ahead of Golden City. How did you end up this far? Brock queried, his expression one of bemusement. Brock's confusion was understandable, given that Rainbow City was but a city away from Leaf Green City. Yet Li Shi and his girlfriend had nearly ventured all the way to Hualan City. This was indeed astonishing. Li Shi and Zhu Xinyu exchanged glances, sharing an awkward smile. Recognizing their polite demeanor, Ash and his companions quickly grasped the situation. That would be my fault. Earlier, I spotted a rare Charmander on the path. And in my eagerness to catch it, my girlfriend and I ended up chasing it, and subsequently lost our way, Li Shi sheepishly confessed, scratching the back of his head. Oh, is that so? Ash and his friends expressed sympathy for Li Shi's predicament, nodding in understanding. Did you manage to catch it? Misty inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course. I successfully captured it. Li Shi replied with a gleeful laugh. Would you be interested in a Pokémon battle? Ash suddenly proposed. A battle, you say? Absolutely. Li Shi's excitement surged at the prospect of a contest against Ash. Let us make it a 2-on-2 match, shall we? Ash suggested with a mischievous grin. It was evident that Ash was eager to engage in some unorthodox tactics. I have been itching to try out a strategy I've yet to implement. You shall serve as my test subject, Brock interjected, stepping forward to volunteer as the referee. Not at all, Ash promptly agreed. Then I appreciate your cooperation. Li Shi expressed his gratitude to Brock, and the two took their respective positions, eyes locked in determination. Come forth, Bulbasaur. Ash released his Pokémon from its Pokeball. Oh, a Bulbasaur, you say? What a pity my Charmander is still unevolved, or I would have chosen it. In that case, I shall select Nidorino. Li Shi threw his Pokeball, summoning a purple creature to the field. Nidorino, unleash Poison Sting. Li Shi commanded with conviction. Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb. Ash had already devised his strategy, responding promptly. Nidorino's purple horn gathered toxic energy as it launched several stingers towards Bulbasaur. Having undergone rigorous training, Ash's Bulbasaur deftly evaded multiple attacks, only to be struck by the final shot due to a momentary lapse in concentration. Fortunately, Bulbasaur had already deployed its Seed Bomb, successfully attaching it to Nidorino. Nidorino, use Poison Fang. Nidorino unleashed a stream of dark purple venom towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, use Substitute. Ash commanded with a knowing smile. In an instant, Bulbasaur executed the technique, creating a substitute that absorbed the venomous attack, remaining steadfast in its position. It was evident that Bulbasaur's level surpassed Nidorino's, rendering the latter's assault insufficient to breach Bulbasaur's defenses. That was impressively swift. Upon witnessing the sudden transformation of Bulbasaur into its substitute state, Li Shi could not help but exclaim in awe. Meanwhile, as Nidoking unleashed its toxic barrage, the effects of Leech Seed took hold, siphoning a portion of Nidoking's vitality and transferring it to Bulbasaur. Subsequently, Bulbasaur summoned Sunny Weather, altering the battlefield's atmosphere, and then unleashed a weather ball that decisively defeated Nidoking, delivering a swift and merciless blow. At this juncture, Li Shi remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, attributing his defeat to Ash's superior prowess. After vanquishing Nidoking, Ash still held back slightly, ensuring that the battle retained some semblance of fairness, until he deployed Meowth, which shifted the tide. The incessant torment inflicted by the toxic substitute and Leech Seed finally dawned upon Li Shi, leaving him thoroughly disgusted by Ash's strategy. Goodness, how utterly repulsive! He exclaimed after the battle. He marveled at the stark contrast between Ash's seemingly pristine exterior and the underhanded tactics he employed, resolving to distance himself in the future. Misty, having witnessed Ash's tactical underhandedness, also recognized the disparity between Ash's charming facade and the darkness lurking within. As the old adage goes, those who play with tactics often harbor sinister intentions. Ash, your strategy is quite unique, Brock interjected, seemingly at a loss for words. This was a tactic Ash had frequently employed in Pokémon games, even achieving a remarkable feat of defeating the Elite Four with a single Pokémon, causing the system to crash and forcibly eject him from the game. How could it not be considered underhanded? After concluding the battle, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Leaf Green City, although this time they were accompanied by a pair of lovebirds. Upon arriving at their destination, Leaf Green City, Li Shi and his companion, Zhu Xinyu, departed to challenge the local gym, while Ash and the others decided to rest at the Pokémon Center and make a phone call to Mom, Professor Oak, and Serena to inform them of their safe arrival. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, after settling into the room arranged by Nurse Joy, Ash stepped out to seek a telephone. Hey, where are you going, Ash? Misty inquired, puzzled by his sudden departure. I'm heading to the phone to update my mom, Professor Oak and my childhood friend about my arrival in Leaf Green City, Ash explained. Oh, is that so? Hurry back, Misty replied, nodding before falling silent. Why don't you go ahead and rest with Brock? I'll be back shortly, Ash suggested, noticing Misty standing there in a daze. Ah, okay, Misty said, snapping out of her reverie and turning to head back to the dormitory. Ash watched her retreating figure, reflecting on the fact that her heart seemed to belong solely to Serena, before he turned to find the telephone. Just as Ash pivoted, Misty also glanced back and stealthily followed him. Having spotted the phone upon entering the Pokémon Center, Ash effortlessly made his way to it. He first dialed Mom, then Serena, and finally the old professor. Unfortunately, when he called Serena, it was her mother who answered, not Serena herself. Serena's mother informed him that Serena had left earlier that afternoon and had yet to return, leaving Ash feeling a tinge of sadness. After all, their encounters were fleeting, and losing even a few minutes was disheartening. Nonetheless, Ash refrained from expressing his disappointment and promptly called Professor Oak instead. During their conversation, Ash wasted no time in inquiring about his Pokémon. Oh, Ash, you finally decided to call me. Professor Oak exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing Ash's voice. How are my Pokémon faring? Are they doing well? Ash inquired, disregarding the professor's exuberance. After a week of not seeing you, is that how coldly you greet me? Professor Oak replied with a bittersweet expression. Yeah, I got it. How have you been, Professor? Ash asked, momentarily forgetting he was the child in this exchange. Well, since you've asked so sincerely, I suppose I must respond. Professor Oak replied, his tone indicating he might have doubted who was on the other end of the line. Things have been quite dire, Ash. Hurry back and become a Pokémon master. I haven't eaten your cooking in half a month, and I feel like ants are crawling all over me. Professor Oak lamented, utterly devoid of the dignified demeanor expected of a professor. Got it, Ash said, showing little interest in his mother's grievances. You've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to rush back with local specialties. Professor Oak exclaimed, his demeanor markedly different from the norm. Ash couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Had the professor been influenced by him, or had he always been this way? Merely concealing his true self for too long? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Goodness, how terrifying. A hidden side so close to me. Professor, please mind your image. You're about to ruin your reputation. We're in a Pokémon Center, where it's crowded. Be cautious. Ash said, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. All right. Professor Oak quickly regained his usual serious demeanor after Ash's reminder. Ahem. Ash, you know my capabilities well enough. There's no need to worry, Professor Oak asserted, attempting to sound composed. Precisely because I know your character, I am concerned, Ash retorted without hesitation, aiming to provoke Professor Oak. Ah, that hurts. Truly, it wounds the heart. Professor Oak lamented, wiping away a tear. Don't worry, Professor. Your mental fortitude is strong. How could such a trivial comment affect you? That would be quite unbelievable, Ash remarked, his expression a mix of amusement and incredulity. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. I have good news to share. Professor Oak coughed again, his tone serious once more. What good news? Ash asked, a look of confusion crossing his face as he pondered what could possibly be considered good news. Ahem, aren't you going to show a little excitement? Professor Oak asked, eyeing Ash with a mischievous grin. Given your expression, I needn't guess to know what this good news entails. Really? What is it? Professor Oak asked, sensing Ash's indifference. Is it that my application for the 7th Pokeball privilege has been approved? Ash looked at Professor Oak with a cheerful smile and said, Hey, how did you know my application was approved? Upon hearing Ash's words, Professor Oak gazed at him in astonishment. What is there to be surprised about? Besides notifying me of this matter, what other good news could you possibly have? Moreover, this is my only remaining request. How could there be any other good news for you to share? Ash replied, with a tone of confidence and entitlement. Indeed. You are remarkable, Ash, Professor Oak finally conceded, lowering his head in defeat. All right, Professor, could you assist me in submitting another request? Ash suddenly exclaimed, catching everyone off guard. Chapter 68, New Research. Upon hearing Ash's desire to submit another application, Professor Oak looked at him with an expression of exasperation. What are you looking to apply for now? I would like to request the Alolan Rotom, please, Professor. Ash, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head as he revealed his intentions. The Alolan Rotom? What do you need that Pokémon for? Professor Oak inquired, puzzled. Ash rubbed his nose and replied, I have recently embarked on a new research project that requires a Pokémon from Alola to assist me. It will be immensely beneficial. Is it related to evolution? Professor Oak suddenly interjected. Ash paused for a moment, merely nodding in response without further elaboration. Since this pertains to your new research project, I shall refrain from prying. I eagerly anticipate the results of your studies. By the way, Professor, Could you send over that Squirtle wearing square glasses? Ah, of course. Just a moment. I'll be right back. After hearing Ash's request, Professor Oak hurriedly left to retrieve the Pokeball. Soon, he returned with a Pokeball in hand and presented it to Ash. Thank you, Professor. Ash expressed his gratitude as he received the Pokeball. Just as he turned to head back to his room to organize his belongings, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures rushing into the Pokémon Center. Those two individuals, one male and one female, were hurriedly entering. The boy held a singed Nidorino in his arms and approached Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, please take care of my Pokémon. Lishi urgently implored her. All right, I understand. Nurse Joy replied as she took the Nidorino and promptly entered the emergency room. Oh my goodness. Lishi, what happened to your Nidorino? It looks terrible. Misty exclaimed, stepping out from behind Ash with an incredulous expression. Had it not been for Misty knowing that Lishi had just challenged the electric-type Leaf Gym leader, onlookers might have suspected divine retribution upon seeing the battered Nidorino. I just challenged that gym leader, and his Raichu was incredibly powerful. In just 2 turns, it devastated my Nidorino. Lishi lamented, recalling the recent battle with a sigh. I see. That truly is unfortunate. Your Pokémon is practically half-cooked. That gym leader is utterly outrageous. It's unacceptable for someone in his position to treat challengers this way and to inflict such damage on a young Pokémon. Zhuyu chimed in, standing up for Lishi. All right. I admit my strength is insufficient to win. It's perfectly normal, considering this isn't the Rainbow Gym, which is ranked 3rd from the bottom. Let us not dwell on this. It's not worth getting upset over, or you'll develop wrinkles, Lishi said, trying to calm Zhuyu, who was clearly upset on his behalf. The two embraced, filling the air with an unmistakable scent of romance and affection. Ash, unable to bear the sight, chose to ignore it, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Misty, however, was not so fortunate. Witnessing their display of affection triggered a pang of envy within her heart, prompting her to steal a glance at Ash. But upon seeing him and remembering that he had someone he cared for, those thoughts quickly dissipated. Ash, aren't you also planning to challenge the Leaf Gym? I suggest you reconsider. That gym leader is really formidable, Lishi cautioned, snapping back to reality and offering Ash a friendly warning. Perhaps motivated by a desire to prevent a newly acquainted friend from making the same mistake, he felt compelled to speak up. Don't worry about me. My Ivysaur is not my only strength, Ash replied, perhaps a bit irked by Lishi's earlier display of affection. Upon hearing Ash's words, Lishi's expression shifted slightly as if recalling something, and he then asked, How long have you been traveling? Just a little over 3 weeks. Ash replied after calculating the time and providing a precise answer. Such a short duration, Lishi exclaimed, visibly astonished. I acquired my first Pokémon at the age of 6. So I have a certain level of experience in raising them, giving me a slightly better starting point than most, Ash explained nonchalantly. I see. Since you were so determined. I have no further comments, Lishi finally shrugged, realizing he had done all he could. Thank you, but please don't worry. Ash smiled and expressed his gratitude before departing to his dormitory to get organized. After completing his preparations, Ash set off with Brock and Misty towards the Leaf Gym. The Leaf Gym in Leaf City was adorned with a massive lightning emblem, its affiliation immediately apparent. As Ash and his companions pushed open the door, they were met by 2 imposing figures, a man and a woman, standing with their hands on their hips, glaring at them. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge your Leaf Gym, Ash proclaimed, maintaining his composure. Well, another sacrificial lamb has arrived. A man in a black jacket addressed the shadowy figure at the center. Ha, let me take a look. With a booming laugh, a muscular man in military attire stepped out from the shadows. This man, Maki, approached Ash and his friends, immediately enveloping Brock and Misty in a bear hug, while Ash deftly sidestepped, anticipating the embrace. Welcome to Leaf City. Where's the third person? Maki remarked, noticing one of the expected figures was missing from his embrace. However, he quickly dismissed it and turned his attention to Misty. You're quite the adorable challenger, but I want to go easy on you just because of that. Maki grinned, eyeing Misty with amusement. The challenger is me, not those two. They are merely accompanying me. Chapter 69, An Ineffective Duel. Oh, so you are the challenger. Maki finally turned his attention to Ash after hearing his words. Hello there, little buddy, he said, extending a hand to ruffle Ash's hair. How could Ash possibly allow him to have his way? Just as he was about to touch his head, Ash seized Majiji's hand, looking at him with a face full of exasperation. I came here to challenge you, not to let you pat my head. Majiji gazed at his hand, which was being gripped, in disbelief. Wow, you look like you're only about 1.65 meters, quite short indeed, yet you possess quite a bit of strength. Uncle, I'm only 10 years old, and at my age, This height is already considered tall among my peers, Ash replied with a look of melancholy directed at Majiji. Ah, I see. No wonder you're so tall at such a young age. It seems you must train every day? Majiji, noticing the sorrowful gaze in Ash's eyes, couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Not too bad. Ash nodded. Indeed, you have a bright future ahead. I have faith in you. Seeing that Ash was unwilling to let him pat his head, Majiji could only give Ash a pat on the shoulder. However, it was at this moment that Majiji noticed the Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. Oh, your Pikachu has quite a unique appearance. But why isn't it female? Majiji looked at the Pikachu and noticed that its tail was not in the shape of a heart, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Pika Pika? What kind of question is that? Can a male wear female clothing? We live in an era of fashion freedom. Do you have any say in it? Pikachu exclaimed, hands on its hips, indignantly. Ash, who could understand Pikachu's words, couldn't he help but laugh upon hearing its retort. You truly are something, Pikachu. Majiji chuckled. This Pikachu has quite the fiery temper. Although he couldn't directly understand what the Pokémon was saying, Majiji could guess its meaning from the expression. What? You come to challenge my electric-type gym with just a Pikachu? Are you still unclear about the situation? While Majiji held a fondness for Pikachu, the thought of someone so clueless trying to be a trainer made him want to send the challenger home in tears. This is the correct way to kick off a baby battle. Since you insist on battling, let the match commence. Majiji took out a Pokeball, releasing the Pokémon inside. Come forth, Raichu. Show them what you're made of. An electric mouse, with fur slightly darker than Pikachu's, and a tail shaped like a lightning bolt, appeared before everyone. Ash was about to send out his Houndoom, but he noticed Pikachu stepping forward, eager to challenge Raichu. Ash gazed at Pikachu, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't withstand the longing in Pikachu's eyes and ultimately decided to release it. Upon receiving Ash's approval, Pikachu chuckled mischievously and stepped forward, hands on its hips, gazing defiantly at Raichu. Most astonishingly, upon entering the arena, Pikachu made an audacious gesture towards Raichu. It extended a hand, raising an eyebrow in a challenging manner, beckoning Raichu over as if to say, "Come here." Ash, witnessing Pikachu's gesture, could only slap his forehead in disbelief, his expression darkening as he dared not look at Pikachu again. The personality of this divine Pikachu, influenced by him, had become even more outrageous than in the original, almost akin to that of a gang leader. Kid, your Pikachu truly has a unique character. Majiji said with a chuckle. I don't know anything. I don't know him at all, Ash replied, observing Pikachu's antics. And in response to Majiji's inquiry, he quickly denied any connection. Ding. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Ash's mind. Pikachu used a taunt gesture, and the effect was widespread. Raichu's trainer could endure it, even chuckling, but being the target of the taunt was another story entirely. Raichu let out a furious roar and unleashed a thunderbolt aimed directly at Pikachu. However, Pikachu was not so easily hit. After years of training under Ash, its speed had reached remarkable heights. With a nimble leap, Pikachu effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a powerful iron tail. The effort values in attack had been maxed out over 4 years of training, making the damage from this move unbearable for Raichu. The impact sent Raichu's plump body flying. One could clearly see the terrifying power behind Pikachu's iron tail. Even professionals who train Pikachu would be compelled to exclaim, "Wow, no wonder it's the divine Pikachu." Being alongside Ash has transformed even Pikachu into an incredibly powerful creature. Raichu, Majiji called out, concern evident in his voice as he watched Raichu struggle to stand. Raichu slowly rose, glaring at Pikachu's small frame, gritting its teeth in frustration. To be defeated by a mere Pikachu, its evolutionary counterpart, was a humiliation in Raichu's eyes. Chapter 70, the third badge in hand. Pikachu flashed with lightning. As soon as the words left Ash's lips, Pikachu darted forward at an astonishing speed, transforming into a mere afterimage. When it reappeared, it had already crashed into Raichu's belly. Raichu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. What? This little rodent's lightning speed has become this formidable? Majiji exclaimed, astonished at Raichu, who was now nearly unconscious against the wall. Raichu, get up. Don't let a little brat defeat you, Majiji urged, his concern growing as Raichu wobbled unsteadily. Ash, unwilling to give Majiji any opportunity, commanded Pikachu to unleash its final move, Thunderbolt. Hey, don't you know my Raichu has the ability static? Majiji chuckled, eyeing Ash's expression. Just as Raichu managed to rise, a bolt of golden lightning struck down upon it, landing squarely on Raichu. Of course I know. But my Pikachu might be different from other Pikachu. Ash responded with a mysterious smile. Majiji was initially puzzled by Ash's grin until he witnessed Pikachu's thunderbolt striking the overconfident Raichu, leaving it charred and smoldering. The divine Pikachu's maneuver left Majiji utterly astounded. What the heck? Are you cheating? Majiji exclaimed. Youngster, you can't be using hacks. My Raichu clearly has the ability static. How did you manage to let Pikachu's thunderbolt do this to it? Majiji recalled Raichu with a hearty laugh and approached Ash with a curious demeanor. Ash, observing Majiji's inquisitive expression, scratched his head in distress and replied, I'm not quite sure either. Perhaps it's due to Pikachu's overwhelming strength. He refrained from disclosing that Pikachu was able to ignore the lightning rod ability because it had consumed a special item from the system. Even if your Pikachu is relatively strong, it shouldn't have been able to incapacitate my Raichu so easily with its electric moves, Majiji said, rubbing the back of his head in frustration. Well, never mind. Since you have defeated my Raichu, it proves that you are worthy of my gym badge. Although Majiji was puzzled by how Ash managed to accomplish this feat, he felt it inappropriate to pry further, especially seeing Ash's nonchalant demeanor. After all, everyone harbors their own little secrets, and he too concealed a secret he was reluctant to share. Upon finishing his statement, Majiji retrieved a sunflower badge from his pocket and handed it to Ash. Thank you, Ash said as he accepted the badge with both hands. He then took out a pre-prepared badge case and placed the newly acquired badge in its designated spot. It's been quite a while since I've encountered such a formidable novice trainer like you. You defeated me in just a few rounds. You are impressive, and I eagerly anticipate your future accomplishments, Majiji remarked, patting Ash on the shoulder with a smile. After Majiji spoke, his two underlings began to applaud Ash. This was the first time they had witnessed such a young trainer manage to defeat their boss, leaving Raichu's fur singed. Pikachu, after observing the battle, scampered over to Ash, effortlessly leaping onto his shoulder and patting its chest, as if seeking praise. All right, I understand. You're the strongest. Ash chuckled, affectionately ruffling Pikachu's fur as a reward. You and your Pikachu share a remarkable bond, Majiji teased. Of course. I've been with my Pikachu for nearly 5 years now, Ash replied, smiling at Pikachu. I had no idea you two had been together for such a long time. Majiji exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Ash nodded. Just as Majiji was about to say something further, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Uncle Ma, if a guy named Ash shows up in the next few days, please use your strongest ace to teach that kid a lesson. Shigeru entered, and upon fully stepping inside, he spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't that the person he had been waiting for in Kuraishi City? Oh, isn't this Ash? Arriving in Kuraishi City so late? Yesterday, my grandfather mentioned that you've only caught 6 Pokémon so far, Shigeru exclaimed, initially taken aback before greeting Ash in a casual manner. Oh, if it isn't young Master Shigeru. What happened to your eyes? They look like 2 dark circles. Have you been beaten up by a Monferno or an Infernape? Ash couldn't help but burst into laughter at Shigeru's appearance. You dare say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been punished. Shigeru retorted angrily, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to take revenge. Young Master Shigeru, if she hit you, what does that have to do with me? Ash said innocently, shrugging his hands. Are you implying that if you hadn't sent that photo, I would have been hit by Koyuki? Shigeru's face darkened with rage. It was just a photo. It doesn't prove my fault. I was merely trying to maintain the relationship between the two of you. Your words truly hurt my feelings, Ash lamented dramatically, clutching his chest as if deeply wounded. So you two know each other? Majiji suddenly inquired, glancing between Ash and Shigeru. We don't know each other, Shigeru replied, turning his head away in irritation. Well then, since young Master Shigeru has stated he doesn't know me, I can only acquiesce, Ash said cheerfully. You two are just teasing me. Majiji rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his amusement at their banter. What a pity, young Master Shigeru. I've already completed my challenge before you arrived. It's too late, Ash said, raising his hands in resignation. Enough of your nonsense. If it's over, then let us battle and finish what we started, Shigeru coldly declared, issuing a challenge to Ash. Since young Master Shigeru has said so, just remember not to cry like a child asking for candy after I defeat you. I don't have much left, Ash said, his demeanor unflinching as he considered the 150 rare candies in his system space. Who would want your candy? Even if you offered me 10, no, 100, I wouldn't take it, Shigeru scoffed. Oh right. I remember a certain adorable little one who used to cry for candy, and now that you've grown up, you're too proud to ask, Ash teased. Shigeru's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, but after a moment, he regained his composure. Enough talk, let us get out there and see your progress, Shigeru insisted, seemingly at a loss for a better retort. He then turned to Majiji and asked, Uncle Ma, May I borrow your arena? Certainly. Feel free to use it. Majishir stepped aside to clear a space for the two. Thank you. Shigeru replied before entering the arena and shooting a glare at Ash. Ash, unfazed, simply smiled and positioned himself opposite Shigeru. How do you want to battle? What are the rules? If you don't clarify, you'll just end up making excuses later. Ash asked nonchalantly. Who is making excuses? Be careful, or I might accuse you of defamation. Shigeru shot back angrily before laying out the rules, a standard 3-on-3 match. And if it ended in a 2-0, the winner would be the victor. Is that all? Ash confirmed. Yes, that's it. Shigeru nodded. Since you both have established the rules, I shall officiate your match. You have no objections, do you? The referee interjected after listening to their conversation. No problem. They both replied in unison. Very well, the official match begins now. Please release your Pokémon. They both retrieved their Pokeballs simultaneously. Ash released a Houndour, while Shigeru unleashed a Squirtle. The type matchup was intriguing. Wow, our master of type advantages has returned. The referee announced. Let the match begin. With the referee's signal, both trainers launched into action. Squirtle, use water gun. Shigeru commanded loudly. Squirtle unleashed a jet of water, aiming directly at Houndour. Houndour, use flame wheel. Ash countered. The Katai dog. Its entire body curled into a rotund wheel, ignited with flames, and then it rolled forth like a genuine wheel. Using its remarkable agility, it deftly evaded the onslaught of water jets while gradually closing in on the Squirtle. Oh no, Squirtle, retreat into your shell. Little Mew, realizing Katai Dog's intentions, urgently called out to the still attacking Squirtle. Upon hearing its trainer's command, Squirtle wasted no time and dove into its shell, remaining motionless. In that moment, Katai Dog rolled forward, colliding forcefully with the shell, sending it soaring. With a resounding crash, Squirtle's entire shell embedded itself into the wall. Once the shell landed, Squirtle emerged, dazed and bewildered, clutching its head with a confused expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Little Ash was unwilling to grant Little Mew any respite and hastily commanded Katai Dog to strike first. Katai Dog, unleash Thunder Fong. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a crackling yellow fong coalesced in Katai Dog's mouth, biting down upon Squirtle's shell. Still in a state of disorientation, Squirtle remained oblivious to the impending danger. Squirtle, dodge. Little Mew shouted, desperate to rouse the dazed Squirtle from its stupor. Regrettably, his pleas fell on deaf ears, and he could only watch helplessly as Katai Dog's large fong made contact with Squirtle's gleaming head. In an ironic twist of fate, Katai Dog's luck proved fortuitous. Upon biting Squirtle, a tingling current coursed through its body, evidently triggering a meager paralysis effect. Katai Dog, deliver the final blow with Fire Fong. Little Ash commanded suddenly. Without hesitation, Katai Dog charged forward, revealing a blood-red fong that seemed to bleed from the gums, and bit down again upon Squirtle's shiny head. Little Mew couldn't help but feel the urge to voice his frustration. Hey, is there no other spot you could bite besides the head? However, just as Little Mew ruminated on his thoughts, an explosion erupted from Squirtle's body. The sudden boom startled everyone present. Squirtle has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Katai Dog. Little Mew, please send forth your next Pokémon, the referee declared, observing the unconscious Squirtle with its eyes now resembling dark rings. Little Mew expressed his bewilderment, unable to comprehend how he had lost so inexplicably. Nevertheless, witnessing Squirtle's incapacitated state, he ultimately accepted reality and withdrew it. He then sent forth a Scyther. This time, Little Ash intentionally allowed Katai Dog to lose, letting it throw the match. After recalling Katai Dog, he dispatched Bulbasaur. As for the strategy, it was the enhanced version of the substitute toxic that Lychee had experienced previously, now augmented with Leech Seed for a double dose of torment. Little Mew was so disgusted by this tactic that his face turned green. Winning once with this strategy was insufficient for Little Ash, who employed it again in their next battle. Having fallen victim to it twice consecutively, and with no means of escape, Little Mew could only fume in frustration, glaring at Little Ash with a look of indignation, yet too intimidated to retaliate. He had initially believed he could finally triumph over Little Ash and avenge his past defeats. To his utter dismay, not only did he fail to win, but he also left in a fit of rage. His face flushed with anger as he stormed out of the Withered Leaf Gym, resembling a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Chapter 72, A Call from Serena. As night fell, Ash, after completing his outdoor training, entered the bathroom for a shower. Emerging afterward, he settled onto his bed, deftly retrieving his phone to open QV. He sought out a popular game rumored to be ideal for lulling one to sleep, titled Pokémon, a mini-adventure. After breezing through the first level, he carelessly tapped his way into the second, only to discover it was merely a derivative match 3 game. Presently, he felt this mini-game indeed served as a suitable bedtime diversion, entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation. After a while, as the clock struck noon, Ash, battling overwhelming drowsiness, found himself unable to sleep, his eyes glued to the myriad Pokémon images on his phone screen, his face darkening with frustration. In that brief hour, he had played the game dozens of times, enduring countless advertisements, yet he still had not completed the level. Damn it, which foolish company invented this game? Ash muttered, scanning the screen for the elusive matching elements he could not find. Finally, exasperated, he opened his browser to search for the game's creator. Upon discovering the company's information, Ash's previously clouded expression cleared. Oh, it's from that company run by Xiao AI. Never mind then. After gathering the necessary information, he uninstalled the game and prepared to sleep when, suddenly, his phone vibrated. Just as he was about to drift off, he peered at the screen in confusion, wondering who would message him at such a late hour. Most people who knew him were aware that Ash typically retired by 11 p.m., leaving little room for messages at this time. However, curiosity piqued, he opened the phone. Meanwhile, in the cozy little house in the Kalos region, Serena's room was illuminated. She lay on her bed, gazing at her phone's screen, hesitating for quite some time, uncertain whether to message Ash. Earlier that day, Ash had called, but she had missed it, only learning from her mother upon returning home that Ash had arrived in Withered Leaf City. Given that they were not yet in a romantic relationship, Serena found herself in a quandary, unsure of how to initiate a conversation with Ash. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson. Overwhelmed by shyness, she fidgeted with her phone, typing a message only to delete it moments later. This cycle of drafting and deleting continued, as she struggled to find an appropriate reason to reach out. Ultimately, feeling excessively bashful, she buried her face into her pillow. Appearing adorably flustered, her delicate feet playfully dancing in the air, a sight that would surely melt anyone's heart if only they could see it. After a pause, Serena managed to compose a single sentence, which she finally decided to send. On Ash's end, upon seeing the message from the adorably labeled Serena, he felt a surge of excitement. He leaped from his bed, eagerly opening the message. It read, "Are you asleep?" Ash couldn't help but smile at the simplicity of her words and quickly typed his response. "Not yet. Are you having trouble sleeping again?" Charming Selena. Well, yes. Lychee, is that so? Let me serenade you with a song. Once you've heard it, you should be able to drift off to sleep. Charming Selena. Really? I had no idea you could sing. Lychee. Of course, I might be referred to as the versatile doctor of the town. Singing is merely a trivial task for me. After watching, Selena finally sent an expression of anticipation, eagerly awaiting the song that Lychee was about to sing. After a considerable wait, she received a 60-second voice message from Lychee. Upon seeing this, Selena eagerly clicked to listen, and Lychee's voice, "Oh no," his singing, emanated from her phone. Lychee. Voice message, little white rabbit, so white and bright, with 2 ears perked up, arteries severed, veins cut, so still and adorable, skinned, chopped into pieces. Tossed into the pot to be stir-fried. Add some water, cover it up, sprinkle coriander before serving. After listening to Lychee's song, Selena felt as if a little white rabbit had suddenly appeared before her, the entire scene of it being prepared as a dish flashing through her mind. At this thought, she found herself momentarily stunned. When she regained her senses, she hastily saved Lychee's words and subsequently blocked him. How could that mischievous Lychee make a lovely little rabbit into a meal? Just thinking about it made her crave it, and now she couldn't eat at night. Truly frustrating. I suppose I'll just sulk in the little black room for the night. Selena pouted in dissatisfaction, murmuring to herself in discontent. On Lychee's end, he simply sent a message saying, "Sleep well." However, the response he received was a red exclamation mark, accompanied by a message stating, "You have been blocked by the other party. Your messages will not be delivered." Now it was Lychee's turn to feel bewildered. He truly believed there was nothing wrong with the song he had sung. How could Selena have blocked him? Lychee found this incomprehensible. He was convinced that his singing was quite pleasant until he opened the voice message and listened to his own voice, after which he coughed, unable to bear hearing it any longer. If he continued, he feared he might cry from hunger in the dead of night. Chapter 73, The S.S.S.T. Anu. After concluding his chat with Selena, Lychee was just about to fall asleep when, at that moment, a pink figure flew in through the window. Mew Mew. Mew appeared beside Lychee's bed, softly calling out. Lychee, hearing the noise, opened his eyes in confusion and, upon seeing the pink sprite before him, sprang up excitedly. Given the late hour, he kept his voice low. Mew, what brings you here? Mew Mew. I missed you. After speaking, Mew nuzzled against Lychee's face. What do you mean you missed me? I see you are merely after my energy cubes, Lychee replied, half believing Mew's words. Mew Mew. After having its intentions guessed, Mew bashfully scratched its head and smiled awkwardly. Seeing Mew's adorable demeanor melted Lychee's heart, alleviating some of the gloom caused by being blocked by Selena. Naturally, he couldn't bear to deny Mew, so he got out of bed and retrieved Mew's favorite energy cube from his backpack. Mew, upon receiving the energy cube, happily began to munch on it. After savoring the long-missed treat, Mew displayed a joyful expression, performing a joyful flip in the air. It was evident just how elated Mew was. Lychee, watching Mew's jubilant display, smiled contentedly. Once Mew finished the energy cube, Lychee deemed it too late for Mew to stay, suggesting it return in a few days. After finishing the treat, Mew rubbed its cheek against Lychee's, seemingly transferring the remnants of its meal onto him. After this gesture, Mew obediently departed, not needing to worry about losing track of Lychee. As for how Mew was so adept at locating him, Lychee had previously inquired. Mew explained that it bore a unique mark left by Lychee, allowing it to find him no matter the distance, thus eliminating any concerns about losing sight of him. After Mew left, Lychee glanced in the direction it had gone, confirming that Mew wouldn't return, and finally laid down to sleep. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Lychee awoke later than usual. The latest he had risen previously was merely 7 o'clock. After a brief wash, he proceeded to check in for the day. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed check-in and received a reward, Whirlpool. Whirlpool creates a terrain with a pit, forming waves that ensnare others within a water vortex. Causing damage, the larger the pit, the greater the range. Upon reviewing this skill, Lychee found it quite impressive, realizing it resembled a self-created water-type move akin to Hydro Pump. After pondering for a while, he concluded that Squirtle would be the most suitable candidate for it. However, considering Squirtle's potential lack of evolution, he ultimately decided to wait a few days to verify his previous assumptions about Squirtle and Bulbasaur not evolving before assigning the skill, as there was no rush. Thus, the skill was stored in the system's space. After breakfast, Lychee and his companions set off towards their next destination. However, as they passed the harbor, they beheld a magnificent luxury cruise ship. Such a grand ship, Brock exclaimed, gazing at the opulent vessel in awe. I long to travel gracefully by ship, Misty chimed in, equally enchanted by the luxurious liner. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We surely can't afford such luxury, Lychee interjected, dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Upon hearing Lychee's words, Misty's expression instantly soured, and she pouted, casting an unhappy glance at him. Let us just admire it. We might as well walk. Lychee, aware of the troubles that awaited them regarding the ship, felt averse to it and wished to avoid any entanglements similar to those in the original story. Yet, just as they were about to leave, 2 fireworks suddenly exploded before them. Lychee, quick on his feet, pulled Misty and Brock aside to evade the unexpected display. Congratulations. You've won. 2 blonde girls in school uniforms approached Lychee and his friends, enthusiastically congratulating them. Actually, this is a party ticket for our ship. Doesn't it look splendid? This is an invitation to the Pokémon trainer banquet aboard the S.S. St. Anu. One of the golden-haired girls pointed at the luxurious cruise ship they had just admired. The S.S. St. Anu? Besides Lychee, Brock and Misty wore bewildered expressions as they regarded the 2 girls. It's that incredibly luxurious large ship. Pokémon trainers from all over gather there for grand parties. The long-haired girl explained, being very considerate in her elaboration. Did we really win the prize? Xiaoxia, overwhelmed by such an unexpected delight, sought confirmation from the 2. Oh, of course it's true. But I must ask, do you still want these complimentary tickets? The long-haired student girl pressed insistently. No. Ash, fully aware of their conversation, decisively rejected the offer. Why not? Xiaoxia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. We clearly won. And it's free. Why would we pass that up? Upon hearing Ash's refusal, Xiaoxia's puzzlement deepened. Indeed. Ash, these tickets are complimentary. Why would you decline? Brock echoed Ash's sentiments, equally bewildered by his stance. Let me ask you this. Has anyone among us actually purchased anything to win a prize? Ash retorted. His words jolted both back to reality. That's right. They didn't do anything. So how could they suddenly win a prize? As this realization dawned, Brock and Xiaoxia turned their scrutinizing gazes toward the 2 girls, their eyes seemingly conveying a silent threat. If no clear explanation was forthcoming, they would not be allowed to depart unscathed. Here's the situation. These tickets were bought in excess by someone who asked us to help resell them. We just haven't found the right buyers yet. The employer just informed us that if we can't sell them, we can let them go for a mere 100 poke dollars. The short-haired girl interjected, stepping forward to elucidate the matter for Ash and his companions. Such a low price. Xiaoxia exclaimed, astonished by the cost. Given the opulence of the cruise ship, one would expect tickets to be priced in the tens of thousands of poke dollars. To hear that they could acquire them for just 100 was undeniably enticing. Brock shared her sentiment. He knew that typically, the food aboard such lavish vessels was provided at no charge, allowing him to avoid cooking for several days and save on groceries. How could he resist such an opportunity? Chapter 74. Escape from the S. Saint Anu, Part 1. Observing the growing interest of his companions, Ash quickly interjected. Aren't you two the least bit suspicious? Why would something that costs thousands suddenly be offered to us for just 100? But they said we won a prize. Xiaoxia pouted, trying to defend her stance. Just because we won a prize? The problem is, we didn't do anything. Did a pie fall from the sky? Ash countered. That does make sense, Brock conceded, nodding in agreement. Well, since you've both voiced such concerns, we might as well gift you these tickets. Whether or not you board the ship is entirely your decision. The short-haired girl concluded, handing the 3 tickets over to them, leaving the choice of embarking up to Ash and his friends. Offering something for nothing, there's a catch. Ash murmured to himself as he watched the 2 girls depart. They've given us the tickets for free. What wonderful people. How can you doubt them, Ash? Xiaoxia began to chide him. Hearing her words, Ash rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed inevitable that they would board the Saint Anu. And if he didn't want Xiaoxia to witness the ensuing chaos, he would likely endure her complaints throughout the journey. If you both wish to go, then let us board, he said resignedly. Yay, let us hurry. Xiaoxia cheered, bouncing with excitement upon hearing Ash's approval. And she began to pull Ash and Brock towards the ship. Witnessing Xiaoxia's exuberance, Ash could only shake his head in exasperation. He had aimed to avoid the incident aboard the Saint Anu, yet here they were. Yay, they have finally chosen to board. Nearby, hidden in the bushes, Musashi couldn't help but exclaim as she watched Ash and the others ascend the ship. I must say, that little rascal is quite perceptive, catching on to our scheme so quickly. Luckily, they've still decided to board, so our mission is a success, Kojiro remarked. Indeed, we almost got exposed just now. That was a close call, Musashi agreed, nodding in affirmation. All right, the kids are aboard, let us follow suit. Kojiro reminded her. I know. Do you really need to remind me? Musashi replied, playfully smacking Kojiro before leisurely making her way onto the ship. Kojiro followed suit. Nursing the spot where he had been playfully struck, Ash, Xiaoxia, and Brock presented their tickets and boarded the Saint Anu, entering the grand banquet hall. The scene unfolded like a colossal party, filled with elegantly attired upper-class individuals. Wow, this is incredibly luxurious, Brock exclaimed, taken aback by the surroundings. If we hadn't boarded, it would have been a regrettable missed opportunity, Xiaoxia added, casting a reproachful glance at Ash. Noting her expression, Ash chose not to engage in conflict, merely chuckling as he scratched his nose. Thanks to his Gyarados, he was untroubled by the prospect of drifting at sea as in the original tale. Therefore, he resolved to relish this fleeting moment of extravagance while the ship remained afloat. Ash nonchalantly found a table and entered glutton mode, voraciously devouring the bounty of food available aboard. Brock and Xiaoxia wandered off to pursue their respective interests, leaving Ash to indulge in his culinary pursuits alone. As Ash feasted on beef, he gazed at the large cut in the server's hands, then glanced at the meager portion on his plate, falling into a contemplative silence. Is this tiny bit of beef meant to satisfy anyone? If someone sees this, they might think I can't afford a proper meal, he thought, before snatching the meat from the server without giving them a moment to react, and began eating with abandon. The server, taken aback, stared at the vanishing beef, speechless. As the Rocket team's manager, he couldn't help but silently lament, I have never encountered such unashamed audacity. Just then, Brock and Xiaoxia returned from their explorations. Meanwhile, wandering nearby, Kojiro was on the lookout for interesting Pokémon when he was utterly unaware that he was about to encounter his lifelong rival, the Kingler uncle. Hey, young man. A man called out to Kojiro. Hearing someone call his name, Kojiro turned with a puzzled expression and realized it was a man beckoning him. Come see the Pokémon I have for sale. I have the king of all Magikarp. The Kingler uncle exclaimed, eager to entice Kojiro. Magikarp? It doesn't look that impressive, Kojiro remarked disdainfully, eyeing the fish in the tank. Oh, but you must hold it. You won't be disappointed. Look how healthy this Magikarp is. It's undoubtedly the perfect choice for you. The Kingler uncle insisted, pulling the Magikarp from the tank and thrusting it into Kojiro's arms while continuing his sales pitch. After the king of carp was embraced by Kojiro, it became increasingly lively, its thrashing tail repeatedly slapping against Kojiro's face, producing a series of delightful sounds that were both strange and melodious. accompanied by a strong sense of rhythm. What on earth is this? So ferocious. And it jumps so well. Kojiro lamented as he held the king of carp. Let me tell you, this king of carp can produce gold. It lays 1,000 eggs at once, and then those 1,000 king of carp will lay another 1,000 eggs, and you'll be rich beyond your wildest dreams. At that moment, the voice of Uncle King of Carp seemed to possess an enchanting quality, ensnaring Kojiro in a fantasy of becoming a billionaire, completely oblivious to the logical flaws hidden in this proposition. All right, today there's a special offer. The King of Carp, along with the breeding group and an incubator, all bundled together. You won't need 98,000 or even 68,000, just 38,000. Seeing Kojiro's interest piqued, Uncle King of Carp seized the opportunity to entice him further. Under the spell of Uncle King of Carp's persuasion, Kojiro, in a moment of impulsiveness, withdrew 38,000 from his wallet to purchase the King of Carp. Observing this, Ash finally intervened. Hey, that price for a regular King of Carp is outrageous. The evolution of King of Carp is already difficult, and wild ones are more common. Typically, you could acquire one for just a few thousand poke dollars, and yet you're selling it for 38,000. Doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable? Ash remarked, glaring at Uncle King of Carp. Why, young man? Do you even know what you're talking about? Uncle King of Carp stammered, glancing nervously at Ash. Of course. I know what I'm saying. I heard every word you said. A regular King of Carp can at most produce 3 offspring. Yet you claim your King of Carp can lay 1,000 eggs at once? That constitutes false advertising under the league. You wouldn't want to end up in jail for that, would you? Ash's tone was measured, yet it carried an undeniable weight. What? You mean this uncle is deceiving me? Kojiro glared at Uncle King of Carp, his face twisted in anger. It's not what it seems. Let me explain. Quick, look behind you. There's a beautiful lady running naked. Uncle King of Carp suddenly pointed frantically behind Kojiro. What? Really? Kojiro turned around, not out of curiosity for the supposed naked lady, but out of a desire to help cover her. Seeing Kojiro fall for the ruse, Uncle King of Carp seized the moment, abandoning both the money and the King of Carp, and fled. Where's this naked lady? You dare to trick me? Kojiro realized he had been duped when he turned back to find no one there. His frustration grew as he caught sight of Uncle King of Carp disappearing without a trace. How infuriating. He managed to escape. Next time we meet, I shall teach him a lesson. Kojiro fumed. Next time you see him, don't let him fool you again, Ash cautioned. Recalling how Kojiro had been deceived by Uncle King of Carp for 3 seasons in the original story. I definitely won't. But thanks anyway, kid. Kojiro felt a sense of relief after narrowly escaping a misfortune. No need to thank me. Just be more careful next time. Ash waved his hand dismissively, munching on some seeds casually. Dude, Kojiro was momentarily frozen in place upon hearing Ash's address, nearly cracking under the weight of disbelief. Am I really that old? He began to question his own existence. Meanwhile, Ash had little interest in Kojiro's existential crisis and continued to indulge in the festivities, searching for more delicious treats. Having just activated his glutton mode, he was only halfway full and was ready to eat more. Just then, the lights on the ship suddenly dimmed. With a loud bang, the doors of the venue slammed shut. A horde of waiters ripped off their uniforms to reveal their black combat outfits, each carrying a unique capturing device. Clearly well prepared for what was to come. Since you've asked so sincerely, I shall graciously inform you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, to uphold love and truth in the name of evil. The charmingly adorable villains. Musashi, Kojiro, we are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Finally, without the kid causing trouble, we've managed to recite our lines, Kojiro remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it's been quite a challenge. Meowth nodded in agreement. What are you two idiots discussing? Get back to work. Musashi interjected, delivering a reprimand along with a slap on the back of each of their heads. Yes, we understand. Kojiro and Meowth replied with a hint of indignation. You shall surrender your Pokeballs to us. Activate the switch. Upon command, the rocket team members activated their capturing devices, beginning to siphon all the Pokeballs from the trainers present. The suction power was immense, causing several Pokeballs to fly from the trainers' hands into the capturing devices. Damn it, do they really think I'm easy to bully? Pikachu, use Thunder Wave to trap those rocket members. Arcanine, wait for Pikachu to ensnare them, then unleash Ember. Ash commanded, releasing Arcanine and directing Pikachu and Arcanine to engage, unperturbed by the rocket team. Following Ash's orders, Pikachu spun its tail to weave a colossal electric net, ensnaring several members of the rocket team. Meanwhile, Arcanine seized the moment, releasing a burst of ember that collided with the electric net, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The members of the rocket team were sent flying. Observing the overwhelming numbers of the rocket team closing in, Ash had no choice but to release all his Pokémon, using telepathy to guide each one in battle. Even as several rocket members attempted to flank him, they were caught off guard by Ash's swift prowess, each being taken down with a single punch. Ultimately, through Ash's relentless efforts alongside his Pokémon, they carved a path, sending every member of the rocket team soaring. One punch for each rocket member. Brock and Misty watched in awe as Ash single-handedly dismantled the rocket team's siege. Witnessing Ash's remarkable prowess, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Incredible!" Some wealthy women even found themselves captivated by Ash's figure, their eyes glimmering with a hunger akin to desire. Chapter 76, Escape from the SS Saint Anu, Part 3. After enduring such a fierce battle, the sea suddenly turned tumultuous, with waves crashing against the sides of the SS Saint Anu. This violent rocking of the ship alerted the passengers to the impending danger, prompting them to rush outside, only to find that their vessel had encountered a ferocious storm. Having just survived an elfin crisis, they now faced yet another calamity, leading everyone to realize the peril they were in and frantically search for lifeboats. "If only I had heeded Ash's advice and not boarded this ship," Misty lamented, gazing at the tempest before her. "All right, enough of that. What's done is done. Our priority now is to locate a lifeboat," Ash interjected dismissively, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Did you know there was something wrong with this ship when you boarded, Ash?" Brock inquired from the side. "Indeed. I possess a peculiar ability that enabled me to recognize that the two individuals who issued our tickets were none other than Team Rocket, which is why I attempted to dissuade you from boarding," Ash explained, nodding without denial. "No wonder. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Brock asked, perplexed. "Do you honestly believe that, given your previous state, you would have taken my word for it?" Ash's retort left both of them momentarily speechless, ultimately leading them to comply and search for the lifeboats together. Meanwhile, the captain of the SS Saint Anu was facing the wrath of the passengers. However, due to the storm, they were temporarily restrained from unleashing their fury, knowing that without the captain, their situation would be dire. Instead, they glared at him with fierce eyes. "Fear not. This vessel will not be swallowed by the storm, I assure you," the captain proclaimed confidently to the crowd. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when, lost in thought, the passengers noticed he had inexplicably made his way to a lifeboat. "Rest easy. This ship will not capsize. You must trust me," the captain shouted from the lifeboat. The passengers exchanged incredulous glances. "If everything is indeed fine, then why have you fled to the lifeboat instead of remaining on the ship?" Seeing the experienced captain act in such a manner, how could the other passengers trust his reassurances? In an instant, chaos ensued as everyone rushed towards the lifeboat. Just then, Ash arrived, observing the frantic crowd charging towards the lifeboat, silently watching until they all boarded, and then the boat departed. By the time Ash, Misty, and Brock caught up, the lifeboat had already drifted far away, leaving only a small silhouette behind. "Hey, we're still here," Misty shouted towards the receding lifeboat, attempting to beckon it back. But alas, it had already vanished into the distance. "How could they leave like that? Didn't they even wait for us? What are we supposed to do now?" Misty lamented, gazing at the now distant lifeboat with a look of dismay. "There's no need to worry. I have Gyarados on hand. We can leave riding on Gyarados," Ash reassured them. "Well, I suppose that's the only option we have now," Misty conceded, resigned to the reality that the lifeboat would not be returning. Ash then released his Gyarados, and the three of them climbed onto its vibrant red body. Just as they were about to depart, they spotted Team Rocket struggling in the water, nearly drowning. When they rescued Team Rocket, Ash and his companions were taken aback by their ghastly appearance. Soaked to the bone and sporting a ghostly demeanor, they resembled water phantoms, which was rather alarming. Upon regaining consciousness, Team Rocket immediately confronted Ash and his friends, eager to settle scores. However, due to their unfortunate situation at sea and the absence of water-type Pokémon, they had no choice but to coexist peacefully with Ash's group. Yet, during a friendly handshake between Pikachu and Meowth, Pikachu mischievously unleashed a jolt of electricity, singeing Meowth in the process. After drifting at sea for 3 days, Ash and his friends finally reached dry land. It was at this moment that they parted ways with Team Rocket, each group going their separate paths, and after a while, Ash and his companions arrived at the bustling resort city of Blue Plush. With its white sandy beaches, azure seas, refreshing air, and beautiful women in swimsuits, Brock was utterly invigorated by the exhilarating scene before him. Upon their arrival, Ash and his friends spotted Gary lounging under an umbrella in his swimwear, basking in the sun. Perhaps due to the lesson he learned from May, he was alone this time, without a beautiful companion by his side. Knowing Gary as Ash did, he was certain that under normal circumstances, Gary would have been surrounded by several lovely ladies. "Hey, isn't that Ash?" Gary exclaimed as Ash approached him, rising from his sunbathing to greet him. "Took you long enough to arrive. You didn't encounter any misfortunes along the way, did you?" Gary asked with a grin. "No need for you to worry about that, Gary," Ash replied, his expression stoic. "Look who else has arrived." A familiar voice chimed from behind Ash. When Ash and his friends turned to see Professor Oak clad in a flamboyant floral shirt and shorts, along with his mother, Hannah, approaching, Ash feigned surprise. "Mom, Professor Oak, what are you doing here?" Although Ash was already aware, he pretended not to be. "Indeed, we've been traveling for a while. I've gotten a bit tanned. But it looks good on me," Hannah remarked, satisfied with her son's appearance after a month apart. "Ash, it seems you and Gary have both been on your journeys for a while. Why not have a battle? I'd like to see how far you've both come," Professor Oak suggested, looking at Ash and Gary. Ash found no objection to the professor's proposal and turned to Gary with a mischievous grin. "I'm not interested in battling him. I'd rather wait until the Indigo League to settle things." Gary, recalling the haunting memory of their last battle in Leaf Green City, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had spent the night before that battle sleeplessly strategizing ways to defeat Ash's substitute Poison Ivy, and the thought of it still tormented him. The mere recollection of Ash's grin made him feel a pang of dread, as he knew Ash's tactics often concealed even more devious strategies. With this realization, Gary felt a deep-seated apprehension, having grown up alongside Ash. He understood all too well the depths of Ash's cunning. Chapter 77. Today, allow me to foot the bill. Xiao Mao, you are quite mistaken. To feel fear before the battle even begins is not like you at all. If you continue down this path, how will you ever grow? Xiao Ji teased with a cheerful grin. "Humph, do I need you to teach me a lesson?" Xiao Mao retorted with a scoff. All right, I understand now. It's not that young Master Xiao Mao is unwilling to fight. Rather, he is showing mercy by sparing me," Xiao Ji replied with a chuckle. "Glad you comprehend." Xiao Mao enjoyed the banter. Professor Oak and Hanako exchanged glances, both of them smiling, clearly unfazed by the playful squabbling they had witnessed numerous times before. "Xiao Ji, don't think for a moment that I am afraid of you. I merely wish to face you again in the Quartz League. It is certainly not due to fear of your Bulbasaur or you. Do you understand?" Xiao Mao fervently defended himself. All right, I understand. Farewell, young Master Xiao Mao." Xiao Ji merely smiled at Xiao Mao's excuses, choosing not to engage further. "Since neither you nor Xiao Mao wish to fight, let us move on." "I will take my leave with your mother," Professor Oak interjected at that moment. "Xiao Ji, I'll be leaving now. Make sure to take care of yourself while you're out there. Remember to eat and sleep on time, understood?" Hanako approached Xiao Ji, gently caressing his cheek with concern. I know. I will take good care of myself. No need to worry," Xiao Ji replied, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Then I trust you," Hanako stated, before turning to Brock and Misty. "Please look after Xiao Ji." "Of course." They both readily agreed. "With your assurance, I can comfortably entrust Xiao Ji to your care." "Thank you." Hanako beamed at their agreement. "I'll be off now, Xiao Ji. Goodbye." Hanako waved as she began to part ways. "Understood, goodbye." Xiao Ji waved back. After the heartfelt farewell between mother and son, Hanako followed Professor Oak as they departed. "Now that we are here, let us spend the day enjoying ourselves. It will be a day of leisure," Xiao Ji suggested, turning to Brock and Misty. "Agreed," Misty exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand in affirmation. "But do we have enough money? As far as I know, the expenses in Blue Purity City are quite high." Brock pointed out. "No worries, today's expenses will be on me," Xiao Ji declared, glancing at his remaining system balance of 140. With nearly 1 million left and the promise of replenishing it soon through the system, he felt financially secure. "Is that really all right?" Misty gazed at him in disbelief. "Of course it is," Xiao Ji asserted confidently. "But where did you get that money?" Brock queried, voicing his curiosity. "I currently have about 1 million left, so feel free to spend without worry. Once it's gone, I can still manage," Xiao Ji assured him, patting Brock on the shoulder to indicate he need not fret about his wallet. As for how Xiao Ji could guarantee that he would still have money after spending, that remained a mystery. Thus, the trio indulged in a day filled with feasting and merriment in Blue Purity City, relishing the joy of the moment. The following morning, as Xiao Ji descended the stairs to buy breakfast, he noticed that Old Lou's shop next door was about to be forcibly demolished by Granny Jean. As a model youth of the 21st century, although Xiao Ji did not intervene directly, he promptly called Miss Junsha to handle the situation, subsequently leaving it at that. Miss Junsha did arrive and took action, yet after being released, Granny Jean sought revenge on Old Lou. Unbeknownst to her, she commandeered a mechanical Gyarados to exact her vengeance, aiming to eliminate old Lu to facilitate the acquisition of his savings. Meanwhile, not far away, Team Rocket found themselves tied to a tree, lamenting their misfortune. That wicked old woman. How dare she steal the fruits of our labor? She deserves to be punished. Musashi fumed. Indeed, at her age, one would think she'd possess some honor, yet she resorts to underhanded tactics. Truly despicable, Kyogre seethed. Upon witnessing old Lu's peril, Xiaoji unleashed his red Gyarados to confront the mechanical beast. Perhaps due to Granny Jin's age, her reaction time was sluggish, and the red Gyarados swiftly triumphed. Xiaoji then seized the opportunity to lift the disrespectful Granny Jin from the control room of the machine, delivering her directly to Miss Junsha. After her capture, Granny Jin's cousin at the yacht dock attempted to seize territory by filling the sea to create a water park, inadvertently angering the agate jellyfish. This provoked tremendous waves that nearly submerged the entire city. In a turn of events reminiscent of the original storyline, Misty managed to pacify the enormous agate jellyfish and even tame the messenger seahorse. Thus, Xiaoji and his companions spent a day in Blue Purity City. On the morning of the second day, they set off once again towards Golden City. Chapter 78, Maiden Gorge. Oh, the indifferent sea breeze carries with it the essence of autumn. This summer has been rather lackluster, Brock lamented as he leaned despondently against the railing. Yet, I believe this summer has seen many events unfold. Misty mused, gazing at the azure sea. Brock, fret not. Even if you lack a girlfriend this year, it's unlikely that you will find one next year either. There's no need to worry excessively. In time, you will grow accustomed to it. Xiaoji chimed in cheerfully as he approached Brock. Brock's spirit crumbled at Xiaoji's words, and he slumped against the railing, feeling utterly defeated. Xiaoji, if you cannot offer comfort, it is best that you refrain from trying. When have I ever had a girlfriend? Brock lamented. Don't stop me. I no longer wish to live. Brock exclaimed melodramatically, pretending to leap from the ship in a fit of despair. No one is stopping you. Misty chuckled, playfully pushing him away. All right, Brock, we were merely teasing you. Let me teach you how to find a girlfriend, Xiaoji quickly interjected. Sensing the moment needed to shift. You have yet to find one yourself. How can you teach me? Brock retorted without hesitation. Xiaoji's smile faltered, his expression stiffening as he replied, perhaps you should just jump off from here. Suddenly I find life filled with meaning. No need to jump now. Xiao Gang observed Xiaoji's moment of humiliation and found himself unexpectedly uplifted from his own despondency. At the rear of the boat, a thick rope tethered a colossal wooden basin, within which the trio of Team Rocket huddled. Why are we here, Meow? Meowth inquired. Not that I want to think about it, Kojiro replied, clutching his knees in resignation. Our budget is depleted, and we haven't earned any money from work before following that brat. But it's fine. Although our method is rudimentary, it suffices to cross the sea. Musashi leaned against the wooden basin, sighing heavily. The communication ship that departed from Lanpuer has arrived, and the town is currently hosting a summer festival. Upon disembarking, Xiaoji and his companions were greeted by the town's broadcast announcing the festivities. Wow, a festival! That sounds so lively, Xiaoxia exclaimed. The Festival of Love, a belated celebration. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang was still entangled in his own romantic dilemmas. As he wrestled with his thoughts, as if beckoned by an unseen force, he suddenly turned to gaze at a maiden lingering at the harbor. Upon witnessing her breathtaking beauty, he became momentarily entranced, lost in a daze. So beautiful. Just as Xiao Gang uttered these words, a throng of people surged past him, and the enchanting maiden transformed into a ghostly figure, gradually vanishing from sight. When Xiao Gang looked back to the original spot, she had already disappeared. Xiaoji caught a glimpse as well, but chose not to dwell on it. Xiao Gang, let us head to the festival, Xiaoji suggested, noticing Xiao Gang's dazed state. Yes, let us hurry to enjoy the festivities, Xiaoxia chimed in, taking hold of Xiao Gang and leading him toward the festival. After they departed, the ever-watchful Team Rocket trio learned of the festival's activities. They contemplated how to leverage the influx of visitors to collect fallen treasures and thus amass wealth. Xiaoji and his companions spent some time at the festival when suddenly an old woman blocked their path. Don't run, a frail voice called from behind Xiao Gang. Yes, it's a dried-up kappa. Xiao Gang, still in a stupor, mistakenly thought the beautiful woman had approached him. However, upon turning around, he was startled by the old woman's face. Who is a kappa? She demanded, but quickly dismissed her own question before continuing. Listen carefully. Pay no heed to my appearance. You must be cautious of beautiful women, understand? The old woman warned Xiao Gang. I tell you, if you disregard the wisdom of the elders, you will surely suffer. As the ancients say, misfortune is a blessing. That means Xiao Gang has quite the fortune. Xiaoji remarked with a smile. Well, that may be true in principle, but it's always preferable to incur less misfortune, wouldn't you agree? The old woman momentarily fell silent, but soon retorted. Are you referring to her as the beautiful woman? Xiao Gang's mind conjured the image of the maiden he had seen at the harbor. How could she possibly harm Xiao Gang? Xiaoxia, upon hearing the mention of a beautiful woman, playfully covered her face, shyly acknowledging it. I'm talking about a woman, not you, you immature little girl. The old woman, having been interrupted twice, displayed a hint of impatience, casting a fleeting glance at the self-absorbed Xiaoxia. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia snapped back to reality, her expression one of incredulity, as if she had discovered a monumental secret. Meanwhile, Xiaoji recalled a childhood game where the old woman had seemingly utilized a max-level taunt, inflicting a critical hit of 999 damage on Xiaoxia. What did you say, you old hag? Say that again, and let us see what I do to you. Xiaoxia, her temper flaring, was about to strike when Xiaoji seized the opportunity to intervene, preventing any escalation of the situation. I can't take it anymore. You too, come with me. Unable to endure the old woman's remarks, Xiaoxia dragged Xiaoji and Xiao Gang away, disregarding their consent. Even Xiaoji, possessing a superhuman physique, dared not voice any objections, fearing the repercussions of Xiaoxia's wrath. A beautiful woman? To suffer for her? I would gladly accept such a fate. Xiao Gang muttered as he was pulled away. You truly are something, Xiao Gang. A true model among the devoted, destined to be a wolf king. I have high hopes for you. Xiao Ji mused inwardly, reflecting on Xiao Gang's declaration. Chapter 79. Possession by a ghost. Xiaoxia led Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji to visit the precious shrine of the maiden. It featured a painting purportedly created over 2,000 years ago, a rare treasure that could only be viewed once a year. Legend has it that a maiden's lover set sail to war, and at their farewell, he grasped her hand and earnestly declared, "Wait for my return. When I come back, I will surely marry you." Thus, he left behind those words, but the outcome was grim. The young man perished in battle, and his likeness was later adorned with a cap from nature. This tale serves as a cautionary reminder. Do not set flags before departing, lest one encounters misfortune and perhaps even bandits. Ahem, I digress. After absorbing the maiden's story, Xiao Gang inquired about the location of Maiden Rock. Upon reaching the vicinity, he dashed toward the rock, gazing dreamily at it. Xiao Ji and Xiaoxia, feeling exasperated, attempted to persuade him, but no matter their words, Xiao Gang remained oblivious. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to reminding him to return to the Pokémon Center before dark and departed. That evening, Xiao Ji realized Xiao Gang had not returned. He contemplated venturing out alone, but, hindered by Xiaoxia's presence, he stayed at the Pokémon Center for the night. The following morning, they awoke early and hurried out, racing toward Maiden Rock. Before long, they arrived at the site, only to find Xiao Gang was indeed missing, just as in the original tale. Thanks to his photographic memory, Xiaoji clearly recalled the house where Xiao Gang had been. Approaching the door, he kicked it open without hesitation, only to see Kojiro and Xiao Gang come tumbling out from within. Fortunately, Xiaoji's perceptive abilities had alerted him earlier, allowing him to dodge their collision with ease. However, as they flew out, Musashi and Meowth, who were nearby, also spotted Kojiro and Xiao Gang. Kojiro, Musashi exclaimed with surprise upon seeing him. Due to the hypnosis inflicted upon Kojiro and James by that woman last night, they have yet to recover their senses, which has inadvertently resulted in their rather peculiar mental state, akin to that of simpletons, hence their lack of response. However, Meowth and Musashi quickly discerned the presence of Satoshi and Kasumi. Little Brat, Little Girl, and Little Darky. Upon noticing Satoshi and the others, Musashi immediately assumed a defensive stance. Oh, ISNT, that Team Rocket? How have you been in the few days since we last met? Satoshi, upon encountering Musashi, refrained from attacking directly and instead offered a greeting. Musashi, taken aback by Satoshi's unexpected cordiality, momentarily found herself at a loss for words, as their relationship had always been adversarial, and it was inconceivable that the rival would greet her. Out of a sense of decorum, Musashi mustered a response. I suppose things have been tolerable. She pondered over her recent days, feeling somewhat burdened, yet grateful for the company of Meowth and Kojiro, which brought her a sense of happiness. Wait, why am I sharing this with you? Musashi shook her head, realizing her mistake. Since you've asked so earnestly. She prepared to recite her lines in her usual dramatic fashion. Kojiro, lying on the ground in a state of despair, managed to muster the strength to utter a line. To prevent the world from destruction, the charming and delightful villains. Musashi, Kojiro. Thus, one delivered a passionate speech while the other lay prone, reciting their customary lines with a sense of longing. Well, Since you've both finished your lines, it's my turn to send you on your way. Pikachu, Thunderbolt attack. Satoshi declared, and upon hearing their lines conclude, he commanded Pikachu to act. Pikachu leaped down, its red electric pouches crackling with energy, and unleashed a brilliant flash of yellow lightning towards them. Seizing the moment before Pikachu released its electric discharge, Satoshi swiftly scooped up the prostrate Brock, thus sparing him from being caught in the ensuing electric storm. The thunder enveloped Team Rocket as usual, sending them flying off, eventually transforming into 3 radiant meteors against the daylight sky, leaving behind a classic utterance. What an annoying feeling, Team Rocket exclaimed before vanishing from sight. Pikachu, gazing at the departed Team Rocket, recognized that its triumph was solely due to its own efforts, and thus struck a celebratory pose before returning to Satoshi's shoulder, eager to bask in the glory. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. When we reach Goldenrod City in a few days, I shall reward you with a mysterious gift. Satoshi chuckled at Pikachu's proud demeanor. Upon hearing of the reward, Pikachu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it fell silent, resuming its role as a well-behaved companion. At that moment, Satoshi felt a profound sense of virtue for having rescued one person and vanquished malevolence, marking another day of good deeds. However, just then, the old woman from yesterday unexpectedly reappeared. As I feared, my concerns have indeed come to pass, she lamented to Satoshi and his companions, as if mourning a loss. Your friend has been possessed by a ghost. A ghost? Kasumi inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Brock, still in a daze, lay on the ground with a silly grin. Yes, indeed, a ghost, the old woman affirmed, nodding at Kasumi. Would you like to break the curse? I possess a method to do so. We'll pass on that. I have my own way of handling it, Satoshi replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then instructed Pikachu to awaken Brock. Upon hearing this, Pikachu promptly complied, unleashing a thunderbolt from its red pouches, which struck Brock. Aya! A series of fluctuating cries erupted from Brock's mouth. Upon regaining consciousness, he surveyed his surroundings with confusion, seemingly unaware of the situation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He blurted out, a trifecta of bewilderment. You are Brock, currently in the Maideness Canyon. Congratulations, you encountered a female ghost last night, and a 1,000-year-old specter at that. You're now the first among us to successfully break free from solitude, Satoshi explained with a grin. A female ghost. A 1,000-year-old specter. Upon realizing that his robust physique had attracted the attention of a ghostly entity, Brock initially felt a thrill. However, upon comprehending that it was a 1,000-year-old specter, he was suddenly seized by panic, leaping to his feet and hurriedly checking himself for any ill effects. Once reassured that all was well, he let out a relieved sigh. The old woman, observing Brock's exaggerated reaction, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth, feeling utterly speechless. Wait, Satoshi, you're not saying that the 1,000-year-old specter is the girl from Maiden Rock, are you? After confirming his safety, Brock recalled the breathtaking beauty he had spotted at the harbor and sought Satoshi's confirmation. No, she resembles the old woman behind you. Satoshi shook his head, gesturing towards the old woman. Upon hearing this, Brock turned to look, and upon recognizing the old woman's visage, he mistakenly believed it to be true, nearly fainting from excitement. The old woman, hearing Satoshi's comment, was left speechless. While I am aware that my appearance leaves much to be desired, surely you wouldn't go so far as to compare me to that, she admonished Satoshi. Young man, while food can be eaten indiscriminately, words must not be spoken recklessly. The old woman interjected, reminding Satoshi to tread carefully. Satoshi, stop teasing Brock. You were with me at the Pokémon Center all night. How could you possibly have been out? Kasumi chimed in to set the record straight. Ha ha ha, Brock. I was merely pulling your leg. I hope you won't take offense. I can get you 2 gigabytes of study materials shortly. Satoshi reassured Brock, recognizing that it was time to shift the tone, offering compensation. 2 gigabytes. Upon hearing this, Brock's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, indeed, 2 gigabytes. Do you like it? Satoshi smiled, nodding at Brock. Send it to me right away, Brock urged, eager to obtain it. Of course, Satoshi replied with a mischievous grin. What on earth are you two talking about? Kasumi asked, her expression one of bewilderment as she looked at them. The seasoned old woman, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Oh, it's nothing. Just study materials. These are the resources I needed to review before becoming a doctor, including my research and data on Pokémon. Since Brock aspires to be a breeder, I prepared these study materials for him, Satoshi explained with apparent innocence. However, upon hearing Satoshi's words, Brock's hand froze mid-reach for his phone, his excitement abruptly extinguished as he stood there dumbfounded, unsure of how to proceed. Before long, Xiao Gang returned to his normal self, reluctantly accepting the study materials. Although he initially felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that the materials were not what he had envisioned, he acknowledged their utility and managed to come to terms with them. Furthermore, Xiao Gang found himself engulfed in self-reproach. How could he have thought of someone as accomplished as Xiao Ji, who had earned a doctorate at such a young age, in such a negative light? I must be utterly foolish. The mere thought of it made Xiao Gang wish to slap himself several times. So it is. Xiao Ji, you are truly a good person. Upon hearing the explanation, Xiao Xia instantly developed a fondness for Xiao Ji's character. Oh, what is the big deal? Helping others is what it's all about. Xiao Ji clapped his hands, wearing a nonchalant expression. Today, yet again, I have done a good deed, thus accumulating merit. Xiao Gang, I truly thank you. Observing from the side, the old woman's lips quivered uncontrollably, her mouth twitching incessantly since the moment she began. Ah, old lady, why are you still here? Xiao Ji exclaimed in surprise as he turned to the old woman. Hee, why shouldn't I be here? The old woman chuckled. Our Xiao Gang has already recovered. You're no longer needed. Xiao Ji replied. Who said that? The old woman snorted dismissively, then continued. Although you've used Pikachu to administer electric therapy and temporarily restored his senses, that beautiful female ghost has left a mark on him, and unless it is removed, he will still face peril. No worries. If need be, I can just shock him again. One shock after another is fine. My Pikachu's electric therapy is more than sufficient, right, Pikachu? Xiao Ji joked, glancing at Pikachu with a smile. Xiao Gang, I truly thank you. Am I a burden to your existence? The old woman. I've never encountered the king of hell, but today I am indeed seeing a living one. Hee, you flatter me. You flatter me. Xiao Ji replied with a chuckle, humbly accepting the compliment. Hey, you rascal, I wasn't flattering you. So why are you so pleased with yourself? The old woman was at a loss for words in the face of Xiao Ji's shamelessness. Chapter 81, A Shocking Revelation. Hee. In response to the old woman's remarks, Xiao Ji merely smiled in silence. The old woman furrowed her brow at Xiao Ji's grin, sensing that he had seen through something, although he chose not to expose it. Just as she was about to say something, a surge of psychic energy suddenly surged toward her. The old woman felt this force and reacted as if facing a formidable adversary, revealing her true form to evade Xiao Ji's attack. The reason was simple. The psychic energy emanating from Xiao Ji was overwhelmingly powerful, matching her own level, making it difficult for her to evade. Over the past month, Xiao Ji's psychic abilities had advanced from intermediate to advanced. The information displayed by the system regarding the ghost before her was as follows. Pokémon. Gengar's shiny. Gender. Male. Level 70. Ability. Levitate. Floats above the ground. Thus immune to ground-type moves. Potential. Near champion. Has reached and surpassed the limit. Held item. Gengar Mega Stone. Moves. Strange Light. Lick. Hypnosis. Black Eye. Revenge. Curse. Hex. Nightshade. Ambush. Dark Pulse. Shadow Ball. Destiny Bond. The phrase indicating that potential had surpassed its limit was something Xiao Ji had never encountered in the system before. Although he could glean a general meaning from the text, complete confirmation would require an experiment to validate his thoughts. Oh dear, young man, you lack chivalry. You dare to launch a sneak attack on me, a millennia-old Gengar's. As Gengar's revealed its true form, it began its tirade. Hee. I never anticipated you would see through it. Before Xiao Ji and the others could react, Gengar's burst into laughter, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Sometimes, I am the legendary female ghost. Other times, I am the mysterious fortune teller. And occasionally, I appear as a gaunt old woman. But my true identity is Gengar's. After Gengar's finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through the air. How did you discern my identity? Gengar's questioned Xiao Ji with a puzzled expression. My psychic abilities inform me that you are not human. Xiao Ji replied calmly with a smile, then elaborated. What Xiao Ji said was indeed true. His psychic powers had been alerting him since their first encounter with Gengar's. So that is how it is. What an irksome ability. Oh, just average. Ranked third in the world. Xiao Ji humbly and shamelessly acknowledged. Kid, I wasn't praising you. Gengar's, having been subjected to consecutive compliments, was beginning to grow irritated. Oh well, you'll get used to it in time, Xiao Ji remarked nonchalantly. From what you're saying, you're not trying to capture me as a Pokémon, are you? Gengar's, being a ghost with 1,000 years of wisdom, immediately discerned Xiao Ji's intentions. Truly a perceptive spirit. Upon hearing Gengar's words, Xiao Ji felt as if he had found a kindred spirit and clapped his hands in approval. I would never accompany you. You should just give up. Gengar shook its head in refusal. Why? Is it because of her? Xiao Ji inquired, glancing at the girl atop the maiden rock, seeking confirmation from Gengar's. Yes, indeed. She has been fixated on her beloved, who has yet to return from the battlefield, which has led her to miss the opportunity to be reincarnated. Even if she now wishes to be reborn, it is likely impossible, so she remains here, waiting for her love to return. Gengar said with a sorrowful expression as it gazed at the maiden rock. So, you return here every year because she refuses to be reborn? Yes. Gengar's nodded. Does she wish to be reborn now? She thought about it a few years ago, but now it's too late, even if she desired it. She could not be reincarnated. After uttering these words, Gengar's transformed back into the old woman's form. What if I had a way? Xiaoji said with a mysterious smile. You have a way. Gengar's looked at Xiaoji in disbelief. Yes, I have a way. If I can help her to be reborn, fulfilling your wish, would you be willing to travel with me? Xiaoji said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, it was Gengar's turn to fall silent, seemingly contemplating whether it was worth it. For Gengar's to reach the underworld, it would require a special boat that only appears during the Ghost Festival, meaning if Gengar's chose to travel with Xiaoji, it would have to wait until the next festival, a decision that would require considerable thought. I'll come back tonight to ask for your answer. Xiaoji decided to give Gengar some time to ponder, deeming it the most prudent course of action. After saying this, Xiaoji took Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia and left, allowing ample time for Gengar's to contemplate. However, upon hearing that Xiaoji could help spirits to move on, both Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia were utterly shocked into silence. After all, such matters were simply beyond belief. When they eventually inquired about how Xiaoji could help spirits, he simply replied, I found a manual on the ground one day and taught myself. Upon hearing Ash's response, Brock and Misty, displaying their keen sense of understanding, realized that there was no point in probing further into Ash's matter. Consequently, they tacitly chose to refrain from asking any more questions. The day passed swiftly as Ash and his companions reveled in the bustling streets. As night fell, they returned to the area near the girl's rock, where they found Gengar still in the guise of an elderly woman, seemingly lost in contemplation of the questions Ash had posed earlier. Have you made up your mind? Will you come with me? Or will you come with me? Ash inquired as he approached. Gengar replied, to hear your words is indeed a feast for the ears. What? You think my time for reflection was merely a ruse? Regardless of my conclusion, you seem determined not to let me go. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Ash chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that his earlier words were in jest. I cannot accompany you. I sense she is in dire need of me, Gengar expressed, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, revealing her true feelings. Gengar, you should go with him. You have endured so much over the years. A girl resembling the statue suddenly emerged, floating gracefully to Gengar's side and offering her counsel. Why? Do you not wish to wait for your beloved any longer? Gengar asked, his emotions rising. Is he not already by my side? The girl replied gently, gazing at Gengar. Taken aback by her words, Gengar was momentarily at a loss. Goodness! What a revelation! Ash exclaimed, astonished by the exchange between the girl and the ghost. What do you mean by what a revelation? And who is Gengar just speaking to? Misty questioned, eyeing Gengar as it appeared to converse with thin air, her confusion evident. Wait, was the one talking to Gengar just that female spirit? Misty pondered, finally connecting the dots and turning to Ash with her inquiry. Ash smiled and nodded in affirmation. There are ghosts. Misty shrieked in fright, immediately retreating to hide behind Brock after receiving Ash's confirmation. Ash paid no heed to Misty's outburst, his focus fixed on Gengar and the girl, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Why do you say that? Gengar inquired, his expression one of confusion as he regarded the girl. I once witnessed a loving couple while I was trapped within this statue. Their fate mirrored mine, as her husband, like my beloved, was also called to war. Before his departure, they visited me and spoke words that resonated deeply with my soul, the girl recounted, her gaze drifting towards the distant sea. As she fell silent for a moment, what did they say? Gengar pressed, intrigued. He said that if he were unable to return, he would remain by her side in another form. He promised to be with her as a spirit, perhaps even taking on the guise of another person, silently accompanying her always. The girl smiled as she shared this with Gengar. So, upon hearing their words, you thought of me, did you? Gengar mused, after a thoughtful pause. The girl smiled at Gengar but offered no response, continuing instead, in my past life, I once heard an old woman tell me that ghostly Pokémon are born amidst the dead. Coincidentally, the year after my husband went to war, when I received news of his death, you appeared. Are you saying that you believe Gengar is your husband? Ash interjected, suddenly feeling that the sunflower seeds he held in his hand had lost their appeal. However, he distinctly recalled that Gengar was born from an egg. making the notion of being born among the dead seem like mere superstition. Though such words may strike modern ears as mere superstition, can they not also offer psychological solace? The girl's spirit remarked with a bittersweet smile. In truth, I was indeed born upon a desolate battlefield. Before Ash could respond, Gengar interjected eagerly, grinning at the girl. Congratulations. You were correct. Is that so? How wonderful it is to see you find a worthy master. Now I can rest easy, the girl replied, smiling as she bowed in gratitude towards Ash. There's no need for thanks. Ash waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest. With the girl's consent, Ash began to channel the power within him, reciting an ancient Taoist incantation for reincarnation that he had acquired long ago from the system's space. Upon completing the incantation, amidst the witness of Gengar and Ash, the girl's spirit radiated a golden aura, ascending slowly into the night sky with a smile as bright as the sun. Farewell. Perhaps we shall never meet again, Gengar murmured, gazing at the spot where the girl had vanished. Come, do not dwell in sorrow alone. She has departed, and your tears will do no good. Ash consoled the millennia-old ghost. Depart? Depart where? Gengar feigned ignorance, regarding Ash with a puzzled expression. Of course. We shall travel together. Where else would we go? Ash replied, frowning slightly as he sensed Gengar's reluctance. When did I ever agree to leave with you? Gengar asked, a sly smile playing on his lips. Ah, I see you intend to play tricks, Ash responded, mirroring Gengar's grin. Feeling the sudden surge of hostility directed towards him, Gengar sensed the atmosphere shift. Haha, I was merely jesting. Do not be angry. As a ghost who has lived for a millennium, I would never resort to trickery. Oh, I understand now. You wish to challenge me, do you? Ash asked with a playful smile. Ah, yes. Gengar, sensing something amiss, nonetheless nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept. Ash replied with a smile. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, recognized the expression on his master's face and knew that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. Without needing a prompt from Ash, Pikachu eagerly leaped down, finding a good vantage point to sit, and began munching on a bag of sunflower seeds. Misty, you can come out now. The ghost seems to have vanished, and it appears Ash is about to attempt to capture Gengar. We can head back, Brock suggested to Misty, who had been hiding in fear since her earlier scream. I won't. Gengar is still a ghost. Misty shivered in fright. But Gengar is a Pokémon, not a ghost. Brock quietly countered. Enough chatter. If I told you not to return, then do not return. Misty exclaimed, delivering a light punch to Brock. Fine. After a short while, Ash engaged Gengar in battle. Empowered by his 4 innate abilities, Psychic, Aura, Tidal, and True Newbie, Ash unleashed a barrage of attacks that left Gengar bruised and bewildered. The Psychic ability controlled the battlefield, the Aura provided defense, Tidal offered healing, and True Newbie delivered raw power. Thus, the 4 abilities intertwined seamlessly, rendering Gengar speechless. MD, are there truly such remarkable humans in this world? The defeated ghost, Guiz, could only harbor this thought in his heart. The Psychic type, which counters Guiz's poison type, found itself facing Ash's psychic abilities. Had it not been for the aura shield that protected Ash from the majority of Guiz's ghost-type skills, he would have been utterly unable to retaliate, left only to endure the onslaught. Faced with Ash's impenetrable defense, Guiz initially contemplated a hasty retreat, yet, to his astonishment, Ash conjured a barrier around him with his psychic prowess, rendering escape impossible. Ultimately, Guiz resigned himself to becoming Ash's Pokémon, a fate he accepted with a resigned expression. You wish to take advantage of me? You ought to consider who you are dealing with, Ash remarked with a grin as he tossed the Pokeball, which vanished with a swift whoosh. Where have Brock and Misty gone? After the battle, Ash realized to his dismay that both Brock and Misty had inexplicably vanished. Well, I suppose I will search for them at a leisurely pace. Departing from the girl's gorge, Ash and his companions soon arrived at their destination, the outskirts of Goldenrod City's forest, after a few days of travel. The onset of night cast an air of eerie foreboding over the forest, with chilling gusts of wind and the rustling of branches creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the netherworld. After observing for so long, do you still intend to remain concealed? Ash's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare ahead, his voice laced with a warning. What is wrong with you, Ash? Who are you speaking to? Misty questioned, puzzled by Ash's apparent conversation with the air. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You have indeed detected my presence, a childlike voice echoed from ahead. Suddenly, a little girl with green hair appeared in the middle of the path, bouncing a ball and staring at Ash and his friends with an unsettling gaze. Oh, it's merely a child. It's quite dangerous to be out here at night. You might encounter ill-intentioned individuals seeking to snatch your little ball, Ash exclaimed, kneeling beside her. Interesting, Naz, the Goldenrod gym leader, remarked upon hearing Ash's words, momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting a brief confusion before a smile crept upon her lips. Will you play with me, big brother? The girl asked cheerfully. Can you wait a moment? I have a question for you first. Is Goldenrod City ahead? Ash inquired, grasping the girl's arms earnestly. Why not just go ahead and see for yourself? The girl replied with a mischievous smile. That is logical. But I asked because I do not know, Ash insisted, maintaining a sincere expression. The girl, however, did not respond but suddenly unleashed a surge of immense power, breaking free from Ash's grasp and fleeing. It's quite perilous for a child to be alone in this forest at night. We should catch up to her and return her to her family, Brock suggested. True, but I can't shake the feeling that something is off about this girl, Misty admitted, her instincts prompting her caution. Perhaps it's merely your imagination? Brock interjected. That could be, Misty conceded, pondering his words. What if it's not just a figment of our imagination, but rather something amiss with the girl herself? Huh, what leads you to say that? Do your psychic abilities sense something unusual? Brock asked, bewildered. Indeed, Ash nodded. No way. She can't be a ghost, can she? Misty exclaimed in shock. To call her a ghost would be an exaggeration. She is simply another psychic like myself, Ash chuckled, explaining. Thank goodness she isn't a ghost. Misty sighed in relief, her heart settling. Wait a moment. She is a psychic. Misty suddenly realized, her shock evident. Misty, please refrain from being so dramatic. It's nighttime. And you might frighten someone, Ash retorted with a hint of sarcasm. But Ash, can you truly contend with her? Misty questioned, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Rest assured, it's not a significant concern. Her abilities are merely inferior to mine, and she may not even be capable of defeating me, Ash assured with a smile, encouraging Misty to relax. While Ash might struggle against a formidable opponent like Naz relying solely on psychic powers, one must not forget that his capabilities extend far beyond that. He possesses the recovery of Tokiwa, the control of psychics, the offensive prowess of aura, and the defensive strength of the true newcomer. This makes him a veritable hexagonal warrior. To triumph over Naz, it merely requires a modicum of time and effort, as he could indeed overcome her. With newfound confidence in Ash's ability to prevail, Misty exhaled, relieved. Thus, Ash commenced his pursuit of the little girl. She did not run particularly fast, and upon realizing that Ash and the others had not followed, she deliberately lingered, bouncing her ball as if waiting for them to catch up. The girl appeared certain that Ash and his companions would continue to follow her. Once she spotted them approaching, she broke into a beaming run, her laughter echoing through the forest, lending an eerie quality to the chase. As Ash and his companions quickly followed, they soon found themselves at the edge of a cliff. However, just as they reached the precipice, the girl's figure vanished before their eyes. Ash abruptly halted, causing Brock and Misty, who were close behind, to crash into him, nearly sending him tumbling off the edge. Coincidentally, the ground beneath Ash's feet gave way. Ash! Brock and Misty cried out in alarm as they witnessed Ash plummet. Pikachu! Pikachu, witnessing Ash's fall, rushed to the cliff's edge in shock. Just as they were about to rush towards him, a shadowy figure soared up from below, accompanied by a familiar scream. Phew! Ash, are you alright? Misty shouted, her voice brimming with concern. I'm fine. However, your combined strength nearly sent me flying. Ash quipped, now seated atop a Fiero, teasing Brock and Misty. This was not due to Ash's inherent weakness, capable of being overpowered by his companions. Rather, he had intentionally allowed them to collide with him, fearing that his own stability might inadvertently send them tumbling off the cliff. Upon confirming Ash's safety, Pikachu breathed a sigh of relief. My master truly causes me great concern. Had it not been for Ash's flight on Fiero, Pikachu might have been compelled to unleash his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Chapter 83, Brock's Nightmare Today. As Ash and his companions stepped into Goldenrod City, they were immediately greeted by the sight of two strikingly similar young ladies, who, having previously performed an exuberant dance before the and now approached them with unbridled enthusiasm. The moment Ash laid eyes on their familiar visages, a wave of realization washed over him, reminiscent of the original storyline. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to swiftly hide behind Brock, effectively positioning Brock at the forefront. Before Brock could comprehend the situation, the two bikini-clad ladies leaned in and planted kisses on either side of him. Caught off guard by the unexpected affection from both young women, Brock's expression morphed into one of utter confusion, his body stiffening as warmth surged from his nostrils. Congratulations to the three of you. As the three individuals beyond the 1 millionth visitor to Goldenrod City, you are cordially invited to a surprise party. The two hula-skirted ladies exclaimed with exuberance. Wait, There's such a delightful occurrence. Misty exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the mention of a surprise party. However, recalling Ash's previous words about unwarranted kindness often harboring ulterior motives, she quickly regained her composure. After all, their last encounter with Team Rocket had stemmed from ignoring Ash's advice, resulting in their harrowing drift at sea for several days. Had it not been for Ash's surplus provisions, they might have perished aboard the S.S.N. With this thought lingering in her mind, Misty quickly regained her focus. Team Rocket, you two needn't pretend any longer. I've recognized you both, Ash declared, raising his hands in a gesture of acknowledgement. We didn't expect our splendid disguises to be uncovered by you, James responded, realizing his cover had been blown. How did you figure us out? Jessie inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The makeup on your faces has faded, Ash pointed out, gesturing toward Jessie's visage. Has it? Is my makeup really fading? Jessie turned to James, seeking confirmation. Not that I can see, he replied, shaking his head. Wait, how can it be you two? Brock exclaimed, his face suddenly awash with tears as he gazed at James and Jessie, as if profoundly wounded. Why can't it be us? Jessie retorted, no longer maintaining her facade, revealing her true self. James followed suit, discarding his disguise as well. Upon confirming their identities, Brock stood frozen, his mind reeling, feeling as though he were on the verge of a breakdown. My innocent heart, have I truly been deceived by you two rascals? Brock lamented, his face darkening as he prepared to unleash his formidable onyx. Fortunately, Ash, quick on his feet, intervened just in time, averting a potential catastrophe that could have turned Goldenrod City into a sleepless night. Brock, calm down. I understand your anguish, but allow me to handle them first. You can have your turn afterward, all right? This is a city street, and Onyx's rampage would incur significant damages, Ash reasoned, restraining Brock's eagerness to retaliate. Upon hearing Ash's words, Brock begrudgingly began to regain his composure, refraining from further action. Just a moment ago, you were enamored by my beauty, yet now you come to blame me. Truly, you are quite the villain, James feigned innocence, adopting a coy demeanor. Watching James' antics, Jessie began to question her life choices. Is this truly the James the First now? Brock's anger flared anew at James' taunts, his forehead veined with pressure. Ash, hurry and act. I can hardly contain myself. All right, Pikachu, when using Thunderbolt, rein in your power a bit. We don't want to send Team Rocket flying. Let Brock have his revenge for the indignation they caused him, Ash instructed, having been equally disgusted by James' display. Pika. Without hesitation, Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, its electricity crackling with readiness. Wait, we haven't even begun our lines yet, Jessie exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Spare us the chatter. We've grown weary of your monologues, Ash interrupted coldly. How can you be so cruel? Jessie began, but was swiftly silenced by Pikachu's electrifying attack. Having undergone rigorous training under Ash, Pikachu's prowess had now reached a near championship level, far surpassing its earlier abilities. With a single strike, Team Rocket was left charred, their hair frizzed and their bodies covered in soot. Brock, witnessing their disheveled appearance, felt his ire dissipate, just as he prepared to confront them for the affront to his purity. However, at that moment, a little girl suddenly appeared from the nearby forest, laughing heartily, her voice eerily echoing in the deserted street. With a wave of her hand, Ash and his companions vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the streets of the Goldenrod Gym, the night having transformed into day, which only deepened their bewilderment. Where are we? Brock rose, surveying his surroundings in confusion, just as he was about to confront the little girl who had orchestrated this. To his dismay, she had vanished. Where did that girl who brought us here go? Brock wondered aloud, scanning the area. What is happening? Why is it suddenly daylight? Misty echoed, equally perplexed as she stared at the sky. Despite Ash's awareness of the eventual outcome, he too was taken aback by such an extraordinary occurrence. Did you all come to Goldenrod City without knowing it houses the gym? A voice questioned from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a stout man clad in a green tracksuit, sporting a bushy beard, who appeared to be jogging in place. This is Nessa's Goldenrod Gym? Brock asked in astonishment. I presume you're here to challenge the gym for a badge? I would advise you to leave while you still can, the man cautioned before jogging away. Brock, doesn't that fellow remind you of your father in some peculiar way? Ash inquired, casting a knowing glance at Brock. Why do you say that? In what way is he similar to my father? Brock questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. You'll understand soon enough, Ash replied cryptically, leaving Brock to ponder as they ventured into the Goldenrod Gym. After listening to Xiaoji's words, Xiaojang remained with a perplexed expression, utterly failing to comprehend the meaning behind Xiaoji's recent remarks. Xiaojang, let us hurry inside, urged Xiaoxia, prompting him to respond, Oh, all right. Despite pondering the reason behind his confusion, he ultimately could not arrive at an answer, so they could only follow in Xiaoji's footsteps. The interior of the golden gym was brilliantly illuminated and labyrinthine, yet upon entering, they encountered not a single soul. I can't shake off this eerie feeling since we stepped in, Xiaoxia admitted, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she clung closely to Xiaojing. Look, there's a room over there with the lights on. Xiaojing pointed toward another door. As they approached the window, they peered inside to see individuals honing their psychic abilities. What are they doing? Xiaoxia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. They must be training their psychic powers, attempting to acquire abilities through such methods, Xiaoji responded nonchalantly. Psychic powers are predominantly innate, inherited through one's lineage. For ordinary individuals, mastering and unleashing such abilities through training is exceedingly challenging. Whether these exercises bear fruit remains uncertain. Who are you lot? What brings you here? At that moment, a man clad in a mask and a white coat confronted Xiaoji and his companions. We have come to challenge the gym, Xiaoji declared, unabashedly stating their purpose. You think you can challenge Miss Naza? The man cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoji's group, his expression dripping with arrogance. Let me advise you, you have no understanding of Miss Naza's power. Her formidable psychic abilities are not something you can contend with. How obnoxious, Xiaoxia muttered under her breath as she glared at the man. Is this what you meant? As Xiaoji spoke, a sudden blue light emanated from his eyes, lifting the man effortlessly off the ground. So, you are a wielder of psychic powers. The man stammered, swiftly grasping the gravity of Xiaoji's identity and humbling himself. Seeking forgiveness for his earlier rudeness. Let us move on. Just lead the way. Xiaoji, uninterested in the man's newfound respect, urged him. Of course, the man readily complied. No longer hesitant, and promptly escorted Xiaoji to their destination. This is where Lady Naza resides, he announced, having led them to their goal. What a stark contrast in his demeanor, Xiaoxia remarked, astonished by the man's transformation. Indeed, Xiaojing concurred with a nod. Naza, there are challengers requesting a formal gym battle with you. After receiving Naza's response, the man hastily departed, fearful that any misstep might provoke her displeasure, turning him into a mere plaything. You have arrived. You have finally arrived. As he spoke, the lights suddenly brightened. Emerging from the shadows was Naza, her eyes resembling those of a beast, fixated on Xiaoji and his companions, while a doll cradled in her arms held a pokeball. Greetings, gym leader. I am here to challenge the Golden Gym. May I inquire if you are available to accept my challenge? Xiaoji initiated, as Naza remained silent. I shall accept your challenge. But first, you must agree to one condition. Should you lose, you shall remain by my side for eternity, until death do us part. Only upon your acceptance can we engage in battle. Naza's gaze remained steadfastly locked onto Xiaoji, unwavering since their entry. Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback by Naza's proposition, struggling to grasp the situation. Hadn't the original narrative stated that losing meant becoming her friend? Why had this transformed into a lifelong commitment? I had heard that if one loses to you in battle, they must become your friend. Why does it seem that I must pledge my life instead? Is it because I am unique? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoji posed his query. Because we are of the same kind, Naza replied. Same kind? Does she refer to psychic abilities? Xiaoji mused, quickly piecing together the implications. After all, aside from their shared psychic abilities, there were no other similarities between him and Naza. Moreover, during his previous visit to this city, he had not encountered any little girls nor had any stories with one, thus ruling out that possibility. It seems that if I don't agree, you won't consent, will you? Xiaoji questioned. Naza nodded affirmatively. Could we perhaps negotiate a different reason? As thoughts of Serena crossed his mind, he contemplated alternatives. The badge from the Golden City was essential for him. Without it, he could not participate in the Indigo Conference. That is acceptable, Naza acquiesced. Wonderful, Xiaoji breathed a sigh of relief at her agreement. However, when he inquired about the new condition, Naza ultimately reiterated the original stipulation. Xiaoji and his companions must become her friends. How infuriating. Why does Xiaoji attract so many women? I am utterly envious. This is far more painful than death. Xiaojing lamented, his frustration boiling over at the thought of the Golden Gym leader's demands on Xiaoji. Xiaojing, is that really necessary? Xiaoxia interjected, bemused by his reaction. Is it? Xiaojing retorted, tears streaming down his face as he recalled being kissed by Team Rocket just the previous night, which had included a male member. The thought triggered another wave of emotional turmoil. Chapter 84, The Dark Void. Well then, Xiaoxia finally conceded, exasperation lacing her tone. Go, Kecleon. Naza commanded, using her psychic abilities to release the Pokémon contained within the Pokeball. A yellow, fox-like creature with closed eyes materialized on the battlefield. Go, Ghastly! Xiaoji hurled forth the Pokeball containing Ghastly. Oh, so you summoned me for such a cute opponent right away. I didn't see that coming. You're quite the scoundrel, picking on weaker Pokemon. Ghastly teased as it emerged. Ghastly had been traded for Houndour the morning after Xiaoji departed from Girls Canyon, thus becoming part of his team. As for Charmeleon, Xiaoji intended to reintegrate it once he resolved the mystery behind Squirtle's reluctance to evolve in the original narrative. Xiaoji had discussed this with Charmeleon, and it had taken some persuasion to convince it to remain with Professor Oak, given its recent abandonment and heightened sensitivity. Hearing Ghastly's mockery, Xiaoji's expression darkened. I summoned you to battle, not to chatter, he scolded, urging Ghastly to take the match seriously. Ha ha ha. Ghastly chuckled mischievously at Xiaoji's serious demeanor. Upon witnessing Ghastly's entrance, Naza frowned, especially as she sensed its psychic aura, her brow furrowing in concern. Upon realizing the formidable prowess of Gooey's, Naji resolutely opted for Casey's evolution. A radiant white light enveloped Casey, whose form progressively expanded from a petite stature of 0.5 meters to a towering 15-meter Gyarados, retaining a striking resemblance to Casey, albeit with a slight increase in size. Adorned with a 5-pointed star emblem on its forehead and wielding a spoon. Most notably, its eyes fluttered open, no longer in slumber. Ah, evolved. Now it's my turn. Observing Casey's transformation, Gooey's, too, began to emanate a brilliant white glow. It evolved into Gistone, characterized by 3 sets of spiky protrusions flanking its face. Triangular white eyes containing black pupils, and razor-sharp purple teeth visible within its mouth. Now that we have both completed our evolution, none can surpass us. Gistone chuckled with pride. Gyarados Ice Punch. Naji commanded, taking the initiative. Gyarados raised its fist, enveloped in icy energy, and delivered a chilling blow toward Gistone. Gistone Shadow Claw. Ash ordered calmly, directing Gistone. Following the command, Gistone lifted its hands, summoning 2 spectral claws composed of ghostly energy that collided with Gyarados. The 2 opposing forces began their fierce clash, neither willing to yield. Given that Shadow Claw was powered by ghostly energy, its effectiveness was significantly amplified, causing Gyarados to falter under Gistone's overwhelming pressure, ultimately being pushed back. Gyarados! It cried out in agony as it staggered backward. Phantom Beam, Naji declared. As her voice faded, a blue light emanated from her eyes in unison with Gyarados. Mental synchronization. Ash recognized the phenomenon, understanding its implications. Mental synchronization, a state of assimilation unique to capable trainers, temporarily enhances a Pokemon's abilities. However, this state cannot be activated at will. It requires a shared capability between the Pokemon and its trainer. In essence, it serves as a human-shaped enhancer that grants a fleeting boost to a Pokemon's prowess. Gistone Night Shadow. Gyarados aimed at Gistone's position and unleashed a mystical beam, striking true. Caught off guard, Gistone was hit by the Phantom Beam, and a colossal, terrifying illusion materialized behind it, swiftly lunging towards Gyarados with blinding speed, leaving it no time to react. Excellent. Gistone, capitalize on this moment and unleash Curse. Ash commanded, seizing the opportunity. As the new instruction was issued, Gistone was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, its expression contorted in anguish. Simultaneously, Gyarados exhibited similar symptoms, also surrounded by the ominous dark energy. Its face a mask of torment. Gyarados, remain calm and use Mystical Guard to defend. Naji communicated with a composed mental link. Heeding her directive, Gyarados summoned a mysterious light that enveloped it, though the dark energy remained unbanished. Witnessing this scene, Naji furrowed her brow, perplexed. Isn't Curse an abnormal status? Why can't it be dispelled? Curse is not merely an abnormal condition. It is a status change that requires specific conditions for removal, Brock interjected, noting Naji's distress. He quickly deduced her confusion, pondering why a gym leader would lack such fundamental knowledge. Could it be that she was given an easy path? This thought led Brock to comprehend why a gym leader might be unfamiliar with such basic principles. After all, gyms often pass down knowledge through generations, and some individuals may not have mastered their craft, being thrust into leadership prematurely. Naji, upon hearing Brock's explanation, grasped the situation. Over the years, her focus had been primarily on battling within the gym, leaving little room for in-depth understanding of these concepts. Realizing her inability to dispel the negative status, she endeavored to issue a new command, only to be caught off guard as Ash seized the moment to issue a fresh directive. Gistone, execute Spirit Ambush. Ash commanded. Self-restoration. Naji seized the lull in hostilities to allow Gyarados to recuperate. A wondrous energy enveloped Gyarados, emanating a gentle aura that began to restore its vitality. However, just as Gyarados completed this maneuver, Gistone suddenly reappeared behind it, striking a critical blow. The impact caused Gyarados to clutch its midsection, crying out in pain. Gyarados, my kidney. Goodness, Gistone. No, this Gistone strikes with alarming ferocity, targeting the kidneys. Brock gasped at the sight of Gyarados' distress. Yet, just after his exclamation, Gistone appeared to glance back at Brock, offering a sly grin. Whether it was merely Brock's imagination, he could not ascertain. But he felt a twinge of pain in his own midsection. Gyarados, Phantom Beam. Naji commanded, prompting Gyarados to endure the pain and rise unsteadily. Hee. Gistone chuckled mockingly, provoking Gyarados further. Gyarados. Enraged by Gistone's derision, Gyarados erupted with emotion at last. Ash sensed an overwhelming surge of psychic energy emanating from Gyarados. With its eyes aglow in blue light, Gyarados unleashed a potent phantom beam directed squarely at Gistone. Block it! Ash shouted, and in an instant, Gistone summoned a protective shield to deflect the incoming attack. As Gyarados finished its skill, it suddenly grimaced in pain, the dark aura intensifying around its form. Shadow Ball. Following the command, Gistone coalesced a black sphere of ghostly energy in one hand and, upon locking onto its target, launched the Shadow Ball. Just as Gyarados emerged from the cursed state, it was struck by the black sphere, eliciting another anguished cry. Gyarados. As it was hit, Gyarados let out a wail of despair. Psychic Force. Naji urged, and as Gyarados regained its footing, it responded to Naji's call. With its eyes shining with blue light, a surge of potent psychic energy manifested, wielding control over Gistone. Given that Gistone possessed dual types, and that poison was weak against psychic, it suffered considerable damage from the psychic assault. However, Gistone exhibited a more composed demeanor when under attack. He did not scream like Gyarados, but merely let out a low grunt before moving on. Trick. Upon hearing this, Gistone was enveloped in a shimmering aura, enhancing his special attack. This is bad. Gyarados quickly used psychic to interrupt him. Naza, witnessing the opponent's intent to bolster his abilities, urgently urged Gyarados to intervene. Gyarados nodded and unleashed another psychic attack, aiming to disrupt Gistone's enhancement. However, to her surprise, Gistone acted swiftly, expending his trick and successfully augmenting his power. He cackled with glee. Before Gistone could revel in his newfound strength, Gyarados' psychic grasp ensnared him, swinging him around in midair. Yet, this situation did not persist for long, as Gistone, utilizing his ghostly energy, freed himself from the psychic hold. Hee. I didn't expect you to be quite formidable, little one. It seems I no longer need to hold back, Gistone sneered, shaking off his body as he stood up, seemingly incensed by Gyarados' actions. After a few eerie chuckles, he commenced his autonomous attack. His first self-directed assault was a wave of darkness, a beam that shot forth at astonishing speed and struck Gyarados directly. This left Ash utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Goodness! Is this the darkened Gistone? His combat prowess has skyrocketed, and his speed has doubled?" Gyarados, use Psychic Shock. Naza quickly instructed. Gyarados' eyes glowed blue once more, unleashing a wave of psychic energy that engulfed the entire arena, leaving Gistone with no avenue for escape, forcing him to endure the blow. Waha, your turn must be over now. Gistone regarded Gyarados with a sinister gaze. Gyarados felt a surge of fear, sensing an ominous premonition. Kid, this is the first time I will wield the power you granted me. Let me see just how formidable it truly is. Gistone turned to Ash and proclaimed. Could it be that move? Ash inquired, feeling a sense of unease. Yes. Gistone nodded. All right, I support you. Let me witness the might of that move. Ash exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he adjusted his cap, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Gistone. Seeing Ash's encouragement, Gistone wasted no time in executing the move. Suddenly, a small black hole materialized before him, shooting forth with a whoosh from his hand, aimed directly at Gyarados. Teleport. Naza, overhearing Ash and Gistone's exchange, assumed it was an exceptionally powerful move and instructed Gyarados to prepare for an immediate escape. Observing the commotion as Gistone conjured the sphere, Gyarados also believed it to be a supremely potent attack. Yet, when Gistone activated Teleport, Gyarados realized the true power of the technique. Even though Gyarados had evaded, the moment the sphere reached him, an overwhelming force of suction ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Why? He suddenly felt a heavy drowsiness weighing down his eyelids. And despite his struggles, he could not pry them open. The more he fought, the more lethargic he became. At that moment, Gyarados could only succumb to the enveloping sleep, eventually collapsing onto the ground, where he was mercilessly pummeled by Jangstone until he could no longer fight back. "Congratulations, you won," Naza proclaimed, stepping forward as she used her psychic powers to present her gym badge to Ash. "Thank you." Ash accepted the badge, placing it carefully into his treasure box while expressing his gratitude to Naza. "You have earned this," Naza stated flatly. Chapter 85, Pokémon Tower. After acquiring the badge, Ash did not depart immediately, but lingered for a while. "I must inquire, why did you request that I accompany you forever?" Ash voiced his curiosity, seeking an explanation. "Because you are quite special. You possess powers akin to mine, yet lead a life entirely different from my own. I am genuinely intrigued by how you have navigated your existence," Naza explained, her expression devoid of emotion. "I see," Ash acknowledged, reflecting on the events of the original storyline and understanding her motivations. Likely, it stemmed from the fact that both he and Naza were powerful psychics, leading to her curiosity about how he achieved a life distinct from hers. Having contemplated the reason, Ash felt a twinge of sympathy for Naza, realizing she needed happiness, prompting his inquiry. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Miss Naza, would you like to live a life like mine?" Ash asked unexpectedly. Upon hearing his words, Naza fell silent, lost in contemplation. "If you wish, could you provide me with 3 empty Pokeballs containing your information? I could help you attain a life akin to mine," Ash continued, sensing her hesitance to speak. If she remained unresponsive, he would chalk it up to his own presumptuousness. With this thought, Ash posed the question to Naza. Yet, despite his efforts, he received no reply, leading him into silence. "All right, I understand," Ash finally said, turning to leave. Just as he did, 3 Pokeballs mysteriously floated behind him. Upon noticing the 3 Pokeballs, Ash glanced back at Naza, only to find her blushing, looking somewhat embarrassed. Seeing her in such a state, Ash merely smiled and accepted them. 3 Pokeballs in exchange for a favor that could lead to becoming a champion seemed worth it. They might prove useful in the future. Ash collected the Pokeballs and, along with Brock and Misty, set off to their next destination. As Ash and his companions exited the Golden Gym, a figure silently observed them from behind. "I never expected to misjudge someone. I hope he can truly restore Naza's smile." The shadowy figure was none other than Naza's father. In pursuit of bringing joy back to Naza, Ash and his friends inquired for directions and arrived at Violet Town. Renowned within the Kanto region, Violet Town is famous for housing the largest Pokémon graveyard, where all morning activities in Kanto are conducted at the Pokémon Tower. According to local legend, the spirits within the tower are said to be the souls of Pokémon that have perished or been slain. After half an hour of inquiries, Ash and his group walked through a forested area, guided by the directions given by the townsfolk, arriving at their destination. Surrounded by perennial clouds and dense mist, the town of Zun is enveloped in an ethereal white fog, a phenomenon attributed to its unique geographical structure. This unsettling ambience instills fear in the hearts of tourists, prompting many to hastily depart. As the mist thickens, visibility diminishes, and the path ahead becomes increasingly obscured. "Beware of straying too far, everyone. Getting lost would be disastrous," Xiao Gang cautioned, his voice cutting through the fog. "I don't want to become a ghost before I even capture a ghost Pokémon." Xiao Xiao quivered, her body trembling with trepidation. "Perhaps we should retreat. We've already obtained our gym badges. What is the purpose of venturing further into this eerie place?" Xiao Xiao proposed, her apprehension palpable. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoji seized the moment to recount the tale of Nashi, sharing his intentions to capture her. How tragic is Miss Nashi's backstory? Xiao Xia empathized after listening to Xiaoji, her heart stirred by the revelations. Beneath her aloof exterior lies a profound narrative. "My perspective was too narrow. I never anticipated you to be such a noble person, Xiaoji. I truly chose the right companion," Xiao Gang praised, giving Xiaoji a thumbs up. "Huh, it's not entirely like that," Xiaoji replied, feeling slightly bashful as he scratched the back of his head. The truth is, he had come to fulfill a special mission from the system and to help the previous Xiaoji realize his dreams, all the while rescuing 3 rather foolish individuals. Without his intervention, those 3 would likely face dire consequences, even the risk of starvation. After all, they had been instrumental in shaping his childhood across generations. So aiding them seemed a worthy endeavor. Before darkness enveloped the sky, Xiaoji and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the Pokémon Tower. Standing before the tower's entrance, illuminated by the faint, ghostly glow of candles, Xiao Xia was the first to voice her thoughts. "Even though we arrived before nightfall, it certainly feels like dusk has already descended upon the Pokémon Tower," she remarked, an air of foreboding settling over them. "It does possess an undeniably eerie vibe." Xiao Gang gulped, eyeing the imposing structure. "All right, Xiaoji, hurry inside and capture those Pokémon." Xiao Xia suddenly turned to him, her enthusiasm reignited. We shall wait for you outside, Xiao Gang concurred, aligning himself with Xiao Xia. Very well, I shall enter with Pikachu. Xiao Ji relented, raising his hands in resignation before calling Pikachu to accompany him. Pika Pika. Pikachu, realizing there was no escape, resignedly followed Xiao Ji into the depths of the Pokémon Tower. They have no idea that we have anticipated their arrival and are already inside the Pokémon Tower waiting for them. Musashi, alongside Kojiro and Meowth, exchanged mischievous glances as they observed the trio. Our relentless journey has finally borne fruit. Kojiro exclaimed cheerfully, unaware that they had already drawn the attention of something sinister. This time, we must capture Pikachu, Meowth declared resolutely. Let the operation commence. Musashi urged Kojiro. Understood. Kojiro nodded, immediately sprinting ahead. However, just a few steps into his run, he unexpectedly tumbled through a gaping hole in the floor. Ouch! He cried out in pain. Kojiro? Musashi and Meowth turned back in alarm, rushing towards the commotion only to find Kojiro sprawled on the ground beneath a large hole. Are you all right? Musashi inquired, concern etched across her face. Do I look like I'm fine? Kojiro retorted, still lying on the ground. At least he was alive, Meowth noted, observing his movements. The floor here is in terrible condition. One must be careful, Musashi concluded after confirming Kojiro's survival. Suddenly, the wardrobe nearby creaked open. A yawning Ghastly emerged, startled to find company, and thus began its mischievous antics. The ensuing chaos was predictable, culminating in a shriek that echoed through the tower. The trio outside the Pokémon Tower were startled, their hearts racing at the unexpected sound. Though Xiaoji recognized it as the voice of Team Rocket, the eerie surroundings heightened his vulnerability, making the sudden scream all the more shocking. How unpleasant. Such a terrifying sound emanates from within, Xiao Xia shivered, hugging herself as she glared at the foreboding tower. Indeed, it seems to originate from the very depths of hell. Xiao Gang agreed, momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. Once Xiao Ji regained his composure, he chuckled at their exchange. I suspect that scream belongs to those 3 bumbling fools from Team Rocket. Why do you say that? Xiao Xia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Now that you mention it, it does sound like them. If it truly is those rascals, I must be allowed to teach them a lesson, Xiao Gang fumed, recalling their antics from the previous night. Rest assured, this operation will not disappoint, Xiao Ji replied with a grin. However, if it is indeed Team Rocket, why would they scream so loudly? Xiao Gang pondered, his mind racing. What else could it be? By the way, let us not forget our objective, Xiao Ji reminded them. Right. Ghost-type Pokémon. Xiao Gang's fear began to dissipate as he recalled their mission. But I'm still scared, Xiao Xia protested, despite knowing they were dealing with ghost types. Why are they called ghost types? It's because they are ghosts. Otherwise, why would they be named as such? Xiao Ji encouraged her, attempting to assuage her fears. Hey, I'm a girl. Isn't it normal to be afraid of ghosts? Xiao Xia retorted angrily. Then just maintain that fierce demeanor as you enter. You won't have to be afraid. Xiao Ji teased. After teasing Xiao Xia, he sensed something was amiss and bolted into the Pokémon Tower, disappearing in an instant. Xiao Ji, Xiao Xia shouted, quickly recovering and chasing after him. Thus, the group, amidst their playful banter, ventured into the Pokémon Tower, the initial tension dissipating. Yet, as Xiao Xia crossed the threshold, a chilling breeze swept through the air. Upon sensing the eerie gust of wind, Xiao Xia's previously simmering anger dissipated instantly, reverting her to a state of trepidation. Creak. As their group stepped through the entrance, the grand door began to close automatically, which startled Xiao Xia, who feared that a ghost was playing tricks. In contrast, Xiao Zhang's apprehension waned upon realizing that only ghost-type Pokémon resided here. His mind was now solely fixated on exacting revenge on Team Rocket. Meanwhile, Ash's situation was even more absurd. He mysteriously vanished alongside Pikachu as they entered the Pokémon Tower. Ash, where are you? Xiao Xia called out, searching frantically within the tower, only to discover that Ash had inexplicably disappeared. Fear gripped her once more. Could it be that he was captured by a ghost, perhaps drained of his life force? What? Such a fortunate fate could befall him. Xiao Zhang's eyes brightened at the thought. Xiao Zhang, where did your mind wander off to just now? Xiao Xia noticed something amiss in Xiao Zhang's expression, sensing his unusual demeanor. And no, I wasn't thinking of anything. Xiao Zhang's face turned an uncommon shade of crimson, his speech stammering. It's nothing, then why are you blushing? Xiao Xia rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. By the way, where could Ash have gone? Xiao Zhang inquired, approaching Xiao Xia with a puzzled look. I have no idea. The moment I stepped in, Ash vanished, Xiao Xia replied, furrowing her brows. How could this happen? Xiao Zhang mused, a foreboding instinct stirring within him. Why did he feel Ash might appear behind them? Just as he uttered these words, a familiar voice pierced the tense atmosphere, chillingly echoing. Were you looking for me? Ash suddenly emerged from behind them, his tone playfully eerie, amplifying the frightful ambience of the room. Pikachu followed suit, matching Ash's mischievous antics. Ash, what on earth are you doing? Sneaking up on us like that is terrifying. Xiaojing exclaimed, startled. Haha, I was just messing with you guys. Ash chuckled, sensing it was time to draw back his antics. Forget it. Let us quickly find Team Rocket and make them pay for my untainted heart. Xiaojing declared, brimming with indignation. Chapter 86, The Out-of-Body Experience. Hee. Ash sheepishly scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. This place is so dark. Xiaoxia felt the oppressive atmosphere around them, momentarily forgetting her urge to reprimand Ash. I'll provide illumination, but my Houndour is back with Professor Oak. And I didn't bring my Charmander. How am I supposed to light this up now? Ash realized Xiaojing only had rock and ground-type Pokémon, rendering him incapable of producing light. As for Xiaoxia, being a water-type trainer, she was equally devoid of fire Pokémon. Ash, however, was the most eclectic, possessing Pokémon of all types. Eureka! An idea struck Ash. He quickly decided who would be suitable for the fire-type skill. It's you. Ghastly. He tossed a Pokeball. Summoning Ghastly. Why did you call me out? Ghastly inquired upon materializing. Ghastly, use Will-O-Wisp to ignite all the lamps and provide us with light. Ash commanded. Are you sure? Ghastly casually questioned. Absolutely. Ash affirmed without hesitation. Initially, Xiaoxia and Xiaojing didn't perceive any issue with this command. After all, it did involve fire. However, an unsettling feeling soon dawned upon them when they realized it was Will-O-Wisp. As they attempted to intervene, Ghastly had already executed the move. In an instant, the surrounding lamps were engulfed in eerie purple flames, casting an even more sinister light within the already foreboding tower, rendering it all the more terrifying. Whoa! I didn't expect that even when ignited, the flames would retain this color. Ash lamented, observing the hellish environment around him. Ash, you fool. What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to scare us to death? Xiaoxia's anger surged, and she momentarily forgot her fear, delivering a swift punch to Ash. Ash's reflexes were quick, allowing him to dodge effortlessly, scratching his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'll have Ghastly extinguish the flames immediately. Please don't be mad, Xiaoxia. Ash awkwardly smiled, prompting Ghastly to retract the flames at once. Ugh, I can't believe I'm stuck with a master like you. Ghastly lamented, rolling its eyes as it gathered the flames back. My mistake. Xiaoxia, please don't stay mad at me. I owe you an apology, Ash continued to plead. Humph. Xiaoxia huffed in discontent, clearly displeased with Ash's earlier antics. Ash, unsure how to appease her, felt that further attempts at reconciliation might lead to awkwardness. So he settled for a few more earnest apologies until Xiaoxia reluctantly calmed down. Hey, I can sense the presence of a companion nearby, Ghastly suddenly exclaimed. Xiaojing's eyes lit up upon hearing Ghastly's words. So, does that mean the door locking us in was caused by your companion? He queried. I suppose you could say that, Ghastly replied, stroking its chin. Realizing that ghost-type Pokémon were responsible for their predicament, Xiaojing's earlier fear began to dissipate. Can you pinpoint their exact location? He asked. I can only sense their presence, but not their precise whereabouts. Ghastly shook its head. I see, Xiaojing remarked, slightly disappointed as he stroked his chin. Just as they were deep in thought, an odd sound suddenly emanated from a nearby room, sending chills down their spines and raising goosebumps all over. Haha, that's just the ghost Pokémon playing pranks. There's no need to be frightened. Xiaojing forced a smile to reassure them. Xiaojing, why are you trembling? Xiaoxia observed, still shaken by the unexpected sound, but noticing Xiaojing's body quaking. I'm just cold. Not frightened. Xiaojing chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Hey, you're shaking so much, it's obvious. Ash pointed out. Oh, is that so? Xiaoxia shot Xiaojing a knowing glance, followed by a suppressed giggle. After receiving Ghastly's information, Xiaoxia felt less fearful, even managing to stifle a laugh. In reality, the laughter emanated from the adjacent room where Ghastly and Gengar were watching a comedic television program, their mirth not stemming from anything terrifying, which Ash remained oblivious to. Instead of lingering, Ash followed the source of the sounds, eager to investigate further. Soon, the trio arrived at a room that was brilliantly illuminated, resembling a place where someone resided, and its lavish decor rivaled that of a five-star hotel. Utilizing his perceptive abilities, Ash effortlessly located the positions of the entire Ghastly family. However, they were dispersed in three corners, quietly biding their time, seemingly intent on startling the three of them. This thought sparked a playful idea in Ash's mind. causing the corners of his mouth to lift into a mischievous grin. This place is so opulent, it's almost like a five-star hotel. Misty exclaimed as she took in the luxurious surroundings. Ash glanced at the colorful balloons ahead, approached them, gently tapped one, and then gave it a slight tug. With a resounding pop, a long banner emblazoned with the word welcome appeared before them. However, at that very moment, the objects around them suddenly began to sway and levitate, swirling chaotically. Wow! Despite having mentally prepared themselves before entering, Misty and Brock were still taken aback by the spectacle, panicking and fleeing without a second thought, completely oblivious to Ash, who remained motionless, not following them. Once Brock and Misty dashed outside, the floating items returned to their original positions. Just as Ash was about to turn and leave, a Ghastly appeared quietly behind him. Wow! In that fleeting moment, Ash turned around and made a ghostly face. The Ghastly was momentarily bewildered by Ash's unexpected antics, suspended mid-air with a dazed expression, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The other Ghastly and Gengar, hiding nearby, were equally confused. Previously, it had always been the three of them scaring others. They never anticipated a day when someone would turn the tables and scare them, leaving them at a loss as they stared at the human before them. Haha, you are truly amusing. Ash chuckled heartily at the bewildered Ghastly. Gengar and the other Ghastly, hidden not far away, emerged looking ashen, utterly shocked that their plan to frighten others had ended in failure. After all, this was their first failure in scaring someone. What is wrong with you three? You all look so disheartened. Ash observed, momentarily perplexed. To him, he merely hadn't been scared, unaware of the significance this held for Ghastly and his companions. Gengar. The Gengar lamented, as ghost-type Pokémon, failing to frighten you makes us feel utterly defeated. Realizing their sentiments, Ash exaggeratedly feigned fear, collapsing to the ground as if he were on the verge of fainting. The Ghastly trio stared at Ash's antics, momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing Ash's humorous display, they erupted into laughter. Ash, seeing their jovial expressions, couldn't help but join in the laughter. At this moment, Gengar stepped forward, initiating a comedic performance for Ash. Gengar playfully brandished a fan, smacking Ghastly, who shattered into pieces, only to be humorously fried in oil. We'll disregard that little mix-up. Ash watched the antics of these three little creatures, unable to suppress his laughter. Eventually, they all gathered around Ash, engaging in lighthearted banter. Meanwhile, Brock and Misty, who had fled some distance away, finally realized Ash was not with them. Hey, where did Ash go? Misty was the first to notice, having lagged behind. Upon hearing Misty's remark, Brock turned around, only then realizing Ash had not kept pace. Did he fall behind? The thought sent a wave of dread across Brock's face. They had promised Ash's mother to take good care of him, and now they had lost sight of him. If they were to encounter Ash's mother again, how could they explain his disappearance? Quick, we must return. We need to find Ash before anything happens. Brock quickly reacted and dashed back. Misty glanced at the distant entrance, then at Brock, before resolutely turning back. Ash, please don't get into trouble. Both Brock and Misty thought simultaneously. Are you all feeling bored just staying here? Ash suddenly inquired, looking at Ghastly and his friends. The trio exchanged glances. Gengar? They nodded earnestly. Would you three be interested in joining me, becoming my companions, my family? Ash's playful demeanor shifted to one of earnestness as he posed the question with sincerity. The Ghastly trio did not rush to respond. Instead, they exchanged glances, and finally, Ghastly reached out to touch Ash and Pikachu, extracting their souls together. Is this what it feels like to have an out-of-body experience? How fascinating. Ash mused as his spirit floated, observing his own body lying below, before performing a somersault in the air and playfully traversing through several walls, reveling in this extraordinary sensation. Hee. Ghastly suddenly extended a long tongue, causing its eyes to pop out in a comical manner. This unexpected sight sent Ash and Pikachu into fits of laughter. Ash followed the trio of Ghastly as they soared out, enjoying a whimsical adventure in their ghostly playground before admiring the night scenery, marking the end of their excursion. Upon Ash's return, he was startled by the sound of weeping. Ash, how could you just disappear like this? You haven't even become a Pokémon master yet. Why did you leave us so soon? Brock lamented, tears welling in his eyes, his expression one of profound sorrow. Misty, though less dramatic than Brock, had red-rimmed eyes, revealing her heartache. Having traveled together for 2 months, their bond had grown profoundly deep, and with Ash's absence, they felt an immense void. Observing the mournful scene below, Ash suddenly felt hesitant to return to his body, his lips twitching in discomfort. While it was unsettling, it also illuminated the strength of their friendship. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so affected by his disappearance. However, Ash chose not to rush back into his corporeal form, but instead turned to his ghostly companions, earnestly asking once more, "Are you three willing to leave this place with me and live together outside?" Gengar, "We are willing, but you must first defeat me." Gengar replied, "That suits me perfectly." Ash beamed with gratitude upon hearing their willingness. Under such conditions, he considered it tantamount to having no conditions at all. After all, he now possessed two contenders for championship status, making it implausible for him to be bested by Gengar and his ilk. Moreover, Ash's Gengar was of a caliber akin to their ancestral spirits, making the prospect of defeating it exceedingly simple. Upon witnessing Gengar's agreement, Ash gradually returned to his corporeal form, slowly opening his eyes. Had he remained dormant any longer, it was likely that Brock and Misty would have transported his body to the crematorium. An unsettling thought indeed. "Goodness, it's a miracle," Brock exclaimed, startled by Ash's sudden resurrection. "Zombies! Brock, we must flee," Misty shouted, believing Ash's return to life was indicative of some unfinished business. And she was equally terrified by this unexpected turn of events. After their exclamations, fearing that Ash might take a bite out of them, they hastily got to their feet and ran. Upon hearing their conversation, Ash's expression darkened. "Why are you running? I'm not dead," he admonished them, rising to confront his companions. Startled, they paused momentarily, cautiously regarding Ash. "Ash, you're truly alive?" Brock and Misty inquired timidly from a distance, apprehensive about the implications of his resurrection. After all, the deceased typically do not engage in conversation. Given that Ash was able to speak, it suggested the possibility of him being a spirit. However, the swiftness of this transformation into a ghost was astonishing. He had barely passed the 7-day mourning period. What immense resentment must one harbor to achieve such a feat? This thought utterly terrified Brock and Misty. Resigned, Ash could only scowl and explain the circumstances. Once Brock and Misty grasped the situation, their anxiety began to dissipate. Gengars can actually extract a person's soul? How remarkable! Brock mused after hearing Ash's account. "Would you like to experience it?" Ash asked with a smile. Brock pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against it. However, Ash did not allow them the luxury of consideration. Suddenly, Gengar appeared behind them and extracted their souls, allowing them a taste of the sensation of ascension. Hee. Gengar giggled, delighted by their reactions. Fortunately, Brock and Misty merely protested verbally and did not dwell on Gengar's impulsive actions. Given that their souls had already been drawn out, they decided to make the most of the experience. Having already undergone the experience himself, Ash chose not to linger and instead completed a special sign-in at the Pokémon Tower. "System, special sign-in," he silently intoned. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in and received a reward, a shard of the Platinum Orb." Platinum Orb Shard, a fragment from a shattered Platinum Orb of another parallel universe, containing the power of the legendary Pokémon Dialga. If absorbed by a Pokémon, it could endow them with extraordinary abilities, enhancing their potential. Upon reading the system's description, Ash's eyes sparkled with joy, his heart raced with excitement. Choosing to visit the Pokémon Tower had indeed proven fortuitous, as this sign-in had yielded an item related to a legendary Pokémon. With this, he now possessed 11 items associated with legendary Pokémon. 8 of these could be utilized by other Pokémon, including Darkrai's Dark Hole, Ho-Oh's Rainbow Feather, and Kyogre's Indigo Orb. Whom should he bestow this new shard upon? Gengar? Ash contemplated, noting the shard's potential to enhance a Pokémon's attributes. He deduced that Gengar's apparent plateau was likely due to having reached the pinnacle of its potential, rendering further advancement impossible. Recently, Ash had attempted to employ rare candies to facilitate Gengar's breakthrough, but to no avail. Clearly, the current limits of a Pokémon's potential had been reached, and even external aids like rare candies could no longer assist in surpassing them. As Ash pondered, Brock and Misty returned alongside Gengar and the others. Their souls re-entering their bodies, Brock and Misty stood up, excitement radiating from them as they shared their experiences during their brief spiritual excursion. After attentively listening to their reflections, Ash smiled and replied, "As long as you enjoyed it." After some further discussion, they concluded that topic. Ash turned to Gengar and the others, seeking confirmation. "Are you three willing to leave with me?" Gengar exchanged glances with its companions before ultimately nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Ash smiled again. "Hiss. While we accept, we do have conditions." Gengar stepped forward to clarify. "Oh, what sort of conditions?" Ash inquired, intrigued by the notion of stipulations. "Hiss. You must defeat us first." Gengar replied kindly. Upon hearing this, Ash merely smiled subtly and produced a Pokeball, within which resided the Gengar that had lived for nearly 2 millennia. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was that Ash emerged victorious, The details of the battle need not be elaborated upon, as a pseudo-champion level Pokémon could effortlessly overwhelm its lesser counterparts. After besting Gengar and its companions, Ash retrieved 3 Pokeballs he had previously requested from Nagi and captured them one by one. Since these Pokeballs belonged to Nagi, they did not vanish into thin air as usual, but remained at Ash's side. The reason Ash had sought Pokeballs from Nagi was that he had run out of space for his 6 Pokémon and needed to temporarily make room from others, with the intention of returning to his own Pokeballs later. With his objectives accomplished, it was time for Ash to depart. While walking, he felt as though he had forgotten something, suddenly recalling that Team Rocket was still tied up inside the Pokémon Tower. He felt a twinge of compassion, but ultimately decided to have Gengar assist in freeing them. Speaking of which, it seemed Brock's vendetta had yet to be settled. However, Ash dismissed the thought, knowing there would be ample opportunities in the future for Brock to exact his revenge. Chapter 88, A Sweet Smile. According to their prior agreement, after capturing Gengar and the others from Purple Garden Town, Ash hurried back to Goldenrod City and arrived at the Goldenrod Gym. Just as Ash and his companions were about to enter the gym, a voice called out from behind them. "You're back." A man stood behind them, inquiring, "Do you truly possess a method to restore Nagi to her former self?" "I cannot say for certain, nor can I guarantee complete success, but the probability is quite high." Ash did not provide a definitive answer, even though he was aware of the plot in the original work. In his view, the narrative had undergone so many transformations that he could no longer guarantee that it would unfold as it did in the original. "So what brings you back now?" the uncle inquired with a hint of confusion. "Of course, it is to temporarily borrow these 3 Pokeballs in my possession, and to fulfill my promise by bringing her a joyful smile," Ash explained. "Is that so?" The uncle, after hearing this explanation, lowered his head in apparent disappointment. "What else could it be?" Ash retorted, bemused. "Oh, nothing. Since you have returned, I wish you success," the uncle replied, shaking his head before departing. "This uncle is quite peculiar. We seem to encounter him every time we visit the Goldenrod Gym," Misty remarked, observing the uncle's retreating figure. "Indeed, your words remind me of something Ash said to me yesterday. I think I'm beginning to understand why," Brock mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Understand what?" Misty asked. Her curiosity piqued. "You'll probably find out soon enough," Brock cryptically replied, before joining Ash as they entered the Goldenrod Gym, leaving Misty in a state of bewilderment. Upon entering the Goldenrod Gym, Ash and his companions navigated the familiar surroundings with ease, having been there before, and soon found themselves in the presence of Nessa once more. "You're back," the doll in Nessa's arms exclaimed. "Yes, I have come to fulfill our previous agreement," Ash nodded, adding, however, before that, "I have a request I need you to agree to." "What request?" The doll pondered for a moment before speaking. "I need to borrow your Pokeballs for an extended period. During this time, you must not exceed 3 Pokemon in your possession for 6 months. How does that sound?" Ash confidently articulated his request, certain that Nessa would acquiesce. "Borrow my Pokeballs for 6 months? 3 Pokemon." Nessa murmured to herself for a while. "Very well, I agree." The doll answered without hesitation. "Excellent. Since you have agreed, let us engage in another battle first," Ash declared, retrieving the Pokeball containing his Gengar and gazing at Nessa with fierce determination. "Another round? Haven't you already earned my badge?" Nessa questioned, perplexed. "This is to help me bond with the Pokemon I captured yesterday, and naturally, you are the best choice as the gym leader," Ash responded with confidence. Upon hearing such self-assured words, Nessa felt no need for further discussion and promptly released her Kadabra. Strangely, Kadabra had reverted from its previous form of Alakazam. "Huh. What happened to her Alakazam? How did it transform back into Kadabra?" Misty exclaimed, astonished by her own inquiry, seeking an explanation. Soon, she received clarification. This is a psychic ability known as synchronization, a very special skill that allows a psychic type to evolve or devolve with the trainer's command, but only after the trainer has reached a certain level of mastery. The uncle, who had been lingering nearby, suddenly appeared behind Brock and Misty, providing the explanation. "Psychics are that powerful? They can manipulate a Pokemon's evolution?" Misty was taken aback by the sudden revelation. "Indeed, this is one of the privileges of psychic ability. But it only applies to psychic Pokemon. It does not work for others," the uncle patiently elaborated. "Is that so? What a pity. But thank you, Brock, for your explanation," Misty said, lowering her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Huh, that doesn't sound like Brock's voice," Misty suddenly realized, turning sharply to find that the person explaining was a middle-aged man. "You just noticed?" Brock chuckled at Misty's expression. The uncle, not taking offense at her comment, merely offered her a gentle smile. "Uncle, what are you doing here? You nearly scared me to death," Misty exclaimed, clutching her chest in surprise. "It was just a moment ago. But that is not the main point. The main point is that your companion's match is about to commence. Oh right. Misty nodded in realization, refraining from further inquiries about the uncle. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Ash commanded, while Nessa countered without hesitation, Alakazam, use Psybeam. A dazzling beam of light collided with the Shadow Ball, both energies vying for dominance, resulting in a thunderous explosion that engulfed the arena in smoke. 3 against 1. It seems you've already broken the rules, the doll suddenly interjected. As the smoke dissipated, everyone was astonished to see 3 Pokémon surrounding Nessa. I'm not sure how they ended up there, Ash said, casting his gaze elsewhere, feeling a bit guilty. Gengar, come back. Although Ash outwardly said this, his thoughts communicated to his Pokémon were quite the opposite. Ignore me and go all out. Receiving conflicting instructions, Gengar and his companions unleashed their antics, pulling faces of all kinds. Gengar rushed to Nessa, licking her face, while Misdreavus contorted its face into various exaggerated expressions. Gengar was about to sing a haunting melody, but Ash noticed in time and intervened, averting what could have been a disastrous outcome. Nessa appeared to be enchanted by Gengar's performance, her lips curving into a smile, as if on the verge of laughter. Ultimately, Gengar, realizing its antics had not won Nessa over, resorted to its ultimate trick, pulling a bomb from its mouth. With a resounding bang, the 3 Pokémon and Nessa found themselves in complete disarray, their faces charred from the explosion. Haha. Nessa, thoroughly amused by their antics, finally succumbed to laughter, her smile radiant and sweet. Chapter 89, Friends. Nessa laughed. At that moment, the uncle was moved to tears by her beautiful smile. It's the first time I've seen Nessa, who has been so devoted to psychic abilities, exhibit such a joyful expression, he said, wiping away his tears in excitement. Indeed, you must be Nessa's father, Brock remarked, observing the uncle's emotional state with a knowing look. Yes, that is correct. I am indeed Nessa's father. The uncle confirmed decisively, not probing into how Brock had deduced this. After all, a person with normal intelligence can generally deduce his identity from his actions and demeanor. This led the uncle to believe it was quite natural for others to guess who he was, and he found nothing peculiar about it. To my astonishment, my father-in-law was right beside me. Xiaojing murmured quietly upon hearing the other party's admission. Huh, what did you just say? The uncle seemed to have caught Xiaojing's whispered words, suddenly turning to him with a benevolent smile and inquiring, could you kindly repeat that? His eyes began to emit a blue glow, as if daring Xiaojing to utter another word, lest he find himself airborne. And no, I didn't say anything. Perhaps you just imagined it. Uncle, Xiaojing stammered, his body drenched in cold sweat, hastily denying the accusation. Oh, is that so? The uncle, seeing Xiaojing back down, returned to his usual demeanor, casting a meaningful glance at him without taking any further drastic actions. Damn it, my daughter has only just begun to behave normally, and I haven't even had the chance to dote on her, and here you are, fixating on her. What a bold lad you are, Xiaojing. Unfazed by the original plot, you dare to provoke someone as icy as Naji. Remarkable. Xiaoji thought to himself as he sensed the commotion between Xiaojing and the uncle. In the original narrative, Xiaojing had developed a profound fear of Naji only after experiencing the harrowing events of becoming a miniature version of himself and scurrying through a blockhouse. However, the current Xiaojing had yet to endure such tribulations. Thus, when Naji smiled, he became ensnared, leading to the present scene. Naji's father, finding the trio so amusing, approached Xiaoji with a request to borrow them for a while, offering to pay for the privilege. This was his first encounter with Naji's smile, and he believed that renting the trio would allow him to witness his daughter's laughter daily. Thus he conceived the idea of borrowing them. Xiaoji, ever generous, readily agreed, declaring that no rental fee was necessary and that he would lend them to Naji's father free of charge. Having accomplished this, Xiaoji and his companions were supposed to depart from Huangjin City. However, due to personal matters, Xiaoji decided to extend their stay in the city for another day. Today, I shall take you on a delightful excursion around Huangjin City while I attend to some errands, Xiaoji announced to the two. What business do you have in Huangjin City? Xiaoxia asked curiously. I am to meet an old friend I haven't seen in ages. Would you care to join me? Xiaoji explained, extending an invitation. But Xiaoji, didn't you grow up in Masera town? How do you have a friend in Huangjin City? Xiaoxia inquired. In my childhood, I often accompanied Professor Okido on research trips, and during one of my visits to Huangjin City, I encountered a friend in need of assistance. That is how our friendship blossomed, Xiaoji replied with a smile. What sort of difficulties did she encounter? A financial crisis. Her funding had collapsed. You must have spent quite a sum. Not too much. Just the funds I had accumulated over the first 8 years, Xiaoji waved dismissively. The first 8 years? How old were you then? And how much could you possibly lend her? Xiaoxia questioned without hesitation. Not much, merely $1,000 unit. Xiaoji replied nonchalantly. 1,000? That is hardly sufficient. I recall that a funding collapse usually requires at least 100,000, and you think a mere 1,000 could help? Xiaoxia regarded Xiaoji with a skeptical expression, clearly doubting his claims. Is it possible that this dollar unit refers to 10,000? Xiaoji shot Xiaoxia a forlorn glance. 10 million. Xiaoxia exclaimed, utterly astonished. How old were you then? You had 10 million at just 8 years old? I knew you wouldn't believe me. That year, I had just become a doctor and received a 500,000 reward from the League, coupled with the earnings from my publications over the years. Thus, I was indeed capable of offering assistance, Xiaoji explained. Is it really that lucrative to be a doctor? Xiaoxia gazed at him in disbelief. The wealth he had amassed far exceeded what her sister earned at the dojo. It's not too shabby, Xiaoji replied, as it was merely a well-deserved reward for his efforts in Pokémon research, where crafting a single paper could take an inordinate amount of time. And not everyone could produce a truly valuable thesis. All right, let us put this topic to rest. I should take you to meet my friend now, Xiaoji said with a chuckle, shaking his head. By the way, Xiaoji, is your friend male or female? Xiaozhang interjected. Female, Xiaoji answered without overthinking it. Is she a beautiful older sister? Upon hearing it was a woman, Xiaozhang's excitement surged, and he eagerly gazed at Xiaoji. I believe you won't be disappointed. Xiaoji replied cheerfully, observing Xiaozhang's demeanor. Now you've piqued my interest, Xiaozhang exclaimed, his imagination running wild as he adopted a love-struck expression. Xiaoxia rolled her eyes at Xiaozhang's antics. Thus, the group engaged in playful banter as they arrived at an unassuming restaurant in Huangjin City. Waiting for Xiaoji's friend to arrive, they ordered their meals in the meantime. Xiaoji, is your friend still coming? Xiaozhang began to doubt as time passed with no sign of Xiaoji's companion. Indeed, we have been waiting here for an hour. She must be quite busy. Xiaoxia chimed in, expressing her dissatisfaction. She should be here soon. Perhaps something has delayed her, Xiaoji reassured them, remaining calm. All right, they sighed, resigned to the delay. Having learned about Xiaoji's friend being a high-ranking executive at a major company, they found his reasoning somewhat convincing. Chapter 90. The Resources of Pokémon. After an extended wait, a woman entered the establishment, clad in a beige professional suit paired with a short black skirt and stockings, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon spotting her, Xiaoji waved, signaling her to join them. Noticing him, the woman smiled warmly and approached at a leisurely pace. Long time no see, Xiaoji greeted as she drew closer. Xiaoji, oh no, Dr. Jisun, it's been ages. She teased, waving back. You know, Aina, it feels more personal when you call me Xiaoji. Using other titles feels a bit formal. He replied courteously. Aina was the chairwoman of a company on the brink of bankruptcy that Xiaoji had met during a research trip with Professor Okido. At that time, Ash found himself idly wandering, burdened by a sum of money he was anxious to utilize in a legitimate manner. Coincidentally, it was during this period that he encountered and became acquainted with the astute Anna. Her presence inspired Ash with a clever strategy that would not only allow him to generate profit from his funds, but also provide a valid reason for their expenditure. The Pokémon world had yet to fully embrace the commercial era, and Ash seized the opportunity to apply the business acumen and various commercial tactics he had acquired in his previous life to this realm. For instance, he remembered a classic sales strategy from his past life, where a product priced at $599 would be offered at a discounted rate of $99. Customers would purchase it, feeling they had gained something rather than lost, despite the apparent high original price. There were numerous classic tactics he could enumerate, but it was this very strategy that Anna employed to sell all her merchandise, not only earning a profit, but also reversing her company's fortunes. Within a month, Anna's company transformed from a state of loss to profitability, coincidentally aligning with the month Ash himself achieved his doctorate. Having witnessed Ash's remarkable abilities, Anna decided to retain him as a behind-the-scenes operator for her company, granting him a 50% stake in her enterprise. Naturally, Ash consented and did not disappoint her expectations. Sharing a wealth of business strategies, he invested 10 million, which should have yielded substantial returns. However, Ash chose not to claim the profits, instead distributing half to his mother, Hanako, while leaving the remainder within the company. Given that Ash had not yet reached the age of 10, he did not possess a bank card, thereby keeping the profits within Anna's company. In the Pokémon world, turning 10 signifies adulthood, allowing one to open a bank account, which Ash had done upon his arrival. Let us adhere to Dr. Ketchum's wishes and continue to call you Ash, Anna remarked before casting her gaze upon the two companions beside him. Are these the two travel partners you mentioned? Indeed, Ash replied. The young man beside me is Brock, and the young lady is Misty. They are my dear travel companions. Oh, I see. Ash, You truly have an exquisite taste, Anna exclaimed, briefly glancing at Brock, who appeared smitten, before her gaze settled on Misty. After a cursory appraisal of Misty's figure, Anna compared it to her own and sighed in relief inwardly. Hello, Misty. I am Anna, Ash's investor during his travels. Greetings. Misty responded, having noticed Anna's earlier glance, her expression momentarily stiffening before she managed a faint smile. Little Anna, please do not stand any longer, do take a seat, Ash urged, having sensed the awkwardness in their demeanor. Anna graciously complied, occupying a seat beside Misty. Miss, may I inquire if you have dined yet? Would you like me to assist you in ordering? Brock, seemingly out of nowhere, had taken to holding a rose, gazing at Anna with an infatuated expression. Why, Brock? When did you become so chivalrous? Ash remarked, taken aback by Brock's sudden transformation. Thank you, but I've already eaten, Anna politely declined Brock's offer. Returning to the matter at hand, Anna, did you bring what I requested? Ash inquired, sensing the appropriate moment to broach the topic. To inquire about that upon our reunion is rather inconsiderate, Anna replied, casting Ash a reproachful glance, as if to chide him for his lack of subtlety. This glance left Brock utterly captivated, his face flushed, murmuring so beautiful under his breath. What are you referring to? Misty interjected, intrigued by their conversation. Just the Firestone for my Arcanine, along with various items for other Pokémon. Ash quickly shifted the topic, unable to withstand Anna's teasing. I have everything you requested ready. You may collect it from my vehicle shortly. Anna reassured him. There's no need to wait. My friends and I are pressed for time. And we plan to stop by your company as well, Ash stated decisively. Very well, Anna replied with a resigned shrug, fully aware of the implications of Ash's intended visit. Let us proceed, Ash urged, rising to his feet. Observing Ash's eagerness, Anna sighed theatrically, exuding a playful exasperation. Thus, the group set forth towards Anna's company. Upon arriving, Ash quickly acquired the items he sought, the premium Firestone and charcoal for Arcanine, the curse symbol for Gengar, and the mysterious water drop for Blastoise, among other exceptional items. After consulting the system, Ash discovered that these items, which originally boosted damage by 20%, had been enhanced to yield an additional 10% due to their premium nature, culminating in a total increase of 30%. After reviewing the details of these acquisitions, Ash couldn't help but marvel at the power of investing, which had directly amplified his Pokémon's damage potential by 30%, a worthy expenditure indeed. However, upon learning that this collection of items had cost him approximately 100 million, Ash felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, he reassured himself upon checking his account balance, which still stood at a staggering 314, 114, 514. With his financial concerns alleviated, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Anna and set off towards their next destination, Rainbow City. Everything appeared to be progressing normally until, during a rest stop on their journey, they encountered a Mankey. Recognizing Mankey as the future champion of the fighting type in the original story, Ash immediately accessed the system to review the details of this Pokémon. Pokémon, Mankey, gender, male, level, 20. Ability, Anger Point. When hit in a critical spot, it becomes enraged, maximizing its attack power. Potential, Elite, held item, none moves, scratch, leer. Desire, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Seismic Toss, Fake Out, Cross Chop, Body Slam, Curse, Protect. After considering the information about Mankey, Ash deliberated whether to capture it. Ultimately, after careful contemplation, he decided against it. Although the qualifications of the monkey monster are of a king level, with the potential to become a quasi-champion in the future, Ash remains indifferent towards such a Pokémon. Even for the sake of nostalgia associated with the original work, he would not recklessly capture Pokémon. Rather, he would deliberate carefully before making a decision. After all, if he himself does not harbor any fondness for this Pokémon, it is likely to end up languishing in storage post-capture. In such a scenario, it would be a waste of the monkey monster's talents and potential, making it more sensible for Ash not to capture it at all. Furthermore, upon observing the monkey monster's level, Ash feels that it is exceptionally suitable for Squirtle to take the stage, as Squirtle is not far from evolution, and the monkey monster could serve as an ideal experience booster for that transformation. Go, Squirtle. Ash released Squirtle and subsequently made a provocative gesture towards the monkey monster, beckoning it with a finger and saying, "Come here." The monkey monster, initially in high spirits, was suddenly agitated by Ash's taunting gesture and arrogant tone, unable to tolerate the perceived slight. Is this human daring to look down on me? Does he wish to fight? If you're not convinced, come and have a go. Seeing the provocation take effect, a slight smirk curled on Ash's lips as he added another remark. The fiery temperament of the monkey monster, unaccustomed to such insults, Immediately flared up, it leaped down from the rock and rushed towards Squirtle, adopting a fighting stance. Wait, Ash, he seems angry. Misty sensed the impending trouble and attempted to dissuade Ash. After all, the monkey monster is notoriously temperamental, and if Squirtle were to falter, they would find themselves in a precarious situation. However, Ash relished this outcome and had no time to heed Misty's words. Very well, since we've decided to battle, let us determine a victor. In its fury, the monkey monster was in no mood to listen to Ash's banter and charged straight at Squirtle. Squirtle. Upon meeting the monkey monster's fierce gaze, Squirtle began to feel a sense of panic. Don't be alarmed, Squirtle. Withdraw into your shell, then use water gun, Ash calmly directed. To everyone's astonishment, the monkey monster's target was not Squirtle, but rather it dashed past Squirtle without a second glance, heading straight for Ash. Having retracted into its shell, Squirtle found the delay in attack perplexing and cautiously peeked out to survey the situation. Squirtle. Upon turning back, Squirtle realized that the monkey monster was actually aiming for its master. To Squirtle's astonishment, Ash merely threw a punch, sending the monkey monster flying like a cannonball, soaring several meters away. Squid, what are you waiting for? Quickly finish it off, Ash called out, noticing Squirtle still in shock. Squirtle, prompted by Ash's words. Squirtle snapped out of its daze and hurried towards the monkey monster to deliver the final blow, fearful of receiving a punch from its master on its rounded head. Misty, witnessing the power of Ash's punch, was left utterly astonished. Ash, you're actually that strong, she exclaimed, looking at him in disbelief, as though gazing at a monster. Brock, equally stunned by Ash's display of strength, swallowed hard and vowed to always heed Ash's words from then on. Indeed, Ash's punch was remarkably powerful. It even left smoke rising from the monkey monster upon impact. Squirtle approached the nearly unconscious monkey monster and, without hesitation, delivered the final blow. Anxious to avoid any repercussions from its master, Ash couldn't help but chuckle at Squirtle's earnest expression. Just after Squirtle landed the final hit, a brilliant white light enveloped its body, causing it to swell gradually. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Ash promptly threw his specially concocted potion for Squirtle to drink. Upon seeing the potion, Squirtle immediately gulped it down, fearing hesitation might lead to a fist landing on its head. After consuming Ash's potion, the white light surrounding Squirtle intensified, almost blindingly bright. Chapter 92, Restore My Innocence. After drinking the potion, Squirtle successfully evolved into a Camerupt, characterized by its deep indigo body and a pair of fluffy, wing-like ears atop its oval head. Upon witnessing Squirtle's successful evolution, Ash hurriedly opened the system panel to assess Camerupt's information. Pokémon, Camerupt. Gender, male. Level, 17. Ability, Rain Dish, slowly restores HP in rainy weather. Potential, Quasi-Champion. Held item, Mysterious Water Drop. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Rapid Spin, Bite, Water Pulse. After acquiring that batch of items, Ash equipped them all onto his Pokémon. Observing the increase in Squirtle's potential, he felt a sense of satisfaction for the effort invested. The potion, derived from the blood of Suicune obtained through the system, along with the essence of the mysterious water drop and other concoctions, had been specifically crafted for water-type Pokémon, something he had researched long ago and still had plenty of in his system space. However, it was worth noting that this potion could only elevate a Pokémon's potential to the quasi-champion level. Beyond that, it was ineffective. With Squirtle's evolution complete, Ash smiled with contentment before beginning to tend to the injuries of the monkey monster. After treating its wounds, Ash even struck the monkey monster on the back with a swift hand chop to ensure it wouldn't spring a surprise attack, rendering it unconscious. Confirming that the monkey monster was thoroughly incapacitated, Ash placed it in a safe location, and the group resumed their journey towards Rainbow City. Unbeknownst to Ash and his companions, someone had been stealthily following them, ensuring that Ash remained unaware of their presence. Just as Ash had taken a few steps, he suddenly sensed something amiss up ahead, causing him to momentarily pause. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to devise a clever plan and proceeded forward, as if the previous sensation had been mere illusion. However, just as Ash and his companions continued on their path, they unwittingly triggered a trap. With a gasp, they fell through, landing with a thud. Meanwhile, Ash managed to execute a somersault, landing safely on his feet. Brock and Misty, on the other hand, landed squarely on the back of a Fiero, exclaiming in surprise. As anticipated, three familiar faces appeared above the trio, grinning foolishly. "We've caught the little troublemakers," Musashi exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, at long last, we managed to make the little imp suffer a setback at our hands." At this moment, Kojiro was brimming with excitement, his face adorned with a goofy grin. "Oh really? How could you possibly think that the three of us would be at a disadvantage? Satoshi remarked, casting a subtle smile at the trio of Team Rocket. Humph. You three have already fallen into our trap. There's no way you can escape now, Musashi declared, a smug smile gracing her lips. Exactly. Kojiro chimed in supportively from the side. Don't even think about resisting. We know you have a Pidgeot, so we've prepared a massive net just for you. Nyasu, with narrowed eyes and a cheerful demeanor, added. Upon finishing their taunts, they produced a fishing net and hung it directly above the trap. Those despicable members of Team Rocket, Takashi exclaimed, recalling fond memories of that fateful night as soon as he recognized them. It was a love-hate relationship. He was so infuriated that his teeth were practically itching. The utterly vile Team Rocket, how detestable. Kasumi huffed, stamping her foot in anger. Satoshi simply smiled in response, then assumed a stance that suggested he was ready to take flight. Satoshi, what are you planning to do? Kasumi inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. Just watch my performance. Satoshi replied cryptically. In the next moment, he propelled himself upward with a powerful kick from his left foot, soaring out of the pit Team Rocket had dug, even breaking through their specially designed, resilient fishing net. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was still engrossed in devising a plan to ensnare all of Satoshi's Pokémon, completely oblivious to the imminent danger as it approached them. It wasn't until a voice rang out from the pit that they realized something was amiss. Team Rocket, return my honor. Takashi shouted from atop his Pidgeot, his fury unmistakable. One could easily discern how furious Takashi was at that moment. Upon hearing that deep voice, Team Rocket's trio shuddered involuntarily, a chill coursing through their bodies as they realized the gravity of the situation. What nonsense is this? They were the ones who kissed him, and both were their first kisses, one of which involved a girl. And now they want to reclaim their honor? Is this even reasonable? Musashi retorted, her face flushed with indignation. I don't care. You two owe me a piece of your pure heart. Takashi, overwhelmed by their audacity, angrily released his ace Onyx. Come forth, Weezing. Arbok. Upon witnessing Takashi summon his Pokémon, Musashi and Kojiro immediately unleashed their own Pokémon to counter. Satoshi, initially intending to leave the confrontation to Takashi, decided to join in as well, summoning his newly evolved Squirtle. Onyx, use Stealth Rock. Squirtle, Water Pulse. The moment their commands were uttered, Onyx took the initiative, causing numerous rocks to rise around Team Rocket's trio, launching an assault against them. What an unpleasant sensation. Satoshi and Team Rocket's Pokémon barely had a chance to respond before a resounding crash echoed, and Team Rocket was sent flying, leaving behind a classic line before vanishing from sight. This episode clearly indicated that Takashi was serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have unleashed his full strength right from the start, denying them even a moment to counterattack. After watching Team Rocket disappear into the distance, Takashi's anger began to dissipate. Following their encounter with Team Rocket, the trio resumed their journey towards Rainbow City. Chapter 93. A gift in pursuit of participating in the Indigo League, Satoshi and his companions, after a lengthy journey through the Kanto region, finally arrived at their destination, Rainbow City. As a premier metropolis in the Kanto region, Rainbow City was bustling with activity. Here, one could find the Kanto department store, an amusement park, as well as the renowned university town, home to Professor Oak's alma mater, Yuhong University. This institution was the aspiration of countless Pokémon trainers worldwide. It was worth noting that when Satoshi accompanied Professor Oak on an earlier visit, he had also spent some time there. Undoubtedly, this prestigious university was incomparable to the Pokémon Research School. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to comparing the heavens to a filthy, stinking gutter. While Satoshi pondered these thoughts, he suddenly noticed that Takashi and Kasumi were intensely sniffing the air, mimicking each other quite seriously. Even Pikachu was influenced by their actions, sniffing the air and soon becoming entranced by the scent. Curiosity piqued. Satoshi followed suit and took a whiff of the atmosphere, discovering a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. There's a wonderfully fragrant scent in the air, Takashi exclaimed, utterly entranced. Indeed, Kasumi nodded in agreement. After inhaling the aroma, Takashi unexpectedly began to move, drawn by the fragrance to a nearby perfume shop. Satoshi and Kasumi followed him to the entrance of the shop. Upon arrival, Takashi pressed his face against the glass in a state of infatuation. Satoshi, exasperated, rubbed his temples and asked, "What on earth are you doing, Takashi?" Satoshi, I think I might be in love with this city. Takashi replied with an idiotic grin, sounding as if he had consumed several bottles of fake alcohol. Following Takashi's gaze, Satoshi soon spotted a group of vibrant, youthful female shop attendants in short skirts, chatting and laughing inside the store. I think I might just need to stay in this city for a while, Takashi mused, appearing rather dazed. By the way, where did Kasumi go? Satoshi, upon hearing Takashi's words, felt a moment of confusion before realizing that Kasumi had disappeared. After scanning the vicinity, he noticed she had entered the perfume shop. With that, Satoshi and Takashi ventured inside. Upon entering, they found Kasumi surrounded by 3 beautiful women who were eagerly introducing her to the perfumes on display. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, Satoshi said apologetically as he stepped into the shop. Sir, I'm afraid we don't sell men's perfume here. A blue-haired lady in a kimono approached Satoshi, explaining. Oh no, it's not for me. I'm here to help my friends choose something. Satoshi quickly clarified. Ah, I see. The lady responded, finally understanding the situation. Do you support cross-regional delivery? Ash inquired. Of course we do. We can assist with shipping, but you will need to cover the shipping costs. The saleswoman explained with a smile. That's not an issue at all, Ash replied readily, having a substantial sum of money at his disposal. Please send a lily-scented perfume to this address in Viridian City. Additionally, could you kindly recommend another bottle? Ash asked, his face adorned with a smile. Is the other bottle for your girlfriend? The saleswoman, driven by curiosity, asked. Not quite. We are merely childhood friends, Ash explained with a grin. Ah, I understand. The saleswoman responded, quickly beginning to recommend options. I suggest this particular fragrance. It is a timeless classic that captivates women, suitable for both young ladies in their 20s and mothers alike. The top notes burst with a rich fruitiness, harmonizing with floral middle notes and culminating in a warm amber finish, showcasing a woman's romantic essence. This perfume is especially favored among young girls. Upon hearing the saleswoman's enthusiastic description, Ash, though initially perplexed, understood that girls adored it. He decisively purchased the perfume and, after settling the shipping fees, he and his companions exited the perfume shop, setting their sights on their next destination, the Rainbow Gym. However, before departing, Brock displayed a sense of reluctance. The trio soon arrived at their destination, the Rainbow Gym. As they made their way there, they fortuitously spotted the familiar Team Rocket trio hanging from a tree. Hey, isn't that Team Rocket? It's been a few days. Has someone caught you again and hung you up? Ash chuckled. Oh, please, can you help us? James pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation as if he had seen a savior who asks their enemies for help. Jessie snapped, incensed by James's lack of dignity, and promptly put him in a headlock with her legs, applying pressure. Is this something an underage kid should witness? Ash thought, internally alarmed by Jessie's actions. James, caught in Jessie's grip, appeared to be on the verge of asphyxiation, his face turning a shade of blue. Brock, Misty, let us hurry along. I still need to swap my Charmeleon and Herdier at the Pokémon Center. They seem to have plenty of energy. It's best to let them linger a bit longer. Once their energy wanes, they'll surely be released by someone else. It's safer that way, rather than freeing them only for them to wreak havoc immediately. Ash resolutely declined Team Rocket's plea and departed with Brock and Misty. James watched Ash and his companions retreat, tears welling in his eyes, utterly despondent. Chapter 94. Rise up without the original plot's complications. Ash entered the Rainbow Gym without hindrance, where he was greeted by the saleswoman, now clad in different attire. I apologize for the wait. Alyssa bowed before Ash and his friends. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alyssa, the gym leader of the Rainbow Gym. Ah, you were the saleswoman, Misty exclaimed, slightly taken aback upon realizing the truth. Yes, I sincerely apologize for not mentioning it earlier, Alyssa said while bowing once more. No need for formality. Let us discuss the match. Ash waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant. Certainly. Alyssa momentarily paused, then began explaining the rules of the match. The Pokémon used will be limited to 3. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Ash responded without hesitation, fully aware of the rules. Then let the battle commence. A referee suddenly emerged, addressing both participants. Go, Victory Bell. Alyssa launched her Pokeball, summoning her Pokémon. A Victory Bell, cloaked in blue vines, appeared on the battlefield. That's it. Let us go, Charmeleon. Ash threw his Pokeball, revealing an orange-hued Charmeleon. Victory Bell bind. Upon receiving the command, the blue vines of Victory Bell sprang to life, lunging towards Charmeleon. Since the gym leader is so warmly welcoming us for our first battle, let us respond with Ember. Ash calmly commanded. Charmeleon unleashed a stream of sparks, shooting skyward like a meteor before cascading down. Each spark rained down upon Victory Bell, eliciting pained cries from it. Charmeleon, however, was not unscathed, becoming ensnared by Victory Bell's bind, displaying signs of distress. Victory Bell, are you alright? Alyssa inquired anxiously upon noticing Victory Bell's suffering. Charmeleon, use Fire Punch. Ash seized the opportunity, instructing Charmeleon to strike. Charmeleon dashed towards Victory Bell, raising its fiery fist, enveloped in flames. aiming for a critical hit. Victory Bell, use sleep powder, Alyssa exclaimed, urgency in her voice. As Charmeleon approached, a cloud of yellow powder erupted from Victory Bell, enveloping the air. With a resounding explosion, Charmeleon's fiery punch collided with Victory Bell, sending both Pokémon flying. Victory Bell fell to the ground, rendered unconscious, its eyes swirling. Charmeleon, too, was adversely affected by the blast, staggering to its feet. On the verge of collapse. Charmeleon, stand up, Ash called out, seeing Charmeleon struggle to maintain its footing. He immediately activated a talent he had acquired the previous day, Stand Up. This talent was remarkable. Once invoked, it restored 15% of the Pokémon's health. However, it could only be utilized 3 times a day. The emergence of this talent would lead Ash to repeatedly call out this phrase in future tournaments whenever his Pokémon was on the brink of exhaustion. Upon hearing Ash's encouragement, Charmeleon felt an inexplicable surge of strength within, resolutely holding on. I appreciate your effort, Victory Bell. Alyssa recalled Victory Bell, then summoned another Pokémon. Come forth. Weepinbell. A Weepinbell, resembling a trumpet flower, appeared in the arena. Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf, Alyssa commanded. Upon receiving the order, Weepinbell began to spin in place, unleashing a flurry of sharp leaves. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower, Ash commanded. Since the time Charmander spent in Professor Oak's garden, it has acquired numerous skills. This indicates that Professor Oak must have recognized Charmander's promising talent and dedicated himself to nurturing it for Ash. Of course, it is also possible that Ash's reminders had an impact, drawing the professor's attention to Charmander's potential. A fierce burst of flames erupted from Charmander's mouth, incinerating all the leaves shot by Oddish, even surging past them, aimed directly at Oddish itself. Upon impact, the flames caused Oddish to leap about energetically, racing around the arena with remarkable vigor. Charmander, deliver a final, devastating blow. Use Fire Punch. As the command resonated, Charmander adeptly raised its fiery fist, targeting the frantically darting Oddish. Due to Oddish's erratic movements, Charmander easily discerned its trajectory, landing the punch effortlessly. A resounding bang echoed, the arena filled with smoke, obscuring Oddish's condition, leaving everyone momentarily unaware of its status. Charmander, having endured 2 consecutive battles, stood panting, appearing on the verge of exhaustion. As the smoke dissipated, the spectators beheld Oddish lying motionless on the ground, its eyes spiraled in a daze. At that moment, a brilliant white light enveloped Charmander. Observing this scene, Ash momentarily froze, instinctively reaching for the system to retrieve the specially formulated potions for Charmander. However, he soon recalled that Charmander already possessed godlike potential, negating the need for any potions. With this realization, Ash decided to relent. Chapter 95, The Rainbow Badge in Hand. As the dazzling light of evolution faded, a creature slightly larger than Charmander emerged, sporting a pair of horn-like protrusions atop its head, and its mouth had taken on a beak-like shape. Charmeleon's limbs and tail were longer than those of Charmander, with its tail still ablaze, now burning even more fiercely than before. Upon witnessing Charmeleon's evolution, Ash hurriedly activated the system's inspection feature to review Charmeleon's information. Soon, a blue electronic panel appeared before him. Pokémon, Charmeleon, gender, male, level, 17, ability, blaze, talent, divine, held items, Charizard X evolution stone, charcoal, moves, scratch, growl, ember, brick break, dragon claw, dragon breath, flamethrower, outrage, fire punch, cut, dragon dance, flare blitz. After reviewing Charmeleon's panel, Ash felt a twinge of concern about whether Charmeleon would exhibit the same rebellious nature as in the original story. Although he had utilized friend balls to enhance his bond with Charmeleon, he had also sent it to Professor Oak for a period. Naturally, he was apprehensive about whether Charmeleon would fully obey him. Just as Ash pondered this, Alicia withdrew her Oddish. Ash, I must concede that your strength is indeed formidable. However, I must inform you that my affection for grass-type Pokémon is not so easily vanquished. Now, let us see what you can do, Stunky. I entrust you with this. With that, Alicia unleashed her final Pokémon. Best of luck. Ash replied with a gentle smile, clearly intent on using Charmeleon to achieve a clean sweep. Darn it, Stunky. Use Poison Powder. Upon hearing Ash's words, Alicia felt neither joy nor excitement. Instead, she was slightly incensed. Stunky's body exuded a cloud of purple poisonous powder, accompanied by a pungent odor that assaulted Charmeleon's nostrils. Upon catching the scent, Charmeleon instinctively covered its nose, attempting to shield itself from the foul stench. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Observing the opponent's move, Ash quickly issued his command. Fortunately, his earlier concerns proved unfounded. Charmeleon heeded Ash's command, releasing a torrent of searing flames that incinerated the poisonous powder and struck Stunky directly. Not good. Stunky, quickly use Protect. Alicia shouted anxiously, just as her command was given. A protective shield enveloped Stunky, successfully deflecting the flamethrower attack. Seeing the shield materialize, Alicia exhaled a sigh of relief. However, during Stunky's use of Protect, Ash seized the opportunity to command Charmeleon again. Charmeleon, use Dragon Dance. Upon hearing this command, Charmeleon began to perform an unusual dance. Not good. Stunky, use Petal Dance to interrupt Charmeleon. Alicia cried out in alarm. As her words fell, Stunky began to dance in place, causing vibrant flower petals to rain down from above. While Stunky danced, Charmeleon successfully completed its Dragon Dance, gaining the associated boost. Charmeleon, now use Flare Blitz. Ash commanded urgently as Stunky began its dance. Charmeleon, responding to the command, was enveloped in flames and charged fiercely at its opponent, allowing the falling petals to cascade over its form. Stunky barely had time to evade before Charmeleon collided with it, sending Stunky flying. Simultaneously, Charmeleon also suffered recoil damage from the Flare Blitz. Stunky ultimately crashed against the wall, collapsing to the ground. The female referee, witnessing Stunky's incapacitation, felt a tinge of disappointment but nonetheless announced the outcome with utmost seriousness. Stunky is unable to battle. The victor of this gym match is Ash from Pallet Town. Congratulations, Ash. You have received the Rainbow Badge. Alicia recalled Stunky and approached Ash with a smile, presenting him with a colorful sunflower badge. Thank you. Ash accepted the badge with both hands, expressing his gratitude. You're welcome, Alicia replied with a slight smile, adopting a professional demeanor. Please do visit our shop again. Of course, Ash responded, momentarily taken aback before agreeing. Congratulations, Ash. You have earned another badge, bringing you one step closer to the Indigo Conference. Misty and Brock approached, offering their congratulations. Now that you've obtained the Rainbow Badge, let us proceed to the next city, Brock suggested. Indeed, that sounds like a plan. Ash nodded, and after reaching a consensus with his companions, they collectively exited the Rainbow Gym, embarking on their journey to the next city. Having concluded their battle at the Rainbow Gym, Ash and his companions set forth once more, eager to acquire another badge in the forthcoming city. However, it soon became evident that the expanse of Rainbow City was far more vast than they had anticipated. After traversing for quite a while, they found themselves at a loss, unable to locate the exit from the city, and thus began to lose their way. Indeed, Rainbow City is remarkably expansive. We can easily get lost in a place like this, Misty remarked, expressing her frustration. Let us ask a passerby for directions, Brock suggested from the side. That's a good idea, Misty replied, nodding enthusiastically as she approached those nearby to inquire for guidance. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. Little one. Turning around, Ash was taken aback to find a rather plump lady enveloping him in a warm embrace, calling him Little One with fervor. Excuse me, ma'am, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else, Ash said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he struggled to extricate himself from her grasp. He could have evaded her embrace had she not been so eager. He was swift enough to dodge, but he feared that if he had done so, she might have toppled over. Hello, ma'am, I am Misty, a friend of Ash. Misty chimed in, observing the lady's demeanor and assuming she might be a relative of Ash's. All right, nobody asked you, Brock interjected, pulling Misty away with a slightly awkward expression. Oh, I'm so sorry, the lady exclaimed, surprised, as she loosened her grip and realized Ash was not her son. You look just like my little one. It's quite all right, Maya. Could you share what happened with your son? Perhaps we can assist you in searching for him, Ash offered, now empathetic to her plight. Thus, the trio followed the lady to a nearby resting area, where she began to recount her story. My son, Little E, has vanished without a trace for 3 days now. I've searched everywhere, but there's been no sign of him, she lamented, her expression heavy with sorrow. So, he's missing then, Brock confirmed, furrowing his brow. Maybe he's just out playing and lost track of time. It's possible he's already home by now, Misty suggested, attempting to console her. Sighing, the lady replied, actually, it's not just my child who is missing. What? Both Misty and Brock gasped in astonishment. Look over there. The lady pointed to a wall adorned with a series of posters. Are those missing person flyers? Brock observed, noting the photographs of numerous children. Indeed, all those are pictures of missing children, the lady affirmed. My goodness, so many. Could it be that they fell victim to human traffickers? Misty speculated, gazing at the alarming number of posters, which numbered over 10 and all were of children who had disappeared recently. Don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps these children are merely lost, Ash retorted. All right, I see your point, Misty conceded, recognizing her own tendency to assume the worst. This city does seem rather perilous, Brock remarked, also taken aback by the wall of missing children-esque photos. I suppose I should be extra cautious while walking, after all, with my beauty. If I were to be captured, the world would lose its #1 beauty, Misty said, cupping her face with her hands, becoming lost in her own self-admiration. Ash nearly burst out laughing at her comment, and even Brock couldn't help but chuckle softly, though they kept their amusement under wraps. It was troubling that all the missing children were so young, and the number continued to rise, showing no signs of abating. Miss Junsha, stationed on her motorcycle, parked at the roadside, pulled out a new flyer and began affixing it to the wall. Another one has gone missing? Ash suddenly inquired. Yes, another child has vanished today, Miss Junsha replied, her brow furrowed in concern. She spoke candidly to Ash and his friends, revealing the weight of her responsibility. Upon seeing Miss Junsha, Brock's face flushed, and his breathing quickened as though he had awakened to some peculiar feeling. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing right before Miss Junsha, boldly grasping her hands. Dear Miss Junsha, with so many children missing, you must be under immense stress. Although my strength is but a whisper, please allow us to assist you. Let us join hands in the search, Brock declared, his demeanor rather smitten, which startled the beautiful Miss Junsha. With a swift motion, she dislodged his hands and issued a warning. Just don't interfere with my duties. All right, Brock muttered, his bravado faltering as he felt his confidence wane. Come on, Brock, Miss Junsha is busy with her work. Ash interjected, pulling the disheartened Brock away. He then turned to Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha, I believe I might have a vital clue. Really? Miss Junsha exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing that Ash might possess information after her lengthy search for leads. She eagerly pressed him for details. Quickly, tell me, what is it? Miss Junsha, I'm feeling a bit dizzy, Ash protested, overwhelmed by her enthusiasm as she shook him with fervor. Cough, cough. I apologize for my overzealousness, Miss Junsha said, recognizing her inappropriate behavior and quickly backtracking. We're not entirely sure yet, but let us first head to the Pokémon Center. Perhaps we might uncover some clues there, Ash suggested with a smile. That sounds perfect. Thus, their intentions aligned, and Miss Junsha along with Ash and his companions made their way to the Pokémon Center. Upon arriving, Ash approached Nurse Joy directly. Hello, Nurse Joy. Has anything unusual occurred at the Pokémon Center recently that you might share with us? He inquired, getting straight to the point. Now that you mention it, there has been something strange, Nurse Joy responded, beginning to recount the odd occurrences that had transpired at the Pokémon Center over the past 3 days. The Pokémon have been behaving rather unusually, creating an unsettling atmosphere. After Miss Joy finished speaking, she noticed that Miss Junsha had also arrived, and thus led Ash and his companions to the treatment room. As they entered, the group beheld a Kairyu, a Fushigidane, and a lethargic Koikang sprawled across the examination table. Chapter 97, The Arrival of the Duck God. Look at them, they all seem so dispirited. Even the Koikang, which is typically known for its boundless energy, has succumbed to this state. Quite peculiar, wouldn't you agree? Miss Joy remarked with evident concern. The Koikang glared at Miss Joy with its vacant, deadpan eyes, as if to express its gratitude for her concern in a sardonic manner. Not only these Pokémon, Miss Joy continued, showcasing the mental states of other creatures. Take a look at this one, and this one, even this little Charmander. The flames on its tail are nearly extinguished, indicating a dire condition. And then there's this child. For reasons unknown, it has been in a state of distress. With that, she cradled a yellow-feathered Psyduck, introducing it to Ash and his companions. Is that not the future duck god of Misty? A true delicacy. Just one can yield a plethora of exquisite dishes, such as braised duck, red-cooked duck, beer duck, scallion duck, and more. It possesses a wealth of culinary possibilities, and most importantly, it can serve as emergency sustenance. While it may not be as conveniently equipped with spices as the scallion duck, it is of little consequence, as he has access to a spatial system for provisions. The mere thought of this made Ash's mouth water, and he felt an involuntary dryness in his throat, nearly drooling at the prospect. The once wise gaze of the Psyduck shifted as it met Ash's eyes, seemingly perceiving the various culinary uses through Ash's expression. Gah, gah, gah. The Psyduck, upon meeting Ash's gaze, became agitated and began frantically darting around, attempting to escape the confines of the Pokémon Center. What has gotten into this Psyduck? Why is it acting so strangely? Miss Joy pondered, bewildered by the sudden outburst. Realizing the implications of his thoughts, Ash quickly retracted his musings, deciding to focus elsewhere. Do not worry, I will protect you, Miss Joy said soothingly as she embraced the Psyduck, offering gentle comfort. Watching this unfold, Brock couldn't help but imagine himself in the Psyduck's place. Having received Miss Joy's tender reassurance, the Psyduck nestled deeply into her welcoming embrace, and Ash could even discern a blush creeping onto its face at that moment of vulnerability. Miss Joy, don't you think there might be a possibility that Psyduck's apparent confusion is simply its natural state, unrelated to any external forces? Ash inquired thoughtfully. What then could have caused the Pokémon to exhibit such behavior? Miss Junsha remarked, rubbing her forehead in contemplation. Before the children went missing, were the Pokémon in the city not functioning normally? Yet after their disappearance, they began to exhibit these peculiarities? Ash speculated. Indeed, Miss Joy nodded affirmatively. Thus, might these two events be interconnected? Miss Junsha began to recognize the correlation. If my assumptions are correct, then that is indeed the case, Ash replied with a slight smile. But what could be the cause of such a transformation in both Pokémon and humans? Misty questioned, her expression filled with confusion as she looked at the others. If I am not mistaken, it is likely due to brainwave interference, Miss Junsha proposed. No, to be precise, it is a hypnotic wave. Ash corrected her with a smile. Hypnotic wave. Upon hearing this, Miss Junsha grasped the meaning and promptly retrieved a small device from her belongings. What is that? Misty asked curiously, eyeing the object in Junsha's hands. This is a detector capable of pinpointing the exact location of the hypnotic waves. Miss Junsha explained patiently as she began to follow the direction indicated by the device. Observing this, Ash and his companions decided to follow suit. No need, simply accompany me, Ash said with a reassuring smile. Why? Miss Junsha asked, puzzled. To be frank, I am a psychic. Since I ventured outside the city, I sensed a peculiar wave emanating from a specific location. I hesitated to mention it earlier, for fear of disbelief. Ash elaborated patiently. Why should I believe you? Miss Junsha challenged. Well, here's the evidence, Ash replied, his eyes glowing with a blue light. A water cup began to levitate in the air. And to further convince Miss Junsha, he made Koikang hover as well. Witnessing this astonishing display, Miss Junsha was compelled to accept Ash's psychic abilities. After Ash had insisted she inspect his Pokeballs, revealing no other psychic Pokemon, her skepticism vanished completely. Thus, Ash led Miss Junsha, along with Brock and Misty, to the top of a high-rise building. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a luxurious villa and an expansive garden. Ash and Brock approached the villa's entrance and calmly opened the door, revealing a gathering of well-dressed socialites within. The socialites, upon noticing Ash and his companions, exchanged glances of surprise, seemingly astounded by their presence. Their astonishment heightened when they spotted a police officer among the group, leading them to speculate about possible wrongdoing. In an instant, whispers erupted among the crowd, speculating on who might have committed a crime. Miss Junsha, the issue lies with the Solgaleo. The matter is now in your capable hands. Ash observed the expressions on their faces, furrowing his brow as he stepped back behind the group. Having confirmed the source of the disturbance, Miss Junsha began explaining to everyone present why they had come. The host of the gathering, upon learning of the Solgaleo's situation, was visibly shocked, having never anticipated such an occurrence. Once informed, the host expressed gratitude to Ash and his companions, acknowledging that had Miss Junsha not arrived in time, a significant blunder could have ensued unbeknownst to him. After thanking Ash and his friends, the host led them to search for the children by the lake and to heal those affected. Chapter 98. Refusing to be a lackey. After successfully assisting the lady in finding her child, Ash and his companions returned to the Pokémon Center with Solgaleo in tow. Alas, while the statuses of the other Pokémon have been restored, why does this one troublesome creature remain such a headache? Miss Joy sighed, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at the flustered Psyduck. Clearly, she was at a loss regarding what to do with it. No problem, leave it to me. Caring for Pokémon is my forte. Upon hearing Miss Joy's concerns, Brock immediately patted his chest in assurance. Ash, upon hearing the phrase handle it, instantly brightened, clearly misinterpreting the intent. Yes. Leave it to us. Ash, equally exhilarated, thumped his chest in agreement. Splendid. Then I shall trouble you to take away the Psyduck. I remember it seems to be a wild one. Joy clapped her hands with glee. Upon learning that the Psyduck was a wild Pokémon, both Ash and Brock lost interest. Brock was disinterested simply because he was a trainer specializing in rock-type Pokémon, thus lacking the desire to capture it. Ash's disinterest stemmed from the fact that it was illegal. Such creatures were not meant to be tampered with. And so, Ash and his companions set off with the Psyduck. However, none of the trio held a strong interest in capturing Psyduck. Brock and Ash, weren't you two just promising Miss Joy to take responsibility? Why are you leaving it outside now? Misty called out to Ash and Brock ahead. Well, Psyduck is a water-type Pokémon, which is your specialty. It would be better for you to capture it, Brock quickly deflected Misty's inquiry. And what about you, Ash? Misty stood with her hands on her hips, continuing her interrogation. I already have 6 water-type Pokémon, including Squirtle and Gyarados. Capturing another might not be wise, Ash replied. An embarrassed expression on his face as he scratched his head. Why must I be burdened with such a foolish Pokémon? Absolutely not. Misty coldly rejected their suggestions. Hearing her words, the two exchanged glances and promptly took off running. You both just promised Miss Joy. How could you change your mind so quickly? Misty stomped her foot in frustration. She then turned to glance at the Psyduck, and upon making eye contact, combined with the creature's silly demeanor as it approached her, Misty was startled and instinctively took a step back. Coincidentally, that step landed her on a cobblestone in the park, causing her to tumble to the ground. By fate's design, a Pokeball fell from Misty's pocket, rolling right in front of Psyduck. Upon seeing the Pokeball, Psyduck grinned mischievously, its face reddening, and gently nudged the ball with its head. With a pop, a beam of red light shot from the Pokeball, enveloping Psyduck and drawing it inside. Thus, Misty successfully captured Psyduck. Congratulations, Misty. You have captured Psyduck. How delightful. Brock and Ash, unaware of what had transpired, returned with grins to congratulate Misty. I don't want it. My head hurts so much. Misty lamented, cradling her head in despair. Psyduck's headache had effectively transferred to her. Hey, Misty. Don't worry. You might discover Psyduck's adorable traits in the future. Ash cheerfully chimed in. Well then, let us set off for that place, the Pokemon breeder's dreamland. Beauty Street. Brock exclaimed with excitement. Forget it, let us not go. If you aspire to become a mid-level breeder, I can teach you. I guarantee you'll become one. Ash confidently proclaimed, patting his chest. You? Is that even possible? Brock, skeptical, looked at Ash with doubt. What do you mean by that? I am a high-level breeder. How could I not teach you? Ash's expression darkened upon hearing Brock's words. Actually, you don't need to go. I've already been there, so if I teach you directly, it'll be much more convenient and save time. Ash, determined not to let Brock have a foolish aspiration, even revealed his identity as a high-level trainer. In the anime, Brock had gone there only to be a sycophant, helping others care for Pokemon without any return, ultimately being treated poorly. Who could tolerate that? It was better to nip this immature thought of Brock's in the bud. But that place is a paradise for breeders. Brock persisted. 1G. Plus, I guarantee you'll become a mid-level trainer. How about that? To prevent Brock from going there, Ash unleashed his trump card, reluctantly sacrificing his own interests. Deal. Faced with such a tempting offer, Brock eagerly agreed, fearing Ash would change his mind. Oh no, I've been duped. Can I still back out now? Seeing Brock's reaction, Ash realized he had indeed tricked him, and thus reluctantly handed over a USB drive filled with learning materials, his expression one of sorrow. Rest assured, my dear Brock, I will not let you remain single, nor allow you to help others find a significant other. I will always be your strongest support, ensuring you find a partner, and cough cough. Ash looked steadfastly at Brock, patting his shoulder, thinking to himself. Chapter 99, The Fighting Championship. Ash and his companions left Rainbow City, making their way towards the next city. As they journeyed through a certain city, they fortuitously encountered a Pokemon clad in light purple samurai armor, its body a brown hue, sporting a leaf-like hairstyle, red boxing gloves, and light purple shoes. Is this the legendary authentic fighting Pokemon, the boxing god, Machamp? I've heard that only the kicking master, Hitmonlee, can rival it. Misty exclaimed, her hands clasped in delight as she gazed at Machamp, sharing some promotional tidbit she'd heard. Ridiculous, Machamp is being hyped up like a legendary creature. And the most absurd part is that people actually believe it. It does appear rather formidable. Brock nodded in agreement, praising the Pokemon. Upon sighting Machamp, Ash immediately utilized the system's scanning function to gather information on the creature. Pokemon, Machamp. Gender, male. Level, 28. Ability, Keen Eye. Thanks to Keen Eye, accuracy will not be lowered. Potential, Gym. Held item, none. Moves, Drain Punch, Hammer Arm, Bullet Punch, Feint, Vacuum Wave, Tackle, Assist, Sonic Punch, Power-Up Punch, Detect, Quick Guard, Revenge. Quick Guard, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Agility. This could serve as a decent experience package. A battle would be worthwhile. After reviewing the information, Ash nodded thoughtfully. With his decision made to battle Machamp, he released his Pokemon without hesitation. Go, Bulbasaur. Upon seeing an adversary, Machamp instantly became alert, eyeing the unexpected foe with vigilance. Machamp, let us have a Pokemon battle. Ash called out loudly to Machamp. A battle. Machamp, upon hearing Ash's words, looked eagerly at Bulbasaur. Oh, you want to duel my Machamp? Huh. At that moment, a middle-aged man, muscular and robust, approached. Indeed, this was the case. Without hesitation, Ash nodded in affirmation. All right, I accept. The muscular man agreed. After this exchange, the two casually found a spot to commence their battle, with Brock taking on the role of referee. The rules are one-on-one. Is that acceptable? Brock inquired, glancing at both participants. No problem, they replied in unison. Excellent. Then let the match begin. With that, Brock promptly announced the start of the contest. Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb. Upon receiving the command, Bulbasaur unleashed a barrage of powerful seeds towards Abra. Abra used Quick Attack to evade the opponent's assault, then counter with Fire Punch. With a swift movement, Abra deftly dodged the seed bombs and launched a fierce attack towards Bulbasaur, its fist engulfed in flames. Bulbasaur, use Substitute. Then follow up with Toxic. Ash commanded calmly. Without a hint of panic, Bulbasaur created a substitute that absorbed the incoming attack. As it did so, a layer of purple poison gas seeped into the air from the substitute. Due to its proximity, Abra inhaled several breaths of the toxic fumes, quickly succumbing to poisoning. Its complexion turning a shade of purple, revealing a visage of pain. Abra, the middle-aged man exclaimed, unable to suppress his concern upon witnessing Abra's condition. It was evident that he realized Bulbasaur's level surpassed that of his Abra, leading him to feel as though he had become merely a source of experience points. Abra, use Leech Life. Bulbasaur summoned the Forest's Wrath. As Abra struggled against the effects of the poison, it utilized Leech Life. Suddenly, a colossal tree erupted from the ground, ensnaring Abra within its grasp and forcibly draining its vitality. In that instant, as Abra was ensnared by the Forest's Wrath, it rapidly lost its energy, its eyes becoming spiraled, ultimately rendered unable to continue the battle. The middle-aged man stared at the towering tree before him, utterly bewildered. Quite impressive. This scale is significantly greater than the last time, Ash remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the spectacle. What is happening? The middle-aged man, having never encountered such a technique or display, found himself at a loss. Brock, I believe I have won. Not wishing to squander any further time, Ash turned to Brock for the announcement. Both Brock and Misty, still in a state of disbelief, snapped back to reality upon hearing Ash's declaration. All right, I understand. Brock, regaining his composure, nodded frantically. I hereby declare the victor of this battle to be Ash, the trainer from Pallet Town. Brock announced loudly. I actually lost. The middle-aged man, witnessing this outcome, fell to his knees in shock. Unwilling to accept this reality, he recalled Abra and dashed towards the Pokémon Center. After the muscular man departed, Ash gazed at the towering tree, momentarily perplexed about how to handle the situation. By the way, Bulbasaur, can you return this thing? Ash asked, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon hearing Ash's request, Bulbasaur nodded in agreement and approached the tree, which, miraculously, transformed into a beam of light and gradually dissipated. Observing this spectacle, Ash silently resolved never to employ such a move unless absolutely necessary. Just after the middle-aged man left, a girl emerged from behind a tree and approached Ash and his companions. Hello. The girl greeted them warmly. Greetings, lovely miss. May I inquire as to why you seek us? Brock, blushing at the sight of the beautiful girl, inquired eagerly. I sincerely apologize. My father just caused you some trouble, the girl said, bowing slightly in apology. It's nothing. These are merely trivial matters that we do not mind. Brock replied with a silly grin, waving his hand dismissively. Ash, observing Brock's sycophantic demeanor, felt an involuntary wave of exasperation wash over him. Thank you so much for defeating my father. I believe he will be able to return home with me now. The girl expressed her gratitude with another bow. Oh, it's nothing, Ash remarked, internally appreciating her as a devoted daughter. Having defeated your father, you should be thanking me. If he had seen this, he would surely reminisce about the joyous days of your childhood. While you have defeated my father, and he may come home, just in case. Could I ask for your help once more? I would like you to defeat my father again, specifically the Abra he uses in the fighting tournament. Would that be possible? The girl gazed at Ash with hopeful eyes, seemingly concerned that her father might not be entirely dissuaded. Rest assured, it's no trouble at all. Leave it to me. Brock boasted, thumping his chest confidently. Ash, overhearing Brock's enthusiastic response, felt another wave of disbelief wash over him. She is asking me for help. Yet you answered on my behalf. You're something else, Brock. Thus, Ash and Misty found themselves at the girl's home, which turned out to be a training facility adorned with fighting-themed signage. On the way, they learned the girl's name was Amy. By the way, Miss Amy, could you explain what the Pwn Grand Prize is? Brock asked, his curiosity piqued. You are quite naive. You agreed without knowing anything. And you might end up being sold off without realizing it. Ash internally scoffed at Brock's sycophantic behavior once again. It is the pinnacle event for fighting-type Pokémon. abbreviated as the P1 Grand Prix, specifically designed for battles showcasing fighting techniques. Amy patiently explained, not at all perturbed by Brock's ignorance. In simpler terms, it's like the baby cup, Ash thought to himself, instantly comprehending the implication, though he refrained from voicing the critique aloud. Why call it the baby cup? Because even a novice trainer like Ash, who had only recently embarked on his journey, could triumphantly claim the champion's trophy. What else could it be but a baby cup? Moreover, this so-called fighting championship was merely an informal tournament organized by an unknown entity. Chapter 100. The tournament begins. My father is striving to win the championship of this competition. Thus, she has been secluded in the mountains, diligently honing her skills, neglecting matters back home. When AI May uttered these words, her head hung low, her tone tinged with melancholy. I see. So you wish to find someone to defeat Aberrang. Hoping to awaken your father from his stupor, do you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang's expression softened with sympathy towards AI May. Perhaps it resonated with him, as his own father had similarly vanished for an extended period, allowing him to deeply empathize with AI May's current plight. This understanding further fueled Xiao Gang's desire to assist her. Indeed, AI May nodded pitifully. Very well, if that is the case, we shall take this matter upon ourselves. Xiao Gang sprang to his feet, thumping his sturdy chest with determination. Just because you promised doesn't mean you need to involve us. I never said I would help. And besides, I don't have any fighting-type Pokémon. How could I possibly participate? Xiao Ji interjected, contemplating a refusal since he currently lacked a fighting-type Pokémon. But don't you have Charizard? And I have my Geodude. Together, we can triumph effortlessly. Xiao Gang exclaimed, brandishing his Pokeball and grinning at Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, however, was left speechless, unsure how to dissuade Xiao Gang. Are you truly going to use Geodude, Xiao Gang? Are you certain? Xiao Xia questioned, realizing that fighting types are strong against rock types, making Xiao Gang's strategy seem rather peculiar. No worries, you still have Xiao Ji's Charizard. Xiao Gang replied with a hearty laugh, attempting to reassure Xiao Xia. I can't believe this. I'll agree, but let me forewarn you. I can't guarantee Charizard will win. Xiao Ji cautioned, a resigned expression on his face. Heh, I knew you would agree, Xiao Ji. Xiao Gang chuckled, seemingly unconcerned with the outcome. Thus, Xiao Ji and his companions set forth towards the tournament's venue, preparing to register. Upon arriving at the competition site and completing the necessary registration, pre-match checks, and weigh-ins, they finally entered the arena. Once inside, Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang noticed that the number of contestants was relatively scarce, with only about 30 participants, allowing the competition to commence swiftly. The fighting-type battle arena was equipped with a standard boxing ring, where trainers could only direct their Pokémon from the sidelines. The rules of this grand event were quite straightforward. Aside from fighting-type and normal-type moves, all other types were prohibited, and battles continued until one side's Pokémon was incapacitated. Ladies and gentlemen, and all fighting aficionados, the eagerly anticipated Pone Grand Tournament is about to commence. Get ready to be thrilled, the announcer proclaimed from the podium, prompting an eruption of cheers from the audience. The collective roar filled the arena, creating a deafening cacophony. After the initial excitement, entrance music began to play, and all contestants took their places in the ring, making their introductions one by one. Following the entrance of the competitors, the first elimination match was set to begin. Xiao Ji and Charizard faced their first opponent, a Machop. The match officially commenced, and as the confident Machop prepared to attack, what Pokémon would Xiao Ji choose to counter? Let us stay tuned, the announcer excitedly narrated. Go, Charizard. Xiao Ji threw his Pokeball, and Charizard leaped forth. Wow, who would have imagined that Xiao Ji would summon the evolved form of the Fire-type starter, Charizard? The announcer exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Thus, the inaugural battle of the Pone tournament officially began. With a mighty roar, Charizard made its entrance, exuding an impressive aura. Machop, not to be outdone, responded with a fierce cry of its own. The two Pokémon locked eyes, sizing each other up. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of the first match. Upon hearing the bell, Machop launched a fierce assault, raising a hand to deliver a knife hand strike toward Charizard. Unfazed, Charizard countered with its own knife hand defense, seizing the opportunity to unleash a powerful sky uppercut. Oh, from the current situation, it appears that Xiao Ji's Charizard holds the upper hand, the announcer exclaimed with fervor. Once a Pokémon becomes Xiao Ji's partner, it undergoes rigorous foundational training, generally capable of handling a weight of around 10 pounds. Although Charizard had not traveled with Xiao Ji, the equipment left behind in Professor Oak's lab included weights discarded by Pikachu during training, each weighing at least 10 pounds. Therefore, every punch Charizard threw bore tremendous strength. After landing the sky uppercut, Machop fell to the ground, unable to rise again, easily defeated by Charizard. Xiaoji was somewhat astonished to see Maghop succumb so easily. Despite being only level 9, it was still a Pokémon, making its swift defeat rather surprising. The first match concluded, with Maghop unable to continue. Victory belonged to Xiaoji and his Charizard. Let us cheer for their triumph. The announcer declared passionately, and the audience's enthusiasm mirrored his fervor, erupting into applause. It's him. I can't believe Charizard is this formidable, a truly powerful opponent, but that is where it ends. In the contestant area, AI May's father, Fando, watched Xiaoji and Charizard on stage, a glimmer of desire in his eyes as he contemplated acquiring Charizard. Following the conclusion of Xiaoji's match, it was now Xiao Gang's turn to compete. In this battle, Xiao Gang's Geodude faced off against the renowned fighting type, Sock. At the outset, Xiao Gang did indeed send out Geodude to battle. However, upon entering the ring, he found himself on the defensive. After all, he was at a type disadvantage, making a counterattack quite challenging. Nevertheless, our valiant Xiao Gang showed no signs of fear, even turning to AI May with a rather cheesy declaration, Xiao Mei, I shall fight for you. Please cheer for me. Oh my, what a cringe-worthy sentiment. If I ever find it unbearable, I might just pull Xiao Gang down and knock him out, sending him to the Love Brain Center for a makeover to prevent such declarations. On the stage, after a period of defense, Geodude finally decided to confront the opponent head-on. Be careful, AI May called out from the audience, unable to hold back her concern. Huh. As Xiao Gang turned to look at AI May, a sudden crash resounded. The audience gasped as they witnessed Geodude tumble down, colliding with Xiao Gang. Oh ho ho. Now, Sock, deliver a crushing kick. Musashi commanded, gleefully urging Sock to press the attack. Evidently, the trio from Team Rocket remains deeply troubled by the incident where Brock's Onix sent them flying. Ouch, Brock muttered, rubbing his head as he stood up. A look of dismay etched across his face. However, upon catching sight of Musashi's excited expression, he felt a surge of indignation and promptly resumed commanding his Geodude to launch an attack. Upon receiving his master's orders, Geodude charged forward without hesitation to confront Shavarang. Show no mercy, kick him to the ground. Musashi commanded enthusiastically. Shavarang leaped into the air, landing directly in front of Geodude, unleashing a flurry of kicks that relentlessly struck Geodude's body. Faced with the oppressive disadvantage of type weakness, Geodude could only shield its face with its hands, enduring the onslaught. Just then, a burly middle-aged man reappeared beside them, clutching a red cloth in his hand. At this rate, your Pokémon, Geodude, is destined to lose against the type-advantaged Shavarang, and it will sustain significant damage. If you're a true man, you should bravely concede. A truly formidable man knows when to admit defeat. The middle-aged man approached Brock, presenting the red cloth before him. Listening to the man's words, Brock clenched his teeth, hesitating to make a decision. Be brave. At worst, you can start over. The middle-aged man encouraged, prompting Brock to finally reach a conclusion. I understand. Brock exhaled deeply, as if having made a difficult choice, and tossed the red cloth onto the arena. Oh dear, I had hoped for a miracle, but instead, it resulted in Geodude's trainer conceding. What a pity. Let us congratulate Shavarang's trainer on their victory. The commentator shook his head in disappointment, announcing the final result. After the match concluded, Brock rushed onto the stage, scooping up Geodude in his arms. Concern etched on his face as he gently stroked Geodude, offering an apology. I'm so sorry, Geodude. I pushed you too hard. I promise to take care of your injuries and make you shine again. He then turned to Ash, saying, Now it's up to you, Ash. All right. I'll handle everything from here. Ash nodded in agreement. After winning the first match, Ash navigated through the subsequent challenges, reaching the final showdown. Ultimately, he triumphed in the finals, leaving only Aime's father and the disguised trio from Team Rocket. Both Ibaru and Shavarang, formidable fighters of the fighting type, stood poised for a significant clash, regardless of the outcome. Chapter 102, the final match. As the two fighting-type Pokémon faced off, the most thrilling match of the day commenced. Under Aime's father's guidance, Ibaru expertly evaded all of Shavarang's attacks without expending any energy. While Ibaru successfully dodged every strike, Musashi's temper flared. Her frustration was palpable. How infuriating. Why can't Shavarang land a hit? Don't worry. If we can immobilize its feet, it'll be game over, she declared, rushing to the arena's edge to set up a device. Pikachu, keep an eye out below the stage. If you see Meowth, chase it away. Ash instructed his Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Pikachu nodded and leaped down, burrowing beneath the arena. Before long, Ibaru suddenly froze in place, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Shavarang began to attack, launching a series of kicks at Ibaru. Ash observed closely, and sure enough, he spotted a blob of strong adhesive beneath Ibaru. Meow. What? Pikachu. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated beneath the stage. Once the electrical display faded, Meowth emerged, charred and singed. That was an unpleasant experience, Meow. On the stage, Amy, witnessing her father's Ibaru being mercilessly assaulted, could no longer contain herself. She leaped onto the stage, positioning herself in front of Ibaru, declaring, "Stop. Don't bully my father's Pokémon any further." Musashi, indifferent to Amy's plea, resolutely commanded Shavarang to disregard her and continue the assault. At that moment, Amy's father rushed onto the stage, using his body to shield Ibaru from Shavarang's attack. However, just as he was struck, he was unable to withstand the force, and his body was sent crashing against a pillar, ultimately collapsing outside the arena. "I forfeit." He glanced at his daughter, who was visibly shaken, and decisively threw in his towel to concede. In that moment, he realized his true priority was his family's safety over the championship. With that understanding, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his family was unharmed, he could always strive for victory again. Losing the championship was trivial compared to the potential loss of his loved ones. How wonderful. Amy is safe. Brock, observing from a distance, was moved to tears by the scene. With the father-daughter bond restored, it seemed the match was nearing its conclusion. Ash smiled softly, his gaze fixated on the tall man in black. "What do you mean by this?" Misty, standing nearby, looked at Ash with confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. "Team Rocket, isn't it time to end your little spectacle?" Ash inquired with a slight smile. The Team Rocket duo paused, taken aback by Ash's words. They had planned to retort, but upon seeing Ash's confident smile, Musashi realized their cover had been blown. With determination, she shed her disguise. "To prevent the world from destruction," Musashi declared, revealing her true self. "To safeguard world peace," she continued as she mounted Jessie, whose trembling legs were visibly apparent. "Embodying love and truth." The charming yet villainous duo, Jessie exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed, as she collapsed to the ground, appearing as though she might faint at any moment. It became evident that Musashi's weight was considerable, and Jessie was indeed a delicate creature. What a pitiful sight, being crushed under such weight, Ash sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. "Mind your own business. Even without Meowth as cheating, do you truly believe your Charizard can defeat our Shavarang?" Musashi scoffed, her disdain apparent. "You can certainly try. Let us see who falls first," Ash replied with a mischievous smile, raising an eyebrow at Musashi. Ding ding. The ultimate showdown was finally set to commence. "Shavarang, use Flying Kick to take down that Charizard," Musashi commanded. Shavalong found himself in a perplexing situation. Despite the fact that his true master had already made an appearance, he remained inexplicably obedient to the directives of Team Rocket's trio, displaying no signs of defiance, as if he had completely forgotten his previous allegiance. Suddenly, Shavalong leaped into action, executing a flying kick aimed squarely at Charmeleon, his target remarkably precise. In that very moment, Ash seized the opportunity to exploit Shavalong's vulnerability. Charmeleon struck out towards Shavalong's direction. With a mental command, Ash urged Charmeleon to attack. As soon as the words reached Charmeleon's ears, it sprang into action, delivering a swift chop aimed at Shavalong's most vital area. Upon being struck in such a crucial spot, Shavalong's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated an attack directed there. Grimacing in pain, he jumped up, clutching the affected area. The male spectators present felt a collective shiver run down their spines, acutely aware of a phantom ache in their own sensitive regions. "Shavalong, what are you doing? Counterattack immediately." Musashi, witnessing Shavalong's predicament, was not only baffled but also infuriated, urging Shavalong to retaliate. However, Ash was not about to give Shavalong a moment's respite. He seized the opportunity to capitalize on his opponent's distress. "Charmeleon, now is the time. Crush him with your body slam." Following Ash's command, Charmeleon leaped high into the air, descending upon Shavalong with tremendous force. Shavalong, consumed by agony, could not shake off the pain until the very last moments of the match, when he beheld an orange-black silhouette plummeting towards him. In that instant, Shavalong succumbed to defeat, losing his fighting capability and thereby conceding the match, which crowned Charmeleon as the champion of the arena. The champion has emerged. Our very own Ash has triumphed with Charmeleon's final blow, claiming the title of champion. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations. After the match concluded, Pikachu returned the explosives prepared by Team Rocket and, as they departed, sent them off with a jolt of thunderbolt, finally allowing them to ascend into the sky. What an annoying sensation. With this classic line, they vanished like a shooting star. Chapter 103, The Ruined Cloudy City. Congratulations on securing the title of Fighting Champion. It seems this Charmeleon may very well be a prodigy of combat. Alas, it is not a fighting-type Pokémon, Amy's father lamented as he approached Ash, his demeanor heavy with sighs. He paused mid-sentence, lost in thought. But even so, what does it matter? I have complete confidence in myself. I can train him into a true fighting champion. Would you consider entrusting him to me? Upon hearing Amy's father's words, Ash scoffed disdainfully. No need for that. This fighting champion is merely a chapter of our journey. Besides, my Charmeleon is already a champion in his own right. Our ultimate goal is to become Pokémon masters. Not just to claim this one title, right, Charmeleon? Charmeleon nodded proudly in agreement. Amy's father, taken aback by Ash's response, momentarily faltered, unsure of how to react. For Ash's words rang true. Moreover, how immature it would be to seek fulfillment of one's dreams through another's Pokémon. Others' Pokémon will forever remain just that, others, and attempting to claim someone else's achievements would yield nothing but hollow victories. Ash cast a meaningful glance at Amy's father. After delivering this sentiment, Ash chose to disregard Amy's father completely, leaving him to ponder alone while he and Charmeleon reveled in their championship glory. After claiming their prize for victory, Ash and his companions departed from the city. Upon leaving, they arrived in a dilapidated industrial city known as Cloudy City. True to its name, the skies above were dense with ominous black clouds, imparting an impression of decay and oppression. As they ventured into the city, an unbearable stench assaulted their senses. Reminiscent of fermented durian mingled with the aroma of socks that had not seen water in a decade. The odor was so overwhelming it nearly caused them to faint. How foul! Misty exclaimed, pinching her nose in distaste. I've heard this place was plagued by numerous factories, severely polluting the environment. Which must be why it smells so wretched. Brock chimed in, holding his nose with a pair of tweezers. I had heard such tales before, but experiencing it firsthand is an entirely different matter. It truly is horrid. Misty lamented. Even if industrialization has led to severe pollution, logically it shouldn't be this unbearable. There must be some Grimer nearby contributing to this stench. I reckon things will normalize once we leave this area, Ash surmised, sensing a cluster of Grimer beneath them. Urging his companions to hasten their departure, he sought to escape the noxious fumes. Upon hearing Ash's warning, they quickly complied, eager to evade the unpleasant odor. As they made their exit, true to Ash's prediction, they soon inhaled the fresh air, free from the foul stench. However, as they drew closer to Cloudy City, Pikachu appeared to be in distress, exhibiting a lethargic demeanor, with flushed cheeks that occasionally sparked with electricity. Pikachu now resembled a creature that had indulged in counterfeit liquor, teetering on the brink of slumber. What is wrong with Pikachu? Brock inquired, noticing Pikachu's unusual state. As a budding Pokémon breeder, this was his first encounter with such a condition, leaving him perplexed. It's an overcharge. The electrical energy in the environment is too abundant, causing Pikachu to enter this state, Ash deduced, assessing Pikachu's condition. Just as Ash articulated his explanation, a surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu, catching Ash off guard. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to Pikachu's electric shocks, merely feeling a slight tingle. After the shock, Ash felt only a mild sensation of numbness, having frequently trained his body to withstand Pikachu's electricity. Brock, aware of Pikachu's antics, quickly intervened. Ash, are you alright? You should put on rubber gloves, he urged, retrieving a pair of gloves from his backpack and offering them to Ash. Alright, Ash replied, wanting to ease his friend's concerns, and promptly donned the gloves. Let us head to the Pokémon Center to confirm what's going on, Ash declared as he cradled Pikachu and hurried towards the Pokémon Center. After a considerable amount of time, Ash and his companions arrived at the Pokémon Center. By the time they reached the center, it was already evening, and Nurse Joy had long since retired for the night. In their concern for Pikachu, Ash and his friends incessantly pressed the buttons, causing a cacophony of chimes that roused even the soundest sleeper, Nurse Joy. Emerging from her slumber, rubbing her eyes, Nurse Joy of Black Cloud City confronted the group, expressing her exasperation. Really, can you not tell what time it is? Good children are already asleep at this hour. With that, she stifled a yawn. Apologetically, Ash explained, I'm truly sorry to disturb you, Nurse Joy, but my Pikachu seems to be feeling unwell, and I'd like to ask for your assistance. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ash adopted a sincere tone in his plea. It's probably just a cold. Nurse Joy yawned again, casting a fleeting glance at the Pikachu cradled in Ash's arms, quickly concluding the matter. Could you please take a closer look? He is my friend's most cherished Pokémon. Your sisters have always taken such good care of Pokémon, Ash retorted, feeling a surge of anger at what he perceived as Nurse Joy's negligence. Chapter 104. Rationality. What am I to use for rationality? Misty, let us be reasonable. Do not doubt Nurse Joy's professionalism. Upon hearing Misty's words, Ash attempted to calm her down. After all, to become a Nurse Joy at a hospital, one must undergo extensive training. Otherwise, they would not hold such a position. Rationality? What am I supposed to use for that? Her attitude is completely different from the other Nurse Joys. How can you expect me to remain calm? Misty retorted angrily. Look, I understand your urgency, but please, try to stay composed. Allow me to explain. Nurse Joy responded unperturbedly, even gesturing for Misty to listen. Observe Pikachu's cheeks. They appear to be emitting electricity, which is typically an early symptom of a cold in electric mice. If he stays here for the night, he will recover swiftly. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Brock nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Interestingly, upon seeing Nurse Joy, Brock exhibited a notable detail. He did not blush as he usually did in her presence. Ash, noticing this, cast a surprised glance at Brock, momentarily feeling as though this individual was not the Brock he knew. Then I'll leave Pikachu in your capable hands, Nurse Joy, Ash said, extending Pikachu towards her with gratitude. No need to mention it, Nurse Joy replied lazily as she accepted Pikachu into her arms. Pikachu, feeling reassured, nestled comfortably against Nurse Joy's gentle embrace. Thus, Ash and his companions proceeded into the emergency room of the hospital. However, shortly after their entrance, the Pokémon Center suddenly experienced a power outage. The once brightly lit center was plunged into darkness. How could the power go out so suddenly? Brock inquired, puzzled. This is dire. The Pokémon are still in treatment. If the power isn't restored soon, they could be in grave danger, Nurse Joy said, her brow furrowed in concern. Isn't the Pokémon Center typically equipped with a backup power source? Ash asked, perplexed. Unfortunately, we do not have one here, Nurse Joy replied, her frustration evident. Oh, is that the case? What will we do about Pikachu now? Ash asked, rubbing his forehead in distress after hearing Nurse Joy's response. You should head to the power plant and resolve the issue at its source, Nurse Joy suggested, observing Ash's troubled demeanor. Where's the power plant? Let us go immediately. Ash and his friends, relieved to have a solution, eagerly inquired about its location. Nurse Joy promptly provided them with the directions. Thus, Ash and his companions set off collectively towards the power plant. After a brief yet brisk run, they finally arrived at their destination. Standing before the entrance of the power plant, the facility was surrounded by a coastline marred by sewage, with towering smokestacks and cold factory buildings looming over them. This must be the power plant, Misty exclaimed, gazing at the facility. We certainly seem to be in the right place, Brock confirmed, surveying the surroundings. All right, let us stop chatting. Pikachu is waiting for us at the Pokémon Center. We must hurry inside, Ash urged. However, just as they were about to enter, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Pika, Pika, Pikachu, what are you doing here? Why aren't you staying safely at the Pokémon Center? Ash exclaimed, his heart aching at the sight of Pikachu dragging its weary body towards them. He quickly donned gloves and rushed to embrace Pikachu. Pikachu extended its tiny paws, its cheeks flushed, clearly reluctant to remain in the dark, unsettling Pokémon Center. All right, if you don't want to stay there, you can stick with me. Ash, seeing Pikachu's unwillingness, couldn't bear to see it upset, and thus consented. With that, Pikachu rejoined the group as they ventured into the power plant. Upon entering, they were met with a pitch-black corridor, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the door. Misty, looking into the dark passage, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. What's wrong, Misty? Are you feeling unwell? If so, you can wait outside or return to the Pokémon Center, Ash said, noticing her unease. No, I'm fine. Misty shook her head, dismissing Ash's concern. All right then, let us get going. With that, Ash led the way into the power plant. Is anyone there? Is there anyone here? As they ventured further in, Ash and his companions began to call out, not out of fear of the darkness, but rather to bolster their courage. This shouting won't help. I suspect there must be at least one staff member managing things here, Brock stated. Just then, they spotted a neatly displayed map of the corridors nearby. The central control room should be up ahead. Misty pointed to a location on the map. In that case, let us set off, Ash decided without hesitation. As they proceeded, a small creature suddenly flitted through the corridor. However, aside from Ash, the other two remained oblivious to the event. Seeing this, Ash's playful side emerged. Do you two feel as though we have a little companion with us? He said with a grin. In this pitch-black abyss, Xiaojing and Xiaoxia could scarcely discern Ash's countenance. Now, every time Ash smiled, it appeared rather ghostly. Had they not known him to be their ally, they might have delivered a punch to him by now. Ash, in such darkness, your smile is quite terrifying, Xiaojing remarked. Haha, I truly apologize, Ash replied, embarrassedly scratching his head and immediately offering his apologies. Is there really something following us? Upon hearing Ash's words, Xiaoxia took them to heart. And as he finished speaking, she genuinely felt a chill creeping down her back. Chapter 105. The Magnetic Monster Charging for Love. At this juncture, a gust of wind swept by, and a figure glided slowly past them. This sudden breeze sent shivers down the spines of the other two, making them acutely aware that something had just zipped by. After all, in such an enclosed space, how could a gust of wind appear out of nowhere? It's here. They suddenly shouted, their faces etched with fear as they pointed behind Ash. Unfazed by their alarm, Ash turned to glance back, only to behold a Pokémon that was round in shape, gray in color, with magnet-like appendages on either side. Oh, it's just a Magnemite. You two were so frightened for nothing, Ash teased them. Of course it's a Magnemite. It's quite common to see this Pokémon around power plants. Xiaojiang relaxed upon recognizing the creature. You mischievous Ash, in such a dark environment, how could we possibly know it was a Magnemite? Xiaoxia retorted, her temper flaring as she clenched her fists, as if ready to strike Ash should he dare to jest again. I understand. Ash nodded in response to Xiaoxia's ire, not out of cowardice, but genuine comprehension. That's good to know. Xiaoxia scoffed. Look over there. Xiaojiang suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward Pikachu, who was behind Ash. Both of them turned to see that the Magnemite was circling around the feverish Pikachu. It seemed genuinely intrigued by Pikachu and did not appear to be playing tricks. The Magnemite seems to be blushing. The two of them look as if they are in love. Xiaoxia gushed, cupping her face with her hands and grinning dreamily. Love? If it were an animal-type Pokémon, I could understand it. But can a non-organic Pokémon like Magnemite really fall in love with an electric mouse? Is that even possible, Ash? Xiaojiang, perplexed, began to explain to Xiaoxia, then turned to Ash for confirmation. It's possible, Ash replied with a mischievous smile. If Ash the researcher says so, then it must be true, Xiaoxia declared triumphantly, hands on her hips, looking smugly at Xiaojiang. How could that possibly be? Xiaojiang exclaimed, his disbelief deepening as he cradled his head in his hands, staring incredulously at Ash. Haha, I was just joking. It's certainly not a matter of romance. Considering Magnemite is a genderless Pokémon, how could it fall in love? Ash smiled gently, explaining to them. As Ash finished his explanation, Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia fixated their gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. If looks could kill, Ash would have perished millions of times by now. Feeling their penetrating stares, Ash began to feel uneasy, fearing they might take action against him, prompting him to clarify the actual reason. The Magnemite is attracted to Pikachu because it's in an electrified state. Upon hearing this, their tempers finally subsided for a moment. However, at that instant, a peculiar sound resonated from the ventilation duct, accompanied by an odor reminiscent of 10-year-old unwashed socks from the sewer, a truly overwhelming stench. With his keen sense of smell, Ash found the odor nauseating, especially since it was magnified at such proximity. Previously, the distance had dulled his senses, but now, the scent was unbearable, causing him to gag slightly. What is that smell? It's horrendous, Xiaoxia exclaimed, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Xiaojiang, also detecting the foul stench, wore an expression akin to a bitter melon. With a loud crash, the ventilation duct overhead was struck by an unknown object, causing several clumps of putrid sludge to plummet down upon them. Pikachu, it appears they have you in their sights as well. You stay back and help us buy time to escape, Ash instructed Pikachu, holding his breath as he spoke. Pikachu, upon hearing Ash's command, cast a wary glance at the foul sludge and then at the Magnemite, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, its feverish discomfort vanished, and with a fearful expression, it clung to Ash's leg. Feeling Pikachu's grip brought back that tingling sensation for Ash. All right, Pikachu, I was just joking. Do you really think that menacing-looking thing is here for you? Ash chuckled down at the vengeful Pikachu, somewhat exasperated in explaining. Pikachu, appearing somewhat obstinate, turned its head away in disapproval. Ash, though resigned, then turned his attention to the approaching sludge from the ventilation shaft. It's you, he decided, recalling his almost evolved Ivysaur as he threw its Pokeball. As Ivysaur emerged, its face contorted into one of distaste, promptly summoning 2 vines to cover its mouth and nose. I'm counting on you, Ivysaur. No sooner had he spoken than Ivysaur comprehended Ash's intent, releasing a unique green energy that enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, numerous vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the sludge and rendering it immobile. The once vibrant sludge, now bound by Ivysaur's vines, became lethargic, while Ivysaur appeared to relish the moment. This was the special ability of Grassy Terrain combined with the move Grassy Glide, an insight Ash had stumbled upon. Using Grassy Terrain and then Grassy Glide would reduce Ivysaur's energy consumption. However, this came with conditions. If used in such circumstances, the power would be significantly diminished, and the duration of grassy terrain would be reduced from 5 turns to 3. These were conclusions Ash had drawn from his previous experiments. Chapter 106. Ivysaur Evolves. As Ivysaur triumphed over the sludge, a radiant light of evolution enveloped it. Ash had anticipated this moment and quickly tossed a small vial containing green liquid to Ivysaur. Venusaur, drink up quickly, Ash shouted at the Pokémon. Upon hearing his command, Venusaur suppressed the light of evolution with great effort, extending 2 vines to catch the potion, which it then opened and consumed. After finishing the potion Ash provided, Venusaur finally relaxed its guard and ceased to contain the light of evolution. At that very moment, Venusaur's form began to swell at a visible rate, transforming from a modest 12 meters to a towering 23 meters. In an instant, the space around them became nearly inadequate to accommodate the massive size of Venusaur. Without further ado, Ash immediately utilized the system's scanning feature to examine Venusaur's information. Species, Venusaur. Gender, male. Level, 38. Ability, chlorophyll, thick fat. Potential, champion. Held item, miracle seed. Moves, sunny day, tackle, growl, vine whip, growth, leech seed, leaf blade, sleep powder. Poison powder, toxic, substitute, protect, grassy terrain. After reviewing Venusaur's basic information, Ash was quite astonished. It had suddenly elevated from a potential elite level to a champion level. He had to admit, the potion was remarkably effective, with only a 10% probability of achieving such an upgrade, and Venusaur had fortuitously hit the jackpot. Just as Ash was still absorbing the details of Venusaur's evolution, a sludge Pokémon larger than the others suddenly leaped down from the ventilation duct. The sound it made upon landing suggested it was quite hefty. Noticing the commotion, Ash turned to look, but due to Venusaur's immense size, he could only catch a glimpse of the creature's lower half beneath its massive frame. Although he could only see the lower half, Ash was still able to use the system's scanning feature to gather information about the creature. Species, Mook. Gender, male. Level, 40. Ability, poison touch, may poison opponents on contact. Potential, elite. Held item, black sludge. Moves, pound, harden, sludge, mud slap. Minimize, mud bomb, mud shot. Toxic, sludge bomb, sludge wave, screech, gunk shot. Having reviewed Mook's information, Ash promptly recalled Venusaur into its Pokeball and released Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use flamethrower. Ash commanded immediately after summoning the fiery Pokémon. Upon seeing Charmeleon prepare to attack, Mook retaliated by launching several sludge bombs. The two forces collided, resulting in an explosion that canceled each other out, sending smoke billowing into the air. However, Mook had not anticipated that the flora left behind from Venusaur's grassy terrain would catch fire from Charmeleon's flamethrower. In an instant, the confined space was engulfed in flames. Igniting a fierce blaze, Ash had foreseen this scenario and had already released Squirtle, prepared to extinguish the fire. In the heart of the inferno, Mook, burdened by its natural gases and years spent in the sewers, quickly ignited as the flames spread through the air. Boom! The anguished cries of Mook soon echoed through the fierce flames. Squirtle, use water gun. Hearing the cries, Ash recognized the moment had come and commanded Squirtle to commence the firefighting efforts. Just then, a voice erupted from behind them. Who are you? Why are you starting a fire at the power plant? Do you realize how dangerous this is? A staff member, clad in work attire and wielding a flashlight, shouted sternly at Ash and his companions. I'm terribly sorry. We're in the process of extinguishing the fire. Ash quickly apologized upon noticing the staff member's arrival, urging Squirtle to hasten its efforts and calling forth Gyarados to assist in dousing the flames. Upon hearing the staff member's words, Misty, recognizing the gravity of the situation, also released her water-type Pokémon to join the firefighting team. Once the flames were extinguished, Ash let out a sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided a calamity. Had he not acted swiftly, a full-blown fire at the power plant could have spelled disaster. Observing Ash's successful firefighting, the staff members noticed a pile of Mook lying on the ground amidst the charred surroundings, their ire subsiding momentarily as they began to inquire about the situation. Stepping forward, Ash took the initiative to explain to the staff what had transpired. After hearing his explanation, the staff begrudgingly decided to let Ash off the hook. Although Ash had resolved their crisis, they still insisted he cover the repair costs for the damage to the walls. Ultimately, Ash was satisfied to witness the power plant systems being activated before returning to the Pokémon Center to care for Pikachu. Of course, just as in the original storyline. After dealing with the Mook, Ash captured it as one of his Pokémon and sent it back to Professor Oak. Due to Ash's party being full, The newly captured Mook was transported directly to Professor Oak without Ash having the chance to interact with it. That night, in Professor Oak's laboratory, the professor was happily indulging in a delicious bowl of seafood instant noodles. As he savored his meal, the transport machine beside him suddenly stirred. Oh, a Pokémon is arriving. I wonder whose Pokémon it could be. Professor Oak exclaimed, instantly invigorated, his eyes glued to the transport machine with anticipation while still enjoying his noodles. Whoosh! As he continued eating, a Pokeball emerged from the transport machine, and suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air. In that moment, the professor's appetite vanished, and he realized that the delightful noodles no longer held any appeal. This and it couldn't possibly be from that Pokémon, could it? Professor Oak murmured to himself. Before he could fully process the situation, the Pokeball sprang open on its own. With a loud pop, a purple, sludge-like Pokémon emerged, amplifying the previously contained stench to an unbearable degree, filling the entire laboratory with its noxious aroma. Boom! Upon emerging from the Pokeball, Mook glared menacingly at Professor Oak, then lunged at him, pinning the professor beneath its bulk. Please, don't send Mook over here. The laboratory was soon filled only with Professor Oak's desperate cries. Chapter 107. Childhood Friends. The following day, nearing noon, Ash stood before the communication device at the Pokémon Center, hesitating. He wondered if calling now would wake her, considering it was Sunday, a time when many people enjoyed sleeping in. Moreover, Ash had never attempted to call her in the morning, fearing he might disturb her slumber. Thus, he refrained from contacting Serena at this hour. However, refraining from making the call was not an option. After all, the window of opportunity to communicate was rather limited. If he missed this chance, who could say when the next would arise? After much contemplation, Ash ultimately resolved that it was prudent to make the call, lest he find himself in uncertainty once more. Having thoroughly deliberated, he inputted the phone number and decisively pressed the dial button. In the Kalos region, at Serena's home, her mother, Sachi, was in the kitchen washing vegetables in preparation for a meal when she was suddenly startled by the ringing of the telephone from the living room. At this hour, who could be calling? Sachi mused with mild curiosity. Despite her perplexity, she paused her task and calmly approached the telephone. Upon noticing the caller ID indicating a number from Kanto, Sachi quickly deduced the identity of the caller. After all, she had very few acquaintances in Kanto, and it had been quite some time since she had been in touch with them, so it could hardly be one of them. Ah, it must be that young lad. Could it be that he has taken a liking to our little Serena? Other than him, who else would be calling from Kanto? Yet, she found it curious that he would call at this hour, as his previous calls were mostly during midday or evening. She had never known him to call in the morning. Nevertheless, she soon realized that Ash was currently traveling and opportunities for him to call were scarce. With this understanding, Sachi dismissed her earlier thoughts and wasted no time in answering the phone. Good morning, Sachi. Ash greeted cheerfully upon recognizing Serena's mother on the other end of the line, unperturbed by the familiarity of the situation, as it was not the first time he had spoken to her. Good morning. Your tone is quite sweet this early. I've never heard you call at this hour before. Is there something you wish to convey? Speak quickly, Sachi replied. Her mood lightened as she regarded Ash. Hee. You know me well, Sachi. I'll get straight to the point. Has Serena risen yet? Ash chuckled, then asked. Oh, so your call is for our little Serena, Sachi remarked, assessing Ash's handsome visage as if scrutinizing a prospective son-in-law. Her gaze grew increasingly fond, causing Ash to feel a touch bashful. She's already up. In fact, she has been eagerly awaiting your call, Sachi informed him. But please hold on a moment while I fetch her. With that, she departed, leaving Ash to wait. Shortly thereafter, Ash could hear Sachi calling up the stairs, faintly saying, Serena, wake up. Your beloved Ash is on the line, and he's waiting downstairs for you. Initially reluctant to rise, Serena sprang to life upon hearing the magic words. She leaped out of bed without even changing out of her pajamas, eager to rush downstairs. Thankfully, her mother Sachi prompted her to change into something more presentable before she made her way down. Meanwhile, Ash realized the cleverness of Sachi's tactics. He had initially intended to hang up if Serena was still asleep, but he had not anticipated that Sachi would intuitively know his thoughts and choose to awaken her. He couldn't help but admire her astuteness. Now that she was awake, it would be inappropriate for him to simply hang up and leave. After a considerable wait, Serena hurried down the stairs and arrived at the telephone. Good morning, Serena. Ash greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Serena replied softly, then inquired, Ash, where are you now? I'm at the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Kanto. I called to check on how you've been and to ask if the perfume I gave you last time in Rainbow City has been to your liking. The perfume? It's quite lovely, Serena responded, her cheeks flushing slightly upon realizing Ash had called just to inquire about her well-being. Really? I'm glad you like it, Ash said, his heart lifting at her response, and he began to consider purchasing more delightful gifts for her during his travels. Meanwhile, Sachi, who was still in the kitchen, noticed Serena's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head as if she were witnessing her younger self. Seeing Serena blush so adorably prompted Ash to tease her a bit to lighten the mood, and eventually, they engaged in delightful conversation about Ash's recent travel adventures. Serena, growing increasingly excited, began to ask Ash about various travel tips. As their conversation drew to a close, it was only when Brock and Misty approached Ash, urging him to set off for their next destination, that they ended their chat. However, just before they parted, Serena glanced at Misty, a flicker of concern crossing her features, while Misty regarded her with curiosity. Ash, who was that girl on the phone just now? Brock inquired after the call concluded. My friend, also my childhood companion. Ash replied, feeling the initial explanation was insufficient, and added a clarification. Upon hearing this, Misty's eyes widened in realization. She understood that the childhood companion Ash had mentioned was indeed this girl. Childhood companion, Brock exclaimed, suddenly animated, gripping Ash's shoulders in disbelief. You have a childhood companion? Have you confirmed your relationship yet? Not yet, Ash replied, his expression remaining stoic. Upon hearing this, Brock sighed in relief, having nearly believed one of his companions was about to enter a relationship. However, Ash's next statement left him utterly astounded. In a few days, we should be confirming our relationship. As Ash spoke, a playful smirk danced on his lips, and Brock stood frozen in shock, his expression one of sheer disbelief. All right. Brock, stop dwelling on these wild thoughts. We must be on our way, Misty interjected, exasperated, as she prepared to head out. With Misty's prompt, Brock shook himself from his stupor, gathered his belongings, and they set off toward their next destination. Chapter 108. The Evolution of the Squirtle. It had been several days since Ash and his companions departed from Black Cloud City, making their way toward the shallow red gem. They had expected a smooth journey. Yet to their surprise, they found themselves lost once again. Xiao Gang, how far are we from the shallow red gem? Xiaoji inquired as they walked. Let me check. Xiao Gang replied, pulling out a map and meticulously comparing it with the surrounding landscape. After a brief moment, he confirmed, it seems we are still a mountain's distance from the shallow red gem. If we exert ourselves a bit more, we should reach it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia glanced at the mountains encircling them, lost in contemplation. So, which direction should we go? Xiao Ji asked, exasperated, as he looked at Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang, instead of rushing to answer, gazed at the map with a furrowed brow, troubled by the mountains that surrounded them, unsure of where to commence their journey. Could it be that we are lost again? Xiao Xia observed Xiao Gang's distressed expression and quickly deduced the cause. After all, they had strayed from the path more than once before and had grown accustomed to it. Xiao Ji, feeling somewhat frustrated, rubbed his forehead. They would have to rely on their own instincts to navigate. Thus, Xiao Ji and his companions set off in search of the route to the shallow red gem. After a considerable time, Xiao Ji encountered several relatively strong Pokémon along the way and engaged in a few battles, utilizing his Comex. At this juncture, Comex was on the brink of evolution, reaching level 35. Xiao Ji calculated that Comex needed just one more battle against a similarly leveled opponent, or perhaps two, to evolve into a Suijun. Thus, he began to keenly observe his surroundings for Pokémon around level 30. After a lengthy search, he finally spotted a suitable target, a level 40 Kakurian. Without hesitation, Xiao Ji initiated the challenge. Comex, use bite, he commanded. Immediately, Comex charged towards Kakurian. Living in the forest, the wild Kakurian was quick to react and soon noticed the approaching Comex. Faced with the oncoming assault, Kakurian swiftly decided to retaliate, expanding its two spiked horns and aiming them at Comex as it closed in. Unfortunately for Comex, who was sporting sunglasses, it was caught off guard and momentarily ensnared by Kakurian's formidable horns. Fortunately, Comex's hard shell absorbed the impact. As Kakurian gripped Comex, it began to twist and turn, seemingly intent on crushing Comex's shell. Not one to remain passive, Comex seized the moment to bite down on Kakurian's head. Clang! The sound resonated loudly. Had it not been for the fact that Comex's teeth were artificial, it would have likely shattered its own fangs. Despite Kakurian's tough exterior, it was still wounded, letting out a cry of agony. As a result, Kakurian gradually loosened its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Comex executed a stylish backflip, distancing itself from Kakurian and adjusting its sunglasses upon landing. Comex, water cannon. Xiao Ji seized the chance while Kakurian was still reeling, commanding Comex to unleash its powerful attack. Comex unleashed a torrent of water towards Kakurian. Kakurian, possessing a keen instinct, quickly took a defensive stance in a futile attempt to shield itself from the impending assault. However, as one of the signature moves of a water-type Pokémon, Water Cannon could not be merely countered by a defensive posture. True to form, Kyogre was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a millennia-old tree before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. How can a Pokémon 5 levels lower withstand such a blow? Xiaoji remarked, unable to suppress his disbelief as he observed the incapacitated Kyogre. Upon reflection, he realized that since acquiring Comex, he had utilized nearly endless resources from his system space for its training. With a regimen rich in various proteins and other resources, Comex was undoubtedly far superior to any wild Pokémon. Otherwise, a battle-hardened Kyogre wouldn't have succumbed even to Comex's initial bite. In summary, there was a distinct difference between wild Pokémon and those nurtured by trainers of the same level. At that moment, Comex basked in the radiant light of evolution, its body enveloped in a dazzling glow. Seizing the moment, Xiaoji tossed a specially prepared potion from his system space to Comex. He always advised his Pokémon to wait until he had thrown the potion and they had consumed it before evolving, ensuring that they could harness the potion's effects to significantly enhance their potential during the evolution process. Thus, his Pokémon usually endeavored to suppress the evolutionary light until they received the potion. Upon consuming the potion, Comex ceased to restrain the evolutionary light. As it surrendered to the transformation, its body began to expand at a visible rate until it reached a height of 2 meters. Comex, the newly evolved Suijun, let out a triumphant roar, celebrating its emergence as a colossal being. Seeing Suijun's successful evolution, Xiaoji smiled with satisfaction, pleased to have acquired another Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. Suddenly, he recalled that he had only achieved Mega Evolution once thus far. Contemplating the untested possibility of experiencing Mega Evolution again, Xiaoji resolved to attempt it in the near future. However, given the uncertainty surrounding the phenomenon, he knew that caution was paramount, for its global debut would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Xiaoji, congratulations on Comex's evolution into Suijun, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia said, approaching him to offer their congratulations. It's nothing to be overly concerned about. What matters more is how we navigate out of this forest, Xiaoji replied, his expression shifting from joy to worry upon hearing their words. Exchanging glances, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia shared a bittersweet smile. Subsequently, the group resumed their quest to find the correct path to the shallow red gem. Chapter 109, The Tormented Uncle. Less than an hour after Comex's evolution into Suijun, Xiaoji and his companions traversed the forest. As they walked, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted from deep within the mountains, shaking the ground beneath them. Before they could fully comprehend the disturbance, the earth trembled violently, leaving Xiaoji and his friends momentarily stunned. Had it not been for Xiaoji's regular training, they might have found themselves sprawled on the ground. Driven by curiosity, the group made their way towards the source of the commotion. Upon arriving at the scene of the incident, Ash and his companions immediately beheld a row of large trucks laden with construction materials, having sunk into the ground due to a series of depressions, causing a significant spill of supplies. Ash surveyed the surroundings and soon noticed a substantial construction site in the direction from which the trucks had come. What is being built here? Misty inquired with curiosity. I'm not sure, but we could go over and ask, Brock suggested, shaking his head. In that case, let us proceed. Ash, intrigued by the interest of his companions, led the way without hesitation. As they approached, a burly man wearing a hard hat and construction attire descended from one of the trucks. Not again, not again, he exclaimed, seemingly overwhelmed as he cradled his head in despair, muttering to himself. It was evident that this was not the first time he had encountered such a predicament. When Ash and his friends reached him, the man was kneeling on the ground, repeatedly pounding his fists against the earth. Are you all right, sir? They asked out of concern. It's a gopher disaster. Who can do something about these gophers? He lamented, clutching his forehead in agony, visibly distressed. Gophers? Do you mean we have to deal with gophers? Misty queried. Are you 3 trainers? The man responded, now directing his attention to them. Yes, indeed. How may we assist you? Brock affirmed with a nod. The man scrutinized Ash and his friends carefully, his gaze filled with skepticism. Are you truly trainers? He finally questioned, doubt evident in his tone. Of course we are, Misty insisted confidently. The man, still unconvinced, glanced over his shoulder when a peculiar noise erupted from behind him. Turning to look, he noticed several small holes had appeared in the previously flat ground. Look, there are the gophers, he exclaimed, his agitation escalating as he pointed towards the holes. At that moment, the gophers began to emerge from their burrows in a rhythmic manner, entering and exiting with a peculiar cadence. What are they? They look quite adorable, Misty exclaimed, her heart captured by the charming sight of the gophers. Not at all adorable. The man retorted, clearly exasperated. Because of them, our reservoir project has made no progress whatsoever. I loathe these wretched gophers. Well, that does sound rather troubling. But the other side of the ground appears intact, Brock observed, attempting to console the man. That's because the area you're looking at has already been paved with cement and asphalt. But take a closer look. The man directed, gesturing towards the ground. Ash and his companions followed his gaze, and indeed, the once smooth surface was now marred by cracks caused by the gophers' activities. The trio could empathize with the man's plight. After all, the hard work of the laborers had yielded such unfortunate results, which was truly lamentable. Indeed, it's as fragile as a rice cracker surface, Brock remarked. Yet, true to her nature, Misty couldn't resist a sharp comment even after grasping the situation. If this continues, our dream of constructing the largest reservoir in these mountains may never come to fruition, the man lamented, tears streaming down his face as he wiped away his distress. Even if we keep blasting the mountains, without the necessary equipment for transportation, I am utterly at a loss. While it was understandable to sympathize with his feelings, Ash interjected, did you not gather information about this area during your planning? From what I know, Pokémon typically have their own territories. By disrupting their habitat, you're bound to encounter such setbacks, and your project will remain stagnant. The man, overwhelmed by Ash's exposition, simply stated, we can't afford to think about that now. To address the gopher issue, we have formed an emergency response team, seeking out skilled trainers from the nearby mountains. Whoever can resolve this gopher dilemma will be generously rewarded. The reward is quite appealing, a voucher for a 4-day, 3-night trip to a hot spring resort. What do you say? Are you three interested? The trio exchanged glances, and Ash was the first to speak. Do you want to go? Absolutely. This is a chance for a complimentary experience at the hot springs. We can't pass that up. Misty exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I want to go too. If we secure the hot spring tickets, we'll get to see many beautiful ladies. Even if we don't succeed, we won't lose anything. Brock mused, grinning dreamily. Having heard their conversation and their agreement, Ash decided they would proceed to investigate further. As Brock had pointed out, even if they couldn't be of assistance, there was nothing to lose by participating. I hope you three will prove to be exceptional trainers, the man said, looking at them with a glimmer of hope. Let us hope so, Ash replied nonchalantly. Chapter 110, The Overconfident Green. Just as Ash and his companions were about to accompany the man, a familiar red sports car pulled up in front of them, its driver calling out loudly. The first batch of Pokémon trainers has arrived, and I am the strongest among them. As for the lesser ones behind me, they are merely my cheerleading squad. Recognizing the familiar figure and vehicle, Ash couldn't help but smile at the sight of his friend, Gary. Hey Gary, how have you been recently? Ash greeted, noticing the beautiful girls accompanying Gary, and discreetly took out his phone to record the moment. Is that you, Ash? What a surprise to see you here. Gary exclaimed upon hearing Ash's voice, his expression one of astonishment at finding his good friend present. However, he was oblivious to Ash's intentions to capture this moment on video. That question should be directed at me. Aren't you the wealthy heir? What brings you here to engage in such activities? Ash replied with a smirk. None of your business. Gary scoffed. All right, I want to pry, your highness, Ash shrugged, feigning indifference. Just stop worrying about me and tell me why you're here. Gary insisted. I was merely passing by and happened to overhear the man needing assistance. Ash replied with a chuckle. Unlike you, I was actually invited, Gary boasted, puffing out his chest with pride, as others sought assistance. Based on my years of acquaintance with you, it is evident that someone must have uttered the phrase you are formidable in your youth, causing you to become rather elated by the praise, and, in a befuddled state, approach us. Ash smiled knowingly, his expression revealing that he was all too familiar with the situation. Ahem, enough of such banter. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Pray tell, master, where is our destination? Upon being exposed by Ash, Gary's face turned crimson, and he straightened his demeanor. Acknowledging that he could not outwit Ash in their verbal sparring, Gary turned to the elder beside them, seeking to shift the topic. Upon hearing Gary's inquiry, the elder began leading everyone towards their destination. During their journey, however, Gary did not remain composed. Instead, he began to flirt with the lovely ladies seated next to him in the vehicle, displaying a lack of decorum. Naturally, these antics were captured by Ash, who had taken to discreetly recording the entire scene. Eventually, Ash felt he had gathered sufficient evidence and ceased his covert filming. It was during this time that Ash noticed Brock's gaze fixated on the enchanting lady beside Gary, unwavering and intent. Recognizing the situation, Ash quickly intervened to prevent Brock from transforming from a gentleman into a fool. Thanks to Ash's timely intervention, Brock was spared from the humiliation of being ridiculed as an elder by the ladies, while Gary seized the opportunity to make his hasty escape from their sight, heading towards their destination. Soon, everyone arrived at the construction site, where they encountered a large assembly of trainers, seemingly awaiting something significant. The sight of so many trainers startled Brock and Misty, who had not anticipated such a turnout. After a brief moment of astonishment, they observed the elder departing from their midst to a pre-erected podium at the site, where he affixed a poster and began addressing the assembled crowd with fervor. The elder proclaimed that the mole Pokémon was the most considerable pest of this century. However, before he could elaborate further, the enemy moles commenced their invasion of their territory. "They're coming! The horde of moles is upon us!" the elder exclaimed in panic, clutching his head. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Ash could hardly contain his laughter and even retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds from his storage, sharing some with Brock and Misty. Pikachu, however, required no such provisions, possessing an ample supply of his own. Misty, upon receiving the offered seeds, inquired, "Ash, are you not going to assist?" "Alas, my intentions are noble, but my hands are tied," Ash replied nonchalantly, munching on the seeds and shrugging. Just as Misty prepared to press further, Gary interrupted their conversation. "Leave this to me. My beloved Pokémon, my sweet darling. Unleash your power," Gary declared, showering his Pokeball with fervent affection before tossing it forth. Ash, witnessing this rather cringeworthy display, could not help but smirk, preparing to record the moment for future amusement. However, the Pokeball, upon opening just a crack to emit a beam of light, inexplicably snapped shut once more. "What just transpired?" Brock asked, bewildered, seeking an explanation. "That is because the Pokémon is reluctant to engage in battle with the moles," Ash explained coolly. "Why is that?" Brock pressed further. "Perhaps it is due to the moles' intent to protect the habitat of other Pokémon, thus their unwillingness to fight," Ash elucidated. "Ah, that makes sense. No wonder you advised against intervening," Misty remarked, achieving clarity upon hearing Ash's reasoning. Meanwhile, Gary was experiencing this unusual predicament for the first time. Left momentarily speechless, during his moment of confusion, the moles politely returned the Pokeball that Gary had thrown. "Thank you," Gary said, still somewhat dazed but responding courteously. "No, this cannot be right. I must have approached this incorrectly. Thus, I shall change my strategy. My cherished Pokémon, with your assistance, we shall prevail." Realizing he had been somewhat affronted by the moles, Gary hastily swapped for another Pokeball. This time, he planted 3 fervent kisses upon the ball before reluctantly casting it forth. The outcome was no different from before. The Pokeball returned to him, still unopened. Undeterred, Gary threw it once more, only to face the same disheartening result as before, with no Pokémon willing to emerge. As despair began to creep in, the elder, witnessing the unfolding chaos, lost patience and bellowed, "Someone, anyone, swiftly deal with this swarm of moles." The other trainers, responding to the elder's command, took action and released their own Pokeballs. "Go Zubat! Go Jigglypuff! Go Magikarp!" Ash, upon hearing the mention of Magikarp, found himself in disbelief. Goodness, there are still trainers who choose to battle with Magikarp? Reflecting on this, Ash surmised that the trainer opting for Magikarp was likely misled by someone akin to the infamous Magikarp master. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate trainer, Ash watched as every trainer released their Pokeballs, quickly accumulating into a small mountain. Yet, despite their combined efforts, each trainer's Pokémon remained unwilling to emerge from their respective Pokeballs to engage the moles. Ultimately, the trainers faced the same fate as Gary, receiving their Pokeballs back unopened. I comprehend now," Gary mused, clarity dawning upon him. "Fellow trainers, you all witnessed this. Aside from those humans eager to attack the moles, no Pokémon here desires to engage them. Therefore, our presence as trainers is rendered unnecessary. As for me, my aspiration to become a Pokémon master compels me to continue my journey. Thus, I bid you farewell." With that, Gary leaped into the vehicle, leaving behind a striking silhouette as he departed, gradually fading from their view. The other trainers, having absorbed Gary's words, exchanged glances, recognizing the wisdom in his assessment. Even if there were other trainers willing to assist, they were powerless, for their Pokémon were equally reluctant to engage in battle with the moles. Thus, after a few words from Xiao Mao, the other trainers abandoned their intentions to assist, slowly dispersing and leaving only Ash and his companions with the distressed uncle. But what could be the reason? Why were the Pokémon unwilling to aid him? The uncle, filled with emotion, knelt on the ground, unable to accept the outcome. He raised the wooden hammer he had brought from the construction site and began to strike at the gopher holes with fervor, wielding his humble tool against these burrows. Ultimately, He realized that he was powerless against the gophers and turned his gaze towards Ash and his friends, hoping they would intervene. Uncle, please don't look at us like that. You saw it yourself. The Pokémon simply refused to battle. Ash shrugged, feeling helpless. You must have a way. The ordinary man seemed to cling to Ash as if he were a last straw, desperate for a miracle. Ash, observing the uncle's unwavering determination, couldn't he help but be reminded of his father, a migrant worker in his past life. With that thought, he sighed deeply. It appears you're aware of the true reason but are unwilling to concede, Ash said, shaking his head in resignation. Eventually, under the uncle's puzzled expression, Ash, accompanied by Brock and Misty, led him to a desolate hillside. Upon arriving at the barren slope, they witnessed numerous gophers diligently tilling the soil. Some even had saplings that seemed to have arrived from nowhere, planted in the ground. What is happening here? The uncle inquired incredulously as he took in the scene before him. I'm not entirely certain, but as far as I know, gophers are beneficial creatures. The disturbed soil they create becomes well aerated, enriching it and making it ideal for cultivation. It seems your company has excessively leveled this area, leading to its current state. Moreover, with plans to build a reservoir here, the consequences could be dire. I've observed the terrain, and if your dam is constructed without the trees anchoring the soil, it could easily result in flooding. Ash patiently explained to the uncle, the Pokémon may have realized this, which is why they are reluctant to fight. I understand now. We nearly destroyed a forest and the homes of other Pokémon, the uncle said, lowering his head in guilt after grasping the situation. In that moment, he experienced an epiphany, as if his soul had been elevated. Ash, having performed a good deed by advising the uncle and thus saving the forest, had amassed considerable merit. The Pokémon in the trainer's possession also recognized this shift, choosing to refuse their trainer's commands to battle. It seems this reservoir cannot be built, Misty remarked, somewhat disheartened. It's good that you understand, Ash said, nodding approvingly at the uncle. It's time for us to depart. Our journey still stretches far ahead, Ash declared, having achieved his goal and prepared to leave. However, just as Ash and his companions were about to depart, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. Wait, you still have a long way to go, Musashi exclaimed, halting their advance. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world. As the Team Rocket duo reached the climax of their catchphrase, Nyarth leapt in from the side. Now, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Upon seeing Team Rocket, Ash had no desire for idle chatter and immediately opted for action. Pikachu, still munching on sunflower seeds nearby, quickly stowed them away and prepared for battle. With two bright electric pouches flashing, a bolt of lightning surged towards Team Rocket. Come forth. Arbok wheezing. Two beams of white light emerged, revealing two distinctly different Pokémon before Ash and his companions, shielding Team Rocket from Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Chapter 112, The Fury of Xiaochun. Given that Pikachu had now attained level 81, a quasi-legendary Pokémon, Team Rocket's Pokémon stood no chance against such power. They were instantly sent flying, transforming into three shooting stars that vanished from sight. What a terrifying Pikachu! I never imagined our Pokémon, now fully evolved, would still be no match for that Pikachu, Musashi remarked midair. That's why this Pikachu is our target. If it were like the common Pikachu, we wouldn't have fixated on it, Kojiru added, looking resigned. Exactly, Meow. If that Pikachu were really like the common ones, we wouldn't be so persistent in chasing that little brat, Nyarth concurred. That's true, Musashi nodded in agreement after hearing their exchange. Once their discussion concluded, they exchanged glances, ultimately leaving behind their iconic line. What an annoying feeling. Thus, Team Rocket's latest attempt came to an end. Would you three be interested in soaking in a hot spring? It's complimentary, the uncle suddenly offered after Team Rocket had been sent flying. Really? Is that possible? After all, we haven't done anything. Misty's eyes lit up at his words. No problem. This ticket was initially intended for trainers, since they've left. It's now yours as a token of gratitude for your help. I wouldn't have uncovered the truth without you, the uncle smiled. Well, thank you so much. Misty exclaimed excitedly as she accepted the 3 hot spring tickets. Ash and Brock did not object, as they had initially come for the hot spring tickets. Moreover, this free opportunity was indeed enticing. Thank you. Ash and Brock expressed their gratitude as they received the tickets. You're welcome. The uncle beamed with a genuine smile upon seeing Ash and his companions accept the tickets. After acquiring the tickets, they learned from the uncle that the hot spring was not far from their location, prompting Ash and his friends to set off towards it. After a considerable walk, they finally arrived at the hot spring. Without hesitation, they entered the establishment. The first thing Ash did upon entering was request the Wi-Fi password from the staff. Once he obtained it, he eagerly opened his phone, navigated to the messaging app, found a chat with a pink avatar. and send over the video of Xiaomao embracing a beautiful woman. Having completed this task, Ash joyfully walked into the hot spring, ready to relish the fruits of his unexpected fortune. In the meantime, in Karayashi City, after class, Xiaochun stepped out of the classroom and felt her pocket vibrating. Curious, she pulled out her phone and was astonished to find a video message from Ash. Upon reaching this juncture, Xiaochun felt an inkling of realization, and a surge of indignation welled up within her. Uncertain whether her suspicions were indeed accurate, she nonetheless clutched onto a flicker of hope and opened her phone to peruse the message sent by Xiaoji. Upon opening the video, her worst fears were confirmed. Infuriating Xiaomei. How could he clandestinely engage with others while professing loyalty to me? Clearly, the lesson I previously imparted was insufficient. Otherwise, he would not so blatantly disregard my words. After watching the video, Xiaochun was seething with rage, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing she could confront Xiaomei immediately. Although she was initially consumed by anger, her mature disposition soon allowed her to regain composure and contemplate how best to address Xiaomei's indiscretions. She pondered the most effective means to eradicate his tendency to stray. After much deliberation, she ultimately concluded that the only feasible solution to curtail Xiaomei's flirtatious nature was to remain by his side, thus preventing him from encountering other girls. With this resolution in mind, she decided to apply for a leave of absence from school after a while, intending to stay close to Xiaomei and thwart his wandering heart. How despicable, Xiaomei. You have vowed that I am the only one for you in this lifetime, yet here you are associating with other girls. You will pay for this. Xiaomei, just wait. As she uttered the final words, her voice resonated with intensity, underscoring the depth of her fury. It was evident how profoundly incensed she was. One could only imagine that if they were to meet, she might very well consume Xiaomei whole. Meanwhile, Xiaomei, driving towards his next destination, inexplicably sneezed. Who dares to think of this young master causing such a reaction? Unbeknownst to him, he was already the subject of betrayal and continued to revel in his arrogance. Blissfully unaware that his days of indulgence were numbered. Young Master Xiaomei, you didn't engage in any inappropriate activities with Ruhuai yesterday, did you? Teased a beautiful lady beside him. How could that be? I have never partaken in such acts. You must not slander my name. I merely asked Xiaohua to assist me in selecting gifts, Xiaomei retorted, visibly irked by the insinuation. Men can endure many jests, but family and such matters are off limits. Moreover, he had genuinely only sought Ruhuai's help with gifts. Of course, I believe you, young Master Xiaomei, the teasing lady conceded, recognizing his agitation and opting to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 113, The Shallow Red Dojo. Early in the morning, Xiaoji and his companions set out towards their destination, the Shallow Red Dojo. Having previously lost their way, they had inquired with a shop attendant who kindly provided directions, ensuring their departure this time was remarkably smooth, free from the misadventures of before. Consequently, their journey unfolded seamlessly, and they soon arrived at their destination, a quaint, traditional wooden house. Who would have imagined such an ancient structure still standing in this modern age? Brock stroked his chin, surveying the rustic wooden abode nestled in the heart of the mountains, finding it quite rare. I recall that the master of the Shallow Red Dojo is a ninja, so the interior of this house is likely to be anything but simple. It may well be filled with traps. We should proceed with caution when we enter, Xiaoji remarked, recalling the plot from the original narrative. Given his current prowess, he had no fear of the traps, but the same could not be said for his companions. Hence his thoughtful warning. Is that so? Does that mean this wooden house is quite perilous? Misty inquired, surprised by the revelation. Indeed, we should all be vigilant as we enter, Xiaoji advised, choosing not to elaborate further but urging them to step inside. With that, the group ventured forth, pushing open the heavy door and entering the ominous wooden house fraught with hidden dangers. Stay close to me, you two, and we shall all emerge unscathed, Xiaoji instructed with a serious expression. Understood, they replied in unison, nodding in agreement. Satisfied that they were in accord, Xiaoji led them cautiously forward, using his perceptive abilities to navigate the treacherous terrain. As he discerned the myriad traps lurking within the house, he couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his brow. Under Xiaoji's guidance, the trio advanced cautiously into the foyer, yet just before they reached the hallway, Misty, feeling emboldened by the apparent absence of peril, leaned back carelessly. In an instant, she inadvertently triggered a mechanism that sent her crashing against the wall. Hearing the commotion, Brock and Xiaoji turned to find Misty had inexplicably vanished. What happened? Where did Misty go? Brock asked, bewildered. There was clearly a living person right here, and now she's just gone. Xiaoji deduced that she had triggered a trap and been transported to the other side of the wall. Brock, upon realizing it was a hidden door, stepped forward and successfully opened it, revealing Misty sitting on the ground, rubbing her backside. Ouch! What kind of house is this? She lamented, frustration evident on her face. It is clear that this is no ordinary abode, Brock asserted firmly. Xiaoji couldn't help but chuckle at Misty's predicament. What is so amusing, Xiaoji? She snapped, noticing his barely concealed smile. Oh, I merely recalled a joyful memory, he replied, unable to stifle his laughter. What joyful memory? Misty demanded, gritting her teeth. I was just reminiscing about my childhood antics with my childhood friend, Xiaoji recounted, laughing once more. Just as Misty was about to press him for more details, Xiaoji suddenly shouted, pointing behind her, interrupting her inquiry. Look, what is that Pokémon? Brock exclaimed, astonished. Misty turned to see a small, fluffy purple creature with two antennae appearing behind her. Is that a Mankey? She murmured. In the moment of Xiaoji's distraction, the Mankey darted past them, heading for the exit of the concealed door. The trio quickly followed, eager to catch up with the creature now standing in the corridor. The Mankey paused, glancing back at them and calling out several times. It seems it wants us to follow. Xiaoji translated, understanding the creature's intent. Then let us pursue it. Brock agreed. After signaling, the Mankey departed in another direction. Hold on. Remember to stay close to me, Xiaoji reiterated, guiding them onward. Ash did not hasten to have the two follow the Pokeball, but instead offered them a gentle reminder. Misty and Brock nodded in agreement, with both of them consenting. Ash refrained from saying more and led the way. Upon reaching the corridor where the Pokeball had ventured, Ash sensed that numerous electrode lay hidden beneath. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt on that section of the floor, Ash instructed, pointing at a particular spot. Upon hearing this, Pikachu leaped off Ash's shoulder and landed on the ground, releasing a burst of electric sparks that struck the floor with great intensity. Brock and Misty, caught off guard by Ash's sudden command for Pikachu to attack the floor, were momentarily perplexed. Just as they were about to inquire, they witnessed the floor collapse, revealing a large red and white Pokeball beneath. However, this oversized Pokeball was peculiar, as it possessed two eyes. That's an electrode. Had we stepped on that, we would have been paralyzed, Brock exclaimed, sweat trickling down his brow as he gazed at the electrode concealed beneath the floor. To his shock, the room truly was filled with traps, just as Ash had described. Misty was equally startled by the revelation, patting her chest, feeling fortunate to have narrowly escaped a mishap. If you follow me, you will assuredly remain safe, Ash assured them with a smile, noticing their astonishment. They nodded again, now firmly convinced by Ash's previous warnings and the peril they had just witnessed. By the way, Ash, how did you know this place was fraught with dangers? Have you been here before? Brock queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. I've never been here, but I know, Ash replied with a smile. It's one of the abilities of psychic powers. Upon hearing this, both Misty and Brock simultaneously thought of one particular ability, foresight. After all, apart from having the gift of foresight, how could Ash possibly predict the dangers of a place he had never visited? Given some rumors circulating outside, it was easy for them to arrive at this conclusion. Had Ash been privy to their thoughts, he would likely have worn a bemused expression. Nevertheless, they were correct in their assumptions, for before his journey here, Ash had watched the anime and was aware of certain future events. Coupled with his photographic memory, it could indeed be considered a form of foresight. Chapter 114. Do you wish to dance? All right, Leader Shallow Red, you may emerge now. Your traps are ineffective against me, Ash called out loudly. At the same time, he approached another mechanism. Or perhaps, Leader Shallow Red, you intend to rely on such traps to ensnare me? Ash remarked, kicking the adjacent wooden wall. As a result of that single kick, the wall collapsed, revealing the true nature of the outside, a sheer cliff. The observing gym leader, Aki, was taken aback by this revelation, pondering to himself, how does this kid know that beyond the wooden door lies a precipice? Is it possible he has seen the script I devised? Goodness, this room contains traps soaring dozens of feet high. This is extraordinary. Brock gazed down at the cliff, feeling a chill run down his spine. Should he inadvertently trigger a mechanism here, he might find himself plunged into oblivion. The mere thought sent his heart racing. However, as he remembered that a gifted ally was guiding them, he felt a sense of relief. Just as they were contemplating their next move, the Pokeball they had seen earlier re-emerged from the wooden wall. Upon witnessing the Pokeball's emergence, Ash and his companions understood that they had reached their destination. The Pokeball gestured for them to enter hastily. Thus, they pushed through the wooden wall. But barely had they crossed the threshold when they heard a whistling sound in the air. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens flew towards them. Ash reacted swiftly, grasping both of his friends and pulling them back several steps, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. What just happened? Brock inquired, staring at the three shurikens embedded in the ground in confusion. Is this how guests are treated at the Shallow Red Gym? Quite inhospitable. Ash couldn't help but scoff. Ha 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 ha. Born in darkness, moving in darkness. This is the fate of a ninja. Presenting the female ninja, Ayako, with a hearty laugh. A female ninja clad in a red combat outfit and possessing long, dark green hair appeared before them. Born in darkness? Don't you think your colors are a tad too flashy? Misty replied, her face flushing with embarrassment. Why are you meddling? Do you all not appreciate my greeting? Ayako twirled a shuriken in her hand, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Do you wish to dance? Ash blurted out, suddenly reminded of a certain dance king. Dance. The female ninja looked at Ash with a puzzled expression. Ahem, what I meant to say is, as a nimble ninja, wouldn't you know how to dance? Ash explained earnestly. Oh, now I understand. Ayako exclaimed, a look of realization dawning on her face, before apologetically addressing Ash. Although I am a ninja, I do not know how to dance. I hope I haven't disappointed you. And no worries, Ash replied, shaking his head dismissively. Wow, that vibrant pink suits you perfectly, miss. I dare say, you could easily become a beloved star, even if not a ninja. From the moment Brock laid eyes on the female ninja, his face turned crimson, instantly transforming into a smitten admirer. Brock, revert back. Stop being such a sycophant. There's no future in that, Ash urged, pulling Brock back, unwilling to witness him suffer. It's all right. As long as this lovely lady is willing, I would gladly be her devoted admirer for life, Brock declared, his gaze fixated solely on the female ninja. Seeing Brock's unwavering dedication, Ash could only sigh in exasperation, ultimately deciding to release his grip on Brock. The outcome was as predictable as in the original narrative. Once Ash let go, Brock dashed forward, eager to engage with the female ninja. Smack! Before he could utter a single word, the ninja effortlessly slapped him away, rendering him incapacitated. Upon regaining his footing, Brock appeared despondent. Ash watched this unfold with a resigned shrug. He had already warned Brock, and since he was unwilling to heed caution, Ash decided to let him be. After all, he had done his part. Humph, this is a training ground. You barged in without caution, so if you get hurt, you have no one to blame but yourselves, Ayako declared, her foot pressing down on Brock. Witnessing Brock so easily subdued beneath the female ninja's foot, Ash initially contemplated intervening. However, he soon realized that Brock appeared to be enjoying the situation. Well, if he finds joy in it, I shall leave him be, Ash concluded, abandoning the thought of interference. Oh, indeed, is this the Vermilion Gym? Ash inquired. Yes, and what of it? To earn a badge, you must first defeat me, the female ninja retorted with an air of arrogance. Oh, come now. I am here to challenge the gym, not to engage in childish games. If my memory serves me correctly, the gym leader of Vermilion is a male elder known as Brock. How could you possibly be him? Ash waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the true leader to make an appearance. Upon hearing the term elder, a figure hidden in the shadows pondered, am I really that old? I'm only 29. Do I truly resemble an elder? Well, perhaps I do, but that is merely due to my mature appearance, not because I actually am one. Yes, that's precisely it. The figure vehemently opposed Ash's words from the shadows. After all, he merely looked a tad more mature than his age. Child's play. The female ninja, incredulous at Ash's words, retorted loudly. How much older do you think you are than me to dare say I'm playing house? Just a brat. Do you think you have the right to say such things? Where do I appear small? Ash scrutinized her closely and realized she was indeed quite grown up. Hey, where are you looking, kid? The female ninja, noticing Ash's gaze, became infuriated and hurled several shurikens at him. Reacting swiftly, Ash adeptly dodged her attacks with ease. Chapter 115, Brock, the Vermilion Gym Leader. Arrogant brat, the female ninja seethed. Upon hearing this, Ash noted the similarity in tone when she referred to him as a brat, reminiscent of how Misty would call him. Had it not been for the fact that this woman was indeed Brock's sister, May, he might have been led to believe she was Misty herself. Vermilion Gym Leader, could you perhaps reveal yourself? Hiding behind the scenes only leads to misunderstandings, Ash declared, eager to conclude the exchanges with the female ninja and summon Brock from his concealment. If you wish to battle my brother, you must first defeat me, the female ninja remarked disdainfully, gazing down at Ash. Very well, Ash acknowledged, realizing that without a battle, she would refuse to yield. Given her attitude, he resolved to send forth the weakest Pokémon in his team. It's decided then, Pikachu, Ash called out. Pika, at your service. Pikachu leapt from Ash's shoulder, taking position in the arena with hands on hips, glaring at the female ninja with an expression that seemed to challenge her, as if to say, bring it on. This Pikachu seems rather different from the others I've seen, the female ninja thought upon seeing the impressive creature. She recalled her classmates mentioning that only female Pikachu could learn special skills, and this male Pikachu puzzled her. Before she could give it further thought, a ball of electricity unexpectedly rolled into view. With a loud bang, the electric ball exploded, enveloping the area in smoke, from which a blue figure emerged. "May, hold on. Let me handle this battle." A voice echoed from within the smoke. As the fog cleared, a middle-aged man emerged, his serious demeanor indicating he had arrived late due to prior commitments. "I apologize for the delay," Brock said to Ash. "No worries, we can still continue. Let us consider it a friendly match," Ash replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Ahem. My sister has pressing academic duties and cannot afford to expend energy on this battle, so allow me to take her place." "Very well. I shall refrain from being overly aggressive," Ash conceded, noticing Brock's serious demeanor. "In this match, we shall employ a knockout format with 2 Pokémon. Is that acceptable?" Brock inquired, casting a solemn glance at Pikachu before turning his attention to Ash. "Absolutely," Ash nodded in agreement. With Ash's consent, Brock released his first Pokémon. "Then my first Pokémon shall be this one, Swablu." He tossed the Pokeball, revealing a Swablu in the arena. "Oh, it's a Swablu. We've encountered one before." Ash smiled. "Ah, this Swablu is not the same as the one you previously saw. Its experience is exceedingly high," Brock began, but before he could finish, a brilliant white light of evolution enveloped Swablu. "Wow, is that a transformation?" Brock exclaimed in astonishment. "Fool, that is an evolution," Misty snapped, visibly irritated by Brock's blunder. Having witnessed numerous Pokémon evolutions, it was baffling for her that he would forget the very essence of evolution, leading her to conclude that he was hopeless. "Beautifly. Use your Stun Spore." Brock seized the moment to initiate with Stun Spore. "Pikachu, use Quick Attack and show him what absolute speed looks like," Ash commanded confidently. The Beautifly released a shower of yellow powder as it soared toward its target. Pikachu glanced up at the Beautifly, confirmed the target, and transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, Pikachu reappeared beside Beautifly and collided with it, sending it flying. The impacted Beautifly soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing violently through a wooden wall. Now a champion-level Pikachu, it easily overwhelmed the freshly evolved Beautifly, marking its first battle post-evolution with a loss. All present were left in stunned silence, gazing at Pikachu in disbelief, particularly Ash and Misty, who had never expected that the usually playful Pikachu possessed such terrifying power. The battle concluded with a single strike, a shocking outcome that left them both astounded. Vowing silently to never provoke Pikachu's wrath in the future, Ash gently asked, "Pikachu, do you wish to continue fighting?" "Pika, no more. Let the others handle the fighting." Pikachu waved dismissively, appearing rather lethargic. Upon hearing this, Ash's expression darkened. How did this Pikachu develop such a gang-like attitude? And why had the Pokemon I caught become your subordinate? Just as Ash was about to call Pikachu back and send out another Pokemon for training, the ceiling suddenly collapsed. As the dust settled, they beheld a grand stage. Upon gaining clarity, they spotted 2 street performers and a Meowth making their entrance. Recognizing this familiar trio without a second thought, Ash knew exactly who they were. "Since you have so earnestly inquired, I shall graciously oblige and reveal the truth. In order to prevent the world from being ravaged, to safeguard the tranquility of our realm, and to embody the essence of love and authenticity amidst malevolence, the charming and endearing antagonists, Jesse and James, make their appearance." Their familiar opening lines are infused with an unusual theatrical flair, rendering their trio's entrance captivating in a manner that is seldom seen. Consequently, Ash refrains from immediately launching an attack against them, opting instead to quietly observe their performance. After a few days apart, "Have you returned from your dramatic training?" Ash jested with a smile. "Humph, we are here to seize your precious Pokemon. You may step aside." Jessie waved her hand dismissively. "Indeed," James chimed in, nodding in agreement. Chapter 116, Grateful for Nature's Bounty. "Go, Weezing. You too, Gloom." Both of them hurled their Pokeballs simultaneously. Although these Pokemon had already reached their final evolutions, they posed little threat to Ash. "There's no other option. The duel is on hold. Let's deal with these 2 rascals, Butterfree." Brock swiftly grasped the situation, realizing that the trio had come to cause a disturbance, and promptly chose to pause the battle. "Join in as well, Spheal." Seeing Brock take action, May also sounded the call for her Pokemon to retaliate. "Prepare for battle." James, having come well prepared this time, immediately launched a counterattack upon witnessing their moves. Suddenly, he unleashed 2 strands of silk from his hands, ensnaring both Pokemon against the wall, rendering them immobile. "Goodness, after a few days apart, you've transformed into Spider-Man. If I were to send you to Professor Oak, he would surely be thrilled," Ash exclaimed with excitement. Allow me to assist. Go, Stereo. Misty raised her Pokeball, but just as she was about to throw it, a Pokémon unexpectedly dashed out from her backpack. Quack! Psyduck emerged, wearing a serious expression, seemingly under the impression that Misty had summoned it for battle. I called for Stereo. Psyduck, what are you doing here? Misty exclaimed, collapsing in exasperation. Quack! Am I not Stereo? Psyduck tilted its head, appearing somewhat guilty. Never mind, just get in there, Stereo. Misty decided to ignore Psyduck, raising the Pokeball again. But to her surprise, Psyduck boldly approached her, wrapping its arms around her fair legs, gazing up at her with an innocent, pleading expression. How infuriating. You've already come out. So why aren't you fighting? Misty shouted, her frustration boiling over at Psyduck's foolish demeanor. Quack! Psyduck seemed confused, scratching its head in bewilderment until it met Misty's fierce gaze, which suggested she was ready to roast it. Only then did it scamper onto the battlefield. With its head hung low, Psyduck trudged towards Team Rocket. Ash, what attacks does Psyduck know? Misty inquired, her eyes fixed on Ash. Since Misty was clearly in a foul mood, Ash dared not provoke her and obediently replied. It can use Tail Whip. As Ash utilized his system's scanning function to assess Psyduck's abilities, he hadn't even finished speaking when Misty decisively chose that move. Alright, Psyduck, use Tail Whip. Misty commanded with determination. Ash opened his mouth to object, but upon seeing Misty's resolute enthusiasm, he decided against it. He even had to stifle a laugh. Otherwise, he feared that today would mark his last. As soon as Misty finished her command, Psyduck turned its back to the enemies and wiggled its little behind, its short tail swaying comically. Perhaps our duck Pokémon realized how utterly embarrassing its actions were, as it abruptly halted midway, blushing and shyly covering its face. Unbelievable. Misty's fists clenched in frustration. How can you call that an attack? Calm down, Misty. Psyduck has more than one move. We can try something else. Ash, suppressing his amusement, attempted to console her earnestly. What other moves? Tell me quickly. Misty, still fuming, demanded. There's Scratch. Ash attempted to explain, but before he could finish, Misty was already impatient. Psyduck, you Scratch, she shouted. Quack! Psyduck raised its right hand, the tips of its 3 fingers gleaming with sharp light, and charged towards Jessie's Weezing. However, as it swung its paw, it missed entirely, and in a surprising twist, it inadvertently positioned itself as a delightful snack for Weezing. Weezing, not having to lift a finger, found a meal presented to it, and promptly expressed gratitude for nature's bounty. As it savored the unexpected treat, it bit down hard, contemplating the flavor before making further plans. Quack! Psyduck, now aware of the pain from being bitten, clutched its head and began to run in circles. How could such a weak Pokémon exist? My head hurts. Misty lamented, her hopes for Psyduck dwindling as she held her head in agony. Brock had initially thought Misty was there to assist, but upon witnessing Psyduck's utter incompetence, he couldn't help but sigh, losing faith in Misty's Pokémon as well. We should retreat for now. Given his background as a member of Team Rocket, he was cautious about exposing his Pokémon to the League's scrutiny, so his main team was still hidden away. He needed to retrieve them. Brock pulled out a remote control, and as he pressed a button, several holes appeared in the intact ceiling. From within those openings, a multitude of thunderballs tumbled down, encircling Team Rocket. As the thunderballs detonated, creating a significant cloud of smoke, Brock seized Ash and the others, leading them into another peculiar room. This room feels oddly unsettling, doesn't it? Brock remarked as he entered. This is called the Tilted Room. It is designed to confuse the enemy's senses, Brock explained. Though the explosions of the thunderballs appeared grand, they posed little hindrance to Team Rocket's movements, merely generating clouds of smoke. It was truly remarkable how Jessie and James, despite the door being right beside them, chose to demolish a wall instead of using it to escape. It seems as though they believe that without such antics, they would fail to demonstrate their villainous nature. Chapter 117, The Awakening of Psyduck. Given that Ash was well aware of Team Rocket's preparations, which included a specialized silk designed to counter Pikachu's attributes, he refrained from sending Pikachu into battle and instead planned to summon his other Pokémon. Quack, quack, quack. To everyone's surprise, Psyduck, in a frenzied dash, appeared from seemingly nowhere, scurrying back and forth between Team Rocket and Ash's group. Unable to tolerate this, Misty exclaimed, Psyduck, you were mistakenly called out. Come back. Upon seeing the hapless Psyduck, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and promptly attempted to return it to its Pokeball. After all, if she allowed Psyduck to continue this way, her social life would be in jeopardy. Its current performance was simply too humiliating for her to bear. Misty took out a Pokeball, intending to retrieve Psyduck. However, to everyone's astonishment, Psyduck, with its unique and flamboyant dodging skills, effortlessly evaded the red beam of light emitted from the Pokeball, repeatedly avoiding capture. After several failed attempts to return Psyduck into its Pokeball, Misty started to feel a mix of embarrassment and frustration, wishing she could seize Psyduck on the spot and prepare it for a culinary feast of soups and roasted duck. While Misty was still holding back her anger, Meowth, on the other hand, was visibly vexed by Psyduck's antics. "I can't stand you anymore," Meowth shouted in exasperation, its tone dripping with impatience. In a swift leap, Meowth appeared beside Psyduck and kicked it away. Even Team Rocket had turned against Psyduck, and upon witnessing Meowth's intolerable reaction, Misty felt a surge of tears welling up within her. Despite her complaints, she rushed to Psyduck's side and cradled it in her arms. Don't you think its headache seems to be worsening?" Brock pointed out, noticing Psyduck's distress. After being kicked by Meowth, Psyduck lay in Misty's unremarkable embrace, its headache intensifying until it finally closed its eyes. When it opened them again, a blue light emanated from its eyes, transforming its once wise gaze into a piercing glare. Buzz! A wave of azure psychic energy erupted from Psyduck's vivid blue eyes. The psychic force radiating from Psyduck rivaled Ash's own energy, perhaps even surpassing it. As Team Rocket found themselves enveloped in this surge of psychic power, their bodies stiffened, becoming puppets manipulated by Psyduck. Initially bewildered, the trio soon morphed into expressions of fear and anxiety. "What on earth is happening?" Jessie exclaimed, feeling an unsettling sensation of losing control over her own body. "I can't move," James echoed, gripped by panic. "What is going on, Meowth?" Meowth cried out in terror. While they were engulfed in uncertainty, Psyduck unleashed its psychic abilities, tossing Team Rocket up and down in midair. Ultimately, Psyduck hurled them skyward, transforming them into 3 shooting stars that vanished from sight. What a dreadful feeling. Team Rocket lamented as they flew away, their voices trailing off into the distance. Once Team Rocket had completely disappeared, Psyduck's psychic energy ebbed away, returning to its essence. Quack! What just happened? Where did those 3 go? Psyduck tilted its head in confusion, surveying its surroundings in bewilderment. Just a moment ago, there had been 3 individuals present. Where could they have vanished? Psyduck's newfound power felt rather troublesome. Brock mused inwardly upon witnessing Psyduck's recent display of strength. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but express his thoughts. Indeed, Misty replied with a resigned nod, agreeing with Brock's sentiment. Although both found the situation quite bothersome nearby, AJ and Aya appeared to be quite intrigued. "Oh my, your displayed abilities are remarkable. How about a trade for my Mothim?" AJ suggested, noticing Misty's apparent disinterest. "Why not trade it for my Furret?" Aya chimed in, equally captivated by Psyduck. "No way, Psyduck is already my Pokémon. I wouldn't trade it so readily." Misty immediately rejected their proposals. Despite Psyduck's seemingly foolish demeanor, Misty recognized its potential and was reluctant to part with it. As the saying goes, "A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in a haystack," Brock sighed, shaking his head. "If a woman's heart is indeed so elusive, why do you still seek that needle, Brock?" Ash teased. "Of course, it is to have a sweet romance with a beautiful lady," Brock replied, his expression filled with longing. "Although our challenge was abruptly interrupted, witnessing your potential has led me to believe you possess the ability to inherit this badge," AJ remarked to Ash. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I prefer to earn your recognition through battle," Ash responded, shaking his head in refusal. AJ nodded in agreement with Ash's reply. "In that case, shall we head to the courtyard for our final one-on-one match?" AJ suggested, glancing at the mess Team Rocket had left in his home, sighing deeply. "All right, that sounds good," Ash nodded in affirmation. With the agreement reached, the two made their way to the courtyard to commence their one-on-one battle. The opponent sent out a Zubat. Just as in the original story, while Ash called forth his B-Drill. "Zubat, use Supersonic. B-Drill, use Agility." Zubat unleashed an intense sound wave aimed at B-Drill. Relying on its incredible speed, B-Drill executed Agility, charging towards Zubat with its twin stingers poised for attack, moving with remarkable swiftness. "Watch out, Zubat, dodge." The outcome was inevitable. Ash effortlessly claimed victory, securing the badge as he set forth on his next journey. Chapter 118, Like the Wind. After obtaining the badge from the Vermilion Gym, Ash and his companions departed from the establishment. Following days of travel, once they had thoroughly exited the dense mountains, Ash began preparing for the evolution of his Houndour. After all this time, it was indeed time for Houndour to evolve into the magnificent Rapidash. With Rapidash by their side, during their travels, they could rest and continue on their journey while riding atop this majestic steed whenever fatigue set in. Upon the thought of soon acquiring a dashing steed, Ash could hardly contain his excitement. The mere idea that he would have a Pokémon eager to carry him on journeys during his leisure time filled him with delight. Had it not been for the exceptional aptitude of his Houndoom, which rendered the effects of his potions futile, Ash would not have placed his hopes of enhancing Houndoom's potential upon the Rainbow Feather. He aimed to allow Houndoom ample time to acclimatize to the Rainbow Feather, hoping it would awaken the legendary skill, Sacred Fire, upon evolution. Otherwise, Ash would not have gone to such lengths to delay Houndoom's evolution for so long. Now, seeing that Houndoom had adapted sufficiently, Ash resolved to facilitate its evolution today. Ash, are you preparing for Houndoom's evolution? Brock inquired, noticing Houndoom had been released. Indeed, Houndoom has been by my side for quite some time. It is high time for its evolution, Ash murmured, gazing at Houndoom. Yet, he pondered whether, without his potions, Houndoom's potential would remain at the threshold of a champion. The mere thought troubled him, fearing Houndoom might stagnate at that level post-evolution. Nevertheless, Ash had long contemplated this matter and decided that should Houndoom's evolution fail to elevate its potential, he would utilize the only item within his system that could enhance Houndoom's aptitude. Regardless of the circumstances, Houndoom had been a loyal companion for an extended period. Holding the second position in his team, Ash retrieved the exquisite Fire Stone, purchased with assistance from Misty during their time in Goldenrod City. The cost of this singular stone had set him back several million. Having consulted his system, Ash confirmed that this extraordinary Fire Stone would indeed yield significant benefits during Houndoom's evolution. Consequently, with this stone in hand, Ash required no further resources. It could be said that this exquisite Fire Stone was equivalent to the 10 potions he had previously prepared, if not superior in efficacy. This remarkable item possessed the potential to elevate a Pokémon's aptitude from that of a near champion to a full champion upon evolution. Thus, Ash felt justified in not needing to gather any additional resources to assist Houndoom in achieving its evolution. Although the outcome remained a matter of chance, Ash found himself placing his hopes firmly upon this exquisite Fire Stone. Houndoom, are you ready? Ash asked, looking at Houndoom with a hint of formality. Oh, whoa! Houndoom exclaimed excitedly, brimming with anticipation at the thought of becoming as formidable and majestic as its predecessors. Seeing Houndoom's eagerness, Ash couldn't help but smile, then presented the exquisite Fire Stone before Houndoom. All you need to do is touch this stone to evolve, he encouraged. Upon hearing this, Houndoom, panting with excitement, gently tapped the Fire Stone with its forepaw. The moment its paw made contact, Houndoom was enveloped in a brilliant light of evolution, expanding at an astonishing rate from a height of 1 meter to an impressive 22 meters, surpassing the typical height of a Rapidash by 3 centimeters. Post-evolution, Houndoom's form transformed significantly. No longer resembling a mere pup, it boasted a luxurious mane of flaxen fur that framed its face. Its body was adorned with striking black stripes reminiscent of a tiger, and its piercing eyes sparkled with vitality as it wagged its tail vigorously. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed Ash's Houndoom. Observing the newly transformed Houndoom, Ash smiled with a sense of pride, as if reflecting on the maturation of his once small pup. After confirming Houndoom's favorable condition, Ash activated the system's scanning feature to review Houndoom's post-evolution data. Pokémon, Houndoom, gender, male, level, 50, ability, intimidate, intimidates opponents upon entry, lowering their attack. Potential, champion, held item, charcoal, rainbow feather, moves, morning sun, fire fong, glare, ember, howl, bite, flamethrower, assist, fire spin, quick attack, overheat, dragon pulse, hyper beam, flare blitz, close combat, solar beam. After reviewing this information, Ash felt the weight of anxiety lift from his heart. Initially concerned that Houndoom's potential might remain at the near champion level, he was relieved to find it had indeed advanced, thus preserving a rare resource. However, a tinge of disappointment lingered as Houndoom did not inherit the power of Sacred Fire from the Rainbow Feather. Yet, Ash quickly dismissed this fleeting sentiment. Whether Houndoom acquired the skill was inconsequential. If it was meant to learn, it would. If not, then it simply was not destined to be. Ash had always maintained a pragmatic outlook on such matters, accepting that some things were beyond his control. Just as he intended to return Houndoom to its Pokeball, Ash noticed the rainbow feather adorning Houndoom was emitting a faint, iridescent glow. Momentarily taken aback, Ash rushed to Houndoom's side, only to see the feather revert to its dull state. Confused, he examined the feather meticulously, seeking any irregularities. "What's wrong, Ash?" Brock and Misty, having sensed something amiss, hurried to his side, inquiring about the situation. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I merely imagined it," Ash replied, shaking his head. "Imagine what?" Misty queried, puzzled. "I thought I saw this feather glowing, so I came to check, but as I approached, it returned to its original state," Ash explained patiently. "Oh, I see. Misty nodded in understanding, agreeing that Ash might have misinterpreted the situation. Houndoom, may I take this feather? Ash contemplated, convinced that he had not erred. As his eyesight was keen, to confirm his instincts, he inquired Houndoom's permission to possess the feather for closer observation. As he had gifted it to Houndoom, it was only polite to seek consent for its removal. Woof. Houndoom readily agreed, and Ash couldn't help but smile, reaching out to stroke Houndoom's majestic head. As the speedy dog sensed that its master was about to stroke it, perhaps due to the awareness that its height now surpassed that of Ash, it displayed remarkable understanding. When Ash reached out to pet it, the dog graciously lowered its head, allowing Ash to caress it freely. Thank you, speedy dog, Ash said, noticing the dog's accommodating demeanor. This prompted a shift in his initial intention to merely pet it. He instead embraced it warmly. This scene piqued the interest of the two individuals nearby, who also moved in to hug the speedy dog. Chapter 119. The Depths of Despair During Midday. After the speedy dog had completed its evolution, Ash and his companions quickened their pace, finally escaping the confines of the Vermilion Gym. Upon crossing the mountainous terrain surrounding the gym, Ash found himself in the renowned wild Pokémon Sanctuary, a place often depicted in the games as the untamed wilderness. Oh, we have finally arrived at the sanctuary, Ash exclaimed, gazing at the expansive plains ahead with a sense of relief. Although this is indeed the wild area you mentioned, it does not seem as dire as you suggested. It is merely a matter of Ms. Junsha treating you to a meal. Brock jested. This meal could sustain one for a lifetime, perhaps with a side of peanuts, Ash replied with a grin, continuing Brock's jest. Enough with the puns. Let us refrain from overdoing it, Brock suddenly remarked with a serious expression. Come on, you're the one enjoying this the most. Ash teased back. That is true. Brock chuckled, scratching his head. What on earth are you two talking about? I'm completely lost. Misty interjected, her expression one of confusion. Ahem, it's nothing. Oh, look over there. What is that? Ash suddenly pointed towards a group of mysterious Pokémon galloping in the distance. As the group of Pokémon approached, they brought with them a thunderous sound of galloping. Brock and Misty immediately turned their attention to the commotion. To their surprise, they discovered a herd of Tauros. Pikachu. They don't seem particularly formidable. Are you interested in challenging them? Ash teased, recalling past events. However, he overlooked the change in Pikachu's demeanor. Pika, whatever the boss wants me to do, I'll do it, just watch. Pikachu exclaimed, rolling up its sleeves, eager for action. In the original storyline, upon hearing Ash's encouragement, Pikachu would have pulled out a small blanket it had taken from Ash's bed and curled up to sleep. Yet now, Pikachu's reaction was furrowed brows instead. Realizing that Pikachu was not exhibiting the behavior he had anticipated, Ash was reminded of the fact that he had inadvertently led Pikachu astray. This thought darkened Ash's expression, and he suddenly uttered a phrase that Pikachu dreaded the most. Your ketchup is gone tonight. Pikachu froze at those words, its demeanor akin to a shattered being. Paralyzed in place. Though it yearned to protest, Ash's statement rendered it too fearful to argue. The absence of ketchup tonight meant far more than mere condiment deprivation. Once filled with enthusiasm to challenge Tauros, Pikachu now felt despondent. Producing a blanket from seemingly nowhere and covering itself, as if contemplating where it had gone wrong and why it had lost its ketchup. Today's ketchup was a precious opportunity, one of only 2 occasions in a week when it could indulge. How could it possibly survive on one less serving? Observing Pikachu's forlorn state, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, upon hearing Ash's laughter, Pikachu seethed internally. What is so funny? Do you have any idea how devastated I am about the ketchup? If you weren't my master, I would unleash a thunderbolt on you. Although such an act would be futile against Ash, it would at least provide an outlet for Pikachu's frustration and soothe its aching heart. All right. I understand you're upset. I want to take away your ketchup tonight, Ash reassured. Upon hearing that the ketchup would be restored, Pikachu perked up again. However, not long after emerging from its blanket, its spirits plummeted as it heard words it dreaded once more. I can tell you were cursing me in your heart just now. Therefore, not only is your ketchup gone today, but you won't have any next week either, Ash stated coldly. Boom. Pikachu felt as if it had been struck by lightning upon hearing Ash's abrupt reversal, its mind reeling and its body seemingly petrified into fragments. This enraged Pikachu, which promptly tossed aside its beloved blanket and stormed toward the Tauros, intent on confronting the herd. After all, if one could enjoy 1 meal and 1 peanut, then 2 could yield twice the enjoyment. It was a surefire way to profit. Chapter 120. A heavy toll. While the term the depths of despair may be somewhat exaggerated, it certainly holds true in the Pokémon world. In the wilds, capturing Pokémon necessitates the use of wild balls and culinary skills. Only through technique can one legally capture them. If a Pokémon is not a native of the wilderness or is already owned, any battles involving wild Pokémon could lead to the trainer's apprehension, regardless of intent. In lighter cases, a trainer might face a sentence of a year or more. In severe situations, if over 10 Pokémon are involved, a death sentence could be deemed inevitable. Although Ash's current status might afford him leniency, he was keenly aware that such matters were best avoided altogether. Upon witnessing Pikachu angrily march toward the Tauros, Ash instinctively grasped what Pikachu intended to do. Panic washed over him. "Wait, Pikachu, I was just joking," he called out urgently. Initially, Pikachu pressed forward with determination, but midway, its pace inexplicably slowed to a crawl, almost akin to a tortoise. Understanding the nuances of human emotions, Ash realized that Pikachu was intent on extracting a hefty price. "How about 3 bags of ketchup? Would that suffice?" Ash suggested, gritting his teeth. "Pika, 3 bags. Too little." Pikachu shook its head, dissatisfied. "5 bags. That's the best I can do," Ash continued, teeth clenched. His reluctance to grant frequent access to ketchup stemmed from the belief that overindulgence could lead to aversion, rendering Pikachu distasteful of what it once loved. Thus, he sought to maintain control over Pikachu's preferences. Ahem, for Pikachu's sake. Ash has been consistently regulating Pikachu's consumption of ketchup. "Pika, 10 packets." The 2 red electric pouches on Pikachu subtly emitted tiny sparks of electricity. All right, I promise you." Ash hastily acquiesced upon hearing Pikachu's demand, fearing what mischief Pikachu might conjure next. Despite Ash's agreement, the cunning Pikachu remained vigilant and extended its paws, demanding the 10 packets of ketchup. "How could I possibly have brought that much ketchup with me?" Ash lamented, his eyes brimming with unshed tears at Pikachu's insistence. Pika. Chew." Pikachu chose not to trust Ash's words, for it had always procured its ketchup from Ash's storage. Who knew how much was actually there? Pikachu thought to itself. Observing Pikachu's greedy demeanor, Ash felt utterly helpless and ultimately retrieved the last 6 packets of ketchup from the system's space. "This is the final ketchup I have left. As for the remaining 4 packets, I'll get them for you in town," Ash said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Pikachu cautiously confirmed that these were indeed the last 6 packets before accepting them, reluctantly placing its faith in Ash. "Do I really need you to provide me with this measly ketchup? What has happened to trust between friends?" "Oh right, you're not even human," Ash lamented, his face a picture of frustration. Pikachu, hearing Ash's words, chose to remain silent. Although it felt somewhat insulted, those words were inconsequential to it. After receiving the ketchup, Pikachu promptly stored it in its personal space. Only after seeing its desired items safely tucked away did Pikachu relax its guard and return to Ash's side. "What a clever little rascal Pikachu is," Misty observed Pikachu with an indescribable fondness. "Indeed, if I didn't bring 10 packets every day, I do wonder when I could ever spend this money." Ash mused to himself, feeling a tinge of melancholy at the thought of his remaining balance of 13 billion, a goal yet to be spent. Moreover, this sum did not even account for the money belonging to his mother, making them, in essence, inconspicuous yet immensely wealthy. It strikingly resembled the situation of a certain wealthy figure from Ash's previous life, who also faced monetary dilemmas. It felt as though someone was ruthlessly trampling their dignity into the ground. "I feel the same." Brock and Misty exchanged glances, united in their sentiments. "No worries, Ash. If you can't spend it all, let us help you," Brock exclaimed excitedly. While it seemed reasonable, it was hardly an invitation for me to foot the bill. "Today, let Ash cover the expenses. Though I have money, it's not meant to be squandered so frivolously. Enough chatter. Today, you shall treat us, so we can showcase your wealth." Just then, a Houndour dashed towards Ash and his companions, barking excitedly. "Woof!" Houndour approached them, catching Misty's attention. "Look, there's a Houndour," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with curiosity. Such Pokémon had largely been monopolized by Miss Junshaw, making this sight quite rare. It was likely that Miss Junshaw was nearby. "This is the wild area, established to preserve the natural habitat of Pokémon. Houndour could very well be one of them," Brock explained to Misty. "Or perhaps this Houndour belongs to a ranger," Ash suggested with a mischievous smile. "How can you be so sure this is a ranger's Pokémon?" Brock asked, puzzled. "Well, look over there." Ash pointed behind them. The two turned to see a blue-haired girl riding a Ponyta, galloping toward them. "You 3 over there. Please remain still while I conduct my inspection." "Thank you for your cooperation." The blue-haired girl dismounted gracefully and addressed them. "May I ask, what exactly are you inspecting?" Ash asked, shrugging in resignation. "Of course, I'm checking your Pokeballs to ensure you're not capturing any Pokémon here," she replied, her tone firm. "This is the wild area, a sanctuary for Pokémon to grow naturally. Capturing them without permission is strictly forbidden. Chapter 121, The Relationship Expert. Alright, if that's the case, please proceed with your inspection. Ash complied, handing over his Pokeballs for her scrutiny. Seeing Ash submit to the inspection, Brock and Misty followed suit, offering their Pokeballs as well. After a thorough examination, the blue-haired girl returned the Pokeballs, stating there were no issues. Incredible. If you continue to develop for another 5 years, you'll undoubtedly become a stunning beauty. May I inquire your name? Brock's face flushed crimson as he leaned toward the blue-haired girl, looking quite infatuated. I apologize for the inconvenience my companion has caused, Misty interjected, her veins throbbing as she pulled Brock away from the girl. Pursuing a girl is not as simple as you make it seem. Approaching someone and attempting to touch their hand can easily be perceived as inappropriate. And you might just get slapped for it. Please refrain from such behavior in the future, Ash cautioned, wrapping an arm around Brock's shoulder. With your words. It seems you have quite the expertise, Brock exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at Ash's remark. Ahem, of course. I am a relationship expert. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Ash raised an eyebrow, wearing a smug expression. Those unaware might genuinely believe this fellow was adept at wooing women. After all, he had once been the archetype of a playboy. Of course I want to learn. I think about it all the time. Please, Ash, teach me, Brock pleaded, excitement radiating from him as he clutched Ash's shoulders, ready to embark on his learning journey. Misty, witnessing this exchange, could only shake her head in disbelief, quietly distancing herself from the two, hoping they weren't acquaintances of hers. Excellent. Now listen closely. Ash nodded in satisfaction. Master Ash, I am ready, Brock enthusiastically proclaimed, eager to learn the art of courting. To win over a girl, the first step is to possess a gaze filled with melancholy. 70% of girls are drawn to a brooding demeanor, as it emanates a unique charm that captivates them effortlessly, Ash instructed with utmost seriousness. The eyes. Brock, upon hearing this, attempted to widen his eyes, only to find he could not open them any further. This first method might not suit me. Let us move on to the next. Ahem, Ash, could you please share the second method? Brock pressed eagerly. As for the second method, thus, the young boys must strive to lighten their complexion from this moment onward, as girls tend to favor clean and handsome young men. Upon hearing this, Xiaojing glanced at his own skin, reminiscent of tarnished bronze, and fell silent. Is there a third method? Certainly, there is, and it is the final resort. If you lack even this, then there is no hope. Moreover, this last method allows you to disregard the previous two. Xiaoji smiled mysteriously, creating an air of suspense. What is the method? Upon hearing that he could overlook the first two options, Xiaojing's eyes lit up with anticipation as he gazed at Xiaoji. It is quite simple. One must possess ability, looks, and wealth. Essentially, the adage goes, the more riches, the more fortune. Once Xiaoji concluded his statement, Xiaojing fell into a deeper silence. His already obscured features darkened further, and he felt utterly despondent. If I possessed all these, would I even need your guidance? The thought struck him, and he suddenly felt as though his life had become a dismal shade of gray. He crouched down and drew a circle in the dirt. Nearby, Xiaoxia observed Xiaojing's state. Utterly speechless. Before listening to others, can one not reflect on their own single status? How can one expect a solitary individual to impart wisdom on romance? One dares to teach, while the other dares to speak. Xiaoxia pressed her forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Ahem. The blue-haired girl, overhearing their conversation, felt a wave of shyness wash over her, sensing her own disconnection. Is it truly appropriate to discuss such matters in my presence? This is the Pokémon Wilds Preservation Area, and I am a member of the Lalamai tribe, responsible for its protection. In essence, this is the wild area safeguarded by our tribe, and my name is Fuko. The blue-haired girl hastily redirected the conversation, fearing the continuation of their discourse. Greetings. I am Xiaoji, currently journeying to become a Pokémon master. Xiaoji initiated his self-introduction. I am Xiaojing, Xiaoxia, he added briefly. After exchanging introductions, Fuko learned of their identities as trainers and warmly invited them to visit their tribal grounds. By the way, Fuko, don't you feel hot riding on the back of that Ponyta? Xiaoxia inquired, observing the flames blazing from Ponyta's back and contrasting it with Fuko's expression, noting her apparent comfort. Fear not, Ponyta will not allow its flames to scorch those it shares a bond with. Fuko smiled and explained to the trio. The flames upon your being appear exquisite. May I touch them? Xiaoji asked, captivated by Ponyta. Ponyta, sensing the inexplicable warmth emanating from Xiaoji, found it impossible to refuse him. With a snort, Ponyta consented. Upon receiving permission, Xiaoji smiled and gently stroked Ponyta's mane, which resembled flames. As he reached out, he did not encounter the expected scorching heat. Instead, he discovered the flames to be remarkably delicate, akin to silk, soft and smooth to the touch. Chapter 122. A formidable rival beside me. I never anticipated that you could touch Ponyta in such a short span, Xiaoji. Fuko's tone carried a hint of envy as she regarded him. Xiaoji placed his hand on Ponyta's back, tenderly caressing its flowing mane. In my days of raising Ponyta, I must have been burned countless times. Yet you succeeded in just one try. Truly impressive. Fuko, having experienced Ponyta's temperament firsthand, gazed at Xiaoji with admiration. Perhaps it was mere luck. It seems Ponyta took a particular liking to me, allowing me this ease of approach, Xiaoji chuckled. If only I possessed your fortune, I wouldn't have endured so many burns from Ponyta. Fuko reminisced, unable to suppress her thoughts. Xiaoji merely smiled in response. Raising one is already quite arduous. Managing such a multitude is indeed a daunting task. Xiaoxia reflected on her first Pokémon with a hint of nostalgia. The Pokémon of the Lalamai tribe thrive in nature. Thus, their strength far surpasses that of those from urban areas. Xiaojiang provided a professional explanation to Xiaoxia. Haha, hearing you say that brings me great joy. The people here take pride in their work, Fuko expressed sincerely. Coincidentally, our village is currently hosting a festival. If you do not mind, you are welcome to join us for the festivities. Fuko suddenly recalled the upcoming family event and extended the invitation to Xiaoji and his companions. A festival? That sounds intriguing. We certainly wouldn't want to miss it, Xiaoji replied with enthusiasm. A brief respite during our travels is essential. After all, one must balance work and relaxation. If you plan to attend, the timing is perfect, as our village will be hosting a Pokémon competition tomorrow. Fuko casually mentioned the event's details. It is a competition to showcase the growth achievements of Pokémon, and the champion will be recognized as the most renowned Pokémon breeder of the Lalamai tribe. Fuko's expression turned wistful at this point. Xiaoji then inquired, "May I ask, Miss Fuko, what format will the competition take?" It will feature a race among each participant's Pokémon. Akin to a marathon, the first to reach the finish line will be declared the champion. Given the marathon format, this promises to be quite exciting. My Houndoom has just evolved, and this is the perfect opportunity for it to shine. Xiaoji beamed with confidence. Oh, I hadn't realized you possessed a Houndoom. You are now my formidable rival, but I shall not concede easily. Fuko exuded confidence. Then I shall await your challenge, Miss Fuko. Just as Xiaoji finished speaking, a resounding rumble echoed behind them, and before they could react, a flock of Doduo rushed past, quickly disappearing from view. How peculiar. Could that be another Tauros? Xiaoxia, unable to discern the Pokémon, speculated that it might be yet another Tauros. Just as they were pondering, a voice called out from behind them. Hey, Fuko. Upon hearing the voice, the group turned to see a young boy riding a Doduo approaching them. Before anyone could speak, the boy boldly proclaimed, Fuko, I have come to inform you that I will surely win tomorrow's competition. The boy, riding Doduo, arrogantly addressed Fuko. Not necessarily. In a Pokémon competition, speed alone does not guarantee victory. Just wait and see. Fuko retorted curtly. I understand. Then let us meet again tomorrow, the young boy declared, before continuing to ride his Doduo, stirring up a cloud of dust as he departed, resolutely pursuing his cherished creature. What a nuisance. That fellow's personality is absolutely dreadful, Misty exclaimed, choking on the dust kicked up by the boy, swallowing a mouthful of sand, and in her anger, she hurled insults in the direction he had vanished. Indeed, he was just as insufferable as Gary. Ash waved his hand, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and remarked in a nonchalant manner. Meanwhile, far away, Gary suddenly felt an uncontrollable sneeze coming on. Who was talking about me? He pondered, bemused. By the way, why have I been sneezing so much lately? He grumbled, soon becoming perplexed. Since parting ways with Ash, he had been sneezing incessantly, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Perhaps it's just my imagination. That last sneeze was probably due to a cold. Little did Gary know, he had unwittingly been sold out by Ash. Returning to Ash's side, he was actually the caretaker of Doduo, known as Dulife, who possessed impressive breeding skills and was a formidable rival. Fuko, with a complex expression, gazed at the boy's retreating figure, her brow furrowed with concern. It seemed her lack of confidence in defeating him was weighing heavily on her mind. However, she realized that perhaps he was no longer her greatest adversary. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression grew serious. Oh, who could possibly cause such a dramatic change in Miss Fuko's demeanor? Brock inquired, inching closer to her with a concerned look. Fuko remained silent, her gaze directed towards Ash. She never anticipated that her casual remark would lead her to discover a formidable opponent whose strength was shrouded in mystery, a fact that only heightened her anxiety. After all, this was the Wind Speed Dog, a creature renowned for its swiftness. At that moment, She also felt that Dolife posed no real threat to her, as his abilities were already known and thus not intimidating. It was the unknown that was truly terrifying, to be unaware and ignorant, merely knowing that the opponent was strong. In this instance, it felt as though she had lifted a stone intended to strike her adversary, only to have it fall upon herself. Yet, upon further reflection, a stronger opponent meant a more exhilarating competition. Chapter 123, An Unexpected Turn at the Ranch. Ash and his companions, having accompanied Fuko, arrived at the village of the Lalamai tribe, resting for half a day. As night fell, Fuko led Ash and his companions out for an evening stroll. It was uncertain whether the lively atmosphere was due to the annual festival or a customary evening event, but the village was bustling with activity. Along the only paved road in the village, various stalls lined the sides, with vendors calling out energetically. As Ash and his friends wandered through the street, they spent quite some time exploring. While Brock and Misty found items they wished to purchase, Ash simply enjoyed the sights, glancing left and right without discovering anything he desired. After completing his rounds, Ash bought some essentials to replenish supplies depleted during their travels. Once he had settled his debts to Pikachu for the 4 bags, he intended to bid farewell to Fuko and depart when suddenly, a frantic figure rushed towards them, breathlessly exclaiming, "Fuko, why are you still here? The toros you were caring for are in trouble." Upon hearing this voice, Ash seemed to recall something and turned to see the arrogant Dolife from earlier that day reporting the situation at her home. "What?" Upon hearing this, Fuko's expression transformed dramatically. After a startled shout, she disregarded Ash and his friends, mounting her Rapidash and racing back urgently. "We should hurry too," Brock shouted, then anxiously dashed after Fuko. Misty followed closely behind. Ash, however, remained calm as he released his Pokeball, summoning a large Wind Speed Dog. "Wind Speed Dog, we must hurry. Let us move in that direction," Ash commanded, climbing onto the back of his Wind Speed Dog, pointing in the direction Fuko had taken. Upon receiving the order, the muscular creature propelled itself forward with immense power, vanishing like a bullet. Dolife, who had briefly reveled in Fuko's panic, found his smug smile frozen in place as he watched Ash and the Wind Speed Dog disappear from sight, accompanied by the rushing wind they left in their wake. "How infuriating. I didn't expect there to be someone even more formidable than Fuko." Dolife seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. Just as he was about to eliminate his biggest rival, a stronger contender had emerged, which was utterly vexing. Ash, riding his Wind Speed Dog, hastily pursued, fully aware of the original storyline. If Fuko were to sustain an injury, it would undoubtedly lead to a series of requests from her, and that would be troublesome. Helping her would be complicated. It was better for her to compete normally. Should he help, would he then have to follow the original plot? The combination of Pikachu and Squirtle, dubbed the Shell Pikachu duo? He decided against it. The mere thought made him chuckle. Although Squirtle had evolved into a Blastoise, its hefty weight would surely create quite a commotion while running. Perhaps it was best to let that idea go, especially since his own Wind Speed Dog needed to shine in its own right and could not participate on behalf of another's Pokémon. On the way, the Wind Speed Dog swiftly caught up with Brock and Misty, allowing them to hop on, and continued to race ahead. Even with 3 riders now on its back, the Wind Speed Dog's speed remained unaffected. After all, it had undergone rigorous training that far exceeded the weight of the 3. As the trio rode atop the Wind Speed Dog, the sound of the rushing wind filled their ears, offering an exhilarating sensation as they felt the formidable resistance of the air. Thanks to the Wind Speed Dog's swiftness, Ash quickly overtook Fuko, who was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Wind Speed Dog. "Ash, Brock, Misty, you all," Fuko exclaimed, astonished, having just outpaced them. She was shocked to see them so swiftly catch up, especially given her awareness of Rapidash's speed. Though she understood that Ash's Wind Speed Dog was incredibly fast, witnessing it in action was beyond her expectations. "I'm truly sorry. I was a bit too hasty. My toros are in trouble, and I didn't have time to escort you," she apologized, acknowledging her previous abrupt departure. "It's all right. Your toros are of greater importance," Ash responded, unintentionally blurting out, "KFC?" Fuzi felt a sense of confusion regarding the situation, yet she brushed it aside, assuming it was merely a slip of the tongue on his part. The paramount concern at that moment was the well-being of her herd of toros. If anything were to happen to them, the predicament would escalate into a significant crisis. Before long, they returned to Fuzi's ranch. Upon arrival, her eyes immediately fell upon the agitated toros, restlessly moving about. The source of their distress was a luminous blue flash that darted amidst the herd. The onlookers could see the blue light flitting up and down among the toros, seemingly inciting them to greater agitation. Katie Dog swiftly intervened and calmed the toros. Fuzi commanded, summoning her canine companion, reminiscent of a shepherd dog from a previous life. to take charge. Without hesitation, Katie Dog dashed through the fence, barking fervently at the toros. It was only when the security officer had spoken that the herd gradually began to settle down. The blue light appeared to realize it could not cause further chaos, and swiftly vacated the scene. Observing the now tranquil toros, Fuzi finally exhaled in relief. However, before she could fully catch her breath, an indistinct shadow suddenly leaped out from the nearby grass, zipping past the Ponyta. Startled by the abrupt appearance of this shadow, the Ponyta became anxious, rearing up uncontrollably. In that instant, a familiar figure, having anticipated this very moment, rushed to Fuzi's side and enveloped her in a protective embrace, averting a potential disaster. Chapter 124, An Unexpected Turn. Upon confirming Fuzi was unharmed, Ash released her, disregarding any further concerns. Ouch! Fuzi exclaimed, landing abruptly on the ground. After feeling the sharp pang of pain in her posterior, she instinctively rubbed the area. "Are you all right, Miss Fuzi?" Ash inquired, his expression filled with remorse as he apologized. "I'm terribly sorry. I lost my grip and caused you to fall." After expressing his regret, Ash extended his hand to help her up. "It's quite all right, Ash. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have missed the competition tomorrow. So, I owe you my gratitude," Fuzi responded, feigning a smile to reassure him. "If I hadn't felt you loosen your grip, I might have actually believed you." Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that had Ash not aided her, the consequences could have been far worse, prompting her to refrain from exposing his fib. Although she was perplexed by Ash's sudden release, Fuzi chose not to pry further, her expression a mix of frustration and concern as she gazed at him. "Miss Fuzi, are you okay?" At that moment, Brock rushed over, wearing a look of genuine concern. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," Fuzi replied, shaking her head. Ash's gaze shifted toward the windmill situated not far from Fuzi's home. Perhaps due to the Lalamai tribe's primitive roots, the windmill was an archaic cylindrical structure constructed of bricks. Ash's keen senses detected the presence of the three blundering fools lurking nearby, likely concocting yet another scheme. "You three, are you not coming out?" he called toward the windmill. The trio from Team Rocket, hiding behind the windmill, shuddered at his words. They exchanged glances, each wondering who among them had been spotted by that pesky kid. "Which one of you idiots was seen?" Musashi spoke first. Kojiru and Nyarth, in a synchronized manner, turned their gazes toward Musashi. "We were all together. How could it be just me?" Musashi retorted, her irritation boiling over as she retaliated against the two with a flurry of swats. Moments later, both of them sported lumps on their heads, gazing at Musashi with innocent, pleading eyes, unable to voice their grievances. "Are you three still not planning to emerge?" In truth, Ash had not truly seen them. He was merely toying with them for amusement, hoping to coax them out and simultaneously resolve the unforeseen complications regarding the competition. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt in that direction. Seeing their hesitance, Ash wasted no time in taking action. "Fine, since we've been discovered, we shall graciously reveal ourselves." Team Rocket sprang forth from behind the windmill. "Not you again, Team Rocket." Misty quickly grasped that the earlier commotion had been instigated by the trio. "You three are still as mischievous as ever. And this time you even dared to threaten Miss Fuzi. That is utterly unforgivable." Brock glared furiously at Team Rocket. "Humph, it's our job to cause trouble. If we weren't mischief makers, what would we even be called Team Rocket for?" Nyarth scoffed dismissively. "While your reasoning holds some merit, it does not absolve you from facing justice in my name," Ash mused, stroking his chin. "Humph, you think you can defeat us?" Musashi snorted, seemingly oblivious to past encounters, and withdrew a pokeball. "Go." Arbok, wheezing. Kojiru, seeing Musashi preparing for a fight, also readied his own pokeball to counter Ash. "Then I shall choose you," Ash declared, refusing to back down as he threw his own pokeball. "I'm in too," Brock chimed in, approaching with clenched teeth, glaring at Team Rocket. "You despicable trio, attempting to harm Miss Fuzi is simply intolerable." Each side summoned their Pokémon, for beams of white light materialized, with Team Rocket releasing their typical Arbok and Weezing, while Ash and Brock unleashed a Blastoise and Onix duo. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Onix, Rock Throw. The energy surged within Blastoise, coalescing into two powerful jets from its cannons, launching a colossal blue Hydro Pump. Meanwhile, Onix summoned numerous sharp rocks from the ground, which floated around before hurtling toward their targets with lethal precision. Under the assault of these two attacks, Arbok and Weezing scrambled to evade the onslaught. Yet, it was too late. As the attack struck, a tremendous roar echoed, and Team Rocket, along with their Pokémon, were launched into the sky, disappearing like shooting stars. What an annoying sensation. "Same old story, unable to land even a single hit," Ash remarked, watching the vanishing Team Rocket. In reality, they were powerless. Ash had evolved beyond his former self, and Pikachu was no longer the same either, beginning their journey with the prowess of a near-champion-level trainer. Their strength had surpassed that of the original Ash from the earlier series by a considerable margin. Though the rockets have taken flight, the troubles of tomorrow remain undiminished. For the elusive Dullif still lurks in the shadows. As such, Ash intends to capture him today, hoping to avert future complications. However, upon utilizing his perceptive abilities, he found no trace of Dullif nearby. In pursuit of this mastermind, Ash took a leisurely stroll around Fiziko's ranch, employing his senses once more, yet still detected no sign of Dullif. This absence sparked a sense of curiosity and confusion within him, as Dullif had indeed made an appearance in the original narrative. It was perplexing that he had sought out his presence only to find him missing. Nevertheless, Ash did not dwell on the matter for long. After a brief search yielded no results, he chose to abandon the pursuit. Chapter 125, Fiziko and the Little Fire Horse. On the following morning, Ash rose early, completing his daily check-in and training regimen, followed by a refreshing shower to cleanse himself of sweat and a hearty breakfast. He then stepped outside in a leisurely manner, where others awaited his arrival to join them. Once everyone had gathered, they proceeded towards the venue for the Pokémon competition. Upon arriving at the event, a serene march played, accompanied by a welcoming cannon salute. The exuberant audience waved small flags of red, yellow, green, and white, greeting each contestant with enthusiasm. As Ash strode along the track with his swift hound, he observed the lively atmosphere around him, filled with anticipation regarding whether his swift hound would seize victory. Alongside him were three familiar faces, Brock, Misty, and Fiziko, as they all entered the track, making their way to the starting line. The race, characterized by mountainous and valley obstacles, required participants to overcome all challenges and return to the finish line ahead of their competitors to claim the title of champion this year. The announcer enthusiastically called for the Pokémon and their trainers to assemble at the starting line. Little Fire Horse, let us give it our all, Fiziko encouraged, stroking her Pokémon. The Little Fire Horse responded with fervor, its flames erupting dramatically, enveloping it in a fiery mantle, exuding an air of majesty, as if acknowledging Fiziko's words. Once all contestants had gathered at the starting line, and the announcer confirmed their numbers, the race was declared open. Ready, set, go. With the whistle's blast and the announcer's command, the green light illuminated, prompting all contestants to spring into action. Ash and his swift hound leapt forward with the grace of a descending tiger, leaving large paw prints in their wake. The hound's commitment to the race was unmistakable. In an instant, the once collaborating participants found themselves outpaced by Ash's swift hound, which surged ahead by a staggering 500 meters, a distance that continued to grow. Observing the duo's remarkable speed, the other contestants were left in awe, some unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. First up is the straightaway. Let us see who can take the lead, the announcer exclaimed. Wow, our contestant Ash and his swift hound are truly astounding. The race has barely begun, and Ash is already far ahead. No wonder his hound is known as the king of speed. Its velocity is nothing short of extraordinary. Could this be the real dark horse of the competition? Let us await the outcome. Of course, the other contestants were formidable in their own right, but Ash's swift hound was undeniably impressive. Fiziko, witnessing the hound's speed, felt a thrill of astonishment, even though she had seen it perform just the night before. The current display surpassed even that. Yet, she remained undeterred, for the outcome of the race was still unknown. She had resolved that, even if defeat was inevitable, she would strive with all her might for the coveted title. After all, who could foresee the true victor without giving it a try? While Fiziko held such thoughts, Dullif had other plans. Humph, I have already set a trap for your racecourse, and now it is merely a matter of ensnaring you two. The title of champion will surely be mine, he mused with a sinister chuckle. Although our contestant Ash and his swift hound are formidable, our contestant Dullif and his Dada are no slouches either. Dada, known for its unparalleled speed on land, excels in straight-line acceleration, the announcer remarked. Though his tone lacked the initial astonishment, it was evident that, having witnessed Ash and his hound's prowess, he had already deemed Ash the likely champion. Suddenly, as the competition intensified, a steel ball shot out from the nearby bushes, striking one contestant's Tauros squarely on the face. The Tauros, enraged by the impact, went into a frenzy. In a panic, it charged forth, its horns colliding with Nidorina's backside, creating a scene that was anything but pleasant. The audience collectively gasped at the unexpected turn of events, as Nidorina, taken aback by the assault, retaliated in fury. Thus, these two contestants found themselves incapacitated, unable to continue in the race and forced to withdraw. From the bushes, Team Rocket's Jesse and James exchanged wicked smiles as they observed the chaos outside. Hee. We're truly diabolical. As the racers exited the straightaway, they soon approached a steep incline. Oh, we can see that Ash's Swift Hound and Dotto remain in the lead, seemingly unaffected by the terrain, maintaining their impressive speed. The announcer shifted the focus of the camera first to Ash's Swift Hound, then to Dotto. Let us take a moment to check on our little fire horse, who appears to be gathering momentum before the slope, the announcer noted, spotting the little fire horse in the frame. Little fire horse, I believe in you. You can catch up to Dullif. Fiziko softly encouraged. Sensing the little fire horse's apprehension, spurred on by her words, the little fire horse erupted into a fierce acceleration, leaping with vigor and crossing a significant portion of the slope, bringing it closer to Dotto and narrowing the gap to the leading contestant. Incredible! With that leap, the little fire horse has traversed a quarter of the slope, closing in on second place, and the leader is not far off either. The announcer exclaimed, astonished. Success! Fiziko beamed with pride as she watched the little fire horse. After completing that leap, the distance to the first and second place contenders had significantly diminished. Chapter 126, The Three Clowns of the Circus. As Ash ventured forward, he sensed the presence of several traps ahead, accompanied by electric orbs beneath. A frown creased his brow. He distinctly remembered dispatching Team Rocket the previous night, so how could traps still be present here? This conundrum perplexed him. Resolving to set aside his curiosity regarding the traps, he decided to proceed with caution. Just as he was about to leave, he utilized his telepathy to instruct his trusty Arcanine to slow down. With a calculated step, they triggered the traps, revealing their true nature before hastily retreating. After a moment's contemplation, Ash resolved to intervene, lest his companions unwittingly fall victim to these snares. Once his task was complete, Arcanine accelerated once more. To his astonishment, Ash noticed numerous craters where Arcanine had trodden. Could it be the result of a sinkhole? The commentator, observing the scene on the screen, wore a perplexed expression. He recalled that the organizers had not mentioned an abundance of pits along this route. Were these obstacles a last-minute addition? Sinkholes occur when ground-type Pokémon excavate extensively beneath the surface, leading to collapses when the ground cannot bear the weight of Pokémon or humans. If there had been only one pit, he might not have been so bewildered, as it could have been the work of a wild Pangoro or perhaps other Pokémon such as Onix or Diglett. However, the sudden emergence of so many craters ignited wild speculation. Even more curious was the presence of electric orbs within the pits, clearly indicating that these were not the handiwork of Pokémon, but rather a man-made contrivance. Perhaps Ash's impressive performance the previous night had prompted the organizers, led by Dullif, to significantly increase the difficulty of the traps, resulting in this unforeseen situation. My sincerest apologies, everyone, the commentator quickly interjected. The organizers decided to introduce an additional challenge called the Trap of Orbs to add excitement to this competition and provide you with a surprise, so we hope for your understanding. The audience, now aware of the new challenge, felt a surge of anticipation for the day's events, eager to discover whether further surprises lay in store. As Ash navigated this section with ease, the competitors behind him faced a different fate. Some trainers, perhaps inattentive or whose Pokémon were slow to react, fell into the traps, while others were abruptly halted by the explosive discharge of the electric orbs. The third challenge involved racing across a stream by stepping on floating stones. Ash and Arcanine traversed this stage effortlessly. Brock, alongside another competitor wielding a Rhydon, observed the unfolding scene and realized that the massive boulders were ill-suited for his own Pokémon, prompting thoughts of surrender. Meanwhile, the competitor with Rhydon appeared eager, resolutely choosing to advance, wholly disregarding the visibly apprehensive demeanor of his Pokémon. Rhydon, unable to defy its trainer's wishes, timidly followed suit. However, as soon as Rhydon set foot on a floating stone, it predictably plummeted into the depths below. Witnessing this spectacle, Onix's eyes welled with tears, fearing that its own trainer might similarly disregard its feelings. All right, I understand. This is where I draw the line, Brock muttered, observing the inevitable sinking of his opponent and promptly opting to withdraw. The fourth challenge required trainers to feed their Pokémon energy cubes. Only upon consuming one could they proceed. When Ash and Arcanine reached this hurdle, perhaps due to Ash's discerning palate, Arcanine exhibited a distinct lack of appetite upon seeing the food before it. Okay. I know you're not keen on this, but it's essential for this stage. Just finish it. And I promise to prepare your favorite braised ribs afterward. Plenty to go around, Ash reassured, recognizing Arcanine's reluctance. The promise of a beloved meal sparked a glimmer of enthusiasm, and Arcanine promptly devoured the energy cube with fervor. Excellent. I shall prepare it for you upon our return, Ash remarked, affectionately patting Arcanine's noble head. Just as Arcanine was about to depart, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. It was Duliv, the second contestant to reach this stage. Upon seeing that Ash's Arcanine had finished, his eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a grim expression. Hey, you three, aren't you going to get moving? He bellowed in exasperation. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar smoke bomb erupted before the camera, obscuring the screen in a veil of darkness. Suddenly, three well-known figures emerged from the smoke, reciting their infamous lines. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. However, before they could finish, Ash, feeling irked, interrupted. Do you three ever tire of this? Wherever I go, there you are? Do you have any idea how annoying that is? Ash retorted impatiently. How dare you? You little brat. Whether we're bothersome or not is irrelevant, but we are here to assist our employer in completing a task, so do not hinder us, Musashi replied. Her expression one of disdain. Please, you three are the ones who came to disrupt me, yet you tell me not to interfere? Are you perhaps a trio of clowns from a circus here to amuse me, trying to make me laugh to death? Ash shot back, incredulous. You have no say in this. Musashi, her face flushed with indignation, shouted back. Can you three hurry up? I have no time to play with you. Ash's impatience provoked Musashi further. Enough chatter, let's go, Apalm. Musashi angrily tossed out a pokeball. Little brat, this is the price for hiring us. If you win, it will greatly inconvenience us, Kyogre lamented. Thus, we must ensure you stumble here. Meow, Nyarth grinned wickedly, casting a knowing glance at Ash. Faced with the urgency of time, Ash opted for brevity and directed the Pikachu perched on his shoulder to engage. Due to Pikachu's overwhelming strength, Musashi and Kojru's Pokémon were swiftly defeated within mere rounds. We shall return. Duliv, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the trio, felt his temper flare. Having spent 648 coins to enlist their help, he was enraged that they had yet to accomplish anything before being dispatched. Why on earth did I hire these three fools? Duliv seethed, nearly beside himself with frustration. Once the trouble was resolved, Ash cast a glance at Duliv, chose not to engage further, and continued forward on Arcanine. As Duliv caught sight of Ash's piercing glare directed at him, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That single look from Ash, akin to the gaze of a primordial beast, rendered him breathless. Thus, Duliv could only watch helplessly as Ash rode his speedy dog, dashing towards the ultimate championship. Realizing that victory was now out of his reach, Duliv felt powerless to do anything but observe. It seemed that first place was no longer attainable for him. He would have to settle for second place. Curse Team Rocket, just wait and see how I deal with you three tonight. The mere thought of those three fools made Dulife's teeth grind in frustration. Had he sought out stronger opponents instead of those three imbeciles, perhaps the situation would have been different. Chapter 127, a perfect conclusion. The final stage was a straight path, designed for the competitors to make their last sprint. Wow. Our competitor Ash and his speedy dog are currently completing their final dash. It seems the champion has already emerged. The commentator was astonished to see Ash and his unchallenged speedy dog leading the race. This was the first time he witnessed such a dominating performance in a race. For no other reason than that Ash was now a staggering 500 meters ahead of all the other competitors, while their Pokémon were still consuming the energy cubes prepared by the organizers. At this moment, only Ash had completed the fourth stage. As he approached the finish line, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, eager to witness the extraordinary speedy dog claim victory. Unexpectedly, as the speedy dog neared the finish line, it slowed its pace, leisurely walking along the track, savoring the cheers from the crowd. At that moment, the speedy dog resembled a powerful and elegant lion, completely unconcerned about the possibility of being overtaken. Indeed, with a 500-meter lead, there was no need for worry. Soon, the speedy dog crossed the finish line with its deliberate gait, securing the championship. Just as Ash celebrated his victory, a Doduo appeared on the scene. Oh, it seems the second-place contender has emerged. Yes, it's our Doduo. Will it manage to secure second place? The commentator excitedly narrated upon seeing Dulife. In truth, had it not been for Ash's remarkable prowess, the championship might have belonged to Dulife. Moreover, as Ash sprinted ahead, no one could match his speed, making the competition seem less thrilling. Meanwhile, Dulife had another competitor keeping pace behind him, naturally creating a more intense atmosphere than Ash's solitary dash. Wow, behind Doduo is a Ponyta. Could our Ponyta surpass Doduo and seize the second place in this competition? How thrilling. Come on, Ponyta. We're so close to second place. Let's give it our all. Fuji encouraged, gazing at the nearby finish line. Hiss. Upon hearing Fuji's encouragement, Ponyta suddenly erupted with red energy. Its entire form enveloped in flames, sprinting with all its might. How infuriating. The first place has already been snatched away by an outsider. And now it dares to compete for second place with me. Dolife clenched his teeth as he watched Ponyta and Fuji relentlessly pursue him. Moreover, recalling that Ash, the champion, was brought here by Fuji only fueled his anger. Duduo attack. Dolife, blinded by ambition, disregarded everything else as he focused solely on seizing second place. What? Ponyta dodge? Fuji exclaimed in shock, never expecting Dolife would resort to such measures. One of Duduo's heads nearest to Ponyta suddenly pecked at it, creating a distraction. Startled by the unexpected assault, Ponyta nearly stumbled. Dolife, I can't believe you would stoop so low. Fuji glared at Dolife, furious. This is all your fault. Had it not been for you, the first place would have already been mine. Dolife retorted loudly. After saying this, he ignored Fuji and urged Duduo to accelerate. How frustrating. It seems we are about to lose. Fuji's expression dimmed as he watched the distance between himself and Dolife widen after Ponyta's momentary fright. I'm sorry, Ponyta. It's my fault for not anticipating Dolife's sudden aggression, causing you to lose. Fuji apologized sincerely to Ponyta. Hiss. Ponyta, seemingly unwilling to see its trainer disheartened and to lose this second place, surged with renewed determination. Suddenly, amidst a brilliant white light, Ponyta transformed, growing stronger and sprouting a horn, revealing a new form before the astonished crowd. Incredible. Ponyta has evolved at this moment, and it appears that the targets for second and third places have now been determined. The commentator confidently declared that the second place contender had emerged. Introducing Rapidash, a champion of short-distance racing in the Pokémon world, capable of rivaling even the Speedy Dog. With the Speedy Dog having secured first place, no other Pokémon could match Rapidash's prowess in a short sprint. Upon evolving, Rapidash's hooves ignited with flames, propelling it forward with an explosive burst of speed. In no time, it surged past Duduo. Here it comes, Rapidash's maximum speed, 240 kilometers per hour. The commentator's voice reached a fever pitch, his throat nearly hoarse. With its accelerated speed, Rapidash claimed the second place, and the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, a stark contrast to the atmosphere when Ash had just won the championship. Ash observed the audience around him. Why didn't they seem as joyous when I won the championship? Ash questioned, looking quizzically at his Speedy Dog. Woof. The Speedy Dog shook its head, indicating it didn't know. It's simply because you strolled leisurely across the finish line. Of course, some people would be displeased, explained Misty. In other words, while you may be the champion, in the hearts of others, Rapidash is the true champion. Brock nodded in agreement. Well, it doesn't matter. What is important is that the championship is mine, right, Speedy Dog? Ash smiled at his companion, seeking affirmation. Woof. The Speedy Dog nodded in agreement. Thus, the celebration of the Lalamai tribe concluded splendidly. Ash and his companion's journey continued onward. Chapter 128, The Wild Wilderness Preserve. After departing from the Lalamai tribe, Ash and his companions set forth towards the next city. As they exited the verdant grasslands, they arrived at an area dense with trees. Spending some time in this forest, they encountered a plethora of Pokémon, including the elusive Chansey and Houndour, which were traditionally monopolized by the Joy and Kunsa families. Remarkably, their numbers here were not few. Throughout their journey, Ash spotted several Pokémon with elite-level potential. As Ash stood before these exceptionally promising Pokémon, he could do nothing but gaze longingly. Hesitant to release a Pokeball, capturing even a single one could take a minimum of 5 years, with no upper limit in sight. The number of Pokémon in this area was indeed substantial. It must be the wild area, he thought to himself. Uncertain, Misty turned to her companions and inquired. This must be it, right? To prevent any accidental harm to the Pokémon here, we should swiftly locate a marker for confirmation. Ash nodded affirmatively and shared his opinion. Indeed, that is the prudent course of action. So, which direction should we head towards? Brock agreed with Ash's sentiment, nodding in affirmation. Well, let me take a look around first. Ash began to wander, pausing momentarily in each direction, using his innate senses to detect any signs of life in the vicinity. If memory served correctly, there should be a Miss Junsha nearby, so Ash was currently searching for traces of her existence. Through his heightened perception, he soon spotted a woman approaching them from a distance, a hunting rifle in her hands. Upon sensing this sight, Ash couldn't help but twitch his lips. While he understood Miss Junsha's intentions, he felt a pang of fear that she might accidentally discharge her weapon. However, recalling that Miss Junsha was a police officer, he gradually eased his worries, recognizing that such an unprofessional mishap was unlikely to occur with her. I found her. Follow me. Upon discovering Miss Junsha's location, Ash decided to lead his companions in that direction. So fast, Misty exclaimed in surprise at Ash's sudden revelation. Raise your hands. What have you three found? What is this about being fast? At that moment, a wild Miss Junsha, wearing a hat adorned with a chancy design and wielding a shotgun, suddenly appeared, signaling that a confrontation was imminent. Oh no, we've been mistaken. Ash looked at Miss Junsha with an expression of helplessness and innocence. We were merely on our way to the wild area. He was just mentioning the route to get there, Brock explained, equally innocent. Is that so? If you found it, do you know where the wild area is? Miss Junsha, gun raised, fixed her gaze intently on Ash. It's in the same direction you came from, Ash replied. Truthfully, he had no precise knowledge of the location. After all, it was his first visit there. And how could he discern the specifics? After a moment of silence, Miss Junsha spoke again. You three, place your pokeballs down. I am Officer Junsha, the protector of the wild area. I am arresting you on suspicion of poaching. Miss Junsha stated firmly, without a hint of courtesy. Miss Junsha, we were just passing through quietly. We had no intention of capturing Pokémon, Misty meekly interjected. Enough chatter. You three, come with me immediately. Miss Junsha barked, leading the trio to her camp, a large tent. After conducting a thorough investigation, she realized the significance of the individual she had just brought in. Professor Oak, I sincerely apologize. I thought you were a Pokémon poacher while on duty. Miss Junsha bowed in genuine apology. Oh, it's quite all right. After all, Miss Junsha, you were just doing your job diligently to ensure no criminals slip through the cracks, which I can understand. Ash waved dismissively, indicating his understanding. Upon hearing Ash's acknowledgement, Miss Junsha stood up. Thank you for your understanding, Professor. As expected of Miss Junsha, you truly are considerate, Brock remarked, admiration evident in his voice. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, an alarm blared, red lights flashing incessantly. More poachers, Miss Junsha exclaimed, springing into action. We can help, Ash offered. Indeed, we can assist. Brock nodded in agreement. All right then. Since it's a dire situation, let's move. Without hesitation, Miss Junsha welcomed their help. Thus, Ash and his companions hopped into Miss Junsha's rugged jeep, racing towards the direction from which the poacher's signal had originated. Near the Kangaskhan Reserve, a man and a woman, accompanied by a Meowth, were salivating as they eyed a group of Kangaskhan not far away, evidently plotting something nefarious. Look at that, a treasure trove of Kangaskhan mothers and their young. This is a gold mine, Meowth exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. You two, hurry up and execute the plan, Meowth shouted at the duo behind him. Standing behind Meowth were Jesse and James, who were currently preening themselves and showing no signs of urgency. If we're going to execute the mission, let's make sure we do it with a touch of grace, to prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard peace, and to uphold love and truth. We are the charming yet wicked Team Rocket. Jesse and James chimed in unison. Frustrated by their delay, Meowth snapped. Can you two pick up the pace? The Kangaskhan are about to flee. There's no need for your incessant shouting. Honestly, James remarked, rolling his eyes as he pulled out a rocket launcher. Yeah. Without the usual opening spiel, I can't get into the groove, Jesse added, echoing James's sentiments. Just as they were preparing to act, Ash and his companions arrived on the scene. However, as they did, a loud whoosh echoed, and a projectile was fired from Team Rocket's launcher. The moment the projectile was launched, it quickly exploded mid-air, presumably a result of shoddy craftsmanship. Did Team Rocket purchase substandard ammunition? Misty questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. As the explosion erupted, the Kangaskhan became agitated. We must protect the Kangaskhan, Brock shouted anxiously. To safeguard the Kangaskhan, we must first retreat to safety and regroup, Miss Junsha declared, slamming her foot down on the accelerator, and the jeep surged forward like a wild stallion. Just as they sped away, a Kangaskhan broke from the group and charged towards them. What? How could this happen? Misty gasped in shock. Kangaskhan are naturally timid. If startled, they tend to charge about wildly, Miss Junsha explained, gritting her teeth as she pressed the gas pedal. Meanwhile, Team Rocket had already anticipated this, launching a large net towards the flock of Kangaskhan, successfully ensnaring a multitude of them. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. With so many Kangaskhan, we can capture them all, Jessie exclaimed, driving her red jeep alongside the captured Kangaskhan. They managed to capture the entire group. Brock marveled at Team Rocket's impressive efficiency. Miss Junsha, let South hurry and drive to stop them, Misty urged anxiously. Apologies, everyone. The recent frantic dash has caused the engine to overheat, Miss Junsha explained with a hint of embarrassment. Bang! Suddenly, Miss Junsha's jeep erupted in a violent explosion, propelling the hood 3 meters into the air, where it landed not far away. Goodness, one needn't even visit a specialized repair shop to ascertain that this vehicle is utterly beyond salvation. Upon witnessing the wreckage, Xiao Ji and his companions fell into a profound silence. Just as Musashi was about to throw a pokeball in an attempt to capture a bag dragon, a boomerang unexpectedly whirled through the air, striking the very pokeball Musashi had just tossed and sending it hurtling back. With a resounding thud, the ball returned along its original trajectory, colliding squarely with Musashi's forehead. Who was that? Who dares to disregard the dignity of an actress? Musashi fumed, her voice echoing in frustration. Oh dear! A peculiar roar suddenly resonated nearby. Musashi turned to see a small boy with blue hair, clad in a costume made of triangular beast hide, soaring towards them. Meanwhile, the other bag dragons, upon hearing the boy's strange call, seemed to be compelled by some unseen force, marching directly towards Team Rocket. Before Team Rocket could even react, they were swept away by the tail of a bag dragon, launched into the sky. Thus, the bag dragons departed with the young boy in tow. No, I remember him. Miss Junch's expression shifted dramatically upon spotting the boy, as if a memory had resurfaced. Before anyone could process the situation, a helicopter descended from above. Once it landed steadily, the onlookers beheld a short, rotund man with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle and a middle-aged woman stepping out of the aircraft. After a brief exchange, it became clear to the others that the wild boy was indeed the biological child of these two individuals. His name was Dallin, and at the tender age of 3, he had traveled the world with his biological parents. However, during their journey to this place, the clumsiness of his father led to Dallin's unfortunate fall. Recently, photos capturing Dallin commanding a herd of bag dragons had surfaced, prompting the couple to come in search of their son. Thus, Dallin had gone missing in this wilderness, and they had come to reclaim their child. Upon hearing the couple's account, Xiaoji regarded them with incredulity. As parents, how could they be so careless as to let their child fall from an aircraft? Reflecting on his own childhood while watching cartoons, Xiaoji had never thought much of it, but upon revisiting the memory, he found the scenario utterly absurd, deeply questioning whether such irresponsible parents truly existed in the world. Now, seeing them in person only intensified his bewilderment at the existence of such careless guardians. Rest assured, we have documented the child, and I shall certainly aid in finding him, Miss Junsha vowed earnestly. That's wonderful. Please, if there's any way we can assist, do not hesitate to ask. We shall help, Xiao Gang said, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. Indeed, we are more than willing to assist you. Xiao Xia nodded in agreement. In the end, however, Xiao Ji remained the only one silent. As the group's gaze turned toward him, he remarked, "Don't look at me. While losing a child is undeniably tragic, I cannot bring myself to help such irresponsible parents. Even if I did assist, the child would likely refuse to return to them, and if such negligence has occurred once, it could easily happen again." Xiao Ji stated coldly, making his stance clear. Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing his words. It seems you do not grasp the significance of biological parents versus adoptive ones, Xiao Ji sighed in exasperation. Have you considered whether a child raised by bag dragons for years would choose to go with their biological parents? Xiao Ji questioned. Although your reasoning is sound, I choose to believe that the child will undoubtedly return to his biological parents, Xiao Xia insisted with conviction. Observing the consensus among the others, Xiao Ji relented, sighing. Very well, since you are all so resolute, I shall assist you. After a brief moment, however, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia's expressions darkened. They had witnessed the couple procure a sedan of sorts, gesturing for them to carry it. How has it come to this? Xiao Xia lamented, her face filled with despair. No matter how inconsiderate one might be, this is simply too much, Xiao Gang echoed with a grimace. Chapter 130, A Modest Goal. How ridiculous. If you wish to find your child, go seek him out. We are here to assist in the search, not to cater to your whims. Xiao Ji retorted bluntly to the couple. Initially reluctant to aid in the search, the notion of stooping to carry them was utterly unacceptable. They were here to help, not to be treated as servants. One can only endure so much. We are willing to pay more. Anything you desire is negotiable. The man, appearing somewhat daft, raised his hand in a show of wealth, beckoning Xiao Ji to name his price. 100 million. Xiao Ji scoffed, though he possessed 13 billion. Who would ever say no to more money? Thus, he casually proposed a modest target. The middle-aged woman gasped at the exorbitant sum, while even the seemingly simple-minded man was taken aback, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Ahem, while I did encourage you to name any price, you must first convince me that such an expenditure is worthwhile. The man swallowed hard upon hearing the staggering amount. The future champion, a premier breeder, a shareholder of the Aihui Group, along with my esteemed title as Dr. Jisen. How does that sound? Is it sufficient? Xiao Ji stated, primarily to deter the man, adding, take it or leave it. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia gaped at Xiao Ji, astonished by his audacity to demand such a sum. They had never anticipated that Xiaozhi would propose a figure as high as 100 million. The short, rotund man appeared to entertain the proposition, while the middle-aged woman contemplated other matters. Splendid. Of course. The man nodded in agreement. Honey. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her husband's acquiescence, and she attempted to voice her objections. No need to dissuade me. To have such a distinguished doctor assist us in carrying the sedan for a mere 100 million is a privilege beyond compare. Wealth cannot even guarantee such an honor. As the middle-aged woman beside him listened, she instinctively opened her mouth to counsel her husband, only to catch his glance directed towards her. Upon seeing the look in his eyes, she immediately understood and chose to remain silent. Very well. Please pay half of the deposit first. If you cannot provide the deposit, I shall not proceed, Xiaozhi stated, seemingly aware of the other's intentions, thus articulating his stance plainly. Currently situated in a remote wilderness, devoid of any connectivity, the uncle persisted. How about you go ahead first and settle the payment once everything is accomplished? Xiaozhi resolutely shook his head, unhesitatingly rejecting the suggestion. Witnessing Xiaozhi's unwavering determination, they realized their plan to carry the sedan share was futile and would have to resort to walking instead. In their eyes, the duo of Xiaojing and Xiaoxia, a male and female, were insufficient to lift them, hence they ceased their attempts. Meanwhile, Xiaojing and Xiaoxia, having overheard the conversation between Xiaozhi and the uncle, were utterly stupefied, gazing at Xiaozhi with incredulity. Thus, they evaded the outcome of being carried in a sedan chair. After a considerable while wandering aimlessly in the forest, the group fortuitously encountered an injured baby Kangaskhan. Upon spotting the wounded creature, the three rushed toward it, with Xiaozhi sprinting ahead, swiftly reaching the baby Kangaskhan's side to administer treatment. However, just as he was applying the medication, a boomerang suddenly soared in his direction. Quick-witted, Xiaozhi grasped the boomerang with remarkable reflexes, his gaze sharply fixed upon the blue-haired boy responsible for the throw. Seeing Xiaozhi rise, Xiaojing promptly stepped in to assist with the treatment of the baby Kangaskhan. The child, taken aback by the intensity of Xiaozhi's stare, was momentarily startled. Realizing his error, Xiaozhi quickly averted his gaze. You three villains. Bullying the baby Kangaskhan, return my boomerang. The blue-haired boy shouted in a fit of frustration, gesturing for Xiaozhi to return his weapon. We are not villains. We are here to save the baby Kangaskhan. How dare you attack without understanding the situation? You are the real villain. Xiaoxia interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Dalin and engaging in a debate with him. Dalin, upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, chose not to retort, but instead fixated his gaze on her chest. What do you want? Xiaoxia asked, feeling a twinge of fear at his stare. Can I drink your milk? Dalin's inquiry was alarmingly straightforward, devoid of any subtlety as he articulated his thoughts. Xiaoxia, upon hearing this, was taken aback, seemingly struck at a sensitive spot, and in her fury, she promptly delivered a few sharp blows to Dalin's head. Indeed, that's my son. Dalin simply adores milk. The couple rushed over, beginning their examination of Dalin. Dalin, I am your mother, and this is your father, the middle-aged woman said, her voice choked with emotion. Dalin regarded the two who suddenly claimed to be his parents with a look of disdain, then his gaze wandered longingly back to Xiaoxia's chest. Can I drink your milk? Dalin persisted, undeterred even after being struck. Xiaoxia, exasperated, thought that had it not been for Xiaozhi restraining her, Dalin would have met a dire fate. The couple continued to insist for quite a while, emphasizing their role as his biological parents. However, regrettably, Dalin had lived in the wild with the baby Kangaskhan for too long, having adopted its form, and could hardly remember that these two individuals were indeed his true parents. Left powerless, the couple ultimately found themselves rendered unconscious by Dalin's biological father wielding a wooden stick, prompting Dalin to finally recall who his real parents were. Consequently, Dalin found himself ensnared in a dilemma. One was the Kangaskhan that had nurtured him for 5 years, and the other, his biological parents, leaving the young boy uncertain of whom to choose. At this moment, Ms. Junsha suddenly arrived, informing Xiaozhi and his companions that Team Rocket had returned. Chapter 131, Arrival at the Wild Area. When Xiaozhi and his group reached the vicinity of the destruction wrought by Team Rocket, they were taken aback to witness the enemy approaching on a mechanical Kangaskhan. This revelation presented quite the conundrum for Xiaozhi and his companions, as the mechanical construct appeared nearly flawless, leaving them to devise elaborate strategies to overcome it. Despite Xiaozhi's undeniable prowess, facing such a colossal machine rendered his psychic abilities and aura powers ineffective. Ultimately, with a resolve to face Team Rocket in an all-or-nothing confrontation, Xiaozhi summoned his Venusaur. Venusaur, unleash your full power with Vine Whip, Xiaoji commanded. As his words fell, numerous vines erupted from the feet of the mechanical Kangaskhan, ensnaring it tightly. The vines, crafted by Venusaur, caused the machine's surface to buckle as they wrapped around it. What is happening? Is this truly a technique that Venusaur can execute? A flustered Kojiro exclaimed. Isn't this obviously Venusaur's doing? What are you still doubting? Musashi retorted, unable to tolerate Kojiro's incessant questioning. In the midst of their exchange, the damage inflicted upon the machine's exterior exposed its core, and the immense pressure from the vines soon affected this critical component, ultimately resulting in a massive explosion. What an annoying sensation. As expected, Team Rocket was once again sent flying, transforming into 3 luminous meteors against the daylight backdrop. Following this incident, Dalin's parents did not exhibit the same bravery as in the original narrative, leading to a reluctance on Dalin's part to return with them. Ultimately, it was the kind and beautiful Ms. Junsha who persuaded Dalin, alleviating his resistance to reuniting with his biological parents. Although his opposition lessened, a lingering reluctance remained. Dalin's biological parents recognized their mistakes and resolved to live alongside Dalin within the Kangaskhan community. Thus, the affluent couple transitioned from city dwellers to wild inhabitants. Witnessing this reunion, Xiaoji and his companions understood it was time for them to depart, as their journey was far from over. Under Ms. Junsha's guidance, the group made their way toward the wild area. With Ms. Junsha's direction, their journey to the wild area became significantly smoother, avoiding further disorientation. After a day and a half of travel, Xiaoji and his companions finally exited the Kangaskhan breeding grounds, officially stepping into the realm where they could freely capture Kintors. Upon entering this zone, they soon spotted a herd of Kintors passing by. Not long after, the group arrived at an old wooden cabin. Woohoo! We have finally arrived at our destination, Xiaojang exclaimed with exuberance. This is the Pokémon luxurious limited wild area where one can capture rare creatures at will. Xiaoxia gazed at the grand entrance, her excitement mounting at the thought of the elusive water-type Pokémon that could be caught freely. How annoying! Suddenly, a gruff voice erupted from inside the building, loud enough that even Ash had to cover his ears. The intensity of the voice suggested that if one were to endure it a few more times, even someone without a concussion would likely develop one. Do you 3 brats realize you've been chattering incessantly outside my window, disturbing my peaceful slumber? An irate old cowboy with a shock of white hair emerged from the house, his expression clearly displeased as he addressed them. I sincerely apologize. Our voices were indeed too loud. We just arrived and were unaware of the situation, which disturbed your rest. Ash was acutely aware that this old man possessed something of significance. To prevent Xiaojang and Xiaoxia from getting into trouble, he hastily offered his apologies. After all, uttering an apology wouldn't cost him anything. Although he had powers capable of stopping bullets, he needed to inquire about some information, which warranted his courteous demeanor. Seeing your attitude of contrition, I shall forgive you for disturbing my dreams, Ash. My name is Caesar, and I am the overseer of this wild area. The old man, noticing Ash's respectful attitude, chose to overlook the disturbance and led the 3 of them into the house, where he began introducing himself. Upon entering the service station and paying the management fee of 500 each, Ash and his companions received a bamboo basket filled with 30 wild balls and a fishing rod. Additionally, let me give you a word of caution. Within the wild area, only wild balls and fishing rods may be used. Should you fail to adhere to the rules, do not blame me for unleashing my Thunder Brothers upon you. Caesar warned ominously. Thunder Brothers? Xiaojang asked with curiosity upon hearing this. Suddenly, a revolver was pressed against Xiaojang's forehead. All right, I now understand what the Thunder Brothers are. Xiaojang, startled by the old man's intimidation, began to sweat profusely. Hey, look over there. It's a Dratini. Xiaoxia's voice suddenly cut through the tension, diverting everyone's attention. I've heard tales that Dratini once thrived in this wild area. I thought it was just a story, but it seems there is truth to it, Xiaojang exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. No, there are absolutely no Dratini here. Caesar, upon overhearing their conversation, grew suddenly animated and rushed over to snatch the photo away. Old man, I know there is no Dratini here. Perhaps during your youth, you encountered a quasi-divine Pokémon for the first time, and in your excitement, you took a photo for keepsake, right? Ash, perceiving the old man's heightened emotions, hastily sought to calm him down while providing an explanation. The old man was momentarily taken aback, even beginning to question whether he had truly intended to say that. Ahem. Yes, that's it. You're quite clever. I appreciate your insight. The old man nodded, affirming Ash's reasoning. Chapter 132. Team Rocket strikes again. Having a clear understanding of the old man's situation, They opted not to call Professor Oak for clarification as in the original story. Instead, they made a few calls to Hanako and Selena and briefly informed Professor Oak that they were safe. Let us go. We can set off to capture Pokémon now, Ash declared, turning to his companions. They nodded in agreement and called for Old Man Caesar to assist them in entering the wild area. Listen closely. Once you've exhausted your wild balls, you must return immediately, understand? Caesar instructed. All right, we understand, Ash assured Uncle Caesar. As he prepared to set off alongside Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia, suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. Hey, you little brats. The trio of Team Rocket appeared atop the wild area sign, gazing down at Ash and his friends. You three again. Ash looked at them, exasperated. No matter where he went, their shadows seemed to follow him, hauntingly persistent. Get down from there, you two. Caesar shouted furiously upon realizing that his sign was being occupied by others, pointing at them in anger. Humph, we'll come down when we're ready. Musashi nonchalantly waved her hand. However, we must finish what we started first, Kojiro declared with a self-satisfied smirk. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To safeguard the peace of the world. To promote love and truth in the name of evil. The charmingly villainous duo, Musashi and Kojiro. The irate Old Man Caesar, unwilling to tolerate their antics, pulled out his Thunder Brothers from his pocket, firing several shots without uttering a word. The sudden barrage sent Team Rocket into a panic, causing them to perform an impromptu dance of fright. What do? We're going to die, Musashi shrieked, nearly in tears from the unexpected gunfire. Meowth, too, was equally terrified, on the verge of tears. Fortunately, the old man's aim was rather poor. Despite firing 12 bullets, not a single one found its mark. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stand there, crying in peace. It's all right. Trust me. Kojiro suddenly looked at Musashi with utmost seriousness, leaving her momentarily stunned, unaccustomed to his current demeanor. Before Musashi could react, Kojiro wrapped his arms around her waist, and with Meowth, they all jumped down from the sign together. We're going to fall, Musashi shouted in panic as she realized what was happening. I've prepared the parachute already, Kojiro confidently declared, pulling out his backpack in anticipation of the parachute's emergence. However, after a brief wait, while the parachute did appear, it did not float down as they had envisioned. Instead, they heard a loud thud as the three of them landed heavily on the ground, heads first, creating 3 perfectly sized craters upon impact. Did you not know that parachutes are ineffective when falling from heights above 100 meters? Ash looked at them, somewhat incredulous. How could they, lacking even this basic knowledge, have constructed such advanced technology as the mechanical bag dragon? How dare they ask others to trust them? Musashi, filled with fury, was also enraged, wanting nothing more than to deliver a hefty slap to Kojiro. Hey, don't touch me so recklessly. Teammates shouldn't be this much of a liability. Luckily, they had long become accustomed to falling from heights of 100 meters, having grown used to such descents. Kojiro, you're utterly useless, Meowth complained weakly while lying on the ground. The 3 of them struggled to extricate themselves from the craters, dusting themselves off and quickly striking a pose anew. Little brat, this time we shall have a fair duel with you. Fair? That seems rather unsuitable for the 3 of you, does it not? Are you not the cunning, despicable, and scheming Team Rocket? Ash observed them with a hint of amusement. Mind your own business, Musashi retorted dismissively. That does seem to be the case. Kojiro, upon hearing Ash's words, could not help but unconsciously agree. What is this Rainbow Team Rocket? The name is so similar. Could it be that Boss Sakaki has established yet another faction? Meowth inquired, puzzled. Forget about that. Let us compete to see who can capture more Pokémon in the wild area. How about it? Are you brave enough to accept our challenge? Kojiro proposed directly, not dwelling on the previous topic. If you win, we promise to never bother you again, Meow. Meowth added. Oh, I'm not particularly interested. I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Ash picked up his fishing rod and 30 wild balls, turning to walk away. Team Rocket stood there, dumbfounded by Ash's reaction. While you 3 promised me that you wouldn't cause me trouble again if you won, I am still quite concerned about your professional integrity. Moreover, this journey would be rather dull without you 3 fools. What would happen to the author's word count without you? Therefore, I must decline your request. Ash promptly rejected them without hesitation. Little brat, though your words may sting, I never imagined you valued us so much. Woohoo, I am so touched. Kojiro's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Yes, I know you 3 are quite moved, Ash nodded, acknowledging their sentiment. All right. Since you 2 wish to catch Pokémon, come pay the fee now. If you don't want to enter, then scram. Old Man Kaiser, despite his age, effortlessly dragged Team Rocket inside. Once Team Rocket had departed, Ash and his companions continued on their journey to capture Pokémon. However, along the way, Kasumi decided to fish in the water-type area, thus parting ways with them to head towards the paradise of water-type trainers. Chapter 133, Rhyhorn. As Ash and Brock arrived near the wild area, they beheld a herd of tauros frolicking across the plains. Given Ash's sense of responsibility towards the Pokémon he captured, he had no intention of capturing numerous tauros but aimed to secure just one with commendable potential. Thus, Ash activated his system to scan the information of the tauros herd and discovered one with elite potential. Ash felt a pang of desire. Since he had already left his Pokémon at the service station upon entering the wild area, battling with Pokémon was not an option. Consequently, he yearned to engage directly and wrestle with that tauros to capture it. Regrettably, he had forgotten to inquire with Old Man Kaiser if he could take action himself. Ash, which one do you intend to capture? Brock asked quietly. That one, what about you? Ash pointed to a particularly large tauros amidst the herd. As for me, I'm fine with whatever. Brock replied nonchalantly. All right, on the count of 3, we'll throw our balls. Ash proposed. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Brock nodded. 1, 2, 3. As Ash counted to 3, he immediately threw his ball. Meanwhile, Brock stood by, momentarily dazed, questioning his life choices. However, upon witnessing Ash throw his ball, he quickly reacted and tossed his own. Ash's ball, through subtle manipulation of psychic powers, effortlessly struck its target and captured the tauros within. Conversely, Brock casually threw his and ended up securing a tauros with elite potential as well. Of course, Ash's use of psychic abilities to assist Brock in precisely hitting the target played a significant role. Both tauros were easily captured, becoming the spoils of their endeavor. Clap. Brock and Ash exchanged a celebratory fist bump. Hey, what a great start! Ash exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, they had not anticipated capturing Pokémon in this area would prove so simple. If this continued, they would soon exhaust their supply of wild balls. Brock nodded in agreement. 1 tauros is sufficient. Let us search for our next target. Ash suggested. Brock nodded. Thus, Ash and Brock meandered around the vicinity of the wild area for a while, eventually stumbling upon a herd of Rhydon. Among them were several evolved Rhyperior. Look, that's a Rhydon. It appears formidable from its exterior, and its inner strength should be even greater. We must proceed with caution and ensure we do not provoke it. Brock cautioned Ash earnestly. Indeed, Brock. Which one do you want to capture? After I secure my choice, I'll see if I can assist you. Ash inquired. Which one are you targeting? Brock wondered. That one. Ash pointed towards a massive Rhyperior. Brock turned to follow Ash's finger and gasped in astonishment. Wow, I didn't realize it was that imposing. You're aiming for the strongest one in the herd. That's quite audacious. If we anger it, we might find ourselves pursued by this entire herd. Are you confident you can capture it? Brock, observing Ash's confidence, began to believe in his friend's capabilities. The Rhyperior was gray with a sharp, drill-like horn protruding from its forehead and several prominent spikes on its head. Its back bore several spines, and it had a short, thick neck adorned with a broad armor. It possessed 3 claws on its hands and 2 on its feet, complemented by a powerful tail. It was undeniably a formidable opponent. Yes, Ash affirmed with a nod. Though he lacked the assistance of other Pokémon, he still possessed psychic powers capable of hypnotizing the Rhyperior, making the capture feasible. Since you're confident, I'll trust you, Brock acquiesced, reassured by Ash's certainty. Even if trouble arises, we have Pikachu here to protect us. Although Ash's Pokémon had been taken, he had negotiated with Old Man Kaiser for quite some time. With Pikachu's acting skills, feigning weakness, he had convinced Kaiser that Pikachu was merely a decorative Pokémon, devoid of combat capabilities. However, Rhyperior is a ground rock-type Pokémon, which completely counters Pikachu, Brock murmured. Yet, when he recalled Pikachu's formidable strength, he opted to remain silent. Hey there, everyone. Sassy Billy, do you remember me? I'm your good friend, Ice Room. Ash provocatively gazed at the horned rhinoceros and even playfully beckoned with his finger. The horned rhinoceros, taken aback by this audacious challenge, found it utterly surprising that a bipedal creature would dare provoke him in such a manner. He recalled a similar encounter from long ago. Little did he know that today he would once again encounter such a reckless biped, accompanied only by a seemingly feeble yellow-furred rodent. The horned rhinoceros, momentarily dazed for about 5 seconds, then charged at Ash in a fit of rage, as if a terrifying beast were rampaging through the landscape. Upon witnessing this creature lose its composure, Ash smiled subtly. The ability of telepathy proved far more effective against creatures devoid of rational thought. To the horned rhinoceros, Ash appeared as a diminutive biped, no different from a mere delivery boy, especially with the seemingly weak yellow rodent perched on his shoulder. Thus, he perceived Ash as nothing more than an errand runner. Pokémon, horned rhinoceros. Gender, Male. Level, 45. Ability, Hard Head. Taking recoil damage from moves does not reduce HP. Potential, Near Champion. Held item, none. Moves, Arm Hammer, Tail Whip, Tackle, Knock Off, Stomp, Horn Attack, Rock Blast, Curse, Tread, Drill Run, Body Slam, Earthquake, Spike Attack. Super Horn Attack, Horn Drill. Ash's interest in him stemmed from the potential he recognized, prompting him to boldly provoke the creature with the intention of controlling it and subsequently capturing it effortlessly with a wild ball. Whether this plan would succeed now hinged on this very moment. Chapter 134, The Old Codger. As anticipated, the rampaging horned rhinoceros was far easier to manipulate. With his eyes glimmering with blue light, Ash effortlessly seized control of the horned rhinoceros and compelled it to willingly enter his wild ball. Once ensnared, the horned rhinoceros merely shook a few times before settling into stillness. Observing his successful capture, Ash felt bolstered in confidence as he set out to assist Brock in capturing the Pokémon he desired. Thus, when Brock indicated his desired Pokémon, Ash employed his telepathy to facilitate the capture. The two of them, having successfully acquired their desired creatures, departed contentedly, embarking on a new quest for fresh objectives. Along the way, Ash encountered a pair of Nidorans engaged in a tender display of affection amidst the grass. One of the Nidorans fulfilled his aspiration for capture, prompting him to procure a wild ball. However, the adjacent Nidorino took notice of Ash's thrown wild ball and, in an unexpected turn, charged at it as if to deflect it. To everyone's astonishment, it transformed into a beam of red light and entered the wild ball, thrashing about inside. Sure enough, after a brief struggle, Nidorino burst forth from the wild ball, affectionately nuzzled Nidoran, and departed hastily. Ash, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been unwittingly fed a mouthful of romantic drama, and it was quite a substantial serving. Watching the two little creatures retreat, Ash suddenly recalled his dear friend Serena, who was far across the sea. He found himself missing her, perhaps stirred by the affectionate display of the two Pokémon. But he decided to cast aside his longing, reassuring himself that they would meet again soon enough. With his feelings set aside, Ash resumed his quest for the next target. Meanwhile, Team Rocket lingered in a service station, observing Ash and Brock's activities through binoculars. Humph, children are the most foolish, Jessie scoffed, reveling in her own smugness. Meanwhile, Old Man Kaiser found himself inexplicably bound by the elite members of Team Rocket, even betrayed by his own Thunder brothers. Held at bay by a weapon pressed against his forehead. Well then, it's time for us to get to work. James and Meowth exchanged sinister smiles, plotting their next cunning scheme. Now, you should enlighten us about the whereabouts of the legendary Pokémon, Dratini. Jessie approached Kaiser with a grin. If you refuse to cooperate, you might just find yourself with a hole in your body. Didn't you claim you would face those children in a fair manner? Kaiser queried, perplexed. Ha. That's just not our style. Jessie laughed heartily. We thrive on cunning and deception. We're about to conduct our nefarious deeds in the most straightforward manner. James chimed in. Curse you. How dare you deceive me? Kaiser exclaimed in outrage, suddenly summoning unexpected strength as he attempted to break free from his bindings. Seeing this, James rushed forward to restrain him, but as he approached, Kaiser's elbow sent him sprawling to the ground. What the? James exclaimed, astonished that an elderly man could possess such formidable strength. Grab him, wheezing, Jessie yelled, realizing the urgency of the situation. With the Pokémon's assistance, Kaiser finally ceased his struggles, fearing further resistance. Honestly, how can an old man be so fiery? Meowth shook his head in disbelief. Such vitality is indeed impressive, uncle. If you share the whereabouts of Dratini, I could consider a romantic relationship with you. What do you say? Jessie proposed, approaching Kaiser with an audacious suggestion, attempting to entice the septuagenarian. One could hardly imagine such a scenario unfolding in an island romance film. Would you consider dating with marriage as the goal? Kaiser asked, his cheeks flushing at Jessie's outrageous proposition. James, hearing the old man's thoughts, nearly spat out his drink, astonished that someone of his age would still entertain such notions. Truly, age was no barrier to desire. Though Jessie might often appear lacking in charm due to her boisterous demeanor, she could be quite appealing when she put in the effort. At least, that's what James thought. Come on, will you tell me where Dratini is? Jessie transformed into the guise of a schoolgirl in a tantalizing uniform, seductively teasing Kaiser. I don't like little girls. Caesar's previously lewd expression transformed instantaneously into one of utmost seriousness upon hearing the other party's intentions, adopting an air of a respectable elder. Proclaiming his disinterest in the charms of women, and exhibiting numerous expressions that conveyed his belief that the allure of beautiful women would have no effect on him. Musashi was left speechless by the old man's abrupt change of demeanor, toppling sideways and landing on the ground. We already possess evidence, so you might as well confess, Kojiro declared, producing photographs uncovered from Caesar's residence and slapping them onto the table before him. How is your mother back home faring? You mustn't allow her to worry unduly. You ought to consider her feelings. Do you not crave a steaming bowl of pork cutlet rice right now? Meowth, inexplicably donned in a police uniform, chimed in. Oh, my apologies, officer, but I have nothing to confess. Far from it. Moreover, I am 75 years old. My dear mother has long since passed away. Where could she possibly be? You three ought to act a bit more credibly while performing. Caesar, realizing the absurdity of his situation mid-sentence, felt his temper flare, the veins on his forehead bulging in indignation as he retaliated angrily. Oh, you insufferable fool. It seems I must introduce you to our latest interrogation machine. The trio from Team Rocket, witnessing Caesar's unyielding demeanor, discarded their pretense and brandished their tools to commence a rigorous interrogation. Chapter 135, Fishing. After some time had elapsed, Ash was diligently searching the fields for a new target. However, as he wandered, he stumbled upon a waterway where he spotted his friend Misty, who was currently engaged in fishing. Misty, Ash called out. Hearing the familiar voice, Misty turned her head to see Brock and Ash not far off. Ash, Brock, what brings you here? Are you here to catch water-type Pokémon? She inquired curiously. Sort of. Ash replied with a nod. We've already captured 2 Pokémon. And now we're just exploring to see if there are any targets that catch our eye, Brock elaborated. I see. That's impressive. I, on the other hand, haven't encountered a Pokémon that I fancy yet, Misty admitted, her gaze slowly dimming. We believe you'll soon reel in something wonderful. The finest treasures often reveal themselves in due time. Who knows, you might even catch a legendary Gyarados. Ash remarked, half in jest and half in consolation. What a joke. Who could possibly catch such a legendary Pokémon? Ash, you're quite the comedian. Misty chuckled, shaking her head at the absurdity of the notion. Ash chose not to press the matter further, recognizing that there was no evidence to substantiate such claims, and decided to let Misty perceive it as merely a jest. Suddenly, Misty's fishing rod began to stir with excitement. Sensing the commotion, she swiftly grasped the rod. I've got one, she exclaimed, pulling the rod with all her might. Soon, a tadbulb leapt from the water, appearing before the group. Ash, spotting the tadbulb, instinctively activated the system's inspection feature to assess its attributes, discovering its potential to be of elite caliber. While it was impressive, it ultimately depended on personal preference whether to capture it. Misty, finding the Pokémon appealing, threw a wild ball and successfully captured the tadbulb after a brief struggle. Congratulations, Misty, you've done it. Ash approached to offer his congratulations. It's really nothing special, Misty replied shyly, rubbing the back of her head. Keep it up, Brock encouraged. Misty nodded, encouraged by Misty's success. Brock and Ash decided to try their luck at fishing as well. Ash hoped to catch a legendary Pokémon like Gyarados, or perhaps find a suitable partner for his water-type Pokémon. Brock, on the other hand, was merely fishing for leisure, knowing he would inherit the pewter gym and would not want to capture a water-type Pokémon for battle, as that would tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, with others depending on him back home, he could not afford to train another water-type Pokémon. As the trio began their fishing endeavors, Misty's rod soon showed signs of activity again, this time indicating a substantial catch. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Brock and Ash rushed over to assist her. With their combined efforts, they managed to pull a gigantic Gyarados from the water. Misty, quickly, use a wild ball to capture it, Ash urged, initially intimidated by the Gyarados. Misty summoned her courage upon Ash's encouragement, gritting her teeth and throwing the wild ball. The Gyarados, upon contact with the ball, transformed into a beam of red light and was drawn inside. After a series of vigorous shakes, the ball finally stilled under the eager gaze of her companions, signifying Misty's successful capture. Ash then proceeded to check the details of the Gyarados. Pokémon Gyarados. Gender, male. Level, 35. Ability, Intimidate. Intimidates opponents upon entry, lowering their attack. Potential, Champion. Held item, none. Moves, Bite, Tackle, Leer, Twister, Thrash, Hydro Pump, Ice Foam, Water Pulse, Dragon Dance. Not bad, Ash commented after reviewing the information. I can't believe there's even a Gyarados here, Misty exclaimed, picking up the wild ball and wiping away her cold sweat, recalling the thrilling encounter. Despite her known fearlessness towards Gyarados, she felt it prudent to leave the area, as she was merely looking to catch different Pokémon, not because of the Gyarados' presence. As for the Gyarados in her possession, she planned to send it back to her sisters at the service station for care, as she currently lacked the time and energy to further train another Pokémon while traveling. Suddenly, a familiar voice cried out, "Help! Come save me!" Ash and his friends turned to see the elderly Caesar stumbling toward them in disarray from the direction of the service area. The peculiar sight of the disheveled old man, missing a shoe and appearing akin to a vagabond, struck them as quite odd. "Help! Please get me down from this machine," Caesar shouted from a distance, imploring Ash and the others for assistance. As he approached Ash, the latter decisively chose to act. Grasping the mechanical device, he channeled his aura power, and with a forceful squeeze, a resounding explosion echoed as the machine shattered into countless pieces. "Mr. Ketchum, what transpired in the service area? You appear quite disheveled." "And to be ensnared by a machine?" Brock inquired, stepping forward with curiosity. "I'm fine, it's just that troublesome Team Rocket. They actually attempted to abduct my Dragonair. Please, I implore you, assist me in rescuing it. Dragonair must not fall into the clutches of those 3 ruffians." Old Man Ketchum realized the prowess of Ash upon witnessing his skills. The fact that Ash could effortlessly crush a machine without utilizing Pokémon spoke volumes of his capabilities. If Ash was this formidable, one could only imagine how powerful his Pokémon must be. Although Ash currently possessed only a seemingly frail yellow rat, his prowess suggested that defeating those 3 miscreants would be a mere trifle. Chapter 136. Courtesy is reserved for those in need. Fortunately, I had already sent my Pokémon back to Professor Oak. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if they fell into the hands of those fools, Ash thought to himself. After all, he was a traveler who understood the trajectory of the story. How could he so naively entrust his Pokeballs to others? "But didn't you say earlier that Dragonair was no longer here?" Brock raised his concern. "No, it is still here, within Dragon Valley," Old Man Ketchum revealed, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth. "All right, I agree to help. We are unfamiliar with this area, so you will guide us to the location." "They shouldn't be able to capture Dragonair immediately," Ash calmly assessed the situation. "Understood, I'll take you there right away," Ketchum nodded, promptly leading the 3 of them toward their destination. Meanwhile, deep within the wild plains, there flowed a white river surrounded by pale rocks, establishing an eerily tranquil atmosphere. After receiving the intel, Team Rocket hastened to the scene, promptly dividing their tasks. James and Meowth were tasked with diving to locate Dragonair, while Jessie remained on land to monitor them and prevent any mishaps. After a while underwater, Meowth and James finally detected their target's traces, aiming their weapons at Dragonair and launching their attack. "You two better come up quickly. Otherwise, you'll experience a taste of Thunderbolt. I doubt you wish to feel the absence of oxygen underwater," Ash remarked nonchalantly. Pikachu, hearing this, readied its cheeks, prepared to unleash Thunderbolt at any moment. Due to Ash's telepathic communication, even submerged, James and Meowth could hear his words. "Meowth, did you hear that? It's that brat-ass voice," James exclaimed, glancing at Meowth. Given the underwater environment, they could only communicate by shouting, making it difficult to hear anything clearly. Meowth, being close to James, caught his words, albeit faintly. "I heard. Should we go up?" James asked again upon seeing Meowth nod. "Fool, who do you think he is? Let us stay down here until we caught Dragonair." Meowth scolded James loudly. "But he has Pikachu with Thunderbolt. Water conducts electricity, and if he uses it, we'll be done for." James panicked for a moment. "What are you afraid of? We've been electrocuted before." Meowth scoffed at James. "James, I never realized you were such a coward. This isn't about being brave or cowardly. I wasn't this frightened when I was electrocuted before. It's just that we're both underwater. And if Thunderbolt damages our oxygen tanks, we'll sink to the bottom." James expressed his fears anxiously. "And have you considered that there's only Jessie on the surface? If we both sink, who will she rescue? If you die, what will happen to Giovanni's Pokémon? Who will take care of them?" Upon hearing James's words, Meowth, initially dismissive, suddenly reconsidered when the thought of Giovanni being without Pokémon crossed his mind. Immediately, he began swimming to the surface. James stared, momentarily stunned by Meowth's newfound enthusiasm. "James, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Meowth's tone shifted from impatience to urgency. "Oh right." James snapped back to reality and began swimming vigorously toward the surface. "Hey, brat, how many Pokémon have you caught? Mind sharing with this big sister?" Jessie inquired curiously. "Not convenient." Ash unhesitatingly refused. "Don't be so rude. I'm merely showing concern for how many Pokémon you've captured. Is this how you repay my kindness?" "How terribly impolite." Jessie retorted angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "First, in my eyes, you have no face. Second, your so-called kindness is not genuine. Third, I owe no courtesy to an evil organization like Team Rocket. Courtesy is reserved for those in need," Ash countered without hesitation. With those few words, Jessie was incensed, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to confront Ash. Just then, James and Meowth surfaced from the water. Upon seeing them, Jessie mistakenly assumed they had captured Dragonair and rushed forward. Did you get Dragonair? Jessie asked excitedly. After all, if they managed to catch just one Pokémon, there was a chance for all of them to be promoted and earn Giovanni's favor. How could she not be thrilled? However, their next statement doused Jessie's excitement like cold water, bringing her back to reality. We didn't catch it. Dragonair is just too swift underwater, James replied, shaking his head and fabricating an excuse. You two didn't catch it? Why are you back here? Hurry and dive down to continue the search. Jessie shouted in frustration. What she thought would lead to promotions and bonuses turned out to be an empty thrill. Forget it. I know you two completed the task and prepared for the next steps. Suddenly, Jessie produced a paralysis bomb and tossed it into the water. Oh no. If that bomb detonates in the lake, all the Pokémon underwater will be captured. Old Man Ketchum realized the gravity of the situation. Despite his age, he dove into the water without hesitation, aiming to retrieve the bomb. There's no need to dive. It's floating up on its own. Ash's eyes gleamed with a blue light, and the paralysis bomb that Jessie had thrown appeared on the water's surface. Just as Ketchum was about to dive in, he paused upon seeing the bomb, and once he regained his composure, he swiftly retrieved it. Misty's gaze fell upon the scene before her, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Just moments ago, she had forcefully hurled an object into the air, yet it seemed to defy logic as it floated back down. How can this be? Chapter 137, A Misunderstanding. Since this belongs to you, I shall return it to its rightful owner. Here it goes, old Caesar declared, preparing to launch the bomb towards them. The rocket team, upon hearing his words, erupted into chaos. Wait, Musashi shouted in a panic. What? Do you three have any last wishes to express? Old Caesar paused, his hand suspended mid-motion. No, it's not like that. We genuinely wish to be good people. We simply took a wrong turn before and became villains. But we've seen the light now. Could you grant us another chance? Musashi lowered her gaze with a bittersweet smile, pleading earnestly. I am willing to promise to be your wife again. Upon hearing this, old Caesar momentarily froze, recalling the earlier incident that made him blush at the memory of Musashi in her school uniform. It seems we have stumbled upon quite the scandalous revelation, Brock exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Caesar and then to Musashi. It was utterly unexpected that this seemingly respectable old man had such a playful side. That is not it. Let me clarify, it's not what you think. Old Caesar's heart raced at the thought of his reputation being tarnished in his twilight years. If this rumor spread, how would he ever find a companion to share his final days? This simply could not happen. Who would have thought you, appearing so dignified, would turn out to be such a person? Misty looked at Caesar with disdain. The more old Caesar felt misunderstood, the more agitated he became, nearly succumbing to a heart attack, entirely forgetting about the bomb in his hand. Meowth, now's your chance, Musashi suddenly shouted. Meowth had already prepared, swiftly dashing towards Caesar to snatch the paralysis bomb from his grasp. Meanwhile, Kojiru produced a heap of paralysis bombs made from fishing nets, tossing them into the lake with fervor. One might fail, but surely not this entire batch, she thought defiantly. And so, one after another, the paralysis bombs slipped from Kojiru's hands and plunged into the lake. Even Ash found the situation challenging. With the bombs scattered, locating them would be difficult, and controlling them with psychic power would be quite a task. Boom. The multitude of bombs hit the water, and before long, a resounding explosion echoed. Ash, witnessing this, realized he could no longer stand idly by on land. Splash. Old Caesar, seeing the sheer number of bombs, recognized he could not remain a passive observer any longer and leaped into the lake, beginning his search for the explosives. Ash, following suit, dove in after him. Ash, it's dangerous, Brock shouted anxiously. Come back. The lake is filled with bombs now. It's futile to go down. Misty echoed his worry. Don't worry about me. I'm tough and resilient, Ash declared before submerging himself in the water. That kid is really foolish. Does he think two people can retrieve all those bombs? Meowth sneered, shaking his head. Those despicable rocket members, you three are utterly hopeless. Brock seethed. Without a villainous streak, how could we call ourselves the rocket team? Hee hee. Musashi shot back with a mischievous grin. If anything happens to Ash, we won't let you off the hook. Misty threatened, her teeth clenched. And what of it? You think we fear a little girl like you and that dark-skinned brat? Musashi waved her hand dismissively. Pikachu. At that moment, Pikachu stepped forward, its cheeks crackling with electricity. Without that little brat around, do you think we fear you? Musashi reflexively took a step back upon seeing Pikachu. However, she quickly remembered that Ash was not on land, and Pikachu's power would be limited without its trainer, so she regained her bravado. Musashi, why provoke that Pikachu? Meowth warned, Realizing that even if Ash were absent, Pikachu's inherent strength remained formidable, they were still no match, even without its trainer. Pikachu. At Musashi's taunt, Pikachu could no longer contain its fury, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the Rocket team. Why didn't you say so earlier? Musashi exclaimed, finally realizing the impending danger as Thunderbolt surged towards them. You didn't ask. Meowth retaliated innocently. The explosion sent the 3 Rocket members soaring into the sky, transforming them into 3 dazzling shooting stars against the daylight. What an irritating sensation. Misty shook her head in exasperation. After venting her frustration, she turned her gaze back to the lake, her heart swelling with concern. Meanwhile, submerged in the water, Ash had already sensed the commotion above and recognized that Pikachu had resolved the situation with the Rocket Trio. Ash began to focus, using his psychic abilities to locate the bombs and manipulate them towards him. To be on the safe side, he decided to store the explosives within his space ring. As Caesar attempted to grasp a bomb, he noticed them floating upwards one by one. Confounded, he turned to see the bombs drifting toward Ash, and suddenly recalled a certain ability, a psychic. Upon realizing Ash could retrieve the explosives, a wave of relief washed over Caesar. Just as Ash successfully collected all the bombs in his space ring, he spotted one that had drifted beyond his control. He needed to get closer. But given his current distance, time was of the essence. His breath was running low, and if he swam any closer, he would exhaust his oxygen supply. If he failed to seize it and ran out of air, he would be in dire straits indeed. Chapter 138, Taming the Dratini. After contemplating for a moment, Ash resolutely decided to retrieve the bomb. Though its potential for destruction was significant, he felt confident in his ability to handle it based on his current strength. The only downside was that after acquiring the bomb, his oxygen would be nearly depleted, and without a water-type Pokémon to assist him back to the shore, he would find himself in a precarious position. Fortunately, Ash recalled that in the original storyline, a Dratini would come to his aid, alleviating his concerns somewhat. All preparations were complete. Even if time were to run short, Ash could still place the bomb into the spatial ring. However, as fate would have it, a rather fortuitous event transpired. Just near the bomb, a Magikarp unexpectedly appeared, and with a gentle peck, it nudged the explosive. Boom! The explosion unleashed a tremendous wave in the water, catching even Ash, whose body was remarkably resilient, off guard. He inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of lake water, choking and struggling to breathe. In that moment, the oxygen he had been holding onto dissipated. Soon, Ash lost consciousness in the depths of the murky lake, his body beginning to sink slowly. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted through the water, swiftly approaching Ash, lifting him onto its back and swimming towards the shore. Meanwhile, those on the bank were stunned by the upheaval on the lake's surface. Ash! Cried Misty and Brock, realizing that one of Team Rocket's bombs had detonated in the lake. Just as their concern for Ash intensified, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Fierce winds whipped through the air, and a massive whirlpool formed in the water. What on earth is happening? Brock thought, panic rising within him, fearing something dreadful had occurred. As the group remained bewildered, a blue figure erupted from the whirlpool, soaring into the sky. What is that? Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld a creature with 2 wings, enveloped in a brilliant azure hue, resembling a divine dragon. It was none other than the legendary Pokémon, Dragonair. Old Man Kaiser, upon encountering this long-desired Pokémon once more, couldn't help but exclaim in joy. In Kanto, the reason Dragonair is deemed a legendary Pokémon likely stems from the fact that most Dratini are exclusive to the Dragon Clan's Dragon Island, making it a rarity for ordinary people to witness. This also ties into the narrative of the original series, wherein the story's incompleteness led to its classification as a legendary creature. From Ash's current understanding, Dragonair's legendary status is attributed to its rarity, as most are controlled by the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Ash, although still in a state of semi-consciousness, found himself riding on Dragonair's smooth back in a rather extraordinary state of slumber. As the warm sunlight caressed his face, he gradually opened his eyes, realizing he was atop Dragonair. Strangely, upon awakening, his first instinct was not confusion, but rather to utilize his system's scanning function to examine his information. Pokémon, Dragonair. Gender, female. Level, 54. Ability, shed skin. May heal status conditions upon shedding its skin. Talent, near champion. Held item, none. Moves, Wrap, Glare, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Tail, Agility, Tackle. Water Tail, Dragon Dive, Mystical Guard, Rain Dance, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Hyper Beam. Only a near champion? In the realm of near deities, such talent could be deemed mediocre. Ash mused. Having once accompanied Professor Oak to the Dragon Clan's Dragon Island to investigate the capabilities of its Pokémon, he was well aware of the circumstances there. You've grown. Yet I, alas, have aged into a mere old man. Old man Kaiser lamented as he embraced his long-lost friend, Dragonair, with tears in his eyes. Dragonair, too, was overjoyed to reunite with an old companion, releasing a jubilant cry. Ash, sensing that Dragonair wished to reminisce with Kaiser, dismounted to allow them their moment. After Dragonair's call, a small Dratini leapt from the water. Instead of approaching its mother, the Dratini curiously made its way towards Ash. Noticing the little Dratini at his feet, Ash knelt down and greeted it with a smile, reaching out to gently stroke its head. To his surprise, the Dratini showed no resistance, reveling in the affection. Just then, Pikachu arrived with remarkable speed, leaping onto Ash's shoulder. Pikachu affectionately nuzzled Ash's face, causing him to chuckle at the ticklish sensation. Meanwhile, the nostalgic scene between Dragonair and Kaiser seemed to mirror their own past, both captivated by the interaction between Pikachu and Ash. Dragonair, in particular, gazed at Ash with an intensity that hinted at deep contemplation. "Is that your child?" Kaiser inquired, noticing the Dratini, then turning to Dragonair for confirmation. Dragonair nodded gently in response. "They remind me of us from long ago," Kaiser mused wistfully. Dragonair released another resonant cry. Upon seeing Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, the Dratini, filled with curiosity, took to the air, wrapping its small form around Ash's neck. Pikachu, initially taken aback by the Dratini's antics, soon regarded it with indifference, as if to say it was just a playful little sister. As the eldest among Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu held no desire to compete for affection. Suddenly, Dragonair appeared before Ash, inquiring, "Are you saying you intend to entrust your child to me?" Ash, taken aback by Dragonair's unexpected proposition, hesitated to confirm. After all, in the original storyline, Dragonair had taken the Dratini away, whereas now it sought to place its child in Ash's care, which felt rather extraordinary. Dragonair nodded, affirming Ash's question. "What are your plans then?" Ash asked, perplexed. Once more, Dragonair emitted a long call. "Are you planning to venture outside and perhaps search for this child's father?" Ash clarified. Dragonair nodded again. "Very well, I shall take care of this child. I promise to treat her with great care," Ash assured, having accepted Dragonair's decision. After entrusting her child to Ash, Dragonair shared a few parting words with Dratini, causing the little one to become tearful, much like a bride being entrusted to someone who might be the most significant person in her life. After several exchanges, Dragonair concluded their conversation and gently nudged Dratini towards Ash. "You may face dangers out there. Consider this candy a token of trust, a gift for entrusting your child to me. I hope you will accept it, as it may prove to be of great assistance to you," Ash said, presenting a rare candy to Dragonair. Upon beholding the enchanting candy, Haxorus felt an irresistible allure that she could not resist, and with curiosity, she consumed it. Shortly after the magical confection settled in her stomach, a brilliant light of evolution enveloped her. Her form rapidly expanded, transforming into a Dragonite, an entity adorned in vibrant orange. Sporting 2 antennae and a small horn atop her head, with large expressive eyes, a smooth snout, a rotund abdomen, and 2 petite wings sprouting from her back. After successfully evolving, Haxorus savored her new physique, bid farewell to her companions, and soared into the sky, embarking on a quest to reunite with her mate. Thus, Ash and his companion's journey in the wild area reached its conclusion, with Ash triumphantly capturing a Dratini. Upon returning to the service area, Ash deposited the Pokémon he had caught in the wild area, including a Tauros and a Rhyhorn, before sending over his Charmeleon, Ghastly, Venusaur, and Blastoise to continue his new adventure. Chapter 139. Young Master Ash. Having departed from the wild area, Ash and his companions continued their journey. They found themselves in an unnamed city. This time, they were joined by a new companion, a petite Dratini. The Dratini seemed to relish being outside, as she had remained perched on Ash's neck since leaving the wild area. This drew the attention of many passers-by, who gazed curiously at the rare legendary Pokémon adorning Ash's neck. In this moment, Ash took a moment to examine Dratini's basic information. Pokémon, Dratini, gender, female, level, 23. Ability, Marvel Scale. When subjected to a status condition, Marvel Scale activates, enhancing defense. Potential, Semi-Divine, held item, Dragon Fong. Moves, Quick Attack, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Bind, Twister, Thunder Wave, Dragon Tail, Agility, Mystical Shield, Dragon Dive. After reviewing Dratini's information, Ash noted the impressive inherited moves, which encompassed nearly all of the Dragon-type techniques. Particularly, upon observing the move Quick Attack, he surmised that Dratini's father must be a Dragonite, as the ability to learn this move at such a stage could only be passed down from a Dragonite, a fact corroborated by the Pokémon Encyclopedia. It is important to note that this reference to the Pokémon Encyclopedia pertains to a book, not the one Professor Oak provided. Despite the curious glances from those around him, Ash remained unfazed. After all, with his current prowess, only a champion-level opponent could pose a challenge, rendering all others inconsequential. His champion-level Pikachu and the formidable Gengar were not to be underestimated. Those lacking power often cowered in fear, while the formidable would engage directly. Moreover, Ash's own capabilities were substantial. He was more than equipped to contend with elite 4-level Pokémon without hesitation. "Are we entering a metropolis, Brock?" Misty exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she admired the towering skyscrapers. Indeed, while the beauty of nature is commendable, the charm of a bustling city provides a sense of security. Brock concurred with a nod. "Since we are in a large city, would you like to indulge in some fun and replenish our supplies?" Ash inquired. "That sounds reasonable." Brock agreed enthusiastically. "Then, will our young master Ash be picking up the tab today?" Misty teased, casting a playful glance at Ash. "What? With your resources, do you still need to rely on me?" Ash replied, bemused. "That's quite different. You, young Master Ash, are clearly the wealthiest among us. If we don't take advantage of that, it would be a disservice to you." Misty quipped with a grin. Even Brock cast an expectant look, hoping Ash would acquiesce. "All right, since you've put it that way, if I refuse, I would appear as the villain," Ash mused, ultimately indifferent, as he recognized that any expenditures would ultimately benefit him. Moreover, given Brock's current financial situation, a little assistance was warranted. After all, how much could it possibly cost to replenish supplies? Hee. Then we preemptively thank young Master Ash. Misty beamed with gratitude. "By the way, don't forget to grab some ketchup for my Pokémon. They need to eat. Once you've made your purchases, let us regroup here," Ash instructed. "Understood," Brock and Misty affirmed, before taking Ash's card to indulge in their shopping spree. Meanwhile, Ash began to peruse nearby shops, intending to procure something special to send home, as well as a gift for Serena. During his last shopping trip for perfume, he had forgotten to buy something for his future mother-in-law, a grievous oversight. Now, he sought to rectify that mistake, ensuring that he would soothe any unspoken disappointment. Chapter 140. I'm fine with anything. After successfully replenishing their supplies, the trio reconvened at the designated meeting point, gazing at the grand bridge in the distance. "Is that a cross-sea bridge?" Misty asked, raising her hand to point at the structure. "Indeed, it appears that the construction here has been completed, although on the map, this bridge was still marked as under construction. With this bridge, we can avoid the long detour and reach Sunshine Town directly," Brock observed, checking his map with excitement. "It seems we should update our travel itinerary. Otherwise, we might miss out on numerous shortcuts during our journey," Ash suggested. "That's an excellent idea." Brock nodded in agreement. "All right. After purchasing the map, we shall set off." With grand enthusiasm, Ash led his companions to acquire a new map. Once they had procured the map, they arrived at the entrance of the bridge. "Apologies, but a portion of this cross-sea bridge is still under construction," a staff member at the toll booth informed them as they approached. "Furthermore, this bridge is exclusively for vehicles, spanning a total length of 20 kilometers. It is impossible to walk across," he added, causing Misty to gasp in astonishment, utterly taken aback. 20 kilometers, she exclaimed, her mind racing. "Of course, if you have bicycles, you could consider trying that. A bike lane has already been opened," the staff member continued, noting their expressions. "By the way, may I inquire if Pokémon are permitted to cross the bridge?" Ash asked curiously. Using Pokémon to traverse the bridge? Surely you jest, sir. What Pokémon could possibly cover such a distance?" The attendant replied, offering an awkward yet polite smile. "Then we certainly can't just ride bikes the whole way. As we traverse our journey, it is essential for us to pause and rejuvenate, even if we are accompanied by Pokémon," as Ash patiently elucidated. His words seemed to resonate with a semblance of truth. "However, prior to proceeding, I must consult with my superior. Please bear with me for a moment." After a brief hesitation, the young man ultimately resolved to make this decision. "Very well, we shall await your favorable news here." Ash nodded in agreement. "Hey Ash," Misty inquired delicately, "do you think the Pokémon might tire from traversing such a long bridge?" After all, she had no Pokémon capable of maintaining such rapid pace. "You're concerned because you lack a Pokémon for the journey, aren't you?" Ash discerned her thoughts with ease. You've caught me," Misty replied bashfully, scratching her head as Ash saw through her intentions. "Rest assured, I would never abandon you. I will lend you the Tauros I captured in the Safari Zone," Ash asserted, patting his chest with a grand gesture. "What about you? Misty expressed her surprise upon hearing Ash's generosity. As for me, I'm quite indifferent, Ash waved dismissively. Hearing this, Misty could not help but shed tears of gratitude. All right, I've completed my inquiries. Upon returning from his consultation with the leader, the young man announced, Congratulations. The leader has approved your proposal. You may indeed utilize Pokémon, provided you possess them. In that case, let us first visit the Pokémon Center to retrieve our Pokémon. But what about Brock? Misty cast a puzzled glance at him. Brock? He, like me, has caught a Tauros, so he does not require my Pokémon, Ash patiently clarified. Since Misty had not accompanied them to capture Tauros, she was unaware that both had succeeded in doing so. Ah, I see. Then let us set off. With the revelation that Brock had his own Pokémon, Misty no longer questioned the matter. Thus, the three returned to the Pokémon Center alongside Ash. Ash exchanged his Bulbasaur and Blastoise with Professor Oak for a Tauros and an Arcanine. Over the course of their travels, Bulbasaur and Blastoise had attained a level of mastery akin to that of elite Pokémon, thus necessitating a visit to Professor Oak's Dragonite to fortify their prowess. Charmeleon was also on the cusp of evolving into Charizard, with the necessary materials nearly prepared. Everything was in place, awaiting but a favorable wind. Suddenly, a feather in Ash's pocket emitted a faint glow, albeit fleetingly before dimming once more. Huh, was that merely my imagination? Ash mused, sensing the feather had briefly illuminated. What's wrong, Ash? Misty inquired, noticing his sudden halt. It's nothing. I believe I may have experienced a mirage. Let us continue. Ash shook his head dismissively. Seeing his nonchalance, the duo remained puzzled yet unconcerned. Excuse me, could you assist me with a favor? Just as the trio prepared to embark, Nurse Joy approached them, halting their progress. You see, the Pokémon Center in Sunshine Town is in dire need of our special medicine for ailing Pokémon, but due to a shortage of staff, I cannot deliver it myself. Might I implore you to transport it to Sunshine Town's Pokémon Center? Nurse Joy pleaded earnestly. Ash, if we refuse such a request, we would hardly be men, Brock declared, grasping Nurse Joy's hand with conviction. Wow, you're quite the charmer, and I'm the one doing the work. Truly, you are a remarkable companion. Ash jested. All right, it's just a favor for Nurse Joy. We can certainly help. Ash readily accepted the request. The three took the medicine from Nurse Joy and set forth towards Sunshine Town. You've arrived, greeted the young man who had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance. Indeed, we have. Now, we entrust you with Tauros and Arcanine. Ash tossed the Pokeballs, and two radiant beams of light erupted, revealing Arcanine and Tauros upon the path. Is this what you call casual, Ash? Misty marveled at the two Pokemon before her, falling into a momentary silence. Hee. Ash chuckled, offering no explanation. Instead, turning to Tauros and gently stroking its head. Tauros, I entrust Misty to your care. Moo. Tauros bellowed confidently, approaching Misty. I now rely on you, she implored, standing beside Tauros. Moo. It responded affirmatively. Come forth, Tauros. Observing Ash's release of his Pokemon, Brock decided to do the same. I shall also depend on you, Tauros, he said, gently patting its back. Moo. Brock's Tauros nodded in acknowledgement. Let us commence our journey. After Ash settled the payment, he gracefully leapt onto Arcanine's back. Following his command, Arcanine began to stride forward, its steps seemingly heavy yet remarkably light, darting ahead like the wind. Onward. Misty and Brock rallied their own Pokemon, and thus, the trio set off upon their Pokemon towards Sunshine Town to deliver the medicine. Chapter 141, The Bicycle Racing Crew. The three Pokemon galloped forth, their footsteps resonating along the bicycle path, creating a vibrant spectacle amidst the Grand Ocean Bridge. Due to their lack of professional equipment and riding experience, their speed was somewhat moderated. At that moment, a small inflatable boat drifted beneath the bridge, where Team Rocket observed Ash and his companions from their vantage point. Look at those fools riding Tauros on the bike path, Meowth exclaimed, peering through binoculars at their antics. It seems the time has come for us to make our entrance, Jessie declared with confidence. Do you have a strategy in mind, Meowth? Meowth inquired, intrigued. Hee. This place could be considered our second home. Jessie reminisced about past escapades with James. We are well acquainted with this area. They have unwittingly ventured into our territory. After a lengthy journey, Ash and his companions settled at a scenic viewpoint to rest. Arcanine and the two Tauros lay panting on the ground, exhausted. After a considerable pause, once their stamina had been partially restored, Ash produced his specially crafted high-grade energy cubes, feeding them to the trio. After consuming the energy cubes, Arcanine and the two Tauros regained significant vigor, and with a bit of water, their fatigue lessened considerably. Thank you for your hard work. Ash gazed at the trio before him, gently caressing the head of his loyal companion, the speedy dog. Woof. The speedy dog shook its head. indicating that this was nothing more than a long-distance run, far less burdensome than hauling a weight of 250 pounds. Fortunately, its master had not forced it to carry a load while running. Otherwise, it would have truly exhausted the poor creature. One could only say that there remained a sliver of compassion in his master's heart. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions took a moment to rest and enjoy their lunch. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, they prepared to set forth once more. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from nearby, capturing their attention. All three turned to see a group of flamboyantly dressed young ruffians, adorned with banners and rocking out to loud music, speeding towards them on bicycles from across the bridge. "What sort of people are they?" Misty asked, her face a mask of confusion at this unexpected spectacle. "They're a bunch of bikers," Brock replied, casting a disapproving glance at the rowdy youths in the distance. "Bikers on bicycles?" Misty exclaimed, her incredulity palpable. She had only ever heard of motorcycle riders engaging in such reckless behavior. She had never imagined that bicycle riders could also embody such a phenomenon. "Ash, let us get out of here. It's best we don't get entangled with them," Brock suggested, eyeing the group of ruffians warily. "No need. They're already surrounding us," Ash said, observing how the youths had effectively blocked their escape route. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a belt cracked, and two thugs approached them. One of them trembled, tumbling alongside his bicycle. "What do you want? Are you here to block our way?" Ash confronted the intruders, his tone unyielding and his expression steely. As his demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity, his eyes bore the ferocity of a predator, emanating an icy aura of menace. A few of the less seasoned thugs, already intimidated, began to sweat profusely. "Humph, you lot are pathetic, scared off by just this? Truly useless," one of the gang leaders, clad in a black leather jacket adorned with studs and sporting fiery red hair, leaned against his bicycle. He exchanged a glance with Ash, feeling a chill run down his spine, yet he maintained an air of bravado, as leaders often do. "I can see you three aren't from around here," the gang leader inquired nonchalantly. "And if we are, what is it to you?" Ash retorted, his voice dripping with disdain, as if he were addressing an inconsequential being. "Oh, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Where are you from? I haven't seen you around here before," the gang leader continued, disregarding Ash's defiance. "What, do you intend to fight?" Ash's response was cold and calculated, his gaze unwavering. "You've got some spirit, but you're a bit too cocky," the gang leader sneered, seemingly irked by Ash's demeanor. "If it's a fight you want, let us settle it. But our battles aren't mere physical skirmishes. They're Pokémon battles. What do you say?" Realizing Ash's formidable presence, the gang leader opted for caution. He understood that provoking the wrong individual could lead to serious repercussions in this world, where formidable beings lurked. Chapter 142, Bicycle with Training Wheels. "Very well. If it's a battle you seek, then let us have one," Ash declared, his icy facade beginning to thaw as he sensed the gang leader's lack of aggression. "Who among you dares to face me?" "I will." At that moment, a girl with green hair stepped forward from the biker gang, clearly their leader. "I think a girl with a hint of rebellious charm is truly captivating. Please, feel free to scold me, strike me, or even trample me." Brock, momentarily entranced by the girl's allure, found himself utterly smitten, even adopting a rather submissive demeanor. Ash shook his head in bemusement at Brock's rapid transformation, while Misty nearly succumbed to exasperation. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as the rebellious girl swiftly backhanded Brock, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Please, don't touch me so casually. I merely have a fondness for bicycles," the girl remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Ash and Misty exchanged glances, feeling embarrassed for Brock, and hurriedly pulled him back. The green-haired girl then stepped forward, tossing out a Pokeball. A brilliant flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing a Pokémon encased in dual shells, adorned with multiple spiky protrusions, its body boasting a formidable horn. Shelmet appeared before them. As Ash prepared to make his move, a voice rang out from behind him. "Wait," Misty called, stopping Ash in his tracks. "Since our opponent wields a water-type Pokémon, allow me to take this one," she declared, her enthusiasm evident. "All right," Ash conceded, recognizing Misty's eagerness and yielding the opportunity to her. Upon entering the fray, Misty focused intently on the sturdy Shelmet, contemplating which Pokémon would best match it in battle. This was her first encounter with such a formidable foe, and caution was paramount. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to summon her ace, Starmie, for this challenge. "Go, Starmie," she exclaimed, reaching for the Pokeball when, unexpectedly, a flash of light erupted from her backpack. Quack! Psyduck emerged excitedly, raising its hands in jubilation. It was thrilled that its master had called its name once again, feeling a profound sense of trust. "Misty, Witnessing Psyduck's unexpected entrance felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had intended to summon Starmie, not this perplexing creature, leaving her momentarily exasperated. How many times must I say it? You're Psyduck, not Starmie. Misty fumed, stamping her foot in irritation. Psyduck turned back quizzically, seemingly oblivious to the distinction, and thought to itself, "Isn't Psyduck a lovely name?" Sighing in resignation, Misty gestured for Psyduck to give it a try, hoping it could unleash the potential it had shown during their previous encounters. She was now relying on Psyduck to rise to the occasion and vanquish the formidable opponent before them. Quack! Psyduck had just been under the impression that his master was not calling for him, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed directed at him. Consequently, he found himself filled with an uncontainable excitement, for today his master had once again acknowledged his worth. Thus, our Psyduck merrily pranced towards the battlefield, swaying his joyous little backside with a delightful pitter-patter. Ha ha ha, I can't bear it. How can there be such a foolish Pokémon? Those present, upon witnessing Psyduck's adorably silly demeanor, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ah ha ha ha, is this Pokémon trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my new shell? The individual who laughed had already collapsed onto the ground, rolling in mirth. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha, this is too hilarious. Another one has succumbed to the laughter. The mischievous girls collectively lost it, clutching their stomachs, unable to contain themselves. Psyduck, use Tail Whip. Misty seemed to be in a peculiar state of mind, insisting on having Psyduck employ this utterly ineffective move. Thus, for nearly 10 minutes, Misty, Psyduck, and its opponent, Shelder, entertained the crowd to the point of laughter. It appeared that victory was assured. The green-haired girl, witnessing the hilarity of Misty's Psyduck, could not help but join in the laughter. After all, how could anyone resist the charm of such a foolish, feeble, yet endearing Psyduck? Infuriated, Misty resolved to personally impart a headache to Psyduck. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to deliver a few punches to aggravate Psyduck's headache further. Fortunately, Brock, standing nearby, quickly intervened and restrained Misty, preventing her from acting on her impulse. Ash, noticing the commotion, approached Misty and advised, "Misty, don't act impulsively. If you hit Psyduck and exacerbate its headache, it might see you as an enemy. So, perhaps it would be wise to remain calm and observe." Buzzing sounds suddenly emanated from a distance, akin to police sirens. What is happening? Could it be trouble from the neighboring district? A delinquent boy looked curiously in the direction of the sirens. Since you've asked so sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed and to safeguard the peace, Team Rocket, Jesse, James. Oh dear, I see the three of you again. So what will it be? A fiery grilling or an electric therapy session? Upon realizing that Team Rocket had arrived, Ash immediately presented them with a choice of services. Jesse, long time no see. Jessie removed her sunglasses. James, it seems you're doing well. James followed suit, also taking off his sunglasses. Big brother. The delinquent boy who had just asked was teary-eyed as he looked at James. All right, I'm aware of your antics, Ash said, exasperated as he raised his hands in surrender. Haha, we were once the most notorious figures around here, Jessie declared with pride. Indeed, the infamous Jessie, the chain-wielding girl, was incredibly cool while riding her bike and swinging her chain. The delinquent girl explained to the onlookers. And then there's big brother, the one who dared to add training wheels to his bike. The delinquent boy enthusiastically introduced the others. I know. Should I present them with an award and perhaps a complimentary service package? Ash, unable to contain his laughter, asked if they required his assistance. You guys are still riding those two-wheeled bikes? Jessie inquired, eyeing their bicycles. Mature bike enthusiasts should be riding unicycles, James added, proudly lifting his own unicycle for display. So, is your current biking gang comprised solely of unicycles? The green-haired girl asked excitedly. Fool, we've long since ceased being bike enthusiasts, Jessie and James said, tearing off their disguises to reveal the distinctive uniforms of Team Rocket. We are now an organized, large-scale evil syndicate. They looked triumphantly at Ash as they spoke. That is so cool. The group of delinquents became exhilarated upon hearing the words of their former leader. So, these three little brats have a history with us. And I do appreciate your assistance in dealing with them. Jessie finally revealed her true intentions. That is right. Let us steal their Pokémon, Meowth urged. All right. Since it's what the leader commanded, we shall comply. The group of delinquents, inspired by their former leaders, prepared to rush forward and capture the three. Hey, I think you two have crossed a line. Being a villain is one thing, but inciting others to join in is a bit much. Fully aware of Team Rocket's tactics for recruiting members, Ash's demeanor grew decisively cold. The other delinquents felt a chill upon seeing Ash's gaze. Don't be afraid. This guy is just putting on a show. Everyone, charge. Someone among the delinquents shouted, prompting the group, who had momentarily hesitated, to charge again. It seems I must teach you a lesson, Ash declared, his eyes suddenly radiating a blue glow as a powerful psychic force enveloped everyone, lifting them into the air. What is happening? Why am I floating? My body won't obey. Mommy, I'm scared. Initially intending to interact with them as an ordinary person, Ash felt compelled to reveal his true nature as a psychic. 2 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, 4 circles up, 5 circles down, 6 circles swaying up and down, 7 circles side to side, Ash commanded as his anger manifested, causing Team Rocket to perform a dizzying dance in midair. My head is spinning, Jessie exclaimed, clutching her head, utterly disoriented. Why is there so much sun up here? James wondered, glancing at the sky, only to see multiple suns casting illusions. So many coins, Meow? As he bent down to pick up coins falling from Meowth, he discovered a bounty of coins on the ground. Just as they regained their bearings, the familiar sensation returned. Yes, they were airborne once more. Hey, what do you little brats want now? Jessie shouted, feeling increasingly insecure in the air. Again, James seemed to anticipate the outcome. Indeed, Ash initiated yet another dizzying spin, this time accompanied by a spontaneous song. Come on, let us exercise. Left 3 circles, right 3 circles, twist your neck, wiggle your backside. The trio of the Rockets, having spun in circles countless times, eventually could no longer bear their disorientation and began to plead for mercy, casting aside their pride. I was wrong, little brat, we were wrong. After what felt like an eternity of being disoriented, the 3 finally commenced their appeals for forgiveness. Wrong? Where did we go astray? Ash inquired, casually munching on sunflower seeds. The error lies in the fact that we should not have troubled you. No. Ash shook his head. The true mistake was your instigation of others. It was enough for you to act on your own. Yet, you chose to involve others, potentially leading a mere wayward sprout entirely astray. That is where your fault lies. Never mind. I shall not torment you any further. Do ensure you do not repeat this behavior in the future. Farewell. Ash deemed this lesson sufficient and promptly sent the 3 soaring away. What an unpleasant sensation. The trio ultimately transformed into shooting stars, vanishing from sight. The other delinquent youths, witnessing the once formidable elder siblings being cast away, stood momentarily dumbfounded, gazing at the direction in which they had disappeared. What? Are you still lingering here, hoping to experience the sensation of ascending like them? Ash queried, noticing that the group had yet to depart. And no, we're leaving now. The delinquents, upon hearing this, hastily mounted their bicycles and pedaled off in the direction Ash and his companions had arrived from. Ash shook his head in resignation as he observed their retreat. All right, we must also take our leave to deliver the medicine to Nurse Joy in Sunshine Town. With the area now devoid of further troubles, Ash urged his companions to hasten their departure, for the Pokémon in Sunshine Town desperately required the medicine they carried. Absolutely. Brock responded decisively, promptly climbing onto Tauros' back, ready to set off. Misty, having recalled Psyduck, swiftly joined him atop Tauros. Onward, destination Sunshine Town. Ash mounted his Arcanine, calling out enthusiastically. The Arcanine dashed ahead, with the 2 Tauros following closely behind, as they embarked toward their destination. Chapter 144, The Peculiar Pikachu. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached their destination, arriving at the Pokémon Center where they were to deliver the medicine. Nurse Joy, here is the medicine you requested. Ash presented the medication with both hands. Thank you so much. Without your assistance, the Pokémon's conditions could have become quite dire. Due to the urgency of their ailments, I must get to work now. Nurse Joy expressed her gratitude and explanation before swiftly turning to leave. Ash and his companions did not harbor any resentment toward Nurse Joy's lack of pleasantries. Instead, they patiently remained in the Pokémon service area, awaiting her return. After a considerable time had passed, as the sun began to set, Nurse Joy emerged from the emergency room, her brow glistening with sweat. I apologize for the rush earlier. The situation was critical. Thanks to your help, those Pokémon are now safe, she said, bowing in gratitude despite her exhaustion. It's no trouble at all, Nurse Joy. It is our duty, Ash replied, shaking his head and offering a supportive hand to her. By the way, Nurse Joy, since we arrived on Pokémon, would you be so kind as to help restore our Pokémon's energy? Ash presented 3 Pokeballs to her. Of course, please give me a moment. Nurse Joy nodded in acknowledgement before calling upon her assistant. Chansey, please take care of these 3 Pokeballs. Chansey, appearing equally fatigued, nonetheless trudged forward to assist. Nurse Joy, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Our Pokémon are not in a rush, Brock suggested, his heart aching at the sight of her weariness. That simply won't do. We have work to do, and even without you, others will arrive. Nurse Joy firmly declined Brock's suggestion. All right then, please do take care of yourself, Nurse Joy, Brock conceded, understanding her determination. Nurse Joy truly is diligent, Misty remarked as she observed Nurse Joy's departing figure. Indeed, Brock nodded in agreement. Well, everything has been arranged. The weather is turning, so let us rest here at the Pokémon Center for the night. Ash noted the darkness outside and decided they should spend the night. Absolutely agreed. As soon as Ash voiced his plan, he received swift affirmation from his companions. Thus, they spent the night within the Pokémon Center. Before long, the night passed, and dawn arrived. Having completed his morning exercises, Ash returned to the Pokémon Center to pack their belongings. After finishing their meals, they set off toward their next destination. However, after traveling for quite some time, they had completely distanced themselves from Sunshine Town. Yet, midway through their journey, the sky suddenly darkened, and a light rain began to fall, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, abruptly shattering the cheerful spirits they had only recently regained. Run! Ash cradled Pikachu in his arms, pressing his hat down, and began to sprint frantically, searching for shelter. Quickly, we must find a place to take cover, Brock echoed, racing alongside Ash while shouting. In this endless expanse of wilderness, how could there possibly be any shelter? Misty lamented, her spirits sinking as her earlier comfort evaporated. After a frantic dash, fueled by their quest for refuge, fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a house. Oh, there is really a house, Brock exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend the occurrence. In such a desolate area, it was rare for anyone to reside there, making this discovery all the more surprising. This feels rather peculiar, Misty remarked, her brow furrowing at the improbability of the situation. Could it be that my earlier complaints prompted the heavens to grant our wish? Let us not dwell on that now. Finding shelter is our priority. Ash urged his friends to stop hesitating. With that, he dashed inside and pushed open the door, his movements fluid and swift, leaving Brock and Misty momentarily stunned. This appears to be a small theater, Brock mused, surveying the decor around him. For now, let us rest here until the rain ceases. Misty beamed with joy upon realizing the situation was indeed real. Pika! Suddenly, Pikachu called out, capturing the attention of the trio. Huh, Pikachu has it evolved. Xiao Gang, upon witnessing the unfolding scene before him, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Several individuals beheld the unexpected sight of two Pikachus, both adorned in identical attire, materializing before the gathering. How adorable. I must capture this extra one, exclaimed Xiao Xia, enveloping one of the Pikachus, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Ash's, in her embrace. Her excitement palpable. The Pikachu she clutched displayed a vacant gaze and an oddly contorted expression. Observing Xiao Xia's exuberance, Ash's playful spirit ignited. Xiao Xia, why do you think this Pikachu looks just like mine? Ash remarked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing Ash's words, Xiao Xia's previously joyous smile instantly froze, replaced by a creeping dread. Indeed, why would there be a Pokémon in this desolate wilderness that looks exactly like Ash's Pikachu? If her memory served her right, Ash had previously declared that his Pikachu was one of a kind in the world, yet another Pikachu, strikingly similar in appearance, now stood before them. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 145, The Girl Amity. You insufferable Ash, why would you say something like that in a place like this? Xiao Xia, taken aback, hastily dropped the fluffy, exceedingly adorable Pikachu to the ground and indignantly turned to confront Ash. I did nothing wrong. I merely offered a friendly reminder. So there's no need to be upset. Moreover, science has proven that anger is detrimental to one's complexion, leading to the formation of wrinkles, Ash quickly replied, sensing Xiao Xia's irritation. Don't try to deceive me, Xiao Xia retorted, visibly unconvinced, raising her fist as if to strike. Xiao Xia, don't forget what I do. I'm a researcher. I once conducted a study with a professor, and it's true, Ash explained earnestly, his seriousness bordering on the absurd. Ah, is that really the case? Xiao Xia, seemingly swayed by Ash's conviction, swiftly retrieved a small mirror from her backpack to inspect her face. With the imminent crisis averted, Ash inwardly sighed in relief. Are you all right, Xiao Xia? Xiao Gang approached, inquiring with concern. Xiao Gang, do you see any wrinkles on my face? Xiao Xia urgently asked. And no, I can't see anything. It's too dark here, Xiao Gang replied, shaking his head. Very well, Xiao Xia acknowledged, coming to terms with the situation. However, the peculiar expression on that Pikachu's face and its identical attire to Ash's Pikachu unsettled her. Could it be a new breed of Pikachu? Xiao Gang mused, stroking his chin as he speculated. Xiao Xia, there's no need to be afraid. I wonder if you've ever heard of a certain Pokémon, Ash said, adopting a teasing tone. What Pokémon? Both Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang, intrigued by Ash's enigmatic demeanor, leaned in closer. A Pokémon that can transform into all sorts of peculiar forms. Ash continued to tease, refraining from revealing the name directly. Xiao Gang fell silent, pondering the implications, while Xiao Xia's forehead twitched with tension as she raised her fist. It's Ditto. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the doorway, adding to the mystery. Even more perplexing was the fact that the newcomer wore clothing identical to Ash's. Help! Now there are two Ashes. Xiao Xia thought, her fear of the room escalating. Had her mental fortitude not been commendable, she might have fled by now. No. This feeling. She must be a girl. Xiao Gang, noticing the identical outfit, immediately recognized the truth, demonstrating his expertise in such matters, much to Ash's admiration. How did you know? Xiao Xia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Well, it's a man's intuition, Xiao Gang replied, nodding confidently. All right, you two, let's wrap this up. Ash interjected, glancing at them before turning toward the girl in matching attire. Fully aware of her identity, yet feigning ignorance, he asked, Who are you? I should be asking you. Who are you? The girl retorted, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. He introduced himself without hesitation. I am Amity from the Performance House. The girl, having introduced herself, approached Ash without fear, perhaps sensing his good nature. To think she truly is a girl. Xiao Xia expressed disbelief as she looked at Xiao Gang. Whether she is a girl will take a few more years to ascertain, Xiao Gang replied thoughtfully, resting his chin in contemplation. Sigh, I managed to imitate perfectly. Yet this child hasn't outgrown her habits, Amity lamented as she gazed at the oddly still Pikachu, which resembled a stagnant pool. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and the Pikachu began to distort and transform, ultimately becoming a pink, pliable Pokémon reminiscent of modeling clay. So soft and adorable, Xiao Xia exclaimed, instantly surrendering to its cuteness. Theoretically, a Ditto could transform into anything. Yet why did this Ditto's face still resemble that of a Ditto? Xiao Gang pondered, his expression one of bewilderment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. This is the source of my troubles, Amity sighed, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. Ultimately, regardless of the situation, a Ditto's remarkable ability lay in its transformations. If one desired Ditto to assume a specific form, considerable effort would be required. For the shortcomings of Pokémon were to be resolved by their trainers, underscoring the very essence of a Pokémon trainer's existence. Wouldn't you agree? Ash earnestly explained. That may be true, but my Ditto is quite powerful. Would you care to test your skills? Amity challenged Ash directly. Of course. I would be delighted. Ash replied with a smile. After all, this was an opportunity for a free experience boost, and he was eager to engage in a battle, particularly as his Charmeleon was nearing its evolution. Ash relished the thought of his Charmeleon evolving, yet a shadow of worry crossed his face. The reality was that Charmeleon often became quite rebellious post-evolution, and Ash could only speculate about the underlying reasons. Likely, it stemmed from the amplified memories of being abandoned by Du, resulting in Charmeleon's behavior. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that Ash's own perceived weakness in the original story had triggered a rebellious response, compelling Charmeleon to make him feel the sting of being looked down upon by his Pokémon as a form of retribution. Nevertheless, these remained mere conjectures on Ash's part, not definitive conclusions. In this era of interference from the friendly sphere, it is unlikely that we will witness a scenario akin to that of the original Ash once more. One can only hope. The reason Ash harbors such a lack of self-confidence is largely due to the absence of his beloved Charmeleon by his side for most of the time. This absence diminishes the depth of their bond, leading him to harbor such thoughts. Chapter 146. The Metamorphic Maiden. From this moment forth, there is no need to fret about the absence of a two-dimensional partner. Amity strides onto the central stage alongside Ash, and as the spotlight clicks on, the radiant lights illuminate the center of the stage. The prowess of Ditto is indeed intriguing. Brock, seated in the audience, gazes eagerly at the two on stage. Nodding in agreement, Misty produces a bucket of popcorn seemingly from nowhere, watching the unfolding spectacle with unabashed enthusiasm. Now let us commence. I shall summon Ditto. Amity chuckles softly before calling Ditto into action. Let the ensuing battle be entrusted to him. Ash retrieves Charmeleon's Pokeball and tosses it forth. With a flash, Charmeleon appears on the stage. All right, Ditto, transform. Amity proclaims with confidence. In an instant, Ditto is enveloped in a white light, morphing into a perfect replica of Ash's Charmeleon. Let the contest begin, Amity signals to Ash, indicating that they may proceed. Very well, Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Ash, unwavering, commands Charmeleon to strike first. Ditto, we shall also employ Flamethrower. Amity counters. On stage, the two identical Charmeleons unleash flames upon one another, their attacks clashing and canceling each other out. However, due to the significant disparity in their levels, Ash's Charmeleon ultimately prevails, propelling the opposing Ditto backward and gaining the upper hand. Ditto. Emeti realizes the vast gap in strength, her composure beginning to falter. Although her Ditto has transformed to mimic the opponent, she remains unaware of Charmeleon's moves, hence her commands mirror Ash's, having already suffered a setback in strategy. The current power disparity only exacerbates her predicament, compounded by her inexperience and lack of poise. Dragon Claw. Ash, seizing the opportunity, is determined not to relent. In Pokémon battles, he is perpetually earnest. It is akin to stepping onto a battlefield where victory and defeat are inevitable. Ditto, rise swiftly and counter with Dragon Claw. Emeti shouts anxiously. Yet, as Ditto stumbles to its feet, Ash's Charmeleon pounces, delivering a powerful blow that sends Ditto flying several meters away. Such mercilessness. Ditto. Emeti, witnessing the situation unfold, quickly comprehends that Ditto is utterly overwhelmed. I concede. She rushes to Ditto's side, cradling it in her arms while vocalizing her surrender. Ash, observing Emeti's tear-streaked visage, feels a pang of guilt and awkwardness, pondering whether he has indeed been too harsh. Allow me to assist. Brock immediately approaches, taking Ditto into his care and beginning to administer healing. I sincerely apologize for earlier. Ash steps forward, intending to express his remorse. Yet, he is swiftly interrupted. It's all right. This is a Pokémon battle. Injuries are to be expected. Emeti wipes her tears and shakes her head resolutely. Perhaps it is the first encounter with such a formidable opponent, or perhaps Ditto's inaugural experience of severe injury that has left her so distraught. Though 10 years of age is considered nearly adult in this world, in essence, her mentality still aligns with that of a child, making her emotional response entirely natural. Nevertheless, Ash's approach was indeed rather forceful, as he fought with utmost vigor. This may stem from his deep-seated respect for every adversary, compelling him to give his all against any target. Ash, you truly are oblivious. How can you treat a girl in such a manner? Misty approaches Ash, pulling him aside for a private conversation. I was merely respecting my opponent, which is why I took it so seriously. Moreover, I have acknowledged my mistake and am apologizing. Ash explains, filled with guilt. Even so, that is not how you should behave. Misty continues to chastise him. Then what should I do? Ash looks to her in confusion. Despite being a reincarnated individual with knowledge surpassing that of his peers, he remains oblivious to such social nuances, having never interacted with girls before. Ash, you are beyond help. Misty observes him with a shake of her head, departing in resignation. Her actions leave Ash perplexed, with her words shrouded in mystery, ultimately leaving him with more questions than answers. In a state of bewilderment, he decides to abandon further contemplation. Well then, our battle has concluded. I would now like to invite you all to visit my performance studio. Emeti seems to have come to a resolution, gracefully extending an invitation for the trio to explore her theater. Very well, we would be delighted to follow your lead. Ash responds eagerly. All right, please follow me. Emeti nods in agreement and leads the three into her dressing room. Upon entering, they are greeted by an array of costumes adorning the space, akin to a marketplace of fashion, eliciting gasps of admiration from the trio. Indeed, there are so many outfits. Misty exclaims in awe as she surveys the room. Following her exclamation, Emeti demonstrates a swift transformation, showcasing how one can change costumes in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she morphs into either Nurse Joy or Officer Jenny. Whoever lands a partner like her will have no trouble securing a two-dimensional spouse in the future. She can instantly become your favorite. Emeti beams with pride. I can execute nearly all forms of transformation through the costumes available here. Seemingly invigorated by the opportunity to showcase her expertise, she proudly introduces her craft to the trio. Impressive. Truly worthy of Emeti. Accomplishing such transformations with such speed is remarkable. Ash applauds enthusiastically. Of course, my aspiration is not to become a Pokémon trainer, but to emerge as a top-tier impersonator. Emeti states earnestly, casting a meaningful glance at Ash. My greatest joy lies in imitating various Pokémon, which is precisely why I established my performance studio here. Look around the plains, there are hardly any structures. This is my way of alleviating the weariness of travelers through my performances. Emeti does not hesitate to offer a thorough explanation to her guests. Chapter 147, A Reverse Operation. May I pose a question? This inquiry bears no malice. May I pose a question? Ash pondered for a moment before speaking up. What question? Speak freely, Meti encouraged, sensing Ash had something on his mind. Apart from your Ditto, do you possess any other Pokémon? Ash inquired earnestly. I must confess, I do not, aside from Ditto. I possess no other Pokémon at all, Meti replied with sincerity. Do you not fear the potential dangers of being here alone with Ditto, should you encounter unsavory characters? Ash remarked, observing her youthful innocence and naivety regarding the perils of the world, and thus felt compelled to offer her a warning. After all, it is quite perilous for a girl to venture out with only a single Pokémon for protection. The risks are considerable. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern, but truly, there is no need for such worry. Meti laughed heartily, waving her hand dismissively. Upon hearing her words, Ash glanced around the room brimming with an array of garments. And suddenly it dawned on him. Surely, someone who could amass such an extensive collection of attire could not possibly hail from an ordinary background. It appeared his worries were unfounded. I see. Then your aspirations are indeed noble, aimed at bringing joy to passers-by, Ash remarked. Now that he understood her identity was far from ordinary, and he chose to refrain from further meddling, opting instead to commend her. Thank you for the praise. But I must admit, I have been partnered with this Ditto for quite some time now, and she remains steadfast in her peculiar habits. Her transformations are rarely flawless, which can be quite vexing, Meti lamented, casting a helpless glance at her Ditto. Oh, this is a simple matter. It can be resolved shortly, Ash gestured reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm. Just as Meti was about to voice her confusion, a series of rhythmic claps echoed from a shadowy corner not far away. The spotlight on stage, for reasons unknown, suddenly illuminated the depths of the stage. Following this, a cacophony of drumming erupted from the darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. I heard everything you just said, Meow. Meowth suddenly descended from above. Just as I was thinking of you. Here you are, quite prompt indeed. Ash remarked with a hint of exasperation. What is the meaning of this? Meti glared in the direction of the stage, clearly incensed. Since someone has inquired about my identity, I shall graciously reveal it. To prevent the destruction of the world. To safeguard the peace of the realm, upholding love and truth, we are the charming and delightful villains. Team Rocket, led by the illustrious Jesse and James. We traverse the galaxy, Meowth declared, concluding their customary introduction with applause. Once again, it's you three fools. Even the stickiest of adhesives pales in comparison to your clinginess, Ash remarked with a scowl. Silence, you little brat. We are not here to capture your Pikachu today, Jesse retorted boldly, seemingly unafraid of provoking Ash, eager to experience his frustration firsthand. Indeed, we are here to find this fellow, James declared, releasing a smoke bomb. Meanwhile, Meowth lunged towards Ditto. As Ash required Team Rocket's assistance to resolve the issue with Ditto, he refrained from engaging in combat. What should I do? My Ditto. I have no idea where Team Rocket has taken her. Meti exclaimed anxiously. Fear not. I can easily track down these three imbeciles, so do not fret. Panicking will do no good. Stay calm. This issue is manageable. Perhaps Team Rocket might even assist in resolving Ditto's predicament. So let them be for now while we devise a plan, Ash reassured Meti, urging her to maintain her composure. After receiving Ash's comfort, perhaps influenced by the formidable strength of Ash's Charizard, she chose to trust him. Soon, with Brock Zubat scouting the area, they quickly located Team Rocket. All right, let us rescue Ditto, Brock and Misty declared, ready to confront Team Rocket. Since we are set on rescuing Ditto, why not add a twist to our approach? Ash suggested, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at Team Rocket in the corner. Yes, I have a brilliant idea, Meti exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, under the duress imposed by Meowth, Ditto had perfected its transformation abilities. Very well, if you wish to proceed, then transform into a Dragonair, Ditto. Jesse threatened with delight at the prospect of Ditto becoming a quasi-legendary Pokémon. You three have quite the fanciful notions. Are you not concerned that your leader might witness this and expel you from Team Rocket? Ash's voice resonated before he even made his appearance. Impossible. We are the trusted aides of Giovanni, and such a thing could never occur. Jesse boldly retorted. Indeed, we are Giovanni's trusted subordinates. This scenario is utterly implausible. Do not attempt to intimidate us, James added in agreement. Exactly, Meow, Meowth nodded in concurrence. Suddenly, four beams of familiar spotlight shone down, followed by Team Rocket's iconic entrance. What is happening? This feels oddly familiar. Jesse and James exchanged puzzled glances, recognizing the familiar entrance. Abruptly, four figures dashed past, appearing before Team Rocket. Since you have so earnestly inquired, I shall graciously respond, Ash declared, clad in a Team Rocket uniform, his back turned to them. Now, let us answer your question. Brock continued. The scene was utterly surreal. Team Rocket had never before encountered anyone who could so adeptly mimic their entrance, leaving them momentarily speechless. Following this, the overly dramatic lines reminded them of how utterly shameful yet audacious their previous actions had been. Chapter 148. Imitating Team Rocket. This is too embarrassing. How dare you imitate us? James exclaimed, his face flushed with humiliation. The four continued their performance without acknowledging James's protest. To prevent the destruction of the world, protecting the peace of the realm, Misty turned to face them, upholding love and truth. Ash declared, covering his head with one hand as he recited the line. The charming and delightful protagonists. Misty winked and struck a cute pose. I am Ash, I am Misty, I am Brock, and I am METI. We are the Pokémon team traversing the galaxy. Brock concluded with a flourish. A white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. METI recited the final line, bringing their performance to a close. Yet the most astonishing moment came when Pikachu suddenly leaped out from the side, struck a pose, and exclaimed, Pika Pika, elevating their act to an entirely new level. The performance of the four individuals alongside their Pokémon left Team Rocket utterly mortified, rendering them socially dead on the spot. Haha. We actually articulated everything. Misty and Emmett were overjoyed, laughing heartily while clutching their bellies. You should refrain from tooting your own horn. Your imitations ought to be more convincing. Team Rocket, all flushed with embarrassment, retorted in indignation. Clearly, they had come to realize just how cringeworthy their past lines had been. All right, you three. Spare us the nonsense and return the ditto. Ash impatiently urged, digging into his ears. One must say, the distinction between Ditto and Meowth from Team Rocket had become nearly impossible to discern. Brock observed with astonishment as yet another Meowth stood upright, noting that this Ditto appeared flawless, devoid of the previous transformation's blemishes. How about that? This is our prowess. Ditto, under our Team Rocket's guidance, has achieved a perfect transformation. Aren't we impressive? Jessie, hands on her hips, basked in pride while seeking accolades from Ash and the others. Thank you. You are truly wonderful people. Emmett was moved upon hearing that Ditto's issue had been resolved. After nurturing it for so many years, could she not feel a surge of emotion? For so long, she had strived to correct Ditto's peculiar habits, yet had never succeeded until now, all thanks to their assistance. Now, Ditto and she could become the most flawless mimicking duo. Emmett sincerely expressed her gratitude towards Team Rocket. Ah, so this is love. The duo of Team Rocket wept uncontrollably after hearing her words. All right, you two crocodiles. Enough with the tears, swiftly returned Ditto. Had it not been for Ash's familiarity with the original story, he might have genuinely believed their fabrications. All right. Today we shall heed your words, little one, and return Ditto to her. Jessie casually shoved a Meowth into Emmett's arms, and they proceeded to prepare a hot air balloon, planning to take flight. Ash observed as the Meowth in Emmett's arms blinked at him with a pitiful expression. You too, hold on a moment. Ash called out loudly. Upon hearing Ash's words, Team Rocket's movements suddenly halted. What is it? James questioned, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Why are you both sweating profusely? Have you perhaps done something unsavory or engaged in some misdeed that has you three so flustered? Ash smirked at them. Nonsense. Perhaps it's merely your imagination. Jessie nervously retorted. Also sweating profusely. Oh, is that so? Ash grinned at them. Of course. Surely we wouldn't deceive you. Jessie anxiously clarified. Then why not exchange Meowth with us? We wish to trade for the Meowth in your hands. Ash snatched the Meowth from Emmett's grasp, signaling for them to swiftly return the real Ditto. It seems you caught on. Realizing that the Meowth in Ash's hands was not the genuine Ditto, James and Jessie leapt onto the hot air balloon, ascending into the sky. Meowth. Team Rocket shouted as they took flight. The Meowth, previously in Ash's hold, suddenly began to struggle vigorously, attempting to break free from his grasp. Seeing that Team Rocket remained unfazed, Ash decided to be unyielding, gripping the Meowth by its scruff and locking his gaze on Team Rocket's balloon. His hand clutching the Meowth's tail as he began to spin in a 360-degree motion. Whoa! Ultimately, the Meowth's shrieks erupted from Ash's hand like a machine gun. Bang! The airborne Meowth struck the hot air balloon with precision. The balloon, punctured, began to deflate uncontrollably, swaying erratically. Amidst the tumult, Ditto seized the opportunity to escape from Team Rocket's clutches, transforming into a Pidgey and descending safely back into Emmett's embrace. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt towards them. Ash commanded, gesturing towards Team Rocket's balloon. Pikachu, poised for action, hesitated momentarily at the sight of the swaying balloon. Use Sharingan. Understanding the difficulty Pikachu faced in hitting the target, Ash instructed him to activate Sharingan. Upon receiving Ash's permission, Pikachu obediently unleashed Sharingan, as crimson light flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, Thunderbolt erupted from him, locking onto Team Rocket's next move. Boom. The explosion resonated alongside the anguished cries of Team Rocket as they retreated. Thus, Ash successfully reclaimed Ditto from Team Rocket. As a result, Ditto's transformations were flawless, mastering the technique of perfect metamorphosis. After assisting Emmett, Ash and his companions continued their journey once the rain had ceased, setting off toward the next badge location. Chapter 149, The Mysterious Figure. Having departed from Emmett's performance venue, Ash and his companions embarked toward their next destination. After several days of travel, Ash had finally exited the plains and entered a lush forest. The air was refreshingly pure and the water crystal clear, akin to a veritable paradise. The group leaned against a tree to rest, and Misty, taking in the picturesque surroundings, could not help but express her awe. Choosing a spot near a water source to rest, they prepared to cook. Just as they settled, a rustling sound emanated from the grass. Instantly alert, the group focused intently on the rustling, as if expecting the grass-type trio to emerge. They heard a voice that sounded almost like a playful whine. Soon, a creature resembling a fox appeared before them, an EV, predominantly brown with a buttery hue around its neck and tail and short legs. Wow, it's an EV, Misty exclaimed, instantly recognizing the Pokémon. I can't believe we encountered an EV in the wild. It's quite surreal. Brock pondered thoughtfully, though it makes sense given we are near the EV family's habitat. Ash, silent, utilized the system's functionality to scan the creature, and soon, a panel displaying EV's information unfolded before him. Pokémon EV. Gender, female. Level, 15. Ability, adaptability, increases the power of moves that share the same type. Potential, elite. Held item, none. Moves, tackle, tail whip, growl, helping hand, covet, sand attack, quick attack, baby doll eyes, swift bite. Alas, it is regrettable that the aptitude is rather lacking, and it does not possess the danger prediction trait I desired. After examining EV's attribute panel, Ash shook his head in disappointment. Just at that moment, Charmeleon was on the verge of evolution, and with another battle, it should finally complete its transformation. Contemplating this, Ash ultimately decided to take action. Come forth, Charmeleon, he exclaimed as he released his Pokémon. Please hold on. This EV already has an owner, so kindly refrain from attempting to capture it. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the bushes. Ash turned to see a boy with an unremarkable face, appearing to be of similar age to himself, and wearing square glasses. Stepping out from the foliage. I sincerely apologize. I am a member of the nearby EV family. My EV, Shuju, was a bit mischievous just now. If it has caused any disturbance, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, the bespectacled boy said, bowing in contrition. It's quite all right. She didn't bother us at all. She simply appeared unexpectedly, piquing our curiosity, Misty explained first. Is that so? I truly apologize. I can leave right away, the boy responded, preparing to take EV and depart. Wait a moment. Your timing is perfect. Would you care to engage in a Pokémon battle with me? Ash interjected, eager to seize this rare opportunity for experience before it slipped away. A Pokémon battle, you say? The boy paused, glancing at Ash's Charmeleon and then back at Ash. Ultimately, he replied, very well, but once this battle concludes, I must leave immediately. My family has certain matters that require my attention. That is perfectly fine. Ash replied with a grin, pleased that the opportunity for experience had been secured. Then Shuju, you shall take the stage. Upon hearing his trainer's words, Eevee obediently approached Charmeleon with an elegant demeanor. What are the rules for this match? The boy inquired, adjusting his glasses after his Pokémon had entered the arena. One-on-one. Until one side is defeated, Ash replied nonchalantly. Eevee, quick attack. Without further ado, the boy commanded as he understood the rules. Seeing the boy's straightforwardness, Ash couldn't help but smile genuinely. Charmeleon, use Dragon Claw to counter, he directed calmly. Eevee dashed forth, transforming into a swift white blur aimed at Charmeleon. The latter, with remarkable prowess, easily tracked the opponent's movements, and with 3 claws formed from dragon energy, pinned Eevee to the ground. Impressive, Ash couldn't help but exclaim, marveling at Charmeleon's display of strength. Shuju, the boy watched in dismay as his beloved, meticulously raised Pokémon was overwhelmed in a single blow. I concede, he declared, knowing victory was unattainable, and promptly scooped up Eevee, fleeing from the scene. After all, the sheer dominance exhibited by Ash's Charmeleon was enough to indicate its formidable strength, and he would not allow his cherished Pokémon to suffer harm. Hey, Ash began to call out to the boy, but he had already dashed off, clearly in a hurry, leaving Ash disappointed that his offer for healing was unacknowledged. Reflecting on previous battles, he recalled how his Charmeleon had been unable to evolve due to an interrupted fight. Now, with this opponent fleeing after just one round, it seemed absurdly premature. As Ash brooded, a feather from his pocket unexpectedly took flight, fluttering towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon sensed an unprecedented power emanating from the feather, which gradually infused into its being. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light erupted from Charmeleon's form. Not far from Ash, an observer silently watched this extraordinary spectacle, astonished. As the light enveloped Charmeleon, its body visibly expanded at an astonishing rate, growing from over 1 meter to a towering 2 meters. In that moment of evolution, Ash felt as though a spectral Ho-Oh had descended into Charmeleon. This wondrous sight immediately prompted Ash to access the system's information panel to examine Charizard's newly acquired data. Pokémon: Charizard, gender, male, level 39, ability, blaze, fire-type moves increase in power when HP is low. Potential: divine, held item, Charizard X evolution stone, charcoal, moves, scratch, growl, ember. Wing attack: dragon claw, dragon breath, flamethrower, outrage, fire punch, cut, dragon dance, flare blitz, earthquake, sacred fire. As anticipated, Charizard had successfully inherited the sacred fire move. Ash was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he the rainbow feather supposed to be learnable only by its holder? This contradicted the earlier explanation. Moreover, at the instant of Charmeleon's evolution into Charizard, he felt he glimpsed Ho-Oh's silhouette. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Regardless, Ash felt a sense of relief witnessing Charizard inherit the move left by Ho-Oh on the feather. However, soon after, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What would happen to the sacred fire originally intended for his beloved Houndoom? Realizing that the rainbow feather meant for his faithful companion was now gone, he felt a pang of anxiety. Determined to make amends for his loyal Houndoom, Ash began rummaging through the system space, searching for suitable items for Houndoom. After a considerable search, he found nothing. Just then, Brock and Misty approached to congratulate Ash. Congratulations, Ash. Charmeleon has successfully evolved. Misty exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, with Charmeleon's evolution, you now possess another formidable ally. Brock nodded in agreement, offering his congratulations. Oh, this is all thanks to Charmeleon's hard work. I merely devised the strategy, Ash replied, gently patting Charizard with a smile that broadened at the sight of its evident joy. It was clear that Ash's happiness stemmed not solely from Charizard's evolution, but from the fact that when he touched Charizard, it showed no signs of resistance or displeasure, which truly delighted him. This precisely demonstrates that Charizard, upon completing its evolution, did not exhibit the ill temper as depicted in the original narrative. Just as Ash was reveling in joy, a sudden cry from Pikachu interrupted the moment. Pika, the group, hearing this sound, soon realized that Pikachu had vanished from their sight, prompting a few of them to scan the vicinity anxiously. Eventually, they spotted Pikachu's tail peeking from a nearby thicket. Upon witnessing Pikachu's presence there, Ash was elated, as it indicated that Pikachu had encountered a group of its kind. With this thought in mind, Ash hurriedly returned Charizard to its Pokeball and dashed over. What's the matter with Pikachu? Misty inquired curiously. I suspect it has spotted something intriguing, Brock replied nonchalantly, glancing in the direction of Pikachu. Intrigued by what Pikachu had discovered, the two followed suit. The trio arrived at the spot where Pikachu was situated, and upon closer inspection, they realized that Pikachu had indeed found a gathering of fellow Pikachus. My goodness, there are so many Pikachus here, Misty exclaimed in astonishment at the sight before her. It appeared to be a wild congregation of Pikachus. So, Pikachu, do you wish to join them in play? If that is your desire, feel free to go. Ash, understanding Pikachu's intentions, boldly encouraged it to mingle with the other Pikachus. Pika, Pika. Pikachu, upon hearing Ash's words, turned back in surprise, its eyes seemingly asking, did I hear that correctly? Is it truly permissible? Witnessing that expression, Ash could not help but wear an amused yet affectionate smile as he nodded in affirmation, providing Pikachu with a definitive answer. After receiving Ash's consent, Pikachu joyfully bounded into the group of its kin, resembling a child filled with glee. As Pikachu entered the scene, its unusual attire startled the other Pikachus, who regarded it with curious and bewildered gazes. Although Pikachu's arrival initially incited fear among the others, it soon piqued the curiosity of a few brave Pikachus, who cautiously approached to greet it with a few cheerful Pika sounds. Once they confirmed Pikachu's identity as one of their own, the surrounding Pikachus relaxed their guard and encircled Pikachu, intrigued by its attire. Let Pikachu enjoy its time here. We shall refrain from intruding, Ash decided. Observing Pikachu integrating into the group and playing joyfully, the trio returned to their campsite, where Ash nonchalantly enjoyed his lunch. Ash, are we really not going to check on Pikachu? Misty asked, her brow furrowed with concern. It's all right. As long as Pikachu is happy, that is what matters. Ash replied with a reassuring smile. Over the years, The bond between them had deepened to the extent that Pikachu had become akin to family. As family, Ash chose to place his trust in that unbreakable and steadfast connection, particularly among his companions. Should Pikachu choose to depart, Ash would respect its decision, regardless of how significant it was. After all, such a choice belonged to Pikachu, and forcing it back would alter its essence entirely, would it not? Moreover, Ash firmly believed that Pikachu would not abandon him. Thus, the trio lingered for quite some time, even finishing their dinner, yet Pikachu had not returned as dusk approached. Unable to remain idle, Brock and Misty left Ash behind to investigate Pikachu's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Ash, wishing to prevent Team Rocket from disturbing Pikachu's newfound interest, utilized his sensing abilities to locate the trio's presence, preparing to confront them before they could cause any trouble. Chapter 151, The Abandoned Eevee. After wandering for a while, Ash indeed spotted Team Rocket nearby, just as they were about to set off towards Pikachu's location. They were engaged in lighthearted banter, daydreaming of capturing numerous Pikachus and the promotions that would follow, blissfully unaware of the impending danger approaching them swiftly. Hello there. Ahem, excuse me. Ash attempted to greet Team Rocket in a teasing tone, but ended up coughing instead. It's here, Team Rocket exclaimed in shock, as if they had encountered a fearsome creature. Indeed, to them, Ash was a formidable presence. Come forth, Charizard, and use Sacred Fire to deal with them, Ash commanded, releasing Charizard's Pokeball, which immediately unleashed a powerful attack. Charizard obeyed promptly, enveloped in a divine flame, charging straight towards Team Rocket's hastily constructed contraption. Charizard collided forcefully with their machine, which could not withstand the divine power inherent in Charizard. A resounding explosion erupted, propelling Team Rocket into the air. What an annoying sensation. Team Rocket lamented as they soared skyward, barely a minute after their entrance. Thus, Team Rocket retreated without further ado, while Ash returned to the campsite, unperturbed. By the following morning, Pikachu had still not returned. After finishing breakfast, Ash set out to retrieve Pikachu from its gathering. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, gazed longingly at the Pikachu group, appearing reluctant to part, yet resolutely waving goodbye instead of returning. The Pikachu group reciprocated the sentiment, waving back. Particularly a female Pikachu with a heart-shaped tail, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears, clearly distressed at Pikachu's departure. It was evident that our beloved Pikachu had spent the day winning the affection of the village beauty among its kin, showcasing just how adept it had become at matters of the heart, having absorbed a third of Ash's romantic prowess. No wonder you were reluctant to return yesterday. It seems you were busy wooing your sweetheart, Ash teased, gently stroking Pikachu's chin. Pikachu, Pikachu replied bashfully, lowering its head in embarrassment while shyly scratching the back of its neck. Hee, caught red-handed. If you truly like her, perhaps you should ask if she would be willing to accompany you. I could capture her as well, Ash suggested, hoping to alleviate Pikachu's potential sadness over the situation. Pikachu perked up at the suggestion, but soon, its enthusiasm waned. Are you saying she wouldn't want to leave with you? Why is that? Ash inquired, taken aback by Pikachu's lack of confidence in its appeal. Pikachu, it shook its head in response. If she genuinely wished to accompany you, would she remain there? How will you know unless you try? Ash was taken aback by this revelation. However, noticing Pikachu's reluctance to elaborate further, he chose not to press the matter any further. Thus, they continued on their journey. Just as they had exited the Pikachu forest, they stumbled upon an Eevee tethered within a tree hollow. Why is there an Eevee tied up here? Misty pondered curiously, glancing around to find no one in sight. She then crouched down and gently cradled the forlorn Eevee in her arms. Could it have been abandoned? Brock speculated. It seems unlikely that it was abandoned. Look, there's food and water right here. It's clear that someone has been taking care of it, Ash analyzed, pointing out the signs of care. And look, there's a tag around its neck, he added. This is from Stun Town, E14, Tai, Misty read aloud, examining the information inscribed on the tag. Indeed, Stun Town lies just ahead, at the foot of the renowned Evolution Stone Mountain. The person we encountered in the forest was likely from that town, Brock informed them. Let us take this little one with us and see if we can find its owner, Misty suggested, gazing compassionately at the pitiful Eevee in her arms. If this Eevee turns out to be ownerless, Misty, you could adopt it, Ash teased. I see now, that's why you're holding Eevee so tightly, Brock remarked, finally understanding Ash's jest. Humph, if I want it, I shall have it entirely, Misty declared with a haughty snort. Don't worry, we want to compete with you, Ash replied, bemused. All right, let us set off quickly, Brock urged. Knowing the location of Eevee's owner, they followed the map towards Stun Town at the mountain's base. After traversing some distance and entering the town, The trio swiftly located the doorstep of Eevee's owner by asking for directions and reading the signs. We found 314. My goodness, Brock exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the opulent villa before them. Is it truly this extravagant? Misty echoed, incredulous that someone so wealthy would leave an Eevee in a tree hollow. They entered the garden, and upon stepping inside, they were greeted by a lively event taking place in the mansion's courtyard, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes that left the three of them salivating. Wow, the cuisine here looks absolutely delightful, Brock exclaimed, admiring the spread. And look over there. Misty suddenly pointed to a corner of the garden. The two followed her gaze to see a boy with yellow hair placing a water stone atop a girl-esque Froakie. Chapter 152, Fairy Pokémon. Upon contact with the water stone, Froakie was enveloped in a brilliant light of evolution, which transpired swiftly, culminating in Froakie's successful transformation into a Frogadier. Congratulations. Your Froakie has evolved into a Frogadier. The boy with yellow hair congratulated the owner with a handshake. That Frogadier looks incredible, Misty remarked, envious after witnessing the evolution. But you have a Froakie, right? Once it grows enough, it can evolve into a Frogadier too, Ash reminded her. True. But a quality evolution stone is so hard to come by, she lamented. Fear not, I happen to have a spare high-grade water stone. What do you think? Ash offered, retrieving a premium water stone from his pocket. Is it really for me? Misty, being a water-type trainer, recognized the exceptional quality of the stone Ash presented. In the outside world, a high-grade water stone is a rare treasure, typically fetching a price of at least 100,000, often requiring purchase at auction houses or specialized evolution stone locales. The rarity of such stones could not be overstated, not to mention Ash's exquisite firestone, which would cost no less than 10 million. I assure you, it is genuine. I have plenty of such stones. Don't hesitate, Ash stated flatly. Misty. Brock. Did you hear that? That's the essence of understated opulence, Brock mused, marveling at Ash's nonchalance. Though Misty was taken aback by Ash's unexpected generosity, she decisively accepted the offered water stone. Look over there. Brock suddenly pointed towards a nearby water feature. They observed a luxurious pond teeming with a variety of Pokémon, including a Venusaur, Shelder, Frogadier, and Starmie. Upon closer inspection, all these Pokémon require evolution stones for their evolution, Brock noted. Given that this is the evolution stone haven, it's not surprising to see such a variety, Ash explained to the others. In that light, it does make sense, Brock nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the Rocket team was spying on Ash's group through binoculars. Wow, so many Pokémon. It's dizzying. We could catch them endlessly. Jessie's eyes glazed over with greed. The guidebook states that Stun Town is famous for its evolution stones, Meowth read aloud from a travel guide. Forget about it. I want those stones, those Pokémon. And all that delicious food. Don't forget to pack it all. James lamented, his mouth watering at the sight of the banquet laid out in the garden. Just as the Rocket team plotted their scheme, Ash's group appeared to have encountered the true owner of Eevee. Eevee! Exclaimed three boys with distinct hair colors, instantly recognizing the Eevee in Misty's arms. Where have you been, Eevee? We've been so worried sick. The blue-haired boy approached, expressing his concern. Though we are strangers, we thank you sincerely. The three boys earnestly expressed their gratitude as they took Eevee back. Tai, your Eevee is back. Come out and thank them. They called out to their younger sibling. Moments later, a young boy, seemingly quite young, dashed out from the villa. The Eevee leapt enthusiastically into the boy's arms. Why did you bring her back? Despite the reunion, the boy's expression was not one of joy, but rather one of distress. Ash and his companions found themselves at a loss for words as the boy, with red eyes, vocally questioned them. The tag around her neck had your address. We saw Eevee looking so forlorn outside and thought she might have gotten lost, so we kindly returned her to prevent her from suffering, Ash explained. Indeed. Tai, you should be more polite, the red-haired boy offered an apologetic glance towards Ash and his friends. Our younger brother struggles with his speech a bit. As a token of gratitude for returning our Eevee, please feel free to take any evolution stones you may need. There's no need for formality. The golden-haired youth pointed towards the table in the courtyard, which was laden with a plethora of evolution stones of various types, nearly forming a small mountain. Thank you. Then I shall graciously accept. Ash replied politely upon hearing the words. After expressing his gratitude, Ash took a few steps forward to examine the heap of evolution stones. Utilizing the system's scanning function to gather information on each stone in search of those of superior quality. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, he did not find any exceptional evolution stones, which left him somewhat disheartened. He settled for a high-grade Thunderstone and a high-grade Firestone instead. Misty chose a few high-grade Water Stones, opting not to take any others, as her focus was solely on water-type Pokémon. Brock casually selected an evolution stone, and thus their selection process came to a close. Alright, Tai, it is now time to discuss your choice. What type of Pokémon do you wish for Eevee to evolve into? The three brothers encircled their younger sibling Tai, eager to inquire about his thoughts. What are they talking about? Misty asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. They're likely discussing the direction Tai's Eevee should evolve towards, which happens to be one of my research projects. The fairy-type Pokémon, one of Eevee's evolution forms. Ash explained to Misty, simultaneously pulling out his phone to show them a picture of the fairy-type Pokémon. Wow, such a beautiful and adorable Pokémon. I would love to have one, Misty exclaimed, completely captivated by the image. It truly is lovely. One can already perceive an indescribable noble aura from the photograph, Brock remarked. Equally enchanted by the fairy-type Pokémon. Indeed, this is the fairy-type Pokémon I cultivated. Isn't it splendid? Ash said with pride. This is your creation? Chapter 153, Pikachu and the Thunder Pokémon Battle. Yes, Ash nodded in affirmation. The one who asked was the golden-haired youth, the eldest among the three brothers. Is that so? What is the matter? Ash felt a sense of curiosity from the trio's conversation. Oh, nothing. It's just that this Eevee looks quite healthy, the golden-haired youth replied, shaking his head. Since you are aware that there are various paths to take, why not grant Tai the authority to decide on the evolution? Let them explore whether it's worth it or not, Ash kindly suggested. You don't understand, whether it's Pokémon or exams. The one who educates first is the one who wins. The blue-haired youth retorted. I see you travel with Pikachu, so sooner or later, you will evolve Pikachu into Raichu. The red-haired youth asserted confidently. Like I said, we have plenty of stones. You needn't be so formal. The golden-haired youth waved dismissively, a smug expression on his face. The charm of Pokémon lies in evolution, the three brothers exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing their words, Ash swiftly retrieved an Everstone from his system space and placed it on Pikachu, fearing that any moment of confrontation with the trio might lead one of them to hastily evolve Pikachu into Raichu, which would truly be a regrettable exchange. With the Everstone secured on Pikachu, Ash felt a wave of relief as he prepared to confront the three brothers. Don't you three understand the importance of respecting the shared desires of Pokémon and trainers? If the sole focus is on evolution to maximize a Pokémon's abilities, then what significance does the existence of a trainer hold? If that is truly the case, then what is the purpose of a trainer's existence? If you can't even fulfill this basic respect, then what meaning does being a trainer have? Ash implored passionately, his earnest words igniting the brothers' ire. Enough of your nonsense. If you disagree with our methods, then let us settle this with a Pokémon battle. You use Pikachu, I'll use the Thunder Pokémon, and let us see your worth in our presence. The irate, golden-haired youth challenged Ash directly. Are you sure? Ash confirmed upon hearing the opponent specify Pikachu as the combatant. Are you afraid? The golden-haired youth assumed Ash was hesitant. Not at all, just confirming. As Pikachu is my strongest Pokémon, Ash clarified, shaking his head. Your strongest Pokémon is a mere electric mouse? How absurd. The golden-haired youth mocked mercilessly. I can't say whether you're funny or not, but I'm certainly on the verge of laughter, Ash replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Pikachu, they've already called you to battle, don't hold back. Ash encouraged Pikachu before the match commenced. Hold back? What is this kid thinking? Doesn't he know that the young Master's Thunder Pokémon has the static ability? Someone nearby sneered. Ash, unperturbed by their taunts, stood calmly opposite the golden-haired youth, though a smile he could not conceal sparkled in his eyes. Pikachu gave Ash an enthusiastic thumbs up, then confidently leaped into the battlefield, arms crossed as he faced the newly summoned Thunder Pokémon. There was no turning back for the golden-haired youth, who had already declared his intentions, so he could no longer afford to be discreet. Instead, he exuded confidence. Today, Pikachu seems far more self-assured than usual, Misty observed keenly, noticing the change in Pikachu's demeanor. I sense it too. It appears Ash is serious this time. Brock, as Ash's companion who traveled with him daily, understood what this meant. Upon seeing the Thunder Pokémon appear, Pikachu commenced with a classic move, extending a finger in a provocative gesture towards the Thunder Pokémon, challenging it to come forth. Pikachu's habit of taunting opponents upon entering the field was executed flawlessly, and soon the opponent was influenced by Pikachu's bravado. Before the golden-haired youth could utter a word, he impulsively charged forward, eager to conclude matters with Pikachu. Due to the nature of this match, the golden-haired youth held no grievances towards the Thunder Pokémon's sudden assault. Quite the contrary. He perceived the outcome of the battle as virtually guaranteed in his favor. With his Pokémon's ability being static, an electric-type attack would only restore its health. And given that the opponent was also an electric type, the result was all but predetermined. However, what he did not anticipate was about to unfold. As Pikachu saw the opponent take the bait, he suddenly lowered one hand, conjuring a flash of white lightning, which crackled and sizzled throughout the arena. Humph. It merely appears to be an ostentatious display of techniques, yet it is but an electric-type move that poses no threat to the Thunder Pokémon. The golden-haired youth scoffed, quietly anticipating the impending embarrassment of his opponent. In a flash, the Thunder Pokémon, utilizing its quick electric dash, swiftly materialized before Pikachu. A glimmer of crimson flickered in Pikachu's eyes, and in an instant, its speed surged like lightning, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt that struck the Thunder Pokémon squarely in the face. The ferocious current surged through its body, as its instincts kicked in, attempting to absorb the energy. However, the innate ability could only siphon a minuscule fraction before it succumbed to the overwhelming current, which began to wreak havoc upon its form. Despite possessing the static ability, which aided in replenishing its strength by absorbing electricity, it was no match for the rapid devastation caused by the electric surge. Soon, the electric-type Thunder Pokémon, despite its inherent advantages, was vanquished by Pikachu's strike, collapsing in a faint. In an instant, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Clearly, no one anticipated that the golden-haired youth, despite his considerable advantage, would ultimately lose the match. This was an outcome no one foresaw. Chapter 154. I am truly impressed. As their battle concluded, a barrage of firecrackers was suddenly hurled from outside. The cacophony of popping sounds erupted. Damn it, who are you? The trio of brothers exclaimed, quickly regaining their composure. Musashi and Kojiro appeared from seemingly nowhere, standing atop a table, ready to perform. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. Let us skip to the important part. Weezing, use smokescreen, Kojiro exclaimed, as the trio seemed pressed for time, immediately unleashing Weezing upon the others. However, this time, while Team Rocket had indeed caused a ruckus, they only obscured the vision of those present with smoke before making their swift exit. Once visibility returned, the others discovered that the delectable feast on the table had vanished without a trace. Even the evolution stones belonging to the trio had completely disappeared. Goodness. These three are surprisingly nimble. How could they make everything vanish so swiftly? Ash remarked, surveying the scene, now barren of all its goodies. Ash, my Horsia has been snatched by Team Rocket, and so has Ty's EV. Misty suddenly cried out. Don't worry, I'll use my Rapidash to track those three down. With so much loot, they can't have gone far, Ash reassured her, signaling Misty to remain calm. Afterward, he released Rapidash, who sniffed the air and soon detected a new scent. Rapidash dashed off, with Ash and the others in pursuit. Just as Ash had predicted, Team Rocket, laden with so many items, could not escape very far. In no time, Ash and his companions discovered their whereabouts. At the edge of a tranquil lake, Team Rocket was enjoying a picnic, blissfully unaware of the impending danger drawing near. Hee, if we truly put our minds to it, we are quite formidable, Kojiro expressed, brimming with confidence. From this day forth, let us proudly refer to ourselves as the invincible Team Rocket, Musashi proclaimed, reveling in their recent success. After indulging in a hearty meal, Team Rocket began discussing which type of evolution stone would best serve to facilitate Eevee's transformation. Rapidash, use Flame Wheel, Ash commanded loudly. Just as Rapidash prepared to spring into action, Psyduck unexpectedly leapt out, blocking its path. Psyduck, get back here this instant, Misty shouted in exasperation, promptly returning Psyduck to its Pokeball. Continue, Rapidash, Ash instructed, now that Psyduck had been retracted. Rapidash curled into a wheel-like form, flames erupting from its surface, and rolled toward Team Rocket's trio. Team Rocket stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Rapidash, fear gripping them as they stood frozen in place. After a few moments of stunned silence, they broke into a frantic escape. Midway through their flight, they realized that if they continued running in unison, they would inevitably be caught. Thus, they began to scatter, with Kojiro and Meowth veering right, while Musashi and Eevee dashed in the opposite direction to divert Rapidash's attention. Rapidash hesitated for a brief moment before pursuing Kojiro. Eventually, Kojiro and Meowth found themselves singed by Rapidash's flames, both howling in agony as they rolled on the ground. Observing this, Musashi's anxiety intensified, prompting her to shout, I will not let you take Eevee. If an outsider were to witness this, they might mistake it for an attempt to steal your Pokémon, the others quipped. Silence, you old hag. I won't allow you to have your way, Misty retorted, incensed by Musashi's accusation, and unleashed a powerful attack. As the words left her lips, an immediate hush fell over the surrounding air. You dare call me an old hag? Musashi seethed, her anger boiling over as she unleashed a torrent of flames. This revelation left Ash and the others aghast, realizing that extreme rage could indeed manifest as fire. "Misty, your tongue is sharp. You came out swinging." Ash could not help but comment. "It's all right. After all, you're here, Ash." Misty chuckled, patting Ash on the shoulder with a grin. Ash shook his head, exasperated, before turning his gaze back to Team Rocket. As he looked over, he saw Musashi rushing to Kojiro and Meowth, shaking them vigorously despite their recent immersion in water. "Get up quickly, we're about to fight, Kojiro Meowth." Musashi roared. Her bellowing roused Kojiro and Meowth from their stupor. "Now that you're awake, hurry and help me crush that ugly duckling until her mother wouldn't even recognize her." Musashi's fury reached new heights, unleashing her full wrath. "Old hag, you dare call me an ugly duckling? I'll take you on," Misty retorted, her patience waning. "Go, Meowth." And wheezing, Team Rocket unleashed all their Pokémon, including their cherished Meowth. "Ash, you and Pikachu and Rapidash fight together. Misty and I will coordinate our efforts to catch them off guard. What do you think?" Misty proposed. "Your plan has already been revealed. It's as if you've already been discovered before even making a move." "What kind of plan is that?" Ash exclaimed, rolling his eyes at Misty's enthusiasm. Nonetheless, he obediently released Pikachu and Rapidash, preparing for battle. At that moment, three youths with distinct hair colors stepped forward. "Wait, let us, the EV brothers, handle this battle," the golden-haired youth declared, addressing them. "Indeed, that is our younger brother Tai's EV, and it is only right that we intervene." The red-haired youth stepped forward. "Brother." Tai gazed at his three older siblings with a heart full of emotion, deeply moved. "Very well, then." Upon seeing someone willing to take charge, Ash promptly entrusted the matter to the trio. However, it was not long before he found himself at a loss for words. The three brothers launched into an intense onslaught. Yet they were unable to defeat even a single Meowth. "Seriously, guys, are you solely focused on evolving EV without mastering the battle techniques and strategies necessary for Pokémon combat? I am truly astounded." If the young Master Green from next door were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly laugh himself to death. Chapter 155, Tai's Choice. After a fierce skirmish with Team Rocket, the three brothers failed to establish a victor, leaving their own Pokémon utterly exhausted. They couldn't even manage to take down a single Meowth. I assure you, this is no jest. If the young Master Green next door were to hear about this, he would certainly burst into laughter. Ultimately, the trio was unceremoniously knocked out of the battle by Team Rocket. This left Ash utterly speechless. With their victory, Team Rocket members began to swagger with newfound arrogance. "Oh ho ho, this is simply delightful." Musashi cackled behind her hand. "Do not underestimate Team Rocket." Kojiro seized the moment to boast in front of Ash, making it difficult to suppress his joy. "Do you three useless fools dare to defeat us, Meowth?" Meowth sneered maliciously, even raising its sharp claws. "Such inept brothers." Kasumi observed the once easily defeated Team Rocket now reveling in their triumph before the trio, unable to restrain her disdain. She never anticipated that these three would be so feeble. In truth, Team Rocket members were indeed the elite among elites, and their prowess stood in stark contrast to Ash's formidable strength, which had far surpassed theirs by a factor of 10. With his beginner status, he already possessed the power of a quasi-champion. If they could defeat Ash, it would be a marvel indeed, with such strength. Why weren't they among the ranks of Team Rocket's higher echelons, or the champions of the league? Thus, if these three were ever capable of vanquishing Ash, their power would indeed be terrifying. Perhaps at that point, even the position of the boss could fall into the hands of these three fools. Of course, this is merely a possibility. After all, by that time, Ash would have long since become the champion of the league, and his strength would have surpassed all expectations. Upon hearing Kasumi's words, Ash couldn't help but glance at her, musing internally, "Don't you have three sisters in your gym who are on par with these three?" Naturally, he only entertained this thought in his mind, harboring no ulterior motives. If you three possess such limited strength, you should refrain from attempting to instruct your younger brother. It would be a grave disservice to him. Ash scoffed, unhesitatingly voicing his opinion. The three brothers, though initially inclined to retort, found themselves unable to do so in light of the evident truth before them. They could only wait for Ash to intervene, hoping he would fail alongside them and provide an opportunity for rebuttal. "Now's your chance, Seadra," using spray. Kasumi seized the opportunity for revenge. Seadra unleashed a torrent of thick ink that splattered across Musashi's face, startling her with the unexpected inky projectile. Simultaneously, the EV she was holding slipped from her grasp, and she instinctively covered her face with her hands. After departing from Team Rocket, EV, displaying its cleverness, swiftly scampered back to its owner. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Arcanine Flamethrower. Observing that the trio was struggling against Team Rocket, and with Eevee safely returned to Tai's side, Ash promptly took charge, directing Pikachu and Arcanine. Pikachu leapt down from Ash's shoulder, its two red cheeks crackling with electricity as it unleashed a torrent of yellow energy, striking with the swiftness of thunder. Arcanine lowered its head, gathering fiery energy in its maw before releasing a powerful flame that shot forth at incredible speed. The two distinct forces collided with Team Rocket, resulting in a tremendous explosion, sending them soaring into the sky like three shooting stars, vanishing from sight. What an irritating sensation. Ash exhaled, a sense of completion washing over him. From now on, you need not criticize your younger brother regarding his choices. The path of evolution is one he should choose for himself. Pokémon are inherently his, and whether he wishes to evolve or not is entirely up to him. Do not presume to impose your will upon him simply because of your age. Do you understand? Ash began to lecture the three brothers once Team Rocket had departed. The trio, their faces flushed with embarrassment, lowered their heads, too ashamed to speak. There was no denying it. They had truly embarrassed themselves. Even if they wished to counter, they found no viable arguments to do so. The strength of their opponent was undeniable, and they recognized the validity of his guidance. Furthermore, through their previous conversation, they discerned that this individual frequently interacted with the trio they had just faced. Yes, we understand. They nodded in acquiescence, acknowledging Ash's words. The words of a master should be heeded. His insights were undoubtedly more credible than their own. Brother, you are finally no longer stopping me from allowing Eevee to evolve, right? Tai timidly inquired of his three older siblings. Of course, since Ash has spoken, we dare not refuse, the blonde youth replied, patting Tai on the shoulder with a sunny smile. Hearing the blonde boy's words, Tai turned to the other two, seeking their thoughts. Since our eldest brother has spoken, we certainly will not hinder you, the blue-haired youth explained with a smile. If you simply wish to prevent Eevee from evolving into the other three forms, you may indeed explore the other three evolutionary methods, Ash suggested with a smile. 3 others? Tai was puzzled by Ash's statement. Brothers, why have I never heard you mention that Eevee has 3 additional evolutionary forms? Tai turned to his siblings. That is because our family only knows these 3 methods to be the most time-efficient and least laborious, hence we did not mention it to you. The blonde youth sheepishly admitted, scratching the back of his head. Is that so? Tai pondered, then turned to Ash and asked, May I see them? Ash. In the end, Ash presented images of the solar, lunar, and fairy Pokémon for Tai to view. After Tai finished looking at them, he had no further thoughts, but Eevee, upon seeing them, made its own choice. Eevee pointed at the photograph of the fairy Pokémon, employing its charm skill on its master. Being still quite young, Tai was unable to resist Eevee's heartfelt display of affection, thus he acquiesced. Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I would have never known about Eevee's other evolutionary paths. I am truly grateful to you. Tai bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Clearly, Ash's assistance was not in vain this time. Chapter 156, The Arid River. Having resolved Tai's evolution dilemma, Ash and his companions bid farewell to the 4 brothers and set forth towards their next destination. Along the way, they stumbled upon a desiccated riverbed and encountered a peculiar old man. The old man performed a tune before them, and upon finishing, he requested bread and cookies from Ash and his friends. Fortunately, Ash had some in his system storage, so he promptly retrieved and handed them to the elderly gentleman. Subsequently, the group continued their journey until they arrived at a village. Upon entering the village, Ash and his companions were dismayed to find the main street deserted. Even the usually bustling food street was devoid of any patrons. Everything related to dining was empty, and there was not a morsel to be found, not even a can. They had hoped to replenish their supplies, but after searching the entire village, they found no edible provisions. Dejected, the 3 settled onto a public bench to rest for a while. Why is there nothing to buy in this village? Brock lamented, his head drooping in disappointment. No sooner had he complained than a bearded old man, dressed in blue and wielding a cane, appeared before them. Youngsters, what troubles you? He inquired with concern. We wanted to buy some food in this village, but there's nothing available, Brock replied, brightening at the sight of the elder, sensing that this man held a significant position in the village. I'm so hungry. I can barely move, Misty chimed in, slumped over her backpack in despair. Is that so? Then come with me. I will take you to find some food, the old man said, noticing the trio's dire state. He led them to his home, inviting them to dine and satiate their hunger. So you are on a journey as Pokémon trainers. You can't find any supplies, huh? The old man gleaned from their conversation. What could have happened? Why has no one in this village been selling food? Misty inquired after wolfing down her meal. Indeed, not even a single vendor remains. leaving me unable to prepare any meals, Brock added, halting his eating to pose the question. Could it be a drought? Ash asked, half-heartedly. Yes, our river has dried up, and without crops, food has become scarce. The little food we have left barely suffices for our survival, the old man replied, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. At this revelation, Brock and Misty paused their eating, while Ash continued to enjoy his meal. The conversation fell silent, leaving only the sound of Ash's eating. Unable to bear the sight, Misty gently tapped Ash on the shoulder. It's all right. I can help solve this problem. So don't worry. Ash, fully aware of the cause, stood up without hesitation, confidently patting his chest in assurance. Really? The old man's eyes lit up with excitement. But he quickly recalled that Ash was a stranger, with limited knowledge of the village's plight, which made his confidence seem unbelievable. He even began to suspect whether these three outsiders were somehow responsible. However, upon reflection, he realized they had only just arrived in the area. What deep-seated grudge could they possibly hold against the villagers? How do you know where the problem lies? The old man cautiously probed. Isn't it obvious? As I traveled here, I observed that the issue lies upstream. Otherwise, the water would not have ceased flowing. After all, your water originates from the melting snow of Mount Smaga, Ash explained. The upstream area is seldom visited by our villagers, so be extremely cautious when you go there. The old man advised after listening to Ash's explanation, choosing to trust him. Don't worry, village chief. We are Pokémon trainers and possess the ability to face challenges. There's no need for you to fret, Ash declared, alleviating the chief's concerns. I hope so, the chief muttered quietly. Thus, Ash and his companions set out to investigate the source of the river's desiccation. Knowing the reason behind it, Ash took the elderly man along and promised him some food as a reward for his assistance. The four of them ascended the mountain, determined to uncover the cause. Following the riverbed upward, they soon encountered a tangle of thorns blocking the path. Without delay, Ash summoned his Venusaur, who swiftly cleared the obstruction with its razor leaf attack. Regrettably, the water still did not flow as they had hoped. The scene remained parched. After traversing through the thicket, they discovered a massive Snorlax lying across the riverbed, preventing the water from flowing and causing the river to dry up. Now it's your turn. Once this problem is resolved, I assure you a proper reward. Ash addressed the old man. It's no trouble. This is not just for my sake, but for the village as well. Leave it to me, the old man assured, patting his chest. The old man then played a tune on his flute, rousing the Snorlax from its slumber. Upon waking, the Snorlax performed a series of stretches before getting up and moving away from its previous position. With that, the group finally witnessed the river's flow restored, as the previously obstructive thorns were cleared. During this time, Ash utilized his system's detection function to assess the Snorlax's potential, only to discover it had elite-level potential, which left him somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, despite his disappointment, he noted how rapidly the Snorlax consumed food, and soon the river returned to its normal flow. Once they saw the village's issue resolved, the group promptly rewarded the old man and prepared to depart for another village suggested by him, hoping to replenish their supplies. By the way, Ash, how do you still have food? Misty inquired, puzzled. Hee, that's because I happened to find 2 packs of bear cookies left in my backpack. Ash sheepishly scratched the back of his head, explaining. Oh, is that so, Ash? Brock and Misty regarded him with scrutinizing gazes. It truly is. You must believe me. Chapter 157. The Struggle of Two Dark Forces. After resolving the water issues of the village, the group followed the direction provided by the old man. Upon replenishing their supplies in the village, they set off towards their intended destination for this journey. Several days later, they arrived at a city, Dark City. As Ash and his companions stepped into Dark City, they surveyed the eerily desolate streets, devoid of any inhabitants, and a sense of foreboding enveloped them. Something feels amiss here. It's broad daylight, yet not a soul is in sight. How bizarre, Brock remarked, examining their surroundings. Perhaps something has transpired here. Otherwise, this scene would not be so peculiar. Ash mumbled thoughtfully. That makes sense, Brock nodded in agreement. However, just as they were conversing, a small child suddenly dashed out from a nearby house. Come back. Following closely behind, the child's mother rushed out, scooping him back into her embrace. Don't run off like that. What if you encounter a Pokémon trainer? She admonished her child after safely returning him indoors. Upon overhearing this exchange, both Brock and Misty furrowed their brows. Is this city truly so inhospitable to Pokémon trainers? Suddenly, as the trio became distracted, a few stones came hurtling through the air, landing right at Ash's feet and narrowly missing Pikachu. What a mischievous little rascal. Ash couldn't help but retort, bending down to pick up a stone and casually tossing it in a certain direction. The stone flew swiftly, striking the very child who had thrown the stones in the first place. Ouch! The child's cry echoed. Ah, it's just a little kid, Brock exclaimed, astonished. Are you not a Pokemon trainer? A boy who seemed to be the leader approached Ash, fuming with indignation. What does that matter? Whether I am a Pokemon trainer or not is irrelevant, Ash replied nonchalantly. Humph. The leader of the boys disregarded Ash's words and brandished a wooden stick. Seemingly eager to engage Ash in a confrontation, his expression reminiscent of a mischievous child who had destroyed a valuable collectible in a previous life. This thought ignited a spark of anger within Ash, and in a bold gesture, he offered this troublesome child 5 chestnuts, while the other 2 children received 3 each. Ah, that hurts. I don't care if you're a trainer or not. Anyone associated with Pokemon is utterly detestable, the 3 youngsters retorted, cradling their heads in defiance. Oh, so you 3 dare to challenge me further? Do you crave more chestnuts from my generosity? Ash exclaimed, raising his hand with a fierce glare directed at the trio. Under the weight of Ash's intimidating presence, the children recoiled slightly, casting timid glances at him, clearly intimidated yet still harboring a sense of defiance. My sincerest apologies for the trouble these children have caused you. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in an apron rushed out, addressing Ash. Please, allow me to invite you to my home. I shall offer a proper apology. Feeling rather new to the city and in need of a place to stay, the 3 companions accepted the middle-aged man's invitation and accompanied him to his residence. Upon entering his home, they discovered a quaint private restaurant, styled in a Western manner. Due to the child's mischief, the middle-aged man quickly prepared an apology meal, 3 servings of omelette rice. At that moment, Pikachu tugged at Ash's shirt, gesturing towards a bottle of ketchup in the restaurant, indicating that he wished for the owner to fetch it. Seeing Pikachu's pitiful expression, Ash couldn't help but smile. Could you hand me that bottle of ketchup? He asked the middle-aged man. Ketchup? Of course, the man replied, slightly taken aback, before handing the bottle to Ash. Thus, Ash squeezed just the right amount of ketchup onto the high-energy cube he had prepared for Pikachu. As Pikachu gazed at the cube adorned with a generous layer of ketchup, filled with his trainer's affection, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he eagerly began to consume the energy cube. In a brief span, the energy cube and ketchup had vanished from Pikachu's bowl, leaving it gleaming with a radiant shine. During their meal, the middle-aged man recounted the events that had transpired in the city. The origins of this turmoil traced back to the Kanto region, where the expansion of secondary gyms had begun over the past 2 years. With the surge of trainers in the league, the burden on the 8 official gyms intensified, leading to a daily influx of challenges that left the gym leaders overwhelmed. To alleviate the pressure on the gym leaders, the league instituted a policy. Any gym that passed the assessment of the league's inspectors could receive official recognition, thereby gaining the rights to issue gym badges and enjoy the benefits afforded to primary gyms. This policy prompted several private gyms to apply for assessments, resulting in a relentless conflict between 2 local gyms, Yas Gym and Kaz Gym, as they vied to become officially recognized by the league. In their pursuit of funding for training their members, they began extorting money from the local populace under the guise of protection fees. This turmoil adversely affected the public safety in Dark City, leading to widespread discontent among its residents. Consequently, these 2 gyms evolved into rival factions, embroiled in a bitter struggle for dominance. Chapter 158, The Dragon's Passage. Humph. A bunch of scoundrels who have forsaken basic morals for petty gains. If the league chooses to turn a blind eye to this situation, then I shall take it upon myself to resolve it, and perhaps earn a little extra from the league in the process, Ash declared, pushing down his cap, his voice low and devoid of any discernible emotion. The extra he referred to was a form of contribution value within the league, a currency that could be exchanged for rare items. In simpler terms, contribution value served as a unique currency within the league. It could be converted into money. Yet money could not be exchanged for contribution value. To earn contribution value, one must undertake tasks beneficial to the league. Most of Ash's megastones had been acquired through contribution value exchanges within the league. In this present day, there exists an opportunity to acquire contribution points without any cost. Why not seize such an offer? It may very well lead to a chance to exchange these points for new Mega Evolution Stones within the Alliance. Naturally, this is contingent upon one's abilities. Previously, Ash had significantly contributed to the Alliance by assisting in various research endeavors and developing new evolutionary forms, thus amassing a considerable amount of contribution points. With over 30 types of Mega Evolution Stones already in his possession, he was on the cusp of completing his collection. Should he manage to procure additional Mega Evolution Stones, he would be one step closer to achieving his goal of gathering all the stones for every Pokemon. Do you know the locations of those 2 gyms? Ash inquired. Yes, but what do you intend to do there? The middle-aged man replied with a nod, curiosity evident in his tone. Ash, maintaining a neutral expression, replied nonchalantly, I have no particular plans, merely a sudden desire to earn some extra income. Just point me in the right direction. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man, noting the boy's earnest demeanor, proceeded to describe the general locations to Ash. Once Ash understood the precise directions, he wasted no further words, releasing his Charizard and mounting it, soaring into the sky. Ash, where are you headed? Misty called out, puzzled. I'm off to take care of something. I'll be back shortly. Just wait for me here. Ash responded loudly, his figure gradually fading from view. Seated upon Charizard's back, Ash's first action was to retrieve his phone and make a call. Before long, the call was answered. Is this the illustrious Ash Ketchum? Shouldn't you be busy traveling right now? What prompts your sudden call? Have you encountered some grave trouble requiring my assistance? I must say, it is quite an honor. A teasing voice of a young man echoed through the line. Mr. Dodrio, the flying-type champion. It's been a while since we last communicated. Where are you currently executing your duties atop a flying-type Pokémon? Ash replied, his tone devoid of formality, indicating their familiarity. The mention of the title flying-type champion momentarily silenced the voice on the other end. Ahem, let's get to the point. What is it you need? How can I be of service? Yulong-Du coughed, urging Ash to state his business. Oh, nothing significant. I merely wish to inquire about the gym leader incentive program that was held recently, Ash asked. Indeed, as a participant, you should already be well informed. Why seek me out? You're not attempting to have a friend of yours appointed as a gym leader and asking for my assistance, are you? Yulong-Du speculated, assuming Ash was seeking leniency from him as an examiner. Not at all. I merely wish to discuss a peculiar situation I encountered during my travels and seek your guidance. Ash clarified. What sort of trouble? Feel free to speak candidly, Doctor. I'm all ears, Yulong-Du replied, his tone turning serious upon realizing the matter concerned work. Ash proceeded to recount the events pertaining to the Dark City. I cannot believe such a situation has arisen. I will head over shortly to address it. But tell me, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Yulong-Du inquired, perplexed. Actually, I don't need you to come. I just wanted to know if I could earn contribution points from the Alliance for handling this matter myself, Ash said with a grin, revealing his true intention. You rascal, always seeking a benefit. I should have known your call would not bode well. So, you want me to clean up after you? Yulong-Du remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. From the looks of it, it seems feasible. I entrust this task to you, Dragon-type champion, Ash concluded before hanging up, his expression reverting to its usual neutrality. That kid, always the flying-type champion when it suits him, and the Dragon-type champion when he's in a bind. How tiresome. Yulong-Du lamented, staring at the phone after the call ended. Well, it can't be helped. He is a doctor after all. I must go. He sighed. Dragonite. Change direction and accelerate towards Dark City. I hope I'm not too late to claim some credit. I'd hate to arrive and find all the glory has been snatched away. Upon hearing Yulong-Du's command, Dragonite obediently complied, swiftly turning and flying at maximum speed towards Dark City. Meanwhile, Ash had already arrived above the Yas gym and descended. With a thud, he landed and immediately observed a group of muscular men fervently engaged in weightlifting. Which one of you is the gym leader? Step forward. Who is this little brat? Does he not see where he is? How dare he come here to cause trouble? One of the muscle-bound men stepped forward, his demeanor brash as he cracked his neck. Approaching Ash, a bunch of muscleheads who only know how to lift weights, Ash retorted coldly, unfazed. Oh, look at the little guy, talking big for someone so small. The leading muscle man scoffed, disregarding Ash's age as he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Ash's face. With remarkable speed, Ash countered, catching the man's fist before he could comprehend the movement. Have you not eaten today? Your punch is as weak as a child's, Ash remarked, applying pressure to the man's fist with ease, ultimately crushing it. Ah! The muscle man screamed in agony, clutching his injured hand and rolling on the ground in pain. Yet, Ash showed no mercy. Instead, he approached the man, tormenting him further, bending his fingers one by one while casually asking, "What's 1,000 divided by 7? Eventually, the muscle man succumbed to unconsciousness due to Ash's relentless torment. However, the ordeal was far from over. A green luminescence appeared in Ash's hand as a new round of torment commenced. What's 993 divided by 7? Ash posed the question, met with the muscle man's pained screams. Watching this scene unfold, Pikachu shook its head in resignation. Pikachu, why provoke him when everything was fine? Pikachu sighed, taking a sip of its beloved ketchup, silently praying for the torment to conclude swiftly. Chapter 159. Is that enough for you? How dare that little brat act so arrogantly? Do you think we are mere background characters in a novel? Another muscle man, undeterred by the fate of his comrade, shouted at Ash. After the Muscle Man's outburst, Ash suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing in a flash, pinning the Muscle Man to the ground before he could react. You're just a useless loudmouth, causing a ruckus here. It's quite annoying, Ash said, casually digging into his ear before wiping his hand on the Muscle Man's shirt. Oh, I'm not just addressing the two who fell. I'm speaking to all of you. Are any of you brave enough to step up? Ash arrogantly stood tall, addressing the entire group of muscular men disdainfully. That little brat. Does he really think defeating our two brothers makes him invincible? Everyone, charge at him. Another Muscle Man shouted, rallying the others to attack. As he charged forward, he initially believed his brothers would follow suit. However, to his dismay, he discovered that each of them had taken several steps back, distancing themselves from him. Clearly lacking any intention to confront Ash, the aspiring leader among the muscle-bound men, upon realizing his brothers had not advanced, cleared his throat and retreated. Yet, he was unprepared for what transpired next. As he stepped back, the other muscle-bound men synchronously mirrored his retreat, their movements remarkably coordinated. Swallowing hard, the muscle-bound man gazed at the increasingly menacing Ash and could not help but recall the gut-wrenching sight of his comrade being bested moments ago. Fear gripped him as he stammered, Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I was merely provoked into a frenzy and sought to fight you. I'm truly sorry. Could you let me off the hook?" Trembling with dread, he was on the verge of kneeling, his voice quavering with apprehension. "I have always admired those who recognize the shifting tides of fortune. Given your commendable display, I shall present you with two choices. Choose wisely," Ash said with a smile as he approached the muscle-bound man. Bathed in sunlight, his smile radiated warmth and brilliance. The terrified muscle-bound man immediately knelt, as if he glimpsed a flicker of hope in Ash's sunny demeanor that he might avoid punishment. "Very well. Allow me to articulate my choices. The first option is to be struck by me, and the second option is to still be struck by me," Ash inquired, his smile as bright as ever. The muscle-bound man, who had entertained a fleeting hope, now plummeted into despair. Is there truly any distinction between the two? He managed to muster a weak smile as he asked. "There is no difference at all. It is merely a choice I present to you." Ash shook his head, revealing his thoughts candidly. "I am eternally grateful to your entire family," the muscle-bound man exclaimed. "Now, have you made your decision?" Ash inquired, his eyes narrowing. The muscle-bound man nodded hesitantly, but soon shook his head. Ash, pressed for time, dismissed the intricacies, reasoning that regardless of the choice, he would deliver a beating. After making the decision for the muscle-bound man, Ash unleashed a flurry of blows, specifically targeting his face, leaving the muscle-bound man bruised and battered. So much so that even his mother would fail to recognize him. After the punishment, Ash employed a healing technique to restore him, following several rounds of torment. Once Ash had his fill of amusement, he arrogantly addressed the remaining muscle-bound men. "Where is your leader? Speak up, or else." His voice darkened as he finished, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The remaining muscle-bound men trembled in fear after witnessing Ash's methods of torment and promptly pointed towards the nearby staircase. Meanwhile, those who had been subjected to Ash's wrath were healed and lay unconscious on the ground. With a cold scoff, Ash ascended the stairs with a light step. Upon pushing open the door to the second floor, he encountered a middle-aged muscle-bound man lifting weights. "Are you Yas?" Ash asked nonchalantly. "Indeed, I am Yas. Were you the cause of the commotion below?" Yas interrogated, eyeing Ash suspiciously. Maintaining his composure, Ash replied, "And if I were? What of it?" "Very well. Let me witness your prowess," Yas retorted, throwing forth his pokeball. "Go, Scyther." As the Scyther emerged, it immediately swung its blades toward Ash with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Ash easily evaded the attack, releasing Charizard in the process. The two Pokémon faced off, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. "Charizard, let us greet our opponent with a flamethrower," Ash commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames toward Yas. Reacting swiftly, Scyther, realizing the flames were aimed at its master, interposed itself with remarkable speed, forming an X with its blades to absorb the attack, albeit suffering considerable damage in the process. Scyther, use agility. Yas was not one to remain passive, launching a counterattack. "Charizard, Dragon Claw," Ash quickly responded. Scyther, having closed the distance with its speed, began slashing at Charizard with its scythe-like arms. However, Charizard, having predicted Scyther's trajectory, retaliated with Dragon Claw, successfully blocking the assault and pushing Scyther back, inflicting wounds in the process. Noticing this, Yas furrowed his brow. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded Charizard to execute its final move, Outrage. Ultimately, Scyther succumbed to defeat under Charizard's relentless assault. "Return, Scyther. You handled my Scyther with such ease. It appears you possess considerable skill. Please, I would like to offer you a lucrative position within my ranks, Yas suggested, recognizing Ash's strength and wishing to recruit him. Just you. How dare you? Ash scoffed in disbelief at Yas's proposition. The audacity of a defeated underling seeking to recruit the victor was a notion so absurd it bordered on madness. Moreover, could the monetary rewards Yas offered truly rival the value of contributions to the league? Ash considered his wealth, tens of billions in his bank account, and the continuous influx of funds from his future endeavors. He had no need for money, especially when contributions to the league could procure new evolution stones and other resources. Presently, Ash lacked nothing, and the idea of someone attempting to buy his allegiance with money was laughable, a notion fit only for the foolish. You are exceedingly arrogant. Did you summon me here to assist you? Brothers, come forth and eliminate him. Yas's fury ignited upon hearing Ash's dismissive words. Responding to their leader's call, the muscle-bound men exchanged glances before steeling their resolve and charging up the stairs. Brothers, let us charge forth. Our leader has spoken. We shall confront this demon. The earlier leader among the muscle-bound men re-emerged, rallying his comrades. Onward. The previously hesitant men were galvanized into action by this rallying cry, rushing up the staircase. Ash, however, had no time to indulge their antics. His eyes glowed blue as he levitated them all into the air. What is happening? Why can't we control our bodies? Panic swept through the ranks as they found themselves suspended in midair, fear gripping their hearts. Yes, it must be that demon's doing. He is responsible for our current predicament. Someone boldly speculated amidst the chaos. As their fear escalated, Ash descended the staircase. Upon seeing his piercing blue eyes, they realized he was the source of their plight. That is psychic power. Someone in the crowd discerned Ash's ability. Do you perceive it? Observe his eyes. Those eyes resembled those of a psychic Pokémon when it unleashed its powers. How did the boss manage to entangle himself with such a formidable figure? This is certainly troublesome. I hope the boss hasn't already met his end. You sure do talk a lot. Upon seeing Ash, chaos erupted among the crowd. In an effort to teach Yasu a profound lesson, Ash commenced a relentless torment, and soon, Yasu's cries echoed throughout the entire gym. Every despicable tactic that the outside world could not witness was laid bare before them, leaving some to gasp in shock, while others, gripped by fear, felt their very cores tighten. The scene was utterly harrowing. After witnessing Yasu's plight, everyone in the gym was left dumbfounded, trembling uncontrollably. Your leader has caused the surrounding populace great distress and has illicitly collected protection fees, thereby violating the regulations set by the League. Now, your leader has been apprehended and is set to face an investigation by the League's officials. Should you dare to engage in such misconduct again, I can assure you, you will receive the same treatment as him, Ash coldly declared as he dragged the bruised Yasu, who was barely recognizable even to his own mother, preparing to leave. The muscular men, upon hearing Ash's words, fervently nodded, terrified of experiencing even a fraction of what Yasu had just endured. Recognizing that these individuals were somewhat sensible, Ash casually instructed two of them to bind Yasu with ropes and levitate him in midair. He then mounted his Charizard and soared towards the Kaz gym. Upon arriving at the Kaz gym, he noticed that many individuals were already subdued. The most striking sight was a colossal Dragonite, its yellow body and large belly commanding attention, alongside a stylish young man with red hair, clad in a red hoodie and draped in a black cloak. The observing Dado also took note of the shadow on the ground, glancing up to see a boy atop a Charizard. Ah, is that not Professor Oak's protege? You've finally arrived. Dado cheerfully waved. Ash, taken aback by Dado's enthusiasm, fell silent for a moment, regretting having informed him of his arrival to claim credit. Though it pained him somewhat, he could accept it, as he had at least captured one himself. Under Ash's guidance, Charizard began to descend slowly. When Ash selected a safe altitude, he leaped down from a height of 10 meters, fortunately landing safely. Why did you arrive so swiftly? Upon seeing a familiar face, Ash did not express overwhelming joy, but rather forced a slight smile as he inquired. Well, it's simply that I happened to be nearby on business. Otherwise, I would not have rushed over, Dado laughed heartily. I truly made a foolish decision to call you. Allowing you to steal my thunder, Ash replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Indeed, such occurrences are rare. Had you not informed me, I would have been oblivious to this fortunate event. Thank you, Professor Oak. Dado patted Ash's shoulder enthusiastically, bursting into laughter. Opportunities to witness Ash in a predicament are scarce. Now that he intends to relish the moment and tease him to alleviate his own frustrations. Were it not for Ash's encounter with him in their youth, he would not have been dubbed the flying type Dado. Dato vaguely recalled the innocent expression Ash wore during their first meeting, a moment etched in his memory. He remembered Ash, then merely 7 or 8 years old, accompanying Professor Oak to a conference in Kanto when they first crossed paths. Upon learning Dato's identity, Ash, filled with curiosity, posed questions that ultimately revealed Dato's status. Yet, this exchange led to the unforgettable nickname that would follow Dato throughout his life. Why are you called the Dragon-type champion? Because at that time, I achieved victory using Dragon-type Pokémon. Ash, inquiring innocently, only to deliver a devastating blow with his next question. But most of your victories were achieved with Flying-type Pokémon, save for Dragonite. Shouldn't you be called the Flying-type champion instead? Young Ash, with his pure and innocent demeanor, innocently asked. At this, Dato's smile froze. Due to the throng of onlookers, it was from that day forth that everyone began to take notice, and thus Dato gained an additional title, the Flying-type champion, Dodo Bird. Chapter 161, A Perfect Resolution. Pokémon, Dragonite. Gender, male. Level, 83. Ability, multiscale. Damage taken is reduced when HP is full. Potential, divine. Held item, Dragon Fang. Moves, Hurricane, Roost, Quick Attack, Twister, Thunder Wave. Fire Punch, Wing Attack, Thunder Punch, Agility, Dragon Dive, Outrage, Protect, Rain Dance, Hyper Beam, Dragon Dance, Safeguard. After Ash habitually scanned Dragonite's information with his system, he was astonished to discover that Dato's Dragonite had made significant progress, having ascended 2 levels from its previous level of 81. This remarkable advancement placed it just 7 levels shy of reaching the divine tier, a truly formidable improvement. Moreover, this marked the 3rd time Ash had encountered a Pokémon of divine potential. The first 2 were Professor Oak's Dragonite and a Garchomp. The 3rd was Dato's Dragonite, while the 4th was Ash's own Charizard. Under Ash's rigorous training, coupled with its innate divine talent and the presence of a double experience card, Charizard rapidly ascended from level 39 Elite to level 45, nearing the threshold of the champion tier. Before long, Charizard would likely break through to the champion level, given its inherent powerful divine potential, allowing it to absorb experience at an accelerated rate. This was akin to Charizard having an automatic double experience boost, meaning it naturally garnered more experience than other Pokémon. Furthermore, with Ash's double experience card supporting it, Charizard benefited from quadrupled experience points. Without this, Charizard would not have been able to ascend 5 levels in merely 2 days. Well then, since you have arrived, we might as well split the spoils. The intelligence I provided led you here, so let us divide it equally. You can also take Yasu to the League for processing. How does that sound? Ash proposed. Alright, you make a valid point. Had it not been for your information, I might never have encountered this opportunity. I agree to your terms, Dato conceded, recognizing the fairness of the arrangement, as Ash's intelligence had indeed facilitated his success. Very well, I shall continue my journey. I must return to regroup with my companions. Please remember to credit my contributions to my account, Ash declared. With that, he mounted Charizard's back and bid farewell to his friend, Dato. If such fortuitous events occur again, do not hesitate to inform me. Dato uttered his final words as he watched Ash gradually fade into the distance. Once Ash had completely departed, Dato commenced his own tasks, considering the matter resolved satisfactorily. Meanwhile, upon returning to the restaurant, Ash was taken aback by the disarray within. The remnants of a struggle littered the space. It suddenly dawned on him that in his exhilaration over the contributions, he had forgotten about Team Rocket. The scene suggested they had been attacked, but whether Misty and Brock had successfully repelled them or had themselves been overpowered remained uncertain. Utilizing his sensory abilities, Ash scanned the area but found no trace of them, leading him to surmise that Misty had likely pursued the trio. After all, both Brock and Misty were gym leaders in training and unlikely to be captured by such inept foes. Should they have been captured, it would likely be due to Team Rocket employing some underhanded tactics, Ash mused. With that thought, he released his Arcanine to commence a thorough search. Arcanine sniffed for Brock and Misty's scents, but none were to be found. Could it be that those 3 dolts from Team Rocket truly captured them? A sense of foreboding washed over Ash as he began to piece together the unsettling possibility. After hearing Ash's command, Arcanine obediently began to sniff the ground and swiftly detected the scents of Brock, Misty, and the Team Rocket trio, as well as that of the restaurant owner. Mounted atop Arcanine, Ash set off towards Team Rocket's current location. As they traversed a forest, Arcanine paused and glanced back at Ash, seemingly inquiring whether they should venture deeper. Since Brock and Misty are here, let us proceed, Ash replied, encouraging Arcanine to plunge into the woods. Not long thereafter, Ash sensed Team Rocket's presence, albeit under unusual circumstances. Brock and Misty were bound to the ground by the trio, alongside the restaurant owner. Musashi, do you think our actions might provoke the little brat? Kojiru, glancing nervously around, inquired. What are you afraid of? We are the nefarious Team Rocket. How can you fear a mere child who hasn't even grown into his own? Musashi rebuked with exasperation. Indeed, Meow. The Kojiru of your would never have exhibited such cowardice. Have you been replaced, you timid rascal? Nyarth added, condescendingly schooling Kojiru. Kojiru, trembling, did not contest their sentiments, but instead pointed apprehensively behind them. Oh, so you believe yourselves to be brave, do you? Ash, perched confidently on Arcanine's back, wore a bemused smile, tinged with amusement. Cough, cough, we said nothing. You must have misheard. Meow, Nyarth quickly amended, his demeanor shifting to one of feigned respect upon spotting Ash. Arcanine, unleash Flamethrower. Pikachu, follow up with Thunderbolt. Ash commanded, seizing the opportunity before the trio could react. You little brat, you lack honor. Team Rocket was left bewildered by Ash's sudden ambush. Having always been the ones to strike from the shadows, they found themselves humiliated by this unforeseen turn of events. Despite their indignation, the flames and electric shock did not discriminate, propelling the trio skyward like meteors until they vanished from sight. What an annoying sensation, Ash remarked, moving forward to free Brock and Misty from their bindings. Thus concluded their escapade in the Dark City, and they set their sights on the next destination. Chapter 162. The Carnival Festival. After departing from the Dark City en route to the next Gem City, Ash and his companions stumbled upon a lively spectacle by the roadside. Their curiosity piqued, they approached and inquired with nearby revelers, soon discovering they had encountered a special festival, the Carnival Festival. Wow, there are so many beautiful ladies here, Brock exclaimed, his cheeks flush as he beheld the alluring, mature women swaying rhythmically before him, unable to contain his bashfulness. And so many fun attractions, Misty remarked, captivated by the vibrant atmosphere. Brock, utterly entranced by the enchanting ladies, inexplicably donned a white suit and joined in the festivities, mingling with the captivating women. Observing Brock's lack of composure, Ash rubbed his forehead in exasperation, bemused by his friend's behavior. There was little they could do, as such an environment was akin to paradise for Brock, prompting Ash and Misty to seek out other amusements. Misty ventured off to find enjoyable activities on her own, leaving Ash and Pikachu to meander through the fair, seeking intriguing items to purchase as gifts for his mother, Hanako, Serena, and his future mother-in-law. Thus, he was in search of tokens for those he cherished. After exploring, he discovered 3 appealing gifts: a jade bracelet for his mother, an exquisitely crafted gold bangle for his future mother-in-law, and a pair of silver and jade earrings for his future bride. Once he procured the gifts and carefully packaged them in beautiful boxes, Ash discreetly stashed them in his system space, intending to send them via courier upon reaching Lian City. As Ash continued to wander, he stumbled upon an unusual scene in a concealed corner. A young man clad in a tailcoat was pleading with a cat girl not to resign from her job. Please, I assure you, the wages will be paid. Just don't leave, the young man implored, kneeling on the ground. Then pay me now, the cat girl retorted, arms crossed, exuding impatience. But I have no money on me at the moment. I swear this performance will go smoothly, the young man insisted. Tell me, did any customers attend the previous shows? The cat girl demanded, hands on her hips, her tone assertive. Ash, what are you doing here? Misty approached from behind, a curious expression on her face. Turning to see Misty, Ash explained the unfolding situation. Is that so? Misty replied, standing alongside Ash as they observed the young man. Please, don't leave me. The young man, seeing that his advances were unreciprocated, resorted to wrapping his arms around the fair legs of the cat girl, pleading with her like a persistent adhesive plaster. Hey, what are you doing? The cat girl, taken aback by his lack of decorum, retaliated without hesitation, delivering 2 swift punches that sent the young man sprawling away before she departed. Are you all right, sir? Xiao Xia approached the fallen youth, unable to suppress her concern after understanding the situation. Miss, you are truly kind, and a beautiful lady at that. To have such a stunning maiden come to my aid, my life feels fulfilled. After uttering these words, the young man collapsed, rendered unconscious. Xiao Xia, we should leave quickly. He has only been hit a couple of times. It's not serious. Besides, he was the one who clung to that girl, Xiao Ji urged as he stepped outside. Just then, the young man suddenly raised his head and glanced in their direction. But he looks quite pitiful, Xiao Xia expressed her concern. Huh. There are many nefarious individuals these days. It's best not to engage with him. Who knows what he might do if he has ill intentions? Xiao Ji insisted, determined to prevent Xiao Xia from getting entangled with this person and causing trouble. Well, if you say so, Xiao Xia conceded, heeding Xiao Ji's advice as they prepared to leave this troublesome place. Yet, at that moment, The young man, feigning unconsciousness, sprang to his feet and clung desperately to Xiaoxi's leg. "Please don't go. Help me," he sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "I'll help. I'll help you, you scoundrel." Xiaoxi, recalling the plot from the original story, was infuriated and began to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks to the young man. In the original tale, Xiaoxi had decided to assist this rotund fellow, only to later find himself ensnared by the villain's hypnotic control and subsequently turned into a laborer and tool for the very person he had helped. Determined to avoid such a fate, Xiaoxi resolved not to assist this young man any further. Just as he had decided to disregard the situation, the young man, undeterred, clung to his leg, igniting Xiaoxi's temper. "I understand my mistakes. Please, spare me," the young man pleaded in pain. Meanwhile, the creature known as Egg was watching from the sidelines. Upon seeing its master being assaulted, its eyes glowed with a blue light, seeking to exert control over Xiaoxi. Sensing a psychic attack, Xiaoxi turned sharply, his own eyes glowing with a stronger blue light as he retaliated with even greater psychic force. "Egg, what is wrong with you?" Xiaoxia inquired, noticing something was amiss with Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxia, we need to leave now. This creature is attempting to control me with its master," Xiaoxi explained without a hint of fear. "What? It acted on its own without any commands? This clearly indicates a pattern of behavior. It's utterly unforgivable," Xiaoxia concluded, solidifying her perception of the young man as a villain. If Xiaoxi hadn't intervened, it would have meant that, once they were in a secluded area, the young man might have used his creature to hypnotize her. In such a scenario, her safety would be compromised. The very thought made her feel grateful for her continued safety. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, Xiaoxi was momentarily bewildered. Upon regaining his senses, he couldn't help but glance at Xiaoxia's chest, suddenly feeling an urge to cough. Coincidentally, the young man then uttered a phrase that could easily be misconstrued. "I'm terribly sorry. I truly have no choice. I need an assistant for my magic performance." This statement confirmed Xiaoxia's suspicions that he was indeed a nefarious character. "You scoundrel! Die!" Furious, Xiaoxia delivered a swift kick to the young man. "All right, since there is no immediate danger, let us leave now," Xiaoxi declared. Sensing that the situation had reached its conclusion, Xiaoxia nodded in agreement, choosing to disregard the young man as they ventured nearby for a while. Having enjoyed themselves, they found that the event was nearing its conclusion, prompting them to resume their journey towards Honglian City. Chapter 163, The Trainer of Meow Meow. Upon exiting the carnival grounds, they stumbled upon a quaint little town. "Are our supplies sufficient? Do we need to replenish?" Xiaoxi inquired of their materials manager, Xiaogang. "These supplies should suffice for another 2 or 3 days, but we do need to restock," Xiaogang replied after a thorough examination of their backpack. "All right then. Let us proceed to resupply," Xiaoxi affirmed, and thus the trio set off in different directions to procure their necessities. "Oh, by the way, we've run out of medicine and need to buy some more," Xiaogang lamented as he revealed the empty medicine pouch. "Leave it to me. I'll handle it," Xiaoxi declared confidently, patting his chest. "Okay, it's all yours, Xiaoxi." Xiaogang nodded in agreement. Given that Xiaoxi had an ample supply of medicine in his system space, he was always eager to take on the responsibility of restocking. It appeared the trio was headed towards the town. "Let us take a shortcut," suggested Kojiro. After they made their decision, they crawled along the ground like 2 little caterpillars. Halfway through their journey, they suddenly noticed something. "Kojiro, don't you feel like something is missing?" Musashi asked, puzzled. "Now that you mention it," Kojiro replied, realizing the implication. Both turned to look behind them, only to discover Meow Meow lying languidly beneath a large tree, flushed and utterly drained. "I can't go on, Meow." Meow Meow leaned against the tree, appearing utterly listless. "Meow Meow, you're a male cat. How can you say you can't go on?" Kojiro exclaimed. Hands on hips, his tone accusatory. "Exactly. Meow Meow, how can you be so lazy?" Musashi chimed in, fully supportive, even attempting to lift Meow Meow to leave. However, as Musashi's hand made contact with Meow Meow, he recoiled in shock from the searing heat, exclaiming, "Ah, that is so hot. Why is it so hot? It's burning me alive." Kojiro stood by, dumbfounded, watching Musashi in bewilderment. "I can't go on," Meow Meow gasped, becoming even more limp against the tree as he struggled to catch his breath. "Oh, is that so? Then let us allow you to rest today." After experiencing the heat, Musashi understood Meow Meow's plight and decided not to force him to work. "Wait, if we leave Meow Meow like this, and he were to perish, he might come back as a vengeful spirit." Kozaburo spoke with a face full of concern, yet his words seemed to lack any genuine worry. There was a hint of anxiety, but not much. After all, he was no different from the demon cat. Musashi, indifferent, shrugged his shoulders. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Kozaburo found himself in agreement. The two then clasped each other's hands, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. We are currently engaged in a significant endeavor, Musashi declared with enthusiasm. Yes, let us go capture Pikachu. Kozaburo concurred. They both struck a harmonious chord and proceeded together, preparing to pursue Ash and his companions. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. The two turned in confusion to see a green-haired girl standing beside Meowth. He is already suffering from a high fever and looks so pitiful. Why aren't you two helping him? Are you even qualified trainers? The green-haired girl questioned loudly as she gently stroked Meowth's fur. Musashi and Kozaburo were taken aback by her words. After all, they were not Meowth's trainers, so why was this girl meddling? Upon regaining their composure, the two burst into hearty laughter. The green-haired girl, unfazed by their foolishness, began administering medicine to Meowth. After her care, Meowth's complexion changed from bright red to a more subdued hue. Watching the girl walk away, Meowth thought to himself, what a beautiful maiden. If only she could take my form. We are not Meowth's trainers. Musashi pointed at Meowth. Indeed, and we have pressing matters to attend to. Kozaburo explained to the green-haired girl. Pressing matters? She looked at them in confusion. Suddenly, their attire transformed, resembling that of two hermits. Precisely. We have our own secrets and must be on our way, Musashi declared. Just minor inconveniences during our journey, Kozaburo added. Together, they exclaimed, we cannot be bothered. Given his current state, how can you still call this a minor issue? The green-haired girl was incensed by their irresponsible remarks, her frustration mounting. Musashi and Kozaburo, taken aback by her outburst, sat down in shock, staring blankly at her. I am so scared, Kozaburo murmured in a daze. I am scared too, Musashi echoed. Equally dazed in agreement. Chapter 164, Cordyceps on the back of a Paris. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions happened to pass by a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Upon sighting it, Brock expressed his desire to take a look inside. As they entered, they were greeted by a dimly lit interior, and more curiously, an old woman continuously grinding herbs with a mortar. Hello, we've come to see what medicines you have for sale, if that's all right. Brock stated his intent as they entered. Oh ho ho, would you like to try our most authentic medicine made from the whiskers of a Magikarp? The old woman cheerfully presented a handful of Magikarp whiskers, enthusiastically recommending them. What? Magikarp whiskers? Misty was taken aback, shocked by the suggestion. Cough, actually. We'll pass on that. We were just looking for ordinary herbs. Brock quickly waved his hands, rejecting the old woman's offer upon realizing the ingredients came from Pokémon. At that moment, a green-haired girl appeared behind them seemingly out of nowhere. Grandma, why would you say something like that? You'll frighten the customers. She admonished with a serious expression. Oh, Qingmei, you've returned. The old woman gazed at the girl in surprise. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. Our shop specializes in traditional medicine, Qingmei explained apologetically to Ash and his friends. Miss, are you the lady of this shop? Brock stepped forward eagerly, captivated by Qingmei's visage. Yes, indeed. What is it? Qingmei, startled by Brock's approach, took a step back and nodded. My name is Brock. If you wouldn't mind, I would love to invite you for a cup of tea to discuss matters more deeply, if that is agreeable. After receiving a nod from Qingmei, Brock revealed his true nature, launching into self-introduction. Misty and Ash exchanged exasperated glances at Brock's behavior. Come on, can't you be a bit more reserved? Asking such profound questions right off the bat. Misty chided. Brock, please refrain from making such inappropriate remarks. It can easily lead to misunderstandings and embarrass us as your companions. Ash could not help but interject. Are you Pokemon trainers? Would you like to engage in a Pokemon battle with me? Qingmei, evidently aware of Brock's intentions, chose not to respond directly. Instead, she was drawn to Ash's charming Pikachu perched on his shoulder, expressing her thoughts as a subtle refusal of Brock's advances. Of course, I accept, Ash replied eagerly, keen to prevent Brock from making further inappropriate comments. All right, let us battle in my backyard, Qingmei announced, leading the trio outdoors. Meanwhile, Team Rocket lay in wait atop a tree, observing their actions while rehearsing their introduction. To prevent the world's destruction, to uphold world peace, to embody love and truth in villainy. The charming and delightful antagonists. Musashi, Kozaburo, will you two please be quiet and not disturb my view of Qingmei? Meowth scolded them impatiently, then gazed at Qingmei with a lecherous expression, muttering, Oh, my Qingmei, how splendid you are. Musashi and Kozaburo regarded Meowth, suddenly perceiving him as a lecherous fiend, as if he had unlocked a new form. Meanwhile, Ash and Qingmei had arrived at the battleground. Qingmei sent forth a crab Pokemon adorned with 2 mushrooms on its back. Upon seeing it, Ash, perhaps reminded of something sorrowful, felt tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. Thoughts of steamed crab, garlic stir-fried mushroom crab, and soy sauce crab flooded his mind. Yes, you are not mistaken. Your opponent is indeed this little one, Xingmei declared confidently, hands on her hips as she regarded Ash. Ash replied, I was just contemplating how to prepare it when you interrupted me, which is quite distressing. Pikachu, I entrust this battle to you. Remember, you must put on a good show, and when we return, I shall reward you with a delicious bottle of sweet and sour crab. Tomato sauce. Ash inadvertently let slip his thoughts, relieved that his voice was low enough that Paras wouldn't overhear, or else it would surely be terrified. Pikachu, it's time to give it your all, Ash commanded as he prepared for battle. Pikachu. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu resolutely stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Paras. As a consummate natural actor, Pikachu took this role with utmost seriousness. Startled by Pikachu's imposing demeanor, Paras immediately sought refuge behind Shino. Paras, how can you run away? Shino exclaimed, bemused as she looked down at Paras. I apologize, but my Paras has a timid nature, which makes him quite sensitive when it comes to battles, and thus he has been reluctant to engage. However, I wish for him to evolve into Parasect, Shino sheepishly explained to Ash. I see. To facilitate a Pokémon's evolution, one must defeat others in battle to gain experience points. Once the evolution value reaches a certain threshold, the evolution will commence. Brock pondered for a moment before offering his insight. But why are you so eager for him to evolve? Misty inquired curiously. Because I need the mushrooms from Parasect. Shino candidly divulged her intentions. Mushrooms. Both Brock and Misty, apart from Ash, wore expressions of confusion. Yes, I hope for him to evolve into Parasect, and then use the mature mushroom spores to create a new medicine that can aid Pokémon worldwide. Shino spoke with an expression of longing. While I truly admire your altruistic spirit, I must point out that when Paras evolves, the mushroom on his back is essentially still cordyceps. Thus, even after evolution, it may not undergo significant changes, and I trust you are aware of the properties of cordyceps. Ash offered his informed perspective. Really? Is that so? Shino asked, astonished. Having lived alongside Paras for so long, she was taken aback to learn that the fungus on his back was indeed cordyceps. I frequently collaborate with Professor Oak on research regarding Pokémon data, so I am thoroughly familiar with the statistics of all Pokémon in Kanto. Ash explained earnestly. What? You're only 10 years old and already working with Professor Oak? Shino exclaimed, increasingly amazed upon hearing of Ash's collaboration with the esteemed professor. I am but a humble individual, just 10 years old, Ash said, scratching the back of his head in modesty. You're incredible, Ash, to be able to research alongside Professor Oak. As a true Kanto native, Shino had grown up hearing tales of Professor Oak's renown. After all, Professor Oak's reputation had spread not only throughout Kanto and Johto, but also reached other regions. It was merely luck. Ash chuckled awkwardly, but then he shifted the conversation. However, I am willing to assist you in this endeavor. Really? Shino had initially thought Ash was no longer inclined to help her. Hearing that Ash was willing to give it a try, her excitement surged. Thank you, Ash. You are truly a good person. In her joy, Shino presented Ash with a good person card. Upon hearing her words, Ash's smile abruptly faded. Why does it feel like being rejected after confessing my feelings to a girl? Chapter 165, The Dejected Meowth. What's wrong, Ash? Shino noticed the unusual expression on Ash's face and inquired with concern. Nothing. Let us get started. Ash shook his head, attributing his earlier feelings to his own sensitivity. All right. Shino nodded. Pikachu, wait a moment. I will teach you. When I signal you to attack, you should first feign an attack, then allow the opponent to lightly touch you, and then you will begin. Ash instructed Pikachu through telepathy on how to perform the act. Pikachu received Ash's instructions, patting his chest in assurance that he would fulfill the task. However, Pika, if I'm going to play this farce, shouldn't the reward be a bit more generous? Pikachu looked at Ash with a shrewd expression, rubbing his paws together. Seeing Pikachu's demeanor, Ash's expression darkened. Goodness. Now Pokemon are trying to extort me. If this continues, I might find my place as a trainer threatened by Pikachu in the future. Realizing the potential consequences, Ash was determined not to let such a detrimental trend persist. 2 bags at most. Any more, and you'll become chubby. Last time, you consumed an excessive amount in one go, and if you keep eating, you'll end up as a stout Pikachu, unable to walk properly. You wouldn't want to become a rotund Pikachu, would you? So let us be obedient and stick to 2 bags. Ash began his persuasive spiel. For some reason, Pikachu felt a hint of skepticism regarding Ash's words, yet they also seemed quite reasonable. In the end, he cast a doubtful glance at Ash. But upon seeing Ash's earnest expression, he reluctantly acquiesced. All right, good luck, Paris. The world is counting on you. Shino encouraged Paris. Upon hearing this, Ash interpreted it differently. Paris must complete his evolution, as those in need around the world require your assistance. As this thought crossed his mind, Ash quickly shook his head, dismissing the peculiar notion. It was time to witness the emergence of the thespian Pikachu. On the battlefield, Pikachu, under Ash's feigned attack, began to move at a snail's pace. He sauntered forward, and upon reaching Paris, the latter, emboldened by Shino's encouragement, mustered the courage to launch an attack. With one eye shielded, Paris timidly reached out with its pincers to touch Pikachu. Under Ash's telepathic guidance, Pikachu let out a cry, then executed a flawless 360-degree spin before collapsing, feigning defeat with exaggeratedly wide eyes. Upon hearing the commotion, Paris slowly withdrew its hand and discovered that Pikachu lay quietly on the ground, having succumbed to its attack. Encouraged by the sight of Pikachu's supposed defeat, Paris's confidence surged, and it raised its pincers high, a surge of mysterious energy suddenly enveloping it. With a crackle, as Paris received the experience from defeating Pikachu, a radiant light of evolution began to emanate from within it. As the light of evolution appeared, Paris began to transform, its body expanding rapidly until it evolved into Parasect. Wonderful! Parasect has successfully evolved. Shino exclaimed joyfully, embracing the enormous mushroom atop Parasect. Meanwhile, not far away, Meowth observed Shino and felt a pang of disappointment as he realized he could not showcase his abilities before the goddess, given that Paris had evolved without his assistance. However, upon witnessing Shino's radiant smile, Meowth felt a sense of contentment. Unsure of how to present himself before Shino, he soon came to a realization. Humans and Meowths lead different paths, and thus he resolved to relinquish his lingering attachment. In that moment, Meowth felt as though his soul had attained a sublime elevation. All right, now it's our turn to make an entrance, Musashi declared with enthusiasm. Indeed, it is now time for our rocket team to make their entrance. Kogoro nodded in agreement. However, just as they finished speaking, they realized that something seemed amiss. They turned back once more and, to their astonishment, found Meowth dejectedly walking away, appearing utterly disheartened. What on earth is wrong with Meowth? Musashi inquired, puzzled, glancing at Kogoro. Perhaps he is saddened by the realization that he no longer holds a place in that girl's heart, Kogoro mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Is that truly the case? Should we continue on? Musashi responded, a light of understanding dawning upon him. With one already lost, it hardly seems right to further tarnish Meowth's image in her eyes. Kogoro muttered. What should we do next? Musashi pressed on. What else can we do? Let us just take it easy today, after all. It's not our first time failing to capture Pikachu, and today may not be our day either. We'll leave it for another time. Kogoro's expression was one of resignation, tinged with a hint of sorrow. You make a valid point. Missing this opportunity is not the end. Musashi nodded in agreement. Thus, they followed in Meowth's footsteps, intent on offering him some consolation. Meanwhile, Ash, having completed his task, prepared to take his leave. As he departed, he cast a glance back toward the direction the rocket team had vanished. How rare, Ash murmured to himself. Ash, what are you looking at? We need to leave, Misty urged. All right, Ash finally responded, catching up with the group as they set off toward their next destination. Chapter 166, The Melodious Jigglypuff. In the dead of night, Ash and his companions journeyed tirelessly, crossing a vast desert, until they finally arrived at a city where they could rest. Upon entering the town, they made their way directly to the Pokémon Center. Soon, they reached the Pokémon Center in Neon Town, witnessing the bustling vibrancy of the city along the way. As they approached the center, they observed several disputes arising from trivial matters, a true testament to the city's bustling yet tempestuous nature. Fortunately, Ash and his friends arrived safely at the Pokémon Center, escaping unscathed from the chaos. The exterior of the Pokémon Center was quite noisy, yet the interior was surprisingly tranquil, the architectural materials seemingly providing excellent soundproofing. After a peaceful night, Ash and his companions awoke early, refreshed and ready to depart Neon Town. However, as they stepped out of the Pokémon Center, they were met with a cacophony of noise, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The street before them was filled with people engaged in heated arguments. Goodness gracious, do these people never sleep? Misty exclaimed, astonished by the market-like atmosphere. We should really leave quickly. This town is far too loud, Brock suggested, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the surroundings. Indeed, let us go? Ash concurred, eager to escape the clamor. And so, the group departed the town, finally escaping the din of Neon Town as they entered the forest. The forest is much more pleasant, Misty sighed, releasing a breath of relief. Let us hurry to the next city. Ash smiled. Yes, Misty nodded in agreement. With no further distractions, they hastened on their journey. However, halfway through their trek, they spotted a pink creature perched on a tree stump. There she is. The Jigglypuff has appeared, Ash exclaimed, memories of Jigglypuff flooding his mind. Could it be Jigglypuff? I've wanted one for so long. Misty cried out, her excitement palpable. But aren't you only interested in water-type Pokémon? What's with this sudden fascination for Jigglypuff? Brock questioned, his curiosity piqued. Brock's inquiry felt rather unnecessary. As a girl, Misty naturally found such a pink, plump, and endearing creature irresistible. It's all right. I'm going to catch her, Misty declared joyfully, brandishing a Pokeball. Go, Stereo. Gah! Psyduck suddenly appeared. Psyduck, why did you come out? I wasn't calling for you. Misty scolded angrily, frustrated that Psyduck had interrupted her moment of potential capture. This incident soured her mood considerably. Get back here, Psyduck. You're a duck, not a Stereo or a Starmie. After a brief reprimand, Misty returned Psyduck to its Pokeball, exasperated. Go, Stereo. Use Tackle. Misty commanded, switching her Pokemon. Jigglypuff sat quietly on the stump, completely oblivious to the impending attack. The assault struck her, sending her tumbling to the ground. Rising, Jigglypuff plopped down with an expression of utter discontent, her large, round eyes brimming with tears, as though she would burst into sobs at any moment. This display of sorrow was utterly disarming. Misty was instantly captivated. Even Ash, fully aware of Jigglypuff's true nature, found himself similarly enchanted. She's crying. Ash and his friends looked on with concern. All right, little one, don't cry. Have something tasty, Ash offered, presenting a Pokemon food cube. Initially irritated, Jigglypuff's expression brightened as she caught a whiff of the delicious treat. Oh, how delightful, Misty exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jigglypuff, could you sing a song for me? Misty asked eagerly. However, her request was met with disappointment. Jigglypuff kicked her feet in frustration, as if to say, You've already attacked me, and now you expect me to sing? What nonsense. Could it be that Jigglypuff cannot sing? Brock inquired, directing his question at the creature. Jigglypuff affirmed, nodding in response. Most of your attacks rely on sound as a counter, so your chances of survival in the wild may be precarious, Ash remarked, gently stroking Jigglypuff's head. Jiggly, the little one replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. So, are you willing to come with me? Ash asked, his expression serious. Wait, are you actually trying to catch her? Misty exclaimed, astonished. Yes. Can I have her, Misty? Ash asked gently, a silent wish lingering in his heart. The reason he captured Jigglypuff was primarily for the sake of Serena. If he were to travel with her in the future, he intended to bring Jigglypuff along to delight her. Whether Jigglypuff could sing was of little consequence. After all, the melody of the little dream god was rather terrifying, and he certainly did not wish to be ambushed by Jigglypuff on a daily basis. I can see that this little one has taken quite a liking to you. It seems unlikely that it will accompany me, Misty observed as she glanced at Jigglypuff, ultimately arriving at her conclusion. Jigglypuff, would you like to join me? Ash inquired earnestly, producing a friend ball as he awaited Jigglypuff's response. Puff. Jigglypuff nodded seriously, gently touching Ash's Pokeball, and was enveloped in a crimson light as it was drawn inside. Once inside the ball, Jigglypuff merely swayed slightly before coming to a halt, successfully captured by Ash and his companions. Upon witnessing Jigglypuff's capture, the friend ball vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Professor Oak received the transmission from Ash regarding the newly acquired Pokemon. Oh, what kind of Pokemon has Ash sent this time? He wondered curiously, picking up the Pokeball and releasing its contents. Oh, it's Jigglypuff. What a delightful surprise after such a long time. Chapter 167, Young Master Green is in for a tough time. After capturing Jigglypuff, Team Rocket made their entrance. Following a swift defeat at the hands of Ash's Pikachu, they continued on their journey to the next destination. Of course, Ash, as Jigglypuff's Pokemon trainer, was blissfully unaware that Professor Oak had already begun efforts to restore Jigglypuff's singing voice, continuing his travels in ignorance. One could only wonder what expression Ash would wear upon discovering Jigglypuff's voice had been restored when he next acquired it. Upon exiting the forest, Ash and his companions' journey persisted. As they walked, they found themselves at the entrance to the renowned Fossil Valley, abundant in Pokemon fossils. Look over there, it's quite lively, Misty exclaimed, pointing towards the bustling entrance of Fossil Valley. Ash and Brock exchanged glances, puzzled by the commotion. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before them. It was Green, clad in archaeological attire. No way. Could it be that Ash, a researcher, is unaware of what is happening here? Green remarked with a sarcastic tone. I certainly don't need to be informed. I had already advised the League to prioritize the development of this area long ago, given the abundance of living fossils here. Unlike you, young Master Green, I don't require others to inform me. We cannot be the same, can we? Ash replied with a smile, unfazed by Green's sarcasm. Upon hearing Ash's words, Green's previously cheerful expression froze. Humph, I don't have time to argue with you. I must hurry to excavate fossils. Realizing he couldn't win this verbal duel, Green opted to refrain from further banter. How about you two? Are you interested in checking it out? Ash asked his companions. I think digging is akin to intentionally waking ancient Pokémon that have turned to fossils in their slumber. Brock hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. But seeking fossils from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago is quite romantic. Misty, on the other hand, appeared genuinely intrigued. Since you're interested, let us go take a look. It won't hurt, right? Ash decided for the group, and they ventured into Fossil Valley together, armed with shovels, ready for their archaeological endeavor. As Ash surveyed the surroundings, he noticed everyone was maintaining a consistent distance of a few meters while digging. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Ash's mind, and he began to search for Green's figure. Soon enough, he spotted him. Young Master Green, we shouldn't rush our digging. The more you dig, the less you're likely to find. Finding fossils requires a touch of fate. If the time isn't right, you won't uncover anything. Ash cheerfully advised as he approached Green. Whether I find anything is none of your business. Green retorted, annoyed. Take care, don't hurt your back. Ash continued to tease. Just as Green was about to snap back, he struck something with his shovel and, in a fit of excitement, began to dig fervently, momentarily forgetting his intention to retort. After a while, Green unearthed a spiral-shaped fossil. I did it. I've dug up a Pokémon fossil. He exclaimed triumphantly. I envy you for finding a fossil. I must give it a kiss and record it. I can make a video from memories. Ash suggested, looking at Green with envy. Huh, that sounds like a plan. Come help me film. Green readily agreed, oblivious to Ash's ulterior motive. Ultimately, under Ash's encouragement, Green kissed the fossil for the camera and even struck a pose afterward. Ash couldn't help but revel in the scene. Green's current joy would soon turn into social embarrassment, which Ash found utterly delightful. Hey, what's this? Just as Green was basking in his triumph, an elderly scholar approached, having heard about the fossil being unearthed. Upon seeing the fossil in Green's hands, he eagerly took it for closer inspection. What kind of Pokémon fossil is this? It's my first time excavating a Pokémon fossil. Green boasted proudly. Oh, this is... The old scholar gasped in astonishment. This is... Green could hardly contain his excitement as the scholar's expression grew more animated. Oh, this is entirely a fossil of Pokémon excrement. The elderly gentleman returned the fossil to Green's hands, turned, and walked away without a trace of longing, even displaying a hint of disdain. Stunned, Green stood frozen in place, staring at the fossil in his grasp, his mind racing with one singular thought. This fossil is excrement. I just kissed a piece of excrement. Wait, where did Ash go? Suddenly recalling that Ash had recorded the moment, he grew increasingly agitated. If that video gets out, how will I ever face anyone again? Green pieced together the details and realized something was amiss. Suspecting Ash had known all along that what he had unearthed was indeed excrement, which was why he encouraged the kiss and recorded it. That dastardly Ash. I will have my revenge. Green seethed, his gaze scanning the surroundings as he frantically searched for Ash, intent on finding him to exact his vengeance. Clever Ash was well aware of the thoughts harbored by the naive Green. He meticulously selected a complete video version, including the segment narrated by the elderly scholar, and uploaded it to a highly popular platform, crafting an eye-catching title. Shocking. A foolish individual uncovers Pokémon excrement fossils, and a certain man kisses it. This raised profound questions about moral decay and the distortion of human nature. Once composed, he scheduled it for release at a discrete time. Now, young Green was bound to face dire consequences. Chapter 168, The Bomb. After a frenzied search, Green finally spotted Ash. Cursed Ash, he exclaimed, charging towards him. I warn you. Stay back. Otherwise, I will release that video, Ash threatened, brandishing his phone. If it weren't for you, I would never have kissed that rock. Green roared in anger. What does that have to do with me? I merely filmed it for you, documenting the moment. Who could have predicted that it would turn out to be that? Ash began, but as he noticed more and more onlookers gathering, he opted for a different phrase to prevent Green from engaging in a reckless confrontation that would lead to mutual destruction. After all, Ash had no desire for the situation to escalate, especially considering Green was the grandson of Professor Oak and, in a way, a friend. It was best to avoid discord. Reflecting on this, Ash felt a twinge of envy. Green was fortunate to have a friend who genuinely cared for him. If it weren't for your urging, I wouldn't have acted so foolishly. Green continued to fume, oblivious to the increasing crowd. Ahem, pay attention, Ash coughed, signaling for Green to notice their surroundings. Upon receiving Ash's cue, Green snapped to attention, finally realizing that the people around them had ceased their activities, drawn in by the commotion they had caused. Seeing the gathering crowd, Green immediately fell silent. "Oh dear, Green, though I have scheduled the release, should you dare to approach me, even if you seize my phone. It would be futile. You know it is password protected. In 2 hours, the video will automatically be released. Surely, you wouldn't want the world to witness that video of you, would you?" Ash said with a mischievous smile, addressing the infuriated Green. "What do you want?" Green understood that Ash's words held a deeper meaning. "From now on, if you obey me, this video will remain securely in my possession and will not be leaked." Ash cheerfully patted Green on the shoulder. Relieved yet uncomfortable at the thought of having leverage over him, Green inquired, "What do you want me to do now?" "I haven't thought of anything just yet. I will let you know if something arises," Ash mused, stroking his chin, realizing he had no immediate need for Green's assistance. "You truly won't release my video?" Green seemed skeptical, seeking reassurance once more. "Of course, provided you comply with my requests and cease opposing me," Ash nodded. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Remember to delete that scheduled video. Should I discover it on the platform, I will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly." Knowing Ash would not delete the video, Green reluctantly sought a compromise, requesting Ash to erase the scheduled upload. All right. Ash waved his hand in agreement before watching Green depart. Once Green had left, Ash promptly deleted the scheduled video. With nothing else to occupy his time, he returned to rejoin Brock and Misty. However, shortly after his reunion, Team Rocket made their entrance. Ash quickly stopped them. They planned to blow up the hill. Misty shouted in a panic. "This is urgent. You two go warn others to evacuate while I handle this," Ash instructed, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Understood." Brock and Misty nodded, racing off without hesitation. When Ash arrived, the bomb's fuse was already ignited and nearing detonation. "You again, you little brat." James and Jesse exclaimed in shock. "Too late now, meow." Meowth pointed to the nearly burnt-out fuse. "You three are like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off," Ash quipped. "Retrieving a pokeball. Mind your own business," Jesse retorted smugly. "Exactly," James chimed in agreement. "I think it's best to dispense with idle chatter and deal with you three before addressing the bomb," Ash declared, releasing Dragonair. "Dragonair, use water gun." However, just as Dragonair was about to unleash its attack, Team Rocket surprised Ash with an unexpected declaration. "Who would fight you?" They turned and fled. "After all those encounters, when have we ever won? Our fossils are far more valuable," James shouted as he ran, throwing a cheeky glance back at Ash. "Indeed, let us go?" Meowth joined in, scampering away on its little legs. Ash and Dragonair stood there, bewildered at their unexpected retreat. Realizing what had just happened, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. Did these fools not know he was renowned in Pallet Town as the unbeatable whirlwind? How dare they run before him? Was that not akin to brandishing a sword before a closed door? With this thought, Ash took off after them. In no time, he had caught up with the trio. "Whoa, this little brat runs fast," James exclaimed, astonished by Ash's speed. "Forget it, let us give it our all," Jesse said, knowing a confrontation was inevitable. Thus, a fierce battle loomed ahead. "Go, Weezing." Dragonair, use Twister to resolve this. As soon as the command left Ash's lips, a miniature tornado began to form beside Dragonair, sweeping Team Rocket up into the air. They unexpectedly plummeted downwards, landing right at the bomb's location. The fuse was caught in the whirlwind, hastening its burn. Before long, the fuse was completely consumed, culminating in a resounding explosion. Chapter 169, The Emergence of Ancient Pokémon. Having just notified others to evacuate, Brock and Misty heard the commotion and rushed back. Midway, they caught sight of Ash leaping through the air, leading them to believe he was in despair, contemplating an ill-fated leap from a great height to find relief. Initially, one would have anticipated discovering Ash's lifeless form. However, upon closer inspection, not even a shadow of a corpse could be found. This left Brock and Misty in utter despair. "Ash!" they cried out in unison, desperately attempting to summon him back. In their fervent search for Ash's body, they dug with renewed vigor, determined to unearth him. For they believed that one must see the living to confirm their existence, and even the deceased should be acknowledged. Only then could they achieve great acclaim and secure a prominent place at the banquet. After Team Rocket fell below, the three of them slowly opened their eyes, only to find themselves ensconced in a confined and dimly lit space. As they blinked into consciousness, they were greeted by the last visage they wished to encounter, the mischievous little ghost. "Ah, you three have finally awakened. Would you care for some sustenance to regain your strength?" Ash tossed 3 chocolate bars toward them. In an instant, they scrambled to their feet, surveying their surroundings. Where are we? Questioned Jessie, bewildered. Just as Ash was about to respond, Meowth stepped forward to elucidate. I know, Meow. This is an underground cavern. We must have been swept down by the little ghost dragon's whirlwind, and then with the recent explosion, a great hole was created above us, causing us to plummet through it, Meow. Meowth explained. Nanny, so, does this mean we can't get back up? James exclaimed in alarm. Following their exclamation, they turned to Ash, who was still occupied with his chocolate, and together they accused. This is all your fault, you little ghost. Huh. You three are truly the masterminds of logic. It was your bomb that caused the explosion, yet you dare to place the blame on me. You three are a true marvel, Ash retorted, refusing to be outdone. What use is it to argue about this now, Meow? We should be contemplating how to escape this cavern. Meowth pointed to the hole in the ceiling. Do as you please. I'm indifferent to it all. I can simply fly out. Ash waved dismissively and began to sense the environment around him. Can humans fly? He is not a flying-type Pokémon, can he? Meowth turned to the other two, curiously inquiring. Foolish Meowth, what Ash means is that he possesses a flying-type Pokémon that can assist him in escaping. Have you forgotten he has a Dragonite? James looked at Meowth with disdain. Indeed, Meowth, can't you grasp such a simple concept? Jessie chimed in, echoing James's sentiments. Listening to their banter, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. You three should really think about how to escape. He sighed, exasperated. All right. The pressing question is how to ascend. Meowth nodded in agreement. Humph. Speaking of which, James crossed his arms, lowering his head, a sly grin spreading across his face. Oh, our clever little James. Have you devised a plan to ascend? Jessie gazed at him, hopeful that he had conjured a brilliant idea. Humph. There's no hope left. James struck a pose he believed to be charming, then added nonchalantly. Bang. Hearing James's comment, Jessie's temper flared, and she promptly delivered a punch to his head. If there's no hope, why are you pretending? She huffed angrily. You three are truly quite dim-witted. Do you honestly believe this cavern is devoid of danger? Ash lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. What do you mean? Why are you calling us dim-witted for no reason? Jessie, already in a foul mood, became even more irate at Ash's remark, retorting sharply. Without uttering a word, Ash simply pointed behind them. Upon seeing his gesture, Team Rocket turned, puzzled. It was a shocking sight. Deep within the cavern, several pairs of crimson eyes were fixated upon them. The sight left them paralyzed in fear, and they instinctively hid behind Ash. Ash stood there, dumbfounded, as he found himself burdened not only with their troubles, but also with their cowardice, which was truly a testament to their lack of shame. What are you afraid of? They're merely ancient Pokémon. To be frightened to such a degree is absurd. Aren't these the ancient fossil Pokémon you've been seeking? If you capture them, you'll earn your leader's favor, and promotions will surely follow. Why hesitate? Go forth. Ash encouraged, attempting to rally their spirits. After Ash's impassioned speech, they were suddenly invigorated by thoughts of advancement. Team Rocket, who had been quaking in fear, now boldly stepped forward to confront the ancient Pokémon. However, as they did so, a wave of unease washed over them. Why are their eyes red? That doesn't seem very friendly, Meow? Meowth gulped nervously. Of course, they want to be friendly. They were peacefully slumbering until you three disturbed them. Why would they welcome you? Ash thought to himself, stifling a laugh. Humph. Enough chatter. Let us capture them first. James, driven by thoughts of promotion, swiftly threw his Pokeball. Jessie, catching his enthusiasm, followed suit and tossed her own Pokeball. As they eagerly anticipated their success, reality swiftly shattered their naive dreams. In the darkness, the ancient Pokémon effortlessly swatted away their Pokeballs, rendering them useless, and the Pokeballs vanished without a trace. They had not only lost their precious Pokémon, but also invited their own peril. Chapter 170, The Frustrated Ash. In the midst of the enraged Scyther's roar, other Pokémon began to converge upon Ash and his companions. Go, Dragonite. You're our only hope. Ash summoned his Dragonite as Pokeball. A brilliant flash of light illuminated the dim space. Dragonite, unleash Blizzard. Pikachu, assist with Thunderbolt. Ash commanded with fervor. As his words faded, a tempest of wind enveloped Dragonite, interspersed with icy flakes, creating a tumultuous blizzard that surged toward the ancient Pokémon. Meanwhile, Pikachu synchronized with Dragonite, unleashing a powerful Thunderbolt upon the ancient creatures. The precise Thunderbolt struck Scyther, momentarily stunning it, while the other Pokémon, failing to react quickly enough, collided into Scyther, all succumbing to the electric surge. In an instant, the dimly lit space was illuminated by flickering flashes of electricity, providing one of the few sources of light in the pitch-black surroundings. Soon after, the biting cold of a blizzard swept in. Under the dual onslaught of the mini-dragon and Pikachu, the ancient Pokémon experienced two distinct forms of service. ultimately succumbing to a state of unconsciousness due to the exceptionally high quality of the service rendered. Observing the fainted ancient Pokémon, Ash utilized the system's detection feature to assess their qualifications. Upon inspection, he discovered that none of the Pokémon met his standards. Their qualifications were simply too poor. Never mind. He mused, I suppose the professor needs these Pokémon for research. I should capture a few to take back to Professor Oak. Stroking his chin as he gazed at the unconscious ancient Pokémon, Ash made his decision. He captured the one with the highest potential, a quasi-elite Scyther, along with a Cradily of elite caliber. Moments later, the Pokeball vanished with a whoosh, returning to Professor Oak's laboratory. All right, the remaining Pokémon are yours to handle, Ash declared, leaving the other ancient Pokémon for Team Rocket to manage. Really? Team Rocket exclaimed, their eyes lighting up at Ash's words. In their eyes, these were ancient Pokémon, exceedingly rare in the modern era. Rarity equated to wealth. If their boss struck it rich, promotions and raises would surely follow. Naturally, Team Rocket was ecstatic at Ash's permission to handle these Pokémon. Indeed, Ash nodded gently. That's fantastic. Love you, kid. Team Rocket's trio, upon receiving confirmation, was filled with unrestrained joy, even daring to approach Ash for a kiss. No way. You three, don't come any closer, Ash retorted, realizing they were taking advantage of the situation and promptly distancing himself from them. However, their desire to kiss Ash did not wane, and thus began a chase at the cave's entrance. Ash ran, while the trio pursued him, unwilling to relent until they caught him. Team Rocket chased Ash relentlessly until he could no longer endure their antics and exploded in frustration. Damn it, I said no. It means you're all too ugly to kiss. And yet you keep chasing after me. Ash transformed into a furious version of himself, delivering a couple of swift kicks that sent them flying. I said no. How can you persist? After this outburst, Team Rocket finally ceased their antics, appearing as if they had been frightened into submission, trembling and pointing at something behind Ash. Noticing their gestures, Ash turned to see what had them so spooked. In that moment, a gust of wind suddenly surged past him. Sensing something amiss, Ash turned back, only to behold a gray-skinned creature with sharp claws, once the ruler of the skies, the Aerodactyl. Aya! The Aerodactyl let out a thunderous roar. Goodness, are you going through a midlife crisis with that racket? Today, Ash was in a foul mood thanks to Team Rocket, his demeanor markedly more irritable than usual. The Aerodactyl seemed to understand Ash's words and cheekily stuck out its tongue at him, provoking him further. Oh dear! Ash couldn't suppress a shout upon witnessing the Aerodactyl's taunt. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, his eyes narrowed, and he vanished from his spot in a flash. Bewildered, the Aerodactyl wondered how such a large human could simply disappear. Am I seeing ghosts? As the Aerodactyl pondered, it suddenly felt a sharp pain across its face, as if someone had kicked it. When it looked again, it realized that indeed, it had been struck by none other than Ash, who had just reappeared. With a resounding thud, the Aerodactyl was sent crashing into the stone wall, propelled like a cannonball. Team Rocket, witnessing this spectacle, stared in utter disbelief at Ash. Their expressions seemed to convey what on earth. Meanwhile, Pikachu, sitting nearby, was unfazed, leisurely snacking on seeds while enjoying the show. The Aerodactyl slowly rose, shaking its head in anger as it glared at Ash, letting out a furious roar. It took to the air and charged toward him. Just as it approached, Ash's eyes sparkled with determination, and he vanished once more. The Aerodactyl, having learned its lesson, grew wary, scanning the surroundings for Ash's presence. Is flying really that impressive? Take this, Spiral Force. A voice called from behind the Aerodactyl. Alarmed, it turned just in time to see a blue orb hurtling toward its head. With a resounding impact, the Spiral Force struck the Aerodactyl, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the area in smoke. The Aerodactyl lost its ability to fight and plummeted to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ash, now safely on the ground, exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 171, The Egg of Togepi. How terrifying. Meowth gulped nervously, his face pale with fear. That little brat is truly frightening, Musashi remarked, her gaze fixed on Ash in astonishment. Indeed, none had anticipated that the kid could be so formidable, effortlessly overpowering the Pokémon. Kojiro shared the same sentiment, voicing his apprehension. Ignoring Team Rocket, Ash began to utilize the system's detection feature to examine the Aerodactyl's information. Pokémon, Aerodactyl. Gender, male. Level, 55. Ability, Rock Head, prevents recoil damage from moves. Potential, elite. Held item, none. Moves, Bite, Ancient Power, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Fearsome Face, Rock Slide, Roar, Crunch, Iron Head, Tackle, Horn Attack, Stone Edge, Agility, Hyper Beam, Fly, Rest, Thief, Protect. Steel Wing. After reviewing the Aerodactyl's details, Ash found it met his criteria for capture and promptly retrieved a Pokeball, securing the Aerodactyl without hesitation. In mere moments, the Aerodactyl was successfully captured. It appears there's also a Togepi egg here, Ash thought, his head throbbing at the memory of the original plot. However, knowing the storyline, Ash was determined not to relinquish the Togepi. After all, in the original narrative, it was Ash who found it, making it inherently his. Since this belonged to him alone, it was evident that it could not be relinquished to others as in the original narrative. In pursuit of finding the Togepi egg, Ash began to employ his perceptive abilities to scan the surroundings. After walking a short distance, he finally located the Togepi egg in a specific spot. Once he secured the egg in his backpack, Ash prepared to depart. Consequently, he returned to the very spot where he had previously fallen into a pit. Just then, he witnessed Team Rocket ensnared by a horde of ancient Pokémon. "What are you up to? Putting on a little drama?" Ash inquired, observing the trio's timid demeanor. "Hey kid, come help us, Meow." Meowth cried out, clearly terrified. Yes. Hurry kid, we need your help." Both Jesse and James echoed, signaling their desperation. Hey. I must say, you all seem rather pitiful. I had already prepared those Pokémon for you to capture, and this is how you repay me? Asking for my assistance while addressing me as kid? Is that how one ought to plead for help?" Ash remarked, exasperated by their choice of words. When seeking assistance, one should at least use something pleasant to say. Yet, you resort to calling me by a nickname, which complicates matters. Help us, Ash. Team Rocket, who previously vowed never to utter anything flattering, finally abandoned their pride upon seeing the ancient Pokémon drawing closer, calling out for help. The Grandmaster has arrived." Ash chuckled at the compliment, striding forward with resolve. "You audacious fiends! Under the bright sun, how dare you threaten my friends? Have you forgotten the lesson I imparted to you?" He then summoned Dragonite and Pikachu to his side. Hearing Ash's words moved Team Rocket to tears. "How touching. We must seize Ash's Pokémon. He still considers us friends. Truly, it's heart-wrenching," James lamented, tears streaming down his face. "So moving, Meow. We want his Pokémon. And not only does he regard us as friends, but if we were indeed friends, why doesn't he just give us Pikachu?" Meowth voiced his heartfelt thoughts. "Foolish Meowth. At this moment, our duty is to be moved, not to overthink," Jesse retorted, delivering a light punch to Meowth's head. With exceptional hearing, Ash caught their conversation, his lips twitching in disbelief. Goodness, even at this juncture, these three imbeciles still have time for theatrics. It truly baffles me. If you don't hurry and leave, I shall treat you to a water electric therapy session. Rest assured, it's complimentary." Ash warned with a smile, his voice laced with telepathic power, ensuring the ancient Pokémon could comprehend his words. After such a long slumber, it was likely they had forgotten human language. Thanks to Ash's careful nurturing, the ancient Pokémon understood his message. They exchanged glances, collectively deciding that virtuous creatures do not engage with villains, and quietly retreated. Thus, the farcical episode came to a complete conclusion. Ash. At that moment, voices from Brock and Misty echoed from the cave entrance. "Got it. I'll be up shortly. But you need to move away quickly to allow Charizard to launch me out from below," Ash called back, alerting them to the necessity of distance. Upon hearing Ash's words, Brock and Misty obediently stepped away, taking their positions on the shore, maintaining a safe distance. "All right, we're far enough. You can begin." Misty's voice carried down from above. "Come forth, Charizard. Please break open that cave entrance and carry me out," Ash commanded, seizing the moment. Roar. Charizard emerged, promptly complying by smashing open the entrance. Team Rocket, upon catching sight of the legendary Dragonite, immediately had their eyes gleaming with desire, fixating on the creature. Ash noticed their interest, but, since they made no immediate move, he chose not to reprimand them. Instead, he concentrated on instructing Charizard to clear the rubble above. Charizard, upon receiving the command, charged at the stones without hesitation. After a considerable while, Charizard's vigorous assault finally created a large opening, allowing him to soar out. "That's Ash's Charizard. It seems Ash is safe. How wonderful," Misty exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. "Indeed." Brock nodded in agreement. After exiting, Charizard returned, intending to retrieve Ash. However, upon entering, he encountered Team Rocket being flung out. "How irritating. These three fools never learn," Ash remarked, watching Team Rocket being sent flying. Indeed, as Charizard exited, Team Rocket attempted to capture Dragonite, only to be swiftly thwarted by Ash, who sent them flying until they vanished from sight. Chapter 172, The Mischievous Pikachu. Ultimately, Ash rode Charizard out of the cave. "Ash, you're all right. This is such a relief," Misty exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Yes. We were quite worried for your safety. Brock added, nodding vigorously. I am destined to become a Pokémon master. How could I possibly give up mid-journey? Ash replied cheerfully, leaping off Charizard's back. Brock and Misty exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness washing over them. Charizard, use Earthquake to seal this cave entrance. Ash contemplated the gaping hole for a moment before deciding. Charizard nodded, channeling its ground-type energy, causing the earth to tremble. The entrance collapsed under the seismic force, sealing it shut. Misty and Brock were thrown into a flurry by the quake, but since they were close to Ash, they were prepared and managed to maintain their balance. However, the ever-composed Ms. Junshaw was not so fortunate. Oh dear. Even the trained officer was taken aback by the sudden tremor and stumbled, letting out a yelp. Brock and Misty, initially about to inquire why Ash had made such a choice, were drawn to the sound, realizing it was Ms. Junshaw. Meanwhile, Ash had already recalled Charizard into its Pokeball. What are you all doing over there? Ms. Junshaw, rubbing her foot, slowly rose to her feet and spotted Ash's group nearby, admonishing them loudly. We came to help when our friend was in danger, but everything is fine now, Misty explained, glancing at Ms. Junshaw's foot with concern. By the way, are you all right, Ms. Junshaw? I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Ms. Junshaw shook her head, indicating that she was fine, before shifting the tone of her conversation to a serious note. It is exceedingly perilous here. There exists a constant risk of collapse. You must vacate this area immediately and regroup with the others below to prepare for departure. Very well, we shall leave at once, Ash responded, promptly leading Brock and Misty away from the dangerous site. They proceeded to gather at the designated location below, where Miss Junshaw later descended to announce critical information regarding the area known as Big Fool Valley. She warned that the mountain posed an imminent risk of landslide and would henceforth be classified as a hazardous zone, prohibiting any unauthorized access. Following this announcement, the group gradually dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Only Ash and his companions continued their journey. On that day, Ash and his friends took a respite in the town park. Mischievous Pikachu, seizing the opportunity while Ash rested, stealthily ventured to a tree laden with fruits to indulge in some illicit snacking. However, while immersed in the lush foliage searching for fruit, Pikachu inadvertently swallowed a berry without chewing, leading to a moment of distress as it stiffened and tumbled from the tree. Thud! Ash, reclining on a nearby bench, turned his head at the sound, only to discover Pikachu rolling about on the ground. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash inquired softly. Pika? Do I look alright to you? Pikachu replied, clutching its throat with an expression of discomfort, managing to emit a faint sound as though something was lodged in its throat. As an experienced and adept Pokémon trainer, Ash quickly discerned the nature of Pikachu's predicament and sprang into action. He cradled Pikachu's abdomen and shook it gently, causing the berry to dislodge from its mouth. Freed from the obstruction, Pikachu lay on the ground, appearing immensely relieved. Pikachu, I'm finally saved. You truly are insatiable. After devouring an energy cube, you still sought out tree fruits and nearly choked. Am I neglecting you, leading you to pilfer from the trees? Ash teased, playfully poking Pikachu's nose. Pikachu replied, looking abashed as it rubbed the back of its head. If you desire something, just ask me. There's no need to sneak away to steal food. Your master would never deny you, Ash stated, plucking a fruit from the tree and offering it to Pikachu. At that moment, Brock and Misty returned from procuring supplies. Ash, what mischief has Pikachu been up to? Misty inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Nothing much. This little rascal choked on a berry while snacking, but I managed to save him with my miraculous healing skills. Right, Pikachu? Ash said with a friendly smile directed at Pikachu. Is that so? Misty asked, intrigued. Pikachu nodded vigorously in agreement upon noticing Ash's gaze. Have you completed your shopping? Ash asked Brock. Yes. Brock affirmed with a nod. Great, let us head to the hospital and pick up a few things. Ash proposed, noticing they had replenished their supplies. Why are we going to the hospital? We have ample medicine. Brock replied, confused at the notion. That's not the reason. You'll see when we get there. Ash said, shaking his head, adding an air of mystery to the situation. What's with the secrecy? Misty echoed, equally curious. You'll find out soon enough, Ash retorted, shouldering his backpack as they made their way to the nearest hospital. Brock and Misty exchanged puzzled glances, but ultimately chose to accompany Ash to uncover his intentions. Chapter 173. A helping hand. The trio arrived at the nearest hospital. Just as they were about to enter, the wailing sound of an ambulance pierced the air. They turned to see numerous Pokémon being rushed into the facility. What on earth happened? Why are so many Pokémon being brought to the hospital? Misty questioned, her curiosity piqued. With such a sudden influx of injured Pokémon, it seems something significant has transpired, Brock mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let us go inside and inquire. We can also buy what we need, Ash urged. The others agreed, and together they stepped into the hospital. However, upon entering, a tall doctor clad in a white coat blocked their path. You three have arrived just in time. Ash and his friends exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what this meant. Oh, you see, there was an accident outside that resulted in many injured Pokémon, and our hospital happens to be short-staffed today. We were hoping you could lend a hand. The doctor explained. Is that so? Of course, we can help. My friend Brock and I have some medical training. Ash introduced Brock to the doctor. Ah, that's wonderful news. The doctor's expression brightened at this revelation. He hadn't anticipated that among the three individuals he randomly approached, two would possess medical knowledge. Alleviating some of his stress. At that moment, a Chansey wheeled a stretcher towards them, atop which sat a sobbing Happiny. Here are your nurse uniforms. You can begin working now, the doctor said, presenting 3 sets of nurse attire to Ash and his friends. Ash took the uniforms and paused momentarily, contemplating. Are there male nurses? Perhaps, maybe, I suppose there could be. The doctor's response was vague, as Ash had never encountered a male nurse before. Once dressed in their nurse uniforms, the trio proceeded to the medical room to attend to Happiny. The little Pokémon continued to wail on the stretcher. The doctor instructed Ash and his friends to locate Happiny's injuries. After a brief examination, Ash quickly identified the source of the problem. Happiny, I'm here to help you, Ash gently reassured, employing his soothing voice to calm the distressed Pokémon, as if sensing the warmth of a maternal figure in Ash. Happiny gradually ceased her cries and began to cooperate with his treatment. Thanks to Happiny's compliance, Ash was able to complete the treatment with relative ease. Once treated, Happiny lay on the stretcher, appearing as obedient as a well-behaved child. Wow, I can't believe how skilled you are. Just a few comforting words, and Happiny became so compliant. Your medical skills are impressive, the doctor praised, genuinely impressed. Chansey nodded in affirmation from nearby. Oh, it was nothing really, just a stroke of luck that Happiny responded so well, Ash modestly replied. Ash first smiled, and then reminded, Doctor, now that Snorlax is fine, we should hasten to treat the next Pokémon. Indeed, there are other Pokémon in need of care. We should promptly attend to the next one. The male doctor concurred with a nod. Thus, the 4 of them began to busily attend to all the Pokémon in the hospital. Halfway through the treatments, an unwelcome surprise appeared, the infamous Team Rocket trio, pleading with the male doctor to treat their Pokémon. You 3 again. You just want to go away, Brock remarked disdainfully at the sight of Team Rocket. What do you expect us to do? They retorted. Brock chose to remain silent and continued treating the Pokémon in his care. Jigglypuff, bring over the anesthetic needle, please. Thank you. The male doctor called for Jigglypuff. Disregarding the tension between Brock and Team Rocket, Jigglypuff promptly approached with a syringe of anesthetic and handed it to the doctor. Upon receiving it, he immediately administered the injection to the Snorlax. After being pricked, the previously lethargic Snorlax suddenly perked up, startling everyone around. However, after a brief moment of vitality, it slumped back down onto the bed. Oh, so Pokémon can be afraid of needles too, Misty observed, her curiosity piqued. What did you do to my Snorlax? Musashi, who was oblivious to the situation, immediately questioned the doctor. I merely put him to sleep for a bit, the doctor explained. Before Musashi could respond, Ash interjected. If you don't wish for treatment, please take your Pokémon and leave immediately. Do not hinder the care of others. Thank you for your cooperation. After hearing Ash's words, Musashi fell silent, having learned her lesson since the last encounter when Ash showcased his prowess. Moreover, with the doctor currently treating her Pokémon, she knew that any mischief could result in dire consequences for Snorlax. Shortly thereafter, the doctor successfully treated Snorlax. Soon, another batch of patients arrived. Observing the situation, the doctor realized they were quite outnumbered. This lovely and charming young lady, could you lend a hand, please? He requested of Musashi. Hearing the compliment, her heart swelled with joy, and blushing, she pointed at herself, confirming, Did you just call me a lovely and charming young lady? Yes, the doctor responded, pleased with the effect of his flattery. Okay. Musashi eagerly agreed without hesitation. Watching this unfold, Ash thought to himself, is it necessary to close one's eyes to offer compliments? Well, given Musashi's looks, she would indeed be quite attractive if she cared to put in some effort. Unfortunately, she always presents herself in the guise of Team Rocket, which causes her beauty to go unnoticed. Chapter 174, Premium Nutrient Solution. With Musashi and Kojiro joining the team, their efficiency in treating the Pokémon significantly increased. Since the male doctor specialized in human medicine rather than Pokémon, Ash took it upon himself to handle the more complicated cases. During this time, Team Rocket attempted to sneak away, but Ash's keen eyes caught them in the act. Knowing they intended to create chaos for their own gain, he directed Jigglypuff to thwart their plans, effectively preventing any mischief from occurring that day. Consequently, Team Rocket was unable to disrupt the proceedings, and the doctor remained conscious. Before long, all the Pokémon had received their necessary treatments. Phew, it's finally over, Misty sighed in relief. Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I would have finished this work. The doctor expressed his gratitude. You're too kind, Doctor, Brock replied modestly. By the way, speaking of which, what brought you to the hospital today? I noticed you seemed to have a purpose when you arrived. The doctor inquired with curiosity. I mainly came to purchase a Pokémon incubator. I was wondering if you had one? Ash asked. Yes, of course, though we primarily treat humans. We also have items for Pokémon, the doctor explained with a nod. Could you please fetch one for me? Ash requested earnestly. Of course. I'll be right back. Please wait here, the doctor said, turning to retrieve the item. He paused and asked, by the way, do you need any nutrient solution? Do you have premium nutrient solution? Ash inquired. Premium nutrient solution. That's quite rare, and we only have a few in the hospital, and they come at a high price. Do you still want it? The doctor was momentarily taken aback by Ash's request. The premium nutrient solution is concocted from special, rare ingredients, simmered for 49 days, making it quite costly, often exceeding several $100,000 Pokémon dollars. It was clear why such a solution commanded such a price. $100,000 Pokémon dollars could sustain an ordinary family for years, let alone a sum in the hundreds of thousands. The doctor, upon observing Ash and his companions, initially thought it improbable that Ash could afford such an expense. Rest assured, is 1 million enough? Ash replied, fully aware of the solution's rarity, showing no signs of hesitation. That's more than sufficient. The doctor quickly nodded in agreement and proceeded to gather the items. Who would have thought that little brat was so wealthy? Meowth remarked. Captivated by the price, the trio began to question whether they had misjudged their target. Perhaps it was Ash they should be focusing on instead of Pikachu. 1 million. Just like that? He must be quite affluent, Kojiro noted, nodding in agreement. What do you think? Musashi shot a knowing glance at her companions, and they all shared a conspiratorial laugh. Hey, I heard everything you three said. I advise you to keep your nefarious thoughts to yourselves. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Ash warned, turning his gaze towards Team Rocket. Upon realizing they had been caught red-handed, Team Rocket promptly buried their heads in shame, staring at the ceiling. Ash, this nutrient solution is so expensive. Why are you buying it? That's enough ketchup for Pikachu to eat for quite some time. Misty suddenly chimed in. Yeah, Ash, if you're getting an incubator, do you have a Pokémon egg to hatch? But I don't see one with you, Brock added, echoing his confusion. I'm obviously buying it to hatch a Pokémon egg. What else would I be doing with it? Ash responded, providing vague answers to their inquiries. Noticing Ash's reluctance to divulge more, Brock and Misty exchanged glances and ultimately chose to remain silent. I advise you three to remain still and silent, waiting patiently for us to depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for my mercilessness later. Upon sensing that Team Rocket intended to sneak away, Ash immediately intervened to halt their actions. The trio, initially planning to evade Ash's attention, suddenly froze, their movements ceasing instantaneously. However, it wasn't long before Musashi sensed something amiss. Wait a minute. We are free. Why should we heed your commands? Upon realizing the situation, Musashi promptly retaliated. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions to escape and modify machines to use against us, ultimately seizing our Pokémon. Ash regarded them with an expression that conveyed he had seen through their machinations long ago. Upon hearing their plan exposed, Team Rocket began to suspect one among them might be a traitor. After scrutinizing one another for a considerable time and finding nothing suspicious, they turned to Ash for confirmation. How did you know our plan? The trio inquired, bewildered. Haven't you three always acted in such a manner? It's evident to anyone with eyes. Why bother speculating? Ash replied, exasperated. Well, since you figured us out, we shan't continue this charade, Musashi declared with a cold smirk. Subsequently, the two discarded their nurse uniforms, revealing their true Team Rocket attire. Come forth. Weezing. Go, Gyarados. They simultaneously commanded their Pokémon to attack Ash. However, the released Pokémon exhibited no inclination to engage. What is going on? Why isn't Gyarados attacking? Musashi questioned, puzzled, as she looked at her Pokémon. Weezing, hurry up. Why aren't you moving? Kojiro echoed, equally perplexed by his lethargic Pokémon. I ask you, if your Pokémon refuse to lift a finger, do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Ash remarked, a smile gracing his face. The sight of Ash's smile triggered memories in Team Rocket of their previous encounters with him, particularly the moment he had effortlessly subdued their fossil Aerodactyl. In an instant, clarity washed over them. prompting them to retract their Pokémon and make their escape, leaving behind a parting remark. We shall return. After Team Rocket's departure, the male nurse soon returned, cradling an incubator and a bottle of nutrient solution. Where has that lovely young lady gone? He inquired, perplexed. Ash and his companions briefly recounted the recent events, and upon understanding, the nurse nodded in realization. So that's what transpired. Ultimately, Ash acquired the incubator and premium nutrient solution for a sum of 210,000, and after obtaining his desired items, he and his companions departed the hospital, continuing towards their next destination. Chapter 175, The Scallion Duck with Built-in Seasoning. As Ash and his friends passed a villa, they noticed a bulletin board displaying a photograph of Kyogre from his childhood. However, Ash showed no interest. For him, it held no significance. And thus they continued on their journey. After all, he was already aware of Kyogre's affluent background, so he and his companions pressed on towards the city of Gyarados. On this day, they reached their destination, finding a spot in a forest to rest. Ash took out the egg of Togepi and examined its basic information, observing its condition. Pokémon, Togepi, unhatched. Gender, female. Level, 0. Ability, Serene Grace, increases the chance of additional effects occurring from moves. Potential, near champion, undergoing rapid transformation. Held item, none. Moves, Growl, Pound, Sweet Kiss, Yawn, and Finger Whack. It seems the premium nutrient solution is already yielding results, Ash mused, gazing at the system panel. By the way, what kind of Pokémon is that egg of yours? Brock inquired with curiosity. That's a secret, Ash replied with a cheerful grin. What? Why so mysterious? Misty chimed in. It's a Pokémon egg I found by the roadside. How could I possibly know what it is? We shall only discover what it is when this little one hatches, Ash lied nonchalantly. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Ash's explanation, the two felt a tinge of disappointment and turned away. Quack. Psyduck, perched beside Misty, appeared to be lost in contemplation about its existence. By the way, I've heard that scallion ducks frequently roam this area, Brock suddenly remarked. Oh, that's the Pokémon known for bringing its own seasoning and nearly being hunted to extinction, right? Scallion duck. Ash immediately elaborated, nodding in agreement. We might just encounter one here, Brock added excitedly. Perhaps. Ash smiled and nodded. Before that, I noticed on the map that there are many clear springs nearby. Shall I fetch some water? Would you like to join me? Brock inquired as he consulted the map. I'll accompany you, Brock, Ash proposed, rising from his seat. Could you please fetch some for me too, Brock? I'm too tired to move, Misty said bashfully. Her cheeks flushed. Fine, I can't refuse you. Brock sighed in resignation, seeing Misty's exhaustion. Let us go, Pikachu, Ash called back to his companion. Pikachu perked up, scampering after him and leaping onto Ash's shoulder as they departed. I'll leave it to you two. Misty waved goodbye as they set off. Once they left, only Misty and Psyduck, still pondering its existence, remained at their temporary campsite. Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, a scallion duck emerged. Upon Ash and Brock's return with water, Brock exclaimed in shock, What? All your Pokeballs are missing. What happened? Ash, already aware of the situation, wore a resigned expression but still asked, What transpired? Misty recounted her encounter with the scallion duck and the ensuing story involving a stranger. By the end, she discovered that all the Pokeballs in her backpack had turned to stone. I suddenly feel like having some scallion roast duck, Brock said, tears streaming down his face after hearing Misty's tale. The name alone sounded appetizing. Ash nodded in agreement with Brock's sentiment. You too, what on earth? My Pokeballs have vanished, and you two still have the audacity to linger here, craving food. Seeing the two of them in such a state, Misty, already feeling wronged, couldn't help but shout at them in fury. Oh dear, no need to rush. I have my Rapidash here to assist us. Capturing the thief shouldn't be a daunting task, right? Ash, noticing Misty's anger, quickly sought to soothe her. He then released his Rapidash. Rapidash, I entrust you with the task of locating that Psyduck, and in return, you'll be rewarded with a delectable leg of duck. After releasing Rapidash, Ash instructed it to search for the mischievous duo playing tricks. Woof. Rapidash nodded, then began to lower its head to sniff out Psyduck's scent. Before long, Rapidash swiftly detected the scent of the target and took off running. The three of them, upon witnessing Rapidash uncovering a lead, hurriedly followed suit. In no time, with Rapidash's assistance, Ash and his companions located the pair. Initially, the duo, along with Psyduck, hesitated upon seeing Rapidash, but upon spotting Misty, they fled without a backward glance. Rapidash, however, was not one to be trifled with. With a balanced diet and an agile physique, it sprinted forth, quickly catching up and grabbing the boy in its mouth. Upon seeing its trainer in peril, Psyduck halted. brandishing its leek and preparing to strike at the intruders. Just a glance from Rapidash was enough to terrify Psyduck, causing it to freeze, trembling before the imposing figure of Rapidash. Observing this, Ash approached Psyduck, lifting it and bringing it before the boy. Well, you must be Psyduck's trainer. I must say, your duck seems rather impressive. It must be quite delicious when roasted, Ash remarked, teasing the boy who was being carried and shouting in panic by Rapidash. Please wait. I'm terribly sorry. My Psyduck is simply too weak, and I had no choice but to resort to this. Upon hearing that Psyduck was to be eaten, the boy, Goetai, panicked immediately. There are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. With the right training methods, any Pokémon can excel. Thus, it does not justify your descent into thievery. Brock reprimanded Goetai sternly. Ash, overhearing this, felt a sense of déjà vu. Ah yes, that is a line Brock often uses. As this realization dawned upon him, he noted that both Brock and this Brock shared the same name. Chapter 176, The Duel of Ducks. Goetai's face flushed with embarrassment at Brock's words. I suppose it wouldn't be impossible for me to spare your duck, provided you defeat Psyduck in battle. Ash had initially intended for his Dratini to face off against Goetai, but upon assessing the latter's level, he decided against it. Just then, he recalled Psyduck, leading him to propose such a challenge. Quack! Upon hearing this, Psyduck eagerly stepped forward. I, the Duck God. In the name of the Duck God, I request to battle. Oh my! It seems our Psyduck is quite spirited. Ash chuckled at Psyduck's enthusiasm and then turned to Misty. Well then, I leave it to you, Misty. What? You're actually asking me to use Psyduck? Misty, upon hearing that she would be using Psyduck in battle, lost her enthusiasm. Quack! Psyduck, hearing its trainer's words, turned back with a wise expression in its eyes, seemingly questioning what a water gun was. Well, fine, I agree to the battle, but this time, you must heed my commands. Misty, after gazing into Psyduck's eyes for a moment, could no longer withstand its wise gaze and reluctantly acquiesced. Upon hearing Misty's agreement, Psyduck seemed to think of something, suddenly blushing and revealing a rather mischievous smile. Ash observed this and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently lamenting how Psyduck, the Duck God, could express such lewdness with merely a facial expression. This was a trait not possessed by other Pokémon. It seemed only our Duck God could achieve such a feat. Misty, feeling repulsed by the bashful yet lewd Psyduck, instinctively took a step back. Disgust aside, having already agreed to the battle, she had no intention of backing down. At Ash's signal, Rapidash released Goetai from its mouth. The group then gathered in an open area, ready for an extraordinary Pokémon duel. Psyduck, Water Gun. Thanks to Ash's reminder, Misty managed to grasp some of Psyduck's basic skills. However, upon hearing the command, Psyduck displayed not a hint of action, instead turning its head in confusion towards Misty, as if to ask, what is a water gun? Ash, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch in his mouth. Goodness, this creature has forgotten even its own skill, truly. You are remarkable, Duck God. Through system diagnostics, Ash was aware of the skill Psyduck possessed and relayed this information to Misty. It is well known that system diagnostics are infallible, so the issue lay with Psyduck. As a water-type Pokémon, Psyduck should have naturally learned Water Gun at level 3, given Psyduck's current level. It was inconceivable for it not to know such a fundamental skill, meaning the problem was inherently Psyduck's. Ah, surely you must know confusion. Misty could no longer contain her frustration and shouted in anger. Psyduck, hearing Misty's words, looked back at her with a bewildered expression, adorably clueless. Ash could only think to himself, truly, you are remarkable, Duck God. Psyduck, what an opportunity. Charge in and use Peck. Goetai, seizing the moment, immediately commanded Psyduck to attack. The flying energy within Psyduck coalesced at the tip of its beak, forming a sharp, elongated peak, and then surged towards Psyduck's location. Psyduck dodge. Misty, seeing the incoming attack, shouted in alarm. Quack. By the time Psyduck turned around, it was too late. Psyduck had already reached Psyduck and delivered a powerful peck, sending it flying. Psyduck. Though Misty found Psyduck's antics annoying, as a Pokémon trainer, she was genuinely concerned for Psyduck. After all, it was her Pokémon. Quack. Psyduck shakily stood up, perhaps spared from a headache this time due to not being struck on the head, merely rising to its feet with its usual dazed expression. Psyduck, use Fury Attack. Goetai, seeing Psyduck back on its feet, quickly seized the opportunity to command Psyduck to strike again. Clang. Psyduck raised its leek, charging forward like a knight. And with a few swift strikes, the leek came crashing down upon Psyduck's head. Psyduck was immediately immobilized by the blow from Psyduck's leek. Suddenly, two beams of azure light emanated from Psyduck's eyes, and with formidable psychic power, it lifted far-fetched into the air, commencing a whimsical aerial performance. oscillating up and down while rhythmically tapping against the ground. Far-fetched. Are you all right? Goetai exclaimed, his anxiety palpable upon witnessing the spectacle. Beside him, Ash couldn't help but facepalm. That foolish child. Why on earth did he choose to strike Psyduck's head? Now it seems all hope is lost. What initially appeared to be a mere squabble between novices had escalated into a complete rout. It appeared that their dinner plans for the evening had been irrevocably decided. As Ash grumbled, it was indeed confirmed that Farfetch'd succumbed swiftly to Psyduck's psychic prowess. Goetai, overwhelmed by despair, knelt down, tears brimming in his eyes as he cried out. No, my Farfetch'd. I refuse to let my Farfetch'd be turned into roasted duck. Ash, overhearing this, felt a smirk creeping onto his face. Here I thought I was just here for fun, and you actually took it seriously. Should I take it seriously then? Goetai, with tear-streaked eyes, misinterpreted Ash's contemplative expression, believing he was deliberating on what ingredients to add for dinner if Farfetch'd were to be cooked. Although he himself wouldn't mind a taste, it was ultimately his Pokémon. And he couldn't bear the thought of its suffering. No, it was that he couldn't bear the thought of Farfetch'd being subjected to such a fate. What kind of look is that? I was merely trying to frighten you. Did you really think I intended to eat your Farfetch'd? Ash retorted, his expression one of exasperation. Ah, so you're not going to eat it? Goetai exclaimed, a mixture of relief and trepidation coloring his tone. Indeed, I had no intention of consuming your Farfetch'd. Ash affirmed with a serious demeanor. Yay, that is wonderful. Thank you so much. You're truly a good person. Upon hearing that Farfetch'd would be safe, Goetai was elated, nearly ascending to the heavens in joy. You need to be a good person in the future. Don't steal other people's Pokémon again, Ash cautioned, his face darkening. Being labeled a good person by someone else was rather disconcerting. If anyone overheard, they might misconstrue it as a romantic declaration that had been rejected. Sensing Ash's discomfort, Goetai hastily returned all the Pokeballs he had pilfered from Misty and made a swift exit, as if fearing Ash might change his mind. Thus, Ash and his companions departed, continuing their journey towards the vibrant city of Lavarich. Chapter 177. The Shy Serena. After concluding her battle with Goetai, Misty and the others set forth towards their next destination, Lavarich City. Midway through their travels, they arrived at a quaint town known as Big Fool Valley. As Ash and his companions entered the Pokémon Center to have Nurse Joy assist in restoring their Pokémon's vitality, they received a message left for them by Professor Oak via Nurse Joy. Excuse me, are you Ash? Nurse Joy inquired. Yes, Ash nodded in response. This is a message from Professor Oak. Nurse Joy produced an electronic voice message card and presented it to Ash. A message from Professor Oak, Ash exclaimed, perusing the information on the card before turning to Nurse Joy. Thank you, Nurse Joy. This message is indeed for me. You're welcome, it's my pleasure. Nurse Joy replied with a polite smile. After expressing his gratitude, Ash turned and departed. He realized it had been quite some time since he had called home to check in with his mother, Serena, and Professor Oak. Approaching the telephone, he first dialed his mother Hanako, offering a brief update on his well-being. Following that, he called Serena. Oh, it's Ash. Long time no see. Why haven't you called in so long? You haven't forgotten about my little nanny, have you? He heard the voice of his future mother-in-law, Sachi, as she answered the phone, just as Serena was seen dining in the background. Oh, is that Ash calling? Serena exclaimed, rushing from the dining table to seize the phone. You silly boy, Sachi observed with a bemused shake of her head at Serena's exuberance, yet she said nothing further. All right, Ash, I'll leave you with Serena. I'm off to have my meal now, Sachi chuckled, departing with an amused smile. Okay, mother-in-law. Goodbye, Ma. No, I meant. Goodbye, Auntie. Ash stammered, blushing as he realized his slip of the tongue. Having spoken to Sachi so often, he felt an ease that led to the unintentional mistake. Sachi, who had just stepped away, paused upon hearing Ash's words, her expression shifting to one of amusement as she glanced at her daughter. As expected, Serena's face turned crimson, resembling a blooming flower, steam practically rising from her head. Is that so? I believe you, young man. Do your best. Sachi encouraged Ash with a supportive gesture. Ash, caught off guard, felt his face heat up, scratching his head in embarrassment. Truly, Sachi was perceptive, and Ash, lacking experience, could only manage a sheepish smile. Mom, Serena exclaimed, noticing her mother's gesture, stomping her foot in indignation. Haha, all right, I see. I won't interrupt your little tete-a-tete any longer, Sachi teased as she exited, leaving Ash flustered. Despite being nearly 40 in his past and present lives, he was still unaccustomed to such situations, unable to suppress his blush. Indeed, shyness knows no bounds of age or gender. They exchanged glances, with Serena being the first to look away. Haha, I'm sorry for what I said in front of your mother earlier. Ash chuckled, attempting to diffuse the awkward atmosphere with humor. "And no worries," Serena replied, lowering her head like a bashful little ostrich. After a moment, they resumed their usual demeanor. "So, what have you been up to these days? I haven't heard from you in a while," Serena inquired, breaking the silence. "The court's conference is fast approaching, and I'm just 2 badges away from participating. So I've been a bit rushed and didn't get around to calling," Ash explained apologetically. "Is that so? I believe you can do it." Serena encouraged Ash with a gesture of support. "With your encouragement, I surely will." Ash smiled and nodded. Hum. Serena seemed to drift into her thoughts upon hearing Ash's words, blushing once more. Watching her, Ash couldn't help but smile foolishly. Indeed, the experience of young love was far more intriguing. Sachi, seated nearby, observed this exchange, momentarily entranced. She chuckled softly, taking a sip of her steaming coffee. "Cough hot," she exclaimed, having taken a sip that was too warm for her tongue. Selena's attention was entirely captivated by Ash, oblivious to her mother's presence. Meanwhile, Ash engaged in conversation with Selena. Perhaps due to their long-awaited reunion, they had an abundance of words to exchange, resulting in nearly an hour of dialogue. By the time they concluded their conversation, the food at Selena's home had grown cold. "Have you finally finished your chat?" Sachi inquired, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she regarded Selena. Yes, Selena responded, her face still adorned with a gentle smile from her recent exchange with Ash, making her look exceedingly charming. "Now that you're done, why not reheat the food? It's gone cold, and you two certainly took your time," Selena's mother remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of irritation, perhaps from witnessing too much romantic banter. Mom, aren't you eating?" Selena asked curiously as she noticed her mother retreating to her room. "I've had my fill after drinking coffee," Selena's mother replied curtly, not bothering to look back, as if truly satiated. "Is that so?" Selena pondered, not dwelling on the matter, and proceeded to the microwave with the now cold dishes to reheat them. On the other side, Ash, feeling a bit fatigued from his lengthy conversation with Selena, turned to rest before speaking with Professor Oak. However, just as he turned, he noticed Pikachu, Brock, and Misty, who had apparently been snacking on sunflower seeds for quite some time, leaving the floor littered with shells. Observing their gossipy demeanor, Ash decided without hesitation to leave them behind and head for dinner, as he had yet to eat despite their prolonged conversation. "First, I shall have my meal and set aside the professor for the moment. I'll talk to him after I finish eating." Chapter 178, Professor Oak's Misfortune. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Ash lazily approached the telephone to dial Professor Oak's research facility. "Oh, so it is you, Ash. At long last, you received my message," Professor Oak said, dragging himself up from the phone, appearing as if he had just awakened. "Professor, your face," Ash pointed out, gesturing towards Professor Oak's visage. "My face?" Professor Oak queried, perplexed, as he retrieved a mirror. Upon gazing at his reflection, comprehension dawned upon him. "Is this the work of Jigglypuff again? I had thought I had confined her within her Pokeball, yet she managed to escape. Now that you mention it, Ash, why didn't you warn me? I've been consistently haunted by Jigglypuff's antics, and during my experiments, her interruptions have caused frequent explosions in the lab. Your mother and the neighbors have begun to suspect I am conducting dangerous research," he lamented while wiping his face clean. My sincerest apologies, Professor. I neglected to inform you that Jigglypuff's singing induces sleep. However, given the current circumstances, it seems my warning would be futile," Ash chuckled, offering his apologies. Who would have imagined that after evading Pikachu's Thunderbolt, Professor Oak would now contend with another Jigglypuff? A truly unexpected twist. "Oh, by the way, let's not dwell on that matter. I did actually call for a reason." Suddenly, Professor Oak recalled the purpose of his message. "It pertains to the Pokédex upgrade, correct?" Ash had already grasped this from memory. "I can't believe you already knew," Professor Oak exclaimed in surprise. "Dr. Nishino informed me," Ash explained with a laugh. A few days prior, while passing through a city, he had received a message from Dr. Nishino Mori, which had allowed him to upgrade his Pokédex in advance. "Ash, it has been quite some time since you captured any new Pokémon. This is unacceptable," Professor Oak urged. I am following the elite path. I cannot just capture Pokémon randomly. It must be left to fate," Ash shrugged in resignation. "Nevertheless, you must strive to capture more for my research." Professor Oak insisted persistently. "Yes, I will do my utmost," Ash nodded. "And remember to call back more frequently. Recently, I have no idea what has happened, but even Gary has been rather silent." "Much like you," Professor Oak added, complaining about Gary. "Rest assured, Professor, Gary is living quite the carefree life now. In the past, he had someone to keep him in check, but now that he is free, he is undoubtedly thriving. Just the other day, I saw him surrounded by cars, beautiful women, and champagne. Even if you are having a tough time, he will be just fine. You need not worry about him. Ash remarked, barely stifling his laughter. Is that so? Professor Oak pondered Ash's words, realizing that as his grandson, Gary likely needed no concern. If anything, it was a relief he hadn't been spoiled. Oh, speaking of which, the last time we met, I saw Gary with Dr. Sakuraki's daughter, Koharu. When I inquired about their relationship, Gary asked me to ask you. Do you know the reason? Professor Oak suddenly recalled their previous conversation. Koharu did mention she was looking for Gary regarding something, but what that was, I cannot say. I'm not entirely sure. Ash replied, quickly envisioning the comical scenario of Gary. Had it not been for his conversation with Professor Oak, he would have burst into laughter. Is that so? Professor Oak nodded, seemingly understanding. Do you have any further matters to discuss, Professor? If not, I shall hang up. Ash noted that the time was drawing near and posed the question to Professor Oak. Very well, then. When we meet next, I hope you will have captured more Pokémon to send back to me. Professor Oak concluded the call with this statement. Ash nodded, promising to the professor before ending the call. After concluding their conversation, the trio exited the Pokémon Center. All right, our next destination is the Fiery Red Gym. Brock announced as he consulted the map. This is the place, the Fiery Red Gym. Misty confirmed, pointing to the location on the map. Then let's set off towards the Fiery Red. Ash urged. By the way, Ash, hasn't that mysterious egg of yours hatched yet? Misty inquired with curiosity. Not yet, but it should hatch in the next couple of days, Ash replied, retrieving Togepi's incubator from his backpack. The three gathered around the egg to observe. I wonder what kind of Pokémon will emerge from this egg. I'm so excited. Brock and Misty gazed at the egg with eager anticipation. Of course, it's Togepi. Ash thought to himself. Behind Ash and his companions, the disguised Team Rocket trio was closely monitoring their every move, having overheard Ash's words. Oh, this mysterious egg sounds enticing. We must acquire it. Meowth grinned mischievously. That is utterly impossible. Have we ever bested that kid from the very beginning? James sighed despondently. Beside them, Musashi and Nyasu heard Kojuro's words, and like kindred spirits, they each delivered a kick to the instigator of discord. Nevertheless, despite this, the three of them managed to unify their resolve, and soon they approached Ash and his companions, disguised as little girls selling eggs. Greetings. We are the egg-selling little girls. I advise you three to refrain from causing any trouble. Otherwise, I could effortlessly send each of you soaring into the sky with a kick. As Team Rocket began to speak, Ash immediately exposed their true identities. Given that Togepi was currently in its hatching cycle, Ash was particularly wary of Team Rocket snatching it away at the critical moment of hatching, leaving him no time to react. Thus, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Ash resolutely chose to unveil Team Rocket's ruse. Chapter 179, The New Favorite, Togepi. What? Recognized so soon? The trio of Team Rocket was taken aback. They had not anticipated that their impressive disguise would be seen through so effortlessly, which left them astonished. Aren't you leaving? Do you truly wish to be sent away with a kick? Seeing that Team Rocket showed no intention of departing, Ash shot them a glare. Instantly, Team Rocket's bravado crumbled, and they fled in a state of panic. Are they really this timid? Ash remarked, bemused, as he watched them retreat. Once Team Rocket had vanished, the trio continued their journey towards the Gyarados city. A day later, while traveling, Ash cradled the incubator containing the Pokémon egg, constantly monitoring Togepi's progress. Halfway through their journey, Ash suddenly noticed that the Pokeball within the incubator began to emit a brilliant white light. Upon realizing that Togepi was about to hatch, he hurriedly opened the incubator and retrieved the egg. Gazing intently at the egg, Ash was determined to ensure that Misty wouldn't snatch his precious Togepi away. Fortunately, Ash had previously mentioned that it was highly likely for the egg to hatch into a cater pie, which had caused Misty to lose all interest in Togepi's egg, keeping her at a distance. Brock, meanwhile, quietly observed the miraculous birth of new life. Knowing full well that he had no reason to claim Togepi, since Ash had been the sole caretaker of the egg from the very beginning. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the three, the egg cracked open, revealing a Togepi with 3 prominent spikes on its head and a milky white body. The moment Togepi opened its eyes, the first sight it beheld was Ash. In response, Ash promptly produced a berry-flavored milk from his prepared supplies, pouring it into a bottle and presenting it to the little creature. Wow, what an adorable Pokémon! Misty exclaimed, instantly captivated by Togepi's charm. Eager to get a closer look, she scooped Togepi into her arms. Ash did not intervene, confident that the first person Togepi would recognize would be him, and thus he had no fear of Togepi wandering off. After all, he was an experienced breeder who understood the needs of all Pokémon. There was no way he would let Togepi escape. Once Misty had taken Togepi, she lavished it with affection, almost possessively. However, she was well aware of the countless hours Ash had devoted to caring for Togepi, and she recognized that he would never allow Togepi to stray even a step away from him. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly tried to claim Togepi for herself. Regrettably, Ash had never given her that opportunity, having kept a distance from Togepi since it was likely to be a bug-type Pokémon. Such a pity, Misty thought wistfully. What is this adorable Pokémon called? She inquired, still holding Togepi. It hasn't been named yet. Ash replied. Misty froze momentarily, then burst out laughing. Haha, I was just kidding. This is Togepi, a rare Pokémon. Ash chuckled at Misty's surprise. Ash, Misty exclaimed in indignation. All right, I was just joking. Hand Togepi over. It's time for it to drink. Ash reached out to reclaim Togepi. Togepi, nestled in Misty's arms, appeared quite disgruntled, but upon returning to Ash's embrace, it immediately became lively and joyful. So adorable, Brock remarked, blushing at the sight of Togepi's happiness. It was unexpected for the usually bashful Brock, who only blushed around beautiful girls, to blush at the sight of Togepi, illustrating just how irresistibly cute Togepi was. From that moment on, Togepi replaced Pikachu as the sole darling of Ash's traveling party. Pikachu, Pika? Pikachu. Observing Togepi's delight, Misty felt a pang of jealousy. It certainly wasn't like this when it was in my arms. She muttered. What a bother. It seemed Togepi favored Ash more. No wonder. Given Ash's devoted care for the Pokémon egg, Brock watched Togepi's adorable expression, feeling his heart melt. Uffed. Upon hearing this, Misty felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. Unbeknownst to Ash, he remained oblivious to Misty's expression as he began to feed Togepi with the milk bottle, treating it as if it were his own daughter, caring for it with utmost tenderness. As Togepi took its first sip of the berry-flavored milk, its bright eyes sparkled with joy, and it began to drink eagerly. Do you like it, little one? Ash asked, his face lighting up with a proud smile at Togepi's delight. Shaka. Togepi nodded earnestly after finishing the milk. Haha. Ash couldn't help but beam at Togepi's adorable reaction. Little one, do you wish to become my Pokémon, my partner, my family? Ash inquired earnestly, lifting Togepi up high. Shaka. Although Togepi did not fully grasp the meaning, it instinctively trusted Ash and nodded in agreement. Thus, Ash successfully captured Togepi with a friend ball. Togepi, instead of being sent back, remained with Ash, as he had anticipated its hatching and prepared by sending another Pokémon back in advance. The arrival of Togepi added yet another adorable member to their team, and together, they set off joyfully towards their next destination. Chapter 180, Arrival at Gyarados Island. Ash and his companions boarded a ship bound for Gyarados Island. Standing at the railing and savoring the refreshing sea breeze, Ash finally felt as though he was advancing along the path to becoming a Pokémon master. Misty gazed at the distant Gyarados Island, reflecting on their journey. What a wonderful feeling. How has my demeanor as a Pokémon master diminished? In response to Misty's teasing, Ash retaliated. The fiery island of Molten Rock, home to a research facility dedicated to cultivating stronger Pokémon, attracts trainers from all corners of the nation. Brock, standing nearby, elucidated this to the duo. After days of travel, Ash and his companions finally approached Molten Rock Island. Brock, that's an ancient tale, Ash replied to Brock's remarks. Haha, so you're aware. I thought you might be rather antiquated yourself. Just then, the flamboyantly dressed Gladion, in his vibrant shorts and sunglasses, approached. Hey, long time no see. Ash, he exclaimed, placing a hand on Ash's shoulder, gritting his teeth as he spoke. What's wrong, Gladion? You seem rather resentful. Ash feigned ignorance, adopting a tone of innocent curiosity. Are you even asking? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be with Lily now. Gladion's tone shifted mid-sentence. Following his gaze, Ash and his friends spotted a girl with pink hair standing nearby. What's the matter? Lily smiled, addressing Gladion as she noticed everyone's attention was on her. Oh, I was just saying that if it weren't for Ash, we wouldn't have gotten together so quickly, right Ash? Gladion, now sweating profusely, glanced at Ash. I'm not sure. I just heard Gladion saying that if it weren't for me, his life wouldn't be like this. Ash embellished the situation with a look of utmost innocence. Gladion. Lily, enraged by Ash's words, immediately fumed. Ash, that hurts. Lily, ease up a bit. Gladion's protest was cut short as Lily dragged him away, pinching him sharply at the waist. Once they departed, Brock remarked, Ash, isn't that a bit unkind? Those two are childhood friends who played together often. I even heard they made a pact to marry one day. After he started traveling, he has been flirting around. So I thought I'd help them find their way back to each other, Ash explained. Oh, is that so? Then it's certainly justifiable. Well done, Ash. Misty immediately expressed her agreement after hearing Ash's reasoning. Is that so? I see now, Brock realized after Ash's explanation. Well done, Ash. You've successfully salvaged countless youthful hearts. I support you. Misty declared her support without hesitation. Oh, it was merely a trivial matter. No need for such gratitude. Ash waved his hand dismissively. After conversing on the boat for a considerable time, they finally arrived at their destination, Molten Rock Island. Stepping onto the island, they marveled at the bustling streets filled with throngs of people, sampling local delicacies while exploring what was reputed to be a Pokémon sanctuary. It seems Gladion was right. There's nothing resembling a Pokémon sanctuary here, Brock observed, disappointment etched on his face as he surveyed the surroundings. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. By the way, where exactly is the Pokémon sanctuary, the Molten Rock Gym? Ash pondered aloud, glancing around. Although he was aware that an elderly man was the gym leader, the vastness of the place left them wandering for an hour without success, leading to some grumbling. Fortunately, after asking for directions, they obtained the location. As they passed a dilapidated structure, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Ding dong. What is cold in the head, but warm in the body? A man with a wig and a bushy beard appeared before them, posing an odd question. A hot spring. Ash recognized the peculiar individual and realized he had found someone. Indeed, ever since the hot spring was discovered, Molten Rock Island has become a tourist hotspot, which is rather lamentable, the middle-aged man lamented. Sir, are you from Molten Rock Island? Could you direct us to the Molten Rock Gym? The gym leader's name is Summer, Misty inquired. Far yet near. He is right before your eyes. The man gestured toward the ruins before them. Summer, please don't jest. You know I detest riddles. Ash responded with a look of exasperation. Haha, I can't believe you recognized me, Ash. It's been ages. How is Professor Oak? Summer laughed heartily upon being recognized. I've seen you in other forms before. I wouldn't have trouble recognizing you. Ash smiled slightly. Who would have thought the child brought by Professor Oak has grown up so much and still remembers me? How delightful. Summer chuckled, patting Ash on the shoulder in jest. Not at all. Though it's been years, I have a vivid memory of you, Summer. After all, you inundated me with riddles upon our first meeting. How could I forget? Ash gazed at Summer with a hint of melancholic reproach. Haha, since you still haven't settled anywhere, why don't you come with me to rest? Summer, pleased to be recognized, promptly invited Ash and his companions to his home. Thus, they arrived at a wooden house nestled on a lush hillside. By the way, Summer, what happened to that ruin? How did it come to be in such a state? Misty asked curiously. It was due to the overwhelming influx of tourists and those who came with a frivolous attitude to challenge the gym that I ultimately decided to close it. Summer's mood turned somber at the thought. I see. Misty acknowledged after hearing Summer's explanation. Her understanding deepened as a fellow gym leader's successor. Chapter 181. The challenge begins. Summer engaged Ash and his friends in conversation at the dining table for quite some time, catching up after years of absence, until he inquired whether Ash had come to challenge him at Molten Rock Island. Yes, Summer. Ash affirmed with a nod. I can't believe it's been so long. And you've truly embarked on the journey that Professor Oak spoke of. I was skeptical when he told me, but seeing you now, it's evident. Summer laughed heartily. So, Summer, are you willing to accept a challenge from someone from Pallet Town? Ash stood earnestly, addressing Summer with seriousness. What is stopping me? Of course. I might not believe others, but if it's you, Ash, it's a different story, Summer replied with a warm laugh, patting Ash's shoulder, clearly supportive. Since you hold me in such high regard, I graciously accept your challenge. Ash nodded. All right, follow me. Summer declared as he led Ash and the others away after they finished their meal. Thus, under the guidance of Xiaobo, the three individuals arrived before a wall. Xiaobo then pressed forcefully on a specific spot. With a thunderous rumble, the wall began to slowly rise, emitting a resounding noise. Before the eyes of the witnesses, a vast opening suddenly materialized. Wow, how could such a hole appear out of nowhere? Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. It's clearly a mechanism. It must have been constructed by Xiaobo for those who wish to challenge him. Xiaojing speculated, gazing at the opening. Indeed, it was designed for those sincerely wishing to face me in battle, which is why I abandoned the original gym. Xiaobo nodded in affirmation. As they conversed, they swiftly made their way to the very bottom of the mechanism. Why do I feel like it's getting increasingly hotter? Xiaoxiao remarked, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her face flushed with heat. It's because there's magma below, which is why it's so warm, Xiaobo cheerfully explained. Shortly thereafter, they reached the bottom. After a series of operations by Xiaobo, the searing iron door automatically swung open, revealing its original interior. A man-made cavern unfolded before them, where the arena was suspended above the magma by 4 iron chains. This was the first time for everyone to witness such an environment, and they were momentarily captivated by the scene. All right, Xiaoji, welcome to my special arena. Xiao Bo exclaimed, having unexpectedly positioned himself opposite the arena, arms outstretched towards Xiaoji. Are you ready for battle? Always prepared. Xiaoji confidently replied, adjusting his cap. The match will be 3 against 3. Is that acceptable? Xiao Bo called out. Then let us begin. Xiaoji nodded, retrieving his pokeball and throwing it forth. Let us do this. You're the one, Hackragon. Indeed. The former mini-dragon had evolved into Hackragon, and Xiaoji had infused it with the essence of the ancient Dragonite during its evolution, significantly enhancing its potential and transforming it from a quasi-divine to a divine Pokémon. Oh, I didn't expect you to possess a quasi-divine Pokémon. It seems fortune smiles upon you, Xiaoji. Xiao Bo remarked, taken aback by the sight of Hackragon. It's just a stroke of luck, Xiaoji replied bashfully, scratching his head. Haha, then I shall choose her. Xiao Bo tossed his Pokeball, revealing a Ninetales on the field. Hackragon, use Dragon Dance. Xiaoji commanded. Ninetales, move in swiftly to interrupt her. Don't let her succeed. Xiao Bo reacted immediately to Xiaoji's command. Hackragon jumped into a mysterious dance, seemingly summoning a mystical force to envelop her. Meanwhile, Ninetales was equally swift, vanishing in a flash and becoming several afterimages that darted towards Hackragon, intent on breaking her concentration. However, after extensive training, Hackragon adeptly completed the Dragon Dance. With the dance completed, both her attack and speed received a substantial boost, allowing her to soar effortlessly above Ninetales' assault. Flamethrower. Upon witnessing Ninetales' failure, Xiao Bo quickly devised his next strategy. Hackragon, use Water Pulse. Xiaoji responded with equal alacrity. In an instant, 2 opposing forces collided, canceling each other out and yielding no advantage to either side. Xiaoji, your Hackragon is quite impressive, Xiao Bo observed, quickly discerning the level of training Hackragon had undergone. It's merely a matter of luck. I unknowingly nurtured it to a level worthy of praise from an esteemed elder, Xiaoji humbly smiled, not feeling any pride in the comment. You rascal. Xiao Bo shook his head. After a while, Hackragon's Water Pulse gained the upper hand. As water types inherently counter fire types, the Water Pulse surged past Ninetales, striking her decisively. Ninetales succumbed to the attack, losing her ability to battle and falling unconscious. You've done well. Return. Xiao Bo recalled Ninetales. Impressive as ever, Xiaoji. You've reignited my fighting spirit. Let us see even more of it. I choose my second Pokémon. Go, Tyranitar. Hackragon. The next battle is in your hands, Xiaoji whispered to Hackragon. Roar. Hackragon, locking eyes with Xiaoji, nodded resolutely. Go. Tyranitar. Use Horn Drill. Xiao Bo commanded. Hackragon, unleash Flamethrower. Xiaoji coolly directed. Tyranitar let out a mighty roar before launching into a ferocious assault. Hackragon released a torrent of searing flames from the sky. Due to Tyranitar's rock ground typing, Hackragon's attack had minimal impact. Conversely, Tyranitar, unable to reach the airborne Hackragon, could only glare in frustration. Hackragon, use Hydro Pump. Xiaoji ordered, seizing the opportunity. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge. Xiao Bo countered, equally determined. Hackragon unleashed a massive column of water aimed directly at Tyranitar, while Tyranitar summoned numerous sharp stones from its rocky form, which shot towards Hackragon. Thus, the 2 opposing forces clashed once more. Regrettably, although the Stone Edge initially had the advantage, it was quickly overwhelmed by the formidable Hydro Pump, resulting in Hackragon's victory over Tyranitar, rendering it unable to continue battling. However, Hackragon was not without its struggles. Despite dispersing many stones, several still struck Hackragon, who, already fatigued, ultimately succumbed to the damage and lost its ability to fight. You've worked hard. Return, Hackragon, Xiaoji softly said as he recalled Hackragon. The Pokeball seemed to resonate with his words, shaking slightly in response. Xiaoji then retrieved another Pokeball from his waist. Go. You're the one. Blastoise. Upon throwing the Pokeball, a large Blastoise, adorned with black rectangular sunglasses, emerged in the arena. Comment. The presence of the champion-level Blastoise immediately filled the air. I didn't expect you to possess a Blastoise. It appears your training has been quite diligent, Xiao Bo noted, recognizing the strength of Blastoise. Of course, every Pokémon under my care will become an unbeatable ace, and I will devote myself fully to their training, Xiaoji replied earnestly. That's right. This is the mindset of a true champion. Xiaoji, you have successfully earned my respect. Now, I shall unleash this fellow. Arise from the magma. The searing flames of the molten depths. Charizard. Xiao Bo extended his arms and shouted loudly, finally dispatching his ace Pokémon. Suddenly, the magma below began to bubble fiercely, and a colossal red figure leaped out with a splash. Bang! Upon landing, the already searing cave entrance became even more sweltering, as if it aimed to steam any intruder alive. Even Ash found himself sweating profusely, instinctively wiping his brow. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Ash, feeling the oppressive heat around him, quickly devised a strategy to have Blastoise summon rain to cool the surroundings. Charizard, unleash your flamethrower. Do not let him succeed. Xiaobo was indeed fierce, immediately commanding Charizard to execute its ultimate move. While Blastoise was conjuring the rain, Charizard had already gathered a flaming sigil and launched it at Blastoise. Crack! After taking the hit, Blastoise's shell was scorched, showcasing the formidable power of Charizard's flamethrower. The only silver lining was that Blastoise successfully summoned the rain, otherwise, that strike would have been devastating. Rain poured down, drenching the arena, only to evaporate at a visible pace upon contact, transforming into steam. Ash watched this spectacle with elation, for it signified the success of Blastoise's Rain Dance, which would subsequently amplify any water-type moves. Blastoise, can you still stand? Ash inquired, gazing at Blastoise. Crack! Upon hearing Ash's voice, Blastoise immediately rose to its feet and gave Ash a thumbs up. Excellent. Now let Xiaobo witness the bond we share. Ash, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled out a vividly colored megastone from his pocket. Xiaobo, perplexed by Ash's actions, looked on with curiosity, unsure of Ash's intentions. Blastoise, respond to my heart. Mega Evolve. A gentle smile graced Ash's face. As soon as he finished speaking, the megastone hanging around Blastoise's neck shone brightly, enveloping Blastoise in a radiant glow, revealing a transformed version of the Pokémon. What? Blastoise can evolve as well? Xiaobo, well-versed in the world of Pokémon, was astonished upon witnessing Blastoise's new appearance, exclaiming in disbelief. Even Ash's companions, Brock and Misty, shared the same look of shock as they beheld Blastoise. So this is what you meant by your journey of research. Xiaobo seemed to have an epiphany, smiling as he spoke. Sort of. Ash nodded with a grin. In that case, Ash, let me see the power of Blastoise post-evolution. Xiaobo exclaimed passionately. Here it comes. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Ash shouted. Charizard, let us see just how formidable this new Blastoise is. Use Hyper Beam. Xiaobo shouted excitedly. The enormous Hydro Pump atop Blastoise began to coalesce water energy, culminating in a powerful blast that surged forward with incredible force. Charizard's Hyper Beam was equally impressive. The two mighty forces collided, generating a powerful shockwave that sent gusts of wind swirling. Ash calmly adjusted his cap to prevent it from flying away. Xiaobo remained as steady as a rock, arms crossed, eagerly observing the unfolding scene. Brock and Misty, standing at a distance, were slightly affected but remained unharmed. Soon, the outcome became apparent. With a determined grit, Blastoise intensified its attack, and Charizard could not withstand the onslaught, being propelled out of the arena and crashing against the wall, ultimately losing its fighting capability. Well done, old friend. Xiaobo recalled Charizard into its Pokeball, staring at the ball for a moment before uttering those words. He then turned his gaze toward Ash. Congratulations, Ash, on winning the battle and earning my recognition. Here is the Flame Badge. Xiaobo smiled as he approached Ash, presenting a flame-shaped badge. Thank you. Ash accepted it with both hands and placed it in the badge case provided by the League. The two then began discussing the topic of evolution, with Brock and Misty also intrigued, gathering around to listen to Ash's explanations. Ash patiently wove a narrative to elucidate the concept of evolution, after which they boarded a ship to leave the Red Lotus Island. Along the way, they encountered Team Rocket causing chaos, which Ash swiftly resolved. Chapter 183, that is a legendary Pokémon. Having obtained the Flame Badge, Ash and his companions retraced their steps, enduring a long journey before finally returning to the city of Tokiwa. The trio stood before the entrance of the Tokiwa Gym, gazing at the grand structure reminiscent of ancient Roman architecture, with two guards dressed in Roman armor stationed at the entrance. We finally arrived. The last badge. The Tokiwa badge, Ash murmured, contemplating the formidable adversary he was about to face. He had prepared well, having obtained his strongest Pokémon from Professor Oak in advance, ready to engage in an epic showdown with Sakaki. After all, Ash now possessed a powerful roster, including his level 89 Pikachu. Among his Pokémon, he had Blastoise, Venusaur, and Pidgeot at the quasi-champion level, while his champion-level Pokémon included Beedrill, Gyarados, Arcanine, and Gengar. The only quasi-legendary Pokémon he had were Charizard and Pikachu, with the rest of his team falling short of that caliber. Through extensive training, Ash discovered a crucial detail. Once a Pokémon reached the pinnacle of quasi-legendary status at level 89, rare candies ceased to be effective. Moreover, upon reaching quasi-champion status, the number of rare candies required for each level up doubled. When a Pokémon reached champion status, The requirement escalated to 4 candies per level, and beyond that, it required 8 rare candies per level. After reaching the pinnacle of quasi-legendary status, no amount of rare candies would yield any further benefits. Perhaps Ash had not fed Pikachu enough rare candies, or perhaps there were additional conditions to fulfill for further advancement. Regardless, Ash was not in a rush to elevate Pikachu to legendary status, choosing instead to focus on enhancing the strength of his other Pokémon, resulting in the remarkable growth of his entire team. Fortunately, the sign-in system provided varying quantities of rare candies each day. Otherwise, Ash would be at a loss as to when he could achieve such milestones. Today, Ash specifically retrieved Charizard, Beedrill, Gengar, Gyarados, and Venusaur from the Pokémon Center, returning the rest to Professor Oak's lab. Since Ash could utilize 7 Pokeballs, he still had 2 remaining for Togepi and Pikachu. Ash cradled Togepi in his arms, while Pikachu perched contentedly on his shoulder, with Brock and Misty standing beside him. After a brief moment, just as Ash was about to step forward, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Hey Ash, what a coincidence to run into you again." Without a moment's hesitation, Ash recognized the voice. Who else could it be but our dear Gary Oak? Well, if it isn't our esteemed Gary Oak. Long time no see. Are you here to challenge the pewter gym as well? Ash turned around to see Gary and his companion, May, seated in a sleek red sports car. I thought you would have given up on this year's Indigo League and returned to Pallet Town. I must admit, your presence here is somewhat commendable. Gary, with his usual arrogance, offered a half-hearted compliment to Ash. There's no need to concern yourself, Gary. Even if you were to retreat, I certainly won't. Ash retorted, undeterred by Gary's familiar demeanor. You haven't already collected all 8 gym badges, have you? Gary, noticing Ash standing at the entrance of the pewter gym, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of concern, assuming Ash had successfully secured the final gym badge. Not yet, we just arrived. Ash smiled faintly, recalling the storyline from the anime, and shook his head. Oh, so you just got here? In that case, I'll head in first. Gary burst into laughter upon hearing Ash's response, and, with May in tow, confidently strode into the pewter gym. Ash, are you really just going to stand there and watch? Misty inquired curiously. The thought of seeing Gary's reaction after a defeat filled Ash with anticipation. He shook his head, unconcerned about whether Gary would obtain the badge. After all, there was a formidable Pokémon like Mewtwo inside. In the original story, Gary had suffered a considerable defeat, leaving no room for worry about his chances of winning. Moreover, Ash didn't place much importance on these badges and was rather excited to witness Gary, who had long mocked him, falter. Despite Team Rocket being a nefarious organization, with someone as capable as Giovanni at the helm, there was no need for concern regarding Gary's safety. For now, Ash was content to watch the spectacle unfold. Before long, Gary and May emerged from the gym, their expressions a mixture of frustration and disbelief. Ash, you mustn't go in there. That strange Pokémon is far too powerful. I stand no chance against it. Please, don't enter. Gary grasped Ash's arm, his urgency palpable. I understand. Calm down, Gary, Ash replied, attempting to soothe him as one might comfort a child. Indeed, that mysterious Pokémon is extraordinarily strong. Gary had no opportunity to retaliate. You really shouldn't go in, Ash. May advised earnestly. I'm well aware. I came here specifically to battle it. Now that I'm here, if I don't go in, I fear I'll be left with regrets. Ash quickly explained. Do you know what kind of Pokémon it is? Gary exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Earlier, when he had scanned it with his Pokédex, it had returned no data. The revelation that Ash knew what it was left him utterly stunned. Ash gently patted Gary's shoulder. It's perfectly normal that you couldn't defeat it. That Pokémon is a legendary creature, an entirely new legendary. As soon as Ash finished speaking, Gary and May stared at him, their eyes widening in shock, momentarily frozen in disbelief. By the time they snapped back to reality, Ash had already made his way inside. Too late for them to intervene. Chapter 184. The Resolute Turtwig? Ash, are you truly going to do this? Misty asked, her voice laced with anxiety. Absolutely. This may very well be my first battle where I give it my all, so I must go. Ash asserted, nodding with conviction. While I know you're quite formidable, you also understand that the opponent possesses a legendary Pokémon, making victory impossible. Why do you still wish to proceed? Misty pressed, her concern unwavering. Why, you ask? Ash fell into a contemplative silence, reminiscing about a certain red figure from his past. He adjusted his cap, confidence radiating from his features. If that individual could prevail, then why shouldn't I give it a try? After all, I am the chosen one in this world, equipped with a system and a plethora of megastones. Why not take the chance? At my young age, if I shrink back at the first sign of adversity, how can I ever hope to achieve greatness or become a Pokémon master? Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared, not for those who retreat at the first hurdle. Besides, if I don't try, how will I know the outcome? Ash proclaimed, his confidence unwavering. It was no joke. He was not only the protagonist, but also possessed a system and numerous megastones. If he were to lose, he might as well find a block of tofu to throw himself against. Brock and Misty felt invigorated by Ash's fervent words, a surge of unexplainable confidence rising within them as they silently rallied behind him. What a mere legendary Pokémon. It is merely stepping stones for Ash. If Ash were aware of their unwavering belief in him, he would undoubtedly be moved, for he himself held no certainty of victory against Mewtwo. Yet, his companions believed wholeheartedly that he would triumph. It was almost unbelievable. Thus, with an unshakable resolve, the trio stepped into the pewter gym under the watchful gaze of Gary and May. Oh, another challenger has arrived? The voice emanated from a middle-aged man seated on an extravagant couch atop a raised platform, clad in an orange suit and exuding an air of authority. Indeed, I am the new challenger, seeking to obtain the pewter badge, Ash declared, his expression serious and confident as he gazed up at Giovanni. Giovanni turned to face Ash, momentarily taken aback as he recognized the earnestness in Ash's demeanor. You bear a striking resemblance to the child of an old acquaintance, Giovanni remarked, momentarily lost in thought. Ash understood the reference. His mother, Hanako, had once spoken of a man named Giovanni. According to her tales, it seemed that this individual was her first love, who had eventually parted ways with her for reasons unknown and moved on to another relationship. The manga had also hinted at Giovanni being Hanako's first love. Is your mother named Hanako? Giovanni inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. How do you know my mother's name is Hanako? Misty interjected, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, she is his child. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's confirmation, Sakaki displayed an expression of anticipated certainty. And what of it? Ash retorted, visibly displeased, pursing his lips. You have come here today to challenge me for the Tokiwa badge, Haven to you? Sakaki inquired. What else could it be? I might as well just gift you the badge. I can hardly believe that after all these years, her child has grown up enough to participate. Sakaki spoke with a melancholic expression, as if lost in reminiscence. That is unnecessary. Rather than obtaining a badge, I am more eager to validate my strength, Ash stated with an icy demeanor. Although he was aware of the history between Hanako and Sakaki, Ash had no inclination to delve into their past. After all, his mother, Hanako, had never volunteered that information, and if he were to inquire, he could only imagine the consequences upon returning home. I see. You wish to ascertain your true strength at this moment, do you? Very well, I shall oblige. Sakaki responded without hesitation to Ash's request. The rules of engagement will be 4-on-4. What say you? Sakaki asked. Absolutely. Ash affirmed without a moment's doubt. Let us begin. Go, Donphan. Sakaki threw forth a pokeball, which burst open to reveal a white creature resembling an armored rhinoceros, Donphan, standing resolutely in the arena. Donphan is it? Then I shall choose you, Blastoise, Ash remarked, quickly releasing his own Pokémon. The prowess of this Blastoise is commendable. No doubt it is a testament to her lineage. And it seems that her methods of nurturing Pokémon have been passed down to her child, Sakaki observed, impressed by the appearance of Blastoise. Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump, Ash commanded decisively, taking advantage of Sakaki's momentary distraction to initiate the assault. Roll out. Sakaki issued his command in a calm tone. Blastoise, with its twin cannons, unleashed a torrent of water aimed directly at Donphan. The latter, struck by the attack, succumbed to the quadruple effectiveness of the move, losing its capability to battle in an instant. Sakaki, taken aback, seemed surprised by the extent of Ash's strength. It appears your prowess is formidable, rivaling that of a champion, Sakaki commented, demonstrating his keen insight as a master. Likewise, Ash replied, devoid of any elation, for he was acutely aware that he still possessed his strongest trump card, the legendary Pokémon Mewtwo, yet to enter the fray, and thus he could not afford to lower his guard. Sakaki, choosing not to elaborate further, pressed a red button. Suddenly, a technologically advanced platform ascended, revealing 3 Pokeballs before the assembled audience. Go, Nidoking, Sakaki said, casually tossing one of the Pokeballs. With a flash, a massive blue figure materialized in the arena, Nidoking. Ash, utilizing his system to assess the opponent's strength, discovered that Nidoking was at the quasi-champion level. He glanced at Blastoise, considering that the previous battle had not drained much of its stamina, and felt confident that it could continue to fight, especially since Blastoise still had its Mega Evolution in reserve. Blastoise, are you able to continue battling? Ash asked symbolically, aware that if his Pokémon declined, he could opt for another. Came. Blastoise adjusted its sunglasses, shaking its head vigorously, refusing Ash's suggestion to switch out. It was thoroughly enjoying the battle. There was no way it would concede without a fight. Our turtle clan may be tempted by the promise of sustenance, but we shall never admit defeat. Only a turtle that has fallen in battle may be deemed a loser. Chapter 185, Sakaki's Trump Card. Nidoking Horn Drill. Sakaki instructed without further ado, directing his Pokémon to attack. Blastoise, Water Tail. Ash responded immediately, commanding his Pokémon to react. Nidoking charged forward, its sharp poisonous horn aimed directly at Blastoise. Having endured many encounters with Ash, Blastoise had developed remarkable reflexes, evading any sluggishness due to Nidoking's bulk and striking back with a tail whip akin to crashing waves against Nidoking's abdomen. Though Nidoking winced from the Water Tail's impact, its battle-hardened resolve allowed it to endure the pain and burrow beneath Blastoise. The sudden force of the attack sent Blastoise crashing against the wall. Blastoise, rise! Ash shouted urgently. Came. Blastoise staggered to its feet, determined to continue. Blastoise is coming back, Ash exclaimed, retrieving a keystone from his pocket. With a determined came. Blastoise felt a mysterious energy surge within, mending its wounds and rejuvenating its spirit. Listen to my heart, Blastoise. Mega Evolve, Ash commanded. As his words faded, the keystone in his hand resonated with the evolution stone around Blastoise's neck, both erupting in a dazzling light. Before the eyes of the spectators, Blastoise underwent Mega Evolution, transforming into its Mega form. Sakaki, noticing the transformation, displayed a heightened sense of surprise. Clearly, he was encountering such an evolution for the first time. Oh, is this a novel evolutionary form? Quite intriguing, Sakaki remarked, his interest piqued by Blastoise's new appearance. Mega Evolution, Ash replied succinctly, choosing not to elaborate further as he commanded Blastoise to engage. Blastoise, Aura Sphere. Nidoking, Hyper Beam. Blastoise concentrated all its aura into the cannon atop its head, launching it like a projectile toward Nidoking. Simultaneously, Nidoking prepared its Hyper Beam. Boom. The two forces collided with immense power, generating a cataclysmic shockwave that swept across the arena, whipping the surrounding air into a frenzy. Blastoise, hold on, Ash shouted. Came. Initially struggling, upon hearing Ash's encouragement, Blastoise gritted its teeth, intensifying the firepower of the cannon until it began to surpass Nidoking's Hyper Beam. Feeling the pressure, Nidoking realized it had to exert itself further to avoid defeat. And in a last-ditch effort, it too began to push its limits. The Hyper Beam gradually began to gain ground against the Aura Sphere. Yet Blastoise remained undeterred, pouring every ounce of strength it had into the battle. Boom. In a climactic moment, the two opposing forces reached a threshold and erupted in a massive explosion, engulfing the arena in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the scene revealed both Pokémon lying on the ground, motionless and devoid of the ability to continue fighting. Calmly, Sakaki withdrew Nido, gazing at Satoshi for a moment in silence, seemingly lost in thought. You are quite impressive. After a brief pause, Sakaki suddenly exclaimed, Thank you for the compliment. Satoshi remarked, observing Sakaki's serious expression, which stirred a vague sense of speculation within him. I will now take this seriously. Sakaki stated with utmost seriousness, then retrieved another button from his pocket and pressed it. Another platform slowly ascended, but this time it bore only a single Pokeball, devoid of any others. Go, my old friend. Sakaki tossed forth his Pokeball. A dazzling light illuminated the arena, revealing a Beedrill, distinguished in its demeanor. Glaring fiercely at Satoshi, an information panel abruptly appeared before Satoshi. Pokemon. Beedrill, gender, male, level, 89, potential, divine, ability, sniper, held item, silver powder. Moves, poison jab, string shot, bug bite, fury attack, harden, hone claws, focus energy, sludge bomb, pursuit, toxic spikes. To Satoshi's astonishment, he never expected it to be him. After gleaning the information on Beedrill, he could only exclaim inwardly, then I shall choose him. Subsequently, before the gathered spectators, Satoshi released his own Beedrill, which, though slightly inferior in strength, had reached level 80 under Satoshi's nurturing, trailing Sakaki's Beedrill by 9 levels. With Mega Evolution, its power could soar to 95. Sakaki, upon witnessing Satoshi's Beedrill, displayed surprise, clearly not anticipating that Satoshi would train such a common Pokemon. Very impressive, truly worthy of her child. Your strength has reached such heights. Sakaki commended Satoshi, his expression one of genuine pride. Thank you for the praise, Satoshi replied, adjusting his cap to obscure his expression. What is that? Sakaki suddenly noticed a colorful stone hanging from Beedrill's neck, reminiscent of the one attached to a Blastoise. Upon seeing this stone, Sakaki began to piece together the implications. Beedrill, heed my voice and resonate with my spirit. Upon recognizing the disparity in strength between their Beedrills, Satoshi unhesitatingly opted for his Beedrill to undergo Mega Evolution first. As the Mega Evolution commenced, accompanied by Satoshi's soft whispers, the keystone in his hand gleamed brightly. A blinding light of evolution enveloped Beedrill, revealing a completely transformed form that appeared before Sakaki. Sakaki's eyes widened in astonishment at this new appearance. What an extraordinary ability. It can evolve once more. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Satoshi's Beedrill. If he were to possess such an ability, it would elevate his strongest ace, Beedrill, to an almost divine status, a matter of time. Mega evolution, you say? How intriguing. I am quite interested, Sakaki stated, his excitement evident as he focused intently on Satoshi. Your name is Satoshi, correct? Sakaki inquired with a tone of curiosity. What is it? Satoshi, puzzled by Sakaki calling his name, looked up. Would you be interested in joining my Team Rocket and becoming one of my own? Sakaki extended the invitation to Satoshi with palpable enthusiasm. Satoshi, maintaining his composure, showed no change in expression as he had anticipated Sakaki's invitation to join Team Rocket. No, thank you. Let's just get on with the battle, he urged, feeling the rapid depletion of his stamina. Mega Evolution requires a portion of stamina as a cost for the Pokémon to achieve its transformation. Furthermore, the duration of the Mega Evolution is dictated by the keystone holder. The stronger their stamina, the longer the evolution lasts. With Satoshi's current stamina, he could sustain a single Mega Evolution for a maximum of 1 hour. If all 6 Pokémon were to Mega Evolve simultaneously, the duration would be limited to 10 minutes. Should he exhaust his stamina, Satoshi would need to consume copious amounts of food upon awakening to replenish his energy. Even without exhausting himself, he would still need sustenance to recover the energy expended. Thus, every second was critically valuable for Satoshi, and waste was not an option. Beedrill, use Detect. Sakaki promptly ordered after Satoshi's insistence. Moreover, he was eager to witness the extent of Beedrill's enhancements post-Mega Evolution. Beedrill, use X-Scissor. Satoshi's Beedrill locked its gaze fiercely on Sakaki's Beedrill, raising its stingers in a cross formation and charging forward with intent to cleave through the opponent. At that moment, Satoshi's Beedrill was suddenly infused with a mysterious force, aggressively attacking Sakaki's Beedrill, yet the latter skillfully evaded each strike. Beedrill, remain calm. Do not let the opponent control you. Satoshi soothed Beedrill with a gentle wave of his calming energy. Under the influence of this soothing power, Beedrill quickly regained its composure. That familiar energy, it's the spirit of eternity. Sakaki recognized the presence of this familiar force, realizing that the child of Hanako shared a remarkable connection with him. Having also attained the spirit of eternity, once calmed, Mega Beedrill swiftly retaliated against Sakaki's Beedrill with astonishing speed. Empowered by Mega Evolution, Beedrill's once mediocre talent transformed into exceptional attack and speed, enabling it to exploit the weaknesses of the still unevolved Beedrill. Fortunately, while Sakaki's Beedrill struggled to keep pace with the Mega Beedrill's superior speed, it managed to narrowly evade the attacks. After several exchanges, Sakaki's Beedrill inadvertently fell prey to Mega Beedrill's X-Scissor, sent hurtling away like a cannonball. Yet, even in dire straits, Beedrill managed to block the attack with its stingers, merely knocked back without sustaining serious harm. Witnessing this, Satoshi couldn't help but silently commend Sakaki's ace, Beedrill, for achieving such resilience despite the comparable levels of strength. Beedrill, use Double Team, then proceed with Swords Dance. Satoshi commanded coolly. Beedrill, use Agility to disrupt him with Pin Missile. Sakaki responded swiftly with a new directive. Mega Beedrill conjured shadowy copies and began a dance of battle, seeking to enhance its abilities. Although Sakaki's Beedrill had not undergone Mega Evolution, it had reached its peak under Sakaki's training, and with the use of Agility, it quickly closed in on the multitude of copies, launching Pin Missiles at each one. Surprisingly, even after dispersing all the copies, the true form of Mega Beedrill remained elusive. This sudden turn of events left our Beedrill in a state of disarray. Keenly alert to its surroundings, wary of a potential ambush from the Mega Beedrill controlled by the 6th member of the team. Yet, what caught him completely off guard was the unexpected emergence of the opponent from behind, launching a direct assault on his vulnerabilities. Fortunately, due to his prior caution, Satoshi's Beedrill quickly regained its composure and repelled the Mega Beedrill. This astonishing turn of events nearly left Satoshi in disbelief. He had rehearsed this very strategy with the Mega Beedrill for an extended period, and to witness it countered so deftly was nothing short of miraculous. In his heart, Satoshi acknowledged the prowess of the bee drill nurtured by Sakaki, likening it to a cow soaring through the skies. Truly remarkable. He had never anticipated that the enhanced speed and power bestowed by Mega Evolution would still be countered so effectively by the opponent. At this moment, Satoshi found himself in awe. Suddenly, a figure clad in Team Rocket attire approached Sakaki, whispering something in his ear. Upon hearing the words, Sakaki's expression shifted abruptly, followed by a brief silence as his gaze flickered between the two bee drills and Satoshi, seemingly lost in contemplation. Satoshi, observing this scene, quickly deduced the cause. Likely, Mutuo had escaped. Otherwise, Sakaki would not appear so perturbed. Satoshi, let us conclude this match here, Sakaki declared, his tone grave. I have pressing matters to attend to. So the battle is over. You have triumphed over me twice, while I have not succeeded even once. Congratulations on earning my recognition. Please accept this badge. With that, Sakaki stood and tossed a green badge towards Satoshi. Reacting swiftly, Satoshi caught the badge, examining the azure emblem resembling a head of wheat before looking back at Sakaki, who nodded in acceptance. Although he had not completed a full battle with Sakaki, Satoshi remained hopeful for future opportunities. By the way, regarding your potential membership in Team Rocket, feel free to contemplate it further. The doors of Team Rocket will always remain open for you, Sakaki added, casting one last glance at Satoshi before departing without waiting for a response. Listening to Sakaki's words, Satoshi chose to disregard them and turn to his companions, leading them away from the scene. Upon exiting, he spotted Kasumi and Shigeru. The quest for badges in Kanto had reached its conclusion, and now they awaited the commencement of the Quartz Conference. Chapter 187. Mutuo's counterattack. One having completed their badge collection, Satoshi and his companions embarked on a well-deserved vacation. One day, they arrived at a beach, reveling in their leisure time as they prepared a picnic. Half of our beautiful journey is finally complete. Now we merely await the start of the Quartz Conference. Our Kanto adventure will be deemed a success, Satoshi exclaimed, lounging comfortably in a chair, stretching his limbs with delight. Indeed, with the conclusion of our Kanto journey, does that not imply we must part ways? Kasumi remarked, her face clouded with sorrow. This unexpected wave of melancholy momentarily stunned Shigeru, who paused in his cooking, clearly aware of the underlying sentiment. Why are you all so glum? In truth, no gathering lasts forever. As long as we have aspirations, we will inevitably part ways. It is merely a matter of time. Each of us harbors different ambitions, and this day would eventually arrive. Satoshi had experienced many farewells in his previous life, and thus, he had come to understand this reality. Apart from a slight twinge of sadness in his heart, it dissipated swiftly. Upon hearing Satoshi's words, the surrounding somber atmosphere thickened. Moreover, we have only concluded our Kanto journey. Should we wish to continue traveling, our next destination could be Chengdu, Satoshi added, realizing he may have misstepped in his previous comment, attempting to lighten the mood further. After Satoshi spoke, Shigeru and Kasumi's spirits lifted. Just then, a Dragonite, adorned with a mail pouch, flew into their midst, producing a letter to present to Satoshi. Is this my delivery? Thank you for your efforts, Satoshi exclaimed, extending his arms to accept the letter. Upon receiving it, he retrieved several high-quality energy treats from his pocket suitable for Dragonite. His own Dratini had recently evolved into Dragonite, hence the provisions. Yum. After accepting the delightful offerings, Dragonite gleefully resembled a child. Satoshi chuckled at Dragonite's adorable demeanor before extracting the contents of the letter, revealing a plastic disc invitation. As he began to examine how to utilize it, an image suddenly projected from the disc. A young girl clad in a nun's outfit appeared, bowing slightly to Satoshi and his companions. Forgive my audacity in sending this letter, as you are among the most promising trainers. We cordially invite you to our Master S banquet for the strongest Pokémon trainers. The venue is Pokémon City on New Island. Please complete the enclosed postcard to confirm your attendance. This is an invitation from the most prestigious Pokémon training family. We implore you to accept. With that, the image faded. What do you think? Should we attend? Satoshi inquired, turning to Shigeru and Kasumi. I was just watching. That older sister seemed so beautiful. Shigeru blushed, scratching his head shyly. Satoshi and Kasumi exchanged glances. Kasumi, what are your thoughts? Satoshi asked, noticing Shigeru's focus entirely on the girl, finding him rather unreliable. I respect your judgment, Satoshi, Kasumi replied, glancing at the invitation before articulating her perspective. Hearing Kasumi's response, Satoshi fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Since they consider themselves the strongest trainers, we should go and see for ourselves. After a brief contemplation, he decided. Yum. Upon receiving Satoshi's affirmation, Dragonite nodded eagerly, taking to the skies and soaring toward the other side of the sea. Since you have already decided to go, we will support you, Shigeru declared to Satoshi. Thus, Satoshi and his companions resolved to journey to New Island to meet the so-called strongest trainers. They began packing their belongings, preparing for their departure. Meanwhile, not far away on New Island, Mutuo reclined in a chair, extending a hand to manipulate the winds and clouds over the sea. In an instant, the waters surrounding New Island grew dark and turbulent, as though a fierce storm were brewing quietly. At this time, the Pokémon Center, where trainers were gathering to travel to New Island, was teeming with people. Just as Satoshi and his friends finished their preparations and headed that way, rain began to pour outside. Fortunately, they were not far from the Pokémon Center, and, moving quickly, they arrived without becoming drenched in the downpour. As the trio entered the Pokémon Center, their attention was immediately drawn to the situation unfolding near the harbor, where a large crowd had gathered. They approached and soon discovered that Miss Junsha was providing explanations. It became clear that the unexpected downpour had led to the suspension of flights to New Island, halting any further progress. Fear not, Miss Junsha. Such a trivial storm is no match for my Pokémon. I can traverse it with ease, declared a burly trainer, exuding confidence as he stepped forward. That is not possible. Even I, who am most familiar with the sea, cannot brave it, interjected a striking young lady with blue hair, elegantly dressed in sheer black stockings, standing beside Miss Junsha. Indeed. Furthermore, should any Pokémon sustain injuries during your journey, we lack the means to provide aid here, as Nurse Joy has gone missing, Miss Junsha added, her expression fraught with concern as she pointed toward a missing person's notice in the corner. This is the notice. Should anyone spot her, please contact me. Listen up, Brock and Misty. Prepare yourselves. We will charge out shortly, Ash whispered, foreseeing Miss Junsha's inevitable attempts to dissuade them. Bang! As anticipated, the fervent crowd prompted the earlier confident trainer to unleash a Fiero, which soared boldly into the storm. Once a leader emerged, other self-assured trainers followed suit, releasing their Pokémon as they set off toward New Island. Naturally, Ash was no exception. He too dashed forward, summoning his Gyarados, Blastoise, and Dragonite. Brock mounted Gyarados, while Misty perched atop Blastoise, and Ash held Togepi and Pikachu tightly as they all sped toward New Island. Chapter 188. The counterattack of Mutuo after enduring a tumultuous storm. Ash and his companions finally overcame the trial and arrived at their intended destination, New Island. Upon their arrival, they spotted the nun from the footage, standing at the entrance with a lantern, seemingly awaiting something. Ash descended slowly from Dragonite, who landed gracefully before the nun. Just then, Brock and Misty arrived at the same spot. Ash, Brock and Misty have just made it here. Welcome to Pokémon Castle. Please present your invitation. The nun said upon noticing them. Is this what you mean? Ash replied, rummaging through his pockets until he produced the electronic card Dragonite had given him. Buzz. As he handed it to the nun, a shadow materialized, revealing the very nun before them. These individuals are indeed the invited guests. After confirming their identities, the nun accepted that the trio was indeed summoned trainers. Ah, you truly are her, Brock remarked, scrutinizing the nun's features with utmost seriousness. When he spoke, a confident smile spread across his face. You know me? The nun asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Are you not the Nurse Joy sought in the missing person's notice at the harbor? Brock asserted with conviction. Ah, now that you mention it, there is a resemblance. Misty chimed in, nodding in agreement with Brock's observation. What are you two talking about? I have served in this castle since my birth. The nun firmly denied their claims. Very well, please follow me. All other invited guests have already arrived. Having dismissed their conversation, the nun guided the trio into the castle. Shortly after Ash and his friends departed, 3 drenched figures crawled into view. Following the nun, Ash and his companions entered a brightly lit reception hall, where they encountered the 3 trainers they had seen earlier at the Pokémon Center. Only 3 of you, Brock exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed. There were so many who set off together just moments ago, Misty echoed, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment. The stark contrast between the multitude they had witnessed departing and the scant few now present left them incredulous. Trainers who cannot conquer a storm are of no use. Even if invited, the nun explained matter-of-factly. Please release your Pokémon from their Pokeballs and take a seat, she instructed as she turned to Ash and his friends. Bang! Just as the nun spoke, the massive doors behind them slammed shut with a thunderous sound. What's wrong, Ash? Misty asked, noticing Ash's sudden unease, mistakenly thinking he might be unwell. Nothing. Ash shook his head, choosing not to reveal his feelings. Moments earlier, he had sensed the presence of Mew, realizing it was indeed the familiar one. Now, all that remained was Mutuo. Earlier, Ash had pondered whether the Mew he encountered in the anime would be unfamiliar to him. It seemed clear now that the one outside was the very Mew he recognized. "All right, everyone come forth," Ash declared, tossing all his Pokeballs into the air. 5 Pokeballs burst open, revealing the Pokemon he had brought along: Gengar, Charizard, Beedrill, Gyarados, and Dragonite. As Gengar emerged, it swiftly flew to Ash's side, playfully licking his face with its comically long tongue. "You rascal! Have you been learning from Arcanine at Professor Oak's lab?" Ash exclaimed, pushing away Gengar's affectionate assault, exasperated. "Hee hee." Gengar merely chuckled in response. "All right, you should go over there for now," Ash instructed, shaking his head as he pointed to an empty space. "Okay." Gengar complied without hesitation, darting off to the designated area. "Wow, your Gengar can actually talk. How rare," one of the nearby trainers exclaimed, astonished by Ash's Pokemon. "I think it's not that special," Ash replied, glancing at Gengar and shrugging nonchalantly. "Where did you acquire it? Would you mind sharing?" A trainer inquired, curiosity evident in their voice. "Since you think it's rare, do you really believe there would be more there?" Ash retorted, his tone somewhat sarcastic. You make a valid point," the trainer conceded after reflecting on Ash's words. The presence of Ash's Pokemon was palpable, and the 2 trainers beside him could not help but feel an extraordinary aura emanating from them. "Everyone, thank you for your patience. The world's strongest trainer will soon make their entrance," the nun announced with a calm demeanor. Pikachu was startled by the sudden blackout, promptly climbing onto Ash's shoulder. Meanwhile, Jigglypuff and Togepi, frightened, nestled into Ash's embrace, resembling a scared child. Charizard and Dragonite transformed into vigilant guardians, encircling Ash, while other Pokemon similarly gathered around Brock and Misty. Was this a prelude to a dance party? Did they need a nightlight to liven things up? In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Ash suddenly uttered such a remark. Upon hearing Ash's words, everyone turned their gaze towards him, and the tense ambience noticeably eased. "Brother, at a time like this, you're thinking about dancing? You truly have a bold heart." Suddenly, a beam of blue light descended, forming a passage, and Mewtwo, with a stern expression, slowly descended from above. Ash scrutinized Mewtwo and abruptly noticed that its expression bore a resemblance to Giovanni's. Chapter 189, Mewtwo's Counterattack 3. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce this individual, the most formidable Pokemon trainer, and simultaneously, the most powerful Pokemon, Mewtwo. The nun, who had previously displayed a stoic demeanor, now spoke with grave seriousness regarding Mewtwo's identity. With a grand gesture, Mewtwo illuminated the surroundings, allowing the other trainers to finally witness its true form. How is this possible? A Pokemon as a Pokemon trainer. The burly trainer slammed his fist onto the table in fury, shouting at Mewtwo. This young man, brimming with vitality, dared to raise his voice at Mewtwo. Such audacity was truly unwise. Ash, observing the burly trainer's loss of composure, couldn't help but shake his head. As anticipated, Mewtwo's blue eyes glimmered, and with a wave of its hand, the burly trainer was sent flying across the room. While the concept of a Pokemon becoming a trainer was indeed absurd, the League had never stipulated that only humans could assume the role of trainers. It was merely that encounters had predominantly involved human trainers, leading to the misconception that Pokemon were unworthy of such a title. Ash calmly articulated his thoughts. "What? How dare you say such a thing? Are you no longer human?" The burly trainer, sprawled on the ground, gazed at Ash in disbelief. Even those around them looked at Ash with astonishment, unable to fathom that he would utter such words. Mewtwo also regarded Ash with surprise, seemingly caught off guard by his statement. "Don't look at me, it's a fact. Moreover, I believe if the League were to learn of this individual aspiring to be a trainer, they would undoubtedly consent." Ash nonchalantly sat back in his chair, sipping tea. "On what grounds do you make such an assertion?" The burly trainer retorted loudly upon hearing Ash's words. "On what grounds?" Ash feigned ignorance, stroking his chin with a puzzled expression before leisurely retrieving an identification card from his pocket. "Is this sufficient, child?" He displayed his doctorate to the onlookers. "A doctor?" Except for Ash's companions Brock and Misty, the others stared in shock at the credential in Ash's hands. Dr. Oak, the legendary figure who became a doctor at the tender age of 8 and published numerous groundbreaking research on Pokemon evolution. The female trainer gazed at Ash in astonishment. "Oh, have I now become a legendary figure?" Ash looked incredulously at the other trainers. Though he was aware of the significance of his identity, he had encountered few who recognized him on the streets. He had assumed he was relatively unknown. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. Many had indeed heard of his reputation, albeit few had seen his face. "The renowned Dr. Oak, how can you utter such words without fear of the League's reproach? Do you not feel any shame?" The burly trainer shouted in anger, pointing at Ash. Upon hearing those words, Ash cast a disdainful glance at the burly trainer. What reproach? The entity in question is a legendary Pokémon, my dear fellow. What grounds does the League have for admonishing me? Should they issue an award instead? I am merely forging a bond of friendship with a legendary Pokémon for the League. They would be grateful, not accusatory. Is this child lacking in common sense, or merely not awake yet? Securing the friendship of a legendary Pokémon would undoubtedly bolster the League's strength in future confrontations with other legendary beings, serving as a tremendous asset. How could they possibly reproach me for such a boon? If they were to do so, it would only reflect their incompetence, rendering them unworthy of my service. Obtaining a legendary Pokémon's friendship is unequivocally advantageous, bearing no detriment whatsoever. Mutwo observed Ash and withdrew its gaze, seemingly intrigued by him. If that is your perspective, then there is little I can do, believe what you will. Ash, noticing the trainer's obstinate demeanor, decided to forego further explanation and resumed his tea. With Ash's identity now revealed, the attitude of those around him shifted, and the atmosphere underwent a subtle transformation. After Ash's intervention, the burly trainer reluctantly regained his composure, speaking with considerably less impulsiveness than before. Mutwo, while you may be regarded as the strongest legendary Pokémon in this realm, that designation is not absolute. In this world, there exists no Pokémon that holds the title of eternally the strongest, only those that are stronger. Ash took a sip of tea and spoke with casual indifference. What? It is a legendary Pokémon. Upon hearing Ash's words, everyone present was struck with astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The trainers who had previously considered retorting to Ash now silently expressed gratitude, for had Ash not intervened, they might have provoked the legendary being, leading to dire consequences. How could there possibly exist a Pokémon more powerful than I? The once admiring Mutwo's demeanor shifted to one of fury upon hearing Ash's statement. Indeed, there are many. Ash promptly refuted Mutwo's claim. Lugia of Johto, Ho-Oh of Sinnoh, Rayquaza of Hoenn, Arceus of Sinnoh, Reshiram and Zekrom of Unova, Genesect of Kalos, and Eternatus of Galar, among others. There are still numerous names I have yet to mention. If your perspective is limited to the present, then indeed, you may be the strongest Pokémon. However, among the strongest in the world, you would rank within the top 10, indicating the vast number of powerful Pokémon that exist. Hence, one can never be the ultimate strongest. There will always be stronger beings. And now that you are aware of my status as a doctor, you should also recognize that the majority of what I say holds truth. Ash spoke in one breath. Feeling parched, he took a sip of tea to quench his thirst. Mutwo remained silent, contemplating Ash's words. And what of Mew? After a moment of silence, Mutwo suddenly inquired. Under Arceus, to be more precise. All Pokémon were created by Arceus, and Mew is no exception. Mew contains the genetic material of every Pokémon, which is why it is often referred to as the ancestor of all Pokémon. As for you, Mutwo, born from the genetics of Mew, in a certain sense, from the very moment of your inception, you have become a Pokémon more precious and singular than Mew itself within this world. You are you, Mew is Mew. You are Mutwo, not Mew. Does it truly matter whether you are the original or not? Ash responded to Mutwo's inquiry through telepathy. Chapter 190, The Counterattack of Mutwo 4. Mutwo was momentarily taken aback by Ash's assertions, beginning to ponder the validity of his words. A Pokémon more extraordinary and unique than Mew? It seemed as though Ash's words had swayed Mutwo, as a hint of confusion emerged in his previously resolute gaze. Nevertheless, Mutwo resolved to first accomplish his grand design. He suddenly felt a pressing urgency. If he did not undertake this task now, he might not have another opportunity. Trusting his instincts, which as a psychic-type Pokémon held the ability to foresee the future, he abandoned further contemplation and decided to execute his plan first. Just as Mutwo made this determination, a multitude of black Pokeballs suddenly erupted into the surroundings. Intriguingly, these black Pokeballs had the capability to capture all previously caught Pokémon into their confines. Everyone was witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time and was utterly astonished. Under the regulations of the League, they had never encountered Pokeballs that could ensnare Pokémon already captured, resulting in their shock. Other trainers hastily intervened to prevent their Pokémon from being seized, with some even shielding their Pokémon with their bodies, attempting to block the black Pokeballs. However, their efforts proved futile. The black Pokeballs only needed to make contact with the slightest edge of a Pokémon to capture it. Fortunately, like other Pokeballs, these black ones only captured Pokémon, leaving humans unharmed. Even Ash's Pokémon, upon being touched by the black Pokeballs, were similarly caught. Ash, witnessing his Pokémon being captured, felt utterly powerless. After all, the control over these Pokeballs lay with Mutwo, whose psychic abilities surpassed his own, making it impossible to halt the onslaught of Pokeballs. Yet, he could still impede Mewtwo. Watching his Pikachu being pursued by Mewtwo's Pokeball, Ash dashed toward Mewtwo in desperation. When Mewtwo saw Ash approaching, he dismissed him with indifference, casually summoning a protective shield to encase himself. Take this serious punch. In that moment, Ash seemed to transform into a hero, swiftly closing the distance to Mewtwo and delivering a powerful punch to Mewtwo's shield. In the eyes of Mewtwo, filled with disdain, his psychic barrier shattered before the astonished onlookers. Boom. After being struck, Mewtwo was propelled backward into the air, momentarily stunned. How could a mere human break my shield? Mewtwo exclaimed incredulously, gazing at Ash while suspended aloft. Others, witnessing this spectacle, were equally astonished, their disbelief palpable. Astonishing. A Pokémon pretending to be human just shattered the shield of the legendary Mewtwo with a single punch. If this news spread, would Mewtwo not become the laughingstock of humanity? Nothing is impossible. As long as I am invincible, nothing is unattainable, Ash remarked, his expression calm as he regarded Mewtwo soaring above. It was as if that punch had been merely an ordinary affair. Ridiculous. If I lacked such prowess, how could I train my Pokémon effectively? Upon hearing these words, Mewtwo felt an unprecedented humiliation, his expression darkening to the point of resembling a storm cloud. Suddenly, Mewtwo vanished from the sky and reappeared before Ash, delivering a fierce punch aimed at him, intent on avenging the blow he had just received. What unfolded next was utterly unexpected. Ash, with a single hand, conjured a shield to block Mewtwo's punch. Those who had been worried for Ash now slowly released their breaths, followed by astonishment. They knew Ash was powerful, but never had they imagined he could withstand an attack from a legendary Pokémon. It was simply unfathomable. This revelation also led Ash's traveling companions to realize that the person they had journeyed with was, in fact, a humanoid Pokémon, a notion they had never considered. This kid, Mewtwo thought, observing the wave shield before him, was profoundly shaken. It must be a coincidence. Mewtwo mused, then activated his teleportation ability to disappear, reappearing behind Ash to strike again. However, yet another unforeseen event transpired. Ash did not defend this time, instead countering with a blue orb that appeared unappetizing. Caught off guard once more, Mewtwo was struck. This time he made no attempt to evade and braced himself against the blue orb. After sustaining the hit, Mewtwo's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, he felt as if his very organs had been struck by a powerful blow, incessantly hammered, leaving him in considerable discomfort. Mewtwo staggered back, clutching his aching abdomen. I often teach my Pokémon that a true master always retains the heart of an apprentice. Today, I bestow this wisdom upon you. Do not mention it. Ash spoke evenly, his demeanor calm. In that moment, Mewtwo recognized that this human was unlike any he had encountered before. For within this human lay an immensely powerful force, perhaps one that could instill fear in him. Contemplating this, Mewtwo's expression grew grave when he turned to Ash again. The arrogance he once wore had vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. At this moment, Mewtwo resolved to be earnest. Mewtwo vanished once more, this time moving with an astonishing speed, far greater than before. With Mewtwo serious, Ash knew he too must adopt a serious stance, otherwise, the pretense he had just maintained might dissipate. Ash, now equally resolute, utilized teleportation. As Mewtwo soared, Ash ascended using his psychic abilities as well. Should Mewtwo venture too far, Ash would strike with a wave attack. If they drew closer, he would unleash a spiral attack. If struck, he would defend with a wave shield, and if injured, he would use a healing technique. In every respect, Ash remained unscathed. The spectators on the ground gazed up at the aerial battle between Mewtwo and Ash, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and wonder. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scene in their days as trainers. Perhaps this moment was singular, never to be replicated. Thus, they focused intently, determined not to miss a single moment of this extraordinary encounter. In life, such an event may only occur once. So they resolved to observe closely and remember well. After witnessing this spectacle, the other trainers felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, the league prohibited trainers from entering the fray. Otherwise, what would be the point of the competition? Chapter 191. The Counterattack of Mewtwo 5. In the sky, Mewtwo and Ash exchanged blows for several rounds, each clash resonating with thunderous intensity, yet neither could claim victory. The trainers on the ground watched the unfolding scene in awe, collectively feeling that their visit today was indeed worthwhile. Wait a moment. Isn't he also a participant in this year's Indigo League? Ah, indeed. If he is a contestant this time, what else is there to participate in? This trainer is already so formidable, so what about his Pokémon? Surely they must be even stronger. Amidst this discussion, some trainers noticed the quiet presence of Brock and Misty. One trainer seemed to recall something and turned his gaze toward Brock and Misty, who had just arrived with Ash. You two are the companions of Dr. Oak, who just battled that Pokémon in the sky, right? Yes, they replied meekly, nodding in response to the inquiries of the other trainers. Is he a contestant in the Indigo League this time? Someone asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. Yes. Brock and Misty exchanged glances, recalling their earlier conversation, before confirming their response. How strong is his Pokémon? Very strong. Brock and Misty promptly nodded in unison, without any superfluous words. That's it. The champion of this Indigo League is destined to be Dr. Oak. Upon hearing this information, the other trainers instantly felt a wave of despair. Truly, Dr. Oak is remarkable. Not only is he proficient in research, but he excels at training Pokémon as well. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I would like to be his girlfriend. If I cannot become the champion, then I shall become the champion's woman. Wouldn't that still make me a winner? The only female trainer among them, after confirming Ash's capabilities, immediately devised such a plan. The other two trainers, alongside Brock and Misty, exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Just then, a pink figure suddenly appeared, curiously glancing left and right. Eventually, upon sensing a familiar aura, it looked up to see a familiar silhouette engaged in battle with an unfamiliar Pokémon. Mew, upon sensing the presence of the Pokémon fighting Ash, displayed a hint of confusion in its eyes. However, it quickly dismissed it. After all, it is the ancestor of all Pokémon, so it seemed normal for its descendants to have their own auras. Noticing Ash, Mew thought they were engaged in some delightful activity and nonchalantly flew closer. The battling Mewtwo noticed Mew's presence and turned its gaze toward it. Mew. Upon seeing Mew approach, Mewtwo, already fuming from the battle, became enraged and charged toward Mew. Meanwhile, Mew, initially intending to approach Ash for food, was now faced with an approaching Mewtwo, which bore a striking resemblance to itself. With remarkable reflexes, Mew vanished just as Mewtwo was about to make contact. During the battle with Ash, Mewtwo had already released its hold on Nurse Joy, who was nearly about to fall. Seizing the opportunity, Brock swiftly rushed over to catch Nurse Joy. What Pokémon is that? Both Misty and Nurse Joy, noticing the commotion involving Mewtwo, expressed their confusion upon seeing Mew. They seemed to hope for an explanation from someone knowledgeable, and to their surprise, there was indeed an answer, though not from a human. Mew. It is referred to as the most precious Pokémon in this world. Indeed, whether it be a legendary beast or a mythical creature, it is a treasure. Mewtwo abruptly halted midway through its pursuit. Upon hearing Mewtwo's words, Mew tilted its head in confusion, but soon lost interest and flew toward Ash, circling around him. Ash, witnessing Mew's antics, couldn't help but chuckle. Even at this moment, it still desires food. Truly, that's just like you, Mew. Having spent several years with Mew, Ash quickly understood its intentions. Mew usually appeared at mealtime, circling around him to indicate its desire for food, without an ounce of hesitation. Reluctantly, Ash pretended to retrieve some of Mew's favorite treats from his pocket and offered them to Mew. Ever since Ash frequently accompanied the professor to other cities, Mew had begun to visit him less often. With so many people around, Mew certainly wouldn't expose itself to humans, lest it attract unwanted trouble. Nevertheless, they would still encounter each other around 100 times a year. Upon seeing the food, Mew joyfully accepted the offering and began munching away. Do you know Mew? Mewtwo quickly recognized the situation between Mew and Ash. Yes. Ash nodded in acknowledgement. Then why didn't you tell me? Mewtwo asked, exasperated. You never asked, Ash shrugged, feeling helpless. If I don't ask, you won't say anything? Mewtwo pondered for a moment, realizing that was indeed the case, but then reconsidered. If I don't ask, will you keep it a secret for life? If you don't ask, what can I say? Ash was even more bewildered by Mewtwo's convoluted reasoning. You jerk. Mewtwo, in a fit of rage, charged at Ash. What is your problem? Why are you coming at me? Ash exclaimed, promptly retreating. Mewtwo, now devoid of reason, was not to be trifled with. There's a saying that an evil transformation can multiply one's combat power, while a redeemed state can diminish it significantly. Ash had no intention of provoking Mewtwo in its current state. Mew. Mew suddenly appeared in front of Ash, blocking Mewtwo's path. Chef. Ash furrowed his brow upon hearing that. Wait, when did I become a chef for some mischievous Pokémon? I previously regarded you as a friend, yet you treat me as a mere cook. Upon hearing Mew's words, Ash's lips twitched in disbelief, feeling utterly speechless. Chapter 192, Mewtwo's Counterattack. The end. Everyone, I'm utterly speechless. There's a mischievous mythical Pokémon treating me as a mere chef. This is too ridiculous. It should be taken out and dealt with. Humph, this is fine. We can finally determine who the strongest Pokémon truly is. Mewtwo, confident in its own strength, said this to Mew. Meanwhile, Ash observed this with a hint of confusion. If he recalled correctly, they were supposed to be discussing the true essence, not merely the strongest Pokémon. It seems I have quite the talent for verbal escapades. What I said has indeed had some effect, since Mewtwo has ceased its pursuit of its original form. It implies that this battle will not endure for long or be particularly fierce. Mew, shaking its head, summoned a bubble ball, reclining upon it and indulging in playful antics. What? You dare to refuse my request? Mewtwo's eyes blazed with fury upon witnessing Mew's dismissal of its demand. Subsequently, a shadowy sphere shot forth from Mewtwo's hand, aimed directly at Mew, shattering the bubble beneath it. Rather than confronting Mewtwo over the destruction of its bubble ball, Mew simply repositioned itself and conjured another pink bubble ball. Observing this, Mewtwo, without hesitation, unleashed another shadow ball, obliterating Mew's newly formed bubble. This exchange persisted for an extended period. Enough, Mewtwo. Mew is merely a Pokémon tasked with safeguarding the World Tree and cannot match your prowess. Even if you were to defeat Mew, the mightiest Pokémon will always remain Arceus. What purpose does this serve? You might as well challenge Arceus directly, Ash proposed telepathically, noting Mewtwo's audacious demeanor. Mewtwo, upon hearing Ash's suggestion, did not immediately reject it, but fell into contemplation. Ash, seizing the moment of Mewtwo's pause, pressed on with fervor. If you manage to vanquish Arceus, you will undoubtedly claim the title of the world's strongest Pokémon, will you not? Mewtwo remained silent for a moment, mulling over Ash's words. So where's Arceus? Do you know where to find it? Mewtwo inquired, its interest piqued. Of course, but it will take 2 or 3 years for it to emerge. As it is currently in slumber and cannot engage in battle, Ash continued. Is that truly the case? Mewtwo asked, gazing earnestly at Ash. Absolutely. How could I possibly deceive you? You possess psychic abilities. Surely you can sense the truth in my words. Ash affirmed confidently. Even so, I am not in a position to challenge it at present. How can you dare propose such a condition? Mewtwo's eyes blazed with lethal intent as it fixed its gaze upon Ash. I can propose it because it's true. You still have your psychic powers, capable of discerning lies. Do you not? Ash retorted, a hint of defiance in his expression. After a prolonged silence and deep contemplation, Mewtwo ultimately decided to trust in its own abilities and Ash's integrity. After all, its psychic powers genuinely allowed it to detect falsehoods, and it was aware of whether Ash was deceiving it. Very well, then let us depart. Mewtwo's eyes glimmered with azure light as it observed the newly emerged Pokémon from its clone. Gradually, it ascended into the sky, controlling the other cloned Pokémon with its psychic prowess, seemingly preparing to leave with them. Is it truly that simple? This seems even easier than I anticipated. Ash mused as he watched Mewtwo take the Pokémon away. Suddenly, he recalled something and shouted towards the departing Mewtwo, Wait. You haven't given me the means to contact you. How will I reach you when the time comes? Fortunately, Mewtwo had not ventured far enough to miss Ash's words. A pink psychic mark descended from above, landing upon Ash's wrist. At the moment the mark touched him, Ash instinctively comprehended how to use it. By channeling his psychic energy into it, he could summon Mewtwo. Excellent. Now I have another legendary Pokémon connection. Once I reach Sinnoh, I'll be safe when I encounter Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Ash thought to himself. Mewtwo, if I run into other formidable legendaries, can I call on you for a warm-up? As Ash envisioned the legendary encounters awaiting him in his future travels, he transmitted a message to Mewtwo. Mewtwo's mark was incredibly convenient. No matter where Ash found himself, he could communicate through the mark on his wrist, which was quite intriguing. However, after sending the message, Ash awaited a response for quite some time, seemingly lost in thought. Just as he was about to give up, a voice suddenly emanated from the mark. Certainly. Upon hearing Mewtwo's affirmative response, a smile crept across Ash's face. This is splendid. With Mewtwo as my formidable guardian, I need to get my hands dirty. He rejoiced inwardly. What a tremendous advantage. Meanwhile, Mew, observing the mark on Ash's wrist, seemed inexplicably anxious, as if fearing that its culinary companion might be snatched away. Worried that its own progeny had set its sights on its chef. After all, the household's provisions were already limited, and the prospect of another competitor was unwelcome. Determined to thwart any possible rivalry, Mew branded Ash's other wrist with a mark, identical in nature to Mewtwo's. Ah, this is truly a case of like mother, like child. Even the markings are identical. Ash mused, now adorned with 2 mystical tattoos on his wrists. Just then, a voice echoed from behind. We're back. It was Gengar, accompanied by a familiar yellow figure that leaped into Ash's embrace. A small, wobbly Togepi followed, making its way toward its beloved trainer. Thus concluded Mutwo's audacious endeavor. As the main players had departed, other trainers, reclaiming their Pokémon, approached Ash to bid farewell before departing themselves. Once the farewells were complete, Ash summoned his Pokémon, preparing to return home. After escorting Nurse Joy back to the Pokémon Center, Ash's journey continued. Chapter 193, Archaeology. With ample time remaining before the Grand Assembly of the Indigo League, Ash and his companions visited Professor Oak upon their arrival in Pallet Town. Following their meeting, Ash took Brock and Misty back to his home. Ash's mother, warm-hearted as ever, greeted them with genuine concern and affection. During this visit to Pallet Town, Ash recalled that on Professor Oak's back mountain resided a colossal onyx he had previously intended to capture but had neglected to do so. Long ago, Ash had learned of this gigantic onyx dwelling in the depths of the mountain and had often ventured there, hoping for a fortuitous encounter. After a month of persistent attempts, he finally encountered the massive creature and, employing gentle electric techniques and culinary delights, managed to win its favor, successfully capturing the giant onyx. However, due to the urgency of prior events, he had forgotten to secure its capture. Now that he had returned, Ash was determined to claim it. Fortunately, the colossal onyx had not fallen into the hands of the fighting king, Corona. Otherwise, Ash would have been inconsolable. After capturing the onyx, he began preparing the finest evolution materials for it. Originally a Pokémon with the potential of a champion, Onyx has successfully transformed into a quasi-champion under Ash's meticulous preparation of evolution materials, now just a step away from evolving into a Steelix of championship caliber. With their badges fully collected, their journey recommences, this time imbued with a spirit of exploration and a quest to train other Pokémon. After all, many of the Pokémon in their possession have yet to reach the pinnacle of their potential, necessitating an enhancement of their abilities before the court's conference begins. One day, while Ash and his companions were taking a break, Ash focused on training other Pokémon. In a moment of precise training, a rocky outcrop was inadvertently shattered by one of the Pokémon, revealing a hidden relic. What on earth is this? Have I stumbled upon an ancient tomb? Ash's initial reaction upon discovering the relic was that he might have found the burial site of a significant historical figure. What is this? Misty exclaimed, having hastily approached the site. If I'm not mistaken, this appears to be a relic. Brock sifted through the debris and ultimately unearthed a glimmering golden artifact. Suddenly, an archaeology enthusiast dressed like a scholar appeared and snatched the item away, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass. Quick on his feet, Ash swiftly reclaimed the artifact from the girl's grasp. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The archaeology girl, initially taken aback, soon stomped her foot in anger. Glaring at Ash, I was about to ask you the same thing. You didn't even inquire before attempting to take what we found. Ash retorted, we are archaeologists, and such significant historical objects should rightfully be entrusted to us. The girl countered defiantly. You may claim to be archaeologists, but that does not excuse your lack of courtesy. Ash maintained his stance, refusing to yield simply because she was a girl. After all, they had discovered the item first, and her presumption to take it without asking was unacceptable. Let it go, Ash. She's just a girl. Besides, it's a trivial matter. There's no need to be so petty. Brock interjected, immediately coming to the defense of the archaeology enthusiast upon seeing her. Brock, you're being unreasonable. Don't be so easily swayed just because she's a girl. That will leave you friendless, Ash replied, exasperated. What is going on here? At that moment, another member of the archaeology team approached. Upon learning the circumstances, the archaeologist chastised the girl before turning to Ash. As he drew closer, he felt an uncanny familiarity with Ash and momentarily lost his train of thought, pondering who this individual might be. After a brief contemplation, his eyes widened in recognition, and he greeted Ash with a broad smile. Haha, what a surprise to see you here. Dr. Ash Ketchum. No wonder there have been rumors of your travels. It's truly you, the archaeologist exclaimed jovially. After all, this was the renowned figure who had assisted the League in unraveling numerous evolutionary mysteries, a well-respected individual within the community. Failing to treat him properly could lead to repercussions from the League. Moreover, it was rumored that Ash had earned his doctorate at the tender age of 8, making him nearly as esteemed as his mentor, Professor Oak. This clearly illustrated the significant stature Ash had attained within the League. Furthermore, the archaeologist was aware that Ash was well-versed in ancient texts, and they were in dire need of someone capable of deciphering them. What a fortuitous turn of events. Ash, sensing the archaeologist's welcoming demeanor, chose not to remain confrontational. Continuing to push the matter would serve no purpose. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, as it might lead to future encounters being strained. Hey, Misty, the doctor has already forgiven you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Dr. Ash Ketchum? The archaeologist prompted the still-dazed Misty. Ah, never mind. I don't think it's necessary, Ash replied, shaking his head. Having realized the girl did not act out of malice, he chose not to pursue the matter further. His intent was merely to teach her a lesson about acting impulsively. Thank you, Dr. Ash Ketchum, Misty said as she stepped forward and bowed respectfully. It's quite all right, Ash responded, opting for brevity in their conversation. Having learned from this experience, Misty would likely think twice before acting rashly in the future. Well then, Dr. Ketchum, I actually have a favor to ask of you. Would you be able to assist me in deciphering some ancient texts? The archaeologist inquired cheerfully. After a moment's consideration regarding the request, Ash realized he had ample time available and agreed to assist. Thank you for your help, Dr. Ketchum, the archaeologist exclaimed, elated by Ash's consent. Don't mention it. I won't be here long. Probably just until tomorrow, Ash replied with a smile. Although Ash had already acquired the 8 gym badges, his primary purpose for being there was to explore the relic. He intended to summon the 3 ancient Pokémon and have Dragonite escort them away. However, he remained unsure whether those 3 Pokémon were the targets Dragonite was seeking. If not, he would have to rely on his connections and venture to the Isle of Dragons to introduce Dragonite to other Dragon-type Pokémon, hoping to find the companions it sought. If that proved futile, he would then need to embark on a global search. Ahem, I seem to have digressed. Back to the matter at hand. Oh, so soon? The archaeologist's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing the news. After all, individuals knowledgeable about ancient texts were hard to come by. Yet, upon reflecting on Ash's status, he resigned himself to the situation. One day is better than none. After all, it's not like I can't benefit from this opportunity. Soon, under the guidance of the archaeologists, they arrived at the excavation site. Observing the organized operations, they entered a tent. This figurine is Psyduck? Misty exclaimed upon spotting a peculiar item inside the tent. I can't believe ancient civilizations revered Psyduck. This ancient culture seems quite intriguing, she mused. Recalling her own Psyduck and reflecting on the past reverence for the species, though she found it somewhat perplexing. Pokemon civilization? What does that entail? Brock inquired, having noted the key point of interest. It is said that in that era, humans worshipped the powers of Pokemon as divine entities. I was skeptical before, but now seeing it, I can hardly believe it's true, Misty reminisced, contemplating her earlier memories. Indeed, the discoveries unearthed upon this mountain not only affirmed the existence of the ancient civilization of Pokemon, but at the outset, as White was elucidating matters to the two, an unexpected voice from outside abruptly interrupted their discourse. Everyone, come and see this. An archaeologist rushed in, clasping a golden spoon. This is the item that pairs with the golden eye. Captain, where did you find this? Upon seeing the artifact, White was filled with astonishment and eagerly inquired of the archaeologist. Right behind that massive bronze vessel, the archaeologist responded, brimming with excitement. Could the two forces of Pokemon civilization refer to these? White mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. By the way, why do you all keep calling her Miss White, Doctor? She looks so young, Misty asked, perplexed. Ah, that's because White deciphered the ancient Pokemon script at the tender age of 6, creating quite a stir in the academic community. She is indeed a brilliant young prodigy, the captain exclaimed. Of course, our Dr. Scherzing is equally impressive, being the youngest Pokemon researcher at just 8 years old, pioneering studies in Pokemon evolution. In terms of intellect, they are on the same level. While introducing Dr. White, the captain also made a point to highlight Ash's accomplishments. After all, their research focuses diverged, naturally leading to distinct differences. A brilliant young prodigy. Both Brock and Misty gasped in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. All right, Captain, that's enough, White interjected, her cheeks flushed with shyness at the captain's praises. By the way, Dr. Scherzing, it is an honor to meet you. White regained her composure and turned her attention to Ash. However, Ash felt no elation from their compliments, as he had heard them countless times before. Initially, it might have brought him joy, but over time, it had lost its charm. Moreover, since these accolades were not truly his own achievements, he felt an unshakable sense of indebtedness to others, rendering him reluctant to bask in their praise. I'm just a minor figure, not worth mentioning, Ash humbly replied. Oh, by the way, Dr. Scherzing, I've heard you have a slight understanding of ancient scripts. I wonder if you could assist in deciphering the ancient text contained within this. White produced a stone tablet, resembling a precious artifact, and placed it before Ash. This tablet records the ancient civilization of Pokemon. Let me take a look. I may not be able to decipher it fully, as I only have a rudimentary understanding. So please don't mock me if I falter, Ash responded cautiously. How could we? We merely wish for the doctor to examine it and see if it can be interpreted. We would never laugh at you. White fervently shook her head, emphasizing her sincerity. That's a relief, Ash stated, then grasped the ancient tablet and employed the skills previously bestowed upon him by the system, mastering the ancient script. As he meticulously began to analyze the inscriptions on the stone tablet, the two forces capable of annihilating the world, the inky darkness that stains the sky, and the golden gaze that disrupts the atmosphere. The conflict that divided this world rendered humanity powerless. The heavens opened a portal to another realm, and in that moment, the force that restored tranquility transformed into a sphere, retreating back beneath the earth. After perusing the inscriptions, he nearly questioned whether the depicted Pokémon differed in nature, as it bore resemblance to the tale of the legendary Pokémon. Indeed, Dr. Scherzing, you are remarkable. Not only do you possess a gift for evolution research, but your interpretative abilities are equally astute. It would be a pity if someone of your caliber did not engage in the study of ancient texts, White expressed, her respect for Ash deepening. With a talent like Dr. White in the field, the realm of ancient texts hardly requires someone like me. My interests lie more in the study of evolution, Ash replied with a smile, declining White's invitation. Very well, White sighed, revealing a look of regret upon hearing his response. As for the content here, I feel utterly perplexed. I cannot grasp its meaning at all, Misty lamented, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. It is precisely because I do not comprehend the contents that I yearn to unravel this mystery. White quickly shifted from her disappointment to a state of eager anticipation. Chapter 195, Summoning the Gigantamax Dragonite. Ash observed her curious demeanor, secretly amused. Thank goodness I am a transmigrator and aware of the circumstances here. Otherwise, I might also find myself in her position. Yet, it must be said, this feeling of possessing knowledge while others remain oblivious is truly exhilarating. Ash, why do I get the impression that you seem rather pleased? Do you know something? Misty scrutinized Ash's expression with suspicion. How could I possibly know? This is my first visit. I couldn't possibly know anything. Don't be ridiculous. Ash shook his head, unwilling to divulge his insights. Although he was aware of the narrative's trajectory, having recently arrived, asserting knowledge of the unfolding events would compel him to concoct numerous excuses to conceal this falsehood, which would only complicate matters. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious, Misty conceded, recognizing Ash's reluctance to continue the conversation. All right, to unlock the secrets, let us commence our excavation. Onward, Brock declared, brandishing his shovel with a fierce determination as he marched toward the excavation site. Observing Brock's fervor, Ash sighed with exasperation, placing a hand on his forehead before joining the others in grasping a shovel and heading toward the digging site. Not far from them, a group was observing Ash and his companions through binoculars, seemingly acquiring crucial information. However, this very information caused one of their members to become rather inflated with pride. Indeed, this member was Meowth. Adoring Pokémon, venerating Pokémon, the ancient civilization is simply marvelous, Meowth exclaimed with excitement, flaunting an arrogant demeanor as it stood atop Jessie's head. You mere mortals, come and worship me. Thud. The unfortunate Jessie, having been used as a pedestal, wore a terrifying expression, veins bulging on her forehead. The irate Jessie would not tolerate Meowth's insolence, responding with a swift punch that sent Meowth flying. James, seemingly having endured this for quite some time, seized the opportunity to deliver several more blows as Meowth descended. Meowth, have you lost your mind? You think you're so great, huh? Thus, Team Rocket spent another day in mutual affection, with the weather shining brightly. It was yet another beautiful day. In the dead of night, Ash removed the dragon scale of Gigantamax Dragonite from its back. Under the moonlight, the detached scale reflected the pure white glow of the moon, radiating even more brilliance after being infused with the power of aura, illuminating the darkness like a beacon, guiding travelers through the night. Heed my call, arise Gigantamax Dragonite. Ash raised the dragon scale high, shouting fervently. However, contrary to Ash's expectations, the Gigantamax Dragonite did not immediately materialize. Instead, the scale merely emitted a dazzling light. It seemed as if the scale was meant solely to shine, not to actually summon the divine dragon. Could this be a counterfeit? Ash pondered, gazing at the scale in his hand. It should not be the case. The system has indeed introduced that this entity can summon a Gigantamax Dragonite. After some contemplation, Ash ultimately deduced that the Gigantamax Dragonite was likely en route, hence its delayed arrival. He considered this possibility to be the most plausible. Thus, Ash patiently awaited the arrival of the Gigantamax Dragonite. Pikachu, unleash your thunder with all your might. Ash commanded his Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Pika. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu leaped down from his shoulder. With its tiny arms bent in a gesture of encouragement, Pikachu's expression was one of utmost seriousness. The red electric sac pulsated with tiny bolts of lightning, exuding an aura of determination as if it were expending every ounce of its strength. As Pikachu gathered its energy, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with lightning and thunder, suffused with a sense of impending doom. Boom! A thunderous roar akin to an explosion reverberated through the sky. This commotion thoroughly roused the staff who had just drifted into slumber. What on earth is happening? Is sleep no longer an option? What is going on? Oh my, that startled me. May I inquire which ancestral spirit has summoned this wrath from the heavens? I wish to pay homage and inherit such a skill. As the awakened individuals emerged to investigate, they initially assumed it was the mischief of some rogue. To their astonishment, they soon noticed that the sky above was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, so dense that it was evident even in the night. Once everyone acknowledged the terrifying atmosphere overhead, fear swept through the crowd, leading to a flurry of speculation about the source of the disturbance that had provoked such divine wrath. Some even expressed admiration for the instigator of this celestial fury, expressing a desire to apprentice under them. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the darkened clouds, momentarily illuminating the entire sky in a blinding white. Everyone stood in shock at the sight. Just as the crowd was left awestruck, the lightning struck the ruins. Goodness! That direction seems to be where the ruins are, someone exclaimed, pointing toward the distant site. Now that you mention it, it certainly does. Another replied, what do you mean certainly? That's unmistakable. Hurry, let's go see for ourselves. Do you wish to witness the ruins' destruction? Following this prompt, the crowd snapped to attention, hastily making their way toward the site, fearful that the long-sought ruins might be obliterated. Hey, where did Ash go? I haven't seen him since earlier. Meanwhile, as the others rushed forward, Brock and Misty, who had accompanied Ash, noted his absence. Indeed, where could Ash have gone? They pondered, scratching their heads as they searched for his figure. What are you looking for? Perhaps I could assist. A sudden voice interjected. They turned to find it was White. Ash has been missing for a while now. Do you happen to have any idea of his whereabouts, Miss White? Brock transformed into a gentlemanly demeanor as he approached White, gently taking her hand and inquiring earnestly. I haven't seen him, White replied, awkwardly withdrawing her hand while offering a polite yet embarrassed smile and shaking her head. Perhaps Ash has already arrived at the ruins. Shall we go check? White suggested. That seems reasonable, Brock conceded, revealing a crestfallen expression at his failed attempt. The three then made their way toward the site. Chapter 196, The Ancient Pokémon. As Ash's actions had awakened the entire crowd, he could now confidently await the emergence of the ancient Pokémon. Amidst the chaos, he blended in with the crowd, feigning a hurried approach like everyone else. Before long, Brock and Misty located Ash. Ash, so you are here. Did you know that thunder just struck the ruins? Now, ancient scholars are almost convinced that this site is a cursed ruin, frightening all researchers away. Ah, is that so? How unfortunate. Ash, the unwitting cause of the disturbance, sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Indeed, after all our efforts to reach this stage, we inadvertently summoned divine retribution, transforming it into a cursed site. This implies that even Arceus disapproves of the emergence of these ruins, White lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the site that was on the brink of development, only to be thwarted by such circumstances. With a resigned sigh, White expressed her dismay. Upon hearing her words, Ash fell silent, clearly taken aback by the unexpected consequences of merely having Pikachu use thunder. However, from a certain perspective, it was indeed a calamity, especially given that the legend spoke of two Pokémon within possessing the power to annihilate the world. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence, Ash suggested, somewhat timidly. In that regard, it may indeed be so, White mused, momentarily taken aback by Ash's reasoning. In truth, many were unaware that thunderstorms could occur without rain. It was simply a rare phenomenon. Not entirely impossible. Hey, what is that? An observant archaeologist spotted something on the ground. Hearing the commotion, others approached with flashlights, directing their beams toward the source. Illuminating the area, they discovered a dark object resembling a dumbbell. Is that a dumbbell? Who would leave a dumbbell out here at this hour? Goodness. Have we stumbled upon something unseemly? That thing can fly. As the crowd expressed their confusion, the dumbbell-like object suddenly lifted off the ground in plain view and began soaring toward the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Ash discreetly retrieved his golden eye and spoon, swiftly inserting them. Almost immediately, the black dumbbell transformed into a colossal Gengar. The golden eye, upon acquiring the spoon, also ascended, morphing into a gigantic haunter. These two fated Pokémon collided once more, aided by Ash. Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept down from above, heralding the arrival of a familiar entity. Ash looked up, and indeed, it was the massive Dragonite he recognized descending toward them. Roar, is this the companion you sought? Dragonite's voice resonated from above as it gracefully landed, addressing Ash. Yes. Ash nodded in affirmation. After receiving confirmation, Dragonite approached the two Pokémon as if inspecting a shipment. After a thorough examination, it noticed that their auras were distinct from its own, though their sizes were comparable, adorned with markings. Dragonite could not help but shake its head. Under the watchful gaze of Dragonite, the two ancient Pokémon regarded it with trepidation. Alas, this is not the Pokémon I seek, Dragonite lamented, shaking its head in disappointment. Well then, it seems this journey has been in vain. Observing Dragonite's firm assertion, Ash resigned himself to the fact that he had indeed come away empty-handed. After all, having already received a favor from the creature, he had hoped to find its companion in one fell swoop. By the way, in my haste during our last encounter, I neglected to inquire, are you searching for a partner of similar stature, or one that resembles you in appearance? With Dragonite having concluded its examination, Ash sought clarification to avoid any future missteps. One that looks like me. That place is teeming with dragon-type Pokémon, Dragonite responded after a moment's contemplation. Oh, so that is the location. With this newfound clue from Dragonite, Ash's understanding dawned, and he nodded appreciatively. Clearly, he had grasped the significance of the location. Do you require assistance? Dragonite inquired, casting a glance at the two ancient Pokémon ahead, its tone imbued with kindness. Then let us engage. Ash replied eagerly, reciprocating Dragonite's offer through telepathy. What is happening? How has yet another ancient Dragonite appeared? Records have documented such occurrences. Albeit ancient texts referred to a pink Pokémon. How has this become Dragonite? Indeed, this Dragonite before them lacks any rosy hue. How has it been misidentified as a pink creature? Could it be that the ancients were colorblind? Other archaeologists, upon witnessing Dragonite's imposing form, mistakenly assumed it to be another ancient Pokémon like the two before them. Just as they were mired in their misunderstanding, Dragonite took decisive action. In this battle, Alakazam and Gengar Rare joined forces to confront this previously unseen Dragonite. Dragonite, wielding its prowess as a level 2 deity, navigated the 2-on-1 scenario with remarkable ease. Before long, the clash concluded. The ground trembled, and the very mountains shook as Dragonite triumphed over the two ancient Pokémon. Following the battle, the two ancient beings appeared to have exhausted their energy and reverted to their original forms. After vanquishing them, Dragonite offered no words to Ash, instead bolting away, wary that Ash might next demand a kidney. Just moments ago, Dragonite had sensed the presence of Mew and Mutwo, realizing that Ash was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, it sought to distance itself. Watching Dragonite flee, Ash felt a mix of confusion and regret. He had intended to request something valuable, yet it had dashed away. It felt akin to a duck that had nearly landed but instead took flight. Dragonite had grown wise to this ruse and was no longer easily deceived. Although he had not secured any treasures from Dragonite, he was relieved that the trouble had been resolved. With the issue settled, Ash and his companions concluded their rest and set forth the following day, energized and ready to embark on their next adventure to Dragon Island. Chapter 197, Arrival at the Quartz Plateau. Doctor, my special training has concluded. I have come to bid you farewell, Ash informed Professor Oak. Indeed. Upon reflection, it is indeed time for your departure, Professor Oak acknowledged, nodding thoughtfully. How did your training on the back mountain fare? Did your Pokémon's strength improve significantly? He inquired with curiosity. Quite well, I would say. It was a success, Ash replied, nodding in agreement. After days of rigorous training, all his Pokémon had reached elite levels, with some even achieving champion status. Shigeru and Kasumi have already set off. You are the last to depart, Professor Oak remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Ash. Noticing the professor's expression, Ash realized he was being teased about his lack of a girlfriend. Professor Oak, you've changed. I am preparing to leave, he retorted, feigning ignorance in response to the professor's jest. Very well, Ash, do your best, Professor Oak encouraged with a hearty laugh. I shall temporarily take these 6 Pokémon to compete. Later, I may need your assistance to transport others, Ash requested. Rest assured, that is my area of expertise. Professor Oak assured him with a chuckle, patting his chest in confidence. Thank you, Professor. I must be on my way, Ash said as he rose to bid farewell. Good luck, Ash. Professor Oak nodded, offering encouragement. Understood, Ash replied before exiting the research facility, heading home to gather with Brock and Misty to prepare for their journey to the Quartz Plateau. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. Ash and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the Quartz Plateau. Upon entering the Quartz League, they spotted a throng of people waving league flags, eagerly gazing behind them. Ash understood they were observing the ceremonial flame and felt no sense of unease. What are all these people doing? Misty inquired, puzzled. I recall that during the annual court's conference, there is a procession of the ceremonial flame. If I am not mistaken, they are watching the flame behind us, Brock deduced. Glancing back, sure enough, not far behind, a group was running towards them, led by a man in sports attire and an aberrarum, accompanied by Miss Junsha and a convoy, creating quite a spectacle. Ah, so that is the ceremonial flame, Misty exclaimed, now enlightened by Brock's explanation. Given that the court's conference had been held several times, such details were no longer secrets. All right, they are approaching. Let us hasten our departure. Ash urged his companions to leave as the procession neared. Brock and Misty readily complied, following Ash towards the contestant area, while Ash paid no mind to Team Rocket, as the flame ceremony was not his concern. Once they had departed, Ash and his companions soon arrived at the contestant zone to rest. So, this is the contestant area? Brock and Misty marveled at the bustling atmosphere filled with participants. Hey, isn't that Ash? You finally decided to show up. A familiar voice called out. Recognizing the obnoxious tone, even a voice alteration would not disguise it. Ash turned to see it was none other than Shigeru. Without hesitation, Ash approached Shigeru and Kasumi, pulling up a chair to join them casually. I wondered who it was. Why, it's the esteemed Shigeru. After 3 days, where have all your lovely girlfriends gone? Ash teased, munching on some seeds while grinning at Shigeru. What are you talking about, girlfriend? You shouldn't speak carelessly. I have always been devoted to Xiaochun. Even if we had some disagreements in the past, you needn't slander me like this. Upon hearing this, Xiaomao hurriedly defended himself, fearing that if he delayed his explanation, his niece would no longer belong to him by the end of the night. He glanced at Xiaochun, who was equally fierce, glaring at him with a menacing gaze. Oh, really? Xiaoji interjected, wearing a knowing expression as he looked at Xiaomao, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Of course, I, Xiaomao, have always been steadfast. With no divided loyalties, he assured, nervously glancing at Xiaochun. Upon hearing this, Xiaochun rolled her eyes in disbelief, clearly unconvinced by Xiaomao's claims. Had she not intervened earlier, those other girls would have likely already been flying high with Xiaomao. The thought of this made Xiaochun's expression grow increasingly dangerous. Upon witnessing the murderous glare from Xiaochun, Xiaomao realized that the evening ahead would not bode well for him. Xiaoji, Xiaochun and I have some urgent matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. See you at the match. Xiaomao waved his hand, promptly taking Xiaochun's hand and departing. Finally, someone who can handle you. Xiaoji observed Xiaomao's retreating figure, a smile forming on his lips, reminiscent of a father watching his wayward son finally grow up. After all, this was a boy he had watched grow since childhood. Once Xiaomao had left, Xiaoji decided not to linger any longer, joining Xiaojiang for a leisurely day of exploration. Given his current prowess, he had no worries regarding the competition. Each of his Pokémon was already at an elite level. While he couldn't guarantee victory in every match, he was certain the preliminary rounds would be quite effortless. Of course, this was contingent on adhering to the original storyline. Chapter 198, The Opening Ceremony. After Xiaomao's departure, Xiaoji and his companions strolled around the streets for a while before heading back to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Xiaoji rose early to prepare for the opening ceremony. Indeed, it was all about preparation. To prevent the trio from Team Rocket from causing trouble like in the original story, Xiaoji used his sensing abilities to locate their whereabouts. Upon finding them, he promptly tied them up and hung them from a tree. What on earth are you doing? You little brat. Why are we hanging from a tree? Musashi exclaimed, struggling in indignation. However, Xiaoji's binding skills were exceptional, no matter how much she squirmed. She could not free herself, her face flushed in frustration as she glared at Xiaoji. You little brat, don't go too far. When we regain our freedom, we'll definitely call Miss Junsha to catch you. Kojiru threatened menacingly. Nearby, Nyarth, upon hearing Kojiru's words, was so incensed that his face contorted in anger, and from a distance, he kicked Kojiru with all his might. Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing, Nyarth? Kojiru yelped, a distinct paw print now adorning his face along with 3 glaring scratches. You fool. We were just put on the wanted list yesterday, and you want to call Miss Junsha? Are you trying to throw us into the net? Nyarth yelled furiously at Kojiru. Ah, now that you mention it, I remember. Kojiru suddenly seemed to understand after Nyarth's reminder. You 3 clowns, Xiaoji chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Do you think you can dictate my actions? You lecherous little brat. Musashi retorted angrily. The bindings were the same for the other 2, but hers was uniquely different. How could she tolerate that? Xiaoji, however, chose to ignore her, his gaze fixed on Nyarth's feet, as if contemplating something. Nyarth, feeling Xiaoji's intense scrutiny, was struck by a sense of foreboding and could no longer contain himself. What are you staring at me for? I believe it would be prudent to tie your feet as well, Xiaoji declared, stepping forward to secure Nyartha's legs, just in case. Having seen how Nyartha's feet could leave marks on Kojiru's face, he knew Nyarth could use his sharp claws to cut the rope and escape, so he took extra precautions. While binding the trio, Xiaoji had also considered the possibility of an unsuspecting passerby coming to their aid, which is why he had chosen a secluded spot. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he hurried back to join the opening ceremony. This continued until the conclusion of the league's opening ceremony, at which point Xiaoji returned to untie them. After freeing them, he walked away without looking back. Ugh, that insufferable little brat. Musashi fumed, her face still flushed even after being released. Calm down, that little brat was indeed excessive. We'll settle the score with him next time. Kojiru consoled her upon seeing her vexed expression. Upon returning to the league, Xiaoji immediately sought out Xiaojing and Xiaoxia to head to the registration area together. Good afternoon. Could you please present your trainer registration certificates? The clerk greeted with a sweet smile. Just as Xiaoji was about to respond, Xiaojing unexpectedly stepped forward. Excuse me, miss? Your sweet smile has already registered in my heart. When do you finish work? He asked, blushing. Xiaoxia and Xiaoji exchanged exasperated glances. Since Xiaoji was participating in the competition, he gestured for Xiaoxia to help pull Xiaojing away. I apologize, this is my friend, and he tends to get flustered around beautiful women. He might be acting like this because he finds you exceptionally lovely. I hope you can forgive him, Xiaoji smiled as he explained, handing over his Pokédex. The clerk, upon hearing this, couldn't help but blossom with delight and chuckled softly. It's fine, I understand, she replied, her own cheeks tinged with pink as she shook her head. After receiving the Pokédex, the clerk began her work, inserting it into the machine. After a while, she finished. All done. Here you go. She smiled as she handed the Pokédex back to Xiaoji. Thank you. Xiaoji replied, taking the Pokédex. Could you also assist me in drawing my battle venue? Certainly. Please go ahead and select your battle venue. The clerk indicated towards the button on the table. Xiaoji pressed it casually, and the selection commenced, ultimately revealing a blue arena on the screen. A water arena? Xiaoji pondered aloud as he examined the results. Yes, the clerk confirmed with a nod. Next, I will match you with your opponent, she announced as she began operating the system. The screen flickered until finally displaying a man with green hair, exuding an aura that suggested he could easily chill anyone with a mere peach. The water arena, third match, scheduled for 2 in the afternoon. Please don't be late. The clerk reminded. Understood, thank you very much, Xiaoji said, expressing his gratitude before departing. I perceive that the time is still early. Would you care to join me for a leisurely stroll? Ash glanced at the clock, realizing it was only 10 a.m., leaving him with approximately 4 hours before his match commenced. Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree, Misty exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the mention of shopping, as if some latent ability within her had awakened. Ash and Brock exchanged glances, recalling the last shopping excursion where Misty went on a buying spree, leaving them to assist her. They couldn't help but shudder at the memory. By the way, Ash, aren't you going to check on your opponents? Gather some information? Brock suggested, eyeing Ash. You're right, I nearly forgot about that, Ash replied, patting his forehead in realization. The two were in perfect accord and promptly set off to investigate their adversaries, leaving Misty behind in a state of bewilderment. Ash, Brock, she finally shouted in frustration. Chapter 199. The first showdown time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, Ash and his companions had spent 4 hours wandering about. After finishing lunch, they hurried to the water arena to participate in the competition. Click, click. Ash emerged from the corridor, stepping onto the battlefield. Now, the third match of the water arena was about to commence. The green trainer was Ash from Pallet Town, facing off against the red trainer, Duford's dazzling star, Dabo. Accompanied by 2 coaches, Ash was prepared to take on the challenge, while Dabo, a popular and flamboyant trainer, was known for his spectacular performances. With only 3 Pokémon at his disposal, the third match of the water arena was set to begin. The showcase had commenced, Pallet Town's Ash. Thank you for granting me victory, Dabo declared, brandishing his Pokeball with a grin. Ugh. Ash was nearly nauseated by Dabo's effeminate voice, feeling as though he might regurgitate the curry he had eaten for lunch. Come on, it's a match, not a mental assault. Must you disgust me so? He thought to himself, recalling how he nearly lost his lunch last year during the New Year's feast. You insufferable brat, I'll show you my true power, Dabo retorted, clearly irked by Ash's comment. Suddenly, Team Rocket interrupted from the commentary booth, shouting at Ash, you little brat, don't lose to that rude guy. Teach him a lesson. Jesse exclaimed angrily. Exactly. Show your resolve. James echoed enthusiastically. Upon seeing Team Rocket's appearance, Misty and Brock exchanged incredulous glances. Let me clarify. We are not here to cheer you on, Meowth added, not missing the opportunity to interject. All right, I get it. I don't need your encouragement to defeat that which disgusts me, Ash replied nonchalantly, eyeing Dabo. Just as Team Rocket finished their remarks, 6 Miss Kuntzes appeared behind them, lifting the trio out of the booth. How on earth did you get in here? Miss Kuntze questioned, utterly perplexed. It was astonishing that these 3 had managed to sneak past the vigilant guards under her watch. So many identical faces. Team Rocket remained silent, while Jessie and Meowth huddled together in fear. Ahem, the 3rd match of the water arena officially begins after that little interruption. The commentator announced, resuming the match. Go, Executor, Dabo called, deploying his Executor just as in the original story. And I choose you, Charizard. Let us obliterate everything in our path, Ash exclaimed, tossing Charizard's Pokeball into the air. Upon its emergence, Charizard exuded an overwhelming aura, its mere roar sending Executor trembling in fear. Executor, what's wrong? Dabo seemed puzzled by his Pokemon's sudden timidity. Charizard, send him back to his Pokeball with your tail, Ash commanded. Charizard, now a near-legendary Pokemon, had transcended the realm of ordinary creatures, possessing unparalleled strength. Even against a champion, it would be a formidable challenge, let alone against the flamboyant opponent before him. Due to Executor's quaking fear, it was unable to attack. Charizard leapt forward, delivering a swift tail strike. Boom. The sound echoed as Executor was sent flying, retreating into its Pokeball, unwilling to emerge. Executor, what's the matter? Get out and fight, Dabo urged, witnessing Executor's refusal to battle. This unexpected turn left him flustered, but he quickly regained his composure and retrieved another Pokeball, releasing a different Pokemon. Go, Zubat. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower to finish him, Ash commanded. Charizard responded with remarkable speed, executing the attack in mere moments. The searing flames surged forth, evaporating the water beneath with astonishing rapidity. Zubat attempted to evade, but Charizard's swiftness exceeded its capabilities, resulting in a direct hit. Wow, what an exhilarating display. Ash's Charizard is undeniably formidable, defeating the opponent in just a single turn. The audience eagerly anticipates Ash's subsequent battles. Stay tuned. The commentator, astounded by Charizard's prowess, broadcasted with fervor. The crowd erupted in awe at Charizard's might, as if they themselves stood in the arena. You insufferable brat, Dabo muttered, swallowing hard as he felt the pressure mount. Dabo, please send out your next Pokemon, the commentator reminded, noting Dabo's delay in revealing his next contender. The audience's enthusiasm was palpable. If not now, when? Under the duress exerted by Charizard, Dabo clenched his teeth and selected another Pokemon. Go, Nidoking. In the Pokemon League, numerous official gyms existed, with each city typically housing one. Due to the multitude of leagues, the officials began implementing an 8-gym system a few years ago, selecting powerful trainers to oversee the gyms and regulate others. These gyms were far superior to the likes of Lily Cove and Rainbow, and one could easily surmise the lesser skill of other gym leaders. With a plethora of badges to collect, and observing Dabo's demeanor, it was clear he had likely earned his way into the league competition by securing badges from various gyms, or perhaps through less savory means. The disparity in strength was glaring. Each of Dabo's Pokemon fell to Charizard with a single blow. Dabo, perhaps emboldened by his victories against the weaker gyms of the 8 greats, mistakenly believed himself a formidable opponent. There are numerous individuals with such a mindset, and Ash has encountered many of them. Merely acquiring a few badges has inflated their egos. Thus, when facing such opponents, Ash naturally secured victory with ease. Meanwhile, at an obscure airport, is it truly passing without even a greeting for Ash? Serena inquired anxiously, gazing at the aircraft on the verge of departure. Why must we greet him? We are merely here to witness the league matches. There is no obligation to acknowledge Ash. Upon hearing her daughter's words, her mother, Saki, displayed a subtle smile, observing her dutiful daughter, and as she concluded her statement, a peculiar expression crossed her face as she regarded Serena. Embarrassed by her mother's gaze, Serena's cheeks flushed crimson, as if struck by a realization, and she retorted indignantly, Mom, what are you saying? Ash and I are not in that kind of relationship yet. Saki's smile broadened upon hearing Serena's words. Oh, not yet, but perhaps in the future? Saki inquired with a beaming expression. Oh, please stop asking. I don't want to discuss it anymore. If I don't greet Ash, then so be it. Serena huffed. Her face flushed to a point where it was barely recognizable. Saki had intended to tease further, as this was a notably rare state for her daughter. However, upon seeing her lost in thought while gazing out the window, she decided to relent. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the mother and daughter duo, The airplane commenced its ascent, embarking towards the Kanto region. Chapter 200, Serena's Arrival. After finishing his match, Ash exited the arena to meet up with Brock and Misty. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Ash. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ash stood frozen. When he regained his composure, he felt a sudden thud as the voice's owner dashed forward and leapt onto his back. Serena, is it really you? What brings you to Kanto? Ash exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon confirming that the person behind him was indeed Serena. I came to watch your matches, of course, Serena replied, her cheeks reddening as she stuttered in embarrassment. I was wondering what was happening. So it's because you're here. No wonder my left eye was twitching this morning. Ash teased, his gaze fixed on Serena's rosy face, which resembled a ripe autumn apple, ready for picking. Oh my, so it's you who came. Our Professor Oak can be quite the charmer, Saki remarked, observing her daughter departing from her side with a hint of jealousy. I didn't realize you were here. Mrs. Saki. Ash finally noticed that Serena's mother was also present. What do you mean by that? Am I not allowed to accompany my dear Serena? Or do you intend to do something nefarious to my little girl if I weren't around? As Saki spoke, her gaze sharpened, resembling that of someone scrutinizing a villain, adding an intriguing layer to her words. Mrs. Saki, you truly have a knack for humor, Ash responded sheepishly, scratching his head with an awkward chuckle. Mom, what are you thinking? Ash could never be that kind of person. Please don't think so poorly of him, Serena protested, glaring at her mother while standing firmly by Ash's side. Truly, daughters grow up too fast, Saki mused, realizing that her daughter had indeed succumbed to her feelings. No amount of persuasion would change that. Undoubtedly, as a mother who had witnessed her daughter evolve into a woman, Saki could see through the facade. Indeed, the age-old adage holds true. Women understand women best. The same applies to men. Hearing her mother speak like this, Serena's face flushed once more. Akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, her gaze lowered in shyness. Observing Serena's current demeanor, Ash found himself tempted to pinch her cheeks. Yet he managed to restrain himself from doing so. Ash, are these two your companions, Brock and Misty, whom you mentioned before? Saki pointed at Brock and Misty, inquiring. Yes, this is Brock, and this is Misty, Ash replied, nodding as he introduced his friends to Saki. Hello, I'm Saki, Serena's mother. I've heard Ash mention you both during our conversations, Saki expressed cheerfully. Ash has spoken of you and Serena as well, Brock and Misty responded politely. Oh, is that so? You better not have said anything bad about me behind my back. After introducing Brock and Misty to Saki, she turned her attention back to Ash, fixing him with a mock stern look. How could I dare? You hold a place in my heart as significant as my mother's. I would never speak ill of you, Ash replied bashfully, a shy smile creeping onto his face as he scratched his head. You cheeky boy, Saki exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ash, what are you saying? Serena, standing nearby, clearly understood Ash's insinuation, and her previously subdued blush flared up once more. She resembled a perfectly ripened apple, tempting and vibrant. By the way, Mrs. Saki, we're about to have lunch. I noticed you and Serena just arrived. Would you like to join us? Ash boldly proposed. Having had breakfast at 10 a.m., for hours had elapsed, and naturally, they were all quite hungry after the matches. However, Saki did not immediately agree. Instead, she glanced at Serena and, noticing her eagerness, playfully remarked, All right, let us celebrate your first match victory. I'll treat you. And you'll cover the bill. How does that sound? Of course, Ash readily accepted, feeling it was only fair for him to pay. Thus, the group set off in search of a restaurant. Given that it was peak dining time, most eateries were packed, leaving only a few high-end establishments with exorbitant prices still available. Moreover, with the lunchtime rush already underway, had they arrived earlier, they likely would have struggled to find a table even at a fancy restaurant. Despite the prime dining hour having passed, the restaurant they chose still boasted a considerable crowd, with available seats dwindling. Upon entering, Ash and his companions settled at a randomly selected table. Observing the restaurant's decor, Saki, with her life experience, quickly discerned the establishment's caliber. In an instant, she regretted agreeing to join them, realizing her earlier jest about Ash paying was merely that, a jest. As the nearby restaurants were mostly full, they had no choice but to make do with this one. Greetings, esteemed guest. We are delighted to welcome you to our establishment. Herein lies our menu. Please feel free to place your order. Once all had settled, a striking young lady clad in black stockings approached the group, addressing them with a warm smile. Serena, what would you like to eat? Choose whatever you fancy. I shall cover the bill, remarked Ash, who seemed to perceive Sachi's discomfort and kindly directed his attention to Serena. Certainly. Serena gazed at the menu in her hands, momentarily taken aback. The prices listed were exorbitant, with each dish exceeding 1,000 Pokémon dollars, far surpassing anything she had ever encountered. After much hesitation, she finally opted for 2 of the least expensive items and passed the menu to another. As the others concluded their orders and noticed they had all selected similar dishes, Ash decided to add a few more appealing options before returning the menu to the server. Thus, the group indulged in their meal, filled with laughter and jovial conversation, concluding their delightful exchange. In the end, it was, as expected, Ash who settled the bill. Chapter 201. Following upon exiting the restaurant, Brock and Misty discerned that Serena and Ash shared a unique bond and, ever perceptive, concocted a casual excuse to venture off shopping, leaving only Sachi, Serena, and Ash outside. Basking in the sun, Sachi, gazing in the direction Brock and Misty had departed, wore a contemplative expression, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as if she had just recalled something significant. "Oh, by the way, I just remembered that I need to purchase something. You two go ahead," Sachi exclaimed, snapping her fingers as if struck by a revelation. Without waiting for Ash and Serena to respond, she turned and strode away. Ash observed Sachi's retreating figure, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. With his heightened senses, he had long since detected Brock and Misty hiding in a secluded corner, clandestinely watching them. Sachi's departure had conveniently aligned with their hiding spot. How could Ash not decipher her intentions? Serena, watching her mother leave, felt a surge of excitement, believing that her mother had finally departed, allowing her a moment of privacy with Ash. Little did she know, her mother remained covertly observing from the shadows. Not having left at all, aware of Sachi's presence, Ash refrained from making any advances, opting instead for a leisurely stroll through the streets with Serena. When they reached a secluded corner, away from prying eyes, Ash grasped Serena's hand and, utilizing his extraordinary perceptive abilities, dashed through the alleyways, evading their 3 followers. "Oops. I completely forgot Ash possesses super abilities that allow him to sense our presence," Brock remarked, smacking his forehead as he surveyed the bustling street around them. "Wait, Ash has super abilities? How come I've never heard him mention this?" Sachi expressed her surprise upon hearing their conversation. "Didn't Ash tell you?" Misty inquired, intrigued. "No." Sachi pondered for a moment before shaking her head resolutely. "This boy has kept secrets from me. I wonder if Dawn is aware." After Sachi's lighthearted complaints, a silence enveloped the group. "What now?" Brock glanced at the others, realizing that their current course of action was unsustainable. "Well, since Ash prefers not to have us around, we must respect that. Young people should be allowed to make their own choices," Sachi sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. "Are you not worried that Ash might do something inappropriate with Serena?" Misty asked, her curiosity piqued by Sachi's apparent lack of concern. "I have known Ash for several years. I am quite familiar with his character," Sachi replied with a smile, turning the question back on Misty. "You have traveled with Ash for nearly a year, surely. You must have a sense of his integrity by now." "Indeed, we trust Ash completely. We were merely curious about why you seemed unfazed," Misty responded. "Rest assured, I am acquainted with Ash's mother, Hanako. If that boy dares to mistreat Dawn, he will have to contend with my fists and Hanako's as well," Sachi declared, raising her fist playfully before bursting into laughter. The notion of Ash mistreating Serena was one she dismissed entirely. After all, the children were growing up and entering an age where privacy was paramount. The only regret Sachi harbored was Serena's reluctance to inherit her ranch. However, since Ash had expressed his views on the matter, she had been persuaded to abandon the idea of Serena taking over. Seeing that Sachi was already on board, Brock and Misty exchanged glances, silently agreeing to refrain from further discussion. They too believed in Ash's character. Meanwhile, Ash led Serena to a picturesque seaside locale. "Why are we running, Ash?" Serena inquired, puzzled. "Because your mother and my 2 companions have not actually left. They are watching us from behind. Do you wish for them to witness our every interaction?" Ash replied with a chuckle, inadvertently causing a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Ash's words, Serena's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, transforming into a flustered maiden. "Ash, how could you say something that could be misconstrued like that?" Serena stammered, her mind seemingly disoriented as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "What? Serena, what are you talking about?" "I merely meant that it was inappropriate for us to be followed by 3 stalkers," Ash clarified, bemused by her reaction. Serena, looking adorably flustered, elicited a mischievous grin from Ash as he leaned down to observe her blushing visage. "Ah," Serena squealed, startled by Ash's sudden proximity. In her surprise, she lost her footing and stumbled backward. "Watch out," Ash shouted urgently, using his quick reflexes to catch Serena. spinning them both around until she found herself gazing into his eyes, momentarily lost in the moment. "Are you all right?" Ash instinctively inquired. "I'm fine," Serena replied, her cheeks aflame, instinctively shaking her head like a child caught in mischief. What was most astonishing was that Ash held Serena in his embrace, lingering longer than necessary. Both enveloped in each other's warmth, their shared breaths creating an undeniably intimate atmosphere. "Could you possibly let me go, Ash? I'm becoming overwhelmed," Serena murmured, her face aglow as she softly requested release from his hold. Upon hearing those words, Ash was momentarily swept up in an overwhelming tide of emotions. If not for the persistent reminder echoing in his mind of the 3-year limit, with a maximum of 10 years, he might have succumbed to the sheer vulnerability radiating from Serena, who appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ah well, after listening to Serena's request, Ash feigned ignorance and reluctantly released her. The two then strolled along the seaside until sunset, taking in the scenic beauty around them, resembling a pair of enamored lovers, united in watching the sun dip below the horizon, capturing memories with photographs. This enchanting scene persisted until nightfall, and as they departed, both exhibited a reluctance to leave. Chapter 202, Daily Banter. Upon returning to the hotel for a respite, Ash took a moment to research his next opponent. A quick glance revealed that the adversary remained unchanged from the original storyline. This was the Rock Arena, and the second match had already commenced. Ash, as formidable as ever, had single-handedly taken down 2 Pokémon with just one of his own. It remained to be seen if he could replicate yesterday's feat of overcoming 3 foes alone. The anticipation was palpable. The commentator, observing the relaxed demeanor of Gengar on the battlefield, noted the absence of any pressure, which only heightened the excitement. "Go, Nidoking!" the announcer exclaimed. "Gengar, use Shadow Ball." Without hesitation, Ash sprang into action as soon as he spotted the opposing Pokémon. "Nidoking, evade their attacks and charge in with Horn Drill." Their commands were issued simultaneously. Nidoking infused its energy into its horn, creating a brilliant, shining drill, and dashed toward Gengar's position with unwavering resolve. "Hee hee." Gengar chuckled, manifesting multiple Shadow Balls in its hands as if it were devoid of energy, hurling them with abandon. In mere moments, an array of Shadow Balls was unleashed from Gengar's grasp. Nidoking, faced with the onslaught, had no choice but to focus its attention on dodging the barrage of attacks. After what felt like an eternity of evasion, the Horn Drill's energy dissipated, leaving Nidoking entirely preoccupied with avoiding Gengar's Shadow Balls. Wow, Ash's Gengar is truly remarkable. After 3 consecutive battles, it still has the stamina to launch such a multitude of Shadow Balls. It's simply astounding. It's as if the spectral energy within is inexhaustible. Clearly, Ash's Gengar possesses immense strength, having conserved its energy from previous encounters. The commentator, captivated by the battle, couldn't help but express admiration. The audience, too, was fervently hoping that Ash's Gengar could replicate yesterday's astonishing feat of defeating 6 opponents single-handedly. Witnessing Gengar's undeniable prowess, it was evident that the opposing trainer stood no chance, igniting a fervor among the spectators who felt as if they were the ones commanding Gengar. "Gengar, enough playing around. Let's finish this battle," Ash called out, casting a glance at Serena in the audience, his eagerness palpable. "Hee hee." Gengar responded with a mischievous laugh, vanishing like a phantom, only to reappear behind Nidoking, a Shadow Ball coalescing in its grasp before striking the unsuspecting Pokémon from behind. By the time Nidoking turned to respond, it was too late. Ash's Gengar had already unleashed its attack. Boom! The Shadow Ball collided with Nidoking, producing a resounding explosion that kicked up dust and shrouded the arena in a cloud of smoke. Having endured such a relentless onslaught, Nidoking was already fatigued, and this last blow left it in dire straits. As the smoke cleared, the condition of Nidoking became painfully clear. "Nidoking!" the opponent exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the dire state of their Pokémon. "Incredible. Absolutely thrilling. Our Ash has once again achieved a 1 vs 3 victory." As we look forward to the third match, let us eagerly anticipate whether Ash can continue this streak of triumph. The commentator announced with palpable excitement. As the announcement concluded, the arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Ash's advancement to the 3rd round of the tournament. After the match, Ash promptly recalled Gengar, turning away to regroup with his friends. Upon exiting the arena, he spotted Serena and their companions waiting at the entrance, including Gary and Dawn. "Ash, you're amazing. You've triumphed yet again, drawing ever closer to the championship," Serena exclaimed, beaming with pride. "Thank you, Serena. With your encouraging words, I firmly believe I can achieve victory," Ash replied, a confident smile illuminating his face. "Absolutely. I have faith in you. Serena nodded affirmatively. Hey now, with Serena's blessings, the championship is surely yours. But Ash, are you not underestimating this formidable rival of yours? Gary interjected, hands on his hips, his expression playful. Indeed, indeed. Our esteemed Gary is undoubtedly the strongest. I am certain you will be my worthy adversary before I claim the championship. Wouldn't you agree, Serena? Ash teased, glancing sidelong at Serena. Yes. I believe Gary can certainly challenge Ash, Serena affirmed, chuckling at the banter between the two. Humph. It's good that you recognize this, Gary replied, puffing out his chest. Today's match was commendable. No wonder you've been my rival since childhood, showcasing my flair. Let's keep striving for tomorrow. Of course, my esteemed Gary, Ash replied, his tone dismissive yet lighthearted. Dawn and Serena exchanged amused glances, ultimately wearing expressions of exasperation. Congratulations, Ash, on yet another victory. Who would have thought your talents extend beyond research to being an exceptional Pokémon trainer? Truly, you are deserving of Serena's admiration, came the voice of Ash's mother, adding a teasing remark at the end. Mom. Serena's face flushed crimson upon hearing her mother's comment, casting a reproachful glance her way, while discreetly sneaking a look at Ash. Noticing his smile only deepened her blush, as if she were on the verge of turning into a flustered mess. Serena, are you all right? Your face is quite red. Are you unwell? Ash said, feigning ignorance as he reached out to touch her forehead. Ah, Ash, there's no need to worry about me. I'm perfectly fine. Serena protested, shaking her head fervently, desperate to conceal her embarrassment. Observing Serena's flustered state, Ash couldn't help but find it amusing. Though he opted not to comment further. Ash's mother recognized her daughter's limits as well and merely smiled, choosing not to continue teasing. After a while of light-hearted conversation, they all parted ways, with Gary and Dawn leaving first due to Gary's impending match. Brock, Misty, and Ash's mother seemed to intuit Ash's discomfort with being seen on a date, opting to leave discreetly, unlike the previous day. In the end, only Ash and Serena remained in place, exchanging smiles before jointly deciding to explore the surroundings and indulge in some delightful treats. Chapter 203, The Conclusion of Gary's Match. Time flew swiftly, and it had already been 2.5 days since Ash's battle at the Rock Arena. The league competition had advanced to the 4th round, where during the 3rd round, which took place at the Ice Arena, Ash unleashed an impressive performance with his Arcanine, achieving a remarkable 3-on-1 victory and consequently securing his place in the 4th round. However, Ash had yet to commence his match, while Gary was already engaged in his battle. At that moment, their group was watching Gary's match, cheering him on with great enthusiasm. The match had reached a fever pitch, now in its final showdown. Gary sent out Nidoking, while his opponent, Jim, dispatched his Geodude. The two Pokémon locked eyes, intensely focused on one another, awaiting the first move. As anticipation hung in the air, it was Gary who first succumbed to impatience, signaling for an offensive. Nidoking, use Horn Attack. Upon receiving the command, Nidoking charged towards Geodude with determination. Yet, due to its smaller size, Geodude adeptly evaded the attack, taking advantage of its nimbleness. In a surprising turn of events, Geodude managed to grasp Nidoking's horn with its powerful arms. With astonishing strength, Geodude effortlessly lifted Nidoking with a single hand. Nidoking, break free! Gary shouted in a moment of panic, confronted with this unprecedented situation. Seizing the opportunity, Jim commanded Geodude without hesitation, leaving Gary no chance to react. Following the order, Geodude secured Nidoking in both arms, leaping into the air with ease, and upon landing, forcefully slammed Nidoking into the ground, rendering it utterly incapable of continuing the battle, unconscious. After defeating Nidoking, Geodude displayed an audacious display of dominance by stomping on its fallen opponent's face. The situation was utterly humiliating for Gary. Witnessing such a scenario, Gary clenched his teeth, a sense of despair enveloping him as he struggled to accept the reality before him. Despite his formidable skills, he had not even made it to the finals, leaving him with a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He did not wish to accept it, yet he was compelled to, as the truth lay starkly before him. In that moment, Gary's pride was irrevocably shattered, leading him to realize a profound truth. There are always those stronger than oneself. Disheartened, Gary retrieved Nidoking and left the arena. Ash observed Jim's arrogant demeanor with a twinge of annoyance. If he ever had the chance to confront that individual, he would certainly seek to outmaneuver him. Yes, I've decided on that Pokémon, Ash mused inwardly, formulating a strategy. Gary lost? Brock exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Wasn't he always so confident? Misty remarked, gazing at the sorrowful Gary in disbelief. Gary, May said, her expression filled with concern as she looked at the despondent Gary. Ash and Serena exchanged glances before their focus shifted to the silent Ash. I'm fine, Ash replied with a smile, shaking his head to indicate he was untroubled. Losing this battle may not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, having been backed by Professor Oak, everything has come too easily for me. How can one truly grow without facing challenges? Perhaps this defeat will temper my fervor. Indeed, May agreed, finding solace in Ash's words, her sorrow easing. She understood that this setback might serve as a pivotal moment for Gary, curbing his excessive pride. All right, let's go and comfort him, Ash declared, leading the group to approach Gary. As the scene shifted to Gary, who emerged from the competition arena, he caught sight of several familiar figures ahead, which only deepened his sense of despair. It's all right, Gary. I'm here for you. We can always challenge again next time. May comforted him gently. Exactly. Opportunities are not limited to just one. We can always try again. The others chimed in unison to console him. However, amidst the supportive voices, one individual remained silent. Gary, already preoccupied with thoughts of Ash, noticed his quietness and assumed it was a setup for a stinging retort. After all, that had been Ash's typical behavior in the past. Yet, after a while, Ash still remained silent. Go ahead and laugh if you want, Gary said, his voice tinged with melancholy. This remark was directed not at the group, but specifically at Ash. You have truly disappointed me, Ash replied, shaking his head in disappointment upon hearing Gary's words. Gary's heart sank at Ash's response, feeling even more despondent. The surrounding friends gasped at Ash's words, eager to intervene. But Ash spoke first. You have disappointed me greatly. Why do you think I would mock you? Just because you often dismiss my words. Does that mean I would ridicule you? No. I never took those words to heart, nor would I use them to belittle you. To me, mockery is merely an obstacle on the path I must traverse. It is a journey every successful person endures. Before achieving success, every word spoken along the way becomes a stepping stone toward that success. Mockery and ridicule are merely passing storms in the eyes of a victor. If you wish to be my rival, yet falter here, how can you claim to be worthy of that title? Ash expressed his thoughts with an emotionless demeanor. With so many people comforting Gary, one person needed to take on the role of the harsh critic, and who better for that than Ash, whom Gary regarded as his lifelong rival. Cleverly, Gary discerned the underlying message in Ash's words, nearly moved to tears. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words, and as someone accustomed to pride, he could only blush and turn away, murmuring, "Thank you, Ash." What are you saying? Honestly, I used to have trouble hearing. And I didn't tell you. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat it, louder this time. Ash feigned ignorance, leaning closer in disbelief. Forget it. If you didn't hear it, then you didn't hear it. May, we should be going, Gary said, feeling shy due to Ash's teasing. Quickly taking May's hand and leaving without looking back. Such a pity, Ash sighed as he watched Gary's retreating figure. Once Gary was out of sight, he lamented. What a shame. What do you mean, what a shame? Isn't Gary back to his old self? What is there to lament? Serena asked, perplexed by Ash's sentiment. What a pity that he didn't say it again. I had just started recording, and he didn't apologize. What a missed opportunity, Ash mused. Once, I had intended to relive the moments each time I encountered him, playing the recording anew. Alas, it is a lamentable loss. Ash sighed, shaking his head, as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, having just activated the recording software. The onlookers, upon hearing this, were left speechless. Thus concluded the match for Green. Yet the journey of life continues onward. Chapter 204, Into the Top 4. In the fourth round of the Quartz League preliminaries, Ash faced his opponent, player Katsu, on the grassy battleground in a match for advancement. The outcome was as expected. He effortlessly triumphed over 3 opponents, showing no leniency simply because his rival was a girl, thereby granting her the respect she deserved. Subsequently, Ash officially entered the top 16 of the Quartz League. In the original narrative, Ash was defeated by his adversary, Hero, thus halting his progress at the 16th. However, with Ash's current prowess, ascending to the top 16 was a mere trifle, as effortless as quenching one's thirst. With ease, he vanquished his opponent, advancing to the top 8, where he would face Jim, the very trainer who had bested Green. It was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. Just the day before, Ash had contemplated avenging Green. Now, that opportunity had arrived. If he did not secure a 6-0 victory, Ash would feel he had failed as a father figure. After all, Green had been nurtured under his watchful eye since childhood, in a sense. Ash considered himself a surrogate father. With his child having lost, the chance to avenge him was a duty he felt compelled to fulfill. The thought of it made Ash exhale a deep sigh, realizing how much he had worried over Green's affairs. As he entered the arena, Ash stood on the battlefield, gazing at the confidently smiling Jim across from him, and offered a friendly smile in return. What a narrow path for adversaries. Both competitors had taken their positions, and the match was set to commence. The green side represented Ash, while the red side belonged to Jim. Go, Dugtrio. Jim was the first to throw his Pokeball, releasing the Dugtrio. Go, Venusaur. Dugtrio used Dig. Jim swiftly issued his offensive command. Obeying, Dugtrio dug rapidly into the ground, disappearing from sight. Earthquake. Upon observing Jim's command, Ash decisively countered. Venusaur, upon hearing the order, raised a foot and stomped down forcefully. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and the sheer force of the quake ejected Dugtrio from its subterranean hideaway, staggering it as if it were a drunken man. Now as your chance, Venusaur. Use Magical Leaf. Ash seized the opportunity, issuing a hurried command. Surrounding Venusaur, a flurry of magical leaves materialized, swiftly launching toward Dugtrio. Jim attempted to command Dugtrio to evade, but it was futile. The poor creature remained disoriented and unable to recover from its chaotic state. Consequently, Venusaur's swift assault resulted in Dugtrio's defeat. In less than 2 rounds, the first Pokémon had lost its fighting capability. Previously, Ash had sought the assistance of Professor Oak to train his Pokémon under the tutelage of the battle-hardened, formidable Dragonite. Professor Oak, known for his helpful nature, was more than willing to accommodate Ash, especially given their long-standing relationship since Ash's childhood. Thus, whenever Ash sent his Pokémon back to Professor Oak's lab, they would invariably receive training and combat experience from the champion-level Dragonite and various other powerful Pokémon within the research facility. This consistent training accelerated their battle experience, combined with Ash's tailored training methods for each Pokémon, resulting in the formidable strength of his team. However, this also meant Professor Oak spent his days tending to the injured Pokémon. Dugtrio. Jim, reluctantly recalling his defeated Pokémon, felt a surge of pressure emanating from Ash. It was as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Prior to the battle, he had gathered information on Ash and had scoffed at the notion that Ash had defeated all his opponents with a single Pokémon. He had assumed Ash's rivals were merely weak. Yet, now, facing Ash directly, he comprehended that it was not the weakness of Ash's opponents that led to his victories, but rather Ash's overwhelming strength. Damn it, Jim gritted his teeth, dismissing his earlier thoughts. He believed that Ash was simply benefiting from a type advantage and thus sent out his next Pokémon. However, upon witnessing Venusaur's successive victories over 3 of his Pokémon, Jim was thoroughly intimidated by Ash's prowess. Although Venusaur appeared fatigued, Jim realized that he had already lost 3 Pokémon, while Ash had only deployed 1. The match was a complete display of Ash's dominance, leaving Jim without the slightest chance to retaliate. Am I to be halted here? Jim's complexion paled as he faced such an overwhelming battle. The weight of that metaphorical mountain grew heavier, nearly suffocating him. Go, Nidoking. I entrust you with this. Venusaur, are you still able? Ash inquired, noticing Venusaur's labored breathing and weary demeanor. Jim's strength was indeed formidable. Previously, Venusaur had faced other opponents with ease, never breaking a sweat, often concluding battles in just a couple of rounds. Yet now, against Jim, it took 3 or 4 rounds to defeat his Pokémon, leading Ash to conclude that Jim was significantly stronger than the previous lackluster opponents he had encountered. After all, Venusaur had reached a near-champion level of strength, making it easy to dispatch other Pokémon. Venusaur glanced back at Ash and nodded, indicating it could continue. Then let us push through this last match. Ash resolved, deciding to let Venusaur fight one more time, regardless of the outcome. Venusaur, resigned, nodded in agreement. Venusaur, use Leech Seed. Since this would be Venusaur's final battle, Ash intended to make things difficult for Jim. Venusaur released several seeds that landed at Nidoking's feet, taking root. Nidoking, unable to react in time, was soon ensnared by the sprouting leech seeds. After a brief struggle, realizing it could not escape, Nidoking could only watch helplessly as Venusaur prepared its next move. Nidoking, use Flamethrower. Jim commanded as soon as he saw Venusaur's actions. With a swift motion, Nidoking opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Venusaur. Defend yourself. Ash was already prepared. Venusaur, relying on its astonishing speed and reflexes, quickly formed a protective shield around itself, successfully withstanding the onslaught of flames. It is noteworthy that Ash, in order to employ the strategy of using substitute poison as a trump card, had deliberately instructed his Venusaur to practice this technique repeatedly. Thus, Venusaur was able to respond swiftly. How infuriating. They were so close to success, just a fraction away. As Jim watched the victory slip away, he saw his opponent suddenly deploy an energy shield to counter the fiery onslaught, causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. Following this, the combination of substitute poison and seed bomb led to a glorious triumph in the battle. After Venusaur secured the match, Ash promptly sent out his other Pokémon. With the robust strength of Ash's Pokémon, they successfully clinched victory in this contest, advancing to the top 4 and into the semifinals. Chapter 205, Semifinals. Having avenged Gary by defeating Jim, Ash now strolled along the beach with Serena, feeling the gentle sea breeze and admiring the sunset over the ocean. A scene of sheer beauty. The two of them resembled young lovers experiencing the first stirrings of romance, closely side by side. Suddenly, they paused midway, standing still to admire the splendid view together. "How beautiful, Ash!" Serena exclaimed, captivated by the evening glow. Hearing her words, Ash turned his head to see a faint blush on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling like stars in the reflection of the sunset, truly enchanting. "Indeed, just as beautiful as you." Ash found himself mesmerized by her face, inadvertently expressing his admiration. "Ash." Serena felt a rush of shyness at his words, her cheeks reddening even more, resembling a blooming flower, breathtakingly lovely. "Ha! Serena, you are utterly adorable." Ash chuckled at the sight of her bashful demeanor. "Honestly, it's you who is mischievous, Ash. You always say such things out of the blue," Serena playfully admonished as she turned her head away. "Isn't it because our dear Serena is simply too charming? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help but say such things," Ash remarked, unable to suppress a smile as he admired her cuteness, feeling elated. "Humph, you're insufferable, Ash. I don't want to talk to you anymore," Serena huffed, turning her back on him like a sulking child. "Please, Serena, I'm sorry." Ash panicked upon realizing she was ignoring him, hastily admitting his fault. Serena, still feigning annoyance, couldn't resist glancing back at Ash when she heard his apology. Seeing his earnest expression softened her heart. "Huffed, fine, I forgive you," she giggled, pleased by his humble demeanor, which only confirmed his feelings for her. Ash Serena began but suddenly faltered, as if grappling with something monumental. "What's wrong?" Ash asked, puzzled by her prolonged silence. "And nothing. Just make sure to give it your all in tomorrow's match and win the championship," Serena encouraged with a radiant smile. "All right. I promise I will seize the championship," Ash replied, well aware of what she truly wished to convey, yet choosing to respond with a smile instead. After their heartfelt exchange, they stood together like a pair of sunset lovers, quietly watching the sun dip below the horizon until it was entirely engulfed by the night. As the sun vanished from sight, they reluctantly parted ways. Upon returning to his room, Ash chatted briefly with Brock about the upcoming match, then took a shower and went to bed early to rest and prepare thoroughly for the competition ahead. After all, tomorrow's match was far more than just a simple semifinal. A night passed in silence, and soon it was time for the semifinals. Ash's opponent, a competitor named Ale, stood opposite him, both awaiting the referee's signal without exchanging a single word. Ash regarded this match with utmost seriousness, although his previous battles had felt straightforward. Reaching the semifinals was no trivial feat, and he believed it prudent to remain vigilant. "Go, Snorlax. Let us go, Pidgeot." Once their Pokémon were released, the match commenced swiftly. "Pidgeot, use Wing Attack," Ash commanded. "Snorlax, seize the opportunity and use Ice Punch," Ale shouted. Pidgeot spread its wings wide, glowing with a brilliant white light, charging towards Snorlax at breakneck speed. Snorlax, undeterred by the incoming assault, focused intently, its Ice Punch coalescing. Just as the attack neared success, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Upon seeing the Ice Punch in Snorlax's grasp, Pidgeot abruptly halted its advance and swiftly flapped its wings, conjuring a powerful gust that spiraled into a tornado heading straight for Snorlax. "Nanny, what is happening? Why did Ash's Pidgeot suddenly transform its attack into a tornado?" the commentator exclaimed, bewildered. The tornado was formidable, causing significant damage even though it failed to lift Snorlax. "Darn it, Ice Wind." Ale voiced his confusion. Yet, the opponent was too formidable to allow him time to ponder. In the blink of an eye, a chilling gust enveloped Snorlax, but Pidgeot, under Ash's mental guidance, evaded with swift agility and closed the distance rapidly. Its wing attack struck Snorlax fiercely, sending it staggering backward several steps before stabilizing. "Are you all right, Snorlax?" Ale inquired, concerned. Snorlax shook its head, eyes fixed on the soaring Pidgeot, brimming with fighting spirit. "Good. Now unleash Ice Beam and showcase the strength of our bond," Ale commanded. "Snorlax." It roared, releasing a grayish-blue beam imbued with a bone-chilling frost. Pidgeot, sensing the potent assault, skillfully dodged the Ice Beam with its agile form. However, even though it evaded the attack, Snorlax was relentless and unleashed a sweeping Ice Beam in retaliation. Meanwhile, Pidgeot seized the opportunity, igniting its body in gray flames. Accelerating with newfound vigor and charging directly toward Snorlax's Ice Beam. The audience initially believed Pidgeot had foolishly compromised its fighting capability, yet what transpired next left them astounded. At that moment, Pidgeot utilized its signature move, Brave Bird, withstanding the Ice Beam and even surging forward, ultimately striking Snorlax and sending it flying amidst a cloud of dust, rendering it unable to continue. Congratulations to Ash for winning this semifinal, the commentator exuberantly proclaimed, sharing the result with the crowd. Applause erupted from all corners of the arena as the spectators celebrated the conclusion of the battle. Chapter 206, Indigo League Finals. With a victorious smile, Ash graciously acknowledged the applause of the crowd before elegantly turning to depart. Ash, congratulations on advancing to the finals. The championship is within your grasp, Serena exclaimed, her excitement propelling her into Ash's arms as she joyfully congratulated him. The warmth and pleasant scent emanating from Ash enveloped her, igniting a wish to remain in his embrace forever. This was the first thought that crossed Serena's mind as she nestled against him. If it weren't for your support yesterday, I probably wouldn't have made it to the finals. It's all thanks to you, Lena, Ash bashfully replied, scratching his head. Seeing Serena rush towards him made him smile, and he instinctively wrapped her in his arms. Noticing Ash's gesture, Serena's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, revealing her shyness. It's clearly your strength, Ash. How can I take any credit? She said, her face reddening further as she lowered her gaze. Ah, the folly of youth. Upon encountering a childhood friend, she forgot to inquire about her mother, oblivious to who had brought her there. Just as the two were lost in their tender moment, a teasing voice rang out from a distance, Serena's future mother-in-law. Recognizing the familiar tone, Serena quickly extricated herself from Ash's embrace, her cheeks still flushed. Mom, when did you get here? She shyly asked. When indeed, her mother replied, casting a knowing smile at her daughter. Guess. Mom, you weren't just lurking here the whole time, were you? Serena, recognizing her mother's familiar grin, realized that she had been observing their affectionate interaction all along. The thought of it made her cheeks burn even more with embarrassment. Mom, how could you? You could have at least said something when you arrived. Serena stomped her foot in frustration. All right, I see my error. I promise it won't happen again, her mother quickly reassured her, sensing her daughter's irritation. As she spoke, she added silently to herself, next time, I certainly will. Congratulations, Ash. This afternoon is the final battle. Win, and you shall be crowned the champion of the Quartz Conference. Allow me to extend my early congratulations. Serena's mother turned to Ash, offering her well wishes. It hasn't even begun yet, Auntie. Your words make me quite bashful. Ash replied, sheepishly scratching his head. How could it not be yours? I mean, you've been sweeping the competition single-handedly. If you don't win this championship, I suspect foul play. Her mother chuckled. Auntie, you jest, Ash said, feeling slightly embarrassed by her compliment. Just as Serena's mother was about to speak again, Serena interjected. Mom, let Ash rest. He has another match to compete in this afternoon. She admonished. All right, I understand. And you two aren't even together yet. And already you're so protective. My heart is truly wounded, her mother replied, feigning sorrow as she clutched her chest. However, their conversation continued for a while before they finally concluded and headed toward the pre-selected restaurant. As Ash stepped onto the Quartz Conference stage from the Player S tunnel, the arena erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. To his surprise, the majority of the crowd was chanting his name. Upon reflecting on the opposing player's profile, he understood the reason behind the crowd's sentiment. His competitor had been rather arrogant, which had led to their unpopularity. After winning a match, the opponent had not even offered a smile, turning his back and disregarding his supporters entirely, which undoubtedly led to his lack of favor. In contrast, Ash made it a point to wave and smile as he left the arena. Nevertheless, being a finalist, his opponent's strength was indisputable, and Ash would not underestimate him. The opponent was a haughty young man who had maintained a posture of crossed arms since arriving, seemingly dismissive of Ash as a challenger. Recognizing the disdain reflected in his demeanor, Ash understood why he was not well liked. Since his opponent held him in such low regard, Ash chose not to engage, patiently awaiting the referee's signal to commence. Although Ash remained silent, the other young man seemed relentless. You're the one who swept the competition with just one Pokémon? He sneered, sizing Ash up with a condescending glare. You don't look impressive at all just talk. The young man, evidently displeased that Ash had stolen his thunder, initiated his taunts. Go Arcanine. Upon hearing this, Ash merely regarded him with a look akin to that of a spectator observing a jester without uttering a word, and released his Pokeball. The highest form of disdain is to ignore. Clearly, Ash's indifference had struck a nerve. You arrogant brat, you'll regret it later. The young man seethed. Use Earthquake, Tyranitar. With Ash offering no response, the young man, visibly irritated, followed suit and released his Pokémon. The match begins. The referee announced as both Pokémon took their positions. Tyranitar. Earthquake. Tyranitar stomped its foot down fiercely, causing the ground to tremble. Arcanine. Leap and use Flamethrower. Arcanine. Agile and swift, leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth, striking its opponent. However, despite managing to execute Flamethrower while airborne, Arcanine was still affected by the tremors upon landing. Is that it? I expected more from you. It seems your advancement is merely a stroke of luck. The young man taunted, attempting to provoke Ash. Arcanine, charge in and use Bite. Ash calmly commanded, maintaining his composure and opting to ignore the taunts. The young man, incensed by Ash's indifference, fumed. Tyranitar, teach him a lesson. Don't let him come close. Use Stomp. Arcanine, quick on its feet, managed to approach Tyranitar before it could react, delivering a sharp bite. After biting down hard, Arcanine swiftly distanced itself from Tyranitar, which was left reeling in pain. In a fit of rage, Tyranitar stomped down violently, causing Arcanine to stumble as it made its escape. Tyranitar, another Earthquake. The young man commanded, reveling in his strategy. Unfortunately, Arcanine, having stumbled, could not evade the shockwave and ultimately succumbed, losing its fighting capability. Thus, Ash faced defeat in the first match of the championship battle. In silence, Ash withdrew Arcanine, casting one last glance at his opponent's smug expression before chuckling softly to himself. TCH, I expected you to be formidable. What a letdown. The young man, witnessing the failure of his objective and the calm demeanor of his opponent, was instantly consumed by anger and provocation. Ash, however, remained silent, focusing on releasing his Pokeball. Though the words of his adversary were infuriating, he understood that retaliating verbally would only serve to fuel the opponent's ire. The most effective form of retaliation would be to vanquish him with a power surpassing that of the young man. Indeed, there is no greater satisfaction than delivering a defeat through sheer strength. Go, Blastoise. I entrust the upcoming battle to you, Ash gently declared as he tossed the Pokeball. With a confident smile, Blastoise adjusted its glasses and gave Ash an approving nod. Seeing Blastoise's self-assuredness brought a smile to Ash's face. Excellent, Blastoise. Hydro Pump. Ash wasted no time, seizing the opportunity while his opponent remained agitated. Watch out, Tyranitar. The young man exclaimed in alarm as he issued a frantic command. Tyranitar, a dual rock and ground-type Pokémon, was particularly vulnerable to water-type moves, which would deal quadruple damage. If struck by Hydro Pump's formidable power, Tyranitar would surely be rendered unable to continue battling. Alas, Blastoise's speed was far too swift before Tyranitar could react. The powerful jet of water struck with the force of a cannonball, leaving no chance for defense. It was crucial to note that Ash had meticulously trained all his Pokémon for speed and precision in their attacks. Furthermore, the young man's state of rage had clouded his awareness, preventing him from noticing that Ash had issued commands through telepathy. How infuriating! The young man seethed, his teeth nearly grinding as he witnessed Tyranitar's incapacitation. You possess psychic abilities, don't you? Otherwise, your Pokémon could not have autonomously executed such an assault. He glared at Ash with a piercing gaze. You talk too much. Are we competing or merely exchanging pleasantries? This is supposed to be a battle, not a gossip session. Ash finally retorted, unable to contain his irritation. Fine, fine, fine. You force my hand. I shall defeat you with this Pokémon. The young man, visibly enraged, repeated the word fine thrice, his forehead pulsating with fury. You talk too much, boy. You must be suffering from delusions. You ought to seek medical attention, lest I begin to worry about what your parents have brought into this world with all your incessant babble. Ash shot back, finally giving in to his frustration. Even the most patient of individuals have their limits, and Ash, despite being more mature in his previous life, could no longer tolerate the incessant taunts. As the young man absorbed Ash's words, his face turned crimson with rage, finally entering a battle-ready state. Prepare to witness my ultimate trump card. Arise, Zapdos. He produced a Master Ball, throwing it with an ostentatious flair, executing a dramatic 360-degree spin. In a flash of white light, a magnificent bird adorned with bright yellow feathers and hints of black emerged, its sharp beak and overall appearance strikingly formidable. It became clear why this young man had been so arrogant. He possessed a legendary Pokémon, which had inflated his ego. Ash, upon seeing Zapdos, felt a flicker of surprise, yet he maintained his composure. After all, Zapdos was merely a legendary Pokémon, not one of the more powerful deities like Lugia. Even if a deity were to appear, Ash would not be intimidated. Legendary Pokémon possessed their own hierarchies, and the rarity of their species often led many to mistakenly believe that owning one equated to invincibility. This young man was evidently among those who failed to grasp the reality that even a legendary Pokémon could be defeated. Wow. I can't believe that player Fujimoto has summoned a legendary Pokémon like Zapdos. This is truly thrilling. How will Ash, as Fujimoto's opponent, respond to such a formidable presence? The commentator suddenly interjected, heightening the audience's anticipation. Upon witnessing Fujimoto with a legendary Pokémon, the crowd collectively began to doubt Ash's chances of victory. Those who had previously supported him now felt their morale plummet, believing that defeat was inevitable. Huh, did you see that? Are you scared yet? Fujimoto, emboldened by the audience's reaction, continued to taunt Ash. Fool, Ash retorted, undeterred by Fujimoto's provocations. The damage is minimal, but the insult is rather significant. Is that so? Then just watch. Fujimoto's expression darkened at Ash's dismissal. Do you know what I despise most in this world? It's those who flaunt their legendary Pokémon. Ash suddenly exclaimed. What nonsense are you spouting? Fujimoto stared at Ash as though he were a simpleton. In that moment, Ash recalled the encounter from the original story where the protagonist faced a legendary Pokémon user during the Sinnoh League Championship. That moment of defeat had dampened his excitement. And now, he resolved to take it out on Fujimoto. He would ensure that when he traveled to Sinnoh, he would have his own reckoning with that legendary user. Your Pokémon reminds me of an unpleasant memory. You, an insignificant insect, dare to dance with me? Ash said in an even tone, adjusting his cap to obscure his face. A menacing aura began to emanate from him. Hear my heart's call and resonate with me, Blastoise, Ash declared, producing the Mega Stone and holding it to his chest with fervor. Chapter 208, the first public Mega Evolution. Bathed in the light of evolution, Blastoise began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Its form remained consistent, yet its appearance shifted, the cannons on its back elongated, and each arm bore a cannon of its own. Wow! Unbelievably, Ash's Blastoise has undergone a strange and extraordinary evolution. What could this possibly mean? It's truly miraculous. The evolution of Blastoise does not appear to be the final stage. It seems there are many undiscovered phenomena in the world of Pokémon, and research must continue. Speaking of research, it dawned on the commentator that Ash was, in fact, a PhD holder, having published numerous papers and achieved the title of the youngest doctor in history at the age of 8. How astonishing. Here stands Ash. Not only a Pokémon trainer, but also a brilliant scholar, proving himself a genius even in the world of Pokémon battles as he reaches the finals. The commentator, astounded, shared this information with the audience. The audience present was utterly astonished by the commentator's words, their collective gasps echoing throughout the venue. Those seated before their televisions were no less affected. Selena gazed longingly at Ash's silhouette, her eyes brimming with affection. Meanwhile, in another location, Pallet Town. Within Professor Oak's research facility, Professor Oak sat alongside Ash's mother, Hanako, transfixed by the broadcast of the Indigo Conference. Upon witnessing the moment of Mega Evolution, Professor Oak was rendered speechless, leaning forward in sheer disbelief, pressing his eyes against the screen, as if to confirm he was not mistaken. This. After repeatedly verifying the information displayed on the television, he was left in a state of shock, trembling as he pointed at the screen, his words tumbling out incoherently. Professor? Surely not, Hanako remarked, bemused by Oak's exaggerated reaction, her expression a mixture of incredulity and amusement. Well, it appears Ash has been conducting research behind my back, no longer including me in his endeavors. He has grown up, developing his own little schemes. Professor Oak, observing the mega evolution of Blastoise on screen, patted his chest in mock despair, embodying the appearance of someone who had been betrayed, which was undeniably humorous. Hanako couldn't help but chuckle at the comical scene before her. While she didn't fully grasp the significance of the moment, she sensed it was an event that would astonish the entire world. The thought of her talented son brought her immense joy. After all, who wouldn't wish for their child to succeed? Come, let us go. Professor Oak suddenly recalled something and hurriedly made his way to the storage room for Pokemon balls, emerging with one in hand. Where to? Hanako inquired, perplexed. Why? To the Indigo Conference, of course. Don't you want to see Ash claim victory? Oak replied as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. In such a hurry? We should hurry along then, he urged. But how will we get there? It's too late to book tickets now. Hanako protested, exasperated. We can use Pokemon. Oak insisted. But, Professor, considering your age, are you sure that's wise? Hanako voiced her concern for the aging Oak. Do not worry about me. After all, I was once a trainer myself. How could I possibly falter now? Oak reassured her. Very well, Hanako conceded, seeing the determination in Oak's eyes. Here, this is Ash's Pidgeot. It's perfect for you as his mother. Oak handed the Pokeball to her. But what will you use, Professor? Hanako asked with curiosity. Oh, I'll manage just fine. Oak replied nonchalantly. Really? Hanako questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion, as Oak suddenly whistled a long, melodious tune. In response, a massive silhouette appeared from afar, rapidly approaching Professor Oak. Upon closer inspection, Hanako realized he intended to ride on a Dragonite. Once reassured of his capability, she summoned Ash's Pidgeot, becoming familiar with it before they set off towards the Indigo Conference venue. Meanwhile, back with Ash, he was astonished to see Blastoise evolve once more. What a novice. Ash scoffed, feeling no remorse for retaliating against the jibes hurled at him throughout the match. You. Fujimoto seethed in anger. It seems you need a reality check. With the power of legendary Pokémon, victory is assured on my side. With Mega Evolution, we possess the strength of our bond. Do you truly believe a mere Zapdos can defeat us? What an absurd notion. Ash retorted defiantly. Enough chatter, let us battle. Fujimoto, realizing his verbal jabs were futile against Ash, could only grit his teeth in frustration. Blastoise, unleash Dark Pulse. Ash commanded. Zapdos, erect light screen. Fujimoto responded with a smirk. Blastoise's canon-like appendages began to gather dark energy, releasing it in a fierce blast towards Zapdos. The electric bird remained stationary, conjuring an invisible barrier to absorb the attack. To Fujimoto's astonishment, despite the light screen's intended mitigation, the amplified Dark Pulse, enhanced by Blastoise's ability, struck with full force, leaving Zapdos reeling in pain. What is happening? I deployed light screen. This damage shouldn't be possible. Fujimoto exclaimed, bewildered by the unexpected outcome. Ash, noticing Fujimoto's realization, regarded him with newfound respect. It was clear he was a formidable opponent to have made it to the finals. Water Pulse. Ash continued, undeterred. As Mega Evolution consumed stamina, Ash understood the consequences of time limitations. However, he felt confident in his own endurance. The real question was whether Blastoise could withstand the strain. Thunderbolt. Fujimoto growled. Resolved to push forward. With a decisive command, Blastoise unleashed a torrent of water-like energy aimed directly at Zapdos. The electric bird, taken aback, hastily summoned its electric prowess to form a thunderbolt in defense. Yet, upon contact, the electricity conducted through the water, striking Blastoise as well. Despite sustaining the electric attack, Blastoise pressed on. Its water pulse, bolstered by its ability and type advantage, surged forward with tremendous force, inflicting grievous damage upon Zapdos and causing it to plummet from the sky, incapacitated. How could this be? Your Blastoise took a thunderbolt and remains unscathed? Fujimoto shouted in disbelief, pointing at Blastoise. Why would I divulge my secrets to you? Ash smirked, refusing to respond, concealing the fact that Blastoise had avoided harm due to the ability Lightning Rod from his system's rewards. Chapter 209, Disturbing the Nest. Fujimoto, incensed by Ash's dismissal, struggled to contain his frustration, unable to find words to retaliate. Go Articuno, he exclaimed, tossing another Pokeball as he boisterously announced his next Pokémon, as if ensuring everyone was aware of his ice type. As the Pokeball opened, a magnificent, ice-blue bird emerged before the onlookers. Wow! To everyone's astonishment. Not only does our competitor, Fujimoto, possess the legendary Zapdos, but he also harbors a divine bird, a true marvel indeed. One cannot help but wonder if Fujimoto has successfully gathered all three of the fabled legendary birds. The anticipation is palpable. The commentator, with an incredulous expression, began to speculate. Upon hearing the commentator's words, Fujimoto's lips curled into a subtle smile. Have I stumbled upon a nest of birds? Ash gazed at the Articuno soaring above, utterly speechless. Articuno, prepare to unleash the ice beam upon the opponent. Fujimoto's mouth twitched momentarily. He refrained from further banter and decided to engage directly. After battling Ash twice, he had come to recognize Ash's cunning nature, as the latter would often seize the opportunity to strike while he was speaking. This time, however, it was Fujimoto's turn to embody that cunning spirit. Momentary pleasure from cunning tactics is indeed a truth. Blastoise Rock Slide. Although Fujimoto had seized the initiative, Ash was no novice. As a skilled Pokemon trainer, his reflexes were exceptionally swift. He quickly formulated a counter-strategy. The airborne Articuno received the command to attack, and the ice beam was swiftly launched, targeting Mega Blastoise. Meanwhile, Blastoise harnessed the power of rock energy to conjure several massive boulders, locking onto its target. Ash had previously envisioned potential adversaries for Blastoise, particularly flying-type Pokemon. and the only moves available to counter such foes were Rock Slide and Rock Tomb. Thus, he had specifically trained Blastoise in Rock Tomb, and to his delight, it proved invaluable today. As expected, Blastoise's Rock Tomb struck Articuno, inflicting quadruple damage with remarkable efficacy. The impacted Articuno instantly succumbed, plummeting from the sky like a shooting star. Boom! The fallen Articuno's eyes swirled, completely incapacitated, witnessing yet another legendary Pokémon fall. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The match had not even concluded, yet thunderous applause filled the arena. Ash! 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 The audience cheered for Ash, as if they had already witnessed the birth of a champion. Fujimoto, seething with resentment at this scene, felt humiliated. Despite the match continuing, everyone was chanting his opponent's name. A gross affront to his pride. How utterly dismissive. Go, Moltres, I entrust this to you. Fujimoto furiously tossed out his Pokeball. Wow. To think our competitor, Fujimoto, has indeed gathered the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. It's nothing short of astounding. The commentator exclaimed in disbelief. Initially, Fujimoto felt a sense of relief at the commentator's astonishment. Yet his joy was short-lived, as the next remark struck him like a blow. It nearly sent him into a fit of rage. Now that Dr. Ash has defeated 2 of the legendary birds, will he be able to vanquish the 3rd and complete the trio? Let us wait and see. You insufferable fool, Moltres. Launch your attack using Sky Attack. Fujimoto was so enraged he seemed on the verge of losing his sanity. Observing Fujimoto's current state, Ash seriously questioned whether the man had lost his wits, sending a fire type against a water type. Could it be that this fool sought to claim my title as the master of reverse attributes? With that thought in mind, Ash resolved to focus. At this moment, his sole intention was to thwart his opponent's success. Confronting a Pokémon like Moltres, Ash felt no pressure whatsoever. He simply aimed to safeguard his title. Thus, he decided to give his all, showing respect to his opponent and providing them with a dignified challenge. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon. No sooner had the words left his lips than Blastoise prepared to unleash its attack, only to sense a familiar wave of energy coursing through it. Water energy flowed seamlessly into the cannon, culminating in the unprecedented Hydro Cannon. Boom! The Hydro Cannon surged forth, akin to a rocket launch, racing towards Moltres. At that very moment, Moltres completed its Sky Attack, and the 2 forces collided. Bang! The 2 attacks clashed, resulting in an explosion that enveloped the arena in a cloud of dust, obscuring the situation within. Moltres! Fujimoto suddenly shouted. However, Ash remained vigilant. He sensed that Moltres had not yet relinquished its fighting spirit. Fully aware of the circumstances, Ash wasted no time issuing his command. Blastoise, prepare the Aura Sphere. His eyes glimmered with a blue light as he transmitted his perception of the scene to Blastoise. Now informed of Moltres' location, Blastoise's resolve sharpened, disregarding all decorum. It unleashed a Aura Sphere. With precise knowledge of the target's position, it effortlessly struck through the haze. What the hell? You cheat. How dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? Fujimoto shouted in exasperation. As the dust settled, it became evident that Moltres had succumbed to defeat. Chapter 210. The Unassuming Fujimoto. Wow, our Dr. Ash's prowess is truly formidable, having succeeded in defeating all 3 legendary birds. One cannot help but wonder if Fujimoto possesses even more powerful Pokémon than these 3. The commentator expressed with excitement while glancing at Fujimoto. Truly impressive, Dr. Ash. Fujimoto, once brimming with arrogance, suddenly tempered his demeanor. The legendary birds were indeed not the strongest Pokémon in his possession, otherwise they would not have been captured. Hearing Fujimoto's words, Ash narrowed his eyes. Indeed, they were not particularly powerful Pokémon. Ash had already examined his opponent's information through the system and knew that the legendary birds were merely on par with the near-champion level, with potential only at the elite level. In contrast, the previously encountered Tyranitar exhibited commendable strength, nearing near-champion status. As for the downfall of the Houndoom, it was primarily due to type disadvantage and the gap in strength. You talk too much. Ever since the beginning, you've been incessantly chattering. Do you ever stop? If you're not annoyed, I certainly am. Ash's patience with Fujimoto's loquacious nature had reached its limit. Without regard for Fujimoto's words, he retorted directly. This time, however, Fujimoto did not react with anger. Instead, he produced another Pokeball, intending to let his prowess speak for itself. Go, Dragonite! A flash of white light revealed a robust Dragonite on the field. Upon utilizing the system to assess his opponent's strength, Ash discovered that this Dragonite possessed nearly champion-level power. Realizing the strength of the Dragonite before him, Ash understood why Fujimoto could capture the legendary birds. The individual's background was formidable, possessing a near-champion Dragonite and managing to glean information about the legendary birds, ultimately capturing them. Even more impressive was the presence of a Dragonite, a Pokémon of semi-divine status. It is important to note that nearly all Dragonites are congregated on the Dragon Island, managed by the Dragon family, with wild Dragonites being exceedingly rare. Thus, the endeavor to locate one is immensely arduous. The legendary trio of birds and the semi-legendary Pokémon Dragonite. From these 2 points alone, the formidable background of the opponent becomes evidently apparent. Who, indeed, is this young master from such a distinguished family? Ash gazed at Toru, racking his brain to discern the lineage of his adversary. After a prolonged contemplation, he found himself devoid of any recollection. Ultimately, he resolved to cease his thoughts altogether. Dragonite. Dance of the Dragons. Seizing the moment while Ash was momentarily stunned, Toru issued his command. This is bad, Blastoise. Prepare your hydro pump and do not allow him to succeed. Ash's heart sank as he realized the opponent had made his move, instantly deducing their imminent action. The prowess of Dragonite, indeed worthy of the semi-champion level, completed the transformation of its move in the blink of an eye. However, Blastoise was no slouch either. In a flash, the hydro pump surged forth, appearing before Dragonite in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Dragonite had already completed the Dance of the Dragons, gaining a significant boost, and with a mere sidestep, evaded the attack. This situation had become dire. Ash recognized that with Dragonite having performed the Dance of the Dragons, defeating it would prove to be a formidable challenge. Dragonite, Earthquake. Toru commanded loudly. Blastoise, hold your ground. Ash countered. Dragonite summoned the energies of the earth, inducing a violent tremor that resonated through the ground. Blastoise, sensing the quaking beneath, was taken aback, caught unprepared. Fortunately, Ash had already issued his command. Upon hearing it, Blastoise enveloped itself in a protective barrier, thus avoiding harm. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Dragonite, Dragon Tail. In an instant, Blastoise concentrated its energy to unleash a Hydro Pump. Simultaneously, Dragonite entered a state of frenzy due to the Dragon Tail, its eyes glowing crimson, exuding a fierce demeanor, perceiving all as its foes. With only Blastoise present on the battlefield, it naturally became the target. With a roar, Dragonite charged madly toward Blastoise. In its frenzied state, Dragonite disregarded the Hydro Pump, allowing it to strike. Despite the immense power of the Hydro Pump, even with its boundless strength, Dragonite was propelled a considerable distance by the impact. Excellent. Seize this opportunity. Blastoise, unleash a blizzard. Ash commanded eagerly. Not good. Dragonite, defend. Toru sensed the impending danger and instinctively ordered a defensive maneuver. Although the command was given, Dragonite remained in its frenzied state, having not struck a target and only just regained its sanity. However, it was met with the piercing onslaught of the blizzard. Having recently been struck by the Hydro Pump, its body was already drenched, and before the storm even reached it, it began to freeze. Dragonite intended to heed the command to defend, yet the blizzard arrived before it could react. Having already been hit by the Hydro Pump, it soon succumbed to the icy tempest, transforming into a lifelike ice sculpture. The assault of the blizzard continued unabated. Given Dragonite's quadruple weakness to ice-type attacks, it was utterly vanquished by the relentless storm. Dragonite had fallen. Toru gazed at the newly evolved Blastoise before him, feeling utterly bewildered. Was this new form truly so formidable? Even he, with his considerable prowess, was unable to best this opponent, and now he had lost his fifth Pokémon without even forcing out the opponent's third. Could it be that this individual truly possessed some sort of cheat? Otherwise, Toru found it incomprehensible how Ash's Blastoise could overpower so many of his Pokémon. While he had indeed observed Ash's credentials and recognized his strength, having swept through battles without losing, he had never encountered anyone who could compel Ash to utilize his fourth Pokémon. This left him questioning whether this person truly had some hidden advantage. Chapter 211, Tyranitar. You are indeed impressive. If you can win this, the championship is yours. Toru remarked with a smirk, unable to conceal his disbelief. Ash replied, your words are but empty echoes. Winning the championship was always my destiny. No need for your affirmation. Come forth. My sandstorm monarch, Tyranitar. Toru dramatically kissed the Pokeball he retrieved from his pocket before casting it into the arena. A flash of light revealed a massive Pokémon, clad in what resembled green armor, with a silver underbelly and several sharp spines protruding from its back, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of a king. Ash's eyes gleamed with admiration upon encountering this dream Pokémon, and while he felt envious, he did not forget to check its level using the system. Upon inspection, he discovered that it boasted an impressive level of 79, just one tier shy of the champion level. Alas, it was hindered by its potential, unable to ascend further. Despite this pity, he remained focused on his objective for the day. Go, Blastoise, greet Tyranitar with a hydro pump as our introduction gift, Ash proclaimed enthusiastically. Toru, upon hearing Ash's words, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Who would consider a hydro pump a greeting gift? Perhaps only this cheerful individual would think to do so. Toru mentally scoffed, then commanded Tyranitar to evade the impending attack. Tyranitar, dodge. Hydro pump being a fighting-type move. Tyranitar would suffer quadruple damage from it, so evasion was imperative to avoid a repeat of the previous battle. Tyranitar maneuvered its massive form, skillfully sidestepping the hydro pump as it soared past. Tyranitar, be cautious. Just as it regained focus, Tyranitar found itself confronted by a large blue figure, raising its arm imbued with fighting-type energy to deliver a powerful strike. However, seasoned in battle, Tyranitar quickly raised its arm to shield itself from the assault. Tyranitar, although it successfully blocked the strike, the pain it endured was no less severe. As a battle-hardened Pokémon, Tyranitar had developed a commendable resistance to the agony of injuries. Yet, facing Blastoise's blow, it felt as if it were donning a mask of suffering, leaving it bewildered. This strike felt as if it had received some enhancement, more potent than the standard fighting-type move, even surpassing the typical effectiveness of fighting moves against its own type. Tyranitar's instincts were correct, unbeknownst to it. There was someone behind Blastoise who was secretly enhancing its power. Indeed, it was a form of enhancement, but this time it was Ash himself, acting as a human cheat for his Pokémon, bestowing upon Blastoise a continuous stream of high-quality aura energy and the restorative power of the Tokiwa. In a bid to vanquish the formidable Bangyra, he channeled all of his exceptional aura power into the water turtle, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of its fighting-type moves. Should Bangyra become aware of this, one can only imagine the incredulous gaze it would cast upon its master, possibly even venting its frustrations. Look at that master over there, providing an unending stream of aura and logistical support for recovery. And then there's you, utterly destitute, unable to offer anything in return. It might even end with a quip about the absence of comparison breeding no harm. Fortunately, Bangyra remained oblivious to this peculiar situation. Had it been aware, the ensuing spectacle would have been nothing short of captivating. Just as Bangyra began to comprehend the scenario, it noticed that the creature before it was glowing, an unsettling green hue that made it uneasy. This revelation inevitably led Bangyra to question whether the water turtle had been influenced in some nefarious way. Otherwise, how could its fighting prowess be so extraordinary? Contemplating the possibility of the opponent being green, Bangyra found a semblance of understanding towards the water turtle. Bangyra, it surprisingly vocalized, offering words of consolation to the water turtle. Upon hearing this, the water turtle's countenance turned a shade of furious green. At that moment, it felt a profound affront to its dignity as the leader of the Squirtle. Came. It bellowed in indignation before launching into a fervent assault. Thus, the scene unfolded with Bangyra sprinting ahead while the water turtle fervently pursued from behind, unleashing a barrage of various moves. As Bangyra ran, it occasionally emitted a sound or two, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. The two Pokémon were locked in a relentless chase. Bangyra, you must counterattack. Why are you running? Fujimaki exclaimed, utterly befuddled by the spectacle before him, urgently prompting Bangyra to engage. Yet, Bangyra merely shook its head, conveying its reluctance to confront the water turtle. This gesture left Fujimaki even more puzzled about the peculiar dynamics between the two creatures, one fervently pursuing, the other consistently evading. Clueless, Fujimaki felt a headache brewing. Uncertain of how to proceed, only Ash, who comprehended the situation, felt a pang of exasperation, realizing that a confrontation between the two Pokémon was futile. Hence, he anticipated the water turtle's next move and called it back. The irate water turtle resisted, yearning to remain in battle, but was calmed by Ash's abundant reassurance, allowing it to regain composure. In that moment, Ash understood that a fight between the water turtle and Bangyra was out of the question. Pikachu. As Ash pondered which Pokémon to send into the fray, Pikachu, who had been observing the unfolding drama, tugged at Ash's sleeve, signaling its desire to enter the battle. You want to go in? Ash queried, taken aback by Pikachu's eagerness, feeling a twinge of doubt. After all, this was the esteemed Pokémon known as the Electric Mouse. All right then, if you wish to battle, then let's do it. Ash acquiesced, unable to refuse the fervent gaze of his partner. Go forth, my partner, Pikachu, he proclaimed dramatically as Pikachu entered the arena, earning a nod of approval from the Electric Mouse. Huh, You're sending a seemingly ordinary little electric mouse to take on my Bangyra? Are you certain of your choice? Fujimaki inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. Are you blind? I've made my decision. Mind your own business. Ash retorted, his voice laced with indignation at any slight against his beloved Pikachu. Oh, and feel free to disparage that scoundrel of a father. Chapter 212, The Quest for Victory. Underestimating him will lead to dire consequences. Ash shook his head. TCH, it's just an electric mouse. What is so fearsome about that? Fujimaki scoffed. Let us wait and see. Ash replied with a knowing smile, dismissing Fujimaki's derision. In his eyes, the one who underestimated the electric mouse was destined for failure. Pikachu seemed to sense the disdain from Fujimaki and immediately steeled itself for the challenge. Bangyra, use Earthquake. Fujimaki commanded confidently, as if victory were already within reach. Pikachu, use Quick Attack to interrupt. Ash quickly directed, eager to seize the moment. Pikachu, Pikachu, Pikachu. Ash's command was barely uttered before Pikachu, moving like a finely tuned machine, transformed into a streak of light, zipping towards Bangyra and crashing into its belly with tremendous force. Fujimaki, anticipating to mock the audacity of the little Pikachu, was left utterly astounded by the unfolding events. To his disbelief, instead of being sent flying as he had expected, Bangyra was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, eliciting a cry of pain. Fujimaki's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had never imagined that such a diminutive creature could possess such formidable strength, enough to send the hefty Bangyra reeling. Bangyra, I believe you can rise again. Stand tall. Do not concede defeat. The championship is within our grasp. Fujimaki bellowed, encouraging Bangyra to regain its footing. Bangyra, it roared defiantly, unsteadily returning to the battlefield. It appears our strength still lacks. Go, Pikachu, use Aerial Ace. Ash commanded, determined to prevent any opportunity for counterattack. Quick, defend. Upon seeing Bangyra back in the arena, Ash swiftly issued his directive, with Fujimaki closely following suit. Pikachu, surrounded by crackling electricity, became a blur, resembling a ninja as it swiftly appeared before Bangyra, delivering a powerful aerial ace against its shield. The impact resonated with a thunderous explosion, engulfing the arena in smoke, obscuring the ongoing battle. Pika! Suddenly, a cry echoed through the haze as Pikachu was sent flying like a projectile. Within the cloud, a green fist, crackling with sparks, emerged, Bangyra's counterattack. As Pikachu soared from the smoke, it adeptly landed on its feet, recovering gracefully. Pikachu, unleash your thunderbolt. Ash commanded loudly. Pikachu nodded, slowly drawing a small blade from its waist, causing arcs of golden electricity to swirl around it as a golden eye appeared behind Pikachu, snapping open. In that instant, the Eye of Judgment materialized, seemingly adjudicating the moral fabric of the world. As Pikachu brought down its blade, a tremendous shockwave erupted, lifting the fabric of its attire amidst the electrifying display. A golden blade of lightning, forged from the very essence of gold itself, descended with a thunderous roar upon the location of Bangyra. Boom! As the blade struck, it smashed down at the very spot where Bangyra lay, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke, obscuring any view of Bangyra's condition within. The spectators, however, were left in awe by this breathtaking display, with even Tsumaki visibly shaken by the magnitude of the strike. Remarkably, even after expending this mighty blow, Pikachu's small blade appeared to be imbued with the power of the newly manifested Eye of Judgment, as golden arcs of electricity danced around it. Just at that moment, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the sight of Bangyra, rendered incapable of battle, lying motionless on the ground. Wow! The champion of this quartz conference has emerged. Let us extend our congratulations to Ash Ketchum and Dr. Okido for becoming the champions of this quartz conference. The commentator exclaimed with palpable excitement, inciting a wave of applause and cheers from the audience. Mom, did you see that? Ash did it. Ash has become the champion of the quartz conference. Serena exclaimed with fervor, addressing her mother. I saw it, replied Mama Sa, nodding her head, then adding with a hint of exasperation. He hasn't even been sent off yet, and you're already like this. Just imagine how you'd react if he were actually sent off. Mom, what are you talking about? That is so annoying. Is this really the time for such discussions? Upon hearing her mother's remarks, Serena's face flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly looked down. All right, Mama understands. Mama-san nodded, somewhat dismissively. Brock, Ash really did it. He won the championship. It's absolutely incredible. Misty exclaimed excitedly as she turned to Brock. Indeed, Ash has become the champion this time. We can proudly say we are companions of a champion. Brock replied with a beaming smile, clearly elated. Since Brock and Misty arrived earlier than Serena and her mother, the four of them found themselves seated in different sections, thus missing the opportunity to congratulate one another. The scene shifted back to Ash. You've triumphed and become the champion. Tsumaki sighed, retrieving his Pokeball to silently recall Banjira, offering his congratulations. Thank you. Although our battle was somewhat frustrating, I acknowledge your strength. Ash nodded politely, expressing his gratitude. This was indeed true. After all, the ability to directly defeat one of his Pokémon at the outset, not to mention facing another Pokémon nearly at champion level, clearly demonstrated the opponent's prowess. Alas, I brought such a powerful Pokémon from home, and yet I couldn't defeat you. When I return, I'll surely face my cousin's scolding, Tsumaki lamented, his head drooping. Your cousin? Ash inquired, puzzled. Oh right, I neglected to introduce myself earlier. I am Tsumaki Yuryu, and my cousin is Yuryu Dato. He was also the one who instructed me to speak ill of you during the match, Tsumaki explained. So that's what it was. It was your cousin who orchestrated this. Ash responded as he began to grasp the situation. Ash. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Mom. Ash turned around in surprise to discover that it was indeed his mother who had called him. Moreover, Professor Oak was accompanying Hanako. Good lad. You've been secretly working on your research without informing me. Honestly, Professor Oak remarked, his gaze filled with reproach as he recalled the moments he had witnessed on television. Excuse me, Professor, how can you question me? I want to ask you why, every time I see you after I set out on my journey. My mom is always by your side. Ash mentally scoffed at Professor Oak's words, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. I had mentioned it before. You simply weren't interested, Professor Oak retorted. When did you ever mention it? I have no recollection of that. The professor was left bewildered by Ash's assertion. I mentioned it the day before I left for my journey, Ash clarified. Was it during lunch? Professor Oak asked, uncertain as he tried to recall. Indeed. Ash affirmed with a nod. Ha ha ha, is that so? I must have been preoccupied at the time and didn't have a chance to respond. Professor Oak chuckled, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor as he remembered how he had been focused on researching a new method for cooking instant noodles, barely giving Ash's words a second thought. As he reflected on this, regretful tears began to well up in Professor Oak's eyes. How foolish he had been to sacrifice the opportunity for a breakthrough in research for a mere cup of noodles. During that time, he had assumed Ash was merely exploring other Pokémon evolution forms, so he left him to his own devices, intending to foster Ash's abilities. He had expected Ash to eventually approach him with questions, allowing him to participate in the research process. Instead, time passed, and Ash remained silent, diligently working on his own without seeking guidance. Professor, I haven't fully explored the research yet. You're more than welcome to join in, Ash offered, fully aware of Professor Oak's thoughts, and thus, he willingly extended the invitation. After all, this was an opportunity that could etch their names in history. So it was no wonder Professor Oak was eager to be involved. Is that truly possible, Ash? Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing that the research was still incomplete. Absolutely, Ash replied with a smile, nodding as he casually fabricated a lie. In truth, thanks to his photographic memory, Ash could recall the mega-evolving Pokémon and evolution stones he had encountered in his previous life. To be blunt, Ash had indeed mastered the research and no longer required the professor's assistance. However, out of respect for their long-standing relationship and the help he had received over the years, Ash was still willing to collaborate on the research project. After all, the primary credit for the work was already his, and no one could take that from him, since he had already consumed the meat. He didn't mind allowing Professor Oak to partake in the broth. Thank you so much, Ash. Professor Oak exclaimed joyfully. Of course, it's my pleasure, Ash nodded. Then shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, Professor, shouldn't you and my mom be resting at home? What brings you here? Well, it's because the professor saw the new evolutionary form of the Squirtle and rushed over from the Research Institute. Without a moment's delay, Hanako interjected, a hint of reproach in her tone directed at Professor Oak. Ah, I see. Ash chuckled, nearly unable to contain himself as he listened to his mother's nickname for the water turtle. It's because I saw Ash had made new research progress. I couldn't help but rush over, Professor Oak admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. All right, since you're here, let us wait for the awards ceremony, Ash suggested as he glanced at the podium. Sure thing, let us follow Ash's lead, Hanako nodded lightly, adding, if only your father could see you claim the championship he has always dreamed of. Ah, indeed, he must be watching from the heavens. Ash stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. What a lad. Your father is still alive, yet you curse him to death. Perhaps one day he will return and give you quite a shock. Professor Oak chuckled at Ash's remark. What are you talking about, my child? Hanako, initially taken aback by Ash's words, only came to her senses when the professor spoke. Upon hearing Professor Oak's response, Ash furrowed his brow, fixing an intense gaze upon him, as if wishing to pierce through him with his stare. While watching anime, Ash had come across numerous tales regarding Pokémon, and many on the internet speculated that Professor Oak might indeed be Ash's father. Initially skeptical, Ash now began to connect those online musings to the professor's words, his suspicion growing as he regarded Oak with a fierce glare, as if intent on inflicting 1,000 cuts upon him. Professor Oak, feeling the weight of Ash's scrutinizing gaze, felt a sudden jolt as if calamity were about to befall him. Ash, what are you doing? Could it be that the professor is your father? Hanako, noticing Ash's expression, suddenly recalled a childhood remark he had made, and the pieces fell into place. Ash remained silent, his eyes still fixed on Professor Oak. How could I possibly be your father, Ash? Your father's name is Yinfeng Qi, not me. Hearing Hanako's words, Professor Oak could only respond with a bemused yet exasperated explanation. Qi. Upon hearing this name, Ash was momentarily stunned. How could he not recognize that name? The name of a legendary trainer. The realization that he had once aspired to defeat his own father left him momentarily speechless. Reflecting on his previous ambition to overpower his father, he recognized how utterly fanciful that notion had been. After all, that was a legendary trainer who had defeated Mutwo purely through the prowess of his Pokémon. Such a feat was far removed from Ash's own experience as a seemingly invincible trainer. Thud. My dear child, what on earth are you thinking about all day long? Hanako playfully smacked Ash on the head, feigning annoyance. Chapter 214, A Public Declaration of Affection. Hanako, have you truly not informed your son of his father's name all this time? Professor Oak turned to Hanako, puzzled. He has never asked me. I thought you had told him, replied Hanako, covering her forehead as she looked at the professor. I assumed you had mentioned it, believing a child should know such things. Thus I refrained from doing so. Professor Oak was utterly bewildered by Hanako's words. The child had grown so large yet remained unaware of his father's name. Although the professor's ignorance was bewildering, it was clear to him that it was rather extraordinary. Ash, hearing Hanako's exasperated tone, sighed in resignation. Well then, I suppose it's my fault for not asking. Years ago, shortly after I conceived you, your father left Masera Town for Silver Mountain and has not returned since. Hanako's voice grew somber as she recounted the tale. So that is what transpired. Upon hearing the entire story, Ash comprehended the reason behind that man's journey to Silver Mountain. However, this made sense. Such a fervent practitioner would indeed embark on such a venture, likely becoming so engrossed in training that he lost track of time, forgetting he had a wife and child. While this was undeniably absurd, Silver Mountain was no ordinary place, teeming with elite trainers and champions, and even divine-like Pokémon. It was entirely plausible that someone as battle-hungry as Qi could become so entranced by the training opportunities there that he lost all sense of time and reality. Why did Ash not harbor any doubts regarding Qi's well-being in such a perilous environment? It was simply due to Qi's formidable strength. There was no reason to believe he would meet his demise there. I shall visit Silver Mountain once I secure the championship title, perhaps to search for him, Ash mused. By the way, Ash, who is the champion this time? Professor Oak inquired. Guess, replied Ash, his expression remaining neutral. Is it you, Ash? Professor Oak asked cautiously, observing Ash's demeanor. Bingo. Congratulations, you are correct. Ash replied with a cheerful snap of his fingers. Quite impressive, indeed. You are truly a pride of Masera Town. Professor Oak nodded in approval, gazing at Ash with satisfaction. However, upon witnessing that gaze, Ash's mood plummeted, his previously joyful expression disappearing. All right, Professor, let Ash prepare. He must soon take the stage to deliver his acceptance speech. Hanako, noticing her son's weary face, felt a pang of sympathy and urged him to rest. Indeed, Professor Oak concurred. Very well, I have some matters to attend to on stage, so I shall prepare now. Ash waved goodbye and, under their watchful eyes, stepped out of the contestants' area. Having secured victory today, he harbored a grand idea regarding a future filled with happiness that he wished to reveal during his speech, hoping to surprise everyone. As he exited the contestants' area, a throng of reporters surrounded him like a tidal wave. Microphones thrust into his face as a barrage of questions erupted from their lips. Excuse me, Dr. Ash, is it true that Blastoise has a third evolution? If so, how does it evolve? Dr. Ash, I have heard that you began researching alongside Professor Oak at the age of 6 and contributed to the discovery of a new evolution for Eevee, the fairy-type Pokémon. Is this true? Dr. Ash, I have also heard that you are currently single. Is that correct? Dr. Ash. Click, click, click. The incessant flashes of cameras nearly blinded Ash. Pikachu, too, was startled by the frenzy of reporters. The sheer madness of the situation left Ash utterly speechless. They could ask questions, but the audacity to pry into his personal life was beyond comprehension. What of being single? Does my marital status concern you? Have I offended you in some way? Truly, they were a group of insipid reporters, utterly absurd. Please, calm down and take turns asking questions. There's no need to rush, for your haste is futile. To address the first question, yes, Blastoise does indeed have a third evolution, albeit with time constraints that prevent it from being permanent. As for the specifics of its evolution, I shall reveal that in my forthcoming paper, which will also contain astonishing revelations regarding the evolution of other Pokémon. I encourage interested parties to follow me on vblog. Having addressed the first question, I will now address the second. I did indeed begin researching with Professor Oak at the age of 6, which led to my first published paper. Regarding the third question, it is true that I am currently single. However, by the end of today, that status may very well change. I would like to make a significant announcement to everyone present. I confess to my childhood friend, Serena, that I have harbored feelings for you since the very day we met at the tender age of 6. I implore you to agree to be my girlfriend. In the future, should we marry, I shall gladly take on all household chores, such as laundry and cooking. I uttered these words in succession, until the last question escaped my lips, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Good gracious, I never anticipated that this moment would yield such monumental news. Typically, we are the ones gathering news from others, while such revelations are often evaded by those involved. Yet, this time, the other party boldly presented us with a significant scoop, catching us entirely off guard. However, it wasn't long before a reporter regained composure, even playfully teasing Ash. Who would have thought that our illustrious Professor Oak would be a henpecked husband? Upon hearing this, the entire assembly of journalists erupted in laughter. Not far away, Serena's mother and daughter, who had intended to meet Ash, were taken aback by his loud confession. As they observed Ash surrounded by reporters, Serena's face turned crimson, nearly as if she were about to burst into steam. Mom, I feel so embarrassed. How could Ash confess in such a public place and mention marriage and chores? Serena shyly buried herself in her mother's embrace. Dear child, her mother gently caressed Serena's head. Do you comprehend the extent of what Ash has chosen to do for you? He has proclaimed his feelings for you before the entire world, ensuring that everyone knows he likes you. Serena, you must understand the immense courage it takes for someone to confess their feelings in front of so many people. From this perspective, Ash has already poured his heart into his declaration. And you two have known each other since childhood, although not growing up in the same neighborhood. You can still be considered childhood sweethearts. Mom, Serena nestled in her mother's embrace, her large, shimmering eyes gazing shyly at her mother's face. But Mom, haven't you always known I liked Ash? Now that he has confessed, if I do not respond, what if Ash thinks I've rejected him when he doesn't see me? Her mother paused mid-sentence, suddenly smiling mischievously at Serena, playfully warning. What if another girl suddenly swoops in to comfort a heartbroken Ash? By then, you won't have the chance to change your mind. How could that be? There is no way I would ever reject Ash. That is absolutely impossible. Upon hearing her mother's words, Serena quickly grasped the implication and shook her head fervently, exclaiming that it could never happen. Then why are you still here? Go on, her mother urged, winking encouragingly. Okay, I'm going, Mom. Serena nodded, breaking free from her mother's embrace, and then hurriedly dashed towards Ash. Oh, look, is that the girl the esteemed Professor Oak mentioned? How adorable. A voice among the reporters caught the attention of the crowd. Ash, with his keen senses, swiftly located the source of the voice. Upon realizing who they were referring to, Ash's face lit up as he saw Serena sprinting towards him. Seizing the moment while the reporters were fixated on Serena, Ash transformed into a shadow and rushed towards her. Upon reaching Serena, Ash grasped her small hand and took off running. Serena, still processing the suddenness of being held, was swept up into Ash's arms, racing towards an unknown destination. The dazed Serena gazed at the familiar face she had longed for, momentarily unable to react. Serena, run. These reporters are relentless. I cannot withstand their barrage of questions any longer. Let us find a place to hide. Ash explained as he ran. Okay, Serena replied, her curiosity piqued. She nestled her head against Ash's shoulder, stealing a glance at the scene behind them. As expected, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The professor is missing." The frenzy of reporters, upon receiving this information, began scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, someone else shouted, "The professor is over there." Following the direction indicated, they indeed spotted Ash, sprinting with his girlfriend in his arms. Seeing Ash, the reporters immediately pursued him, fearing he might escape their grasp. Ash was undeniably popular. After witnessing the commotion, Serena felt a wave of relief as she pressed against Ash's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Hold on tight to my neck. I am about to make a turn, Ash instructed, prompting Serena to nod shyly as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Seeing Serena's adorable demeanor, Ash chuckled, stifling his own fluttering heart, and accelerated. As they rounded a corner, they vanished in an instant. When the reporters arrived at the turn, they found themselves at a loss, unable to locate the figures they sought. Alas, we didn't see the professor. He must have escaped using a psychic Pokémon. How do you know he used a psychic Pokémon to flee? Well, obviously, with so many Pokémon around him. It is likely that a psychic-type Pokémon enabled him to disappear so suddenly. What if we missed him? We can't risk that. So I suggest we search this corner first. If we find him, great. If not, we'll have to accept our failure, a reporter suggested, embodying the spirit of better safe than sorry. Unbeknownst to them, Ash had indeed used psychic abilities to slip away, albeit in a manner different from their conjectures. The one employing psychic powers was not a Pokémon, but Ash himself. After searching for a while and confirming that their target was nowhere to be found, the group reluctantly decided to wait until the evening's award ceremony to catch him. From the information gleaned, it seemed clear that Ash was researching more than just a single Pokémon capable of such evolution, which piqued their interest. After all, Pokémon often have an additional evolution stage, and this was undeniably significant news. Securing this scoop could lead to promotions and raises for them. Since Professor Oak is not here, let us disperse. The reporters, recognizing they had truly missed their quarry, departed to seek their next target. Meanwhile, Ash and Serena found themselves on the beach. Serena, did you hear what I said earlier? Ash gazed deeply into the eyes of his childhood companion. Serena, her face flushed, shyly nodded. Yes, I heard. Will you agree to my proposal? Ash pressed further. Yes, of course. Serena eagerly nodded in agreement. In truth, I have liked you since the moment I first laid eyes on you. But I never had the courage to express it. Lena, I shall continue my journey, and once I ascend to the pinnacle of the Pokémon world as a master, I will return to claim you as my bride. This is my token of affection for you. Please accept it, Ash declared, retrieving a gift box from his pocket. Chapter 216. The Token of Affection. Upon opening the box, Ash revealed a heart-shaped, not intricately woven from red string. What is this? Serena inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she beheld this unfamiliar object. This is a traditional token of affection from my homeland, known as a heart knot. It symbolizes the unbreakable bond between a couple, representing unity and eternal connection, Ash explained. I contemplated this decision for quite some time, and since it is not typically available for purchase, I crafted it myself. The mention of unity struck Serena, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Upon realizing the thoughtfulness behind Ash's gift, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Knowing how deeply she cherished him, yet had not prepared anything in return. Overwhelmed by her feelings, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Ash, perceiving her shyness, chuckled softly, finding her bashfulness utterly endearing. He contemplated the idea of whisking her away to his home as his bride, but quickly dismissed the thought. How could he entertain such notions? After all, Serena was merely 11 years old, still a minor, and he could not fathom marrying her at such a tender age. Even if her mother were to approve, he struggled with the principles and responsibilities that weighed heavily on his conscience. Such matters could wait until they both reached maturity at 18. It was already quite irrational for him, a young man of age, to confess his feelings to a minor. He feared that if he were to act recklessly again, the narrative would surely be compromised. There's no rush. We have plenty of time, Ash said, regarding Serena with gentle eyes as he reached out to stroke her hair. Serena nodded slightly, savoring the tender gesture. Ash, she began, her expression suddenly conflicted, appearing adorably shy as she fidgeted. What is it? Ash asked, though he was puzzled by her demeanor. Could I have a hug? Serena mumbled, her head lowered as she summoned the courage to voice her request, her cheeks blooming like a sunset, radiantly adorable. Of course. How could I refuse? Ash replied, momentarily taken aback, having expected a more outrageous demand. Upon hearing her simple request, he erupted into laughter, opening his arms wide to embrace the still bashful Serena. Ash, she exclaimed, feeling flustered as she wriggled free from his embrace. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster hoarding food, and she stomped her foot in playful indignation. I apologize. Please forgive me, Ash pleaded, his expression resembling that of a forlorn child seeking absolution. Very well, considering it's your first offense, I shall forgive you. But do not let it happen again. Having never witnessed this side of Ash before, Serena chose to overlook his misstep. Then, Ash, resembling a hungry wolf, patiently awaited the timid rabbit to leap into his arms. With that, Serena shed her initial shyness and cautiously approached, her delicate hands reaching out to encircle his robust frame. As she felt the firm contours of his muscles, warmth spread through her, and she nestled closer against him, inhaling the comforting warmth radiating from his body. In that moment, she felt as if she were not merely holding a person, but embracing a home, a pillar of safety and warmth. Against the backdrop of the evening glow by the seaside, their embrace transcended the scenery, making the sunset merely a stage for their connection. Ash, Serena murmured softly. What is it, my lovely and enchanting Serena? Ash replied, his tone playfully affectionate. Lovely and enchanting. When did that happen? Serena questioned, a smile gracing her lips, though confusion lingered in her eyes regarding her newfound title. From the very moment I met you, you have always been my lovely and enchanting Serena, Ash stated without hesitation. Really? Serena blushed, seeking confirmation for his endearing words. Indeed. As true as pure gold, Ash affirmed without a hint of doubt. Why did you like me back then? I seemed so timid, like a child. Surely others must have found me insufferable. What made you drawn to me from that time? Serena pressed, her curiosity unyielding. Because I adore little girls. What more reason do I need? Ash chuckled mischievously. Goodness, I didn't realize you were such a weirdo as a child. Serena responded, her voice tinged with playful disdain. Yet her smile remained unwavering. Do you still like this weirdo? Ash teased, tightening his embrace around her. Of course I do. I truly adore you, Ash. Serena affirmed, nodding vigorously, her declaration echoing thrice. Perhaps out of fear that Ash might slip away, she instinctively clung to him tighter. Sometimes, you see, affection needs no reason. It simply is, Ash whispered, cradling Serena and attempting to clarify his earlier remark. I believe you, Serena replied, seemingly convinced by his clumsy rationale, touched by the profound love woven into his words. Thus, beneath the golden rays of the setting sun, they remained entwined, blissfully oblivious to the passage of time. Until, may I have Ash on stage, please? It is time for the awards ceremony. Ash, please come forward. The announcement from the competition venue shattered their idyllic moment. And had Ash not possessed an optimistic heart, the interruption would have dampened their spirits. Ash, we must hurry back, Serena exclaimed hurriedly, her expression akin to someone caught in a compromising situation. Indeed, Ash responded, remarkably composed despite the unexpected disruption, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the circumstances. Chapter 217. The flight champion's affectionate preference. In an instant, Ash whisked Serena away using teleportation, reappearing in the indoor contestant area. Upon their arrival, Ash grinned at Serena, teasingly asking, So, Serena, are you joining me to receive our award, or are you simply accompanying me? Your words are as good as meaningless, Serena retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. So, essentially I have no choice? I was merely jesting. No need to take me too seriously. Ash laughed heartily. As Ash caught sight of Serena giving him a playful glance, she appeared particularly charming, prompting him to erupt into hearty laughter. You mischievous Ash, always bullying me. I refuse to acknowledge you any longer, Serena exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Upon witnessing her anger, Ash was momentarily taken aback, a pang of regret washing over him for having provoked her ire. After all, Serena was now his girlfriend, and the trouble he had stirred would ultimately fall upon him to mend. Was he not inviting unnecessary suffering upon himself? Unfamiliar with the nuances of romance, Ash found himself at a loss, unsure of how to navigate the situation. In a moment of desperation, he mustered the courage to approach Serena, enveloping her in a warm embrace. I'm sorry, I was wrong. My adorable Serena, I shouldn't have teased you. Please forgive me, he pleaded, his tone reminiscent of a child seeking comfort, gently ruffling her hair. What? Adorable Serena? Why have you suddenly changed how you address me? Serena blushed deeply, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just as Ash was about to speak again, the announcer's voice boomed from outside. All right, I understand. I forgive you. The situation outside is quite urgent, so you should hurry back. I will wait for you here, my champion, my dear. Upon hearing the announcement, Serena urged him on, but as she spoke the latter part, her cheeks flushed again involuntarily. What? Serena, what did you just call me? Ash, caught off guard and reluctant to leave, grasped Serena's hands and gazed into her eyes. Incredulity etched on his face. And nothing. Just go? Serena, feeling shy under his lingering gaze, was reluctant to admit to the endearing title. No, I cannot leave just like this, Ash declared stubbornly, standing his ground but leaning closer with a mischievous grin. Typically, when a boyfriend departs, his girlfriend gives him a farewell kiss. I haven't received one, so I'm not going. Why you? Upon hearing this, Serena, who had initially been indignant, found herself blushing furiously. Observing Ash's determined demeanor, she succumbed to the moment. briefly pressing her lips against his cheek like a fleeting dragonfly before turning away, avoiding his gaze. Hey, thank you, my lovely Serena. Now I shall take my leave. Ash chuckled, thoroughly amused by the situation. Though he yearned for more, he realized time was of the essence for his award presentation. With a last lingering look, he bid farewell and vanished in a flash. Ash is so naughty, but I like it. Serena huffed, her face aglow as she spoke. Meanwhile, Ash materialized before the awards podium, swiftly taking his place before anyone noticed, feigning breathlessness as he addressed the audience. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. Oh, it's all right. Although you were late, at least you made it. The professor understands. He is quite busy. A well-dressed man with slicked back hair and a round belly assured him. All right, we're about to begin, Ash. Please step forward, President Damaranch urged. Understood, thank you both. Ash nodded gratefully before making his way to the center of the podium, standing at the highest position. Impressive, Ash. You boldly confessed your feelings in front of everyone. Quite courageous of you, teased Yulong Tadamatsu, who stood at the second-place position. So did she accept? Have you received the news so swiftly? Ash replied, casting a peculiar look at Tadamatsu. Didn't you know? You're already famous, chimed in the girl in third place, grinning at the exchange. Famous? Wasn't I already well known? Ash scratched his head in confusion. His earlier statements left the other two bemused, and upon his final remark, they exchanged incredulous glances. Indeed, he was quite renowned, having achieved the status of a professor at the tender age of 8. How could he not be famous? Even they had heard of Professor Oak, although they hadn't known his appearance until now. Realizing he was on familiar ground, Ash directed his curiosity toward Tadamatsu. By the way, is your Dragonite borrowed from Yulongdu? Yes, upon learning I was battling you, he lent me all the Pokémon I had previously used, insisting I must defeat you. Tadamatsu confirmed. However, I never anticipated your Blastoise would be so formidable, evolving into a new form and defeating so many of my Pokémon. Dew was furious and called me yesterday, demanding I return. Oh dear, I feel my fate is quite grim, he lamented, pretending to wipe non-existent tears. Oh, so all your Pokémon were borrowed from Champion Dew. No wonder I suffered such a crushing defeat. The girl in third place exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I recall your brother's Dragonite wasn't he that weak? Ash pondered aloud. Did you forget? My brother has 2 Dragonair as well. Oh, so it was those 2. No wonder they were so weak. Ash nodded in realization. Did your brother also catch the 3 legendary birds for you? Indeed, Tadamatsu replied with pride. After all, Champion Dew is a master of flying-type Pokémon. He became a champion and ensured his brother followed suit. Truly a passion for flying-type Pokémon. Ash affirmed, nodding in agreement. Enough, enough. You 3. The award ceremony is about to commence. Quiet down. President Damaranch cheerfully interjected from a distance. Upon hearing the elder's reminder, the 3 young trainers nodded in unison. Pleased with their compliance, President Damaranch smiled warmly at the promising trio. Distinguished trainers and Pokémon, welcome to the Pokémon League Courts Conference, where we celebrate the spirit of competition. Now, I invite President Damaranch to present the trophies to our champions, runners-up, and third place. As the award ceremony commenced, the announcer's excitement was palpable. Amidst the thunderous applause and cheers of the audience, President Damaranch first awarded medals to the other competitors before bestowing the coveted trophies. Congratulations to the 3 of you for your outstanding performances in this competition. We hope you will continue to excel and contribute to the league. Thank you, President Damaranch. The trio affirmed, their expressions resolute. I wish to express my gratitude to you 3 in advance, President Damaranch said with a hearty laugh, his gaze softening as he looked upon the 3 talented youths, clearly impressed by their achievements. After saying these words, the 3 of them basked in the fervent cheers surrounding them. In a moment of stealth, Ash discreetly took the trophy and slipped away, akin to a thief in the night. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared beside Serena, enveloping her in his arms and whispering, Serena. Ah, Serena, startled by the unexpected voice, turned to find Ash and, filled with confusion, inquired, how did you return so quickly? Of course I missed you, Ash replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he regarded the startled girl, resembling a frightened little rabbit. How annoying. You left me only a short while ago. How could you miss me so soon? You only know how to tease me. Ash, what a bad person you are. Serena pouted, seemingly displeased. Yet her heart was already blooming with joy. Upon hearing this, Ash inched closer to Serena, blowing a gentle breath against her ear, and mischievously remarked, Then I shall be your only villain, only mean to you. Such a nuisance, Ash. Serena blushed instantly from the warm breath, quickly avoiding the naughty boy. fearing he might devour her innocent self in one fell swoop. Ha! Ash erupted into laughter at Serena's flustered demeanor. Indeed, the sight of a blushing Serena was endlessly delightful. You are truly adorable, Serena. What are you laughing at? You troublemaker. Serena, her face reddening to the point of resembling ripe fruit, felt steam rising from her head as she scolded Ash in embarrassment, attempting to halt his teasing. Realizing it was time to temper his antics, Ash decided to soften his approach, understanding that the girl required his comforting presence. Since my dear Serena dislikes me this way, I promise Pikachu that I shall never act like this again, right, Pikachu? He included his faithful companion, who had been a mere bystander all this time. Pikachu, who had been enjoying sunflower seeds while watching their playful banter, was caught off guard by Ash's call. The seed he intended to eat fell from his paws, and he found himself bemused, realizing he had unexpectedly become the subject of the jest. With no other choice, Pikachu nodded in tacit agreement, looking exasperated. Really? How can you bully Pikachu like that? Ash is far too wicked, isn't he, Pikachu? Seeing Pikachu's adorable expression, Serena immediately rushed to his side, enveloping him in her arms. Pikachu, perched on Serena's lap, surrendered to her affectionate touch, nodding in contentment as she stroked his chin. Right. Ash is simply too much, always picking on us. Serena exclaimed, finding camaraderie with Pikachu, her excitement palpable. Is that so, Pikachu? Am I that bad? Perhaps I have even more wicked thoughts hidden away that neither you nor Serena are aware of. Ash feigned a melancholic look towards Pikachu, who was comfortably nestled in Serena's embrace. Curse you, Pikachu. You've taken a place I haven't even dared to touch. Ash lamented. I hereby declare that all your snacks and treats are hereby confiscated. Observing the warm interaction between Serena and Pikachu, Ash felt a fleeting pang of being an outsider. Pikachu, with uncanny foresight, recognized Ash's future standing in their little family, fully aware that this adorable girl would undoubtedly be the household's matriarch. By winning favor with her, Pikachu's future was bound to be bright, while Ash, by association, would likely face a life of hunger. Thus, Ash found himself abandoned by Pikachu, who had entered the realm of comfort. Hey, Pikachu. Serena pulled out cookies, macarons, and cream puffs she had prepared earlier, placing them before Pikachu as an invitation. Pikachu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the treats, feeling immensely fortunate for his choice of allegiance. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such delightful offerings. Meanwhile, Ash could only watch with wide eyes as Pikachu indulged, feeling slighted. You vile Pikachu, I haven't even tasted the food made by Serena, and here you are, backstabbing me without offering a single bite to your master. I truly misjudged you. All right, Ash, I forgive you. Come over and try the macarons and cream puffs I made. They are a product of my culinary training in Kalos. Serena, noticing Ash's forlorn expression, called him over with a gentle laugh. Okay, Serena. Upon receiving the invitation, Ash's face lit up with joy as he hurried over to compete with Pikachu for the remaining macarons and cream puffs. Seeing Ash approach, Pikachu looked on helplessly as Ash attempted to seize the food. To prevent Ash from consuming everything, Pikachu joined the fray, and soon, all the macarons and cream puffs prepared by Serena were devoured by the two of them. Watching the empty plate, Serena smiled contentedly. After a moment's pause, she pondered something and inquired, by the way, when did you change how you address me? Ash, in a flash, transformed into a dramatic figure, clasping one of her hands with both of his, gazing at her with soulful eyes. Every time I see you, Serena, my heart flutters, and I experience something unique. So I couldn't help but call out your name. Do you mind? Serena, captivated by Ash's heartfelt expression, momentarily lost her composure. All right. We've been here long enough. It's time to join the others. Ash chuckled, seizing the opportunity to playfully poke Serena's nose with his finger. Awakening from her daze, Serena realized how embarrassing her moment of distraction had been, flushing anew as she shyly lowered her gaze, adopting a demure demeanor that could tempt anyone's mischief. Yet Ash, being the one who could tame the wicked Pikachu, was certainly not one to succumb to Serena's allure. Thus, Ash stepped forward, drawing closer to the girl, and enveloped her in a firm embrace, capturing the ripe peach that was her presence. He leaned down, planting a fervent kiss on her delectable-looking face without giving her a chance to react. How could Ash possibly resist the temptation of the girl before him? He acted swiftly, leaving no opportunity for her to respond. Overwhelmed by the sudden kiss, Serena transformed into a blushing vapor, fainting in Ash's arms, steam visibly rising from her flustered face. Observing the rosy hue on Serena's cheeks, Ash felt an inexplicable surge of pride wash over him. Pikachu, witnessing Ash's sudden swell of pride, looked on in confusion, tilting his head as he regarded the pair, a large question mark floating above him. Come on, Pikachu. seeing Serena unconscious. Ash lifted her in his arms and set off to find the others. Pikachu, upon hearing this, promptly followed suit. The scene shifts to another location. Oh, it has been quite a while, Sachi. Hanako, Professor Oak. It has indeed been ages since we last met. By the way, how long has it been since our last encounter? Hanako, the mother of Ash, Sachi, the mother of Serena, and Professor Oak gathered together, exchanging greetings and engaging in casual conversation. It seems like it has been a year since we last saw each other. The last time was when Ash contacted you before embarking on his journey, Hanako mused thoughtfully, stroking her chin. A year has truly passed. It has indeed been an eternity. Sachi reflected, lost in her memories. By the way, have you seen where Serena and Ash have wandered off to? That child, as soon as he received the trophy, vanished without a word, leaving me in the dark about his whereabouts. Hanako pouted, feeling that her child had grown up too much to inform his parents of his movements. Are you also searching for Ash and Serena? Sachi inquired, noting Hanako's complaints. Indeed, after that child received the trophy, when Professor Oak and I went to find him, he had suddenly disappeared, and we had no idea where he went. Are you also looking for Ash? Yes, just after Ash and Serena reunited. I spent the last couple of days with Ash during the daytime, and it feels as if he has almost forgotten about me. His own mother, Sachi, lamented as well. The two future mothers-in-law exchanged glances and shared a smile upon hearing each other's words. Just as they were smiling, they happened to encounter Brock and Misty exiting the arena. Hello, aunties. Have you seen Ash? Brock was the first to step forward to greet the two ladies. Ash and Serena, aren't he with you? My mother and I have also been searching for Ash and Serena, Misty added. Hanako, noticing that Ash was not with his companions, began to feel distressed. No, ever since Serena arrived a couple of days ago, she has been with us no longer. Misty shook her head. Suddenly, Togepi, held in Misty's arms, became excited, waving its tiny arms toward a certain direction. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned to see where Togepi was looking, and there they spotted Ash holding Serena in his embrace. Professor Oak, Mom, Brock, Misty, and Togepi, I have finally found you all. Ash exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he looked at the group. What is going on with Serena? Sachi's voice turned serious upon seeing Serena in Ash's arms. After noticing the blush on Serena's face, she arrived at a bold conclusion. Yet she remained calm, waiting for Ash to explain. I just kissed Serena on the cheek, and then she has been blushing ever since. I really don't know what happened, and she fainted, Ash replied earnestly, observing Sachi's somber expression. Upon hearing his explanation, Sachi looked at Ash and, realizing he was indeed speaking the truth, she let out a sigh of relief. Although in this world, one is considered an adult at the age of 10, this merely pertains to the requirements for becoming a Pokémon trainer, not the standard for human maturity. In reality, the age of adulthood here is 14. Thus, in Sachi's eyes, her 11-year-old daughter Serena was still just a child, and if Ash had truly done something inappropriate, Sachi would have been extremely upset. That child. Sachi gently touched Serena's forehead, feeling it was indeed warm, which eased her concern. Ash, you finally decided to come find your mother. Hanako crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. That's not true. I came to find you, didn't I? There were just too many reporters when I stepped out. I felt overwhelmed and had to find a hidden place to escape. Ash sighed as he explained. Those reporters are incredibly bothersome, constantly following us around. All right, Mom understands you. Hanako immediately forgave Ash upon learning the truth. Thank you for your understanding, Mom. Ash expressed his gratitude. Ash, just as the mother and son were conversing, both Brock and Misty spoke up simultaneously. What is it? Ash inquired, puzzled. First of all, congratulations on becoming the champion. Our gym is in urgent need of staff, so Misty and I will be leaving tomorrow. And we wanted to say our goodbyes, Brock explained. I see. Well, that is unfortunate. I had planned to treat you to a meal. But it seems we can't do that now. Let us have a meal together next time, Ash said, looking regretful as he bid farewell to them. After all, the Indigo Conference has just concluded, and many spectators may have witnessed the allure of the champion, leading to a brief surge in popularity for other league gyms. So he wholeheartedly believed it would become bustling. Before departing, Misty returned Togepi to Ash. Thus, Ash parted ways with Brock and Misty and set off on his journey home. As for whether the three would reunite again for another adventure, it was a matter they all understood implicitly. Chapter 220, The Adventures of Xiao Hao 1. After parting ways with Misty and Brock, Serena and Sachi found themselves persuaded by Ash's fervent desire to spend a couple of days in Pallet Town before returning home. Midway through their journey, when Serena and Sachi were on their way to Kalos, Ash somehow managed to convince Serena to stay in Pallet Town and even expressed to his own mother his wish to travel with Ash. Upon hearing this declaration, Sachi was taken aback, plunged into deep self-doubt, questioning whether she had made the right decision in coming. Within just a few days, her precious daughter had been swayed by mere words. Although this individual was someone she knew, she still found it hard to accept the reality. Ultimately, Sachi reluctantly agreed to Serena's wishes. It was clear that they had arrived as two, but would be returning as one. Sachi's heart was filled with unspoken sorrow as she prepared to return home alone. Before leaving, she made a point to instruct Ash to take good care of Serena. Ash earnestly assured her, and only then did Sachi leave the place that had taken her little heart with a sense of unease. As for Serena's stay in Pallet Town, she naturally resided in Ash's home. Notably, the two shared the same room. Although they were in the same room, Ash's bed was a bunk bed, with Ash sleeping on the top and Serena on the bottom. If Sachi were to discover this arrangement, would she regret not forcibly taking Serena back to Kalos? Ash planned to rest at home for one more day before gathering with his other companions for their journey. It is worth mentioning that Serena had developed a fondness for Togepi, and upon observing this, Ash noted that Togepi also seemed to reciprocate its affection for Serena. Given that Serena was now his girlfriend and would potentially become his future wife, Ash considered Togepi to be Serena's Pokémon as well. After noticing Togepi's fondness for Serena, Ash made the unilateral decision to entrust Togepi's care to her. Serena, who had always cherished Togepi, was ecstatic upon hearing Ash's intention to gift her the Pokémon. After receiving Togepi's Pokeball, Serena was so thrilled that she couldn't sleep throughout the night. Upon witnessing Selena's unbridled joy, Ash felt an authentic happiness swell within his heart. As the day unfolded, a brand new dawn emerged. After completing his morning ablutions in the restroom, Ash, now fully awake, finally spoke up. Deep Blue check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 misfortune cards. Having stored these for so long, it was indeed time to put them to use. He had amassed a total of 100 cards, and letting them languish in the system would be a waste. Upon hearing the reward notification, Ash glanced into the system space and discovered that he indeed possessed a full 100 misfortune cards. Resolutely, he decided to employ them. However, upon reflection, whom should he target with these cards? It seemed he harbored no enemies at present, rendering the cards seemingly ineffective. Wait, there was someone. How could he have forgotten that insufferable Xiaohao? How could he allow him to thrive? No, he could not let his childhood be tarnished by this despicable creature. It was time to unleash 100 misfortune cards upon him, ensuring that he faced 100 days of tribulation. The mere thought of Xiaohao conjured memories of the character's repugnant antics from the anime, perfectly embodying the visage of a scoundrel. Each recollection incited Ash's ire. Thus, he resolved to direct all 100 misfortune cards at Xiaohao. Without further ado, he declared, System, use 100 misfortune cards, target Xiaohao. As his words fell silent, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Use successful. The scene shifted to Xiaohao, who was currently on a journey deep in the mountains, blissfully constructing a camping tent and enjoying a peaceful slumber, unaware that danger was approaching. At that moment, a flock of Pidgey and a few Spearow flew overhead, and as they passed the camping tent, they were inexplicably filled with aversion towards whatever lay within. Sensing the disturbance, the Spearow, under the influence of the misfortune cards, experienced a sudden drop in intelligence. They collectively commanded every bird passing the tent to relieve themselves. In an instant, amidst the bright daylight, droppings cascaded from the sky as if it were raining. Due to the sheer volume, the sky darkened with the mixture of white and brown excrement, which fortuitously landed directly on the tent, leaving no waste behind. The noise from the droppings striking the tent roused Xiaohao from his deep slumber. Ugh, what is that noise? Is it raining outside? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, the first thing Xiaohao noticed was a water-like substance dripping from the tent's exterior. He initially assumed it was rain. Huh, what is going on? Isn't it raining? Why do I hear Pidgey? He wondered, puzzled by the sounds outside. Curious about the commotion, he unzipped the tent and extended his hand to investigate. Upon seeing the hand protruding from the tent, the birds recognized it as the source of their disdain. Exchanging glances with one another, they had considered attacking, but, upon seeing Xiaohao's hand covered in a mixture of feces, they abandoned the idea. Each bird, after relieving themselves, promptly departed. As Xiaohao's hand made contact with the liquid, he concluded that it was indeed raining, albeit puzzlingly warm, akin to avian excrement. This reminded him of a childhood incident where he had been unfortunate enough to be caught in a similar situation. His once fair complexion now appeared even darker. Damn it! Why must I think of such things this early in the morning? He muttered under his breath, irritation mounting. While grumbling, he withdrew his hand from outside. Upon inspection, his hand was now thoroughly smeared with the foul mixture, his face darkening further. Cursed Pidgey. Due to his lack of understanding of cultural propriety, This thought was automatically muted. Frustrated, Xiaohao quickly connected the dots with the Pidgey sounds he had heard earlier. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter this first thing in the morning. He cursed as he stepped out of the tent, retrieving a bottle of water from his backpack to wash his hands. The tent, it seemed, was no longer usable. After cleaning his hands, he glanced at the tent's exterior, now soiled with the horrid mixture, and recalled the peculiarities of his childhood, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. I should look for a river or stream to rinse off, he thought. Given the tent's exorbitant price and the memories it held, he felt reluctant to abandon it. Thus, he resolved to search for a water source to cleanse himself. As for why he didn't summon a water-type Pokémon to assist, it was simply because he didn't possess one. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. With a sigh, he began his quest for water. After searching for quite some time, he ultimately found no water source. Reluctantly, Xiaohao decided to part ways with the tent that had accompanied him for so long. With his belongings packed, he left the area, feeling disheartened. After all, anyone would be in a foul mood after such an incident first thing in the morning. However, just as he took his first steps away, he failed to notice the ground beneath him, where a discarded banana peel lay, perfectly positioned for his foot to land upon it. Simultaneously, in a twist of fate, he stepped on a half-eaten watermelon rind that had been carelessly tossed aside. The combination of banana peel and watermelon rind sent him sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud, landing face first into the very mixture that had previously fallen upon him. To his utter dismay, his tongue inadvertently made contact with the foul substance. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Xiaohao scrambled to his feet, ignoring the pain and the excrement smeared across his face, hastily expelling the nauseating remnants. The thought of having accidentally ingested bird droppings made him feel queasy, nearly causing him to regurgitate the New Year's dinner from 2 years prior. If he had eaten anything that day, it would have been a complete waste of a meal. Who throws away watermelon and banana peels without a care for public decency? He fumed, glaring at the culprits lying on the ground. Just then, a familiar sound of laughter echoed behind him, one he recognized all too well. It transported him back to his childhood, filled with memories of being tormented by that mischievous creature. His anger surged as he recognized the source of the laughter. Not you again, monkey monster. Why does my luck always take a turn for the worse when you're around? Xiaohao seethed, glaring at the two capering monkey monsters before him, his frustration boiling over. Ever since being bullied by them during his childhood, he had developed a profound disdain for such Pokémon. From that moment forth, he silently vowed to annihilate every last one of the living monkey monsters in the world after capturing the elusive Mew. Presently, he diligently pursued this ambition, intent on slaying each one he encountered. Prior to this, he had already dispatched numerous solitary monkey creatures. What a joke! Xiaohao bellowed in indignation. No sooner had he uttered these words than the previously jovial monkey creatures fell silent, their expressions abruptly shifting, and the atmosphere surrounding them grew tense. Just a couple of monkeys daring to be so arrogant. Clearly, you have yet to witness the prowess of your elder brother. How? Upon sensing the shift in ambience, Xiaohao puffed up his chest and proclaimed, striving to ease the mounting tension. However, the laughter that had filled the air moments before vanished entirely. He soon perceived a multitude of monkey creatures emerging from the underbrush, among them several evolved fire monkeys. As they appeared, ominous markings manifested on their foreheads, indicative of their fury. Xiaohao gulped involuntarily, surveying the perilous scene before him. Before he could react, the monkeys brandished their oversized fists and lunged at him with reckless abandon. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised, his body aching with nary soundness remaining. After venting their frustrations, the monkeys mistakenly believed Xiaohao had breathed his last, prompting their dispersal. Lying helplessly on the ground, tears welled in Xiaohao's eyes, trickling down his cheeks, a testament to his frustration. His yearning to capture the ultimate origin of all Pokémon, Mew, intensified with each moment. I absolutely must capture the strongest Mew and eradicate all of you uncultured monkeys, he vowed fervently. With this determination igniting within him, he bravely ignored his injuries, retrieving a healing potion from his backpack and meticulously applying it to his wounds. Once he completed this task, he lay still on the ground, feigning death. It was at this juncture that some concealed Pokémon, perceiving Xiaohao's apparent incapacitation, emerged from hiding. Among them were weaker creatures like Rattata and Abra. Some Rattata, driven by hunger, attempted to gnaw a piece of flesh from Xiaohao to satiate their appetite. However, due to Xiaohao's taut physique, they found no purchase, wasting their efforts and merely leaving their mark upon him before departing. When Abra arrived and assessed Xiaohao, it ultimately shook its head in disappointment, unable to consume him in one bite. True to its reputation, The healing potion proved effective. After about an hour, Xiaohao found himself able to rise and move, albeit sluggishly, resembling a brainless zombie. Those despicable monkeys, and those Pokémon. I'll remember this grudge. Xiaohao seethed. Yet, he was not averse to battle. Rather, all his Pokémon were captured under conditions that rendered them largely submissive, resulting in many powerful Pokémon looking down upon him. The remaining Pokémon he could command were woefully weak, devoid of any combat capability. During the past half hour, even while Xiaohao lay motionless on the ground, numerous starving Pokémon had taken bites out of him. Alas, our Xiaohao was truly unfortunate, as the powerful Pokémon dismissed him while the weaker ones could not catch him, leaving him to endure this torment. Chapter 222, Xiaohao's Adventure 3. The healing potions in the Pokémon world were remarkably effective. In a brief span, he recovered from his battered state. However, despite his wounds healing, he still trembled as he leaned against a tree, laboriously proceeding forward. What a day of misfortune, encountering such calamities so early. He grumbled, back against the sturdy trunk. This scene evoked memories of the summer camp he attended in Viridian City at the tender age of 6. Even after 4 years, the events of that summer remained vivid in his mind, casting a shadow over his childhood. As he rested against the tree, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the nearby underbrush. Xiaohao's heart raced with apprehension as he gazed at the foliage, fearing the emergence of yet another peculiar Pokémon. After all, his luck had been dismal today. Encountering any more strange creatures would surely be the final straw. To his surprise, a muscular, green creature with 4 arms emerged from the thicket. It was a shiny Machoke. Is that a shiny Machoke? Xiaohao's eyes sparkled at the sight of this rare Pokémon. Typically, Machoke were a pale blue, but shiny variants bore different hues, igniting a greedy desire within him. The shiny Machoke, its face flushed and panting heavily, caught sight of Xiaohao and, unable to contain its primal fury, charged at him with wild abandon. Xiaohao, bewildered by this unexpected aggression, was taken aback. Machoke were generally known for their gentle temperament. Nevertheless, realizing the gravity of the situation, he summoned all his strength and fled, terrified of being captured. He had no choice but to run. The Machoke before him appeared to have fallen under the influence of some intoxicating substance, displaying erratic behavior. Observing its distinctive physique and the unusual color of its face, he recalled a herb found in the forest known to incite such fervor in Pokémon. This herb was typically employed to assist those Pokémon reluctant to reproduce. The presence of a Machoke capable of communication in the wild suggested it had an owner. Given the circumstances, Xiaohao surmised that the Machoke's owner had resorted to unscrupulous means to ensure its progeny, resulting in the creature escaping once its tolerance reached its limit. Unfortunately for Xiaohao, this fortuitous encounter occurred just as the Machoke encountered him, leading to the current chaotic scene. Contemplating these implications, Xiaohao's expression darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, disregarding his pain. Meanwhile, the Machoke's situation mirrored Xiaohao's deductions, having reached the brink of desperation and with no outlet for its pent-up energy. It set its sights on the only creature in sight, Xiaohao. At this moment, amidst the aroma of rosemary, Xiaohao found himself entranced by a magnificent creature, a beautiful beast that seemed to be seducing him, its allure intoxicating. As the creature dashed away, it called out enticingly for him to come closer. A siren's song that he could hardly resist. How could he endure such temptation? Typically, his relentless pursuit of strength led him to regard women and children as mere impediments on his path to becoming the mightiest. Thus, he had suppressed his desires for beauty, harboring no thoughts of procreation. As the saying goes, a heart devoid of women can become the strongest. It was only today that he fell victim to the machinations of his scheming master, resulting in this most regrettable predicament. The master of the creature likely never anticipated that his actions would provoke Xiaohao, transforming their relationship into one of animosity, ultimately becoming a source of another's comfort. Upon realizing Xiaohao's allure, the creature surged toward him like a tempest, unleashing its formidable agility and appearing before him in an instant. Staring at the creature that had suddenly materialized, Xiaohao felt his mind go blank, utterly dazed. The sprite had shed its covering, and soon the forest echoed with a piercing shriek, reverberating through the trees, a cacophony of someone's voice. Thus began the unfolding of a remarkable chapter in his adventures. The battle raged on until midday. Xiaohao found himself ensnared in the embrace of the dazzling creature, with the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed. Exhausted, the creature lay resting while Xiaohao, tears streaming down his face, felt the weight of overwhelming humiliation. As a man, he had been utterly subjugated by a male sprite. The shame was unbearable, an absolute disgrace. Once a proud embodiment of masculinity, he now found himself in an unthinkable situation, one he could hardly endure. All he desired was to wail and release the burden of his humiliation, yet he feared disturbing the creature beside him. Gritting his teeth, he bit down on his collar, slowly rising while stifling the tears that threatened to spill, a testament to the indignation swelling within him. He cast a furious glance at the shimmering creature before him, seething with rage, wishing to rend it to pieces for its transgressions against him, a seemingly handsome figure. How infuriating! Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against it. His current sprite was far too weak to breach even its defenses, a situation that left him feeling hopeless. The architect of his disgrace was so close, yet he could do nothing to confront it. In a state of utter despair, Xiaohao stumbled away, tears glistening in his eyes as he struggled against the searing pain behind him. He could scarcely bear to leave the place that had brought him such sorrow. His first experience had been robbed from him so cruelly. Alas, no sooner had he distanced himself from the dazzling creature than he tripped over a stone, falling once more to the ground, losing several teeth in the process. With a bruised visage, he appeared ghastly indeed. If the creature were to awaken and behold his face, what would it think? Perhaps it would retch in disgust. Suppressing the tears welling up in his eyes, Xiaohao wandered aimlessly, his spirit resolute. Thus, he trudged along, encountering a series of unfortunate events. Had it not been for his unwavering desire to capture the elusive Mew, he might have succumbed to despair and given up on leaving the forest altogether. After all, being coerced into such acts by a sprite, especially a male one, would leave anyone in a similar predicament feeling the same. Today was a day rife with misfortune and shame. Realizing his string of bad luck, Xiaohao became increasingly cautious, striving to avoid further calamities. Yet, despite his vigilance, he could not escape the bizarre occurrences, such as droppings falling from the sky. To his dismay, he soon found himself ensnared in a series of peculiar traps, deep pits, snares, and the like. Enduring such tribulations, he narrowly escaped a grim fate within the forest. The only solace he found was in the resilience of his life. No matter the turmoil, he remained unscathed. In a mere morning, Xiaohao had been thoroughly battered by misadventure. It was evident how potent the curse of misfortune could be. Contemplating the day's events, his fragile psyche finally cracked, and he burst into tears, as if the heavens had conspired against him. Just as he opened his mouth to wail, another round of unsightly droppings fell from above, landing squarely in his mouth, warm and unwelcomed, slipping down his throat. The strange taste exploded upon his palate, and it dawned on him what he had just ingested. His cries ceased abruptly, replaced by a wave of nausea, compelling him to kneel and gag, desperate to expel the foul substance. Alas, the excrement dissolved instantaneously upon entering, blending with his stomach acids. Being on an empty stomach since the morning only compounded his misery, rendering it nearly impossible to regurgitate. What kind of trial was he enduring, that such calamities should befall him on this day? Xiaohao knelt in despair, pondering what misdeeds had led to such a series of unfortunate events. The morning had been fraught with bizarre incidents, reminiscent of a similar day 4 years prior when he was but 6 years old. It felt as though unseen hands were toying with his fate, determined to drive him to madness. I cannot remain in this forest any longer. I must escape. Otherwise, I shall surely perish in this wretched place. Mother, father, I long to return home. I no longer wish to catch sprites. I was wrong to sneak away for this journey. At this juncture, Xiaohao's mind teetered on the brink of collapse, clutching his head and mumbling incoherently, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of a patient who had escaped from a psychiatric ward. Just as he neared the edge of his sanity, a rustling in the underbrush caught his attention. He turned to see a frantic figure emerge from the foliage, a man rushing forth, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Where did that sprite go? I had already drugged it, yet it managed to escape so far. I must find it, after all. It is an exceedingly rare shiny sprite. Missing it would mean no second chance. The most abominable thing was that he had provoked that group of individuals. Why is there another person here? As he dashed out of the thicket, the man suddenly spotted Xiaohao kneeling beside it, and a smile unexpectedly crept across his lips. Brother, I beg you, hold off those creatures behind me. If I survive this, I promise to offer my gratitude upon my return. After uttering this plea, he promptly seized the back of Xiaohao's clothing and, disregarding Xiaohao's bewildered expression, hurled him in the direction from whence he had just come. In the forest, one would typically expect mutual assistance upon encountering kin, especially when danger lurked nearby. Yet, inexplicably, the moment he laid eyes on Xiaohao, an unsettling irritation welled up within him, as if Xiaohao owed him a staggering sum from a past life, leaving him quite displeased. Coupled with the imminent peril, a vengeful urge towards Xiaohao surged within him. prompting him to toss him aside, a means to alleviate his inner discontent. Chapter 224. The Adventures of Xiaohao 5. Xiaohao, thrown into the air, was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of what had transpired. When he regained his senses, he found himself soaring through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Upon recognizing the familiar drone, he realized he had unwittingly intruded upon a beehive. The thought sent a chill down his spine as childhood fears surged forth, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He had been propelled a considerable distance, along with several large bee drills. With a resounding crash, Xiaohao collided with a tree, and the pursuing bee drills, upon witnessing this unexpected newcomer, began to encircle him, their expressions fierce and their stingers glinting ominously in the light. Rising from the ground, Xiaohao was met with the sight of bee drills glaring menacingly at him, as if they intended to consume him whole. The bee drills he had inadvertently entangled in his plight had also regained their composure, hovering in the air, fixated on the one who had collided with them. Subsequently, each aggrieved bee drill began to jab him with their stingers, venting their pent-up fury. Meanwhile, the rest continued their pursuit of the man. Xiaohao's anguished cries echoed through the forest once more. What followed was Xiaohao being taken to the bee drill's base, transformed into a grotesque sight, his face bruised and oozing, dangling from a tree while staring blankly ahead. Even in such a state, a passing Pidgey would occasionally drop a droppings upon him. This illustrated that regardless of his circumstances, misfortune would continue to fall upon him, albeit in a rather vile manner. In a certain sense, one might argue that fortune had indeed rained down upon him, not just once or twice, but throughout the entirety of the afternoon. At that moment, Xiaohao's location had become a veritable latrine for flying creatures, and he, with a vacant gaze and no part of his body unsoiled, appeared utterly repugnant. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, compounded by a bout of vomiting, he found himself utterly exhausted, devoid of any will to resist, merely staring blankly ahead. He silently prayed that the returning bee drills might bestow upon him a morsel of food to replenish his energy. Alas, the place he found himself in was the hatching ground of the iron-shelled cocoon, where bee drills seldom returned. Even if they did, they chose to ignore the repulsive creature that was him. With his entire being coated in filth and emanating a foul odor, no creature dared to approach him. Consequently, none would consider offering him any food. Thus, he endured an entire day of hunger, his stomach growling pitifully. On the first day, Xiaohao managed to hold on, unwilling to plead with the bee drills for scraps. As the second day dawned, hunger clouded his mind, rendering him speechless. After 2 days, he had reached the brink of starvation, clinging to a sliver of rationality. In a state of delirium, that last vestige of reason evaporated entirely. The following morning, the bee drills responsible for guarding the cocoon returned. Upon seeing them, Xiaohao's heart leapt with joy. He finally cast aside his pride and began to plead earnestly. "Brother bee drill, please, I beg you, grant me a morsel of food. I'm on the verge of collapse from hunger." His voice, tinged with desperation, sought to evoke a flicker of compassion from the bee drills. Regrettably, it seemed that the bee drill, despite its apparent kindness, chose not to ignore his pleas. "Thank you, brother bee drill. You are like a parent reborn to me." Upon sensing a glimmer of hope, Xiaohao's eyes sparkled as he continued to implore. The bee drill approached him, glancing down with a hint of disdain in its crimson eyes. However, Xiaohao, oblivious to the disdain, assumed it was a sign of agreement and began to grovel like a dog, attempting to curry favor with the bee drill. Yet, the next moment rendered Xiaohao utterly dumbfounded. The bee drill, with surprising force, raised its stinger and struck him squarely on the face. A resounding crack echoed through the air. When Xiaohao next beheld his reflection, one side of his face had become somewhat cleaner, only to swell and redden at a visible rate. The bee drill, having struck Xiaohao, noticed the now tarnished stinger and, with a look of disdain, flew off in search of a means to cleanse it. Xiaohao, momentarily stunned, finally registered the bee drill's departure. Oh! The once peaceful forest erupted into chaos at Xiaohao's roar, startling a slumbering Pidgey from its perch, causing it to take flight in haste. Meanwhile, a particularly irritable and ferocious Fletchinder, known as the Fierce Brother, awoke with a start, its temper escalating in response to the commotion. Chapter 225. The Adventures of Xiaohao 6. In its fury and morning grumpiness, the irritable Fletchinder was not alone. A whole flock began to converge upon the source of the disturbance. Oblivious to the impending chaos, Xiaohao continued to vent his frustrations at the now absent bee drill. Just as he was in the midst of his tirade, a shadow loomed overhead, darkening the sky as if a tempest were about to break. Yet, he remained unaware, still rambling on incessantly. By the time he noticed, it was far too late. A Fletchinder appeared before him, its gaze fixed intently upon him. Huh, why is there a Fletchinder here? Xiaohao pondered, still in a state of confusion, unaware that this Fletchinder had come specifically for him. As he pondered in confusion and lifted his gaze, he was struck by the sight of the horizon shrouded in an inky darkness, accompanied by the peculiar cries of the fiery sparrows. This eerie tableau sent chills down his spine. What on earth was happening? Why could he not recall provoking these fiery sparrows? Little Hao gazed at the unfolding scene, his mind awash with bewilderment. Before he could fathom the situation, the irascible fiery brother had already confirmed his suspicions and, unable to contain himself, sounded the horn of attack. In an instant, all the fiery sparrows launched a relentless assault upon Little Hao, attacking from every conceivable angle. Ah, don't peck my face. Please, my head hurts. Fortunately, due to being cocooned in white silken threads, much of his body remained well protected, with only his head suffering injury while the rest of him was relatively unscathed. However, from this moment forth, the once thick silken threads began to unravel. Ultimately, amidst the fierce onslaught of the fiery sparrows, one unfortunate bird inadvertently severed the thread suspending Little Hao. The silken threads swiftly disintegrated, revealing his entire form. Seizing the opportunity as he fell to the ground, the fiery sparrows pounced, furiously pecking at his body as if determined to tear him apart. You can peck my face, but please, not there. Initially troubled by the pecking at his face, the ferocity of the bird's attack rendered him utterly distraught, his body radiating fear as hunger drained his strength, leaving him unable to flee. Trembling, he could only beg for mercy. Just then, an unseen assailant targeted a particularly sensitive area, igniting a surge of panic within him. In a desperate bid to preserve his final shred of dignity, he used his remaining strength to shield himself. However, this very action drew the attention of the other fiery sparrows. Noticing the significance of that area to Little Hao, they fixated their gaze upon it, their eyes glinting with a predatory glimmer. Ah! In that fleeting moment, Little Hao's heart-wrenching wail echoed through the forest. Unlike the previous cry, which had been a solitary call, this time his lament resounded continuously, never ceasing. Despite the hoarseness of his voice, the fiery sparrows showed no mercy. This torment persisted until he could no longer muster the strength to cry out. At that moment, the needle bee, who had stepped out to tend to its needle, returned. The needle bee and the fiery sparrows were natural enemies, and upon encountering each other, the air crackled with animosity. Observing the chaotic scene, the needle bee noted the carcasses of the beetle pupae, all torn open, their insides devoured. Clearly, this was the handiwork of the fiery sparrows, who, driven by their instinct, showed no restraint upon discovering the hatching grounds. The needle bee, its eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed a violent rampage, causing fiery sparrows to plummet from the sky, lifeless. Those still tormenting Little Hao soon turned their attention to the needle bee, and many fled in fear of their superior foe. Yet, the frenzied needle bee would not allow them to escape, pursuing and eliminating them one by one. In an instant, what had once been the needle bee's hatching grounds transformed into a slaughterhouse, littered with the bodies of fiery sparrows. Little Hao too was surrounded by the fallen. Witnessing the well-deserved retribution meted out upon the fiery sparrows, he wept bitterly at the sight of his own battered state, the once pristine area now a bloody mess, unrecognizable. He opened his mouth, as if to utter something, yet no sound escaped, for his vocal cords had long since succumbed to silence, compounded by several days without water. Staring at his disheveled state, he bit his lip in shame. In that moment, he completely forgot how he had recently been used as a toilet by countless birds, their droppings smeared across his face. Now, all that consumed him was a burning desire for vengeance. He yearned to eradicate every fiery sparrow and needle bee from existence. However, before he could exact his revenge, he faced a crucial decision: to consume the lifeless fiery sparrows before him to replenish his waning energy and survive. Then seek out the legendary Pokémon, Mew, to capture it, and ultimately annihilate every fiery sparrow, needle bee, and even the simian creature, leaving none alive. Chapter 226, Little Hao's Adventure, 7. Although such thoughts seemed impractical, they did not deter him from daydreaming in the daylight. Little Hao stared at the collection of fiery sparrow carcasses, his gaze fixed ahead in silence, wrestling with his inner turmoil. After a moment, he arrived at a resolution. Without hesitation, he chose to plunge into the abyss, seizing the corpse of a fiery sparrow and beginning to devour it with brutal ferocity. He disregarded cleanliness entirely, as if reverting to a primitive state of existence, ravenously tearing into the bird's flesh. Though consuming Pokémon was deemed illegal, A renowned attorney once proclaimed that when a person is driven to the brink of starvation, their life endangered, it is permissible to resort to consuming Pokémon to stave off hunger and restore vital energy. Little Hao, consumed by hunger, had lost all rationality. Having devoured the fiery sparrow in his grasp, his mouth stained with blood and his clothes tattered and filthy, he presented a ghastly figure, further accentuated by the smears of blood and feathers upon his face. In that moment, he resembled a demon unleashed upon the world, and with his bronze skin, he appeared even more sinister. Were he to emit a cackling laugh at that moment, he would surely be indistinguishable from a true fiend. After gorging on raw flesh, Little Hao hastily set off, eager to escape the perilous forest before the needle be returned. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been cursed. Within 100 days, he would be unable to free himself from it. With only 4 days elapsed, it meant he still had 96 days to endure in this manner. Whether he would be plunged into despair upon learning this remained uncertain. For now, he might consider vanquishing the unseen antagonist, though he would likely be overpowered. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his reckless bravado. In a moment of bravado, he could boast, but the consequences would follow. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Little Hao scanned his surroundings, contemplating which path might lead to salvation. After gazing around for quite some time, a sense of unease enveloped him. For reasons unknown, a persistent voice within his heart whispered that no matter which path he chose, it was destined to be fraught with thorns. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. It must be an illusion. After all, I have been unfortunate for several days now. Surely, my luck must turn around soon. If it were otherwise, I would never have managed to escape from that bee drill. Although the cost of my escape was steep, having lost my little Houndour, it is a trivial matter. At least I am still alive. Once I locate the Pokémon ancestor, Mew, I can have it heal my Houndour. Having pondered these thoughts, he steeled himself and resolved to make a choice. With no other options available, Houndour randomly picked a path to traverse. However, not long into his journey, he nearly fell victim to a mysterious trap. Thankfully, his previous misfortunes had rendered him cautious, causing him to tread carefully, lest he encounter similar predicaments again. Consequently, he avoided further traps with newfound vigilance. This successful evasion filled Houndour with joy, and in a moment of exuberance, he burst into laughter. Unfortunately, his vocal cords had suffered, rendering him mute. He could only revel in his own amusement. Yet, in this moment of triumph, as he stepped back, he accidentally trod upon a stone and landed unceremoniously in a patch of grass behind him. With a thud, he felt not the hard earth beneath him, but rather a softness, a flesh-like texture. Intrigued, Houndour squeezed the substance, savoring the sensation, only to have his smile abruptly transform into a grimace. Turning around, he confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed an Arbok. At that moment, the Arbok, having regained its composure, swiftly coiled and darted toward Houndour. Panic surged within Houndour. How could he escape from the jaws of death only to find himself in the clutches of a predator once more? Despair overwhelmed him. Reacting with remarkable speed, Houndour bolted through the forest, desperately attempting to shake off the relentless Arbok. The Arbok, clearly vengeful, fixed its venomous gaze upon Houndour, pursuing him with unwavering determination. This left Houndour utterly bewildered. "Brother, I merely sat on you for a moment. Have mercy, I beg you to let me go." Houndour silently pleaded, hoping to convey his thoughts through telepathy to the Arbok. However, this notion was destined to fail. After all, even psychic-type Pokémon require considerable time to master the skill of telepathy. For non-psychic Pokémon, it could take about 2.5 years to learn. Moreover, for a poison-type Pokémon like Arbok, mastering telepathy was an insurmountable challenge. Even granting Arbok 2 years would yield no results. Chapter 227, Houndour's Adventure, End. As Houndour fled from the pursuing Arbok, a sudden pain gripped his abdomen, compelling him to transform into a projectile. Damn it! The raw meat I consumed earlier is causing me distress. I need to relieve myself. Houndour grimaced in agony, clutching his rear end, his pace gradually slowing. This allowed the relentless Arbok to close the gap and sink its fangs into Houndour's backside. However, while the Arbok had avenged itself, it seemed both victorious and defeated at once. The precise spot it had bitten allowed it to partake in an unexpected feast. Yet, the taste was so revolting that the Arbok promptly regurgitated. After being bitten, Houndour felt little discomfort and, convinced he was unharmed, continued to run. Meanwhile, the Arbok, forced to consume the unsavory meal, recoiled from the taste, its anger mounting as it pursued Houndour with renewed vigor, determined to exact further vengeance. Just moments ago, it had realized what it had inadvertently consumed. recalling the sight of humans engaging in such activities in the underbrush. If it failed to comprehend this, then all its previous efforts were in vain. Damn it, this is absurd. I merely bit a dog, and now I've been force-fed. Not even my mother cared for me this much. I am utterly distraught. If it did not devour Houndour to demonstrate its sincerity, it would feel remiss in acknowledging the kindness shown to it. With eyes glinting dangerously, the Arbok pressed on. Houndour, I truly appreciate it. Oblivious to Arbok's thoughts, Houndour continued to flee, fearing for his life. As he ran, he searched for herbs capable of countering the snake's poison. However, due to the neurotoxic nature of Arbok's venom, he felt no immediate discomfort, allowing him to maintain his pace. It was not until he had run for a while that he began to sense something amiss within his body. He experienced a tightness and pain in his chest, akin to someone mercilessly striking his heart. He realized that the poison was taking effect. From the outset, he had anticipated that his body would betray him, hence his quest for antidotes. Yet, despite the abundance of common herbs known to cure snake venom, he found none along his route. Clearly, his streak of misfortune was at play once more. This is truly maddening. With time running out and no antidote in sight, Houndour began to curse in desperation. If he failed to find a remedy within the next half hour, he would inevitably meet his end. He was still a virgin, with a lifetime of experiences yet to savor. How could he leave this beautiful world so soon? This world cannot afford to lose him. If he were absent, who would capture legendary Pokémon like Mew to save the world? Just as these thoughts consumed him, an image of a familiar figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was Ash, the champion of the Indigo League, whom he had seen on television not long ago. His journey had been inspired by Ash, who, at the same age, had become a champion, filling Houndour with boundless dreams for the future. After all, he was destined to capture legendary Pokémon. He could not possibly meet his demise here. His narrative was not meant to conclude in such a manner. Surely, it must be the heavens that envy my talents, thus orchestrating such misfortunes. Yes, it must be so. If it were otherwise, his recent streak of ill fortune could not possibly be so dire. Prior to this, aside from a distressing incident during his childhood summer camp, his luck had generally been quite favorable. Even during those less fortunate times, it was inconceivable that he would encounter daily misfortunes as he has recently, and not merely once or twice. The unfortunate events of these days have left him in a state of agitation. Now, faced with the countdown of life, despair envelopes him, compelling him to wish for the immediate discovery and punishment of the shadowy puppeteer behind it all. Truly, fate seems to conspire against the gifted. Little Hao, mustering his strength, searched for quite some time, but still could not locate the herbs he so desperately needed. At that moment, he felt as though he had been forsaken by the world. His complexion ashen, and he collapsed to his knees, exclaiming loudly his frustrations. His emotions mirrored those of a beleaguered author from another realm, toiling tirelessly only to find himself earning a mere 30 a day, while enduring the indignity of having his work exploited without compensation, compounded by the dreadful feeling of being overlooked. It was utterly lamentable. Upon uttering these words, our dear Xiao Hao was suddenly enveloped in darkness and collapsed once more. His earlier outcry had drawn the attention of numerous Pokémon, who approached out of curiosity. Upon realizing he was human, they merely observed with interest, unaware that a strange desire for this human to perish had taken root in their hearts. Even the most benevolent Pokémon harbored such thoughts. Though they could not comprehend the reason behind this inexplicable aversion, the kindness that initially motivated them to assist Xiao Hao dissipated in an instant. Thus, with no aid forthcoming, Xiao Hao tragically succumbed to the venom of an Arbok. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our hero Arbok for avenging him. So, dear audience, let us enjoy some advertisements. We celebrate our hero Arbok, not the author. Chapter 228, A New Journey Awaits. After a period of rest, Ash and Serena set off together to explore the renowned Orange Islands of Kanto, where they even captured a robust and gluttonous Snorlax. Their adventures resembled a honeymoon, with smiles gracing their faces since the beginning of their travels, filled with laughter and joy. At that moment, they truly appeared as a couple deeply in love, radiating happiness. Their relationship had been confirmed, and indeed, they were on a honeymoon. Ash, where shall we venture next? Serena inquired, her cheeks flushed with delight from the joy of their time spent together. The sheer happiness they shared was evident. As they rode atop a Pidgeot on their way back, Serena excitedly posed her question. Where do you wish to go? Ash replied with a smile, playfully brushing his fingers against her adorable nose. Serena did not immediately respond, but instead took Ash's hand in hers, resting her head on his shoulder, the blush on her face still palpable. Wherever you wish to go, I shall follow, she whispered softly. Is that so? I intend to travel through every region, which might be quite arduous. Are you willing to accompany me on this journey? To witness me become champion of each region, forevermore? Ash gazed earnestly at the beloved girl before him, unable to resist the urge to caress her silky hair, which still flowed long and fragrant. His fingers glided effortlessly through her locks, brushing against her cheek, evoking a sensation akin to indulging in the softest silk, eliciting a contented expression from him. Meanwhile, as Serena listened to Ash's heartfelt monologue, her face flushed crimson. Even after confirming their romantic relationship, the intimacy of the moment made her exceedingly shy, perhaps even more so than before. The mere touch sent her heart racing, as if on the verge of transforming into a vaporous spirit, fainting from the overwhelming emotion. Although they had solidified their bond, Ash was hindered by an internal struggle, a metaphorical lock that contained a tempestuous beast within. Once that lock was undone, he could not fathom what he might become. Memories of his past education and reason, along with decades of life experiences, continually reminded him to refrain from inappropriate actions with minors. The specter of a 3-year prison sentence or even the death penalty loomed in his mind, consequently stalling their relationship at the stage of mere hand-holding, with not even a kiss exchanged. Nevertheless, upon hearing Serena's words, Ash's heart soared, as if he had heard the most melodious language in existence, filling him with unbounded joy. Under the warm hues of the setting sun, they soared upon Pidgeot, resembling celestial lovers gliding towards Shinju Town. The following morning, Ash rose early to prepare breakfast. After finishing, he approached Serena's room, leaning close to her ear, and whispered, "Awake, my little sleepyhead, it's time for breakfast." Noticing her lack of response brought a chuckle to his lips. In a playful effort to rouse the slumbering Serena, Ash extended his mischievous hand and gently tickled her nose. "Awake now, or the sun shall scorch your backside." Serena stirred, opening her drowsy eyes, and as she did, she was greeted by a familiar face gazing tenderly at her. The scene felt dreamlike, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Even after a month of navigating their relationship, it still felt surreal. After a moment's pause, she gazed at Ash with a slightly dazed expression. "What is the matter, Ash? Is breakfast ready?" Only then did she realize it was time to eat. Of course. Ash chuckled softly at her sleepy demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. This moment was fortuitously observed by Serena, prompting her to feign indignation, pouting as she glared at Ash. "What is so funny? Share your amusement with me," she exclaimed, attempting to appear fierce, her claws bared. "Nothing much, just that Serena is too beautiful. No matter how I look at her, I can't help but admire her. She's simply radiant, like an angel sent from the heavens," Ash replied, shaking his head with a grin. "Ah, it's early in the morning, and you say such things? Aren't you a bit embarrassed?" Upon awakening with a lingering sense of drowsiness, Selena was instantly flushed with embarrassment upon hearing such sweet words. "No, what I said is all true. If Lena doesn't like it, then I shall refrain from speaking in the future," Ash remarked with a smile as he observed Selena's flustered expression. "No, I do like it, of course. How could I possibly dislike you, Ash?" Selena exclaimed in a rush, her candidness leading her to blurt out such a statement. "Lena, you are truly adorable and sincere. Having you as my girlfriend is nothing short of a blessing." Ash chuckled, gently caressing Selena's charming face. "I feel the same way, Ash." After her initial shyness subsided, Selena leaned against Ash's chest, relishing the rhythmic sound of his heartbeats, which brought her great contentment. "All right, my dear Lena, it's time to rise for breakfast. If we delay any longer, the meal will cool, and there may be consequences." Ash feigned seriousness, his expression earnest. "What consequences?" Selena's first reaction was not one of fear, but rather a hint of excitement and anticipation. "Ah, that I cannot disclose. Now, hurry and get up for breakfast." Ash, taken aback by the eager glimmer in Selena's eyes, ultimately responded with a mischievous air. Chapter 229, Departure to Johto. "Very well." Selena pouted, recognizing the moment to yield, promptly rising from bed to freshen up, and soon, the two descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered Hanako, who was just exiting her room, catching sight of the duo descending together. For a moment, their descent faltered. "Good morning, Mom," Ash greeted simply, devoid of any particular expression. In contrast, Selena's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, saying, "Good morning, Aunt Hanako." "Good morning," Hanako replied, glancing at her son, then at Selena, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she nodded in acknowledgement. Though Selena had spent these days alongside Ash, she had yet to fully acclimate to such a lifestyle. After all, sharing a roof with someone she cherished was something she had never dared to dream of. With this reality now before her, it felt surreal, akin to a dream. "All right, Lena, we should go downstairs for breakfast," Ash noted, observing that Selena remained motionless. Hum. Selena nodded, and together they proceeded to the dining table, where a bountiful breakfast awaited them. Such a lavish spread today? Selena exclaimed in surprise, taking in the array of dishes. Is there a special occasion today to warrant such a feast? Hanako, noticing the spread, was equally astonished. Today, we embark on our journey to Johto with Brock and Misty, so naturally, we must indulge a little. Besides, Brock usually takes charge of the cooking, and I haven't had the chance to practice much lately, Ash explained. Ash, how could you leave all the cooking to Brock? Isn't that a bit inconsiderate? Hanako interjected. Hands on her hips, her chest puffed out as she chastised Ash for his perceived lack of thoughtfulness. Not at all. It's just that Brock finds my cooking delightful and has asked me to teach him. He even mentioned wanting to prepare something for his siblings when we return, so I'm merely assisting him and offering some guidance. You know I have many signature dishes, and I haven't managed to teach him all of them yet. Ash calmly clarified in response to Hanako's reprimand. Ah, I see. Hanako realized her misunderstanding, as she was well aware of Ash's culinary talents. Knowing that they were indeed delectable. Lena, do you need anything else? I can help you prepare. Ash suddenly turned to Selena, inquiring. Oh, no, nothing else is needed. I prepared everything yesterday, Selena replied, shaking her head as she focused on her meal. That is good to hear, Ash responded, respecting her wishes. Thus, they continued their meal in quietude. At 10:30, Ash and Selena each shouldered a backpack, carrying their belongings. Under Hanako's watchful eye, the two, closely entwined, set off toward the cities of Nibi and Hanamura, eliciting spontaneous smiles from Hanako. In that moment, they truly resembled a loving couple. Yet, poor Hanako remained blissfully unaware that Ash and Selena had already confirmed their relationship, leading her to mistakenly believe there was still potential between them. As for Ash's silence on the matter, it was simply because the perceptive Hanako had already known, which prevented him from disclosing it. Thus, the two inadvertently missed the chance to address the subject. Together, Ash and Selena traversed scenic landscapes before arriving at Brock's home, where they reunited with him. After spending a day playing with Brock's younger siblings and resting, they prepared to set off once more for Hanamura, eager to meet Misty. Upon arriving, they found the aquarium unchanging, as if time stood still. Prior to their departure, Ash had already contacted both Brock and Misty to confirm their willingness to travel. Upon hearing Ash's proposal, they readily agreed, which is why Ash and Selena ventured forth to meet them. Initially, Ash had intended to travel solely with Selena, but having spent a year traveling with Misty and Brock, a bond had formed, prompting him to extend the invitation. Upon receiving the call and understanding the intent, they unhesitatingly accepted, although Ash and Selena began their journey immersed in romance. Once they reunited with Brock, they became more discreet, refraining from overt displays of affection while exploring. Their interactions remained harmonious, devoid of any awkwardness, as they considered Brock's feelings. Since their reunion, Ash and Selena limited their public affection, occasionally seeking private moments to converse intimately, thus avoiding any embarrassment for Brock. Aware of their relationship, Brock made efforts to create space for them, often finding various excuses to occupy himself elsewhere. The reason Brock accepted Ash's invitation despite knowing about their relationship was twofold. First, Ash was both a mentor and a friend to him. Second, his siblings had developed a fondness for Ash's culinary skills, sparking Brock's desire to learn more recipes to delight them further. For him, witnessing his siblings' joy was worth playing the role of a third wheel. As for why Misty agreed to join the journey, it was primarily because she learned that Brock would also be traveling with Ash. To spare Brock the embarrassment of being a third wheel, she decided to accept the offer. However, there were other underlying reasons as well. Upon arriving in Celadon City, Misty had already packed her luggage and was ready to embark on the adventure. Therefore, as soon as the trio arrived at the Celadon gym, she set off with Ash and Brock without taking a moment to rest. Perhaps it was her inability to endure her three older sisters that made her so eager to begin this journey. Thus, the trio reunited, this time with an additional companion. Their destination, Johto. Chapter 230, A Call from Professor Oak. To participate in the Johto League's Silver Conference, Ash and his companions had already secured the 8 badges of the Johto League and were headed in the direction of Silver Mountain. During their travels, while they were resting in a nearby city close to Silver Mountain, they received a phone call from Professor Oak. Long time no see, Ash. Professor Oak greeted with a smile upon seeing Ash's face on the screen. It's been a while, Professor Oak. What prompted you to call me recently? Is there something you need help with? Ash replied cheerfully, teasing the professor. Due to Professor Rowan's influence and Ash's early fame in the research community, combined with his humble character inherited from the virtues of his culture, he exuded a sense of calmness, making conversations with him quite pleasant. Consequently, He maintained friendly relations with many professors from various regions, leading to a camaraderie that allowed for playful banter, and Professor Oak was one of them. Truly, as one of the most brilliant researchers, you have an uncanny ability to foresee matters. Professor Oak chuckled in response. What are we to each other, Ash? Feel free to speak candidly. If there's anything I can assist with, I shall certainly help. Ash, already aware of the matter at hand, responded decisively, patting his chest in assurance. Then let me thank you in advance, Ash, for your prompt agreement. Professor Oak expressed his gratitude, visibly touched. I feel a bit embarrassed accepting your thanks. It should be me thanking you for sending me a precious Pokémon. Ash felt a bit bashful upon hearing Professor Oak's words. Well, Ash, I would like to ask you to visit the Marine Research Institute to retrieve a Pokémon egg for me for research purposes. Certainly, no problem at all. Ash readily agreed with a nod. The two continued their conversation for a while before concluding the call and attending to their respective tasks. Ash, what kind of egg do you think Professor Oak wants you to retrieve? Serena suddenly interjected. I don't know. It could very well be a Johto legendary, like Rayquaza. Ash replied with a smile, half-jokingly, as he recognized it was his girlfriend who had asked. Though he did not provide a direct answer, he cleverly hinted at it, showcasing his wit. Rayquaza, indeed. Its final evolution is the Sandstorm Monarch, Tyranitar, truly a romantic dream creature among men. Brock, captivated by Ash's words, found himself lost in thought. Tyranitar, a legendary Pokémon of the same caliber as Dragonite from Kanto. Misty chimed in, her face reflecting admiration. Legendary Pokémon symbolize immense power and are not easily accessible to ordinary people. Anyone hearing those two words would inevitably feel a sense of longing. Even gym leaders like them might not get the chance to encounter such beings. Haha, you guys are something else. I merely mentioned it in passing. After all, we haven't even seen the egg yet. How can we confirm that it is a legendary Pokémon? Ash laughed as he teased them about their speculation. That's true. Brock rationally nodded in agreement. But what if there is a possibility? Misty countered, dissenting. Exactly. What if there is such a possibility? Even Serena, who had been silent, suddenly joined in with a cheerful rebuttal. All right, if you say so. Ash conceded with a smile, affectionately acknowledging their enthusiasm. Typically, girls tend to be more sentimental, their thoughts aligning closely. However, even if it were a legendary egg, it ultimately belonged to Professor Oak, which had little to do with them. Ash suddenly added, extinguishing the group's excitement. All right, let's head over to the Marine Research Institute. Noticing the group's morale dip, he quickly sought to uplift their spirits. Ash's remarks stemmed from a fear of someone else competing with him for the Pokémon egg, revealing a hint of cleverness. After Ash's comments, the four of them set off towards the Marine Research Institute. The institute was not far from their location, and they reached it in a single afternoon. The Marine Research Institute was situated on the edge of a cliff overlooking the ocean, in a rather secluded area, with no other buildings surrounding it. The tranquil environment, complemented by the gentle sound of waves lapping at the shore, created a serene atmosphere, making it an ideal spot for relaxation. Chapter 231, The Arrival of Rayquaza's Egg. Is that the Marine Research Institute that Professor Oak mentioned? Serena pointed towards the building atop the cliff. That should be it. Let's go? Ash nodded and took Serena's hand as they walked towards it. Behind them, Brock and Misty exchanged glances, having grown accustomed to such displays of affection. After a year of witnessing their romance, they had become desensitized to it, merely feeling a bit full from their lunch rather than any emotional reaction. Brock and Misty shared a knowing look, feeling somewhat resigned, and waved their hands dismissively before continuing on. Shortly thereafter, the four of them entered the Marine Research Institute together. Hello? Is anyone there? Serena called out tentatively in the empty building. When there was no response, Brock spoke up. We're here at Professor Oak's request. He looked around but found no one. Is anyone present? Misty echoed Brock's inquiry. It seems no one is here, Brock murmured quietly. What should we do, Ash? Serena suddenly turned to Ash, seeking his guidance. Let us wait a moment. It's still midday, so perhaps they are on a break and haven't returned to work yet. Ash concluded, observing the deserted surroundings. As they pondered the situation, a girl with purple hair, clad in a white lab coat and shorts, suddenly dashed out from within, clutching what appeared to be a signal receiver. Please make way, she shouted, her eyes narrowing at the four who blocked the entrance. Reacting swiftly, Ash grasped Serena's hand, pulling her aside to clear a path for the purple-haired girl to exit. Meanwhile, our dear Brock, upon witnessing the girl's vibrant hair, transformed into a lovesick fool, exclaiming, "Oh, what a beautiful lady. May I inquire your name, fair miss?" Brock, Ash exclaimed, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. It's been ages, and you still haven't changed. You become utterly speechless in the presence of a beautiful woman. With a resigned sigh, the three followed at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the scene, they observed the purple-haired lady, who had just emerged from the Ocean Research Institute, meticulously setting up her signal receiver at the bridge's edge. In the water, a lantern floated serenely. This peculiar duo seemed to be engaged in some form of experiment, and the girl's expression radiated anticipation. The connection with the ultrasound is stable, and the sensitivity is exceptionally good, she remarked as the trio approached her side. Excuse me, are you affiliated with the Research Institute? Brock inquired. His cheeks flushed with shyness as he stepped cautiously behind the female researcher. Before she could respond, he launched into a self-introduction. To encounter someone as lovely as you is truly a stroke of fortune for me. However, before he could finish, the researcher made a gesture for silence. At that moment, a series of howls emanated from the speaker. The researcher's eyes lit up as she observed a red rapidly approaching on the machine's display. Lantern, please return, she exclaimed with excitement. As if summoned, several Seadra suddenly leapt from the ocean's surface, exuding vitality. The researcher beamed at the sight of the lively creatures. Hello, miss. Are you part of the Ocean Research Institute? Ash suddenly interjected, eager to engage. You are. Dr. Oak. The researcher finally noticed Ash and his companions, her demeanor shifting to one of exhilaration. Haha, have I become so renowned? Ash chuckled at her recognition. Of course, Dr. Oak is the youngest person to earn a doctorate at the tender age of 8, and a champion at the Quartz Conference just a decade later. Recently, he published a groundbreaking paper on Pokémon Mega Evolution. It would be hard not to know you. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chung Mei, and I am the director of the Pokémon Ocean Research Institute. So, you are the director. Apart from Ash, the others gazed at Chung Mei in astonishment. However, the institute is quite small, so it's just me here. Moreover, Professor Okito has already informed you about me, right? You are here to collect Pokémon eggs, correct? To clarify any misunderstandings, Chung Mei elaborated. Just then, Brock suddenly leaped forward, grasping her hand and gazing at her with deep affection. Miss Chung Mei, I know nothing about you, so might I implore you to share your blood type, star sign, and interests with me? All right, Misty interjected, exasperated, as she tugged on Brock's ear, pulling him away. Chung Mei was left momentarily stunned by the scene. Miss Chung Mei, may we proceed to collect the Pokémon eggs? Ash inquired, his eagerness palpable as he sought to see the egg he had been anticipating. Of course, Chung Mei replied without hesitation, given Ash's urgency. After receiving the Pokémon egg, he promptly conveyed key information about the Seadra to Chung Mei, leaving the remaining tasks for her to handle. Aware of Ash's brilliance, Chung Mei was more than willing to trust his words and had already resolved to conduct an experiment based on his insights. Before departing, Ash took the initiative to assist Chung Mei in resolving the troubles posed by Team Rocket. Once these matters were settled, and after a brief discussion with Professor Okito, the group set off once more. Along the way, Ash took the opportunity to check the information regarding the egg in his possession. Pokémon, Gyarados, unhatched. Gender, male. Level 1. Ability, tenacity. If it enters an abnormal state, it will summon tenacity, enhancing its attack. Potential, near champion. Held item, none. Moves, Sandstorm, Earthquake, Dragon Dance, Tackle, Glare. It was already at level 1. It seemed it wouldn't be long before it hatched. After reviewing the information provided by the system, Ash inwardly expressed an apology to Professor Okito. I truly regret it, Professor, for despite your unwavering trust in me, I have set my sights on your precious egg. Chapter 232. Are these two deliberately luring the dog into kill? After departing from the Ocean Research Institute, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards the town of Rokaha. During a brief rest, the Pokémon egg nestled in Ash's arms began to tremble suddenly, emitting a brilliant light from its shell. The four of them, witnessing this phenomenon, gazed expectantly at the egg, eager to witness the emergence of a new life from the mysterious shell. Regrettably, just as they anticipated a successful hatching, a most bewildering turn of events occurred. Just as the egg appeared on the verge of hatching, the life-giving glow emanating from its surface abruptly vanished, returning to a state of tranquility. It was as if nothing had ever transpired, leaving their hopes dashed and replaced by disappointment. Still not ready, Brock lamented, his face a mask of despondency. It seems it will take a little longer to hatch. Misty, equally disheartened, stared at the egg in the center. What a pity, Ash. We didn't get to witness the successful hatching, Serena echoed, her disappointment mirrored in her expression. Don't worry, Serena, it will eventually hatch. We must have faith, and I will be right here by your side during its hatching period, Ash reassured her, his heart aching at her despondent demeanor. As he disregarded the feelings of the other two and pulled her close, comforting her. Watching the affectionate display between Ash and Serena, Brock and Misty felt a twinge of regret. Why had they agreed to travel with Ash? It seemed they were doomed to witness their friend's romantic antics daily. After lunch, feeling somewhat satiated, they were struck by an inexplicable sensation of fullness, despite having eaten little. Brock and Misty couldn't help but reminisce about their travels that had begun a year prior in Kanto. At least back then, they hadn't been so blatant in their overt displays of affection, engaging in such brazen behavior. Since their arrival in the Johto region, after challenging a few gyms, the two seemed to have let themselves go, displaying some intimate gestures that began to unfold openly. At that time, they were oblivious, mistaking their actions for the innocent signs of a budding romance, hence they paid little attention initially. However, as the four of them spent more time together, the unmistakable chemistry between Ash and Serena became increasingly evident. It was at that juncture that the two began to sense something amiss, yet by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Brock and Misty harbored serious doubts, wondering if these two had been playing a malicious game from the start, deliberately orchestrating their inclusion into the group, only to strike when the moment was ripe. While the two were mired in their suspicions, Ash and Serena were off in their own world, indulging in a flurry of playful banter and somewhat flirtatious, cheesy lines. The effect was particularly pronounced on Serena, whose cheeks remained a rosy hue, never once fading. Even Misty, who listened in, couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at their unabashed display of affection. Only Brock, in his wisdom, seemed to truly understand Ash, exclaiming that he had learned something valuable. If Misty found their antics irksome, one could only imagine the turmoil it brought upon the beleaguered Serena. Serena, did you know? I've always wanted to acquire a piece of land, but it cannot be measured in monetary terms. I would need your assistance. Would you lend me a hand? Ash declared earnestly. What kind of land do you wish to buy that requires my help? She inquired, perplexed. I wish to purchase your unwavering devotion. Oh, Ash, are you out of your mind? Upon hearing Ash's words, Serena was overwhelmed with shyness and instinctively dove into his embrace. Perhaps fearing that Ash's mouth would continue its relentless chatter, she boldly sealed his lips with her first kiss, as if to silence him. Meanwhile, Brock and Misty, who were merely spectators, were left utterly flabbergasted. You can exchange cheesy lines all you want, but why on earth are you two making out? They exclaimed incredulously. Chapter 233, The Birth of Deoxys. As Ash felt the warmth of Serena's kiss, he was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to savor it. The kiss was fleeting, merely a gentle brush against his lips before she swiftly retreated, resembling a child caught in a misdeed. With her flushed face buried in Ash's embrace, he gazed at her in disbelief. When had Serena become so bold? Was her uncharacteristic assertiveness truly wise? Did she not fear that he might lose control and ravish her entirely? Such thoughts coursed through Ash's mind. Brock and Misty, observing the unfolding scene, exchanged knowing smiles. Realizing that Serena's sudden boldness was likely spurred by the slow progression of their relationship over the past year, Ash deduced that she must have sought advice from Brock and Misty out of a sense of urgency, leading to this very moment. Shaking his head in bemusement, he affectionately ruffled Serena's hair while holding her close. As they continued their discussion, the egg resting nearby suddenly erupted with brilliant light, drawing everyone's attention back to it. Ash, seizing the moment, dashed to the egg's side, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the Pokémon within. The egg, now glowing with a bright light, did not disappoint. As the radiance subsided, a Pokémon emerged, its body a striking gray-green, adorned with armor-like scales, its eyes a fierce crimson, and a blunt, angular protrusion atop its head, with a vividly red diamond-shaped abdomen. Indeed, the creature that hatched from the egg was none other than the Johto region's quasi-legendary Pokémon, the larval form of the Sandstorm Monarch, Deoxys. However, the newly hatched Deoxys curled up, trembling, appearing far from the vigorous state typically expected of a newborn Pokémon. Noticing this, Ash promptly retrieved a vial of life water, a restorative elixir he had long obtained from the system. With gentle pressure, he pried open Deoxys's mouth and administered the life-giving liquid. The effects of the life water were remarkable. Within moments, Deoxys began to calm, its tremors subsiding. Ash, stroking Deoxys gently, watched as it opened its eyes, staring blankly at him, devoid of expression. Hello, Deoxys. Welcome to this world. Ash greeted with a warm smile. In that instant, as Deoxys beheld Ash's beaming face, infused with the inherent charm of the tidal force, it found itself irresistibly drawn to him. In that moment, it seemed to witness the most radiant smile in existence, realizing that all its previous misfortunes had merely led to this fateful encounter. Deoxys, the once listless Pokémon, now bore a pure, innocent smile, feeling as though Ash was a blazing sun, banishing all darkness and despair. providing a sense of unparalleled comfort. This was a sensation it had never experienced within the confines of its shell, and it felt an overwhelming sense of attachment. Compelled by the tidal force's allure, Deoxys instinctively leaned closer to Ash, gradually nestling into his embrace. "Looks like Deoxys has taken quite a liking to you, Ash," Serena observed sweetly, a smile gracing her lips as she watched the tender interaction. "Indeed, to show such affection right after hatching. It seems the allure of the tidal force truly is as powerful as the rumors suggest, captivating the hearts of Pokémon," Brock remarked enviously, unable to hide his admiration. As a dedicated gym leader of ground and rock-type Pokémon, he found it hard to resist the charm of a quasi-legendary like Deoxys. Witnessing Deoxys's closeness to Ash stirred a wave of envy within him. Come to think of it, many Pokémon we've encountered along this journey have shown a fondness for Ash, Misty mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. "Speaking of which, Ash, now that the egg has successfully hatched, how do we explain this to Professor Oak?" Brock inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. "If possible, I'll have a word with Professor Oak later," Ash replied thoughtfully, contemplating his response. "All right then. Wishing you success, Ash." Brock offered his well wishes, acknowledging Ash's resolve. "Thanks." Ash nodded appreciatively. He recalled the scenes from the original work, where the egg of Bagon was obtained by chance. And in that narrative, when Ash expressed his desire to assist Bagon, Professor Oak readily acquiesced. This clearly indicates that Professor Oak was not particularly concerned about the egg. Otherwise, he would not have so easily entrusted it to Ash. In the present circumstances, devoid of the events that transpired in the original story, it was likely that soliciting Professor Oak's assistance would entail some difficulty. After all, the current Ash is not the same as the one from the original tale. He is now the illustrious Dr. Ash Ketchum, renowned for his genius, having become a doctor at the tender age of 8. With such accolades, alongside his recent research on Mega Evolution, it would be improbable to receive anything without exerting some effort. Of course, these were merely Ash's speculations. After exchanging these thoughts, they set off towards the nearest Pokémon Center to contact Professor Oak. Upon connecting the call, Professor Oak inquired, "What is it, Dr. Ketchum?" "Professor, the Pokeball you asked me to deliver unexpectedly hatched today," Ash explained. "Is that so?" Professor Oak replied, stroking his chin in thought. "What Pokémon emerged from that egg?" "Bagon," Ash responded candidly, retrieving the newly hatched Bagon from his backpack and presenting it to the phone. "Ah, it's the pre-evolution of the semi-legendary Pokémon, Salamence. This is quite remarkable," Professor Oak exclaimed, taken aback. After all, an unexpectedly acquired egg yielding a semi-legendary Pokémon is indeed a rare occurrence. Bagon, cradled in Ash's arms, gazed curiously at Professor Oak before turning back to Ash. "Ash, it seems Bagon has taken quite a liking to you. I would like to entrust its care to you. Given your experience as a trainer over the past 2 years, I believe you would be the perfect caretaker for Bagon. What do you think?" Professor Oak suggested, seemingly recognizing the bond between Ash and Bagon. "Really?" Ash was astonished by Professor Oak's willingness to hand over Bagon. He was not expecting Professor Oak to take such an initiative. This was a pleasant surprise, completely contrary to his initial expectations that Professor Oak might use this as leverage to extract some insights from him. Ash realized he had misjudged Professor Oak, who had shown him such kindness, and he felt a pang of guilt for having thought otherwise. Ultimately, Ash was granted his wish, and in an effort to repay Professor Oak's generosity, he proactively shared a research direction with him. Initially, Professor Oak appeared hesitant upon hearing this, but after Ash's persistent encouragement, he accepted and promised to acknowledge Ash's contribution in any future publications, should the research prove successful. Ash was deeply moved by this gesture and, after a brief conversation with Professor Oak, departed the Pokémon Center, setting off toward their next destination. Chapter 234, The Emergence of Lugia, 1, Chapter 235, The Emergence of Lugia, 2. "Wow, really? Is he the illustrious Dr. Ketchum? How extraordinary!" you exclaimed, clearly having heard of this name, and was taken aback upon learning of Ash's identity. "I expected Dr. Ketchum to be an old man, but he is even younger than I am." Ash chuckled awkwardly, not wanting to dwell too much on it. While he did not demand recognition from others, as such matters were of little importance to him, he found it amusing that he was referred to as an old man. Hearing Yu's comment, he could not help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. Serena, Brock, and Misty erupted into laughter upon hearing her words. Ash looked at the trio, helplessly wondering how they could find such amusement in the situation. "Come on, it's fine for my girlfriend to laugh, but what else with you two? Why are you so entertained? Laugh all you want, Brock, but why are you leaning on me for support?" Ash exclaimed. "I'm so sorry. I misspoke." You quickly apologized, bowing her head. "I have a tendency to speak without thinking, and I truly didn't mean it like that." My sincerest apologies. It's all right. Ash waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no ill will. He could already gauge Yu's character and chose not to take offense, recognizing it was merely a thoughtless remark. What? A Pokémon trainer? And a champion among Pokémon trainers. Oh wow. The others rejoiced, bursting into excitement, even breaking into an unfamiliar dance, clearly elated. In ancient lore, it is said that when the world teeters on the brink of destruction, the sea god shall appear alongside an exceptional trainer to quell the wrath of the gods. The trainer is none other than you, the Pokémon trainer. A bearded elder stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Ash with utmost seriousness. Me? Am I truly that remarkable? Ash giggled, pointing at himself in disbelief. You are the one who recently discovered Mega Evolution and became the champion of the Indigo League, correct? At that moment, a girl from the dock leapt down and approached Ash, eyeing him with interest. You're quite handsome. What great luck I have. Before Ash could react, she leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. However, Ash, having anticipated such an encounter, swiftly dodged her advance. Serena, caught off guard by this unexpected interaction, stood frozen in shock. When she finally regained her composure, she stormed over, fuming. Do you not know that men and women should maintain a certain distance? Serena reprimanded the girl sternly. Oh, so you already have a girlfriend? The girl seemed oblivious to Serena's words, her gaze shifting elsewhere. Yes, Ash nodded. Then why didn't you mention it sooner? The girl challenged. You didn't ask me. Ash replied, exasperated. Seriously? You approached me without hesitation and now question me for not mentioning it? Ash thought to himself, incredulous at the situation. You, come on. How could you behave like that towards Mr. Ash? Sensing the tension, you rushed over to pull her back and scolded her. All right, it was my mistake. In what was initially an exceedingly awkward situation, Flora, following her sister's lead, lowered her head and admitted. I too bear some of the blame for not having disclosed this matter beforehand. Ash, not wishing to be excessively stern with Flora, aimed to avoid further discomfort among the group, especially since they were to reside on this island for a while and preferred to maintain a cordial relationship with the villagers. I assume the guests require a place to rest. The elderly man with a bushy beard inquired once more. Indeed, we would appreciate your assistance. If we cause any inconvenience, we sincerely apologize, Ash replied with a courteous nod. It is no trouble at all. We welcome your presence. Please, follow me, the elder responded, leading the group towards the village. Along the way, the elder casually remarked, My dear girl, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused. It has been several years since a trainer has visited our village, which is why Flora acted as she did. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive her. Ah, so that is the reason. Selena, who had been sulking, felt her irritation dissipate upon hearing the elder's explanation. Well, I did move out of the way, didn't I? She didn't get to kiss me. Ash, noticing Selena's lingering annoyance, approached to offer her some comfort. Humph. Selena puffed her cheeks, letting out a dismissive huff, choosing not to elaborate further. Ash, seeing her reaction, shook his head helplessly while continuing to reassure her. Before long, the group was escorted by the elder to a designated resting area. As night fell, the island's festivities began to bustle with life, adorned with colorful decorations and lively celebrations. Ash and his companions enjoyed the festivities for a while, soon reaching the peak of the merriment. When they settled in a place reminiscent of a temple, savoring their meal, a melodious flute sound suddenly filled the air. On stage appeared the very girl who had previously clashed with Ash's group, now dressed in a flowing white gown, adorned with a veil and a floral crown, playing a tune on her flute. It's her, Selena exclaimed in surprise, glancing between the girl on stage and Ash, only to feel a pang of jealousy. You must not look at her. Selena obstructed Ash's view. All right, I shall not look, Ash replied, somewhat resigned, for she was indeed his girlfriend, and he felt compelled to heed her wishes. Thus, Ash continued to gaze at the girl before him. Realizing her reaction had been excessive, Selena felt a flush of embarrassment as she noticed Ash's intense gaze, causing her cheeks to redden. Ash, please, do not look at me like that, she murmured, her eyes downcast. You are my girlfriend. Who else should I gaze upon? Should I focus on the one on stage instead? Ash replied with a cheerful smile. You must not look. Just look at me. Upon hearing Ash's intention to gaze at the performer, Selena's jealousy flared, prompting her to assert herself. All right. I shall comply. After all, you are the most beautiful person in the world, Ash remarked, finding Selena's reaction endearing, causing him to smile brightly. Upon hearing this, Selena's heart swelled with joy, her earlier displeasure forgotten. While the two were reveling in their happiness, Brock and Misty were experiencing a different sentiment. Observing the sumptuous dishes on the table and the couple beside them constantly exchanging affectionate glances, they felt an inexplicable fullness in their stomachs, losing all appetite. Meanwhile, the girls' performance on stage concluded swiftly. When the heavens rage and the world teeters on the brink of destruction, the sea god shall appear, alongside an exceptional controller, to quell the wrath of the deities. Mr. Ash, might you be interested in becoming that exceptional controller? Flora gracefully approached Ash, bowing elegantly. That sounds intriguing. Ash replied with a smile. As a time traveler, he had memorized all the plots from the Pokémon series. However, having now entered the genuine Pokémon world, combined with his passion for Pokémon, he found such legendary tales even more captivating. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly resolved to seek the legendary Pokémon's traces on the 3 small islands. Thus far, he had encountered only Mew and Mewtwo, but the prospect of meeting Lugia piqued his interest immensely. After all, the thought of riding on the back of a real Lugia was a tantalizing dream for any traveler. Of course, riding on Rayquaza would be even more exhilarating. I shall visit the 3 Island. However, you have already witnessed my excellence. No need for further demonstration, I trust? Ash said playfully, regarding Flora with a knowing smile. Indeed, Flora responded with a mere smile, acknowledging the truth in Ash's statement. His accomplishments were undeniably impressive. Achieving the title of Pokémon champion at the age of 10 and becoming a doctor at 8 rendered any further argument futile. Moreover, she felt satisfied that her objective had been achieved, rendering all else unimportant. Then, until we meet again, Mr. Ash, Flora concluded, casting a flirtatious glance his way. Ash, taken aback by the gesture, could not deny that Flora was indeed quite attractive, especially with her alluring attire that exuded a trendy charm. Witnessing Ash's momentary daze, Selena felt a surge of jealousy, fearing that Ash might be swayed by Flora. Her previously pleasant mood swiftly soured. The thought of Ash being unable to resist temptation ignited her anger, causing her cheeks to puff up adorably. Returning to his senses, Ash was acutely aware of Selena's expression. Feeling somewhat guilty, it was an undeniable truth that, as a man, he found it difficult to resist the allure of a woman with an appealing figure and a lovely face. Even Ash could not claim immunity. Hey Ash, Selena exclaimed, her tone revealing her irritation upon realizing his discomfort. Ash, caught off guard, awkwardly rubbed his nose and began to soothe Selena. After some comforting and explanations, her anger finally subsided. The next morning, at dawn, Ash and his companions were prepared to embark towards one of the 3 sacred islands, the Island of Fire, with Flora among those joining them. The moment Selena and Flora laid eyes on each other, the atmosphere instantly turned icy. However, Flora remained undeterred, continuing to engage Ash in conversation despite Selena's frosty demeanor, nearly driving Selena to the brink of frustration. Fortunately, Ash had been attentively observing Serena, aware that she might become upset. Thus, he hastily concocted a trivial excuse to decline her request, before swiftly proceeding to offer her comfort. Thankfully, Serena, being understanding, recognized that Ash had approached her of his own volition, which mitigated her anger. After a few soothing words, she managed to regain her composure. Upon seeing Serena's anger dissipate, Ash let out a sigh of relief and silently resolved never to allow such a situation to arise again. After all, the woman before him was the one he had chosen as his wife. How could he permit her to be upset? Notably, however, Serena's anger possessed an undeniable charm, evoking a desire to cherish her even more. Were it not for the throngs of people surrounding them in the confined space, Ash would have been tempted to steal a taste of her sweetness. Chapter 237, The Emergence of Lugia, 4. As the vessel navigated the waters, Pikachu stood at the bow, gazing solemnly at the island they were approaching, lost in contemplation. Ash noticed Pikachu's demeanor and felt a twinge of confusion, pondering what could be troubling his companion. Suddenly, he recalled a humorous trope from the anime of his previous life, the Pika God, strong against the strong, weak against the weak. The quintessential example was a fully leveled Pikachu unable to defeat a newly hatched Snivy. In the movies, however, it boldly confronted legendary Pokémon, presenting a stark contrast. This led Ash to speculate whether Pikachu was contemplating how to portray itself so as not to reveal its true strength in the forthcoming encounter. With this thought, he became increasingly convinced that Pikachu was indeed strategizing its performance. Thus, he resolved in his heart that Pikachu must exert itself more during the impending challenge. It seems we are indeed in a movie now. Oh, that's a relief. This Pikachu has already been led astray by him. Surely, the original Pika God scenarios would not occur. With these thoughts, Ash felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, believing the situation to be manageable. After all, with Pikachu already deviated from its original path, What was there to worry about? Just as he mulled over these thoughts, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead. And in the blink of an eye, the sky turned ominous, with a light drizzle swiftly escalating into a torrential downpour. The vessel's occupants were instantly drenched, resembling a flock of soaked chickens. What a fickle weather. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and now it has transformed into a storm. Lacking experience with maritime weather conditions, Misty could not help but voice her complaints. Indeed, just like a woman's mood, it can change in an instant. Brock, overhearing her, sighed in agreement. Brock, are you implying that you have an issue with me? Just moments after Brock spoke, a light and airy figure materialized behind him, her gaze fixed dangerously upon him. Aha, how could that be? I merely spoke offhandedly. Misty, please do not take it to heart. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Brock immediately began to plead for mercy, his apologies flowing smoothly. After 2 years of traveling with Misty, Brock was well aware of her temperament. If he did not respond promptly, he might find himself as another unfortunate soul adrift at sea. As for the possibility of others mocking him, Brock had no concerns. Having endured countless rejections from various girls, yet persevered without a care. All right, you two, while you banter, perhaps you should consider the timing. Ash interjected, drawing their attention. Count yourself fortunate. I shall let this slide, Misty huffed, turning away and ceasing her playful antics. Upon witnessing Misty's decision not to pursue the matter, Brock exhaled in relief. Look, we've arrived at our destination. Just then, the enthusiastic Furus announced loudly. After a considerable interval, the group reached their destination, and the skies cleared, with the clouds gradually dispersing. A beam of sunlight swiftly pierced through the remnants of the clouds, illuminating the sea's surface. Accompanied by the occasional call of a seagull from the horizon, everything felt so serene, as if nothing had transpired moments before, offering a delightful experience. However, their enjoyment was short-lived, as an unexpected incident unfolded. The sea suddenly roiled, waves crashing violently like ferocious beasts, forming layer upon layer of tumultuous surf that propelled the vessel forward. Unfortunately, while careening through a rocky area, the boat collided with a reef, sustaining damage. The silver lining was that everyone emerged unscathed, safely disembarking onto the island. Upon landing, Pikachu leaped from the boat and darted off in a particular direction, as if drawn by an unseen force. Noticing Pikachu's sudden burst of energy, Ash promptly followed suit. He was well aware of what had captivated Pikachu's attention, and without hesitation, he pursued. Ash, the others gasped as they saw him take off. You all go ahead. I'll remain here to repair the boat, May said, her expression one of exasperation as she surveyed the damaged vessel. All right, we appreciate your help, miss. Serena responded politely before turning and rushing after Ash. Thank you. Brock and Misty echoed in unison, then followed suit. I'm going too, Furus declared, noticing the others departing, and quickly joined them. May watched their retreating figures, shaking her head in resignation, before retrieving tools to commence repairs on the boat. On the island, Ash and Pikachu engaged in a playful chase, heading towards the direction Pikachu had taken. Pikachu, having undergone rigorous training under Ash's meticulous guidance, matched Ash's speed, and in fact, might even surpass it. Ash found it challenging to keep pace with his partner. Although Ash could have teleported instantly to catch up, his goal was to seek out the island's most significant treasure. Thus, he chose to run while using his sensory abilities to locate what he desired. In a sense, that safeguarded gem was akin to a divine artifact, warranting patience. Eureka! Ash exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he spotted what he sought. In an instant, he appeared beside Pikachu, scooping it up before vanishing in a flash. Chapter 238, The Emergence of Lugia, 5. With Ash's teleportation, they soon found themselves atop the fiery island's summit, gazing at the temple constructed of stone before them. Pikachu leapt from Ash's embrace, casting a reproachful glance at him, as if to silently inquire why he had not utilized such a valuable skill sooner. With his keen perceptive abilities, Ash naturally noticed Pikachu's melancholic expression and waved his hand dismissively. No need to look at me like that. My perception is limited, and I was unaware of the location, which is why I failed to sense it, he explained, chuckling as he squatted down to gently stroke Pikachu's chin. Pikachu, upon hearing this explanation, could only nod in acquiescence, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Both turned their attention back to the temple before them, captivated by the vividly depicted murals adorning its walls. Ash and Pikachu were soon drawn to the crimson gem embedded at the center of the mural. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison before advancing towards the focal point together. Could this be the treasure symbolizing the divine authority of the legendary Moltres on Fire Island? Ash mused, gazing at the red gem. Pikachu affirmed with a determined nod. So, You were drawn to this object earlier, which is why you suddenly departed. Ash speculated, recalling how Pikachu seemed entranced by something during their arrival on the island. Pikachu nodded again, confirming Ash's hypothesis. It was indeed so. Ash seemed to have an epiphany, as if he had connected the dots. Despite being an electric-type Pokémon with no inherent relation to fire attributes, Pikachu could forge a link with this divine artifact. If there weren't any peculiarities regarding this phenomenon, it would be inconceivable, reflecting on all the cinematic adventures he had witnessed in his past life. Ash began to piece together a fragment of revelation. Pikachu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to resonate with divine entities, regardless of the elemental affiliation. This hinted at Pikachu's extraordinary nature, yet the precise reason remained elusive to Ash. The original narrative did not elaborate on this either, but Ash had a vague sense of its significance. However, it seemed to be beyond his current grasp, and he opted to set aside such ponderings for the time being. The most pressing matter at hand was to collect the 3 island gems to summon Lugia, thus unlocking the cinematic adventure and experiencing the thrill of riding upon the legendary creature, an opportunity too delightful to overlook. As for capturing legendary Pokémon, Ash had not given it much thought. The trio of legendary birds struck him as rather lackluster, lacking the grandeur he desired, which diminished his desire to capture them. His interest in Lugia was slightly piqued, though not significantly, and given the odds of success, it seemed futile to pursue. Furthermore, Ash was not one to capture Pokémon merely for the sake of collecting them. He believed that with the act of capturing came the responsibility of nurturing and caring for them. Capturing Pokémon solely for collection would only echo the behavior of his former rival, Shota. Now, with a dozen Pokémon under his care, he had invested considerable time and energy into each, nearly exhausting his resources. The notion of capturing more Pokémon, even legendary ones, seemed implausible. Moreover, Ash possessed formidable Pokémon of his own, some even rarer than legendaries. His reluctance to pursue the trio of legendary birds stemmed primarily from a lack of interest. If he were to capture a legendary, it would be one as striking and impressive as Rayquaza, something that would elevate his status. Ahem, it seems I have digressed. Pikachu's voice broke Ash from his reverie, as he realized that his companion was beckoning him towards the Crimson Gem. Seeing Pikachu enthusiastically waving at him, Ash smiled warmly and approached his friend. After all, what could compare to the companionship of Pikachu? Pika, Ash called out, moving at a leisurely pace towards Pikachu. What's the rush? This gem isn't going anywhere, is it? He chuckled, crouching down to playfully scratch Pikachu's chin. After saying this, he stood, his gaze quickly drawn to the flames still flickering within the red gem. Is this what they call treasure? He pondered aloud. But what purpose does it serve? Curiosity piqued. Ash reached out to touch the Crimson Gem, deliberating its potential significance. After all, in the original tale, its function was merely to restore the glaciers ravaged by the trio of birds. He had never observed any other applications. Ash felt certain that the gem's capabilities extended beyond this. Thus, to uncover any additional functions, he promptly activated the system's detection feature to examine the gem further. Flame Gem, a mysterious treasure passed down through the generations of the legendary birds. When all 3 gems are gathered and utilized in special circumstances, they possess the extraordinary ability to restore oceanic anomalies and purify the seas. If worn by Molter's chosen partner, it can also trigger significant transformations in the flames. Goodness. Based on this description, it seems the Flame Gem is essentially a mega evolution stone for Molters. Ash exclaimed, comprehending the implications of the system's revelation. Pikachu tilted its head, gazing at Ash with an expression of confusion, as if inquiring what had transpired. It's nothing. I'm just taken aback to discover that this red gem is known as the Flame Gem and serves as Molter's Mega Evolution Stone, Ash replied, shaking his head to reassure Pikachu. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu clapped its paws together in a gesture of realization, its adorable appearance amplifying its charm. Seeing Pikachu in such a delightful state caused Ash to chuckle, and he began to playfully ruffle Pikachu's fur, much to Pikachu's chagrin. Although Pikachu appeared annoyed, it could only watch helplessly, resigned to Ash's antics. After all, they had been companions for nearly a decade, and Pikachu had grown accustomed to Ash's whimsical behavior. Just endure it. This will pass, Pikachu thought, not that it was due to its Thunderbolt being ineffective against Ash at this point. With no means of resistance, it could only endure with a tearful smile. After a playful interlude, Ash finally released Pikachu from his grasp, recognizing the need to focus on the task at hand, collecting all 3 gems. Just as Ash was about to leave with Pikachu, a sudden flash of yellow appeared in the sky, darting past him like a whirlwind before landing atop the temple, gazing down at the duo. Upon seeing the unexpected Zapdos, Pikachu's performance escalated, adopting a stance of utmost vigilance as it fixated its gaze upon the legendary bird. At that moment, three figures, breathless and weary, ascended the stone steps. "Hey, little brat, we finally found you." The trio of Team Rocket, after much effort, reached the summit to catch sight of Ash, and they managed to muster the energy to shout. However, upon witnessing the Pokémon atop the temple, their previously exhilarated expressions froze in an instant. "Zapdos!" Meowth exclaimed in astonishment. The Zapdos paid little heed to Meowth's outburst, merely casting it a disdainful glance before soaring into the air, beginning to circle around, enveloping the island with its electric essence, thereby asserting its dominion. After accomplishing this, Zapdos perched back on the temple, casting a lofty gaze upon Ash and the others. Suddenly, a thin stream of electricity shot from Zapdos directly towards Pikachu. Struck by the current, Pikachu was taken aback, fearing an attack was imminent. However, after absorbing the electric energy, Pikachu soon realized that its body was unharmed. As a fellow electric-type Pokémon, Pikachu quickly comprehended Zapdos' intent. It was conveying a message through the electrical currents. To express its confusion, Pikachu transmitted its own inquiries back to Zapdos. "Pika Pika?" Upon receiving Pikachu's electric message, Zapdos offered a disdainful glance before replying with its own electric signal. Typically a deity above all, the fact that Zapdos was engaging in such communication with this previously inconsequential creature reflected an unexpected patience. Perhaps today's acquisition of a long-standing adversary's territory had softened the usually tempestuous Zapdos, allowing it to converse with the little Pokémon it had previously disregarded. Fortunately, Pikachu's amiable nature meant it did not take Zapdos' condescension to heart. "Meowth, what is it saying? Translate for us." Both Jesse and James simultaneously turned to their Pokémon translator, Meowth, imploring him. Meowth nodded patiently and began to translate. "Zapdos states that the ruler of this island is no longer present. Since there is no master, I shall naturally take its place as the sovereign of this island. I am Destiny." Boom. As soon as Meowth finished, a thunderous clap erupted from Zapdos, its wings unfurling as if it were a deity wielding divine retribution. The diminutive beings before it were to be subjected to its judgment. "All right, God of Thunder, we understand. We shall take our leave now." Witnessing this unfolding scenario and aware of the impending chaos, Ash swiftly apologized to Zapdos, recalling Pikachu to his side before making his way down the mountain. Before departing, Ash reminded the others, "Hurry. Otherwise, you'll find yourselves caught in an unforeseen disaster." With that cryptic warning, Ash descended the mountain, leaving Team Rocket in a state of confusion. Due to Ash's instantaneous teleportation, he left no trace behind, resulting in those searching for him still unable to locate his whereabouts, thus remaining below and futilely scouring the area. "What transpired up there?" Serena inquired as she heard the commotion from the summit, gazing upward. Could Ash be there? Intrigued, she suddenly recalled Ash's recent disappearance and speculated that he might indeed be atop the mountain, prompting her to sprint upward. "Serena, it's about to rain. What are you going up the mountain for?" A familiar voice called out from behind her. Upon hearing that voice, she instantly recognized the person she had been searching for. Turning around, she found Ash standing there, her curiosity piqued. "Ash, all right, Serena, I know what you want to say, but it's about to rain. Let us head back first, and I'll explain everything later," Ash said, understanding her confusion yet opting not to elaborate at that moment. "Okay," Serena replied, nodding gently. Her curiosity temporarily quelled. What lay above mattered little to her. All she needed was the assurance of Ash's safety by her side. Henceforth, the only priority was to heed Ash's words and stay close to him. Ash said nothing further, approaching Serena and taking her delicate hand in his, pulling her into his embrace. Before she could react, Ash activated his teleportation, whisking them both away. In the blink of an eye, Ash and Serena reappeared in a coastal forest not far from Misty, embracing each other affectionately. Their eyes locked, and they gazed deeply into one another, lost in the moment. As the atmosphere around them grew increasingly charged with tension, the flames of love seemed poised to ignite. Just as they closed their eyes, their lips inches apart, an unexpected interruption occurred. Crack! A sudden, crisp sound startled them, as if someone had been watching, abruptly breaking their reverie. Both Ash and Serena, now fully aware of their surroundings, reacted like a couple caught in the initial throes of romance, flustered and disoriented, sensing the awkwardness of the moment. Instinctively, they began scanning the vicinity for the source of their embarrassment. In perfect sync, they turned their gaze toward the culprit, their eyes landing on a small yellow figure. Pikachu, with tiny paws clutching several sunflower seeds, was munching away with keen interest, observing the two with rapt attention. Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, Pikachu froze, a seed poised midair, wide-eyed as it looked between them. Pika Pika. Acknowledging it had intruded upon the couple's intimate moment, Pikachu sheepishly scratched its head. Understanding its error, Pikachu offered a courteous bow, signifying its apology. Ash sighed as he witnessed Pikachu's antics, reminiscing about the years gone by. Ever since he had traveled with Serena and Pikachu, they had been interrupted countless times, leading Ash to question whether Pikachu was doing it on purpose all along. Alas, he had no evidence, merely a feeling. It's getting late. We should hurry back to meet Misty, Ash suggested. I'm home. I'm with you. Serena nodded gently, offering a look that radiated affection, evoking warmth in the heart. The atmosphere was disrupted by Pikachu, leaving the two individuals no choice but to exit the forest together, making their way towards the direction where Misty and her companions were situated. It appeared as though they had completely forgotten about Pikachu trailing behind them, neglecting to invite it to accompany them. Observing this, Pikachu merely pouted, refraining from voicing any complaints, and set off on foot to follow the two ahead. Chapter 240. The Birth of Lugia, 7. At last, it was repaired. Misty gazed at the restored vessel, wiping the sweat from her brow and exhaling a sigh of relief. Huh, is that Ash and Serena? Turning around, Misty spotted Ash and Serena emerging from a distance. Oh, a yellow rodent was trailing behind them. Hey, Ash, Serena, the ship is ready. Did you obtain the treasure from Fire Island? Misty waved vigorously at the approaching duo, calling out to them loudly. Upon hearing Misty's call, both Ash and Serena raised their hands to wave back, then quickened their pace to join her. So how did it go? Did you get the treasure? Misty inquired eagerly. Yes, replied Ash, as he reached into his backpack and produced a crimson orb, placing it before Misty. I retrieved this from a temple atop the mountain. It should indeed be the treasure of Fire Island. Wow, is this truly the treasure guarded by the legendary Pokémon Moltres? It's astonishing. There's even a flame within that hasn't extinguished. How miraculous. Misty held the red treasure in her hands, scrutinizing it closely, and was taken aback as she observed the flickering flame within, unable to hold back her astonishment. Indeed, Serena, drawing closer after hearing Misty's exclamation, confirmed the presence of a vibrant life force flickering within the red orb. It seems you truly are the brave one, Ash. You managed to find the treasure of Fire Island and brought it back. It's truly remarkable. It was merely luck. Ash humbly scratched the back of his head, embodying modesty. Luck? You found the treasure as soon as you ascended the mountain. I wish I had such fortune. Misty chuckled, her tone laced with jest. By the way, where are Brock and Misty? Noticing that only Misty was present, Ash expressed his confusion and posed the question. Weren't they with you? Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty realized with a start that the two who had ventured out earlier were not with Ash, exclaiming, Oh no, they wouldn't still be up on the mountain. Would they? Did they follow me up the mountain? Yes. After you two departed, Brock and Misty followed you up the mountain. Did they get lost along the way? In my haste to leave, I didn't pay attention to them. I'll return to look for them. You just remain here and wait for us. Ash reflected on how he had been in such a rush earlier when descending the mountain, particularly since he had finally had some time alone with Serena and had not noticed Brock and Misty. Upon considering this, Ash felt he already knew the fate of Brock, Misty, and Florges. They must have gone to the Collector's lair. They should be safe, so there was no need for him to worry. Based on the original plot, the Collector had captured their group but had carelessly released the others, allowing them to remain in his lair without concern, indicating that there was no need to fret over the trio's situation. His most pressing task was to procure all 3 jewels from the islands ahead of time, and once the plot began, he would deal with the Collector. The thought of being tasked with cleaning up the Collector's mess infuriated Ash. Why should he have to come and fix the troubles caused by that Collector? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, nearly wishing to lash out and confront the Collector directly. However, reflecting further, he recognized that he owed a measure of gratitude to the Collector. Had it not been for the Collector's intervention, he might never have had the chance to encounter Lugia. This realization brought clarity to his thoughts. After all, his opportunity to ride the legendary beast was undoubtedly facilitated by the Collector's actions. There's no need to search for Brock and the others. They will join us shortly, Ash assured confidently. Huh, Ash, didn't you just say you couldn't see Brock and Misty? How can you be so certain they are all right? Misty questioned, her expression one of confusion. I possess psychic abilities that allow me to foresee the future, so I am aware of their well-being. Upon uttering these words, Ash's eyes suddenly glowed blue, lifting a handful of sand into the air. Perhaps anticipating their disbelief, he wasted no time, opting instead to demonstrate his claims with tangible evidence. Psychic abilities? Ash, you truly are a psychic. initially skeptical of Ash's assertion. The sight of the levitating sand left Serena incredulous, her doubts silenced before she could voice them. I've heard rumors of a group of individuals with extraordinary abilities among humanity, but never did I expect one to be right beside me. I originally intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but I shall no longer hide the truth. Yes, I'm indeed a psychic. What do you think? Surprised? Thrilled? Ash teased with a grin. I am quite astonished. I had no idea the renowned champion of the Quartz Conference, Professor Oak's prodigy, was a psychic capable of foreseeing the future. No wonder you are so formidable. Wait a moment, Lena, did you already know? Indeed. Not just me, but Brock and Misty as well. Aside from you and Florges, we are all aware. Serena, witnessing Ash's revelation, couldn't help but chuckle and nod in acknowledgement of the unexpected situation. That makes sense. You are all in cahoots, so it's only natural you would know. Misty, considering this, nodded thoughtfully, realizing she likely wasn't the last to find out. In general terms, that is indeed the case. Ash responded with a serious expression, stroking his chin. Then I can rest easy. Having received the answer she sought, Misty sighed in relief. All right, without further ado, I have matters to attend to. So I will take my leave with Lena for now. You can wait here, and we will return to find you once we finish our tasks. Ash, aware that time was of the essence, quickly conveyed his intentions to Misty. Before Misty could respond, Ash produced a Pokeball, releasing a striking Pidgeot, and promptly lifted Serena into his arms, leaping onto the bird's back. I'll leave the rest to you. With that parting remark, Ash set off towards another island, prioritizing his time with Serena. Hey wait, I haven't agreed to this yet. Realizing what had just transpired, Misty noticed that the two had already taken flight on Pidgeot. Ash, this doesn't seem right. It's not very considerate, Serena remarked, glancing back at Misty before whispering softly in Ash's ear. What is wrong with it? It's a mutual decision, Ash waved dismissively. Well then. Seeing Ash's resolute demeanor, Serena, as his future partner, reluctantly went along with him, dismissing her earlier reservations. Chapter 241, The Emergence of Lugia, 8. Pidgeot, having been meticulously trained by Ash, soared through the sky at a speed several times faster than ordinary Pidgeots. After a period of flight, Ash, Serena, and a certain yellow rodent found themselves atop Pidgeot's back, witnessing a tender exchange between two figures. An inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within Ash, rendering everything around him displeasing, and the sight of the two individuals became particularly irksome. Pikachu, perplexed by its own feelings, turned its head away with a displeased expression, choosing to ignore the disconcerting scene before it. Pidgeot, perhaps unable to tolerate the intimate display occurring on its back, hastened its flight. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Thunder Island, even soaring to the mountaintop to retrieve the precious gem before resuming their journey on Pidgeot's back, executing each movement with unparalleled precision, indicative of a seasoned professional. Upon leaping onto Pidgeot's back, the majestic bird showed no hesitation, immediately obeying Ash's directional commands. Initially, it seemed that their mission would culminate in success, swiftly gathering the treasures from the 3 legendary bird islands. However, an unforeseen complication arose midway. As they approached Ice Island, they fortuitously encountered Articuno, who was en route to Thunder Island. Articuno paused, taken aback upon spotting Ash and Pidgeot, who had only just departed from Thunder Island. In such circumstances, it was audacious for any Pokémon to dare fly in these waters. Moreover, from their trajectory, it appeared that they intended to visit her domain following their jaunt to Thunder Island. Not only that, but Articuno sensed the presence of both Thunder Island and Fire Island emanating from Ash. This realization linked the disappearance of her 2 colleagues, Zapdos and Moltres, to the human before her. Enraged at the thought of her dignity as a legendary Pokémon being insulted, Articuno resolved to confront Ash, believing that defeating him would restore her lost grandeur. Upon witnessing the rapidly approaching Articuno, Ash promptly reacted. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu leapt into the air, unleashing a bolt of lightning directed toward Articuno. In response, Articuno opened her beak, releasing an ice-blue beam imbued with frigid energy. The clash between Thunderbolt and the ice beam resulted in a violent explosion, engulfing the air in a cloud of smoke. Articuno, undeterred, burst forth from the haze, targeting Pidgeot. Sensing a palpable threat from behind, Pidgeot instinctively glanced back, and upon recognizing the legendary Pokémon Articuno charging toward him, a wave of shock washed over him. Wait, why are you pursuing me when it was that yellow rodent who attacked you? At that moment, Pidgeot's mind swirled with a cacophony of bewildered thoughts, seemingly echoing with the cries of countless bizarre legendary creatures. Articuno, a true legendary Pokémon, inherently exerted a unique pressure over other Pokémon due to her lineage. And combined with the disparity in their levels, this pressure was formidable. Faced with the wrath of a genuine level 3 legendary Pokémon, Pidgeot had no choice but to match her speed in a desperate bid for escape. Thus, two figures streaked across the sky, one in pursuit and the other fleeing. Ash remained composed atop Pidgeot, exhibiting an air of tranquility that belied the peril of their situation, as if the chase were not directed at him. Serena, seated beside him, felt a surge of anxiety, being chased by a legendary creature for the first time. However, glancing at Ash's calm demeanor instilled an unexpected sense of security within her. As if no fearsome event could transpire with Ash by her side. Ash. Serena leaned against Ash's shoulder. What is it? Ash turned to her, his steadfast gaze softening with warmth as he gently caressed her adorable face. Oh, it's nothing, Serena began, but faltered under the tenderness of his gaze, unable to articulate her thoughts. In that moment, she simply wished to savor Ash's affections. Pikachu, observing the tender interaction between Ash and Serena, felt utterly exasperated. Here I am, fighting for our lives, and you two are busy exchanging sweet nothings. I haven't even had a chance to woo a female Pikachu. And yet you are both indulging in this romantic display. Frustrated yet powerless, Pikachu channeled its indignation into determination. As it turned its attention back to Articuno, the two red electric pouches on Pikachu's cheeks began to crackle ominously. In an instant, a once clear blue sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, with golden lightning flickering within, coalescing at a singular point with alarming speed. Boom! A thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, aiming directly for Articuno, who, already airborne, Articuno recognized the impending danger. Recalling past skirmishes with the tempestuous Zapdos, aware that this was one of the electric type's most formidable moves, thunder, the emergence of the thunderclap made her realize that she was not merely facing a Pikachu, but rather a formidable adversary akin to her old rival, Zapdos. No, the power embedded within this thunder surpassed even that of her erstwhile rival. Realizing this, Articuno, who had previously regarded Pikachu with disdain, now acknowledged him as a legitimate threat. She swiftly evaded the area of effect for the thunder, but just as she was on the verge of success, a massive bolt of lightning struck her with extraordinary speed. Coup! The strike hit Articuno with tremendous force, momentarily illuminating the entire sky in blinding white. Following the impact, Articuno let out a pained cry before plummeting from the sky. Charred and defeated, Ash and Serena, startled by the sudden darkening of the sky, were nearly petrified by the thunderclap that echoed so close to them. Their previously joyous spirits were shattered in an instant by Pikachu's display of power, particularly for Ash, whose acute senses had him nearly reeling from the proximity of the thunder's roar. In a daze, he sat atop Pidgeot, staring blankly into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Pikachu remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, instead reveling in the disruption it had caused to Ash and Serena's moment. Ash, are you all right? Serena, snapping back to reality from the thunder's resonating echo, noticed that Ash was not quite himself. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The thunderous echoes reverberated in Ash's mind as he gazed vacantly ahead. Chapter 242, The Emergence of Lugia, 9. After a considerable moment, Ash finally regained his senses from the thunderous cacophony. Pikachu. The first thought that crossed Ash's mind upon awakening was the frightening scene he had just encountered, which instantly ignited a surge of anger within him. The self-satisfied Pikachu, upon hearing the resentful words from behind, felt a sudden pang of dread and froze in place. Oh no, this is bad. This was the immediate thought that raced through Pikachu's mind upon hearing that voice. Pikachu glanced around, realizing they were surrounded by the vast sky with no escape in sight. Understanding that retreat was futile, he turned back in a dazed manner, attempting to navigate this predicament with a facade of innocence. Hee. Ash's countenance darkened as he let out a sinister chuckle, which, coupled with his eerie laughter, appeared quite terrifying. At least, that was how it felt to Pikachu. Meanwhile, Serena, who was observing the scene, witnessed Ash suddenly scoop Pikachu into his arms, vigorously ruffling his head and chin. Pikachu, though unwilling, endured Ash's affectionate antics. Just as he reached his breaking point and contemplated unleashing a thunderbolt, Ash's hands abruptly ceased their ministrations and withdrew, leaving no chance for Pikachu to retaliate. Normally, Ash would not be concerned about whether Pikachu might unleash an electric shock. After all, years of deliberately provoking Pikachu had rendered him resistant to electric-type moves. Even a thunderbolt would leave him unscathed. The reason for his sudden release was rather straightforward. They were currently airborne, perched upon the back of a Fiero. An electric shock directed at Fiero and Ash would be inconsequential, but with Serena nearby, it could inadvertently affect her as well, prompting Ash to withdraw while he was ahead. This left Pikachu seething with unexpressed frustration, unable to vent his ire. The passengers aboard Fiero, en route to Ice Island, initially anticipated a smooth journey. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sudden emergence of Articuno, bursting forth from the sea with a resounding splash. The swirling waters froze into ice at a visible pace. Upon surfacing, Articuno was thoroughly enraged, its crimson eyes fiercely fixated on the distant Fiero. As a legendary Pokémon, it was humiliated to have been defeated by a mere yellow rodent, and in a single strike no less. This ignominy weighed heavily on Articuno, especially as it realized that even their leader, Lugia, could not have vanquished it in one blow, yet it had fallen to a lowly Pikachu. The thought of this spreading among other legendary Pokémon was unbearable. What would become of its dignity in the realm of deities, let alone in the human world? With an anguished cry, Articuno unfurled its wings and soared toward the Fiero, a streak of blue lightning in pursuit. The sheer speed of its full-force assault allowed it to close the distance rapidly. Fiero sensed the impending danger and instinctively turned to look behind. Confirming his worst fears, Articuno was mere moments away. Oh my goodness, hasn't that old bird fallen into the sea? How did it manage to fly back up? Fiero, though initially surprised to see Articuno reappear, quickly regained composure and flapped its wings to accelerate its flight. In an instant, it created a considerable gap between them. Articuno, who had nearly caught up, now felt a wave of despair wash over it. Despite being one of the legendary birds of flight, it found itself unable to keep pace with an ordinary Pokémon. This realization sparked intense humiliation, leading Articuno to lose its composure and enter a frenzied state. Trailing behind Fiero, it began to unleash a series of indiscriminate blue beams. At that moment, Fiero was so focused on its escape that it failed to notice Articuno's erratic behavior or its onslaught. Thankfully, Ash possessed telepathy, enabling him to guide Fiero with precise instructions on Articuno's attack trajectory. Thus, under Ash's direction, Fiero deftly evaded every strike. Frustrated by its inability to land a hit, Articuno was beside itself with rage. Missing its targets, even the red and yellow-furred ones, was one thing, but now it couldn't even strike a brown-haired opponent. This further tarnished its pride as a legendary creature, pushing it into a state of wild fury. Just as it prepared to regain its focus and pursue once more, several iron balls suddenly launched into the air, heading straight for Articuno. Surrounded by the encroaching iron spheres, Articuno, despite its anger, maintained a clear mind. Reacting swiftly, it ascended into the sky, narrowly avoiding a collision among the iron balls. With a series of blue beams, it froze several of the spheres in midair, immobilizing them. In this regard, Articuno's performance vastly outshone that of its earlier companions. Meanwhile, Ash, aware of Articuno's predicament, chose not to intervene, as he was preoccupied with his own survival. Several iron balls had also targeted Fiero, encircling it. With a determined gaze and a surge of psychic energy, Ash commanded the iron spheres. Quickly, Fiero, fly towards Ice Island. As he directed the spheres, he pointed towards their destination. Fiero, responding to the command, soared toward Ice Island without hesitation. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt. Pikachu, hearing the command, acted without hesitation. As the electric sacs crackled, a brilliant golden lightning bolt erupted from Pikachu, striking the iron balls and sending them plummeting. Upon impact, the spheres emitted plumes of black smoke. With Ash's psychic control, the remaining iron balls were cast into the sea. Upon completing this series of actions, Ash sighed in relief. Ash, are you alright? Serena, noticing his exhalation, assumed he had exerted considerable effort and inquired with concern. I'm fine. I just didn't anticipate that those seemingly inconsequential devices would possess such strength. They drained about 1,000th of my psychic energy, Ash replied, shaking his head. That's a relief. Although Serena did not fully grasp Ash's cryptic remarks, she exhaled with relief upon confirming his well-being. Indeed, my Ash is the most formidable, she declared with pride. Huh, isn't it? Ash grinned, playfully scratching his nose. Pikachu. Fiero, could you two not be so oblivious? We are consuming energy cubes. Not your pet food. Chapter 243, The Emergence of Lugia, 10. Before long, propelled by Fiero's acceleration, Ash and his companions swiftly arrived at their destination, Ice Island. Upon reaching Ice Island, Ash leaped from a low altitude, landing with grace and immediately sprinting toward the temple, eager to uncover what awaited him. Upon arriving at the temple on the island of ice, Ash exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Upon catching sight of the frost orb, he promptly extracted it from its resting place. Gazing at the snowflakes contained within the orb in his hand, Ash rummaged through his pocket to reveal 2 additional orbs for inspection. He had gathered them all. Nearby, his trusty Charizard, upon witnessing its master procure the frost orb, swiftly returned to escort Ash. With the sought-after item now in hand, there was no reason to linger any longer on the icy island. Charizard flew low towards Ash, who, utilizing his psychic abilities, levitated effortlessly into the air and settled upon his back. The group, having secured their prize, promptly departed. Meanwhile, Brock, Misty, and Florges had just released the legendary Moltres and Zapdos from the aerial fortress and narrowly escaped. Standing upon the ground, they gazed at the chaotic battle unfolding above, where the 3 legendary birds clashed, their expressions betraying confusion. What should they do? The 3 legendary birds were fighting. Misty, her face etched with anxiety, watched the combatants in the sky. If only Ash were here, he would undoubtedly know how to resolve this predicament. Brock, observing the tumultuous skirmish above, could not restrain himself from muttering, "Do not fret." Florges suddenly interjected, offering comfort to her companions. As they turned to her, she clasped her hands together in earnest devotion and proclaimed, "I believe the sea god shall emerge to quell this chaos, just as he once did to protect us." No sooner had she spoken than the slumbering azure and white form beneath the sea seemed to resonate with Florges' sincere prayer, abruptly opening its eyes. The colossal figure traversed the depths of the ocean before swiftly ascending. Soon, the onlookers beheld a magnificent blue form rising from the whirlpool that had formed upon the surface of the sea. It was the sea god Lugia. Florges gazed in awe at Lugia hovering in the air and exclaimed, "The sea god has come to protect us. Is that truly the form of the sea god, Lugia?" Misty stared, entranced, at the majestic creature aloft, thinking how splendid it appeared. "Hey, Ash, Misty." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. Brock and Misty turned swiftly at the sound of Ash's voice. They beheld Charizard approaching, bearing Ash, Serena, and Pikachu on its back. "Ash, Serena." The duo's faces lit up with joy upon recognizing their friends, and they waved enthusiastically. Charizard, swift in its flight, soon landed before them, and they disembarked. "Ash, you've finally arrived. Given the current situation, do you know what we should do next?" Misty inquired urgently. In their minds, Ash was omniscient and capable, so upon his return, they felt assured that a solution was at hand. "Of course, I happened to bring back the items precisely to resolve this matter. I didn't expect to see you all while en route," Ash clarified. "As expected of you, Ash. You found a solution so quickly," Misty praised. Just moments ago, she had been fraught with anxiety over the legendary bird's confrontation, yet now, hearing Ash's words, a smile graced her lips. This demonstrated just how reliable Ash was in their eyes. "Honestly, I'm not as formidable as you think. This issue cannot be resolved by me alone," Ash replied, feeling a tad bashful at the compliment, as he was aware that his knowledge stemmed from the storyline. Hearing such praise made him feel slightly embarrassed. "This predicament requires assistance from others? Who might that be?" Misty queried, her curiosity piqued regarding who could help resolve this crisis. "Florges, I entrust this task to you." Ash turned to Florges, inquiring, "Me? What do you need from me?" Florges responded, astonished to find herself the focus of Ash's request. "Yes, it's you," Ash affirmed with a nod. "What do you need me to do?" Once she confirmed it was indeed her, Florges displayed no reluctance. "Just wait a moment. I need you to accompany me to a certain location." "Huh, just the 2 of us?" Florges' cheeks flushed as she misinterpreted his words. Realizing her reaction, Ash sensed he had misspoken. He could feel an unsettling chill emanating from behind him, prompting him to swallow nervously and hastily clarify. "It's not just the 2 of us. You, Brock, and Misty will all join me on Charizard. But if we ride Charizard, what will you and Serena ride?" Florges queried, puzzled. "I only brought Charizard as my flying Pokémon," Ash replied, shaking his head. "Then what about Serena? She has Togekiss, but it can only carry 1 person. What will you ride?" Florges pressed. "Me? I can manage just fine," Ash said, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Lugia's pristine form, a slight smile gracing his lips. Noticing Ash's gaze, the others followed his line of sight and beheld Lugia, embroiled in battle with the 3 legendary birds. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them. "Goodness. So you're not planning on riding any other Pokémon. You've set your sights on a legendary beast like Lugia. Your audacity is commendable," Misty exclaimed. "Ash, what are you thinking? A legendary Pokémon like Lugia would never agree to your request. That is far too perilous," Serena interjected, finding Ash's idea utterly absurd and urging him to reconsider. "Trust me, I can do this," Ash insisted, his gaze unwavering on Lugia's majestic form. as if it were an enchanting muse. Serena, about to voice further objections, was interrupted as the battle in the skies took a dramatic turn. Chapter 244. The Emergence of Lugia, 11. Before the witness's eyes, Lugia, overwhelmed by the 3-on-1 assault, began to falter. In a shocking twist, Lugia was caught off guard and struck by the treacherous ice bird, sending it hurtling away towards Ash and his companions. The three birds, seeing their leader be flung aside, momentarily ceased their attack on Lugia and resumed squabbling amongst themselves. As Lugia was propelled towards the island where Ash and the others stood, it narrowly avoided crashing into them, regaining its composure just in time. Once stabilized, Lugia instinctively sought to retaliate against its adversaries, only to notice Ash and his friends behind it. Surveying the group, it ultimately fixed its gaze upon Ash. "O sea god Lugia, I have retrieved the treasures of the three gods, the three orbs, but I am unsure where to place them. Could you kindly guide me?" Before Lugia could respond, Ash had already voiced his request. Certainly. Lugia, being reticent by nature, sensed the familiar aura emanating from Ash and understood without words that he had indeed secured the items. Upon realizing that the other party claimed ignorance of the location, he not only nodded but even acquiesced to Ash's unreasonable request, leaving the crowd behind him utterly astonished. They had initially assumed Ash's earlier remark was merely a jest. To their disbelief, just as Ash concluded his statement, Lugia materialized beside him, and Ash audaciously dared to make a request of the legendary Pokémon. The most astonishing aspect was that Lugia actually consented to such an absurd demand, evoking a sense of incredulity among them. In their minds, legendary Pokémon were sacred and inviolable beings, utterly incapable of acquiescing to such requests. The reality of the situation was indeed a profound upheaval of their perspectives, which is why they were so taken aback. Please wait a moment. I have something to attend to first," Ash said, his gaze fixed intently on the Articuno that had been relentlessly pursuing him. A cunning thought stirred within him. He had never been one to hold grudges. He always avenged wrongs on the same day, never letting them linger overnight. "Of course," Lugia replied, unaware of Ash's intentions but still granting him permission. With the affirmative response, Ash said no more, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist to release the contained Pokémon. A blinding flash of white light erupted, revealing a colossal Tyranitar, its body encased in a shell reminiscent of armor. Tyranitar, unleash the forces of nature and strike that foolish blue bird with unrelenting force," Ash commanded without hesitation upon Tyranitar's emergence. With a roar that echoed with regal authority, Tyranitar responded to its master's command, its voice resonating across the horizon. The sheer volume of the sound, combined with the presence of such high-level Pokémon, quickly drew the attention of the three birds engaged in battle in the distance. Although they were at odds with one another, the three birds instinctively turned their gazes towards Tyranitar. The other two birds remained unfazed, but upon spotting a familiar silhouette, Articuno's fury ignited, disregarding its enmity with Moltres and Zapdos, and swiftly darted towards Ash with astonishing speed. With a powerful stomp, Tyranitar caused a massive boulder to materialize above Articuno, which began to plummet directly towards it. Articuno's focus remained on Ash initially, oblivious to the impending danger until it noticed the shadow of the boulder reflected on the sea below. Startled, Articuno's eyes widened in horror as it registered the enormous rock, tenfold its size, hurtling towards it at an alarming velocity. Reacting swiftly, Articuno attempted to flee from the impending impact, but an inexplicable force restrained it, rendering escape impossible. Under such duress, it gazed up at the colossal boulder, panic engulfing it. The sight of the falling rock evoked memories of a certain friend, instilling a deep-seated fear within. "Why is that alpaca's meteorite here?" Articuno thought, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over it just as the boulder struck, sending both it and the rock crashing into the ocean, creating a colossal wave. The onlookers were left in awe, utterly astonished by Tyranitar's display of power. Was this truly a technique wielded by Tyranitar? Even Lugia, a legendary Pokémon, was taken aback by such a display, finding it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Ash, feeling the urgency of the moment, urged everyone, "All right, enough of this. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to our destination and put an end to this farce." Upon hearing Ash's words, the crowd snapped back to reality. Having offended Lugia, Ash climbed onto its back, muttering to himself, and then unceremoniously settled upon its pristine white neck. Lugia, being a benevolent legendary Pokémon, paid little mind to such trivialities. If it truly cared, it would not have allowed Ash to ride upon it. "Indeed, it feels extraordinary to be atop a legendary Pokémon," Ash exclaimed, seated on Lugia's neck, exuding an outward calm while internally exhilarated. After all, this was a true legendary being. An experience he had long dreamed of, now finally realized, filling him with immense joy. Lugia, may I request a favor of you? Ash asked. What is it, Ash? Speak freely. If I can assist, I shall gladly do so, Lugia replied, gliding low over the ocean's surface with Ash. In truth, it was a simple request. He merely wished to ask, could I bring someone along? Upon hearing Ash's words, Lugia's interest piqued. Ah, is that all? Of course. But whom do you wish to bring? Initially anticipating something of greater significance, Lugia smiled at the simplicity of the request and readily agreed. Overjoyed by the affirmative response, Ash's eyes gleamed with excitement, transforming into a brilliant blue as his psychic abilities activated. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind his Pidgeot, Serena, soaring towards Ash at remarkable speed. Chapter 245, The Emergence of Lugia. With arms wide open, Ash embraced Serena as she landed, recalling Pidgeot into its Pokeball. Together, they ascended on Lugia, heading towards a distant island. Meanwhile, Zapdos and Moltres continued their internal conflict, oblivious to their leader's departure. Even if they had known, it is unlikely they would have cared. For the trio, capable of defeating their own leader yet persisting in their feud, would hardly concern themselves with Ash's whereabouts. Unimpeded, Lugia and Ash soon reached the island where the Dopey King resided. Huh, what is that? Dopey King, observing the three birds from the island, suddenly noticed a silvery figure hurtling towards him. Is that the sea god Lugia? As Dopey King stood there in astonishment, Lugia landed gracefully above the island's altar, stirring up a fierce wind with its powerful wings that nearly swept the guardian off his feet. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have indeed been blown away by the gale. Realizing they had arrived, Ash reluctantly dismounted Lugia. Upon landing, he graciously bowed to Serena and gestured for her to step down, placing his hand before her as an invitation. My Princess Serena, please disembark. Upon hearing Ash's declaration, Serena, still perched atop Lugia, blushed fiercely, a hint of shyness evident as she took Ash's hand to descend. Whether it was intentional or accidental, as she alighted, she seemed to slip on Lugia's smooth surface, losing her balance. Watch out. Ash's reflexes were astonishingly swift. When Serena accidentally stumbled, he instinctively caught her in his embrace. Serena, in turn, naturally leaned into Ash's arms, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing with excitement. They appeared as a bashful couple, akin to those newly in love. Despite having spent a year together, faced with the shy girl in his arms, Ash gazed at her with a captivated smile, unable to contain his joy. Witnessing such adorableness in Serena made Ash feel that every moment in this world was worthwhile, for she was simply too enchanting at that instant. Overcome by impulse, he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Upon the arrival of Brock and the others, they were greeted with the sight of Ash and Serena's intimate exchange, causing those unfamiliar with romance to wear expressions of dismay. It turned out that apart from Ash and Serena, none of the onlookers had ever experienced love. Once their affectionate moment concluded, Ash and Serena became aware of the group behind them, who were watching with gritted teeth. Though somewhat embarrassed, Ash cleared his throat and remarked, Ahem, you all have arrived. Let us commence. Serena, still flustered from the earlier moment, quickly wiped her mouth, turning away from the others. This marked their first public display of such closeness, leaving them both shy. Previously, their intimate encounters had been conducted in secrecy, away from prying eyes, unlike the open affection they displayed today. Thus, this was indeed Ash and Serena's first time being so affectionate in front of an audience. Brock and Misty exchanged amused glances, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles, but choosing not to comment. Nearby, Florges, a country girl with a budding desire for love, was captivated by the scene, feeling more curiosity than the pangs of jealousy often associated with witnessing romance. You were just, Florges began, but was swiftly interrupted as Brock and Misty pulled her back, their eyes silently urging her to refrain from further questioning. Understanding their unspoken message, Florges suppressed her curiosity and remained silent. I will now place these 3 pearls, retrieved from the Isle of 3 Gods, upon the altar. Following that, I entrust you, Florges, to play the melody we performed during last night's ceremony, Ash announced. Absolutely. Florges quickly realized the pressing need to prevent any further squabbles among the group, retrieving the conch shell used the previous night and nodding earnestly in agreement. With Florges' affirmation, Ash felt reassured, placing the 3 pearls on the corresponding spots of the altar. Once the pearls were set, Florges began to play the enchanting melody from the night before, dancing gracefully, her white dress billowing in the breeze, radiating an almost divine light. As she danced, the The sweet notes of her flute resonated throughout the altar. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A brilliant green luminescence erupted from the center of the altar, flowing gently along its path until it cascaded onto the sea surface. The shimmering water, upon colliding with the frozen ice, rapidly spread the green glow across the entire expanse, melting the ice in an instant. Accompanied by the melodious flute, dark clouds dispersed. Flowers blossomed on the island, and Pokémon returned to their habitats. Seated on the island, Ash and the others reveled in the beautiful music, their spirits lifted. Ultimately, Lugia invited Ash and Serena to ride on its back, soaring through the skies together, circling above several times. Such blissful moments seemed to slip away all too quickly. And before they knew it, the sun began to set. Embraced together atop Lugia, Ash and Serena gazed at the breathtaking sunset. Ash, what do you think our future will be like? Serena asked softly, tilting her head to look up at him. Caught off guard by her question, Ash hesitated, lost in thought for a long moment, unsure of how to respond. Had he never considered their future? No. In fact, he had envisioned countless beautiful possibilities. But perhaps they felt too idealistic, leaving him uncertain of what to say. Finally, under Serena's expectant gaze, he shook his head and spoke slowly. I don't know. I can't predict how our future will unfold, nor can I articulate grandiose dreams. I simply wish for you to be by my side every day. That alone is my most beautiful future, without exception. Upon hearing Ash's earnest words, Serena gazed into his serious expression and suddenly burst into a joyful laugh. Her smile radiant against the sunset. Ha ha, you big silly. Yes, I'm a big silly, and I belong only to you, Ash replied with a grin. Lugia, observing the heartfelt exchange between the two, chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as it continued to fly through the air. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the surroundings, Ash and the others' adventure on the Isle of Three Gods came to a close, marking the end of this chapter. Chapter 246, The Encounter with Celebi Through Time. 1. As Ash and his companions journeyed toward the Silver Conference, they traversed a lush forest path. These trees are so thick and sturdy, Misty exclaimed, gazing up at the towering giants above her. Is that really something to say? Ash, with a mature perspective, internally scoffed at her remark. A glance at the others revealed that, apart from himself, they appeared oblivious to the absurdity of her statement, even agreeing with her observation. Indeed, the trees were as magnificent as Misty described, towering over 20 meters high and measuring over 2 meters in girth, justifying their awe. Ash, do you know what the situation is here? Serena, nestled against Ash's arm, looked up at him with curious eyes, as if he were a walking encyclopedia. I know a little, though not extensively. But if you wish to learn, I shall share what I know, Ash replied, smiling affectionately at Serena's inquisitive gaze. Feeling shy, Serena lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with warmth, appearing utterly adorable. Brock and Misty, having overheard Ash's words, sensed an underlying sweetness, their expressions reflecting mild envy. They felt a peculiar fullness, as if their breakfast had been overly satisfying. Despite having traveled with Ash and Serena for over a year and ostensibly becoming accustomed to their romance. Perhaps it is due to the fact that neither of them has found love yet, while they watch others engage in romance day in and day out, that they remain unable to adapt. It is said that this forest has existed for a century, one of the rare century-old woodlands in the world, and is among the important protected forests in the metropolis. But do you know why this forest has managed to survive without being felled until now? Why? The crowd chimed in unison, their curiosities spilling forth in eager inquiries. Ahem, the reason is quite simple. I once read about the legend of this place in a book, which speaks of a forest deity capable of traversing time and space, Celebi, who resides here, thus allowing the flora and fauna to flourish abundantly. What? There is a forest deity, Celebi, here? Misty exclaimed. No wonder the vegetation is so lush. It turns out the legendary Pokémon Celebi has taken up residence. Brock nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin, clearly convinced by Ash's words. Why did Brock believe it? If it were an ordinary woodland, it would be impossible for it to thrive in an environment inhabited by both humans and Pokémon. Even if the trees in the Pokémon world evolved to resist Pokémon, they could not withstand the relentless destruction of all the creatures. Once a Pokémon's strength reaches a certain level, the protective capabilities of these plants gradually diminish. History has provided an answer to this question. The scarcity of such woods is the answer itself. Moreover, there are those who require timber, which naturally means that the existence of century-old forests is even rarer. Given the circumstances, if a forest has endured for a century, it is undoubtedly likely that the forest deity Celebi is present. Only a benevolent legendary Pokémon like Celebi can foster harmony among the creatures and unite them against foes. preventing avaricious humans from destroying their own homes, instilling in them a sense of reverence that naturally curtails reckless actions. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a middle-aged man, resembling a figure clad in green undergarments, grasped a hunter by the throat with one hand. His tone menacing as he demanded, "Reveal the location of the forest where Shalebi escaped 40 years ago. Shalebi is my quarry, and I shall not relinquish it to anyone." The hunter, too, was a tough character. Even in such a predicament, he remained defiant. Quite stubborn. The middle-aged man scoffed, realizing it was time to employ some harsher tactics. With this thought, he dragged the struggling hunter out of the mobile home, commanding his accompanying Pokémon, a Mytena, to tear apart all the iron cages. Inside, a Pangoro witnessed the scene, bewildered and hesitant, believing his end had come as he timidly stepped out of the cage. "Watch closely, you weakling." The man removed a small black pokeball from his coat, enlarging it to its standard size. "That can't be." The hunter, recognizing the ominous black sphere, looked on in alarm. "Indeed, this is the dark pokeball," the man exclaimed with a wicked grin. "Let us see what you can do." With that, he hurled the dark ball, which struck Pangoro directly. A flash of red light engulfed Pangoro, drawing him into the dark ball without a hint of resistance. Swiftly securing the capture, this ball transforms captured Pokémon into malevolent beings, enhancing their powers to the utmost. "Arise, evil Pangoro." The man cackled with glee as he released Pangoro from the dark ball. However, upon release, the formerly gentle Pangoro was now filled with a fierce rage. Eyes ablaze with aggression and destruction. "Let loose your wrath. This place is yours." The man waved his hand dismissively. The evil Pangoro roared, unleashing a cataclysmic beam of destruction, wreaking havoc as if it were free of cost. In an instant, the hunter's base lay in ruins, engulfed in flames that blazed throughout the forest. The hunter, who had previously refused to yield, immediately clutched the man's leg, pleading desperately, "Please, stop. I can give you the coordinates." "Ah!" The man chuckled maniacally, hands on his hips, relishing the irony of the hunter's desperation. Chapter 247. The Encounter with Shalebi Across Time and Space. 2. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions traversed the forest, arriving at a small town to rest. While boarding a boat, they encountered a kind-hearted individual, Mr. White. "Hello, Mr. White. It is a pleasure to meet you." Ash extended his hand to shake that of Mr. White, who had just been introduced. "You flatter me. It is I who am delighted to make your acquaintance." Mr. White responded, taken aback, eager to reciprocate so as not to appear remiss. He had noticed Ash's familiar demeanor and had initially thought him someone he knew, only to discover that this young man was none other than the renowned Professor Oak's champion, Ash Ketchum, the victor of last year's Indigo Conference. Realizing this, Mr. White was filled with excitement at having encountered a celebrity. "You are too kind, Mr. White. Those are merely titles, and there is no need for such formality," Ash replied, a bemused smile on his face. "That is out of the question. Professor Oak has not only contributed significantly to the scientific community, but is also the champion of the Indigo Conference. He deserves every accolade," Mr. White insisted, shaking his head. "Mr. White, are you from around here?" Ash suddenly inquired. "Yes." Mr. White nodded. Then, noticing Ash's backpack and companions, seemed to have a realization, and spoke up. "By the way, Professor, are you currently traveling?" "Indeed. We just arrived today, and we're wondering what to do next. So I thought I might trouble you for a ride," Ash explained. "Absolutely. Allow me to introduce you to my hometown," Mr. White eagerly agreed, ready to serve as their guide. After crossing a small river by boat, they arrived at the dock, where Mr. White invited them to visit his village. Graciously accepting Mr. White's invitation, Ash and his companions set off towards the village. Boarding Mr. White's small boat, they traversed another river and soon arrived at a waterfall, where the astonished onlookers witnessed Mr. White's boat activate its flying mode, ascending the waterfall. After some adventurous twists and turns, Ash and his friends finally reached Mr. White's residence. "Wow, Ash, look. Those are tree houses," Serena exclaimed, tugging at Ash's hand with excitement. "I see them," Ash replied, grinning at Serena's elation, and couldn't resist the urge to affectionately ruffle her hair. To his delight, Serena not only accepted this gesture but leaned into it eagerly, relishing the attention. Brock, Misty, and Mr. White observed the closeness between the two, feeling a pang of envy and suddenly yearning for romance. Particularly, upon witnessing this scene, Brock bit his collar, gazing enviously at the unfolding spectacle before him. Simultaneously, a phrase uttered by Ash echoed in his mind. The fate of a sycophant is seldom a pleasant one, with no favorable outcomes. Could it truly be so? Contemplating this notion, Brock began to question himself. Meanwhile, Mr. White, though envious, refrained from any bitterness and proactively introduced his village. "This is our village, Fruitvale," Mr. White proudly declared. Under his skilled navigation, the airship landed smoothly on a rooftop. As Ash and his companions disembarked, they began to survey the place that filled Mr. White with pride. Their curiosity piqued. As the host, Mr. White was exceedingly enthusiastic, guiding the group forward. However, just as they approached the village, an elderly woman emerged from a nearby treehouse, her expression grave. "Wait, I have not seen you before. Are you intending to enter the forest?" she inquired sternly. "Yes." Ash nodded affirmatively. "You would do well to heed the old woman's words." As they conversed, a green-haired maiden suddenly appeared. Brock, who had been reflecting on his thoughts, instantly cast aside his musings upon seeing her. "Ah, that is absolutely undeniable. I aspire to be the world's foremost Pokémon gym trainer, Brock, at your service. May I know your name?" Brock exclaimed, dashing forward to introduce himself. Observing Brock's behavior, Ash's companions exchanged bemused glances, their lips twitching in suppressed laughter. Despite undergoing extensive training, this lad remained unchanged, retaining his original essence. "Oh, hello. My name is Mijuku. My grandmother has been the guardian of this forest entrance," the green-haired maiden replied, slightly flustered by the unexpected attention. "When you hear the sounds of the forest, it is imperative that you remain still and do not move," the elderly woman warned earnestly. Ash, upon hearing the grandmother's words, understood the implication but chose to remain silent, aware that voicing his thoughts could lead to misunderstandings, potentially rendering him a pariah within the village. "By the way, the sounds of the forest are a legendary tale passed down in our village," Mijuku eagerly elaborated. "If you wish to avoid getting lost in the woods, it is best to adhere to the legend." The grandmother issued her final caution, hoping to ensure the visitors took her words seriously. "You say that, but even if you don't, we would still get lost when the time comes," she quipped, perhaps swayed by the thought of encountering the young Professor Oak, her humor surfacing unexpectedly. Misty and Brock felt a twinge of embarrassment, their smiles awkward. Throughout their journey, any time they attempted to navigate, it invariably led to misadventures, and Ash's comment felt like a subtle jibe at them. As for Serena, she had not been given the opportunity to guide, as Ash had always taken the lead. "Thank you for your guidance, dear grandmother. We shall be cautious." Ash expressed his gratitude before leading Serena and Misty onward. As for our dear Brock, he remained engrossed in conversation with Mijuku. Over the past year, under Ash's mentorship, Brock had shown remarkable progress. He was no longer the shy boy who struggled to converse with girls. "It seems your companions are about to leave," Mijuku gingerly pointed out. "Huh." Brock, alerted by her words, turned to see Ash and the others already departing. "Ash, why didn't you call me when you left?" Chapter 248, The Encounter with Shalebi Across Time, 3. Having traversed a dark passage through the trees, Ash and his companions officially entered a lush, towering forest. Throughout their journey, numerous wild Pokémon emerged from the underbrush, yet none clashed with Ash and his friends, creating an atmosphere of harmony and tranquility, reminiscent of peaceful days gone by. However, as they continued onward, a sudden burst of green luminescence enveloped the treetops, causing the branches to tremble and rustle ominously. Could this be? Brock's expression darkened as he observed the commotion above. Is this the sound the old woman spoke of? Serena, feeling uneasy, inched closer to Ash, clutching his arm as if seeking solace. In that moment, her anxiety diminished considerably, and though still apprehensive, she felt a surge of reassurance, as if fortified. "Everyone, let us remain calm and heed the old woman's advice. Stand still and do not move," Ash instructed calmly. Upon hearing his words, the group complied, standing frozen in place. After a while, sensing no immediate threat, Ash concluded they had successfully traversed the perilous moment. "All is well. We may move now," Ash declared with composure. "Is it truly safe?" Misty questioned, her gaze scanning the surroundings with uncertainty. "If you still feel uneasy, you may linger here a bit longer. Perhaps a few caterpies will emerge, as you seem to attract them." "Misty," Ash jested, a smile gracing his lips. "I'd rather not. Since you've declared it safe, I believe you." Misty quickly dismissed the notion, shaking her head vigorously at the thought of insects. "Let us go." Ash, seeing no further concerns among the group, took hold of Serena's hand and led them forward. After some time, they unwittingly arrived at the foot of a divine altar. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as they approached the altar, revealing a young boy clad in white, curled up on the ground, unconscious. "Oh dear, that must be the young Professor Oak," Ash exclaimed, a bold thought igniting within him as he approached the boy. "No, Shiro, the future Professor Oak. Is he all right?" Misty asked, furrowing her brow as she looked to Ash. "If you ask me, Who else should I inquire? Ash retorted, exasperated. With no prior contact. How could she expect him to know his condition? He placed a hand upon Shiro's wrist, employing his rudimentary medical skills to assess the boy's pulse. After a moment of examination, he concluded there was nothing amiss. He is fine, merely a bit weak and has fainted. A little rest, and he shall be all right. Ash reported with calm assurance. In the future, should you find an injured boy in the forest, do not discard him. Perhaps the one you saved today will. In a distant time, bestow upon you a rare gift, he mused, contemplating the future bond he wished to forge with the young Professor Oak. Ash carried the youthful, yet still unrefined, Professor Oak back along the path to the village, intending to render assistance to the elder Oak. The quartet bore one individual as they retraced their steps. Upon reaching the village entrance, an elderly woman and a girl named Miku emerged from the treehouse. Grandma, Miss Miku, we have an injured person here. Come quickly to help. Brock exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement upon seeing Miku. Ash gently laid the unconscious Professor Oak upon a bed within the treehouse. However, as soon as he was laid down, the jostling during the journey seemed to awaken him immediately. Ash, he is awake. Serena called out, alerting the group. Upon regaining consciousness, the professor noticed Ash and his companions surrounding him, instantly becoming wary. Clutching a blanket, he eyed them suspiciously, proclaiming, I will not relinquish Shalebi to you. Abandon your hopes. Professor, young man, you seem a tad too anxious. Have you forgotten the circumstances of your injury and subsequent unconsciousness? We were the ones who rescued you from outside. Ash reassured the visibly agitated Professor Oak. What on earth happened? Miku and the elderly woman inquired simultaneously. When we were departing, we discovered him unconscious and injured beside a small shrine, so we carried him back to provide care, Ash explained. You must be the one from that time. How wonderful. The elderly woman exclaimed with delight as she rushed towards the professor, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Grandma, do you know him? Miku asked, her expression one of confusion, as she had lived there for so long without ever having encountered this individual. Did I not tell you about the boy who vanished in this forest 40 years ago? The elderly woman turned to clarify for Miku. Could it be that this is that very person? Miku gazed at her grandmother in disbelief. Indeed, I cannot be mistaken, the elderly woman sighed. You are. At that moment, Professor Oak seemed to suddenly recall who the elderly woman was. Just before he entered the forest to sketch, a beautiful girl had warned him not to wander about recklessly. Before he entered, she had also given him a piece of bread, which he had yet to eat. Are you the sister who gave me the bread before? He inquired, astonished. Yes, it is I. The elderly woman nodded. The revelation left everyone, save for Ash, who was already privy to the truth, in a state of disbelief. The elderly woman then approached a chest and retrieved an old sketchbook. This belongs to you. Does it not? You dropped it in the forest, and I picked it up, she said. This is my sketchbook. Professor Oak acknowledged, gazing at the aged tome. I believe you have traversed through time, the elderly woman stated gravely. She was aware of Shalebi's existence in the forest, as she frequently visited a shrine there. Thus, she was certain that the boy who had vanished 40 years ago encountered Shalebi and was transported to the present. Traversed through time? What does that mean? Misty asked, her curiosity piqued. It means he has traveled from 40 years in the past to the present time. Miku explained. Brock, Misty, and Serena were taken aback by this revelation. You seem rather unfazed, the elderly woman remarked, noticing Ash's calm demeanor. When I found him, I saw Shalebi beside him. Coincidentally, I had read about Shalebi's abilities in ancient texts, which can allow a person to traverse time, Ash elucidated. I see. No wonder you are the renowned Professor Oak's prodigy, so well-versed at such a young age, the elderly woman chuckled. You're flattering me, Grandma. I merely spend my spare time reading, Ash replied modestly. He did not find it surprising that the elderly woman recognized him. It was likely that Mr. White had informed her of his identity. Even if he hadn't, given his current renown within the research community, it was unsurprising that many were aware of who he was, especially since he often appeared on television with Professor Oak during his childhood. As they conversed, an enormous mechanical creature resembling a spider shattered the tranquility of the forest. The black, four-legged machine moved slowly, startling the surrounding Pokémon. Back with Ash, Professor Oak stared blankly at the aged sketchbook in his hands, when suddenly, as if sensing something, he jolted awake. Where is Shalebi? Where is Shalebi? He shouted. Shalebi? Brock asked, puzzled. There should be a Pokémon accompanying me, right? Professor Oak questioned anxiously. I didn't see it. Misty shook her head. Neither did I. Serena echoed. I did see it. After you fell unconscious, it hid behind that shrine. Ash interjected. You too saw Shalebi. The elderly woman gazed at them in astonishment. Yes. I noticed that Shalebi was afraid of humans, so I didn't attempt to retrieve it, Ash explained. Upon hearing that Shalebi was behind a shrine, Professor Oak dashed out of the treehouse, racing towards the shrine. Ash and the others quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, riding flying bicycles, descended from above, looking despondent as they clung to a tree branch. Oh dear, today we didn't encounter that little brat, and we flew quite a distance. Jesse lamented. Why does this always happen? Meowth glanced at his companions, feeling utterly defeated, as if life, no, cat life, held no prospects. Forget that. Where exactly have we fallen? James pondered, perplexed. Who knows? Hey, look, isn't that the little brat and his group? Jessie pointed below the tree, inquiring of her companions. Meowth and James followed her gaze. Sure enough, as Jessie had suggested, Ash and his companions were pursuing an unfamiliar young man. Wait a moment, Shalebi has already left that spot. If I go now, it will have vanished to rest and heal. It cannot possibly remain there, Ash called out to the running Professor Oak. Hearing this, Professor Oak paused, contemplating Ash's words. Then where do you think Shalebi is now? He countered. Shalebi is a legendary Pokémon, and we can only encounter it if it chooses to meet us. Our desire to see it does not guarantee a meeting. We must first search the surrounding area. However, Shalebi is injured, so it should not be too far from the shrine. Ash stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. What should we do? Professor Oak furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. I have a solution, but before we proceed, shouldn't we introduce ourselves and share our names? Otherwise, if we happen to get separated in the forest and I don't know your name, it would be quite awkward. You have a point, Professor Oak replied. I am Shotaro. And you are? He looked at the others in front of him. Hello, Shotaro, I am Ash, and this is my girlfriend, Serena. These two are my traveling companions, Brock and Misty. After the introductions, it was naturally time to discuss serious matters. Ahem, since we are now acquainted, could you do me a favor before I assist you in finding Shalebi? Ash deliberately cleared his throat and cast a mischievous glance at Professor Oak. What do you want me to do? Shotaro, upon hearing that assistance came with a condition, felt a twinge of irritation. He furrowed his brow, not immediately agreeing nor disagreeing, but decided to hear Ash's request first, assessing the situation before deciding whether to acquiesce. Ash, how can you make such a request? Serena, standing behind him, found Ash's words perplexing. Normally, Ash was the most composed among them. Why was he asking for a favor before helping? Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just want to have an older brother relationship with you. What do you think? Ash offered a reassuring glance to Serena before turning back to Shotaro. If it were an ordinary person asking for help, he would have readily agreed without hesitation. But this was different. He was conversing with the future Professor Oak, the grandfather of Professor Sycamore. If he could successfully forge this brotherly bond today, he would hold a grandfatherly status in front of Sycamore, compelling him to address Ash as grandfather in the future. Wasn't he that even more exhilarating than being Sycamore's father? Chapter 250, The Encounter with Shalebi Across Time and Space, 5. What? Shotaro, upon hearing Ash, felt his earlier irritation dissipate, staring at Ash in bewilderment, convinced he must have misheard. He could understand a request for assistance in exchange for something, but he had never heard anyone voluntarily offer to become a subordinate. Even Serena, Brock, and Misty to the side, who were equally baffled, wondered what Ash was up to. The trio from Team Rocket hiding in the trees wore expressions of confusion, equally mystified by the antics of the young boy. Why would you want to be my subordinate? Shotaro asked, perplexed. Ash did not respond directly, but contemplated for a moment, believing that honesty was the best policy. Because I know the you from 50 years in the future. You know my future self? Shotaro blinked in surprise, pointing at himself as he inquired further. Yes, Ash nodded. But how does that relate to me? Shotaro still struggled to grasp Ash's reasoning. Naturally, I want to be friends with you. The future you is incredibly impressive. Not only can we be friends, but I am also friends with your grandson. Being your friend means I could be his grandfather. Just think about how delightful that would be. Ash chuckled heartily, explaining without a hint of concern that Shotaro might refuse. Is that so? At that moment, Shotaro, still somewhat dazed, nodded slowly, beginning to understand. So do you agree? If you accept, I will help you find Shalebi. If not, I will still assist you. So what do you say? Isn't that fair? Ash beamed as he playfully patted Shotaro on the shoulder, sincerity evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Shotaro was taken aback once more, starting to find Ash quite intriguing. Laughing heartily, he decided that forming this brotherly bond might not be a bad idea after all, and thus he agreed to Ash's request. You are quite an interesting person. I accept your request. Great. There's no time like the present. Let us do it today, as delaying even a day is unacceptable. Ash exclaimed with glee. clapping his hands together upon receiving Shotaro's agreement. Why the rush? Shotaro was momentarily taken aback by the sudden urgency to form a bond. Time waits for no one. All right then, Shotaro conceded with a resigned nod, signaling his agreement. With Shotaro's consent, Ash immediately took the lead, guiding the group toward the shrine where they had previously encountered him. Did you hear that? Jessie turned to Meowth and James beside her, inquiring. Heard it loud and clear. They replied in unison. Good. Then let us set off and follow that kid to find Shalebi, and then we'll capture Pikachu to present to the boss. As soon as she finished speaking, the group stealthily followed Ash and his companions. Shalebi mused to itself, it seems that in your eyes, I am overshadowed by a mere Pikachu. After approximately half an hour of travel, Ash and his companions arrived at the shrine where they had first met Shotaro. We've arrived. It seems today is a splendid day, Ash remarked, surveying the tranquil surroundings with hands on his hips, nodding in satisfaction. Isn't a toast customary for a brotherhood? Ash, do you have any liquor? Shotaro asked, turning to Ash. Although the others were somewhat perplexed by Ash's actions, they nonetheless supported him, believing that he must have his reasons. Once they witnessed the entire process, they would soon comprehend why Ash had acted so unexpectedly. Serena, unwavering in her trust, believed that Ash would eventually explain everything to her. Despite her confusion, she gazed at Ash's back with affection. Yes, of course, Ash replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he produced a bottle of homemade liquor from his seemingly depleted pocket, the alcohol content unknown even to him. Shotaro stared in astonishment as Ash revealed the bottle, unable to fathom how he had retrieved a 500-milliliter bottle of liquor from such a meager pocket. Though unable to grasp how it was accomplished, he was nonetheless awestruck by the wonder of it all. As for Ash's companions, they had long since become accustomed to such occurrences and found nothing unusual about it. Ash, how did you do that? Shotaro inquired as he approached Ash. You want to learn? Ash asked. Absolutely. Shotaro nodded enthusiastically, momentarily forgetting about his quest to find Shalebi. It's all about innate talent. It's not something you can simply learn. Ash replied, shaking his head mysteriously. What kind of talent? Shotaro pressed, intrigued. This kind of talent. Ash demonstrated by using his psychic abilities to levitate into the air, leaving Shotaro gaping in astonishment. Upon witnessing Ash soaring above, Shotaro realized he had no hope of replicating such a feat, his expression shifting to one of disappointment. I certainly lack that kind of talent. Of course, this is a feature of the system, something even those with superpowers might struggle to accomplish. Ash pondered silently to himself. Cough. There's no need to feel disheartened. What truly matters now is our pledge of brotherhood today. He cleared his throat, pulling Shueqing back to reality. Ah, yes. The brotherhood is of utmost importance. Being able to pledge with you today is what truly matters. Shueqing nodded vigorously, his previous reservations completely dissipating. He thought to himself that having a brother with such extraordinary abilities was rather splendid. Meanwhile, Ash was secretly engaged in a little mischief behind the scenes. Using his powers to levitate the latest model of a high-definition, anti-shake camera and affix it to a tree, capturing the moment on video. He then produced 2 cups from his pocket, one for Shueqing and one for himself, and began pouring a generous measure of liquor before the altar of Shalebi. Naturally, his own cup was no exception. The two then knelt on the ground, raising their cups as they recited their vows. Today, I, Damu Shueqing, pledge brotherhood with you, Ash. I shall be the elder brother. Today, I, Ash, pledge brotherhood with you, Damu Shueqing. I shall be the younger brother. Shueqing declared, from this day forth, though we may not share the same birth date, may we share the same fate. Ash replied, from this day forth, though we may not share the same birth date, may we weather hardships together. Shueqing questioned, why does the younger brother speak thus? Damu Shueqing looked perplexed. Why do you say that, elder brother? Ash countered. Isn't that how the lines are supposed to be delivered? The steadfast gaze from Damu Shueqing made Ash question whether he was indeed mistaken. The elder brother hails from 40 years past, while I am here in the present. What is wrong with my words? Ash said with an air of normalcy. Could it be that the elder brother wishes to harm the younger brother? Upon this reminder from Ash, Shueqing suddenly recalled that he had been transported to the future by Shalebi. Ah, the younger brother jested. Realizing his mistake, Shueqing burst into laughter. Chapter 251, The Encounter of Time Travel with Shalebi, 6. Observing Shueqing's silly demeanor, Ash comprehended that Professor Oak had likely been this way even in his childhood. How could the elder brother wish harm upon you? Indeed, I knew you would treat me well, elder brother, younger brother, elder brother. They both passionately called out to one another. The onlookers were left speechless. It's just concluded, and you two are already so into it? However, through this ceremony of brotherhood, They began to grasp Ash's reasons for his elaborate efforts in forging this bond with Shueqing. Midway through, Brock recalled information regarding this name and informed everyone that Damu Shueqing's future identity was Professor Oak. Only then did they truly understand Ash's intentions. Ash and Green had been childhood friends, often at odds with one another. Moreover, Green was Professor Oak's grandson. Thus, by forming a brotherhood with Professor Oak, when he returned to his original timeline, Ash could then introduce himself to the current Professor Oak, making Ash the second great-uncle of Green. Upon realizing this, everyone deemed Ash to be exceedingly cunning, having outsmarted them all, leaving not a single bamboo shoot behind. Only Serena gazed at Ash with sparkling eyes, finding his personality delightful, and believed that Green was incredibly fortunate to have a friend like Ash. Perhaps this is what they call love is blind, given their understanding of Green's character. It seemed unlikely that even if Ash were to meet the current Professor Oak, Green would acknowledge him as a relative. After all, who could accept that their close friend had suddenly become their grandfather? No one could accept such a turn of events. Naturally, Ash had no expectation for Green to recognize him as his grandfather. It was sufficient for Ash to acknowledge it himself. While everyone contemplated these matters, Ash and Damu Shueqing had successfully pledged their brotherhood, now addressing each other as elder and younger brother, respectively, while simultaneously raising a toast with the liquor. Ash's current physique was that of a super rookie, endowed with remarkable recovery abilities, granting him a certain immunity to intoxicating spirits, as his body metabolized the alcohol with astonishing speed. However, Shueqing did not possess such fortitude. After consuming the liquor, he became flushed, dizzy, and began to see double. Why are there so many younger brothers? Shueqing slurred, his mind clouded by inebriation, swaying slightly as he pointed at Ash. Elder brother, you are drunk. You should rest. Ash, in an effort to prevent Shueqing from falling, steadied him and urged him to rest. I'm not drunk. Keep drinking. Shueqing vehemently denied his inebriation, shaking his head. Although Ash's complexion was somewhat flushed, it was merely his body expelling the alcohol. He was far from intoxicated. Conversely, at that moment, he was the most exhilarated of all. Wow, as expected from a system product, it truly is exceptional. 80 proof liquor is just handed over. It must be said that the effect was rather swift. Even he was nearly overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity while Shueqing was intoxicated, he recorded a video of Shueqing dancing erratically and speaking nonsensically. After filming, Ash contemplated sending the footage back to the professor for his amusement. He imagined how delighted Professor Oak would be upon seeing it. As for whether the professor would scold him later, well, that would be a matter for another time. Given the professor's personality and their relationship, he likely wouldn't hold it against him. After all, Ash had done far more embarrassing things than this. So what was one little video to the professor? Following his inebriation, Shueqing engaged in some peculiar dances and babbling, but did not do much else. After a while, exhausted from the festivities, Shueqing simply laid down on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. No amount of calling from the others could rouse him. The young professor, with his robust physique, simply lay down and fell asleep. Ash looked at the unconscious Shueqing on the ground, rubbed his forehead, and realized he might have gone too far. Once he was asleep, it would likely be a day before he woke up. After all, a system-produced 80-proof liquor was no laughing matter. What now? Shueqing is asleep. How are we supposed to find Shalebi? Misty glanced at Ash, murmuring, "Do not worry. I already know where Shalebi is. You can count on me," Ash confidently assured, patting his chest to put Misty at ease. Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty fell silent, no longer speaking. Throughout their 2-year journey, Ash's confident declarations had rarely led to issues, so the group had come to trust his words implicitly. Unbeknownst to them, during these 2 years of travel, Ash had become the most trusted person in their party. Although he did not appear as their leader, he was virtually indistinguishable from one. What should we do now? Shueqing is unconscious. How shall we handle him? Are we to leave him here while we go search? Brock inquired, perplexed. That is indeed a viable option. Ash stroked his chin, nodding with a serious expression. Brock, isn't this your newly acknowledged elder brother? Is it truly acceptable for you to act this way? Just kidding. How could I possibly do that? Upon noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of those around him, Ash immediately waved his hand, signaling that such an action was inconceivable. Realizing this, the group understood that Ash had a method to transport the unconscious Professor Oak along with them. The specifics of this method, however, remained unclear. With his eyes glowing with a cerulean light, Ash utilized his psychic abilities to levitate Oak in midair, thus embarking on their journey together. With his current level of psychic prowess, maintaining an unconscious individual suspended in the air for 10 days was a trivial matter, and he had no concerns about exhausting his mental energy. After witnessing Ash's technique and finding it satisfactory, the group followed him as he led the way in search of Shalebi. The weary members of Team Rocket, trailing behind Ash and his companions, also joined in the pursuit. Chapter 252. The Encounter with Shalebi Across Time and Space. 7. As they retraced their steps, Ash had already enveloped the entire forest with his formidable sensory abilities, locating Shalebi's position. At that moment, they were indeed on their way back to seek out Shalebi. After a short while, Ash brought the group to a halt before a grand tree, gazing upwards. The others paused, looking expectantly at Ash. Is Shalebi up there? Misty inquired. Yes. Ash nodded in affirmation. How do we get up there? Just as Misty was about to ask how to ascend, Ash's eyes shimmered with blue light, and his powerful mental energy enveloped them all, lifting them into the air. Experiencing this extraordinary sensation, the group felt a sense of wonder. Before they could fully comprehend this unique feeling, they suddenly found themselves atop the tree, noticing a gathering of Pokémon chattering excitedly around a tree hollow not far ahead. Is that where Shalebi is? Brock voiced his skepticism. It must be. After all, Ash has confirmed it. Misty replied, somewhat resigned. All right, let's hurry over. Ash has already gone ahead. Serena chimed in, promptly following in Ash's footsteps. After her reminder, the two finally saw Ash had already approached the cluster of Pokémon, and they set aside their speculations, hastening after him. Cheep cheep. Buniri, nestled in Serena's arms, joyfully waved its tiny paws. By now, Ash had long since shattered Buniri's Pokeball, entrusting its care to Serena, which was why it was nestled in her embrace. After a brief sprint, they successfully arrived at the gathering of Pokémon. Upon entering the cluster, Ash's gaze immediately fell upon a small, green Pokémon curled up in the tree hollow, trembling slightly as it regarded him with trepidation. Shalebi, it called out, eyeing Ash cautiously. I mean you no harm. I have come to help you. Can you trust me? Ash implored, raising a hand imprinted with the symbol of Mew. Mew is my friend. Shalebi momentarily stared at the mark on Ash's hand, bewildered. Just as it sensed the aura of the imprint, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ash, feeling that Mew's mark alone might not suffice, retrieved a colorful rainbow feather from his pocket, a symbol of the Tokiwa power recognized by the forest, presenting it to Shalebi. This left the little Shalebi astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. That's enough. I believe you now, just stop bringing things out. Ash, realizing he had limited items to demonstrate his goodwill, ultimately produced the silver feather gifted to him during his farewell with Lugia, concluding this display of proof. Observing the tokens he had laid out, Ash felt a lingering sense of inadequacy, scratching his head in frustration. He then turned his attention back to Shalebi, his eyes gleaming brightly. Once I help you through this ordeal, could you grant me one of your tokens of trust? Ash suddenly stepped closer to Shalebi, his eyes sparkling with hope. Shalebi, momentarily bewildered by Ash's earnestness, had relaxed its guard without realizing it. Shalebi, it uttered softly, acquiescing to Ash's seemingly unreasonable request, possessing the Tokiwa power, which allowed him to easily interpret the Pokémon's intentions. Ash nodded contentedly upon hearing Shalebi's agreement. He began to apply healing ointment to Shalebi's wounds. By the way, does the Tokiwa power have any effect on Shalebi? As Ash pondered this while treating Shalebi, he recalled that the Tokiwa power was a gift bestowed by Shalebi, the deity of the forest. Would the Tokiwa power truly be effective for Shalebi? Shalebi, will my Tokiwa power help heal your injuries? Ash inquired curiously. Rather than speculating aimlessly, it was far more prudent to ask the subject directly for a definitive answer. After Ash's treatment, Shalebi's wariness towards him fully dissipated, and it cheerfully responded to Ash's question. Through their interaction, Ash learned that the Tokiwa power indeed had a restorative effect on Shalebi's injuries. With this newfound knowledge, Ash was more than willing to leverage the Tokiwa power for Shalebi's healing. At that moment, Serena and the others also approached from a distance, squeezing into the center of the Pokémon gathering, just in time to witness Ash and the little green Pokémon lying dejectedly in the tree hollow. Is that Shalebi? Misty remarked in awe, gazing at the green creature. Just as Shalebi was about to receive treatment from Ash, it spotted Serena and the others, and its demeanor shifted to one of alertness once more. You need not be anxious, Shalebi. They are with me. Relax. Upon noticing Shalebi's apprehensive expression, Ash quickly sought to reassure it. Pikachu, chimed in Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, hurriedly attempting to explain. Having encountered legendary Pokémon on multiple occasions, Pikachu understood their heightened vigilance and irritable nature. If they failed to clarify their intentions, there was a high probability of being misunderstood. Should Shalebi decide to flee using its time-space abilities or attack them, the situation could escalate into chaos. Eager to prevent such an occurrence, Pikachu was determined to thoroughly communicate with Shalebi. After the explanation, Shalebi cast a glance at Serena and the others behind Ash, then regarded Ash, who wore a sincere expression. Connecting this with Ash's previous actions, it found little cause for suspicion. If Ash were indeed a villain, a legendary Pokémon would not bestow so many tokens of trust upon him. Convinced that anyone who could befriend Ash was unlikely to harbor ill intentions, Shalebi relaxed its earlier wariness. Shalebi, it softly called out, offering an apology to Serena and the others. It's all right, Shalebi. Being cautious is not a bad thing, we understand. At this moment, Selena had approached Shalebi, her face adorned with a smile that radiated innocence, understanding, and kindness. The sight of this girl's smile touched Shalebi as well, leading it to instantly recognize her as a benevolent human being. You all continue your conversation. I will first attend to Shalebi's injuries. Ash remarked with a gentle smile directed at Selena. Selena responded, nodding obediently like a well-behaved child. Chapter 253. The Encounter of Shalebi Through Time. 8. After Ash's meticulous care, Shalebi's injuries had mostly healed, earning his trust. The remaining wounds required only a period of peaceful recuperation. Shalebi, this place is no longer safe. Come with me. Ash extended his hand earnestly. Shalebi hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ash's outstretched hand. However, after a brief pause, it nodded in agreement. With Shalebi's consent, Ash gently lifted the delicate creature and began retracing their steps. During their return journey, an unexpected incident occurred. Boom! A bomb suddenly landed at Ash's feet. Had it not been for Ash's quick reflexes, who immediately summoned a protective shield with his aura powers to shield everyone, they would have sustained injuries. What just happened? Misty exclaimed, panic evident in her voice, clearly startled by the sudden turn of events. Ash's gaze remained fixed ahead. Following his line of sight, they saw Team Rocket striking a pose atop a branch, having commenced their usual antics. Since you have asked with sincere intent, I shall graciously enlighten you, they began, with a hint of sarcasm. In short, that is how it is, Meow. I do not have time to play with you now. Step aside, or I shall show no mercy. Ash retorted, his patience wearing thin. What kind of nonsense is that? Kojiro questioned incredulously. As if being polite would make you polite in return. Musashi scoffed. Exactly, Meow. Every time we meet, you just order Pikachu to unleash Thunderbolt on us without a second thought. Have you ever shown us any courtesy? Nyasu remarked, visibly displeased. In their encounters, Ash had never shown them any semblance of politeness. Realizing the truth in their words, Ash decided to forego further dialogue and took immediate action. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As a greeting gift, Pikachu. Understanding the nature of these three, Pikachu wasted no time in unleashing a powerful surge of electricity. The golden lightning struck the branch beneath Team Rocket, splitting it apart with tremendous force, causing them to plummet from their perch in a rather undignified manner. As Ash and his companions strode past the fallen trio, they finally regained consciousness after a moment of dazed confusion. Wait, you little brats, stand still, Musashi shouted, propped up on the ground as she clutched her waist. Do you look down on us? Kojiro grimaced, his pained expression evoking sympathy. Stop yelling, just move along, Meow. Nyasu sighed, exasperated. On their way back, just as they were about to enter the tree hollow, another mishap unfolded. A colossal steel spider suddenly appeared before them. Leave that Shalebi behind. Bisaz commanded from atop the steel spider, arrogantly pointing at the Shalebi in Ash's arms. Ash regarded Bisaz with curiosity, wondering how he knew Shalebi would pass through this very spot. And what are you? Ash replied, refusing to entertain Bishaz's arrogance. What did you say? How dare you question who I am? I am Bisaz. He shot back indignantly. Right, you're not human. You're just a thing, fine. I concede you've won. Ash retorted, his voice dripping with mockery. Who is the fool here? Your father must have bestowed upon you a fine name, considering how foolish you seem. Who else would wander around in broad daylight wearing undergarments on their head but you? Oh, brilliant one. He continued with a string of taunts. Bisaz, thoroughly enraged by Ash's relentless jibes, found himself at a loss for words. You little brat, state your name. I never harm those without a name. My name? You'd better remember it well. I am Ash. Make way for your father. The moment the words left his mouth, Bisaz was left flustered, pointing at Ash in a fit of rage. You've driven me to madness. I've never been so infuriated by anyone in my life, especially not a mere child. Well, you're fortunate today to have encountered me, Ash declared. You wretched little brat, don't think you can outsmart me with your words. Or you won't even know how to spell death. Bisaz bellowed in fury. Not satisfied. Come at me. Ash provocatively beckoned with his finger. You've driven me mad. Evil Bangyras, crush this little brat. Bisaz commanded. You think you're the only one with a Bangyras? Ash scoffed, producing his own pokeball. as both Bangyras emerged. One belonging to Bis has appeared in a state of frenzy, its eyes glowing red and roaring wildly, while Ash's Bangyras exuded an air of invincibility, standing confidently with crossed arms. Huh, your Bangyras pales in comparison to my evil Bangyras, Bis has mocked with a laugh. Is that so? Ash replied, retrieving the keystone from his pocket with a smile. Bangyras, let us show him the power of our bond. Mega Evolution. Bangyras roared with excitement, clearly eager for battle. As Ash's words echoed, the keystone in his hand and the mega stone around Bangyras' neck erupted in a blinding radiance. This is the light of evolution. How is it possible? Isn't Bangyras already in its final form? Why is there still the light of evolution? Bisaz was clearly out of the loop, having not yet caught wind of the recent developments regarding mega evolution. Enveloped in light, Bangyras began to undergo an astonishing transformation. 6 prominent spikes sprouted from its back as a distinct horn emerged from its head, and when the brilliance faded, Ash's Bangyras stood before them in a new form, radiating even greater power. The surrounding winds intensified, and its muscular form suggested an unimaginable strength, rivaling that of legendary Pokémon. Chapter 254, The Encounter of Celebi Through Time. 9. Impossible. Bangyras cannot evolve, Bisaz exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he witnessed the unfolding spectacle. There are countless unsolved mysteries in the world. You have yet to learn of many things. In the face of a villain like Bisaz, Ash displayed no semblance of courtesy, unhesitatingly mocking his opponent in a bid to deliver a crushing blow. Roar. The 2 Bangyra, one male and one female, stood in a fierce standoff, neither willing to concede. However, Ash's Bangyra emanated a far more formidable aura than Bish's. Had it not been for Bish's Bangyra being in a frenzied state devoid of reason, it would likely have knelt in submission at that very moment. After all, Ash's Super Bangyra was now perilously close to the level of a divine beast. A veritable trump card, imbued with a regal and imposing presence. Curse that brat. Bangyra unleashed destructive beam. Bisaz, undeterred by the odds, sought to confront Ash head-on and ascertain whose Bangyra was indeed superior. Bangyra, we shall respond with destructive beam as well, and showcase our prowess. Ash, equally defiant, commanded his Bangyra to execute the same move. Thus, both Bangyra opened their maws simultaneously, gathering the energy for their destructive beams, drawing in the surrounding destructive photons. Yet, the destructive beams unleashed by the 2 Bangyra were not entirely equal. If Bish's Bangyra's attack could be likened to a mere bucket, Ash's Bangyra represented an awe-inspiring colossus. The disparity in power unmistakable. As expected, the 2 beams collided in a tremendous explosion. The onlookers anticipated a balanced duel. However, to their astonishment, Ash's Bangyra's destructive beam clearly outmatched that of Bisaz, overpowering it with ease. Bish's Bangyra, unable to withstand the assault, succumbed and collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. Bisaz, witnessing his Bangyra's defeat, stared dumbfoundedly at Ash's Bangyra. You little brat, could your Bangyra's transformation be linked to this evolution? Bangyra, use Earthquake. Without a word, Ash decisively commanded his Bangyra to act. The moment the command left his lips, Bangyra lifted a foot, concentrating the Earth's energy beneath it before stomping down, causing the ground to tremble violently. How dare you, you little imp, attacking an old man like me, 50 years of age. Bisaz leapt down from his steel spider, furiously cursing. Bah, you, who is unworthy of respect. Bangyra unleashed destructive beam. Ash spat disdainfully and ordered the final strike to eliminate the old foe once and for all. Bangyra once again gathered its destructive beam, and in no time, launched it directly at Bisaz and his steel spider. With a resounding boom, the steel spider was reduced to scrap metal under the assault of the destructive beam. Bisaz, meanwhile, was seized by Ash's teleportation, bound with psychic energy. His mouth gagged with a foul cloth, rendered helpless like a puppet under psychic control. Ugh, what is happening? Yuki, groggy and disoriented, awoke to find nothing amiss, and, overwhelmed by dizziness and fatigue, promptly fell back asleep. One must admit, the young doctor was in splendid health. After downing a drink, he could instantly drift off, only to awaken and slumber again. Ash, observing Yuki, couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration. Once the danger had passed, Ash and his companions resumed their journey. Yet, midway, an unexpected sight caught their attention. A startled Stantler gazed at them for a moment before darting away, only to stop a short distance ahead and watch them intently. Ash, it seems the Stantler is beckoning us to follow, Serena remarked. Let us follow it. Ash nodded in agreement and led the charge after the Stantler. Upon noticing their pursuit, the Stantler hastened its pace, guiding them forward. Following the Stantler's lead, they soon arrived at a shimmering azure lake. Could this be the lake of life spoken of by Mijuku's grandmother? Brock speculated. It must be, let us find out. Ash, cradling Celebi, approached the lake's edge and gently placed the blinking-eyed Celebi into the water. Look, Brock suddenly shouted, pointing excitedly. The Pokémon of the forest had gathered around the lake. Their eyes filled with anticipation as they watched Celebi. As Celebi immersed itself in the waters of the lake of life, a soothing glow enveloped it, healing its wounds. Once restored, Celebi, reminiscent of a playful child, flitted joyfully across the surface of the lake, performing flips and reveling in its newfound vitality. Suddenly, a splash of water surged toward Ash, catching him off guard. He turned to see Serena crouched in the lake, giggling mischievously. Without a doubt, the splash had been her doing. Ash, momentarily taken aback, felt a mischievous grin spread across his face. In an instant, Ash vanished from view, and Serena disappeared alongside him. Where did Ash and Serena go? Misty exclaimed, bewildered by their sudden absence, only to realize that Serena, who had been right beside them moments ago, was also gone. Meanwhile, Yuki and Bizhaz remained soundly asleep beneath a tree, evidently no longer under Ash's psychic influence. Perhaps they are up to something they wish to keep from us. Brock mused aloud, a daring thought forming in his mind as a sly smile crept across his face. Ash certainly knows how to have fun. What kind of fun? Misty asked, intrigued by Brock's comment, eager to join in. Chapter 255, The Encounter of Celebi Across Time, End. Beneath the water's surface at the lake's center, Ash enveloped himself and Serena in a cocoon of psychic energy, sharing an impassioned kiss. After the battle, they emerged from the depths, resurfacing together. So, are you still going to be mischievous? Ash teased, observing Serena's flushed cheeks, which added an alluring charm to her beauty. I wouldn't dare, she replied shyly, shaking her head after experiencing Ash's prowess. Ash, Serena, are you in the lake? Misty questioned, her eyes wide with confusion as she watched the two emerge from the water. How did they get in there? And why is Serena's face so red? Misty pondered, attributing Serena's flushed visage to her having been submerged, unaware of any impropriety. The only mystery remained. Why had the two surfaced from the water? Did it all wrap up that quickly? This won't do for Ash. Brock murmured quietly. Had Ash known Brock's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have found them exasperating and would have sternly warned him against such wild imaginings. For goodness sake, I merely kissed her in the water. Where else would your mind wander? After all, both Ash and Serena were merely 12 years old, aside from a kiss. Any further antics were far beyond the realm of possibility. Warning from the benevolent deity. Not only are the ages of the two individuals quite tender, but it is also because Ash's soul embodies that of an adult, possessing a steadfast notion in his heart regarding such matters, that one must be at least 18 years of age to partake. What are you muttering about, Brock? Misty inquired, turning around as she failed to catch Brock's words. And nothing. Brock fervently shook his head. Nothing at all. Why are you so anxious? Observing Brock's tense demeanor, Misty felt a sense of confusion, sensing that something was amiss with him. As she watched the peculiar behavior of the trio, Misty couldn't help but feel utterly bewildered, as if she were the only one in the dark, which left her feeling quite frustrated. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Celebi's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the strange atmosphere. At that moment, Serena and Ash had already reached the shore. Ash had transported himself there using teleportation, hence his swift arrival. Thanks to the psychic abilities enveloping them in the water, neither of them had gotten wet. The group turned towards the source of the sound, seeing Celebi approaching Ash, cradling a green seed. Ash's eyes lit up upon seeing what Celebi held. How considerate, he thought, as it had brought the item without needing any reminder. Truly remarkable. As expected, Celebi flew right up to Ash, presenting the seed to him. Realizing that Celebi intended to gift him a keepsake, Ash's face brightened as he extended his hand to receive it. Once the seed was in his grasp, Celebi's small hand glowed with vibrant life energy as it gently tapped the seed. After a while, under the infusion of Celebi's life force, the seed became increasingly plump and rounded, exuding a palpable aura. Once Celebi had completed its task, it appeared to grow faint and diminished, losing some of its luster. Celebi, are you all right? Ash asked with concern, noticing that something seemed off with Celebi's condition. He hadn't anticipated that the act of presenting him with a gift would take such a toll, and he resolved never to allow Celebi to give him anything again. Celebi weakly shook its head and wobbled towards the center of the lake of life to recover its energy. Witnessing the extent of Celebi's exhaustion from the gift-giving made Ash feel a pang of guilt. Glancing at the seed in his hand, he wrestled with the notion of rejecting it, feeling that it would be disingenuous and a disservice to Celebi's intentions. Yet, Accepting it also weighed heavily on his conscience. After a moment's contemplation, as if struck by inspiration, he retrieved an item from his system space, intending to offer something in return to Shalebi as a means of finding solace. Though this gift might seem insignificant to Shalebi, it would at least reflect his heartfelt appreciation. Once Shalebi regained its vitality, it leaped from the lake, frolicking joyfully in the air. Ash felt a sense of relief wash over him. Using his scanning function, Ash examined the information on the seed Shalebi had gifted him. Life Seed. An item transcended from the original Miracle Seed by infusing it with Shalebi's life force. Endowed with unique vitality, it can amplify the damage of grass-type Pokémon by 15-fold. When worn by a human, it bestows Shalebi's blessing, promoting longevity, immunity to ailments, and enhancing beauty. After reading about the seed, Ash was left utterly speechless, his earlier guilt intensifying as he regarded the life pearl in his hand, unsure of how to adequately repay Shalebi's kindness. It seemed that Shalebi had finished playing, reappearing before the group. "Shalebi, this is for you. I hope you will like it," Ash said, feeling somewhat embarrassed about presenting a gift of such value to Shalebi. To Ash's surprise, upon receiving the life pearl, Shalebi joyfully performed several flips in the air. "Seeing you enjoy my gift puts me at ease," Ash sighed in relief upon witnessing Shalebi's happiness. After accepting the life pearl, Shalebi suddenly flew to a willow tree, retrieved 2 twigs, and began crafting something. Ultimately, it fashioned the life pearl into a necklace, adorning itself with it. After donning the necklace, Shalebi twirled gleefully in the air, exuding an exuberance that delighted Ash. Eventually, after exhausting itself from play, Shalebi flew in front of Ash, spinning happily. It's lovely," Ash remarked, admiring the necklace that Shalebi had crafted, appreciating its natural beauty. Suddenly, Shalebi appeared to notice something, gazing at a fainted Snow. After observing Snow, Shalebi glanced back at Ash, reluctantly waving goodbye. Ash understood from Shalebi's expression that it was time for it to depart. "Goodbye, Shalebi. Until we meet again by fate. Once I claim the title of champion, I will return to visit you." Ash waved farewell to Shalebi. "Farewell, Shalebi." After bidding farewell to Ash and the others, Shalebi approached Snow and summoned the Ripple of Time, swiftly transporting Professor Oak back to his original timeline. After returning Snow to the pedestal, Shalebi vanished after a day and night had passed, just as Professor Oak was beginning to awaken. Upon awakening, Snow felt a wave of dizziness, as though he had been struck hard. "How did I end up here?" he murmured, looking around in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. "I think I had a strange dream about traveling into the future and forming a brotherhood with someone named Ash, but then, nothing further. Wait, where did Shalebi and Ash go?" A bewildered, unnamed blue dog stood at the forest's edge, looking lost. What happened to my part? This script doesn't seem to follow the outline. "Good evening, Professor Oak," Ash called as he arrived at the Pokémon Center. The first order of business being to call Professor Oak. "Oh, it's you, Ash. Good evening. Why are you calling me so late?" Professor Oak, busy preparing instant noodles, looked perplexed. "Professor, did you see the latest message I sent you?" Ash replied cheerfully. "Message? What message?" Professor Oak asked, his face a mask of confusion. "Oh, so you haven't seen it yet. You should check it out quickly. It contains details about my latest legendary Pokémon." Ash flashed a mischievous grin. "Legendary Pokémon? Who is it? Which one?" Upon hearing legendary Pokémon, Professor Oak's excitement surged, and he immediately opened the messaging app to view Ash's latest update. After reading the message, his expression turned strange, and he muttered to himself, so it really wasn't a dream after all. Chapter 256, The Silver Conference Championship Finals. At the Silver Conference, the ultimate showdown is set between Ash, the representative from Pallet Town, and Dusk, the contender from Cherry Blossom Town. Who will claim the title of Silver Champion today? Can our esteemed Ash maintain his remarkable record of defeating 6 opponents single-handedly? Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome. The referee, microphone in hand, delivered the opening remarks, stirring the emotions of the audience. "I hope you can show mercy and not let me lose too drastically," Dusha remarked with a wry smile, his lack of confidence evident. It was not merely a matter of Dusha's self-doubt. The formidable opponent before him was nothing short of extraordinary, performing as though he were under a magical influence. Since the commencement of the tournament, Ash had consistently dispatched a single Pokémon to dominate the field. Let him dominate. Dusha was not one to shy away from defeat. However, upon discovering that Ash was the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference and renowned in the research community as Professor Oak's protege, his trepidation deepened. The most alarming realization came when he observed that each Pokémon Ash deployed was swiftly vanquished in a single blow. Only a few could withstand Ash's onslaught for more than 3 rounds. It was utterly terrifying, bordering on the ludicrous, as if he were soaring through the tournament unchallenged. Upon learning of Ash's true identity, Dushaa's heart sank, recognizing him as a paragon of intellect and strength, which only intensified his fear. It's merely luck. Don't take it too seriously, Ash said with a calm smile. Luck? Dushaa's lips twitched in disbelief. You've effortlessly defeated 6 opponents in a row. And you dare call that luck? I wish I had such fortune. Without further ado, Ash summoned, "Come forth, my dear companion." He cast a Pokeball into the arena. The massive figure of Tyranitar materialized, radiating an overwhelming aura simply by standing there. Dushaa, sensing the formidable presence of Tyranitar, was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. I thought I asked you to go easy on me. Why unleash your ace right from the start? Through informal channels. Dushaa had learned of Tyranitar's legendary prowess, and now, encountering its might firsthand, he swiftly deduced that this Tyranitar was at least of champion caliber. His experience told him that he had never encountered a Pokémon stronger than this one in the wild. Go, my partner, Exeggutor. Dushaa knew deep down that he was likely fated to be defeated by this champion, yet he refused to concede so easily. After all, how can you know you can't win if you don't even try? He commanded. Tyranitar, unleash Flamethrower. Ash replied with unflappable composure. A flurry of razor-sharp leaves erupted from Exeggutor's back, whirling toward the stationary Tyranitar with deadly precision. Tyranitar stood firm, a flicker of disdain in its gaze as it gathered fiery energy in its mouth. A searing blast of flames erupted forth, incinerating the approaching leaves into ashes. The flames surged like a pillar, unstoppable and racing toward Exeggutor. Exeggutor, already slow to react, was quickly scorched under Tyranitar's inferno, and with the type disadvantage and overwhelming gap in strength, it soon succumbed to defeat. It was crucial to note that Tyranitar was on the verge of godhood, a step away from transcending into a legendary entity. Given such disparity, defeat was inevitable. After all, only those with exceptional capabilities could reach this echelon. Return, Exeggutor. Dushaa gazed at the Pokeball in his hand, a wave of melancholy washing over him. After arduous efforts to reach this point, he now faced such a formidable adversary, and it was disheartening. It's nowhere in sight. The dawn of victory. Where could it possibly be? Reflecting on Ash's previous matches, despair gnawed at Dushaa's heart. Damn it, you've already claimed a championship title. Why are you still competing? The weight of hopelessness and frustration bore down on him, leaving him with a profound sense of powerlessness. Go, my partner, Houndoom. Dushaa called forth. Houndoom against Tyranitar? Ash observed Dushaa's choice with a look of incredulity. Tyranitar, a dual-type rock and dark Pokémon, inherently possessed advantages against fire types. The decision to send out Houndoom led Ash to suspect that Dushaa was ready to concede. Yet, he did not dwell on it, focusing instead on the battle ahead. After all, the prospect of victory was tantalizingly close, and he would not take it lightly. Having previously utilized the system's capabilities to gather information on Dushaa's Pokémon, Ash was well informed about his opponent's team. Tyranitar, use Earthquake. Ash would not hold back, launching his signature move without hesitation, even in the face of type disadvantages. Tyranitar, the sandstorm monarch among semi-divine beings, lifted a foot and stomped down forcefully, causing the very ground to tremble. With a fearsome countenance, Tyranitar's presence alone was enough to intimidate Houndoom. The violent tremors rendered Houndoom helpless, yet through his combat experience, he knew to jump and evade the earthquake's aftermath. Just as Houndoom leaped into the air, a voice rang out, "Stone Edge," in a breathtaking display. Sharp crimson stones erupted from the ground, cascading like a torrential wave toward Houndoom's landing point. Houndoom, quick on the uptake, remained calm and utilized the protruding stones to leap again, entirely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a massive stone, larger than any before, shot up from the earth like a colossus, striking Houndoom squarely in the abdomen. Slammed into the air like a projectile, Houndoom crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Houndoom, Dushaa gasped, witnessing his partner's dire state. As the dust settled, the once dashing Houndoom lay on the ground, battered and defeated. Eyes rolled back, clearly unable to continue fighting. Houndoom is unable to battle. The referee's whistle sounded, announcing the outcome. Chapter 257, the conclusion of the Silver Conference. On the battlefield, Dushaa glanced at the display screen, noting the information it revealed. 4 of his key Pokémon had been consecutively defeated, leaving him without a single victory against Ash. Was he to become yet another victim of a 6-0 sweep? He was so close to the championship. To be swept like this would make him the first runner-up in history to suffer such a disgrace. Dushaa steeled himself, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. No, absolutely not. The thought of such an ignominious opportunity was unacceptable to him. With 6 Pokémon, he had to win at least one. I've lost 4. Surely I can prevail in one battle. I refuse to believe that all of his Pokémon are as formidable as Bangira. Each time the thought of etching his name in history crossed Dushi's mind, a surge of indignation coursed through him, igniting a powerful resolve within. He must defeat Bangira to prove his worth, not for any other reason, but to ensure that his loss is more dignified than the infamous 0-6, a fate that befell many who faced Ash before him. Being in second place with a 1-6 record would grant him a semblance of pride compared to those who fell before him. Should Ash become even stronger in the future or clinch the title of champion, he could still boast of having triumphed over Ash in a challenging situation, thereby demonstrating his unique prowess. With this thought, Dushi felt a wave of comfort wash over him, reigniting his fervor for victory. Onward, Rapidash. I entrust you with the upcoming battle. Filled with hope, Dushi unleashed one of his trump cards, Rapidash. A magnificent unicorn adorned with flames of fiery orange blazed from its mane to its tail appeared on the battlefield. Rapidash charged forward at incredible speed, poised to execute a super horn drill attack. No sooner had the command left his lips than Rapidash let out a resounding neigh, adjusting its stance before galloping swiftly towards Bangira. As it approached, a brilliant white light emanated from its horn, striking with tremendous force towards Bangira. Unfazed, Bangira remained as steadfast as a mountain, dismissing the impending assault with contempt, allowing Rapidash to charge unimpeded. Clang! The elongated horn struck with a resonating sound. Yet it seemed to have no effect. The audience witnessed Bangira merely leaning forward with its silvery belly, effortlessly deflecting Rapidash's attack. The attacking Rapidash felt as though it had collided with an impenetrable diamond, its mind reeling from the impact, leaving it momentarily dazed. In that fleeting moment of confusion, danger lurked ominously. A cluster of sharp stones materialized around Bangira, aimed squarely at Rapidash. Rapidash! At this critical juncture, Dushi reacted, calling out loudly in an attempt to rouse his bewildered Pokémon. Fortunately, Rapidash responded just in time. Tragically, Bangira's stone attack was alarmingly swift. The pointed shards descended like bullets, blocking every possible escape route for Rapidash just as it sought to flee. In that instant, Rapidash found itself trapped, with no avenues for escape. Panic-stricken, it surveyed its surroundings, its hooves frantically searching for a way out. Yet before it could find a breakthrough, the sharp stones rained down mercilessly upon its body, several striking vital points. Alas! The anguished cry echoed, sending shivers through the audience. Following the conclusion of the battle, the stones vanished, revealing Rapidash incapacitated. Rapidash is unable to continue. The referee's declaration coincided with the screen displaying Dushi's Rapidash icon fading to black. Dushi's expression mirrored the screen, his heart heavy as he reluctantly recalled his Pokémon. Were this a grand and valiant battle's end, perhaps he would not have felt such despair. He might have reflected on the wisdom of his choices. However, throughout this contest, he had been ruthlessly crushed by Bangira's overwhelming strength, leaving little room for interest or excitement. In previous encounters with the Elite Four, he had managed to defeat a Pokémon or two, yet now he found himself utterly overpowered. This conundrum, he surmised, would only become clear when Ash ascended to the status of champion. Go forth, my final partner, Rhyhorn. I entrust this next battle to you. Dushi gazed at the imposing Rhyhorn with hopeful determination. This was his last ace. Should he fail to overcome Bangira after 5 consecutive battles, it would signify a complete and utter defeat, rendering him the first runner-up in history to suffer a 0-6 record, forever immortalized in shame. Rhyhorn, Earthquake. Dushi commanded once more. Bangira, Hydro Pump. Ash, with victory within reach, commanded without hesitation. The ground trembled beneath Rhyhorn's formidable earthquake, yet to Dushi's astonishment, Bangira stood unperturbed, its feet firmly planted as if rooted to the earth, unaffected by the seismic assault. Even more astonishing was Bangira's calm composure as it gathered energy for its hydro pump. Witnessing this, Dushi fell into despair, but there was no time for lamentation. He realized that if Rhyhorn did not evade the attack, the match would surely conclude unfavorably. The prospect of being the first confirmed 0-6 runner-up sent a surge of panic through him. Rhyhorn, quickly, use Protect. True to its reputation as Dushi's ace Pokémon, Rhyhorn responded immediately, enveloping itself in a protective shield to ward off the impending attack. As luck would have it, just as Rhyhorn activated its shield, Bangira unleashed its hydro pump. The powerful torrent surged towards Rhyhorn like a missile, and the audience anticipated a clash of titans. However, contrary to expectations, the hydro pump shattered the shield upon contact, as if a small vehicle had collided with a larger one. The shield crumbled instantly, and the force of the hydro pump propelled Rhyhorn out of the arena. Due to its quadruple weakness to water, Rhyhorn succumbed to the attack, losing its ability to battle forthwith. With a triumphant cheer, Ash emerged victorious, and the arena erupted in applause and celebration. The Silver Conference Championship had concluded, the victor declared. After shaking hands and bidding farewell to she amidst the raucous cheers, Ash exited the battlefield. Upon leaving, a familiar figure approached, draping an arm around Ash's shoulder with a disgruntled expression. "Darn it, how did you manage to win again this time?" Shigeru grumbled, his face contorted in mock dismay before breaking into a grin. "Still, congratulations on winning the Johto Championship, bringing home 2 championship titles for our Masera town." "What do you mean, little brat? I'm your great-grandfather. You ought to show some respect," Ash retorted, playfully patting Shigeru's hand with an air of mock authority. "Wait, what great-grandfather? I'm yet to settle the score with you over that incident involving my grandfather. You really think you can be my ancestor? Dream on," Shigeru exclaimed, his indignation flaring as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ash. Since the encounter with Shigeru in this competition, hearing that he should call Satoshi second grandpa, he returned home to confirm with his grandfather. He learned that his grandfather had met Satoshi in his youth and had even sworn brotherhood. After understanding the circumstances, he realized that Satoshi had been scheming. In order to become his second grandfather, he had intentionally approached his grandfather for a sworn bond. The most critical aspect was that he had recorded a video of this, which, from any angle, appeared to be a deliberate conspiracy. Having been friends for so many years, he was well aware of the ulterior motives that Satoshi harbored. From the moment he discovered Satoshi's machinations, Shigeru resolved not to grant him that wish, no matter the cost. At the revelation of this affair, Shigeru felt a surge of indignation, wondering why such fortuitous events had not befallen him, allowing him to forge a bond with Satoshi's grandfather instead of the other way around. Reflecting on this matter now only intensified his frustration. "From now on, I shall address you as grandson, and you shall call me second grandpa, and we shall each go our separate ways. To hell with you. Now that you've secured the championship, as a fellow townsman, my objective has been fulfilled, so I shall take my leave." Shigeru rolled his eyes. "Heh," Satoshi chuckled, choosing not to pursue the conversation further, as his bond with Professor Okito was ultimately meant to tease Shigeru. "Next, I shall embark on my training at the Sinnoh Research Facility, and when we meet again, who knows when that will be." Shigeru cast a meaningful glance at Satoshi. "Are you preparing to abandon your aspirations of becoming a Pokémon trainer?" Satoshi stared at Shigeru, momentarily taken aback as he recalled that it was precisely after the conclusion of the Silver Conference that Shigeru had contemplated stepping away from training and instead pursuing a career as a researcher in his grandfather's field of expertise. Indeed, Shigeru hesitated before nodding. Once he did, the atmosphere grew somber. After all, they had long vied for the title of the strongest trainer, only for one of them to declare an intention to give up. Undoubtedly, the world would now be deprived of a formidable rival who was both a teacher and a friend to Satoshi. To claim it did not evoke a sense of melancholy would be disingenuous. "Well, even though I'm saddened by your decision to no longer pursue training, I support your aspirations wholeheartedly. Pursue your dreams with vigor. Rest assured, your second grandpa will always stand behind you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out," Satoshi proclaimed, thumping his chest with conviction. "You scoundrel, Satoshi!" Shigeru exclaimed, feeling momentarily flustered by the earlier words, only to revert to his usual demeanor upon hearing the latter part. "All right then, I wish you smooth sailing in your future endeavors," he huffed, dismissing Satoshi as he executed a stylish turn and waved his hand, signifying their parting until fate should bring them together again. "Indeed, until we meet again," Satoshi mused, watching Shigeru's departing figure, convinced that their paths would undoubtedly cross once more. After witnessing Shigeru leave, Kasumi, Serena, and Brock arrived just in time. "Congratulations, Satoshi, on winning the Silver Conference." In Tokiwa City, after receiving the trophy, Satoshi and his companions resumed their journey back to where it all began, Tokiwa City. It was in this city that Satoshi first crossed paths with Kasumi, and later encountered Brock in Shinkai City. As they approached the familiar fork in the road, the time for parting once again drew near. It was the same familiar formula, the same twilight hour, signaling yet another farewell. This marked their second separation. If there were any notable differences from their last parting, it was indeed so. After all, last time they had separated as 3 individuals, and this time as 4, with Serena added to their number. "We're not far from Masera Town now," Kasumi remarked, gazing at the junction with a wistful sigh. "All right, let us head to the Pokémon Center first, where we can reunite with the long-missed joy of Tokiwa City," Brock exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of seeing Nurse Joy. Upon hearing this, Kasumi shot a sharp glare at Brock. her eyes seemingly articulating a question. Are you seeking your demise? At such a critical juncture, Brock was still preoccupied with thoughts of Nurse Joy. It was truly hopeless. Satoshi, noticing Kasumi's expression, glanced at Brock and thought, can't you save those fantasies for later? What time is it? How can you still have the luxury to think of such things? As expected, a sycophant's fate is seldom a pleasant one. Sister Kasumi, this guy is utterly brazen. Let us deal with him. After a short while, the group arrived at the Pokémon Center. Returning to Tokiwa City, Satoshi gazed at the familiar ceiling, where the earlier holes had been mended. As Kasumi made a call back home to report their safe return, she received a text from her three sisters, informing her of an impending gym review and that they had drawn travel tickets, preparing for a trip without her. They urged Kasumi to return within an hour, lest she face the inconvenience of calling a locksmith to get back inside. Upon learning this news, Kasumi's emotions boiled over with rage. She wished to confront those three women immediately. How could they embark on such a delightful journey without inviting me? How splendid it is to travel. Brock seemed to have an epiphany, his expression drifting into a reverie. It was apparent that he was envisioning some romantic escapade. This is absolutely unacceptable. Why must I be left behind? They are off having a grand time. Kasumi exclaimed, slamming her fist on the table in anger. Surely it must be because you have been traveling with us that this transpired. Brock, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, unwittingly accused Kasumi, completely failing to grasp the seriousness of the matter. Satoshi, sensing the brewing storm, quickly pulled his wife away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As anticipated, Brock found himself on the receiving end of several punches from Kasumi for his thoughtless comments. Kasumi, this is a gift from your sister, Nurse Joy suddenly approached, pushing a bicycle. Kasumi, hands on her hips, turned to her at the mention of her sisters. Initially taken aback, she soon gritted her teeth. Those three women. They are utterly unforgivable. After venting her fury, she fell silent, reminded that the group would soon part ways. No banquet in this world lasts forever, surely. There will be opportunities to gather again. After all, my wedding with Serena will require your presence for the contributions. Do not dare to skip out. For if I receive one less contribution, I shall be quite disheartened. Right, Serena? Satoshi added, glancing at the blushing Serena beside him. Why drag me into this? Serena mumbled, lowering her head in embarrassment. Of course, because you are the bride of that wedding. Your absence would be unacceptable. Satoshi replied. Ugh, you too. I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving, bye. Kasumi declared with disdain, accepting the bicycle from Nurse Joy and pedaling away without a backward glance. Since that's the case, I shall also take my leave. With the gym review approaching, my father will need my assistance, Brock announced as he stepped forward. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Three individuals exchanged farewell words, and soon after, Xiaojang began his journey back home. Thus, the original trio briefly parted ways, leaving Selena and Xiaoji standing together. So, are you coming back to Jinshin Town with me, or shall I escort you to the airport? Xiaoji inquired, glancing at Selena as the others departed. I haven't returned in quite some time. I do miss my mother a bit, Selena replied, reflecting on her year-long absence and considering her mother's likely longing for her as well. Therefore, she chose to head back home. Xiaoji suddenly flashed a charming smile. Do you have any spare rooms at your place? Are you planning to return with me? Selena exclaimed in surprise upon comprehending Xiaoji's intentions. Indeed, Xiaoji nodded, adding, but before we go, I must stop by home to see my mom, and then we can head to Kalos. That sounds wonderful. Let us go back together, and then we can journey to Kalos. Selena responded excitedly. Of course, why wouldn't you? After all, you are my future wife. Xiaoji chuckled heartily. However, if I stay at your house for a few days, your sister Hanako won't chase me away, will she? Selena felt a flutter of nervous excitement at the thought of staying with Xiaoji. She would never do such a thing. She would be thrilled to have you. Just don't overthink it. Come back with me. Xiaoji gently held Selena's hand and reassured her. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. I wouldn't deceive you. What does Xiaojing have to do with this? That's of no concern. Simply accompany me back. All right. In the end, Xiaoji donned his backpack while Selena clung to his arm, both relishing this precious moment of solitude. Achoo! Xiaojing, on his way home, suddenly sneezed. Who could be thinking of me? Perhaps it's some Joy or a certain Miss Junsha. He mused, grinning foolishly at the possibility as he made his way back. Thus concluded the tale of the original Iron Triangle. Chapter 259, the final chapter. After claiming the title of champion in the Johto region and resting at home for 6 months, Xiaoji set off for a journey to Hoenn with Selena and their old friend Xiaojing. Upon arriving in Hoenn, they immediately headed to the Pokémon Center in Orange City to register for the upcoming contest. only to be informed by Joy that he could no longer participate in the challenge tournaments, having already won 2 championships. This was a new regulation imposed by the Alliance. The trio was astounded. Such a rule had never existed before. Even when Xiaoji presented his credentials as a professor, he found no leniency. Faced with this unexpected regulation, Xiaoji had no choice but to accept it, refraining from pressuring Joy to assist him further. After all, Joy was merely an employee, and it was not his place to complicate her duties. As he exited the Pokémon Center, Xiaoji pondered whether the old fellows at the Alliance headquarters disapproved of his scholarly pursuits, believing he was neglecting his responsibilities and thus revoked his eligibility. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. In truth, Xiaoji suspected that his overwhelming performance in Johto might have led to his disqualification from the Pokémon League. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort at being unable to compete, he did not dwell on it excessively. While he would miss the thrill of claiming titles during his travels, the Alliance had not prohibited him from capturing Pokémon or challenging gyms. Consequently, during their adventures, Xiaoji focused primarily on capturing Hoenn Pokémon, training them, and battling at gyms. Along the way, they encountered numerous legendary Pokémon, including the trio of deities that could potentially destroy the world. The narrative unfolded much like the original, without significant deviations. Notably, Xiaoji captured his first naturally powerful Pokémon, Dialga, which he had not personally raised. Among the formidable Pokémon he trained were Sceptile, Milotic, Abomasnow, Salamence, Shiny Metagross, and Slaking. The strongest Pokémon in Hoenn was undoubtedly Slaking. Utilizing the effort system he had activated as a child alongside a long-neglected ability from the system, Xiaoji swiftly conquered all 8 gyms in Hoenn, earning every badge. Meanwhile, Selena participated in the Grand Festival, achieving commendable results even though she did not claim the championship. Due to his inability to compete in the tournament, Xiaoji left Hoenn earlier than in previous regions after watching the competition. Understanding that he could not participate in the contests, he did not abandon his desire to travel. Instead, he rested for a while before inviting Selena and Xiaojing to journey to the Sinnoh region after the new year. Even though he could not compete, Xiaoji remained determined to continue his travels. Their adventure in Sinnoh mirrored that of Hoenn. They engaged with the 8 gyms, captured Pokémon, and even caught a legendary Pokémon, Darkrai. His primary team included Infernape, Garchomp, Lucario, Weevil, Gardevoir, and Floatzel. The pattern remained consistent. After witnessing the contests, they departed from Sinnoh. This scenario continued as they traversed 4 regions. Upon returning to Kanto, Xiaoji also retrieved his Gengar left with Nashi. Not long after concluding their travels in Galar, the Master 8 tournament commenced. Unlike other regions, there were no restrictions on participation, as this tournament featured champions from every region, alleviating worries about the complications faced by champions in Johto. The Master 8 tournament is a global league event that ranks champions, akin to the Olympic Games, occurring every 8 years. Upon hearing that Xiaoji would compete in the Master 8 finals, friends and family from all corners of the world made their way to witness his glorious moment, eager to see how far he had come. Especially after his astonishing performance in Johto, where he triumphed over 6 opponents consecutively. After several battles, Xiaoji emerged victorious, defeating other champions and reaching the final showdown against Dondi. In this climactic battle, Xiaoji utilized Mega Evolution Charizard, Mega Sceptile, Ash Greninja, Z-move Gigavolt Havoc with his Tyranitar, a powerful punch from Slaking, and a Gigantamax Pikachu, ultimately overcoming Dondi to claim the title of world champion and achieve the status of a global master. After winning the championship, Xiaoji had turned 18, and the same was true for Selena. On the day of their triumph, Xiaoji publicly proposed to Selena, receiving her affirmative response, leading to their engagement. At the conclusion of the tale, the couple, amidst the witness of numerous friends and family, solemnly celebrated their wedding, stepping into their new abode to embark on a life filled with unabashed joy and profound happiness. Thus, Ash, who had traversed through time, fulfilled his engagement with Serena. A century later, on a fateful day, the elderly Ash gently closed his eyes and departed from this world, surrounded by the watchful gaze of his descendants. Throughout his life, he had already experienced a rich and fulfilling existence, harboring no regrets, save for the sorrow of not departing this life on the same day as Serena. Ultimately, Ash and Serena's descendants laid his remains to rest alongside hers. This concludes the narrative. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and giving a thumbs up in support. Until we meet again in the next story.